Family, this is insane. I placed my hand on the crystal ball, and it exploded instantly. The old man cried over the shards, demanding compensation. As I opened my eyes, I merged two memories, one of a vampire betrayed by humans, and another of a bat spirit that had lived for nearly 100,000 years. For Xiao Wu, I transformed into a human. What kind of chaos will unfold in Notting City? Just wait and see. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was unbelievable. The old man was holding a pile of crystal shards, crying heart-wrenchingly, "My treasured artifact." I was puzzled it was just a broken ball, right? Its explosion only showed my high talent. Why was he crying? And guess what? The old man slid over and hugged my thigh, refusing to let go. Goodness, it's 2025, and I still encounter such old-school scams? He's practically my electronic pet. Sigh, this all started when I first opened my eyes. When I opened my eyes, I was completely dazed. A rabbit bigger than a cow was shaking me wildly. "Sister Ying, wake up." I wondered where I was. Didn't I just get drugged by my best friend, Douluo'sDual, who I had known for over a decade? A peachwood nail had been driven straight into my heart, and I was dead as a doornail. How'd I end up here? Then, two memories exploded in my mind. One was of me as a vampire, going on adventures with my plastic sister, raiding military camps and robbing the treasury, only to be backstabbed by her in a dramatic twist. The other? I was a bat spirit that had lived for almost 100,000 years, hiding in a place called the Starry Forest for 99,999 years. This rabbit before me, Xiao Wu, was my only true friend over the years. While I was still digesting this soap opera-level plot, Xiao Wu, with tears in her eyes, asked if I wanted to accompany her to the human world as she was about to transform. Family, who understands? I was just betrayed by humans in my last life, and now I'm supposed to be one? I initially wanted to say no way, but seeing her pitiful expression, my heart softened. Fine, let's go. Who would have thought I'd be doting on a rabbit now? With a ding in my mind, two options popped up. One was to transform into a human and receive 100,000 years of soul rings and bones. The other was to continue as a soul beast and become an unparalleled ferocious beast. I glanced at Xiao Wu, who was crying for her mother, and without thinking, I chose option one. Damn it, what does it matter that I was deceived in my last life? This time, I'm protecting this female rabbit. 6 years flew by, and we arrived in Notting City. Xiao Wu was bouncing with joy, leaving the forest like a child weighing 200 pounds. Meanwhile, I was contemplating another matter. As a transmigrator, how could I not have a golden finger? I called for the system 800 times, but there was no response. After some thought, my only hope lay in awakening my martial soul. If that didn't work, I'd accept my fate and just be a lazy king. Xiao Wu innocently asked, "Sister Ying, do we have money?" I laughed and pulled out my storage bag to weigh it. "Are you kidding me?" I said, "Baby, do you forget who our two security guards are in the backyard? Deming and Erming. Those two combat maniacs have robbed countless foolish soul masters for thousands of years. Any grass we pull from our backyard is a rare spirit herb that would make titled outside fight over it. Don't say just opening a martial soul, I could buy the entire Tiando Empire royal family without batting an eye." While we were bragging, we quickly arrived at the martial soul division. An old man was sitting at the entrance testing the martial souls of a group of kids, and it was quite lively. When it was our turn, I didn't have the patience to wait in line. I simply lifted my leg and stepped onto the table, tossing down a few gold coins. "Old man, hurry up. Do you see what this is?" Gold coins. The old man initially tried to act high and mighty, saying, 5 gold coins to humiliate me? Impossible. But his hand speed was faster than anyone else's. He snatched the coins and stuffed them into his mouth. After biting into the pure gold, his old face lit up with joy, and he immediately bowed and invited us into the VIP room. Once inside, the old man took out a crystal ball, claiming it was more luxurious than anything outside for me to test. I thought, how impressive could this broken thing be? I placed my hand on it. The next second, with a loud bang, the ball exploded into a cloud of powder. Then, the scene from the beginning unfolded. The old man was crying over the powder, insisting I pay him. I got annoyed, pulled out a stack of silver notes worth 200 gold coins, and threw them at his face. "Is this enough? It's not that I look down on you, but at your age, you're still fussing over this little money?" Huh. Seeing the money, the old man's mood changed instantly. He switched to a flattering tone. "What the young lady says is correct. To let me get used to being poor, please continue testing." I haughtily snorted and placed my hand on another plate. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted, and when the light faded, I was holding a golden monkey statue. The old man's eyes nearly overflowed with disappointment, but he still forced a compliment. "Ah, this thing truly matches the young lattice status. It's hard to find in the sky or on the ground." I shot him a glare, and he swallowed the latter half of his sentence. What a waste of such great talent. Just as I was feeling down, the old man started his performance again, lamenting how poorly the Martial Soul Hall was doing, how old and dilapidated it was, and how he couldn't even afford to raise a maid. I understood immediately he wanted money. Fine, they'll spend some money for peace, and bought a Notting City VIP service token for 2,000 gold coins, said to respond immediately when needed. Walking down the street with Xiao Wu, I was almost bursting with laughter. A useless martial soul? Not happening. Just now, I discovered I actually had twin martial souls. In my other hand, a man's phantom flickered in and out goodness. Isn't that the head of the Tyrant Empire, Arcturus Monsky? Talk about high status. I immediately pulled Xiao Wu to a secluded spot. I figured this golden monkey martial soul must have some tricks ID gamble on it. I decided to sacrifice my 100,000-year soul ring without hesitation. Instantly, a ding sounded in my mind, and 3 options appeared. Summon Marco Horner, summon Maev's Shadow Song, or summon Illidan's Storm Rage. I calculated carefully. I knew the love-hate relationship between Illidan and Maeve. Although Illidan might not be the best, who could resist a big sister? Summon Maev's Shadow Song. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt my body being emptied, and I collapsed to the ground. A portal appeared out of nowhere, and a cold, elegant woman stepped out, succinctly saying, "Hello, friend. I will follow your command from now on." Wow, a 95-level title Douluo'sDual. This was a win. Just as I was feeling pleased, Xiao Wu returned and, seeing the scene, thought I was being bullied. I hurriedly explained that this was my partner, our backup. Once my body was feeling better, I curiously asked Maeve if she could fight the strongest people in this world. She coldly replied, "Unknown." I asked if she could follow us invisibly without being too conspicuous. Without a word, she vanished. I was startled and quickly called her back. She appeared and said, "Just say what you need directly," before disappearing again. Fine, I guess that's how assassins operate. With Maeve as my top-tier bodyguard, I became even more arrogant, dragging Xiao Wu straight to Notting Academy. As soon as we arrived at the academy gate, I saw a slacker guard humiliating a poor student. Upon closer inspection, I realized, though, isn't that Tang San? Xiao Wu and I held onto some unknown fruit, watching the show with great interest. I thought I'd wait for the protagonist to finish showing off before I stepped in to gain some favor. Just then, Maeve suddenly manifested beside me, almost giving me a heart attack. She frowned and said, "There's a powerful person nearby, on par with me." When I heard that, I thought, strong like Mavie. That must be Tang Hao. I couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh, Sister Mavie, do you want to go and spar with him? See if you can snatch some treasures back?" I swear I was just joking. Who knew Mavie would respond with, "Then ill go," and in a flash, she was gone. I was dumbfounded and shouted, "Sister Mavie, I was just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously?" Now I was really anxious. What if Sister Mavie lost? No way. I had to quickly do Tang Hao a favor. With that thought, I stood up and shouted with all my might, "Let go of that young boy." I was dressed in my new shopping outfit. From head to toe it screamed, "I have money," and that aura, that flair, dazzled everyone present. As soon as the security guard saw me, he no longer dared to act arrogantly. He immediately changed his tone and approached me with a flattering smile, saying he would help me contact the principal. I rolled my eyes. I was initially going to have someone throw gold coins at him, but now it seemed I had no chance. I simply said, "This person is my friend. Let him in." Then I led Xiao Wu and Tang San, who was stunned by my rich aura, towards the principal's office. On the way, Tang San introduced himself, and I share my name, but we didn't chat much. After all, being the protagonist can lead to trouble. What if the will of the world insisted on pairing Xiao Wu with him? Who would I cry to? When we arrived at the principal's office, we met the principal and a rather ordinary-looking uncle. The principal was overly enthusiastic, pulling the uncle over to introduce him, saying, "This is Yu Xiaojiang, a well-known theorist across the continent." Yu Xiaojiang looked displeased and asked me to show my martial soul. I released the golden monkey, and as soon as he saw it, the disgust on his face was hard to hide as he directly spat out. As expected, whatever kind of person, that's what kind of martial soul they have. This useless martial soul is only fit to be placed at the door as a guardian. Hey, I had a bad temper. He didn't even glance at me again and turned to let Xiao Wu show her martial soul. When he saw Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit, his eyes lit up and he gave a few comments, saying it was a good agility-type martial soul. Finally, he turned to look at Tang. As if discovering a new continent, San directly grasped Tang San's hand, greeted the principal, and hurried away, treating us as if we were invisible. The principal, helpless, tried to smooth things over by offering us the best accommodations. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, Xiao Wu declined, tugging at my hand with bright, sparkling eyes. Jia, we finally arrived. It would be wonderful to experience life with others, Wouldn't he it? I fell silent. Who understands family? My dear sister was utterly unaware that living with ordinary people meant constantly encountering that Tang San. My spirits plummeted from the heights to the depths. But seeing the anticipation in Xiao Wu's little eyes, what could I do? I could only indulge her. I couldn't possibly let her down. As long as I kept an eye on things and ensured they didn't get too close, it should be manageable, right? Thus, I steeled myself and told the principal, all right, let us listen to Xiao Wu and stay in the regular dorm. The principal was exceptionally compliant. After all, the funds were in place. I could have bought the school, and he would have nodded in agreement. Consequently, we made our way to the girls' dormitory. My mind initially filled with fantasies of encountering a few beautiful maidens. However, I soon realized my expectations were misplaced. There was nothing remarkable about this shabby place. Upon entering, I found two fairly decent-looking girls sitting cross-legged, practicing their cultivation. Xiao Wu looked on in wonder, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. As for me, I had no interest in cultivation. Hadn't I suffered enough in my past life? This time, I would rely on elixirs to level up. Becoming a deity or an immortal was of no concern to me. I swiftly pulled Xiao Wu over and said, time for bed. We have classes tomorrow. If you don't sleep now, I want to be responsible for waking you up. The next day, I was in a deep slumber when Xiao Wu shook me awake. Wait, why did I say again? Ying, wake up. It's time for class. Xiao Wu was in a frenzy, while the two girls from our dorm had already vanished. I was utterly dazed, questioning my identity and purpose. My mind was a complete blank. Xiao Wu, undeterred by my confusion, yanked me out of bed, dressed me hastily, and dragged me outside. Hey, I haven't even washed my face. I barely managed to utter before being thrust into the classroom. Report, Xiao Wu exclaimed, full of energy. I stumbled in behind her, and, upon lifting my gaze, my heart sank. Standing at the podium was the very master, Yu Xiaojing, who had made my life miserable the day before. I was doomed. I sensed the impending disaster. Sure enough, he never failed to disappoint. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as he unleashed a barrage of reprimands. You too. Late on your first day. Xiao Wu is such a good child. You must have led her astray. Look at your disheveled appearance. You hardly resemble a student. I used to say there are no worthless martial spirits, but meeting you has proven me wrong. Ridiculously wrong. No matter how rich you are still a waste. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, Xiao Wu, stay behind to attend class. Ling Jiying, go run 20 laps around the playground. You're not allowed to eat until you finish. I tell you, his scolding instantly jolted me awake. In my past life, I was a fierce woman. Who had I ever feared in a confrontation? I unleash my fury. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scare me. Don't you have class in the next room? If you're so impressive, why are you nearly 30 and not even a soul master? At your age, I could easily top the continental theory exams. How dare you lecture me? Yu Xiaojing trembled with rage, pointing at me for a long moment without uttering a word. You are beyond redemption. I could tell I'd struck a nerve, so I decided to escalate things. Uncle, let us stop arguing and make a bet. Didn't you say the maximum age for a first spirit ring is 400 years? If I can acquire a 1,000-year one, what will you do? He was a stubborn man, sneering, if your first spirit ring surpasses 1,000 years, I will eat the book I wrote in front of the whole school. After a brief pause, he added derisively, do you really think a few coins can make you invincible? That remark ignited my spirit. Apologies. But wealth does grant one the freedom to act. If you were as rich as I am, you would have broken through level 30 long ago. Poverty limits your imagination. You can only blame my brilliance. Fine, I can't argue with you. The master chuckled in frustration. I will be waiting. If you succeed, I will eat the book and leave you be. If you fail, you must leave Nuoding Academy. Ignoring him, I turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, go to class and stay away from that guy from yesterday, understood? Otherwise, I'll be angry. Xiao Wu nodded obediently, and I walked to a secluded corner, summoning my elite bodyguard. My Wei Jia, are you back? In an instant, a figure appeared before me, as elusive as ever, nearly startling me. I took a breath and asked, my Wei Jia, how did your sparring session with Tang Hao go? He asked very strong, but I couldn't defeat him. However, he didn't fare well either. This is the token I pried from him. With that, a token flew into my hand. I looked closely and saw the characters Hao Tian inscribed in an ornate style. Goodness, this was the Hao Tian token. Tang, how could be stripped of this? My connections were even more formidable than I had imagined. I secured the token and told my way, Jia. I'm going to hunt for a spirit ring shortly. Please protect me from the shadows. She responded affirmatively and vanished once more. I was no fool. I couldn't let my way assist me directly. I needed a decoy. I pulled out the Spirit Hall token I had purchased earlier and smiled. This labor was too good to waste. An hour later, at the Spirit Hall, I had poured my resources into this place, and it was now resplendent. Arriving at the entrance, I did not hesitate to kick the gilded door open. Soon, an elderly man rushed down, lamenting over the broken door. Oh dear, my 50 gold coin custom door. Who dares to be so bold? When he lifted his head and recognized me, he immediately ceased his lamentations. Oh, old man, it's been a few days. You seem to be doing well, even gilding the doors. I teased him. Of course, young lady, if you like it, feel free to kick it open any time. The old man's demeanor changed in an instant. What brings you here, esteemed lady? Cut to the chase. I need to acquire my first spirit ring and require some henchmen. I got straight to the point. Of course. What level do you need? As long as the funds are sufficient, I can bring our Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master to assist you. They are both soul kings. The old man beamed like a flower. Bring them all. I want to hunt for a spirit beast over 1,000 years old for my first spirit ring. I waved my hand nonchalantly, exuding an air of wealth. All right, just a moment. The old man suddenly realized. Did you say your first spirit ring needs to be 1,000 years old? Is my talent insufficient? Hurry up. If it blows up, it'll all be on me. I glared. Did this old man dare to look down on me? Yes, young lady, whatever you say. Several hours later, deep in the Nuoding forest, surrounded by 5 soul kings, one middle-aged man wore a pained expression, quietly asking the old man, Old Huang, are you sure about this? Does she really want her first spirit ring to be over 1,000 years? Old Huang remained silent, pointing at me and then at the money, making a cross with his hands and shaking his head. I understood his gestures instantly. Follow through. She has the money, and even if she wants to court death, her family won't dare to trouble us. My hearing was sharp. I shot a glare at the man behind me and smiled at Old Huang. Oh, so your surname is Huang. We really are fated. Old Huang chuckled. Could it be that you also share the surname Huang? I frowned. Who the hell has the surname Huang? Don't try to be relatives with me. Old Huang was left speechless. This was definitely a setup. The group continued on, and I even fell asleep on horseback. Upon arrival at the destination, Lao Huang jolted me awake, and I was momentarily startled by his aged visage, nearly striking him in alarm. Who are you? Get away. Once my senses returned, I realized it was Lao Huang. He appeared bemused, with a tone tinged with sarcasm. Miss, the spirit beast you requested has reached the core area. Might you provide some direction? It was my first encounter with someone who could slumber on horseback, truly remarkable. I sensed a hint of mockery in his words, so I produced 5,000 silver notes and slapped them onto his face. Am I in debt to you? I require 2,000 years' worth. Now hurry. Upon completion, there will be an additional 5,000. Lao Huang fell silent, then gently licked the silver notes to ascertain their authenticity, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He gestured to the other 4 individuals, and in an instant, they vanished. Before long, they returned, bearing a nearly lifeless earth bear. 2,300 years, Mississippi. Are you certain you wish to absorb it? I was too impatient for pleasantries, and swiftly dispatched the bear with a single strike. A purple soul ring gradually ascended. I unleashed my golden ape martial spirit as a guise while my other martial spirit, Monsky, absorbed the energy. I exerted the soul pressure of my 10,000-year ferocious beast upon the bear's spirit, showcasing the power of bloodline suppression. It was a sheer dimensional strike. The little bear's spirit knelt before me, submissive as a kitten, allowing me to absorb it without resistance. Hence, it was accomplished in mere moments. I took a moment to adjust my breathing and rose to my feet. The 5 elderly guardians beside me were nearly in disbelief. What? Lao Huang, is that all? It's only been a few minutes. The elder of the hall, astonished, leaned over to whisper to Lao Huang. Lao Huang, feigning disdain, pushed him away and said, "What a trivial matter, you've never witnessed anything." Though he spoke thus, he hurried over to my side, ingratiatingly inquiring, "Miss, have you finished absorbing?" "Indeed, it's done." "Quite simple. Perhaps I'm a once-in-a-millennium genius," I boasted unabashedly. Observing Lao Huang's expression transition from fear to astonishment and finally to calm was quite amusing. Suddenly, he recalled something crucial and regarded me with grave intensity, causing a shiver down my spine, and uttered for words, 5,000, please." Damn, I thought he was about to rob me. I rolled my eyes and tossed the money to him. On the journey back, I contemplated my first soul skill, aptly named Tianming Huangquan, which essentially acted as a charisma buff, allowing me to collect the admiration and envy of others as energy. The more others revered me, the stronger I became. Furthermore, I could effortlessly switch my aura, projecting an air of authority, scholarly wisdom, or flamboyance. I attempted to envelop myself in an aura of authority. Upon glancing back, Lao Huang gasped, almost kneeling. However, he quickly adopted a look of pity, likely believing my soul skill lacked combat effectiveness, thus wasting the Millennium Soul Ring. Frustrated, I shifted to an aura of noble lineage, feeling as though I truly embodied a refined heiress with a legacy spanning centuries. Suddenly, sounds of a scuffle echoed from a distance. Upon reconnaissance, the bodyguards returned with news. "Miss, it's a 400-year-old mandala snake, accompanied by a soul master and a child." I mused. "Isn't that you Xiaojiang bringing Tang's San?" I had no desire to engage, thus I retorted, "What are you looking at? What is so fascinating about a 400-year-old waste? Can't you be more mature, like me?" The Soul King, rendered speechless by my retort, obediently led the way. Upon returning to Nodding City, Lao Huang collected the payment and immediately donned a professional smile. "Miss, travel safely, and we welcome your next visit." I felt a strange sensation, as if he were cursing me, though I had no proof. Disinterested, I proceeded to the dining hall, expecting Xiao Wu to be having her meal. Upon entering, I noticed Xiao Wu surrounded by a group of boys clamoring loudly. "Little bunny, come upstairs with your brother. It's on me." The leading boy leered at Xiao Wu, while his companions jeered, proclaiming their leader was the son of the city lord. Xiao Wu was deeply agitated but apprehensive about causing trouble for me. At that moment, I sauntered over. "Oh, who are you to dictate with whom she should go?" "Ying. Upon seeing me, Xiao Wu joyfully rushed over. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? My father is the city lord." The boy dismissed me entirely. His companions became more boisterous. "Our boss is not only the son of the city lord, but also a soul master. Are you afraid?" I erupted into laughter. "You are the second person to question my wealth and significance. It seems the time has come to teach you what it means to wield power through riches." I retrieved a handful of gold coins from my storage bag and hurled them into the crowd, shouting, "Sensational ing jia," distributing wealth online. First come, first served. You should have seen the scene. The students around me were envious, and the work-study students dashed forward, kicking and stealing coins from those bullies. Eventually, even some teachers could not resist joining in. Just as the city lord's son attempted to flaunt his white soul ring, he was instantly overwhelmed by the frenzied crowd, and all that could be heard was his desperate cries of "I am the city lord's son." After dispersing approximately 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins, I deemed it sufficient and halted my generosity. Xiao Wu was laughing so hard she could hardly stand, and seeing her joy brought a smile to my face. After all, what is money for, if not to bring her happiness? We ascended to the second floor and found a prime viewing spot, enjoying the spectacle while snacking. Once the crowd dispersed, many students approached to express their gratitude. As I escorted Xiao Wu downstairs, the bullies appeared as if they had been trampled, their clothing in tatters. I used my soul skill to splash a bit of water on the city lord's son's face, and upon regaining consciousness, he promptly cowered. "Sister, I was wrong. From now on, I shall be your loyal follower." Seeing his cowardice, I couldn't be bothered to hold a grudge, tossing him a 500 gold note for medical expenses. Don't say I am heartless. I then returned to the dormitory with Xiao Wu. The gazes of my two roommates transformed into expressions of awe. for they too had managed to snatch several coins. The following day, I arose early, intent on confronting Yu Xiaojiang. Upon entering the classroom, I was met with throngs of supporters, all individuals who had secured money the previous day. The crowd parted to create a path as I approached the classroom door. Yu Xiaojiang was still instructing Tang San, and upon noticing my arrival, he coldly remarked, "It's not too late to back out now." His arrogance made me chuckle. "Very well, I shan't dally. I'm revealing my trump card." With a mere thought, a purple thousand-year soul ring slowly ascended from beneath my feet. Its brilliance blinding all gathered. What more is there to say? Silence enveloped the room. Though Yu Xiaojiang feigned calmness, I could sense the tumultuous waves within him. Such talent exists in Douluo continent? I gazed upon his astonished countenance, adding nonchalantly, "It's not that I don't wish to attend your class. It's simply that you are unworthy." "Indeed, how could I be worthy?" The master murmured, with decades of theory shattered in an instant. Lost in despair, he picked up his book and exited the classroom. Before the eyes of hundreds of students, he began tearing pages from the book, stuffing them into his mouth. I was taken aback, witnessing the master truly devouring his book. What a genuine character. However, I was also terrified, for upon turning around, I found Tang Sa, I am but a decade-old soul ring, having donned millenniums worth of special effects, merely to instill a sense of fear within you. Your theories are not flawed. You are truly formidable. As I spoke, I swiftly wielded my imperial power, forcibly reverting my soul ring from a deep purple back to a pristine white, akin to the one-click restoration found in photo editing software. At this point, the master comprehended the situation, exclaiming, "Ah, so it is merely a soul ring color adjuster." His expression, I assure you, visibly relaxed with a great sigh of relief. After all, embracing new knowledge is far preferable to discarding decades of research as if it were mere refuse. To my astonishment, he even offered an apology, admitting that he had once failed to recognize my potential, despite deeming me a waste of space. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, nearly sending him away in pretense. In a moment of reciprocal flattery, I exclaimed, "Oh, master, you are the true genius, the foremost scholar across the continent. I merely dabble." Thus, through our exchanges, we unexpectedly reconciled. The master resumed his scholarly demeanor, proclaiming that while a statue martial spirit may lack combat prowess, employing it to dye soul rings and intimidate adversaries constitutes a novel tactical approach. With that, he hurried back to his office to pen his thesis. After bidding farewell to the master, I turned to observe Tang San, whose murderous intent had dissipated. Glancing outside at the throng of students, their gazes were akin to those of worshippers beholding a deity. Just imagine, to confront the master publicly, ultimately emerging unscathed and shaking hands in amicable resolution. What an extraordinary feat. Noticing the atmosphere had reached a crescendo, I realized I must seize the moment and embark on a grand venture. I resolved to uplift the entire city of Nuoding. Hence, I channeled all my imperial energy into the aura of wealth, cleared my throat, and commenced my address. Dear classmates, I understand why you are gathered here. It is merely because I distributed wealth yesterday. I know some of you may be cursing me for my generosity, but I remain unfazed. After a brief pause, emulating the tone of a certain magnate from my past life, I smirked mischievously. I harbor no interest in wealth. Though I possess riches, I find no joy therein. True wealth resides in the richness of thought, and true nobility lies in the excellence of quality. My aspiration is to set your finances in motion. I plan to establish a new Oding City Foundation, allowing money to beget more money. To all who are willing to trust in me, entrust your funds to me, and I shall cover all your living expenses this year. Realizing I needed to provide assurance, I produced the insignia from the Spirit Hall, slamming it against the wall with a resounding thud, rendering it nearly impossible to dislodge. Should I abscond? Seek out the Spirit Hall for recompense. Rest assured, they would not dare to deny their debt. At that moment, I could only imagine the old Huang at the Spirit Hall, counting his riches, suddenly sneezing in surprise, pondering, who dares to pilfer my funds? The youngsters, oblivious to the intricacies of finance, erupted in excitement at the promise of free food and lodging, surging forth as if raiding a cafeteria. I assigned Xiao Wu the task of recording names, and she was soon inundated with work, laboring tirelessly throughout the day. By evening, upon tallying the contributions, I discovered that the amount collected surpassed what I had distributed the previous day. These little rascals were indeed destined for prosperity. The following day, I awoke to find Xiao Wu had already departed for class, leaving me a note. I figured it was time to tend to serious matters. So I closed my eyes and began summoning my bodyguard. "Sister Mavie, are you there?" The next instant, a hand patted me from behind, startling me into a leap. Hadn't she always appeared before me? Why resort to a sneak attack from behind? Sister Mavie, with a grave expression, informed me. There's a great battle occurring several dozen kilometers away. It has been raging for hours. Upon hearing this, I was intrigued. What could warrant such seriousness from Sister Mavie? It must be a confrontation of considerable magnitude, at least a title Douluo'sDual. The mere mention of title Douluo'sDual sent my DNA into a frenzy. Had the battle concluded? Could this signify an opportunity for plunder? Perhaps I could acquire a soul bone. How delightful! Heeding the call of adventure, I immediately procured a steed and galloped towards the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching a secluded grove, I spread my arms towards Sister Mavie. "Sister Mavie, take me to the sky." The expression on her face suggested she was contemplating the absurdity of a mere level 10 novice intruding upon a battlefield of those exceeding level 90. Yet, she uttered not a word, and with a graceful princess carry, she whisked me aloft into the heavens. I must tell you, the sensation was exhilarating. The wind rushed past me, rendering my words incoherent as I exclaimed, "Wow, I'm flying for the first time. This is incredible." Sister Mavie, perhaps finding my exuberance juvenile, gently placed a veil over me and, for the first time, affectionately ruffled my hair, softly encouraging, "You too shall soar one day." After a brief flight, we arrived. To my astonishment, Sister Mavie addressed me as Mississippi. I was taken aback. "Sister Mavie, did you just call me Miss?" She quickly adopted a haughty demeanor, declaring, "No, you must have misheard." She then gestured toward the valley ahead, stating, "The battle transpires there." Now, while I enjoy a thrill, I am also quite cautious of my own life. Thus, I crawled inch by inch, adamant not to let her carry me. Sister Mavie, however, remarked, "Miss, the battle has concluded. There are no survivors." In an instant, I sprang to my feet. This time, I had not misheard. "Sister Mavie, you truly do harbor fondness for me." Sister Mavie, seemingly at a loss for words, appeared fatigued from my antics, far more exhausting than engaging in combat with Tang Hao. With a flash, she entered the battlefield to assess the situation, signaling to me once it was deemed safe. I rushed over, utterly exhausted, and glared at her. "Why didn't you carry me?" Unperturbed by my complaints, she stated matter-of-factly, "There is one survivor, a female, a level 92 title Douluo'sDual, on the brink of death." My eyes lit up at the mention of an elder sister. Following Sister Mavie, I beheld a breathtaking woman, lying feebly on the ground, appearing no older than 16 or 17. A 16-year-old title Douluo'sDual? What a marvel! This elder sister was akin to a living embodiment of a poignant tragedy. She lamented to me about a curse that had ensnared her, stalling her physical growth at 16, while her bone age measured 18, causing a dissonance in her identity. Despite her formidable crimson and violet soul rings, she confessed to being a mere weakling, unable to defeat even a soul Douluo'sDual without resorting to her ultimate move, which left her half dead. She spoke of the Spirit Hall as her benefactor, providing her with the finest delicacies and treasures, allowing her to select only the best. Yet, she expressed no desire for such luxuries, yearning only for her friends to return, at which point she began to weep. It dawned on me that her friends were none other than the spirit herbs she had absorbed. This girl was so innocent, it was heart-wrenching. I, who cannot bear to see a beautiful woman in tears, immediately pledged, "Fear not, sister. If no one else will be your friend, I shall. I, Long Jiying, will be your first friend." She looked at me with bewilderment, asking, "Can someone like me truly have friends?" To which I responded with conviction, "Absolutely. The world is vast. You must explore it." Just as she began to find her purpose in life, Sister Mavie whispered in my ear, "Miss, someone approaches. is a title Douluo'sDual. No sooner had she spoken than a figure materialized before us. My eyes widened in astonishment. What a divine maiden! Cascading golden waves of hair flowed down to her waist. I mused whether Douluo'sDual had its own version of fashion icon, for her aesthetic was astonishingly avant-garde, clad in a strapless gown. Her skin was as white as snow, exuding an alluring charm. Yet, when she spoke, I nearly fainted. "Oh, Meng Exine, who has displeased you?" Good heavens! Goosebumps erupted all over my body. Such a voice, sharp and delicate, bore no resemblance to that of a woman, but rather resembled that of an elder. My mind reeled, realizing it was Yu Guan, the notorious Ju Douluo'sDual. How surprising that you, a deceiver, would appear here. Just as I was contemplating why her voice sounded so familiar, it dawned on me. It was indeed her. She approached, grasping the hand of the elder sister I had just befriended, inquiring about her well-being, and I was instantly incensed. How dare you touch what belongs to me? The matter concerning the woman could be overlooked, but what right does a eunuch have to interfere? I was instantly infuriated. Mavie, strike him. Hit him hard. Sister Mavie understood me well. She had long recognized my weakness for beautiful women. That cross-dresser dared to snatch someone right before my eyes, clearly emboldened. Without hesitation, she brandished her grand circle of judgment and delivered a flying kick that sent Yu Guan tumbling. She followed up with a smooth series of attacks. Let me tell you, with that level of combat prowess, Yu Guan was nothing but a disgrace. Merely a sparring partner for Tong Hao, no match for Sister Mavie. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised. Meanwhile, I held my beloved Mengxin, entwining my fingers with hers, indulging in playful touches while cheering for Sister Mavie. Increase the intensity. Don't hold back. Break his legs for me. Seeing Yu Guan in such a dire state, Mengxin grew anxious and urged, "You wicked man, release Brother Yue. He treats me very well." Upon hearing this, jealousy surged within me. So there was something more to this, was there? A plan formulated in my mind as I called out to Sister Mavie. "Sister Mavie, intensify your efforts, the kind that facilitates healing." Sister Mavie immediately understood and swiftly dislocated Yu Guan's leg. "Oh, my leg!" he screamed, his cries akin to a slaughtered pig, leaving Sister Mavie bewildered, thinking, is this all? Just a dislocation? A title Douluo'sDual with such little tolerance? How pathetic. Mengxin's eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded, "Please, I beg you, spare him." I smirked, fully aware of the implications. I lifted her chin, my gaze brimming with possessiveness, and said, "I could release him, but first, grant me a kiss, just as before." With that, I reclined in my chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. Mengxin's frustration was palpable, her teeth nearly grinding in anger. Yet faced with the sight of the lamenting Yu Guan, she had no choice but to concede. Leaning down, she pressed her lips to mine, and I could sense her inner monologue. Just consider a dog-esque bite. I seized the opportunity, pulling her closer and deepening the kiss. Was this not more thrilling than a short play? Yu Guan, displaying unexpected resilience, ceased his cries and sat on the ground, audibly resetting his bones. He even raised an eyebrow at Sister Mavie, as if to suggest, "See how professionally I handle this? Your strength is of no use. She will still thank me later." This infuriated Sister Mavie. Had it not been for the fear of interrupting us, she might have imprisoned him on the spot. After what felt like an eternity, we finally parted. I held the blushing Mengxin, pointing at Yu Guan, instructing him to come over. That old fellow, quite adept at bending to circumstances, approached eagerly. I arrogantly inquired, "Old Yue, tell me, who was the fool that attacked Mengxin?" Yu Guan, unable to feign ignorance any longer, awkwardly began to explain. In essence, it was a miscalculation by the Wuhuan Temple, attempting to plant an undercover agent within the Tiando royal family, inadvertently revealing Mengxin's location. Consequently, she fell prey to the treacherous Dugubois, the poisoned Douluo'sDual. I was momentarily bewildered. That can't be right. Mengxin is always secluded in the valley. How did Dugubois know her whereabouts? Why would he want to kill her? Yu Guan's expression grew more awkward as he lowered his voice. Ahem. Because Mengxin's spirit medicine is extraordinarily potent, capable of counteracting all toxins in the world. Her Majesty personally conferred upon her the title of Spirit Medicine, a privilege reserved for those above level 95. Ironically, her miraculous medicine fails to cure the poison afflicting Douluo'sDual and his granddaughter. Upon acquiring this intelligence, Douluo'sDual, envious and resentful, sought to eliminate her. I comprehended the situation in an instant. Douluo'sDual, a practitioner of medicine, saw his profession threatened by the emergence of Qin Mingxin, and he could not afford to remain idle. This was a classic case of a rival in the same field becoming an enemy. Yueguan sighed, explaining that Douluo'sDual likely intended to send someone to steal her for research purposes. But little did he know Mingxin was so weak that she couldn't even withstand a spirit Douluo'sDual's attack and almost lost her life. Mingxin blushed in embarrassment at this revelation. Seeing her so distressed, my heart ached, and I quickly embraced her to offer comfort. I then turned my glare toward Yueguan. You knew she was weak. Why didn't you send someone to protect her? I initially intended to criticize her lack of strength, but a small hand discreetly pinched my waist, prompting me to change my tune immediately. Yueguan scratched his head, looking sheepish. We did send someone, though far away. I retorted. So it turns out the bodyguard was you, the one shirking duty. No wonder Mingxin got hurt. Seeing my displeased expression, Yueguan trembled and quickly clarified that he had gone back to deliver spirit medicine, and in that short span, someone had taken advantage of the situation. He even boasted, threatening that they dared to disregard the Wuhuan Temple. I immediately countered, don't use the Wuhuan Temple as a facade with your level of strength. I wouldn't even regard you. This struck a nerve, and he exploded in response, I know I'm weak. Can't you show me some consideration in front of Mingxin? I found it amusing that he dared to retort. I waved my hand at Sister Mavie and said, what should we do with a disobedient child? P.S. probably beyond redemption. Sister Mavie understood the implication and dragged him away. A good beating will suffice. Young lady, I was wrong. Spare me. This time, Sister Mavie didn't hold back, and his screams were heart-wrenching. I paid him no mind, focusing instead on Mingxin and asking if she desired revenge. This innocent girl felt guilty for having harmed another, and, sighing, I realized she likely did not wish to pursue the matter further. However, this could not simply be overlooked. When Sister Mavie returned with a barely conscious Yueguan, I looked down at him. Old Yue, I am taking Mingxin with me. Do you have any objections? He would dare not voice any. Internally, he must have cursed me 1,000 times, yet outwardly he cowardly replied, no objections. I will report back to the Pope that she was abducted by Douluo'sDual. Well done, a teachable child. I patted his tousled hair in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, my expression shifted dramatically as I turned to Sister Mavie and asked, Sister Mavie, do you possess any means by which he would explode if he were to speak the truth? I do not trust this old man. Yueguan nearly broke into tears at that moment. Without hesitation, Sister Mavie unleashed a dark light into his body, imposing a restriction upon him. Now, if he dared to speak out of turn, even the Pope would be unable to save him. All set. Sister Mavie, Mingxin, let us return home. The three of us transformed into streaks of light and departed, leaving Yueguan alone in the dust. Little did I know, once we were gone, his expression transformed entirely, no longer the effeminate figure he had portrayed. It turned out he had been acting all along. Good grief. I truly felt like a novice in a beginner's village while my heart resided in Gotham City. These people excelled in the art of disguise, each more cunning than the last. Time flew, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. The plan I devised with the city lord was executed with remarkable ease. I provided the Wuhuan Temple with a 9th-grade spirit herb, and Sister Mavie went to the Noding Forest to charm a millennium-old spirit beast, taming it effortlessly. In these 6 years, Noding City soared to new heights. The Merchant Association profited immensely and sheltered countless refugees, and I became a figure akin to a benevolent parent in their eyes. The Wuhuan Temple also reaped considerable benefits. Old Huang, using my name, secured a lavish golden branch temple, grinning from ear to ear. The rotund city lord became a local hero, with the higher-ups eager to transfer him elsewhere, but the townsfolk vehemently opposed it. Presently, referring to Noding City as a province would not be an exaggeration. Of course, I had long since grown accustomed to this. At this moment, I was strolling through the market with Xiao Wu and Mingxin. Both Xiao Wu and I were now 12 years old. She had reached level 24, while I, having never practiced diligently, simply consumed a spirit herb when I felt it was time, and here I was effortlessly at level 20. The joys of a pay-to-win player are indeed simple and unadorned. Sister Mingxin is truly different. She still retains the appearance of a 16-year-old. I must say, this curse is quite perplexing. On one hand, there is the promise of immortality, and on the other, the torment of eternal life. Who can discern the good from the bad? In any case, I have no desire to attend that so-called Shrek Academy. Isn't it more appealing to find a random place to relax and take it easy? Yet, I cannot escape the incessant nagging of Xiao Wu. That old fox master has somehow managed to entice her, extolling the virtues of Shrek to the heavens, and Xiao Wu's eyes sparkle with excitement as she persistently pesters me. Eventually, even Sister Mingxin was dragged into her enthusiasm. The two of them, side by side, playfully appealing to me as if they were family. Who can understand my plight? How can I withstand this? However, upon reflection, taking a 16-year-old title d'oie before those self-proclaimed monsters does sound rather entertaining. A few days later, as I prepared to depart, the scene was astonishing. The citizens of Nodding City spontaneously gathered to bid me farewell, lining the streets for miles, as if I were an emperor on a royal procession. After finally extricating myself from the throng, only the city lord and old Huang remained, bickering like performers in a comedic duo. You let me speak first. No, you go ahead. At that moment, I was exasperated. Are you two not tired? If you have something to say it quickly. If not, I shall take my leave. Old Huang immediately approached, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. Ah, young lady, the spirit medicine you previously gave me has earned me a reward that I have been saving for you, waiting for your departure. Upon hearing this, my temper flared. They had been eagerly anticipating my departure, hadn't they? I turned around sharply. Sister Mavie, deal with him. Sister Mavie was obedient, delivering a thorough beating without hesitation. Old Huang's cries were heart-wrenching. The city lord turned pale with fright, cold sweat pouring down his face. I turned to him and smiled sweetly. And you? What is your business? Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I would wager he was cursing me internally. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Old Huang is still wailing. Trembling, he produced a card from the Tianshou Merchant Association, stating that it was funded by the citizens, and vowed to send me money monthly to prevent me from being looked down upon by my elders for lacking contributions within my family. To be honest, holding that card made me feel quite uneasy. I shook my head and handed it back. You need this money more than I do. Use it to develop Nodding City. When I return, I want to see a provincial capital. The city lord, a man nearing 50, instantly had red-rimmed eyes as he knelt on one knee, vowing to safeguard Nodding City for me. He even declared that should I ever decide to rebel, he would be the first to follow me. I fell silent. I had initially approached this as a game, yet had inadvertently cultivated a sense of responsibility. I said nothing, dismounted, and attempted to offer him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, trying to emulate the grand demeanor of a leader, but I couldn't reach. I was only 12. In the end, with no other choice, I jumped up and gave him a hearty pat, which transformed the moment into one of levity. He laughed, and I laughed too. Of course, if old Huang hadn't been there providing comedic relief, the atmosphere would have been even more perfect. Then it struck me. Sister Mavie, stop the beating. Help him up. Old Huang, battered and bruised, muttered, Miss, you are too harsh. I dismissed him. All right, what are you giving me? Hurry up. He produced a medallion, stating it was the honorary elder token from the Wuhuan Temple, granting authority over any Wuhuan temple within the Tiandou Empire. This token was not registered to anyone, and he could use it himself, yet he chose to give it to me. I accepted it, my feelings rather complicated. Then this old man added, Miss, I know you are proud, but you're truly kind to your own. He continued, when you had Sister Mavie beat me, I surprisingly broke through to Soul Emperor. I thought to myself, what a remarkable new form of physique awakening. After saying that, old Huang gracefully mounted his horse and departed. The city lord also took his leave with a bow. Watching their retreating figures, any lingering sadness in my heart vanished instantly, and I waved my hand. Let us depart. Our destination, Shrek Academy. Before setting off, I had one more matter to attend to. Having reached level 20, I needed to acquire a spirit ring. Thus, we sought out the largest forest along our route. However, as soon as Xiao Wu and Sister Mingxin spotted a clear lake, they dashed off to play in the water, reveling as if on a picnic. I must confess, I fear water, haunted by childhood shadows, and could only stand on the shore and watch. Before long, Sister Mavie efficiently returned with a stunned 30,000-year spirit beast wolf. Taking advantage of their distraction, I swiftly captured it, released my 100,000-year ferocious beast pressure, and proceeded to sacrifice and absorb it in one fluid motion. The familiar panel appeared before me, offering 3 options. 1. Zhou. 2. Kalinuo. 3. Cheng Xiaoyu. I was utterly dumbfounded. What the F? Was there not a single normal option? This system truly knows how to surprise or scare me. Zhou may seem weak, but he is a scholar at heart. Kalinuo appears enticing, but is notoriously hard to kill, with survival skills at maximum. Yet, I chose without expression. I choose Cheng Xiaoyu. I had long deciphered the system's tricks. A level 99, Cheng Xiaoyu undoubtedly embodies the ultimate form of talismans, masks, and demonic energy. And the system could not possibly grant me such a treasure for free. Therefore, I gambled on the items she possessed. No sooner had I completed my thought than a black hole opened in the sky, and an old man, entirely crimson with white hair, descended, followed by a rather peculiar Cheng Xiaoyu. However, this Cheng Xiaoyu appeared quite off. Her skin resembled that of a zombie, covered in tattoos, resembling a darkened child. Her voice was devoid of emotion, as she stated she could fulfill 2 of my wishes, taking 2 items she possessed in return. I had already made my wishes clear. I desired the monkey talisman and the demonic energy of the moon. I must tell you, the monkey talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures is severely underrated. They are mere mortals who cannot comprehend its value. This talisman can transform animals into humans. Conversely, can it not work on spirit beasts? Just imagine transforming a 10,000-year spirit beast like Daming or Erming into human form. Wouldn't that yield 2 ready-made titled Douluos? It is simply the perfect answer. Moreover, the ability of the moon demon to walk on air and manipulate objects with thought is a boon for the lazy. In the future, I shall dine and drink without lifting a finger, effortlessly gliding on a floating bed. Who said my cultivation was aimed at becoming stronger? I am merely seeking a more comfortable existence as a slothful being. Cheng Xiaoyu seemed to appreciate my choices with a wave of her hand. The demonic energy entered my body, and she tossed me the monkey talisman before opening a spatial portal and departing. Farewell. Once I possessed the talisman, how could I resist testing it? I immediately had Sister Mavie use the monkey talisman on Xiao Wu in the lake. With a single cry, Xiao Wu transformed back into a rabbit. I hurriedly inquired about her strength, only to discover it was merely a few hundred years. Oh, I understood. It resets strength before transformation. What a pity. Otherwise, I could have gained an additional title Douluo. In just a few days, Mavie further gifted me with a 2,000-year brain axe, which I absorbed myself. My second soul skill, Devote to Me, was acquired. This skill is simply extraordinary, capable of absorbing the belief power of followers to enhance oneself. I tested it, and the belief power of the citizens of Nodding City directly boosted me to near Soul King levels. Though it is merely a facade and ineffective in combat, my soul power level is indeed real. For a slothful person like me, the greatest utility lies in projecting my imposing aura to intimidate others. What a thrilling experience. With my business concluded, we were in no rush to push onward, leisurely exploring the mountains and rivers. What should have been a week's journey stretched into over a month. Upon reaching Suodo City, I immediately spotted a dubious establishment with a sign reading Flanders Shop. At that moment, I could no longer contain myself. What a quintessential Japanese middle school aesthetic. Upon entering, a lecherous middle-aged man informed me of a minimum spending requirement of 10 gold coins. With a flourish, I declared, I shall cover the entire bill. The man's eyes gleamed with greed as he immediately demanded 1,000 gold coins. I was taken aback. How bold. I chuckled, Boss, do not rush. I have come to offer you a guiding light. I casually picked up a shabby cup and used my royal power to imbue it with a hint of time-worn qualities. The man, named Flandre, initially thought I was causing trouble, but upon touching the cup, he immediately knelt before me. I was startled. How could a soul bend the knee so easily for money? I lifted the battered cup and inquired, "Can this earn a profit?" He replied, "Yes, but it requires deception." I then held up the cup I had enhanced. "What about this one?" His eyes lit up. "Absolutely. It is in high demand." I placed two cups together and inquired, "Tell me, how much profit can be made from this and that?" The gentleman immediately understood, responding, "Young lady, as long as 2/10 of it is genuine, I can assure you that it will all be sold." I nodded in agreement, and Flandre, directly stating that the profits will be split 50-50, caught my attention. I shifted the conversation. "You are the principal of Shrek Academy, aren't you? I shall forego my share of the earnings this time, and can even double the goods for you. But I demand 51% of the shares in Shrek Academy." Flandre hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bowed his proud head before the prospect of wealth. "Huh, it's settled. From now on, the protagonist team must work for me." "Delightful." Flandre, exhilarated with the assortment of upgraded trinkets I provided, manifested his martial spirit and soared away. We then proceeded to Shrek. I must tell you, to call that place an academy is a gross exaggeration. It resembled a veritable junkyard. A crowd outside was vociferously lamenting, their complaints more disheartening than the national football team's losses. An old man sat there collecting registration fees, feigning wisdom with his eyes shut. A student approached, and after a mere touch, the old man declared, "Not qualified. Your vitality is insufficient. Such a wayward youth." I was astounded. How could he discern that? Is this academy moonlighting as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? When the student sought a refund, the old man barked, "Move by. Handle this." A handsome young man with yellow hair emerged, adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, proclaiming, "Want a refund? Defeat me, and I'll give you double." Goodness, what a black market operation. Then came Ning Rongrong, who was simply radiant. The old man relentlessly held her hand, a lecherous old fool. Following her was Tang San, who also passed through. Finally, the moment arrived. A stunningly attractive long-haired cat girl made her entrance. It had to be Zhu Zhuqing. I could barely contain my drool. But Xiao Wu and Sister Ming Xen each grabbed a handful of soft flesh around my waist, and I felt a pang of despair. My heart was heavy. Yet I said nothing. At last, it was our turn. I allowed Xiao Wu to step forward first. To my dismay, the old man extended his hand, demanding, "Where's the registration fee?" I cheekily retorted, "What? You dare ask for money? You should be giving me a free pass." The old man, visibly irritated, leaned back and shouted, "Mubai, we have a freeloader here. You deal with this?" Mubai emerged once more, activating his martial spirit and repeating the same lines. I felt utterly exasperated. Was this academy merely a broken record? Lured into this threat, I resolved not to pay. I turned to Qin Meng Xen and calmly asked, "Shall we fight?" "Very well." Meng Xen unleashed the soul rings. Upon hearing this, Qin Meng Xen, thinking I was serious, obediently responded and assumed a posture of readiness. Boom! The shockwave was extraordinary, sending both the pretentious old man and Mu by flying like bowling pins, rolling far away. When the old man crawled back, his face was pale, devoid of any semblance of wisdom. Trembling, he gazed at the 4 red and 5 black soul rings behind Meng Xen, his legs quaking as if powered by a motor. Bending almost to the breaking point, repeatedly asking, "Esteemed one, what is your command?" And guess what? Meng Xen, being socially anxious, was momentarily taken aback and cast a pleading glance my way. I stepped forward and reprimanded the old man. I say, "Old fellow, have you lost your senses at your age? Where is your discernment?" Meng Xen, "Please retract your soul rings. It's rather intimidating." I then raised my chin and inquired, "Old man, may I ask if we are eligible for admission?" Surprisingly, the old man maintained a principle, muttering softly, "This must be tested first." I was amused, having never encountered such stubbornness. "Very well, I shall grant you some respect." I exchanged glances with Xiao Wu, and our soul rings illuminated in unison. 1 purple, 1 black. The old man's eyes nearly bulged out, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. All right, all right. Of course you're welcome. Please come in. His demeanor did a complete 180 as he turned to Mavie, instructing Mavie, take them inside. The expression on Mavie's face was one of utter disbelief, as if he had just ingested something foul. I could almost read his inner cries. Old man, are you trying to get me killed? Once inside, I could still hear the old man lamenting. This year's new students are quite formidable. A title Douluo'sDual at 16. Upon entering the academy, I was greeted by a shout. Sausages! Sausages! Fresh sausages for sale. Upon hearing this, I knew Oscar was in the vicinity. Mavie, with a look of disdain, advised us, ignore him. He is quite repulsive. Oscar, sensing a potential loss in business, desperately insisted that what he sold were merely ordinary sausages, not those made with his soul skills. Intrigued, I tossed a few gold coins his way. Stop with the chatter. I want to eat what you've just made. Bring me more. The looks exchanged between Mavie and Oscar shifted from shock to pity, as if they were witnessing a brave warrior about to meet his demise. The next moment, Oscar began to chant, I have a large sausage. I have a large sausage. I admit, the incantation was quite explosive, and hearing it live was even more impactful. However, Xiao Wu and Meng Exen seemed unfazed. They dug in heartily, relishing every bite. I took a taste, and lo and behold, the flavor was indeed delightful. Thus, the three of us entered a culinary broadcast mode, leaving Mavie and Oscar utterly astonished. After satisfying our hunger, I patted Mavie on the shoulder. Old die. Where do we head next? Mavie twitched his lips, visibly vexed, likely pondering how he was just 14, yet already called old die. However, he dared not rebut and resigned himself to lead us to the final examination venue. There, a considerable number of people had already gathered, including Tang San and his companions. In the center stood a muscular giant who regarded us. Booming, this year's little monsters seemed plentiful. Mavie, as if finding a savior, rushed forward and exclaimed, Teacher Zhao, you must personally step in today. There is someone I cannot defeat. The giant, Zhao Wujin, cast his gaze over us, landing on Meng Exen, a knowing expression crossing his face as she appeared slightly older. He cracked his knuckles, grinning widely. All right, perfect for a little exercise. Mavie murmured beside me. I hope old Zhao doesn't act recklessly. I quickly approached, adopting a cute demeanor. Teacher Zhao, we are so adorable. How could you bear to strike us? Let us enjoy some tea and savor Xiao Ao's secret sausages instead. Zhao Wujin was not swayed, retorting, enough. If she wishes to enroll despite being overage, I must assess her capabilities. Very well, let us fight. Just as Zhao Wujin was about to announce his identity, I interrupted. Oh, you're the unmoving King Zhao Wujin. A soul sage, nothing to be alarmed about. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, he the one who could take on 10 opponents? I offered Zhao Wujin a disingenuous smile. Indeed, how impressive. I admire you greatly. So let us begin. Zhao Wujin's face darkened as he activated his martial spirit, his muscles appearing to come to life. Seeing this, I realized he was a pure physical attack tank, and I would be foolish to confront him head-on. As he charged, I activated my ability, soaring into the sky with Xiao Wu and Meng Exen. The arena fell silent. Zhao Wujin's fist froze mid-air, and he appeared utterly petrified. Mavie, Tang San, and the others dropped their jaws in disbelief. Dodging? Would that be of any use? Zhao Wujin, enraged, turned and with 2 powerful strikes sent Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing flying out of the arena. Tang San rushed in for a brief skirmish, but was swiftly slapped aside. After clearing the field, he fixed his fiery gaze upon us, activating his martial spirit's true form. 7 soul rings exploding around him as he bellowed, "Come down." Gravity intensified. This was his ultimate move. Yet, what happened next? We remained suspended in the air, unmoved. My hair turned slightly white as I activated the possession of Monsky, triggering my second soul skill. Ridiculous. My moon demon trait is 0 gravity. Your intensified gravity is merely a tickle to me. This maneuver was a complete dimensional strike. Zhao Wujin was utterly bewildered. His adept method of subduing opponents and delivering a thorough beating encountered a glitch when applied to me. After a prolonged silence, He blushed and declared, "Fine. One move to decide the victor. If I fail to bring you down, then I shall consider myself the loser." As I braced myself for his next grand maneuver, he suddenly whispered to my companion, "Xiao Wu, Shu, remain silent. An intriguing spectacle is about to unfold." I hastily instructed Jiamai to conceal the presence and aura of the three of us. True to my expectations, just as we settled into our hiding spot, an aged and hoarse voice reverberated through the night. "Zhao Wuji." At that moment, Zhao Wuji was sulking in his quarters, contemplating the meaning of life. Having just been embarrassed by my display of prowess, he was further disheartened to learn that my family Esmeng Xin was a 16-year-old titled Da, making him feel as though he had squandered much of his life. Suddenly summoned, he kicked the door open and stormed outside, exclaiming, "Who dares to disturb my peace?" Out stepped a scruffy middle-aged man wielding a massive hammer, adorned with soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and finally, a deep red. When the last crimson soul ring illuminated, I sensed Zhao Wuji's legs weaken. Good heavens, could it be Tang Hao? Just as I prepared to witness the unfolding drama, Tang Hao glanced our way and announced, "Since you are here, there is no need for hiding." Alas, I had forgotten that I had dispatched Flinder to procure funds. This was not the script I had anticipated. I quickly nudged Jiamai. "Ahem, dear sister, shall you take the stage?" Jiamai shot me a disapproving look but stepped forward, her voice gravelly as she uttered, "It has been a long time." Upon recognizing her, Tang Hao's composure crumbled, and he stammered, "What a surprise! How could it be you?" He would never forget the humiliating memory of being bested by this woman. Stripped of his belongings and trampled upon. Trembling, he inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" Jiamai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and slowly proclaimed, "I am the iron fist of this wasteland." Impressive, utterly striking, though somewhat unclear, her aura filled the air with undeniable intensity. Tang Hao instantly faltered, performing a swift retreat as he waved his hands. "Ahem, dear lady, I harbor no intentions of causing you trouble." He pointed at the terrified Zhao Wuji. "This morning, he assaulted my son. I seek retribution." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji realized he was in dire straits. Jiamai, understanding my silent cue, addressed Tang Hao, "Very well. I merely passed through. In the future, refrain from recklessly wielding your mental energy. Next time, fortune may not favor you." With that, she swiftly returned to my side. Tang Hao watched the harbinger of doom depart, exhaling a sigh of relief before turning his focus back to Zhao Wuji, immediately resuming his domineering demeanor and commencing his unilateral bullying. The night was filled with Zhao Laosher's anguished cries. Once Tang Hao had satisfied his need for vengeance and issued a few parting words, he departed, observing Zhao Wuji bruised and battered. I felt a twinge of sympathy and discreetly had Jiamai deliver a high-grade healing elixir to his room. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, a thunderous roar jolted me awake. "Get up!" Startled, I sprang from my bed, my morning irritability flaring up, ready to confront whoever dared disturb my peace. To my surprise, Ning Rongrong dashed outside, unleashing a tirade at the seemingly unperturbed Zhao Wuji. "Screw you." I was taken aback, having forgotten that this young lady possessed a mischievous streak. Zhao Wuji's face turned pale, but recalling Ning Rongrong's formidable background, he opted to endure her wrath. Just then, Flinder descended from the heavens, reprimanding Ning Rongrong. It turned out he had already conferred with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as they were eager for him to discipline their runaway heiress. After addressing Ning Rongrong, Flinder cleared his throat and announced the day's agenda. "We shall engage in practical combat at Douluo'sDual City." Subsequently, he retained me for a private discussion. Once everyone else had followed Zhao Wuji into the distance, Flinder approached me with a fawning expression. I inquired about his swift return. He chuckled, "My dear lady, as a sole Douluo, such tasks do not require my direct involvement. Deliveries are made, and we simply await our earnings." I nodded in satisfaction, reassured by his competence, and we set off towards Douluo'sDual City. He expressed curiosity about my lack of training, to which I candidly replied, "Alas, my approach to cultivation diverges." My strength does not rely on rank. Wishing to level up? Simply consume some potions. Once we arrive at the Grand Soul Arena, follow my lead, and your future shall be bright. Flender, being quite astute, did not press further and swiftly led me to catch up with a larger group. Upon lifting my gaze, I was astonished to find before me not merely a city, but an immense fortress known as the Douluo'sDual Grand Soul Arena. Zhao Wuji proudly announced, "This is our destination for the day." The new students, with the exception of Dai Mubai and a few seasoned participants, wore expressions of bewilderment, questioning their surroundings. "What is the Grand Soul Arena?" Zhao Wuji gestured to Dai Mubai. Mubai enlightened them. Dai Mubai succinctly responded, exuding a cool demeanor, "It is a place for soul battles, where we engage using our martial spirits." Understand? I felt compelled to applaud him. What a stellar explanation. Zhao Wuji promptly continued, "Are we all clear? Today's task is simple. Each of you must win a match." With that, Dai Mubai led us inside. Upon entering, the younger students resembled a child in a candy store. Chattering incessantly, Dai Mubai displayed remarkable patience, addressing each inquiry with care. Upon reaching the registration desk, Dai Mubai pointed to the counter. "Individual matches, team matches. Choose as you wish. Winning one match suffices." Xiao Wu and Qin Mingxin's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to participate. I swiftly restrained Qin Mingxin, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? If you step up and your 9 soul rings appear, this Grand Soul Arena may very well shut down, leaving the audience traumatized." Thus, our role was to spectate and enjoy some snacks. Zhao Wuji, witnessing our decision, dared not oppose us. The subsequent matches among the younger competitors were nothing short of one-sided massacres, devoid of any entertainment value. Whether in singles or teams, it was sheer domination. The entire day passed in a blur of victories, and both Flender and Zhao Wuji watched with amused expressions. As darkness fell, preparing to return home, Tang San initiated another round. I must say, this young man truly knows how to stir up trouble. A level 27 challenger facing off against a 32-level Soul Zune. This promises to be entertaining. I grabbed Qin Mingxin and squeezed into the viewing area. Just as we settled in, I heard a call, come, place your bets." My eyes lit up. This was the moment I had been waiting for. A figure resembling an official ringer was enthusiastically enticing spectators to wager. Since Tang San's match was not of significant importance, the officials refrained from opening a betting line, instead allowing for private wagering. My mind raced with possibilities. I simply had to educate these inexperienced onlookers. I signaled Flender, who instantly understood and hurried off to place a bet at another counter. The ringer approached me. "Young lady, interested in betting? That 12-year-old is daring to challenge higher-ranked opponents. He is undoubtedly a dark horse." His intent was clear. He sought to coax me into betting on Tang San for his own gain, as most sensible individuals believed Tang San was bound to lose. With odds at 3-1 against him, my heart danced with glee, yet I maintained a calm facade, interrupting him. "Enough chatter. I bet on Tang San winning." The man was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." I produced 2,000 gold soul coins in the form of banknotes, fully wagering on Tang San. "What?" The ringer's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He had likely never encountered such a sum before, and in that moment, I sensed he was tempted to abscond with the money. I find myself growing somewhat impatient. "Hurry up and register me." "Very well. Please hold on." After he took the money and confirmed its authenticity, his hands trembled slightly as he swiftly wrote me a receipt. The complexity in his gaze was palpable, a mixture of joy and regret, likely pondering, "What kind of foolish young lady is this? So extravagant, such a pity for these 2,000 gold soul coins." Soon, the competition commenced. At the host's command, Tang San and that soul master ascended the stage. Laughter erupted from the audience. One side featuring a child so tender he seemed to exude innocence, while the other showcased a seasoned individual in his 30s. Was there even a need for a fight? It was akin to handing out money. The assistant had also wrapped up his stall, leaning against a corner sipping tea, his gaze filled with sympathy. The two competitors activated their martial spirits. As the words left the host's lips, the soul rings on both sides illuminated, and an unnatural silence enveloped the arena. Tang Sen possessed 2 yellow rings. The Soul Master had 1 white and 2 yellow. In terms of soul ring quality, they were remarkably similar. What was happening? The assistant spluttered tea, his earlier confidence evaporating in an instant. The soul battle commenced. The host hurriedly departed the stage. Although the Soul Master was experienced, he dared not underestimate Tang San, launching a fierce attack right away. That crafty Tang San avoided a direct clash, opting instead for guerrilla tactics. For a moment, it was a fierce contest, too close to call. The spectators who bet on the Soul Master were anxiously pounding their thighs. All their fortunes were staked on this. After a brief standoff, the Soul Master finally revealed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sen swiftly ensnared him with his blue silvergrass. Third soul skill, Heavy Strike. The Soul Master, however, was no pushover. With a mighty roar, he hurled his hammer-like martial spirit as a projectile. The hammer, seemingly guided by an unseen force, tore through the blue silvergrass, relentlessly pursuing Tang San. Excellent. Let us see how he evades. The audience reignited their hopes. Tang San understood he could not prolong the fight any longer. Bracing himself against the hammer from behind, he activated the parasitic soul skill of the blue silvergrass. What? The Soul Master, caught off guard, suddenly found himself overgrown with blue silvergrass. Although Tang San successfully immobilized his opponent, he was also struck solidly in the back by the hammer, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Yet, the Soul Master was not unscathed. Tang San's blue silvergrass was toxic, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. Tang San seized the moment, forcing himself up and delivering a kick that sent the Soul Master flying out of the ring. I declare, in this match, Tang San is victorious. The host stood frozen for a moment before recalling his responsibilities. Ha ha! I placed my hands on my hips, approaching the now petrified assistant. Wearing an expression of triumph. Hand over the money. The fellow turned pale, a mournful expression on his face. Young lady, I don't have that much money. He wanted to flee but dare not, surrounded by onlookers. I leaned closer to him, a mischievous smile on my lips. Here's the deal. I want you to take the money, and I'll even give you 1,000 gold coins. You just have to do me a favor. Upon hearing this, he was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. Young lady, what would you have me do? In a couple of days, I plan to orchestrate something significant. Utilize your connections to mobilize resources, ensuring your superior incurs a substantial loss. Once it's accomplished, I shall share with you a sum of money you could never exhaust in your lifetime. What do you say? Though this fellow was greedy, he was not foolish. Hesitatingly asking, Young lady, I am merely a small assistant. How can I? I patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. You will understand in due time. There will be a highly controversial match. Simply follow my instructions, and any losses will be on me. A little financial shock will do him good. He gritted his teeth, revealing his resolve. Very well. I will assist the young lady. He then produced a card-like object. Young lady, this is my contact information. Inject soul power into it at the soul arena, and I will sense it. All set. I accepted the card and, with Qin Mingxin at my side, sought out Flander. From a distance, I spotted that old moneybags squatting in a corner, counting his coins, grinning like a blooming flower. Director, have you made quite the profit? He chuckled. Thanks to the young lady's guidance. He now looked at me as if I were a deity of wealth. It was nearly time to return. The night had deepened. Zhao Wujie gathered everyone, his old face radiating satisfaction. Flander beside him was grinning ear to ear. Upon returning to the dilapidated Shrek Academy, we had scarcely settled when Flander's booming voice called out, Children, gather in the square at once. Goodness, can we not have a moment's respite? Everyone was exhausted, yet a meeting was imminent. By the time we staggered to the square, Tang Sen suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, what brings you here? I looked, and lo and behold, it was Yu Xiaojiang. Seeing his refined demeanor, I could not help but sigh. Little did these young prodigies know how challenging their future days would be. Flander clapped Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder, introducing him with great ceremony. This person you shall henceforth refer to as Master. From now on, he will be entirely responsible for your courses. Master, hand behind his back, coolly remarked, No need for introductions. See you in the cafeteria bright and early." With that, he turned and departed, leaving us bewildered in the wind. The following morning, aside from myself and Qin Mingxin, everyone else arrived punctually at the cafeteria. Their astonishment was palpable. As Ma Hongjun blurted out, "What the heck? Has the director lost his mind today? The food is exceptional." The table was laden with a feast, a remarkable assortment surpassing even the most extravagant celebrations. Typically, being served pickled vegetables was considered an improvement in their diet. Just as they were relishing their meal, the master made his entrance. After finishing his meal, his expression turned grave. "Two students are absent today. Who shares a dormitory with them?" Xiao Wu stood up. "Master, it's Ying and Mingxin." The master's face darkened further. "Why didn't you call for them when you arrived?" Xiao Wu, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, stammered, unable to articulate a response. She had no idea the master intended to assert his authority by making an example of us. Do you comprehend what team spirit is? If you wish to continue loafing about, then leave Shrek Academy. With a resounding slap on the table, the master shouted at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, frightened, lowered her head, her eyes reddening. "This is the first and last time. Now, take me to your dormitory." The master was resolute in his intention to make an example of her. With no alternative, Xiao Wu led the way. Upon reaching our dormitory, which resembled a luxurious residence, she pointed at the door, her eyes filled with sympathy, of course, for the master. The master, unable to approach, pointed at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. "You two, with all your might, kick down the door." The two girls, intimidated by the master's commanding presence, could only muster the courage to step forward, delivering a kick to the door. Bang! Who on earth is so thoughtless to disturb my slumber? Family, who understands? I was startled awake, my temper flaring instantly, and I shot a glance at Qin Mingxin beside me. In the next moment, a terrifying aura of a tidal Douluo'sDual exploded forth. The master and the two girls who kicked the door were sent flying like cannonballs. Xiao Wu shook her head beside me, wearing an expression of knowing this would happen. The master, getting up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, his face a mask of disbelief. After 6 years of interaction, he was unaware of Qin Mingxin's true strength. Xiao Wu weakly added, "Oh, master, I forgot to mention, Mengxin is actually a title Douluo'sDual." "What is a title Douluo'sDual?" "A title Douluo'sDual under 16? That is impossible." The master's worldview began to crumble. Spirit medicine. Spirit medicine. A title Douluo'sDual with just 2 words. Does that not signify one must be above level 95? No, this cannot be. The master began to doubt his very existence, mumbling to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Before he could comprehend, Qin Mingxin and I stepped out slowly. Behind her, 4 red and 5 black soul rings emanated a terrifying, suffocating aura. I looked at you, Xiaojiang, a smile on my face, though it did not reach my eyes. "Oh, I thought I recognized someone. Is that not you, Xiaojiang? What brings you here today to rouse me from my slumber?" Xiao Wu, upon seeing my expression, knew I was about to unleash my fury. "Speak now. If you cannot clarify this matter today, do not blame me for withholding my respect. He has brought a group of people to witness my embarrassment. This grievance is now set." The master, true to his title, although initially startled, quickly regained his composure and gazed at me without fear. "If you do not wish to cultivate, you may withdraw from Shrek Academy. Everyone else is nearing level 30. Yet you alone are dragging behind. You speak of strength?" I scratched my head, pondering that there might be some truth in his words. Thus, I casually retrieved a spirit herb of indeterminate grade from my pocket and swallowed it with a crunch. Instantly, my aura surged, breaking through the level 30 barrier. I shrugged my shoulders at him. "Well, do you see now that I need not cultivate?" The master was utterly dumbfounded. Leveling up from a mere herb was akin to being launched by a rocket. Was this even human? This was simply beyond reason. He glanced at me, then at Qin Mingxin beside him, and fell into contemplation once more. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the master coughed twice, attempting to salvage his dignity. "Very well. You have the means, and thus you hold the power. As long as you can consistently rely on spirit herbs for advancement, you may forego attending class. However, today, You must accompany me to obtain your third spirit ring. Surely, you cannot refuse this? Oh, well, in that case, let's go together. Upon hearing this, my anger dissipated, and I felt a tinge of excitement. I knew this journey would allow me to encounter Deming and Air Ming, just the opportunity one needed to coax them into becoming human. Upon arriving at the plaza, Zhao Wujia had already been waiting in a pavilion, sipping tea. The master gave a few instructions, stating he would not accompany us, and left with his hands behind his back, mentioning he had prepared a surprise for us. With a sigh, Zhao Wujia, displaying a weary demeanor, said, "Ah, let us proceed, children." After walking through the Star-Do forest for what felt like an eternity, Zhao Wujia halted, stepped aside, and assumed the role of a hands-off manager. This is approximately the territory of a millennium spirit beast. You shall fend for yourselves. Unless life is in danger, I shall not intervene. Oscar's legs went weak instantly, his voice trembling. Tang San patted his shoulder and discreetly cast a few glances at me. Oscar quickly comprehended. Of course. Why fear? Among our group of novices, we have a fully fledged expert. It must be said, Qin Mingxin's presence was astonishingly understated. Despite being a titled Duo capable of annihilating everyone present with a single finger, she exuded an aura akin to that of a friendly neighbor, devoid of any lofty demeanor, embodying a return to simplicity. Yet, one could hardly fathom that such an amiable figure could be associated with a titled Douluo. I assure you, in her guise, if one were to claim she was merely an ordinary person, I would wholeheartedly believe it. As I was exchanging glances with Tang San, suddenly, a flurry of wings flapped in the air. Tang San, with ears as sharp as a radar, immediately exclaimed, "Little Ao, your dinner has arrived." Goodness, looking up, a vividly adorned snake appeared, crowned with a red comb on its head, and its tail resembling the feathers of a phoenix. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, exclaiming that this was a Fengwei Jigwanch, and how fortunate we were that the spirit beast had come to us. Upon sighting the snake, Oscar felt it would be easy to handle. Dai Mu Bai, with his fiery temper, charged forward without a second thought. But guess what happened? The snake twisted its body, effortlessly evading him. Observing our group's apparent ineptitude, the snake grew audacious, circling above with a buzzing sound, looking as if it had come and fight me, emblazoned across its face. Consequently, that buzzing noise disrupted our proceedings. Who? Me? I was currently napping soundly on Mengxin Jia's lap. Having been awakened earlier by the master, I was already irritable, and now came this background music, igniting my temper. I opened my eyes, bloodshot, and shouted, "You beautiful creature, I command you to cease your flight." Without a care for the consequences, I unleashed a mental attack directly at its face. The snake, which had been flaunting moments earlier, suddenly convulsed, spewing foam, and plummeted from the sky, thrashing on the ground as if it were a malfunctioning electric motor. Ma Hongjun and the others were left dumbstruck, astonished by my unexpected ferocity. Previously, they believed I was merely clinging to the strong, yet now, their gazes shifted to one of newfound respect. I must tell you, with so many eyes upon me as I let loose a curse, my face flushed crimson, a mortifying scene. But who am I? I am thick-skinned. I approached little Ao. "All right, hurry up, finish it off, and prepare me a meal. I'm starving." Little Ao was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Right away, big sister." He pulled out a small knife, ready to act. Just as he was about to strike, a commanding voice boomed, "Halt." I turned to see two women, one old and one young, emerging from the woods. My radar for attractive individuals was triggered, especially by the young girl, with her short bob and remarkable figure, clearly destined to be a future queen. Yet, little Ao completely ignored them. I must say he was resolute, swiftly striking down with his knife, leaving no opportunity for the opposition, and a purple spirit ring promptly emerged. The elderly woman stood petrified, likely having prepared a lengthy tirade, now stifled. Zhao Wujia, displaying his prowess, shot little Ao an approving glance and stepped forward to mediate. "Ah, you must be the snake lady, correct? Unfortunately, this snake has already been dealt with by our child. What can be said now? With the beast slain and the spirit ring appearing, surely it cannot be returned?" She shot us a fierce glare, and turned away with a young girl in tow. Once little Ao finished absorbing the ring, I'd already set up the pot and boiled water awaiting him. He, being considerate, hurried over and used his third spirit ability to conjure a pot of mushrooms. I must say, while others dined on bland rations, I arrived fully equipped with cookware, epitomizing exquisite camping. After feasting, I reclined on the ground, watching them slowly search for spirit rings. It was rather dull. I pondered that I could not linger any longer. I needed to seek my Millennium Spirit Ring. Thus, I directly addressed Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, I shall take Xiao Wu and Mengxin Jie into part. You all may return to the academy upon completion. Do not wait for us. Teacher Zhao likely welcomed my departure and agreed without hesitation. Mavie, my personal chauffeur, re-engaged, whisking the three of us away. My laziness was incurable. Even with the ability to fly, I chose not to. During our flight, I chatted with Xiao Wu, who expressed her eagerness to meet De Ming and Ming. Suddenly, Mavie announced, "Up ahead, there are people fighting." I inquired about their strength, and she replied that they were a group of novices, but their weapons were impressive, facing off against a 200,000-year-old bear. I was perplexed. How could there be a 200,000-year-old spirit beast on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? Was this not a sheer dimensional suppression? Mavie added that the bear was a transformed human, having utilized some secret method, and was nearing its limit. The protective shields of those humans were on the verge of shattering. Upon hearing Mavie's tone, I recognized her eagerness for action. Very well, let us indulge her. As we approached, the scene was utterly chaotic. Hundreds of soldiers were propping up a massive shield, on the verge of being shattered by a bear the size of a small mountain. The commanding colonel was coughing up blood, still shouting, "Hold your ground. For the glory of the day, sun, moon, empire. Fire." Just as the colossal bear's paw was about to descend, Mavie executed a flash step, darting beneath the giant paw. And with a resounding impact, she countered. Though she was pushed back, her expression was not one of fear, but exhilaration. Her right hand erupted with dark energy, transforming the atmosphere as if she had emerged from the depths of hell, and she retaliated against the bear's paw. "I command you to halt. I assure you." With that one strike, she flipped the massive bear upside down. The bear dissipated, revealing a fainted young girl who plummeted to the ground. I quickly shouted, "Mavie Jia, catch her." Mavie deftly caught her, and we turned to locate the soldiers. The colonel, surprisingly polite, first expressed his gratitude for our rescue, then shifted his tone, stating that the girl must be handed over to them. At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. What if I refuse? He actually dared to threaten me, and with a wave of his hand, the dark muzzles of guns were all aimed at us, declaring that I could only repay kindness with enmity. Let me tell you, I absolutely detest when someone points a gun at me. And then, there was nothing more to say. 10 minutes later, I found myself holding an 8th-level soul-guided rifle, taking aim for fun, surrounded by the equipment they had dropped, feeling as if I had suddenly become wealthy overnight. Upon inspection, I was astonished. These people's gear was all at least 8th level, a configuration worthy of an entire legion. Even Douluo'sDual would perish on the spot. Their combat power must be at least 3 Ju. When Mengxin Jie heard me use Brother Yueguan as a unit of measurement, she was displeased and glared at me. I quickly appeased her. All right, I won't say it anymore. "Mengxin Jie, you're the strongest, okay?" Before long, that girl woke up. Mengxin Jie's healing skills are truly remarkable. She could revive those on the brink of death with ease. The girl, named Li Shiyun, claimed to be a student from the Xingluo Royal Academy, who had come with her boyfriend, Yiya, to hunt for soul rings, only to be knocked unconscious and remember nothing. I sensed something was amiss and asked her if she recalled where she had been knocked out. She said it was to the east, so we flew over to take a look. To my astonishment, there was a massive pit several hundred meters wide. Her boyfriend, Yiya, was lying at the bottom. It was a miracle he hadn't died. Mengxin Jie played the role of a healer once more and revived him. However, this fellow also had amnesia. I asked if they had offended anyone who could unleash such powerful weaponry against them. He said he was the son of the wealthiest man in the Xingluo Empire and had many enemies, but no one could mobilize weapons of that caliber. I thought to myself, this is nonsense. Surely, there was more to the story. So, I directly asked, "Do you two possess any treasures or special abilities?" Li Shiyun then revealed that they had a unique ability called Shuangxing Qi, which allowed them to cultivate together, hence reaching level 40 at just 12 years of age. Suddenly, it dawned on me. I had cracked the case. If this ability could be mass-produced, wouldn't the military's combat power increase exponentially? Wouldn't the Sun and Moon Empire be envious? Moreover, I was certain that Li Shiyun's ability to transform into that bear was also related to this Shuangxing Qi. However, I chose not to get too involved. After all, we were mere acquaintances, and meddling too deeply could lead to trouble. I exchanged contact information with them and continued my search for Deming and Erming. Upon arrival, I called out, "Deming, Erming, I'm back." Deming was ecstatic, yet he insisted on maintaining a cool demeanor. I asked where Erming had gone, and Deming replied, "Can you believe it? Erming had suffered a heartbreak and was sulking in a corner. He had fallen for a little fox, the princess of the fox clan, but she didn't return his affections." I glanced over and saw the little mountain of a figure that was Erming, truly sulking there. It was quite pitiful. I discussed serious matters with Deming, stating that I was in search of soul rings, specifically one around 50,000 years and another between 70,000 to 80,000 years. Without hesitation, Deming pulled 2 large fish from the lake, slapping them down to knock them out. He mentioned that human activities were becoming too rampant, and he was also in the process of building his own power. I chuckled, saying, "Don't rush, Deming. I'm here to surprise you this time." After saying that, I wasted no time and prepared to absorb that 70,000 to 80,000-year-old fish. I must say, the only reason I dared to aim for such an ancient specimen was because Deming was present. The soul beast he raised possessed high ages but low intelligence, with little will to resist. Coupled with the forced sacrifice ability of my golden ape, the absorption was astonishingly effortless. And guess what? It was as easy as drinking water. That poor fish was sacrificed in no time. The next second, 3 options popped up right before my eyes. The first, Yiling Meng. The name immediately suggested a connection to Zima, likely granting us a starter pack. The second, Explorer Ili Zhuxing. Let me tell you, this lady is formidable. My golden ape martial soul was unearthed by her from the ground long ago. She is undoubtedly the matriarch of the treasure-hunting world. Choosing her would be akin to equipping the Douluo continent with a treasure-hunting cheat code. The third, Solantis. Who understands this, family? He is a high-ranking paladin from StarCraft, the commander of the Golden Fleet. If I chose him, I could set sail on an aircraft carrier every time I ventured out. Who would bother with soul skills when I could simply wipe the floor with orbital cannons? At that moment, I was so conflicted I felt like my hair was about to be pulled out. On one side was the opportunity to bond with Zima, and on the other, the prospect of forming a golden fleet in the future. However, I pondered, in life, one must steadily develop and not attempt to achieve too much at once. Ishua's Yidi. As soon as the words left my lips, the space tore open with a sharp sound, and an elegantly dressed explorer emerged, exuding a sense of vigor. She approached without any preamble, stating bluntly, "Hello, explorer. This world conceals many secrets." I was momentarily taken aback. This sister had some character, and I liked it. She continued, explaining that she was not here to be my caretaker or enforcer. She had her own pursuits, which involved unearthing all the hidden realms and treasures in this world. However, she also mentioned that according to our contract, whatever that was, she would return to share the spoils of any treasure she discovered and allow me to choose first. Upon hearing this, it dawned on me that I had effectively gained the captain of an automated treasure-hunting crew. She would explore while I sat back to reap the rewards. This deal was incredibly lucrative. I pulled out a thick wad of cash and handed it to her. "Sister, here's your startup capital. If it's not enough, feel free to reach out. I'm all about generosity." Ili smiled and nodded, then turned and vanished into the forest. As I watched her retreating figure, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The lair of the Tianming iceworm was waiting for me to raid. After bidding farewell to the big shot, I turned back and noticed that the 70,000 to 80,000-year-old fish was still lying there, adhering to the principle of not wasting. I instructed Xiao Wu and Mingxin to gather firewood, preparing for a delightful two-in-one meal: iron pot fish stew and grilled fish steaks. I must say, the fish broth turned out fragrant and inviting. The grilled fish was golden brown and crispy, making my mouth water just looking at it. With eager anticipation, I took a large piece of meat and stuffed it into my mouth. Ugh. I was utterly caught off guard. Family, who would have thought that soul beast meat could taste so dreadful? It smelled delightful and looked appetizing, yet it was fishy and dry. Truly a taste sensation that was more of an assault. No wonder these folks preferred to consume ordinary livestock devoid of soul power. I finally understood. Curiosity killed the cat. Just as I was overwhelmed by the unpleasant fish meat, the information regarding my third soul skill finally arrived. The first part of the Sarnaga artifact, attack. The effect was to convert my destined royal authority into pure, unyielding, offensive power. Good heavens, although I had no idea how many parts this artifact had left. The effect sounded explosive, and it was a relief that I hadn't suffered for nothing from that fish. After filling my stomach well, after finishing the dry rations, I sought out Deming to attend to business. I toyed with the monkey talisman in my hand, tossing it playfully like one would with a cat. Deming, do you want to become human? Like directly transform into a titled Douluo'sDual, able to roam the human world rather than staying in this forest? Deming looked utterly dumbfounded, his massive bull-like head displaying an expression akin to disbelief, as if wondering if I'd been duped by some con artist. It was indeed a rather fantastical notion. I thought to myself, talk is cheap. Let us show him. I shot a glance at my way and pointed at Ming, who was still sulking from his heartbreak. Let Ming give it a try first. Without hesitation, Sister My Way took the talisman and quietly approached. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, and the mountain-sized titan great ape vanished in an instant. In its place stood an incredibly muscular man. His physique was several times larger than Zhao Wujia's, but his face still bore that apologetic expression. Ming hurried to the lakeside to look at himself, utterly stunned, issuing a soul-shattering scream. What the heck? Why have I turned into a human? I struggled to suppress my laughter and quickly asked him about his strength. He sensed it, and, good heavens, he was at level 95. Once he coalesced his soul rings, he would likely be able to go toe-to-toe with a level 96. At this moment, the ever-impulsive Daming could no longer contain himself, his eyes wide with excitement, his voice trembling. Sistering, I want to become human too. Please. All right, I shall grant your wish. I nodded at My Way. Another flash of light enveloped us. When the brilliance faded, I found myself utterly dumbfounded. Gone was the majestic Tianqing Niumang, replaced instead by a little girl with green hair tied in twin ponytails. Clad in an unconventional outfit, my mind screamed in disbelief. What on earth? How could this stalwart Daming, whom I had regarded as a brother for thousands of years, turn out to be a girl? A lowly, no less. The contrast was staggering, akin to a reversal of the master's task. I was left utterly flabbergasted. The little girl, noticing my gaze, blushed and squeaked, "What are you staring at?" I never claimed to be male. Upon seeing the pair of adorable dragon horns atop her head, the realization dawned upon me. Her true form was indeed Tianqing Niumang, and after nearly 490,000 years, she had likely undergone significant draconic transformation. Among the Serpent Clan, she might be a formidable figure, yet in the dragon realm, her age rendered her little more than a hatchling. It was perfectly reasonable for her to assume the guise of a lowly. I hastily offered her some spare clothes and inquired about her level. You won't believe it. Level 97. Her martial soul had evolved from Tianqing Niumang to Qinglong. I was instantly filled with envy. At just 10 years of age, she had reached level 97. How can anyone possibly compete? I decided to bestow upon this freshly transformed lowly the name Qing Zhilan. As for Daming, he would be known as Yuan Jinshan. Just as he acquired a name, he suddenly remembered his little fox companion, and this muscular man began to sob uncontrollably, calling out for his little May. I was at a loss, quickly rallying everyone. All right, I've emptied Sisterland's treasure trove. Let's depart. Back to school. Unexpectedly, as we exited the Xingdou Great Forest, we encountered the main protagonist group halfway. They were embroiled in a heated argument with an elderly man, an elderly woman, and a young man. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Long Gong and Shipo's family. It turned out that Tang San had stolen the human-faced magic spider they had prepared for their granddaughter Mangaran. The old man, Meng Shu, was furious and insisted on a duel with Tang San, flaunting his soul rings to exert pressure. I could no longer stand by and, along with my newly appointed bodyguards, descended dramatically, confronting him directly. "Old man, why do you insist on posturing? Why not ride the winds and soar to the heavens?" The wise Shipa, realizing she could not discern our group's strength, repeatedly urged the old man to leave. However, Long Gong was stubborn, insisting that a group of younglings like us could not possibly be formidable and was intent on confrontation. Alas, I detest fighting. Moreover, the situation was indeed Tang San's fault for stealing their creature. We were in the wrong. With a heavy sigh, I retrieved a level 9 spiritual herb from my treasury and tossed it to him. "Here, consider this compensation, and let us leave this matter behind." You won't believe the immediate effect. One moment, the furious Long Gong Meng Shu was ready to fight. The next, he was grinning like a flower, scampering over with delight. "Oh dear, miss, this is too valuable." Despite his protests, his hands were quicker than anyone else's, snatching the herb and tucking it away. He then respectfully presented me with a communication jade butterfly, promising to go to great lengths for any future requests. Goodness, are all the strong in Douluo'sDual this naive? One herb and they were bought off? What their dignity? Later, I learned that this old man was no simple character. After walking a considerable distance, to keep the secret, severed his own arm to concoct a story for his granddaughter, claiming that someone capable of casually producing level 9 spiritual herbs must be a legendary envoy sent by the ancient Soul Beast clans to traverse the human realm. Someone not to be trifled with. I had done nothing, yet I was unwittingly cast as a representative of a mysterious organization. Such imagination. It would be a pity if he didn't become a writer. Meanwhile, I was unconcerned, leading the somewhat naive and impoverished members of Shrek as they indulged in Xiao Ao's signature sausage. Dai Mu Bai and Ning Rongrong looked at me with newfound respect, likely eager to cling to me as a wealthy benefactor. With the commotion concluded, it was time to focus on the main event. Zhao Wujie quickly assisted Tang San in absorbing his soul ring. The human-faced magic spider was over 4,000 years old, and Tang San's absorption was nothing short of excruciating, filled with screams of agony. Yet, as the protagonist, you know how it goes. He persevered through the pain and, to everyone's amazement, sprouted 8 external soul bones. The 8 spider lances, a spectacular display of skill. With everything settled, we could finally return to the city. My stomach had been growling for quite some time. It was imperative to treat myself to a splendid meal. I turned to Zhao Wujie. "Teacher Zhao, are you familiar with this area? Are there any good dining establishments nearby? Let us indulge in something hearty." Upon hearing about food, Qing Jilan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly scanned her surroundings. Resembling Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, completely shedding any semblance of her previous ferocious, beastly demeanor. I must say, when food was mentioned, not only Qing Jilan but all of us famished souls, our stomachs began to rumble in unison. Even Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself. Waving his hand dramatically, "Let us eat." To my surprise, Ma Hongjun, ever the enthusiastic one, immediately volunteered, claiming he knew just the place. I thought to myself, regardless of anything else, this chubby fellow was undoubtedly an expert when it came to food. Zhao Wujie's simple directive had the 300-pound man darting away faster than a rabbit. That truly spoke to the allure of the meal. Following him through a maze of turns, we arrived at a rather sizable restaurant. However, upon entering, the waiter, taking one look at our attire, especially Zhao Wujie's, which made him resemble a beggar elder, could hardly hide his disdain, rolling his eyes to the heavens. He spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. My sister, Lung Jiying, was having none of it. She found a seat, glanced at the menu, and dismissively slammed her hand on the table. No need to look at the menu. Just bring one of everything. The waiter was taken aback, his expression questioning her certainty. Unperturbed, Lung Ji-ing tossed a silver note worth 1,000 gold coins onto the table, exuding an air of wealth. Upon seeing the note, the waiter's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Goodness, was this meal going to buy half the restaurant? He stammered in excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Miss, you've given too much. Too much." With a wave of her hand, Lung Ji-ing replied, "If it's too much, then just prepare more dishes. You can also issue me a card. Now hurry." Oscar, ever the sycophant, immediately chimed in. "Sister-ing, you're magnificent." Aware of our diverse tastes, we collectively decided on a feast. Ma Hong-jun, brimming with enthusiasm, jumped up and declared, "Tonight's meal is on Sister Lung." Oh, what a delightful spread awaited us. The lion's head submerged in a creamy broth was nothing short of divine, dissolving upon contact with the tongue, the juices exploding in a burst of flavor. As I savored each bite, I glanced up to find Qing Ji Lan and Yuan Jin Shan eagerly pouring food into their mouths, devouring it like a whirlwind. I quickly called out, Hey, slow down. Save some for me." After we had eaten our fill and returned to school, the master stood at the entrance like a guardian deity. Upon seeing us return, his expression was rather peculiar. He produced a collection of potions he had concocted, claiming they would aid in our cultivation, suggesting we use them in our baths. Initially, I had intended to distribute some spiritual herbs, but seeing the master's enthusiasm, I thought better of it and refrained from overshadowing him. The next afternoon, we sauntered out lazily. Upon reaching the square, we spotted the master conducting his rigorous training regimen. Daimu Bai, ever the rogue, deliberately held back during a match with Zhu Zhuqing, resulting in a dismal defeat that left the master fuming, practically ready to jump into the fray himself to deliver a few kicks. After the match, the master commenced a lecture, resembling a political rally. Family, who understands this? The smell in this class is overwhelmingly strong. During a meeting, we must each engage in self-criticism. Master called out Daimu Bai. "You clearly know the reason, yet you still make mistakes." Daimu Bai, being single, directly admitted his carelessness, negligence, and selfishness. The entire process revealed that he had been scolded many times before. Tang Sen also reflected on his own carelessness, having fallen under Xiao Wu's charm. After Master concluded, he announced a punishment. There are several baskets of stones at the entrance. You must carry them without using soul power and run 10 rounds to Douluo'sDual City. If you fail to complete it, you shall not be fed. Upon hearing this, I thought, isn't this just the classic weighted run from the original work? These young ones naively believed it to be a simple task. At that moment, my sister, Lung Ji-ing, stood up, cleared her throat, and addressed Master. "Master, I have something to say." Upon recognizing her, Master's face instantly darkened. Lung Ji-ing, with a clever glint in her eyes, declared, "Xiao Wu has her period and isn't feeling well. She probably cannot participate." I tell you, the room fell silent. Master's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. This excuse was irrefutable. Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances that seemed to say, "How did I not think of that?" After Lung Ji-ing finished speaking, she didn't give Master a chance to respond. She dashed down, grabbed Xiao Wu, and fled, leaving Master on the spot, furiously exclaiming, "So disrespectful. This is utterly disrespectful." While flying midway, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty, and Lung Ji-ing pointed at the baskets of stones below. "Are you going to carry those?" Xiao Wu immediately backed down, saying to forget it. In truth, Lung Ji-ing was out to build her career. She had arranged a meeting with the Lord of Nodding City, preparing to expand her influence in Douluo'sDual City. But guess what happened? The Lord arrived with 6 black men carrying a massive coffin. I was shocked. What was this about? Were they about to perform some sort of artistic act with the coffin? When he opened the coffin, it was filled with sparkling gold, and beneath the gold lay a set of thief tools, digging equipment, and smoke bombs. I was dumbfounded as Lung Ji-ing directly exclaimed, "Hey, what are you bringing these for?" "We are here to do business, not to rob." The Lord wore a look of youthful naivety, saying this was called physical business warfare. If one wanted to enter the local industry, what if someone set traps, kidnap a son or daughter to instill fear? It was all about intimidation. His plan was to start a mercenary business while covertly engaging in some dubious activities. Once his power was stable, he would withdraw the bank's funds, and take Suatua City through a three-pronged approach. My sister, upon hearing this, thought, wow, such professional matters should be left to professionals. She directly tossed 5 level 8 soul-guiding devices over. You handle it, I trust you. By the way, their essay competition in a few days. Remember to bet on the Shrek 7 monsters. It's a sure win. After finishing her business, Lung Ji-ing suddenly felt a wave of melancholy, thinking she was still too inexperienced to protect her sisters properly. What if one day her external assistance vanished? Thus, she pulled out a map and began planning her journey. No, not a journey, but a training route. The city of Slaughter was too bloody. She wouldn't go there. See God Island? Mainly because she wanted to see how beautiful Poseidon was. Ultimately, her gaze landed on the extreme north. I tell you, she was plotting enthusiastically. Tian Ming Bing, Can. Bing Di, Shui Di, she wanted them all. She slammed the table. I have decided. In a few days, I will set off for a trip to the north. After soaking in spirit medicine for 2 days, her soul power rose to level 39, and she set off. However, 2 months later, as she stepped into the extreme north, my sister turned into a popsicle, shivering in her summer clothes, exclaiming, "Oh no, I was rash. It's so cold." Sister Mavie quickly put up a shield. Just as she was thinking how strong she was, reality gave her a slap. Luckily, the team included the professional adventurer, Elise. She pulled out a treasure map and said there were 3 hidden treasures in the north. They could choose one. My sister immediately asked, "Is there a super large lake that doesn't freeze?" Elise confirmed there was. It was located in the center of the north, described on the map as the coldest area, yet curiously, the water there never froze. Upon hearing this, Lung Ji-ing felt assured. Little Kinkin could not escape now. What are we waiting for? Let us set off quickly. However, upon arriving, everyone was stunned. This was no lake. It was an endless sea. Elise was also bewildered, stating that without landmarks, she couldn't find clues. At that moment, Qing Jilan suddenly spoke up, recounting a tale. She mentioned that this place was once a battlefield of demonic invasions, where billions of souls perished. Every drop of this lake was a soul of the fallen. Just as she was speaking, an extraordinarily beautiful woman floated over, and upon seeing Qing Jilan, she beamed. Qing, what brings you here?" As she approached, her expression suddenly changed. Qing, why are you Qing Jilan, also known as Deming, interrupted her with a smile. No need to discuss that. Sister Shui, you have become truly formidable. Then she introduced us. This is Shui Di, the embodiment of the thoughts of the resentful spirits here. Goodness, what a rare find. My cunning sister directly asked Shui Di, "Sister Shui, aren't you lonely here all by yourself? Is there a treasure trove nearby where one could cultivate for 1,000,000 years?" Shui Di laughed. "How could that be? If such a place existed, I would have used it long ago. I am merely over 60,000 years old, unwilling to give up." Lung Ji-ing changed her question. Then this lake must have an energy core, right? Otherwise, it would have dried up long ago. Upon hearing this, Shui Di began to explain that the core of the lake was formed from the demon lord's magic core after his death, too volatile to be utilized. But suddenly, her expression changed as if she thought of something. Unless something found a way to sneak into the core. I wondered why its effects had weakened over the years. Now it made sense. With that, Shui Di vanished in an instant. My sister could not let this opportunity slip by, shouting, "Wait for us." Sister Mavie quickly followed. Mavie was also impressive. She barely managed to keep up with Shui Di's speed. And guess what? We casually entered the so-called core of immense pressure. We hadn't felt it outside, but upon entering, the dense spiritual energy was terrifying. Just one breath felt like it could elevate us a level or 2. This made Lung Ji-ing certain that this must be the seclusion place of Tian Ming Bing Can. But guess what? As we walked in, we saw a world-renowned painting. Our noble and aloof Shui Di was furiously striking a fat white silkworm with energy whips. I tell you, the scene was unbelievable. The fat silkworm, while being beaten, whimpered, pleading not to be hurt, portraying itself as an innocent and pitiful silkworm baby. Shui Di's face turned red with anger, conjuring 2 energy whips, mercilessly lashing out, while scolding, "You wretched creature, Do you know where this place is? All of the North's energy is supplied from here. You're enjoying it all by yourself. What about the others? Yet, the silkworm, while pleading for gentleness, wore an expression of enjoyment on its face. Family, who understands? Is it tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, or has it awakened some bizarre attribute? I initially thought to intervene, but seeing the situation, I decided against it. I shouted to Shwedi, Sister Shwe, take your time teaching. We will go out and get a soul ring, and you can pack it up and continue later. Shwedi nodded, and we turned to leave. No joke, seeing Shwedi so riled up, it would take a day and night of beating to quell her fury. As we emerged from the energy core, my goodness, I instantly felt like I had jumped from an air-conditioned room in summer into a freezer. The two walking furnaces, Ma Wei and Ming, were fine, but my small frame couldn't handle it. I hurriedly told Ili Si and Chi Ming Xin, No, I'm freezing to death. Let us find a cave and start a fire. Ili Si, being professional, checked the map and said, There's a cave 2 kilometers southeast. Previously a resting place for hunters. It should be safe. What are we waiting for? I immediately grabbed Chi Ming Xin and flew over. 2 kilometers. And we arrived in a flash. As soon as we landed, lo and behold, 2 formidable gatekeepers stood at the entrance of the cave. Upon our approach, they immediately commanded us to halt. Stop right there. Where do you hail from? My mind froze, and without a moment's thought, I simply wished to enter and warm myself. I forced a smile and said, Esteemed sirs, we are merely passing adventurers seeking refuge from the bitter cold. As I spoke, I scrutinized the 2 men, and my heart sank. Their faces were grotesque, marred with scars, and one look at them would convince anyone they were no good. To make matters worse, I could not discern their strength, indicating they were at least soul emperors. 2 soul emperors guarding this entrance? A chill ran down my spine, foreboding trouble ahead. Indeed, the 2 exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice, as one of them rubbed his hands together and remarked, Brother, look at these young ladies, so delicate and alluring. I cursed under my breath. Had I known, I would have never let Ma Wei Jia leave. This was a dire predicament. I could only stall for time, hoping Ma Wei Jia would return swiftly. I continued to feign innocence. Uncle, it is freezing outside. Please allow us to come in for a moment. Yes, come in. Come in, the 2 men replied with sinister grins, clearly relishing their control over the situation. We 3 had no choice but to venture further inside. The deeper we walked, the colder my heart felt. I must tell you, the path was lined with corpses, various kinds of bodies, and I could even sense the presence of those on the level of a soul Douluo'o. They all perished here. This indicated that there were definitely titled Douluo's within. And not just one. Before long, I heard raucous laughter emanating from the depths of the cave. The 2 gatekeepers instructed us to wait outside while they went in to report. Just as I contemplated making a run for it, 2 incredibly terrifying auras locked onto me, rendering me unable to move. Soon, the 2 men returned and ushered us inside. As I entered, I was taken aback. I had expected a horde of ruthless bandits. Yet most were impeccably dressed, donning the uniform of the Wuhuan Temple. Only the 2 men at the forefront wore peculiar robes. Yet their aura unmistakably revealed them as titled Douluo's. As I stood in confusion, the 2 titled Douluo's spotted us and unexpectedly descended, kneeling before Qin Mingxin and respectfully proclaiming, Aista, Snot Doa, pay respects to your excellency, the spirit medicine's sovereign. My heart eased at first. They're allies. But then a sense of unease washed over me. If they were indeed allies, why did they not come out to greet us personally, given Qin Mingxin's status? They had kept a close watch on us outside, only to put on this pretense now? There was definitely something amiss. Indeed, Qin Mingxin naively replied, Oh, hello there. And the 2 men exchanged a knowing smile, rising to their feet and addressing Qin Mingxin with an undeniable authority. Then, Your Excellency, please give your orders. These 2 beside you are the culprits responsible for your abduction. With but a word from you, we shall slay them instantly. What? My mind went blank, realizing they had been waiting for me all along. These 2 scoundrels aimed to claim my head for a reward and rescue Qin Mingxin to garner favor. Moreover, they were likely acting without the Wuhuan Temple's higher-ups' consent, sneaking out for personal gain. Now that we had stumbled upon their scheme, they had no choice but to silence us. My mind raced. The more panicked I became, the more precarious the situation grew. I could only feign calmness and let out a cold laugh. Oh? Aren't you curious why we are together with Chimingxin? I deliberately raised my voice. If you wish to instigate a conflict, feel free to attack. Why go through the charade? I had to take a gamble and intimidate them. As long as I could delay until Mavie Jie returned, nothing would matter. Upon hearing my words, the two initially wore grave expressions, but then suddenly burst into elated laughter. Good. Good. So you are the proxy. It seems our gains from this endeavor will be doubled. They then called out to their subordinates. Take them away. Treat them well. And confine this Chimingxin as well. What a revelation. They had dropped their pretense. And even Chimingxin was no longer pretending to be an ally. They intended to imprison us all. It seemed my mention of the proxy had revealed some critical information. But what exactly was this proxy? Before I could ponder further, we were escorted away by a group of brigands. The cave resembled a labyrinth, twisting and turning until we were shoved into a pitch-black prison cell. As the heavy door slammed shut, I felt an immediate severance of my connection to the soul power outside. In my moment of despair, Illis suddenly said, "Come here. I have made a discovery." She produced a magical device resembling a flashlight, illuminating our surroundings. I then noticed a colossal footprint on the ground, over 2 meters in diameter. What kind of creature could have left such a mark? Seeing my anxiety, Illis quickly reassured me, "Do not worry. This is a herbivorous creature's footprint. It should be quite gentle." No sooner had she finished speaking than an ancient yet kind voice resonated in my mind. "Child, she speaks true. I am not a villain. Come to me." I glanced at Illis and the others. They showed no reaction. Clearly only I could hear the voice. I reasoned that since I had come this far, my life was forfeit, and I had nothing left to fear, so I followed the voice. Before long, I encountered the source of the voice. It was an immensely large white ant queen, her body covered in icy spikes. Yet at that moment, she lay weak and vulnerable on the ground, her head nearly shattered, her breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Chimingxin attempted to heal her, but it was futile. The ant queen communicated with me telepathically. "Child, do not waste your efforts. My fate is sealed." She explained that her soul bone had been extracted by the 2 titled Douluo's, leaving her hanging on by a thread, preparing to be sold as a 10,000-year soul ring. She expended her final strength to warn me not to trust humans, especially the Wuhuan Temple. Her icy ant clan had once been in alliance with the Wuhuan Temple, yet under the guise of hospitality, those two had poisoned and annihilated her entire clan. A chill enveloped my heart. These 2 titled Douluo's were undoubtedly conducting illicit operations for their own gain, hunting these allied ancient soul beasts to collect soul rings and soul bones. There was certainly a grand conspiracy at play. The Ant Queen gazed at me, her eyes filled with sorrow and resolve. "Child, our meeting is fate. My clan is gone, and my existence holds no meaning. Allow me to sacrifice myself for you. May my death sound the alarm for other races." As her words fell, a gentle yet overwhelming power enveloped me, and a bottomless red soul ring. A soul ring of 400,000 years slowly drifted towards me. I gritted my teeth, my heart aching. How could I bring myself to absorb the essence of such a tragic soul? But just as I prepared to absorb the soul ring, with a thunderous crash, the prison door swung open. The Ice-Aw and Snow-Aw entered with mocking expressions, looking down upon me. "Ah, our esteemed proxy is also interested in the soul rings of other races? But with this 400,000-year soul ring right before you, do you dare absorb it?" I felt a shiver at their laughter. They had orchestrated everything, even anticipating the Ant Queen's sacrifice. "We'll show you the way," the Ice-Aw said with a smile. "Absorb this soul ring and cooperate with us to eradicate your own kind. We guarantee your subsequent soul rings will be of this caliber. After all, your soul beasts share no familial bonds, do they? Could it be? Could it be?" These 2 were spinning grand illusions for me, painting promises more perfect than a compass could draw. But I knew I had no choice. I could only extend my hand, touch the soul ring, and begin the absorption. A wise choice. The 2 men laughed even more joyfully, sitting beside me to provide protection. Yet, mere moments later, the Snow Douluo'sDual's expression suddenly changed. He sensed something amiss with my aura and bellowed. Not good. She is not the proxy. Quickly, stop her. Before anyone could react, he summoned his martial spirit, launching a lethal attack towards me. My entire focus was on absorbing the soul ring, rendering me completely immobile. Qin Mingxin was stunned. In that critical moment, Illis swiftly produced a magical shield, placing it before me while simultaneously throwing a scroll onto my body. With a sharp, resounding crack, that cataclysmic attack miraculously veered and struck directly at Elise. Her shield shattered instantly, and she was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, her body broken and lifeless as she crashed to the ground. The scroll was known as Aomi Chonggao Shishing, which transferred all damage received by the bearer onto the user. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. I watched helplessly as Elise sacrificed herself to save me. I could not allow her sacrifice to be in vain. I frantically accelerated my soul ring absorption, attempting to buy time. Hey, what's the matter, brothers? Why the sudden betrayal? But they paid no heed to my pleas, instead turning their attention to Qin Mingxin, who stood defiantly before me, her frail form a barrier against their might. Coldly, they addressed her, "Your Highness, the spirit medicine. Do you wish to oppose us?" Trembling with fear, Qin Mingxin summoned all her courage, arms outstretched, and proclaimed, "If you wish to harm her, you must step over my dead body." The Ice DeLaw and Snow DeLaw exchanged glances and surprisingly chuckled, softly replying, "Very well, we shall grant your request." In the next instant, a thick ice spear pierced through Qin Mingxin's body. Warm liquid splattered all over me. I was utterly stunned. How dare they? How could they have the audacity to kill an elder of the Wuhuan Temple? Gazing at Qin Mingxin, lying in a pool of blood, my mind went blank. I would rather it have been me than see her suffer any harm. No, absolutely not. In that moment, a string snapped within my mind, and I no longer cared about the consequences or the cost. I fixated on that 400,000-year soul ring, my rationality evaporating, and I poured every ounce of strength into a furious shout. "Get inside, you bastard!" Boom! In that instant, it felt as though a miniature nuclear bomb had detonated within my body. The immense energy threatened to rupture me, violently tearing at every vein, ultimately converging upon the golden ape mark in my palm. I could hardly withstand it. Almost as soon as the soul ring entered, darkness enveloped me, and I lost all consciousness. When I finally opened my eyes, a familiar voice called out, "Ying, wake up! It's time for class." Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the enlarged face of Xiao Wu. My heart skipped a beat, and I exhaled in relief. Ah, so it was just a nightmare. How terrifying. I quickly sat up, scanning my surroundings. Wait, where's Mingxin? I grabbed Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, where's Mingxin?" At that moment, Xiao Wu pouted in jealousy. "Oomph, you only care about Sister Mingxin. She's outside preparing breakfast. Is that so?" I sighed in relief and absent-mindedly touched her rabbit ears, causing her face to flush crimson. Just as we were enjoying this moment, the door opened and Qin Mingxin entered, carrying a plate, dressed in a maid outfit. She gently placed the plate down and asked, "Did you have another nightmare?" As I looked at her, the weight in my heart began to lift, but suddenly, a thought struck me like lightning. Something was amiss. This was not right. How could Qin Mingxin embody such a gentle and caring older sister figure? Shouldn't she be the adorably foolish little darling? Family members who could understand. This character portrayal was utterly shattered. The moment that thought crossed my mind, everything around me, Xiao Wu, the room, the breakfast, shattered into 1,000 pieces like broken glass. I found myself standing in an empty, desolate world, and before me, Qin Mingxin transformed into a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a half-black, half-white mask. What a sight! This appearance radiated an air of bizarre duality. He spread his hands as if to say, "Ah, you've discovered my secret." I felt all my strength drained, rendered as powerless as an ordinary person. Yet I muster my courage to shout, "Who are you? Why am I here? What has happened to Mingxin and the others?" The enigmatic figure remained remarkably calm, assuring me, "Do not worry. I am not a villain. I merely came to save your faltering consciousness." He then turned away and began reciting poetry, speaking of the gods above and chaos below, playing a mysterious game with me. I thought to myself, was he exchanging secret codes? He offered me no opportunity for further contemplation. With a wave of his hand, countless peachwood stakes materialized around me, awakening my deepest fears. To make matters worse, he conjured a false Qin Mingxin, teleporting her before me as a shield. The stakes hurtled towards her. No, I jolted upright. A sensation of being torn apart surged through me, causing me to grimace in pain. Goodness, it hurt. "And you're awake?" It was Qing Zhilan's voice. I quickly opened my eyes, scanning my surroundings, terrified this was yet another dream. I appeared to be in a cave, with Elise lying nearby, enveloped in an aura of healing energy. In the distance, several individuals approached as they noticed I had awakened. Da Ming, Xuedi, Tianmeng, Ma Wei, and two unfamiliar faces. One was a small, adorable girl with light green twin ponytails, a sorrowful expression on her face. The other was a towering figure, clad in dark armor adorned with rubies. His gray head bristling with spikes, a familiar visage. This was none other than the tall nut from Plants vs. Zombies. I instantly recognized him as Alanak, the Tatalin Bai Jlingzhu. Since Elise and Alanak were here, it indicated I had returned to reality. But I had no time to dwell on this, for I could not find Qin Mingxin. "Lanlin, where's Mingxin? Where's she?" Panic surged through me as tears streamed down my face. I struggled against the pain to rise. Qing Zhilan quickly held me down, soothingly saying, "Calm down. Calm down. Qin Mingxin is fine. She is alive." I froze in place. Alive? Though gravely injured, fortunately, the powerful ally you summoned preserved her consciousness. So she did not perish. She is currently in the place where Tianmeng was, reconstructing her body. Upon hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her soul remained, there was hope. I turned to the towering tall nut beside me and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Alanak. Without you, we would have truly faced annihilation this time." "And you want to believe what happened next?" The tall nut did not utter a word. Instead, a cold, emotionless thought resonated in my mind. "It is nothing. Since you summoned me, I shall serve you." Goodness gracious, even more aloof than Ma Wei. I decided not to hold back and directly asked, "All right, tall nut Alanak, what level are you now? Can you summon the Death Fleet? Can you construct those Tatalin buildings?" Upon hearing my inquiries, Alanak narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his persona crumbled. An exaggerated thought exploded in my mind. No way, no way, no way. Is there truly a commander who believes I could produce eggs like this? I am merely a professional battle hero. I cannot create anything. I knew it. This tall nut was undoubtedly a joker. He seemed to sense his own character deviation, clearing his throat and reverting to his serious demeanor. However, transforming into a death apostle is still feasible. I have just arrived and already acquired 2 formidable death apostles. Quite impressive. Death apostles? Were those the 2 despicable ice Douluo'o and snow Douluo'o? Alanak explained that considering my need for revenge, he had extracted their souls and imprisoned them in the lake outside, transforming their bodies into his death apostles. He clapped his hands, and the 2 grotesque beings entered, their forms dark gray, their faces resembling those of star spirits. As soon as they entered, everyone, including De Ming and Xuedi, was filled with trepidation, each one bracing for an imminent threat. Xuediastili exclaimed, "Lord Gao Jiangwo, please let them out. They have been transformed to resemble the demons from legends, and we all bear psychological scars from our childhood." It was then that I comprehended the gravity of their trauma. They had indeed been afflicted with PTSD by the demons. Once those 2 death disciples departed, my attention turned to the twin-tailed little girl. I inquired about her identity, and Xuedi answered on her behalf. Her true form is the Bing by Di Huang Scorpion, and we affectionately call her Bing Di. She is a close friend of the Queen Ant who made a sacrifice for you. Thus she has accompanied us. Upon the mention of the Queen Ant, a wave of dread washed over me, prompting me to voice my concerns. "Sister Lon Lon, Xuedi, do you know the origins of those individuals? They claim to be from the Wuhan Temple. But did not the Queen Ant say that the Wuhan Temple had received your benevolence? Furthermore, what is this agent? Why do they alternate between collaboration and attempts on my life? Xue Di and Qin Zhilan exchanged glances before imparting a lesson on the political intricacies of Douluo continent. In essence, the Wuhan temple is rife with internal factions, creating a chaotic environment. Numerous so-called honorary elders merely hold titles. There are local tyrants who, under the guise of the Wuhan temple, perpetrate wrongdoing without the Pope's oversight. Qin Mingxin is one such honorary elder. As for the agents, they are soul beasts that have taken human form. If they absorb soul rings from outside their lineage, it equates to betraying their kind. Initially, those two miscreants believed I was a pliable traitor, but upon realizing their miscalculation, they resorted to lethal measures in an attempt to kill me and seize my treasures. I was left in stunned silence, feeling a wave of sympathy for the unseen Bai Dong. How tragic. Meanwhile, in Wuhan City, within the Pope's palace, a regal woman sat upon the throne Bai Dong. Before her knelt 10 elders, shackled, evidently undergoing a purge. At that moment, Judo Luo rushed in, breathless. Your Holiness. 3 more soul plates of the elders have been extinguished. Bai Dong inquired with interest. Oh, which 3? Judo Luo trembled like a leaf. It is Bingdo Luo and Shwedo Luo. Bibi Zongnotet wit Satifikon. Ah. The 2 pests that fled to the north, good riddance. She awaited further information, and observing Judo Luo's constipated expression, she impatiently demanded, who is the 3rd? Speak. It is Qin Mingxin. Crash. The cup in Bai Dong's hand shattered instantly. Her complexion paled, and she swiftly retrieved a longevity lock to sense something. In the next moment, her eyes ignited with a terrifying killing intent, and she vanished from sight, leaving behind the command. Summon 20 grand offerings to accompany me into battle. The target is the far north. The Moonlight Clan was rendered speechless. 20 grand offerings, all of them above level 95. This constituted nearly all of Bai Dong's elite forces, all for the sake of one Qin Mingxin. He inhaled deeply, turned to the elders in the hall, and softly uttered a single word, kill. Of course, I was completely unaware that the Wuhan temple had stirred a hornet's nest. As I had begun to recover from my injuries, I made my way, albeit with a limp and a cane, to see Qin Mingxin. She was encased within a massive energy sphere, with Xue Di controlling it. I gazed at the wondrous liquid, nearly drooling, and mustered the audacity to ask Xue Di. Xue Di, I also wish to take a bath inside. Would that be permissible? Xue Di rolled her eyes in exasperation. I have already expended enough energy to sustain the entire far north for over a century by secretly placing her inside to reconstruct her body. How can you be so insatiable? Angered, she turned away, ignoring me. I persisted. Hey, I'm merely a minor soul master. One cannot generalize the physical constitution of individuals. Xue Di finally snapped. If you utter another word, I shall cease treatment for your dear friend. I immediately fell silent. After all, I wouldn't dare gamble with Mengxin's fate. Observing the energy sphere, I noted Mengxin's body becoming increasingly perfect. To my astonishment, she was at the pinnacle level of 98. Just 1 level shy of Tianming Bingcan. How terrifying. Her origins must harbor significant secrets. When the Elite Soul Master Tournament for the entire continent occurs, I must ensure she participates. At that point, the Wuhan Temple will come seeking us. Lost in my thoughts, I soon grew weary of watching and limped over to prod Tianming Bingcan, who was snoring beside me. No response. An idea struck me. I summoned Alana Ku and handed him the monkey talisman. Brother Zhang Wo, this is a miraculous artifact that can transform animals into humans. Try using it on this plump silkworm. Alana Ku accepted the talisman and tossed it a few times, then, puzzled, asked, Why do you call me Brother Zhang Wo? What is a Zhang Wo? I, with a steady heart, began to weave a tale. Zhang Wo is a powerful being from another world. The strongest among its kind is referred to as Gao Zhang Wo. Most importantly, you bear a striking resemblance to it, hence my instinctive address, as a mark of respect. To my surprise, Alana Ku bought it, nodding in agreement before crouching beside Tianming Bingcan. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for the most straightforward approach. He concentrated all his spiritual energy into the monkey talisman and unleashed it upon Tian Meng Bangcan. A piercing light enveloped Tian Meng Bangcan, and her massive form twisted and contorted in agony, emitting heart-wrenching cries. I assure you, the sound was unlike anything a living creature could produce. It sent chills down my spine. Thankfully, this torment did not last long. As the light dimmed, a gigantic silkworm was forcibly reshaped into a human form. Remarkably, it was a female. However, I could understand the transformation. After all, Tian Meng was utterly inept in battle, her combat prowess equivalent to zero, a quintessential feminine template. Yet, as her form became increasingly defined, I sensed something amiss. That aura, I tell you, would compel even Tang how to take a step back. It was far from the presence of a soul master, resembling more that of a deity. Unbeknownst to me, Xuedi had positioned herself beside me, her brow furrowed deeply, her gaze fixated on Tian Meng, uttering two words, "This is not right." I thought to myself, indeed, a million-year soul beast transforming into a human would logically become a deity without any hindrance. Would it become a ghost instead if it did not ascend to divinity? However, Xuedi proceeded to enlighten me, explaining that Tian Meng's condition was abnormal. She had not undergone the divine tribulation, thus she could not be considered a true deity. She was merely an existence that had glitched the system, her levels slightly over 100, yet lacking a divine position. You see, she elaborated. This is akin to maxing out your character in a game without completing the final class change quest, resulting in the system granting you a hidden class. Powerful, yet lacking legitimacy. In essence, soul beasts must face tribulations every 100,000 years, each becoming increasingly perilous, with the million-year tribulation being a matter of life and death. Had Tian Meng not been fortunate, she would have long since been reduced to ashes. However, humans are different. They can remain stuck at level 99 without breaking through, and thus the tribulation will not seek them out. Currently, Tian Meng was forcibly transitioned from the rules of soul beasts to those of humans through the monkey talisman in my possession, becoming an unprecedented faux deity. While not on par with true deities, she could easily overpower titled Douluos. As I spoke, the light finally dissipated. A little girl with white hair descended, ethereal like a fairy, possessing a closed vertical eye on her forehead, clad in a pristine white dress, embodying the essence of a saint. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, both innocent and alluring, leaving me at a loss for words to describe her. Yet, before her image could hold for even 3 seconds, she opened her mouth, and her persona collapsed in an instant. Oh ha! I am the only deity walking upon the Douluo continent. From now on, you all must address me as Big Sister. Before she could finish her sentence, Xuedi, expressionless, resorted to her previous method, lifting her into the air and delivering a thorough thrashing. The cries echoed, "Ah, I was wrong to tease. Big Sister, I shall not dare again. Please spare me." I watched the scene unfold, my head filled with black lines. Who granted her such confidence? The monkey talisman merely transformed her form without enhancing her strength. She had previously been dominated by Xuedi, and now, as a human, she remained subject to the same fate. However, she truly possesses remarkable resilience, enduring a lengthy beating without sustaining any injuries. It is likely that her silken exterior has transformed into an invisible defensive shell. Exhausted from her assault, Xuedi threw her to the ground and placed a foot on her face, coldly inquiring, "Do you dare to continue?" "I wouldn't dare. You have the final say." My lady, Tian Meng, trembling with fear, displayed an impressive survival instinct. Only then did Xuedi relent, allowing her to remain by her side, stipulating that she would not be released until the energy she had stolen was repaid. Observing this situation, it became evident that the guardianship of Tian Meng had been entrusted to Xuedi, a matter I could not interfere with. I pondered whether I could perhaps persuade Xuedi to relent. Cautiously, I approached Xuedi. "It must be rather dull for you to remain here all day. Wouldn't you like to transform into a human and join us for some amusement?" Before Xuedi could respond, the Ice Emperor, her eyes alight with excitement akin to that of a fan meeting her idol, leaned in and asked, "Sister, can you truly become human? Will the powerful humans notice?" As I contemplated how to explain this, I spotted Tian Ming feigning death on the ground. An idea sparked, and I pulled her up. Tian Ming, cease your charade. Unleash your martial soul and reveal your soul rings to enlighten the ladies. Upon hearing this, Tian Ming sprang to life, instantly embodying a dramatic flair, donning a cryptic smile as her martial soul manifested. Her martial soul, embodying her essence, resembled a delicate, veiled armor, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Yet in the next moment, her soul rings ascended, red, 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 and gold. I must emphasize 9 soul rings of 100,000 years each, with the last a golden one, spanning 1,000,000 years. The atmosphere fell silent, the only sound being our collective gasp. This configuration resembled that of a supreme being returning to the novice village. No, this was GM descending onto the battlefield. Such a magnificent display warranted a vigorous response. The Ice Emperor was immediately exhilarated, recognizing that Tian Ming's state was not merely that of a soul beast assuming a form, but rather that of a genuine human soul master, one who would not be detected. She grasped my arm and shook it fervently, sistering, "Please help me transform as well. I wish to enter the human realm." Naturally, I was more than willing. A team of 7 little girls, the new Shrek's 7 Devils, was about to debut. The vision was too beautiful for me to even contemplate. Era Na-Ku swiftly performed her spell, and the Ice Emperor soon transformed into human form. Her soul rings glimmered, 4 red and 5 black. Though it could not compare to Tian Ming, it was still quite formidable. Having successfully transformed the Ice Emperor, I sought to persuade Shwedi further, but she simply shook her head, asserting that her responsibilities bound her to the extreme north. I was exasperated. After coming this far, I could not let her escape. I signaled Era Na-Ku with a glance, indicating my intent for a surprise attack. And with a decisive motion, the empowered spell was cast upon her. Shwedi had no time to react. By the time she realized, she was enveloped in light, forcibly entering the transformation process. Exchanging glances with the Ice Emperor and Tian Ming, we shared an unspoken understanding. You do not wish to leave? We shall assist you in departing. A soul beast cannot remain a guardian. Once transformed into a human, those haughty soul beasts would no longer recognize you. You must come with us. Once Shwedi completed her transformation, the expression in her eyes was no jest. She was genuinely furious, as if she would cast me aside at any moment. I hastily painted a grand vision for her, saying, "Sister Shwe, times have changed. If soul beasts do not seek a path forward, they will truly perish. Our departure is to seek a lifeline for all soul beasts. As long as we remain true to our original intentions, where we or does not diminish our guardianship." Perhaps my sincerity struck a chord. For Shwedi was taken aback and ultimately consented, with the condition that we must devise a means to safeguard the heart of the extreme north. This was quite manageable. A few days later, Sister Mavie replicated a luxurious prison akin to the one that once held Illidan, a deluxe version that integrated confinement, illusion, and defensive arrays, encompassing the entire core area's lakes. Just after we had tirelessly completed everything and were preparing to embark on our journey to Tiando City for some excitement, Sister Mavie suddenly spoke up. "Someone is approaching. 21 individuals, all possessing formidable strength." I looked up in astonishment. Over 20 figures were swiftly approaching from the horizon. The leading woman, clad in blood-red armor and wielding a peculiar long sword, emanated an aura and murderous intent that could only be likened to Bai Bai Dong. Behind her, a multitude of soul rings illuminated, nearly causing me to kneel in shock. 20 titled Douluo's and Bai Bai Dong herself. My goodness, 17 red rings and 1 golden ring. This lineup was utterly outrageous, surpassing even my expectations. Bai Bai Dong's gaze swept over us, ultimately fixating on the corpse of Qin Mingxin beside me. Her expression contorted with rage. She raised her sword, pointing at us, and emotionally uttered a single word: "Kill." No sooner had she finished speaking than nearly 200 soul rings flared to life simultaneously, creating a scene of destruction. I was momentarily stunned. Even if vengeance was sought, such a display seemed excessive. Yet, Confronting such an overwhelming force, what could we do but fight? Aranaku immediately activated her ultimate move. In homage to me, her form swelled into that of a giant, shielding us at the forefront. Tianming was even more formidable, establishing a mental link, sharing abilities, and activating the Dream God's domain, instantly transforming us into super teammates. The battlefield descended into chaos. Although each of us was capable, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm us. As a mere novice, I could only clutch Qin Mingxin's corpse and seek refuge within the formation. At that moment, upon witnessing me carry away Qin Mingxin, Bai Dong erupted with fury. Channeling her entire strength into her great sword, she unleashed a terrifying sword energy towards my direction. Shouting, Universala Nilationslas. The sword energy was ethereal, seemingly not of this realm. Sister Mai Wei countered with her ultimate move, Eternal Judgment. Yet that sword energy penetrated her formation and even her very being, continuing unimpeded towards me. In that instant, my mind went blank. My entire soul power firmly locked in place, rendering me immobile. It was over. I was done for. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, I found an unexpected surge of strength. Gazing at Qin Mingxin in my arms, a singular thought crossed my mind. I cannot let her fall with me. I exerted the last vestiges of my strength to hurl her toward Elise, shouting, "Take her away." In the next moment, the sword energy struck me, and I felt as if I were being erased, disappearing without a trace. Then, the most bizarre occurrence unfolded. The battling Xue Di, Tianming, and the others all halted, their expressions blank. In their memories, I had never existed. Aranaku, Mai Wei, and Elise exchanged knowing glances, immediately launching into a performance. Claiming they had been drawn into this world by a rift in the void, unfamiliar with their surroundings. Bai Dong observed this scene, clearly having anticipated such a turn of events. However, upon witnessing my final act of protecting Qin Mingxin, a flicker of doubt crossed her gaze. She retracted her murderous intent, adopting a smile, stating that she had come in search of a lost friend. With their memories altered, Xue Di and the others naturally believed her, allowing her to take Qin Mingxin's body. Yet, just as Bai Dong prepared to depart with Mai Wei and the others, her expression abruptly shifted, as if something monumental had occurred. Without a word, she tore through the fabric of space and vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, within the boundless void, inside a planet transformed into a conference room, a group of mysterious cloaked figures convened. Having just fled Douluo continent, Bai Dong, also known as the cloaked figure designated as Third Sister, entered the room and promptly took a seat at the right hand of the main chair. Before she could settle in, a cloaked figure to her left, resembling a slovenly figure, spoke in a mocking tone, "Oh, Third Sister, who has caused you such ire? You're never late." Third Sister dismissed him entirely, her expression grave as she replied, "We have a problem. That entity has summoned numerous beings from other realms, one of whom has begun to interfere with our plans." Upon hearing the mention of that entity, the slovenly figure immediately lost his jovial demeanor, stroking his chin, looking quite aggrieved. "How was I not informed? When did you go? Did you take on the challenge without me?" San made don a mask, obscuring her expression from my view, yet I distinctly heard her coldly declare, "I believe that man had slain Meng Exine, and was prepared to exact revenge without waiting for you. By the time you arrive, the situation will have cooled. I must tell you, the atmosphere in the venue had initially resembled a bustling marketplace, but with San Mei's next utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the room. She continued, "I had thought perhaps I was mistaken, yet something has taken Meng Xin from my grasp. Goodness." Everyone present straightened in their seats, their expressions akin to students suddenly called upon by the teacher. To snatch a person from San Mei's hands? What concept? They all understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the figure cloaked in black at the head of the table spoke, adorned with an emblem of an ancient demon son. He possessed the highest status, yet his voice was youthful, reminiscent of a recent university graduate. He stated, "The only entity capable of seizing someone from your hands must surely be that thing." Following this, another voice emerged, frail and aged, as if nearing the grave. What can we do about it? This inquiry plunged the room back into silence. Who among the assembled could comprehend? These powerful figures trembled at the mere mention of that entity. Ultimately, it was the young leader in black who shattered the silence, rising to proclaim, "We cannot remain idle. San Mei's realm has been invaded. I suspect the homes of all present will soon follow suit. Therefore, let us prioritize our approach to Lao Long's world and deliver a modest shock to that entity. I implore each of you to contribute, aiding our goal to traverse this path swiftly. Time is of the essence." Upon finishing, he executed a deep bow. The others quickly rose to return the gesture, their postures varying in form, some clasping their fists, others extending their hands stiffly, and a few even clutching their chests. Only two remained unmoved, San Mei and the portly recluse. In no time, the others vanished, leaving only the three of them in the conference room. The leader approached, placing a hand on both San Mei's and the recluse's shoulders, lamenting, "Very well, let's accompany San Mei to her world and ascertain the fate of Meng Exen," while also mending the disrupted timeline. San Mei replied, "Indeed, let us." The recluse erupted in indignation. "Do not dare call me old too. Mark my words, there will come a day when I make you the old too." No sooner had he spoken than the three figures vanished, leaving the room in silence once more. I jolted awake, feeling as though I had emerged from a centuries-long dream. I recalled traversing to Douluo'sDual, summoning a few good friends, only to be slain by Bai Dong, ultimately salvaged by a system. Yet the particulars eluded me completely. I sensed something missing in my mind, but now was not the time to dwell on that. I scrambled to survey my surroundings. Lo and behold, I found myself within a luxurious carriage, its opulence evident. I, however, was bound tightly in bandages, resembling a mummy. Just as I moved, an elderly voice from outside announced, "Miss, she has awakened." Huh? Awakened? The carriage's curtain was drawn back by a delicate, fair hand, revealing a girl of similar age to myself who promptly sat beside me. Her cherubic face, adorned with jade earrings, and the emblem of 3 golden stars upon her chest unmistakably marked her as a wealthy heiress. My eyes widened in astonishment. The nature of my desires remained unchanged, regardless of my circumstances. The girl, noticing my dazed stare, likely assumed I was simply astonished and gently reassured me, "Dear girl, we are not villains. You were gravely injured and unconscious by the roadside. We happened to pass by and brought you to safety." Yet the elderly driver bristled, retorting harshly, "Were it not for our young lady's kind heart, you would have long been devoured by a magical beast. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to her?" The girl immediately interjected, "Gushu, that is not how we should speak. What rationale is there to ignore someone in need? Otherwise, how are we any different from magical beasts?" Her words silenced the old man, who could do nothing but resume his duties quietly. The girl turned back to me, tenderly touching the bandages around my body, her face a mask of concern. "How do you feel now? It must be painful, yes? Rest assured, once we reach Wu-Tan City, I will find a doctor to examine you. By the way, do you recall where your home is?" Wu-Tan City. My mind buzzed, and clarity washed over me. Do-Chi Continent. The driver's surname was Go, and the girl bore the insignia of a 3-star Do-Shi. This was none other than Na Lan Yen Ran. My first instinct was to flee. I must escape. To oppose Xiao Yin would surely lead to a dire fate. Following Na Lan Yen Ran, would I not end up as cannon fodder in some skirmish after her annulment of engagement? However, gazing into the gentle and kind eyes of this girl, and recalling her eventual fate, my resolve to flee faltered. Had I not once followed someone with similar fervor? Who was it? I cannot remember. Never mind. Since I have arrived, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat itself. To hell with that dog, Xiao Yin. With this thought, I embraced my inner thespian and feigned confusion, saying, I cannot recall. I only remember gathering herbs on the mountain to earn some money, then being attacked by a magical beast and losing consciousness. Were it not for you, I would have perished. I fabricated a tale about my parents, once merchants, who were robbed by mountain bandits and never returned. I spoke without hesitation, as I had no family left. Oh, is that so? I am sorry. Nalan Yin Ran immediately apologized upon hearing my fabricated tale. No matter, I am used to being alone. Though I felt a flutter of anxiety in my heart, the moment our eyes met and I saw her worried expression, I resolved firmly, "Miss, I have no home now. I possess little skill, but I can serve as a maid. Would you be willing to keep me by your side?" Before Nalan Yin Ran could respond, the elderly driver, Gu Yi, could no longer contain himself, drawing his sword and pointing it at me. "Oomph. I see you are merely feigning madness. The injuries upon you may well be self-inflicted, to infiltrate my young lady's side. Speak. What is your true intention? Goodness, this old man is ruthless. I had barely arrived, and he sought to harm me, yet I was no easy target." I gazed at the furious elder, tears welling in my eyes, and no, please do not kill me. I am but a pitiful soul, seeing the young lady's kindness and unsure how to repay her. I merely wish to stay and serve her. If you do not wish for me to remain, I shall leave. Enough, Gushu, Nalan Yin Ran exclaimed, pulling me into an embrace, stroking my head in comfort. Then turning to Gu Yi, she was on the brink of being devoured by a magical beast. "You witnessed it yourself. How could she possibly be a bad person? You are just stubborn and soft-hearted." "Well, it seems he's a proud old man." Gu Yi did it. "Who knows if she is an assassin sent by a rival faction?" Yet he returned to his duties, driving the carriage. I must say, being comforted in such a manner felt quite peculiar, but now was not the time to ponder that. I clung tightly to Nalan Yin Ran's leg, refusing to let go. "Miss, please do not cast me away. I promise to be obedient." "All right, fine." Nalan Yin Ran relented. "Since I have no maid, taking you in is acceptable." Success. My heart soared with elation. As long as I could remain, I would have a stable identity. If matters turned dire, I could always elope with her. However, the pressing concern now was to examine my new system. 2 days later, in Wutan City. Over the past 2 days, Nalan Yin Ran and I had grown inseparable, as though we were one. I truly excelled in forging relationships with girls. I had also learned that the current plot involved Nalan Yin Ran arriving to annul her engagement, and that this world closely mirrored the original narrative. To be honest, I'd been infuriated by this segment in my previous life. The Nalan family, with their vast wealth, sought to annul their engagement with a commoner and even offered a substantial compensation. What sincerity! Yet what did Xiao Yin, that old dog-a-copper, do? A man of over 30, belittling a girl of 14 or 15 years, unleashing a torrent of humiliation. One must question the basis of such arrogance. At 6, he intruded upon Xiao Sun Heir's quarters. At 8, he peeped at his cousin bathing. How utterly revolting! In pursuit of Yinran's promising future, my role is undeniably crucial. I must thwart the arrogant Xiao Yin. We arrived at an opulent inn, where Nalan Yinran assisted me in alighting from the carriage. "Sistering, let us share a room tonight. Tomorrow, I shall ask Uncle Gu to summon a physician to tend to your injuries," she proposed. The elderly Gu Yi scoffed nearby. "Humph! Why must my young lady attend to you? You should be abandoned by the roadside." Nalan Yinran shot him a glare. "Enough, Uncle Gu. Rest quickly. We must visit the Xiao family tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi instantly donned a sycophantic smile, "As my lady wishes." He didn't forget to cast a disdainful glance in my direction. With a maid's assistance, I entered my room, which was so comfortable that I felt my injuries healing almost instantly. Once Nalan Yinran commenced her cultivation, I promptly closed my eyes and entered my system space. The system truly understands me. The first task set my heart ablaze. Main task, unique eliminate Xiao Yin. Auxiliary task, 16 humiliate Xiao Yin during Nalan Yinran's engagement withdrawal, preventing him from insulting her. If I can suppress the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor, I will receive an extra reward of level 3. Task rewards, 1 epic grade item card, 1 S-grade character summoning card, and a sum of interdimensional currency. This challenge excites me immensely. If Xiao Yin were a mere weakling, I could dispatch him effortlessly. But would Nalan Yinran express gratitude? Certainly not. It is when she is besieged from all sides that I must emerge, ensuring she remembers me forever. Perhaps, in a moment of excitement, she might even... I hastily examined my novice rewards, discovering a card offering 3 choices. Ordinary scythe hammer, almost sent me to another world to incite a revolution. A fragment of Flan Dalu's wing, capable of creating a clone for cultivation. Kihar rearmed, inherits my previous soul techniques, but transforms into auxiliary and passive skills, with new abilities every 10 levels. Which to choose? The third option, without a doubt. After all, I've employed the Mons technique for over a decade. Familiarity is key. Without proficiency, even a high-tech mech would remain unfathomable. As the familiar power surged back into me, I felt a wave of comfort wash over me. Moreover, the powers of the Moon Demon and the Monkey Talisman had wholly merged with my essence, flowing as effortlessly as my breath. To traverse the void like a Dozong expert, this promises to be amusing, as a smile crept upon my lips. Next, I unwrapped the novice gift pack. Dropping to my knees, I clasped my hands together, exclaiming, "The system deity is truly magnificent." Then I clicked to open it. Ding! Rewards acquired. Lamp of the Lamp God Jeffries, McCree's Revolver, and 5,000 interdimensional currency. The Lamp God is a remarkable artifact, reputed to resolve all dilemmas. A life-saving tool in critical moments. After reviewing these treasures, I refrained from squandering my newfound wealth and exited the system. Nalan Yenran was still immersed in her training, and with nothing else to occupy me, I succumbed to sleep. I must tell you, my slumber was profoundly restful, yet my mind was not idle. I immediately began to explore the newly activated system. To my astonishment, this system is named the Interdimensional Trade System, exuding an air of grandeur. I eagerly clicked on the help icon for further insight. The system painted an enticing picture, claiming to support my love for peace and the maintenance of the universe. Halt right there. Am I the type to embrace such ideals? Yet, I was pleased by the next phrase. All tasks may be completed or disregarded, leaning towards the host's innermost desires. It seems you truly understand me. The core function is encapsulated in one word: sell. Anything I possess, skills, weapons, elixirs, can be converted into currency with a single click as long as it hasn't sprouted legs. The most explosive revelation followed. In the shop, anything I had ever acquired could be purchased infinitely. Can anyone grasp the implications of this? It's akin to having a money-printing machine at my disposal. In the Do-Chi continent, a single heavenly grade technique is a coveted treasure, exclusively for individual learning. Yet, with my newfound wealth, I could wholesale it. I could sell to the affluent of the continent, convert the profits, and return to wholesale again. An effortless cycle of wealth generation. Alchemists and blacksmiths would find themselves rendered obsolete. Regrettably, my pockets are emptier than my face, lacking even the capital to initiate this venture. I forcefully suppressed my aspirations of becoming a trader and continued to peruse the system. The remaining functions revolve around 3 types of trade cards. Random card, a pure lottery. Engaging in business with the entire universe. Scoring a powerful cultivator would yield immense profit, while landing a primitive individual would spell disaster. Directional card, 10 times the price, but allows specification of world types, such as cultivation realms, reliable. The most impressive is the self-selected card. If I am familiar with a world, I can name it directly, such as Douluo'sDual. Suddenly, it dawned upon me, was my previous golden ape martial spirit not a result of this? Using soul rings as currency, I hired Mei Wei and her companions to assist me. Finally, the system tantalized me with an even grander vision, stating that I am currently in offline mode and can connect upon reaching level 40. What could that entail? Would I be able to engage in spirited debates with other system hosts? The anticipation is palpable. Having perused the manual, I eagerly accessed the task panel. Main task, unique, eliminate Xiaoyan. I lean back in surprise. Goodness, the system has truly become my mouthpiece. It presented me with an ultimate objective and stated it had activated 6 stages of auxiliary tasks to aid this novice. I hastily examined the first task. Auxiliary task 16. Humiliate Xiaoyan during Nalan Yenran's engagement withdrawal, preventing him from insulting her. If I can suppress his saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor, I will earn an extra reward of level 3. Incredible. Not only do I seize his pretentious lines, but I also gain additional levels. This task is tailor-made for me. Though I am aware that Xiao Yin is remarkably resilient and difficult to kill, the greater the challenge, the more enjoyable it becomes. If I could easily dispatch him, would Yin Ran remember me for a lifetime? Certainly not. I must shine like a beacon during her most desperate moments, ensuring she becomes utterly devoted to me, making any romantic aspirations a delightful reality. With these thoughts swirling, I trembled with excitement and quickly opened my inventory to utilize that reward card. Upon activation, three-dimensional item options emerged before me. The first, Ordinary Scythe Hammer, is designed to enable nation-building anywhere while enhancing public appeal. However, this gameplay feels a bit too avant-garde for me to grasp. The second, a fragment of Flan Dalu's wing, allows for the creation of a clone to assist in cultivation, a pure boon for the idle-minded. The third, Kihar Rearmed, is the revival of my past ally. It inherits all my previous soul techniques, albeit transformed into auxiliary or passive forms. For instance, my former first soul technique, which augmented attribute attacks, now enables me to switch my aura at will. The second soul technique that forcibly elevated realms has vanished, replaced by the ability to simulate a pressure 10 levels above my own, an ultimate show-off skill. What is there to deliberate? I decisively selected the third option. The familiar power surged through me, bringing such comfort that I nearly gasped in delight. It felt akin to rediscovering a long-lost phone, with cherished memories still intact. Moreover, this time, the power has fully integrated with my being, allowing for an ease of use surpassing my prior experiences. Recalling the Moon Demon's flight ability, a grin spread across my face. A Dozong expert traversing the void? How delightful this shall be. I then retrieved the novice gift pack, placing it reverently on the ground. With a dramatic slide to my knees, I clasped my hands above my head, channeling every ounce of devotion to exclaim, "The system deity is truly magnificent." Subsequently, I clicked to redeem. Ding! Rewards credited. Lamp of the Lamp God Jeffries, McCree's Revolver, and 5,000 interdimensional currency. The Lamp God is an exceptional item, famed for resolving all predicaments, a trump card for life-saving moments. As for the revolver, it shall serve as an excellent surprise for Xiao Yin in the days to come. The following day, as I indulged in a deep slumber, I was abruptly awakened by Nalan Yinran's gentle shake. Ingmei Mei, rise and shine. The physician has arrived. To avoid revealing my true identity, it was imperative that I refrained from utilizing the system to heal my injuries. I feigned exuberance, exclaiming, "Wonderful! My leg is finally going to be restored." However, the healer who arrived was not the youthful miracle worker I had anticipated, but rather a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Nevertheless, she displayed considerable skill, and through her ministrations, I genuinely felt sensation returning to my leg. Of course, this was primarily due to the fact that I had reverted to being an ordinary person, and a mere flicker of fighting spirit was sufficient for my recovery. A few hours later, the woman assured me that I would be back to normal by the next day. Nalan Yinran was overjoyed, and after bidding farewell to the healer, she immediately inquired about my condition. I had to appear well. I intended to accompany her to witness the grand spectacle of the marriage annulment. I stepped down and walked a couple of paces, demonstrating that I was in impeccable shape. Upon witnessing my recovery, Yinran declared, "Since you are well, let us visit the Xiao family tomorrow. This is a significant event in my life, and having you by my side will provide invaluable counsel." Unbeknownst to her, she found comfort in my presence. Naturally, I was the one who would protect her. Internally, I was reveling with delight, though I maintained an air of nonchalance. Of course, Sister Yinran, should she choose not to bring me, I would have devised my own means to sneak in. How splendid. The day is still young. Shall we go shopping? I must assist you in looking your best. How could I decline such a splendid opportunity to cultivate our relationship? Absolutely. I'm nearly bored to tears. Yinran promptly took my hand, and we ventured out. Now, let me tell you about the scene that unfolded. Wow, Sister Yinran, that looks absolutely delicious. Buy it. Wow. Sister Yinran, that is truly beautiful. Buy it. Wow. Sister Yinran, that. Owner, wrap it all up for me. I was not shy in the least. After all, she relished the role of a domineering benefactor, and I was more than happy to play the role of her cherished little wife. Moreover, I deliberately avoided all shops bearing the Shao name, opting instead to frequent their rivals. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and by boosting their profits, I would be one step closer to toppling the Shao family. Upon returning to the inn, I retrieved a stunning jeweled hairpin from my ring and presented it to her. Sister Yinran, look at this. Does it not suit you perfectly? It even has defensive properties. Of course, this was not a purchase I had made. It was a prize I had drawn from my troublesome lottery system. After a series of 10 draws yielding nothing but useless items, it had finally bestowed upon me this exquisite blue piece as a consolation. Regardless, it was a treasure of the Do Huang level, and I deceived her into believing that I had procured it during our shopping excursion. You can only imagine her reaction. She was so moved that she immediately adorned herself with it and asked me how it looked. The sparkle in her eyes was almost enough to convey her gratitude in a profound manner. Ah, foolish girl. Those past suitors were either drawn by your family's influence or your beauty. Where could one find a true friend who genuinely cares for you like I do? She said little more, choosing to cherish this sentiment in her heart, smiling as she suggested, "All right, let us retire for the night. Tomorrow we must visit the Shao family." The following day, the grand event commenced. We accompanied the elderly Guyi to the Shao family. Xiao Zhan, who is also Xiao Yan's father, greeted us with fervor, personally welcoming us. I scrutinized him. He appeared amiable and unassuming, yet I would wager he was a cunning old fox. He ushered us into the hall and instructed those nearby, "Go, summon all the elders, and also bring forth any promising clan members." He paused momentarily before adding, "And summon Xiao Yin as well." In that moment, I understood. Goodness, this old fellow intended to call everyone together of his own volition, seeking to escalate the situation. Initially, we three had planned to discreetly annul the marriage, yet he insisted on making it a public spectacle, leaving Yinran to bear the brunt of the repercussions. This was something I could not tolerate. As I subtly touched the small revolver at my waist, I found myself smiling unconsciously. People began to arrive in droves, while Guyi engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Zhan and the others. Yinran and I sat there, nearly growing roots from boredom. I surveyed the room, noting the faces of mere extras, until a figure entered that instantly captured my attention. Xiao Suner. No, she should be referred to as Gu Suner. I must tell you, the aura she exuded was akin to that of a beauty filter, radiating the essence of a protagonist. I unabashedly gazed at her, causing her to shyly avert her gaze. Alas, my heart ached with regret. What a splendid gem she was. How unfortunate that she had fallen into the clutches of Xiao Yan, the pig who groped her at the tender age of 4. What was that bodyguard Ling Ying doing? I could almost envision a vast expanse of grassland atop her head. No, since I was here, I must reclaim Yun Yun, Xiao Yixian, and all the others from the clutches of that old dog Xiao Yin. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, Xiao Yin made his entrance. I must admit, he was quite handsome, with striking brows and piercing eyes. Yet, the moment he stepped in, I felt a wave of revulsion wash over me. The thought of a lecherous soul residing within such a handsome facade made me want to retch. Unconscionable. He too surveyed us, though his gaze lingered primarily on Nalan Yinran. He approached Xiao Zhan and the others, and the elders regarded him with expressions akin to disdain. The most amusing moment arrived when he turned around, only to discover that there was no seat reserved for him. The surrounding youths stifled their laughter. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened, and just as he was about to erupt, the second elder, with a tone dripping with sarcasm, remarked, "Ah, my sincerest apologies for forgetting about the third young master. I shall have someone prepare a seat at once." His expression was practically oozing mockery. I silently applauded the second elder for a job well done, just as Xiao Yin stood there in awkward silence. Xiao Suner called out from the corner, "Brother Xiao Yin, sit here." The three elders' expressions stiffened, and they fell silent. Xiao Yin, amidst a sea of envious glances, made his way over to sit beside Xiao Suner. Watching them exchange tender glances filled me with envy. Yet as I glanced at Nalan Yinran beside me, I thought, I am not so bad myself. After a prolonged wait, Guyi, who had been casting increasingly hostile glares at me, finally cleared his throat and stood up. Addressing Xiao Zhan with a bow, "Clan leader Xiao, we have come today with a request." Xiao Zhan responded courteously, assuring us that he would not decline any requests within his capacity. Guyi pointed at Nalan Yanran and inquired, "Clan leader Xiao, do you recognize her?" Xiao Zhan looked bewildered, shaking his head. Naturally, it had been years since our two families had any dealings. "Her name is Nalan Yanran." "Nalan Yanran?" Xiao Zhan initially seemed taken aback, but then his expression shifted to one of delight as he recognized her, immediately bestowing a warm smile upon Yanran. "Ah, so you are the niece of a Nalan family." Nalan Yanran felt a wave of guilt and could only respond with a sweet smile. Xiao Zhan praised her talent, noting that she had caught the eye of the leader of Yunlan's sect. The more he praised her, the more uncomfortable she became, tugging gently at Guyi's sleeve. Guyi, aware that the time for pleasantries had passed, straightened his expression and declared, "Clan leader Xiao, the matter we seek to discuss today is directly related to Yanran, and it has even been personally addressed by the esteemed leader." Upon hearing the mention of the esteemed leader, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted dramatically, his hands trembling as he spoke in a quavering voice. "Mr. Guyi, please proceed." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Guyi's face. Yet he gritted his teeth and proclaimed loudly, "Clan leader Xiao, as you are aware, the Yunlan sect is strict and the esteemed leader holds high expectations for Yanran, grooming her for the position of the next leader. However, due to certain peculiar regulations, the successor of the leader must not engage with any males before officially assuming the role." Upon hearing this, my heart rejoiced. How could my family possibly comprehend this? I was filled with delight. There was no prohibition against engaging with females. This was a green light for me. Yet, in an instant, Guyi's demeanor shifted, his posture straightening as he raised his voice to the maximum, addressing the entire assembly. Thus, the esteemed leader wishes to request clan leader Xiao to annul this engagement. A crisp sound echoed through the hall. I must tell you that the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, crushed the jade cup in his hand into powder on the spot. The entire hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The three elders above, who had feigned a dignified demeanor a moment ago, now wore expressions of malicious glee, as if reveling in the spectacle. The onlookers below, a gaggle of youngsters, began to buzz with whispers, their gazes both mocking and pitying, directed squarely at Xiao Yan. I cast a glance at Nalan Yanran, whose pale face suggested sheer terror, almost burying her head in her chest. As for me, I maintained a facade of indifference while my hand discreetly moved toward my precious possession, simultaneously checking my experience pouch. Ah, a splendid personal showcase was about to commence. Xiao Zhan's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a cauldron, his fists clenched tightly, azure fighting spirit emanating from him, indicating that he was on the verge of flipping the table in outrage. Elder Guyi, displaying a commendable sense of loyalty, promptly stood in front of Yanran and me, exuding an air of vigilance as if facing a formidable enemy. He seemed to fear that I, a mere mortal, might be caught in the crossfire of a battle between Dou Shurs, embodying the essence of an obstinate old man, which warmed my heart. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to explode, the three elders finally spoke, their voices booming like thunder. "Xiao Zhan, halt! Do you not remember that you are the patriarch of the Xiao family?" Upon hearing those words, Xiao Zhan's fury immediately dissipated. He sank back into his chair, not even glancing at Yanran, his voice gravelly like sandpaper. "Nalan niece, what audacity you possess." Yanran trembled at his sardonic tone, weakly responding, "Uncle Xiao, please." Xiao Zhan waved his hand, commanding, "Just call me Xiao Patriarch. You shall become the head of the Yunlan sect. While my Sun Yan's talents are mediocre and unworthy of you." I was nearly driven to slap him in disbelief. How utterly shameless. However, I restrained myself. The main event had yet to unfold. Elder Guyi, sensing an opportunity, quickly donned a smile, retrieving a green box from his ring. "Patriarch Xiao, the sect master acknowledges that this matter is a hardship for you, and this is a token of apology." As the box opened, an alluring fragrance filled the room. The three elders' eyes nearly bulged out as they exclaimed, "Juki-san?" Crafted by the esteemed Dan Wang Guhi. Their faces gleamed with delight. likely plotting how to secure this elixir for their grandchildren. Just as the elders were about to drool over the precious pill, a voice, laden with suppressed fury, erupted. Elder Guyi, retract that. We shall not agree to this. The main character had arrived. Our protagonist, Xiao Yan, had finally made his entrance. One elder scolded, Xiao Yan, do you even have a say here? Silence. Another added, step back. We are in charge here. Xiao Yan stood up, a cold smile gracing his lips, and retorted, if today you were to withdraw from your grandson's engagement, would you still be so flippant? His words plunged the elders into silence. He approached Xiao Zhan and bowed respectfully before turning to face Na Lan Yen Ran, his expression dark and menacing, yet softly asking Miss Na Lan, does your grandfather consent to this matter? Yen Ran stated that this was her own decision, unrelated to her grandfather. At this, Xiao Yin immediately began to act stubborn. Since the old man has not voiced his opinion, this marriage cannot be annulled. Otherwise, it would be a desecration of 1's elders. Such a heavy accusation silenced the 3 elders. Yen Ran, taken aback by his defiance, angrily asked, what do you want? Is the compensation insufficient? Fine. I shall offer you 3 more Juki sands. I can also allow you to enter the Yunlan sect for training. Is that enough? I must say, such a proposal, if presented outside, would be akin to guaranteeing admission to the top universities. Who would not be tempted? But what do you suppose happened next? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin trembled with rage, his face contorting into something monstrous as he pointed at Yen Ran and shouted, you shameless wretch! You have gone too far. I wish to reduce you to ashes. At that moment, I was incensed. How dare he insult my own? Yen Ran, stunned, felt tears welling up. All she desired was to fight for her freedom. Why should she be treated like a mere object for trade? She felt utterly abandoned by the world, isolated and helpless. Just as she was about to break down, I stepped forward, positioning myself protectively in front of her, brandishing my precious weapon at Xiao Yan's forehead. I declared, say another word, and you shall perish. The assembly was rendered speechless, bewildered by the sight of the metal object in my hand. But Xiao Yin recognized it. As a traverser, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Would he dare to gamble? He would not. What good would revenge be to his father if he were no longer alive? Witnessing his cowardice, I felt a surge of confidence. A smirk crossed my lips as I taunted, Xiao Yin, what punishment should you face for publicly insulting my lady? He immediately capitulated. I apologize. I should not have insulted your lady. The engagement shall be annulled. Agreed? I replied with a cold laugh. Then let us imprint our seals. Aidadgiye, fetch the annulment documents. Xiao Zhan was taken aback by his son's sudden reversal, but dared not act rashly. Xiao Yin obediently pricked his finger and pressed it to the document. Xiao Zhan, unable to bear the sight, urged me to leave promptly. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun Air glared at me, her gaze filled with animosity as if she wished to devour me whole. Was that all? How naive. To kill. One must strike at the heart. I smiled wickedly at Xiao Yin. Signing the annulment is merely your obligation. The account for insulting my lady has yet to be settled. I intended to strip him of his dignity before all present. Fortuitously, with so many witnesses, I exclaimed, let us hear about the unforgivable deeds you committed at ages 6 and 10. Do not think to hide. The heavens are watching. Xiao Yin's face shifted from red to white, then pale and back to green. Beside him, Xiao Sun Air turned ashen. She knew what was coming. No, I could never. As he attempted to assert himself, I cocked my weapon, the sound echoing ominously. He glanced at Xiao Sun Air, then at the dark muzzle of my firearm, veins bulging in his temples. Ultimately, he resigned himself to fate. With an impassive expression, he recounted, word by word, the incidents of him sneaking into Sun Air's room at 6 to unblock her meridians, stealing his cousin's undergarments at 8, and spying on his older cousin while she bathed at 10, laying bare his shameful past. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How shocking. It turned out Xiao Sun Air had clung to him because of such encounters. Ah, the goddess? I would say she was more akin to a harlot. To strike at the heart, nothing could compare. The most tragic of all was Xiao Sun Air. Who would have imagined that the pure and virtuous goddess harbored such a sordid tale? Her reputation shattered into irreparable pieces. She looked at Xiao Yan with disdain, as if he were nothing more than refuse. Little did she know that her beloved Xiao Yan would so readily cast her aside to save himself, without uttering a word. She turned and left, her back radiating desolation. Xiao Yan attempted to pursue her, but I obstructed him. Hold on, leave that ring on your finger, then you may depart. I had long coveted that item. He dared not protest, removing the ring before hastily chasing after her. I instructed Elder Good to retrieve the ring, then feigned an apology to Xiao Zhan. What could he say? He could only urge us to leave quickly. Upon exiting, I eagerly sold the ring to the system. The result? Value: 10,000 world coins. Damn, the old man Yao was indeed absent. TCH, how could the protagonist's golden finger be so easily obtained? However, I reassured myself. Considering the market value of the ring was at least 15,000 gold coins, the system's offer of 10,000 was akin to a personal printing press. Beside me, Nalan Yin remained in a daze, yet instinctively clutched my hand tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. After all, she was merely a girl in her teens. The system's notification chimes echoed in my mind, rewards flooding in, and I was even granted a handheld anti-everything cannon. What a delight. I am acutely aware that this enmity has been firmly established, even without the 3-year agreement. Once Xiao Yan rises to prominence, he will undoubtedly seek to shatter our Yunlan sect. Therefore, I cannot leave Wutan City just yet. I must remain here to keep a watchful eye on Xiao Yan. But I certainly cannot follow him around like a persistent shadow, clinging to Nalan Yinran each day. I must confess, these past few days spent accompanying Yinran on shopping excursions in Wutan City have left me in a state of inner turmoil. She is perceptive and has already sensed my distracted demeanor, yet she refrains from probing, silently supporting me. Who among my family understands this? Such a cherished friend is hard to come by. Finally, the day arrived for me to depart. I steeled myself and spoke, Sister Yinran. I may need to stay here a bit longer to deal with some personal matters. She wore an expression that conveyed, I already knew, and her eyes appeared slightly sunken, likely from a lack of sleep, which tugged at my heartstrings. With a sigh, she replied, I understand your burdens. You may go. I cannot hold you back. I immediately reassured her, do not worry. I will definitely come to find you at Yunlan Sect within a year, maximum a year. With that, I retrieved my cherished revolver from my pocket, along with a box of ammunition, and pressed it into her hands. Take this for self-defense, my dear sister. It's a treasured heirloom from my family, immensely powerful. One shot is enough for anyone below the Grand Dome Master level. Even a Grand Dome Master would not survive a surprise attack. Nalan Yinran was taken aback, insisting that it was far too valuable for her to accept. Little did she know, its greatest asset is that it has no restrictions. Even an ordinary person can wield it. I imagine she must be thinking, no wonder Xiao Yan is so obedient. He must have been tamed by this. I insisted, take it. We are like family. You have saved my life. If nothing else, let this be our token of affection. The mention of a token of affection caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, and she mumbled something about whether such gestures between women were appropriate. Oh dear, my loose tongue. Nevertheless, she did not refuse any longer and accepted the revolver, her face still tinged with embarrassment. I had already tucked the instruction manual inside the ammunition box, and, with her intelligence, I was confident she would understand it after a single read. Before I left, Sister Yinran displayed her loyalty by handing me a purple gold card, saying, Ingmei, here are 500,000 gold coins. You will surely need money while you are here, so take it. I accepted without hesitation, tucking it into my pocket. This soft support, I accepted it with a clear conscience. I had been fretting over my finances. My plan was simple. Since Xiao Yan is skilled in alchemy, I would buy whatever he sells, then use my system to replicate it 1,000 times, subsequently selling it for profit. With the money earned from his painstakingly crafted potions, I would fund his rivals. This strategy allows me to facilitate his production while simultaneously delivering a stab in the back. The mere thought exhilarates me. The carriage soon vanished from sight, and I must admit, I felt a tinge of emptiness. After finally finding a true confidant, I was now to be separated from her. Sigh, The road ahead would once again be mine alone, wouldn't it? No, I still have Yu Fei and Xiao Yixian. With that thought, my mood instantly brightened. I promptly returned to the city, rented a room for a week, requested paper and pen, and began drafting my plan to undermine Xiao Yin in 108 ways. It would be unwise to attempt to kill him now. Not only is he protected by the ancient and formidable Yao Lao, but that Do Huang, Ling Ying, by his side would also pose a significant challenge. Thus, I must target his ambitions. This fellow is about to rise to fame at the auction with a bottle of foundational spirit liquid, accumulating wealth and toppling the Jialia family. Before departing with flair, my mission is to ensure every step he takes is fraught with difficulty and discomfort. As I pondered, a notification from his system chimed in. A new task had arrived. The main quest remained eliminate Xiao Yin, but now included an auxiliary task. Prevent Xiao Yin's actions in Wutan City, divided into 4 phases. Each phase completed would reward me with 5,000 coins, culminating in additional rewards. What were these rewards? Skill upgrade cards, random summoning cards, and even a dragon egg? What use would that have? Hatching it to raise as a pet chicken. Upon seeing the rewards, I mentally chastised myself. I had neglected to use the experience package previously gifted by the system. What a grave loss. Had I utilized it earlier, I would surely have attained a higher level by now. It felt as if I had missed out on a fortune. Nevertheless, I decided to use the experience package and leveled up to 36. Then, I accessed the system marketplace, ready for my financial spree. Cultivation? That was out of the question. It was impossible in this lifetime. Only spending money would sustain my livelihood. Observing the upgrade prices, I noted that advancing just 1 level required several million coins. This was sheer extortion. Yet, I did not hesitate, purchasing upgrades to levels 37, 38, 39, and 40. With just a flick of my finger, my balance was diminished to mere numbers. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a permanent Do Ling experience card. I had leaped directly from Grand Do Master to Do Ling. Even more gratifying, reaching level 40 granted me a new skill, Eye of the Emperor. Its effect allows me to see through all disguises and invisibility. I must say, I activated it immediately. This was nothing short of a physical cheat. From now on, no one would dare to deceive me. The mightiest in Wutan City are merely Grand Do Masters. As a Do Ling, I could simulate the aura of a Do Wang, delivering a dimensional strike. Acquainting myself with my newfound power felt as though I had honed it through arduous training, without any discomfort. Truly, you get what you pay for. 2 days later, at the Mitre auction house, I donned the guise of an aristocratic young lady, exuding an air of elegance, my presence commanding attention. My plan was brazen. I would not resort to underhanded tactics, but instead stand openly, allowing Xiao Yin to gaze upon me with animosity while being unable to eliminate me. Upon my arrival, the guards at the entrance nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment, likely pondering when Wutan City had gained such a prominent figure. One approached respectfully, inquiring how many seats I required. I barely lifted my eyelids, coolly responding, 1, the best seat available. With that, I casually tossed a few gold coins his way. The guard was so thrilled he nearly knelt. At that moment, I sensed 2 piercing gazes from a corner, filled with both hatred and fear directed at me. It was none other than Xiao Yin, shrouded in a black cloak, mistakenly believing he could remain incognito. Beside him stood an elderly spirit, presumably Yao Lao, whose jaw nearly dropped as he muttered, a 15-year-old Do Ling. This girl is quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin was struck dumb. A Do Ling at 15? Surely, she must have begun her cultivation from the womb. His face contorted beneath the cloak, brimming with rage, as if he yearned to devour me whole. Yao Lao, however, advised him, Xiao Yin, endure this. You cannot afford to provoke her. Endure? If he could endure, he would not be Xiao Yin. Yet, he recognized this was not the time for confrontation and swallowed his pride. I, on the other hand, paid him no mind and was ushered into the finest private box, where I was treated like royalty. Behind me stood a row of beautiful maidens, while 2 elder women of Dome Master level attended to my needs. One poured tea, and the other peeled fruit to feed me. What a life of luxury! Soon, the auction commenced, and a woman in a striking red dress, exuding an alluring charisma, took the stage. Goodness, this was Yifei. She was a veritable embodiment of allure, captivating the hearts of all the men in the audience. However, I saw through her charm. It was merely an effect of her cultivation technique, akin to a beauty trap designed to ensnare those like me with wandering eyes. Using my eye of the emperor, I scanned the corner where Xiao Yan was seated, and in my sight, his black cloak was as transparent as glass. He happened to look up at me, and our eyes locked across the room, his filled with fire, mine with amusement. Just then, Yifei spoke in a sweet voice. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a new item for auction, a second-grade potion, foundational spirit liquid. Here it comes, the moment for the protagonist to flaunt his prowess. This was the very item Xiao Yan intended to sell, capable of accelerating the cultivation of anyone below the Dome Master level. The starting bid was set at 8,000 gold coins. The group of local tycoons below was still bidding at 8,500 and 9,000, which made me anxious. Once they concluded their quarrel, the prominent figures like Xiao Zhan from the Xiao family and Jia Libi made their appearance. Ultimately, Xiao Zhan confidently called out a price of 40,000, believing he had secured the deal. Just as the room fell silent and Miss Yifei was about to bring down the hammer, I lifted my teacup, gently blew on it, and leisurely raised my paddle, 50,000. The room fell into a dead silence, everyone gazing at me as if I were a lunatic. Xiao Zhan's face turned pale. Yet thinking of his useless son at home, he gritted his teeth and countered, 55,000. I didn't even blink, simply responding, 60,000. My tone was as casual as if I were asking him if he had eaten today. At this point, Xiao Zhan was completely deflated, returning to his seat with a bitter smile. He didn't dare to continue. At this juncture, it was no longer merely about money, but rather about offending me. This enigmatic young lady. 60,000 gold coins. The deal was struck. Miss Yifei hammered down, her gaze towards me filled with curiosity and intrigue. In the corner, that cloaked figure was clearly visible to me through my imperial gaze, the corners of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. Little did he know, he thought he had made 60,000, but soon he would experience what it truly meant to work for me. This foundation establishment spirit liquid was merely an appetizer. The grand finale was the advanced Xian-level skill, Feng Wanju. I had no interest in it and watched as Jia Libi and Xiao Zhan engaged in a fierce bidding war. Xiao Zhan, that crafty old fox, intentionally raised the price, thoroughly ensnaring Jia Libi, who ultimately spent an exorbitant 55,000 on a lesson, his face turning the color of liver in frustration. I mused that while Jia Libi may have been foolish, he at least possessed some courage. Unlike that other Obapa, a complete fool. Even the unfit must be supported. A tall one among the short can be useful against the Xiao family in the future. After the auction concluded, I was respectfully ushered by a maid into the luxurious VIP room, awaiting the arrival of my spoils. I was quite eager to engage in a deeper conversation with Miss Yifei, though I suspected she was currently busy cozying up to the mysterious alchemist, Xiao Yan. It wasn't long before hurried footsteps approached. The door swung open, and two figures entered. My goodness, as the leading woman stepped in, the fragrant breeze and her delicate laughter nearly overwhelmed my senses. She cast a flirtatious glance my way, her voice dripping with sweetness. Ah, you must be the sister who purchased the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid? Is this your first time in Wutan City? I could tell her approach might work on men, but would tea work on me? I swiftly countered with a supercharged response, narrowing my eyes slightly, my gaze exuding an aggressive intent from head to toe. I grinned, my smile more enticing than hers. Indeed, I have heard tales of a Miss Yifei in Wutan City, renowned for her beauty, and I couldn't resist the desire to meet her. My friend would understand. I had her completely flustered. She had encountered many greasy men, but never had a girl looked at her like this. Her face flushed, and her heartbeat raced. I was internally delighted, thinking if she wanted to play a thrilling game, I would see it through. Truth be told, Miss Yifei was indeed exceptional. Her figure, her aura, especially her. Well, let us just say she was quite captivating. Having grown weary of the flat-chested Nailin Yin Yin and her ilk, my aesthetic appreciation had been rejuvenated today. As I noticed her struggling to maintain composure, She quickly changed the subject, taking a small jade bottle from a maid. Sister, let us get to business. This is the foundation establishment spirit liquid you bid on. I took it as if it were a bottle of mineral water, barely glancing at it before tossing it back onto the tray, then continued to gaze at her. My smile filled with mischief. This little thing, I bought it for bathing. If you're willing to join me, I promise you can bathe in it every day. Miss Yafei was instantly petrified, her expression seemingly questioning. Are you serious? You would use something worth 20,000 gold coins for a bath. And every day, I could see the internal struggle within her. She despised men who coveted her body, yet she didn't seem averse to my proposition. Rather, she appeared to be unlocking a new world of possibilities. Her wretched family treated her like a tool, while my offer of 20,000 gold coins a day was far more enticing. However, she still managed to maintain her composure, politely stating, Sister is joking. I'm a member of the Miter family, living and dying as part of them. Oh, this could be interesting. I understood her words to mean, if you can resolve my family issues, I will follow you. All right, understood. Without further ado, I directly pushed the bottle of 60,000 gold coins worth of Foundation Establishment Spirit liquid towards her. Consider this a token of our acquaintance, dear sister. I hope we will have more opportunities to converse in the future. With that, I winked at her and turned to leave, concealing my accomplishments. This maneuver was a masterclass in high-stakes negotiation. By accepting the item, she effectively acknowledged my investment intention. Furthermore, I had just touched the Foundation Establishment Spirit liquid, and it had directly unlocked in the system mall. With a cost of 3,000 gold coins per bottle, I immediately purchased 3,000 bottles, finally experiencing a windfall. What was next? Of course, it was time to amass wealth and embark on great endeavors. I contemplated that Xiao Yan, the little rascal, enjoyed pretending to be a mysterious cloaked figure selling potions, so I decided to do the same. When it came to acting, I was a professional. After 2 days of preparation, I donned a black robe, lowered my voice, and transformed into a centuries-old alchemy master, returning to the Miter auction house. Upon seeing my imposing demeanor, the guards at the entrance immediately weakened, ushering me in. In the appraisal room, Miss Yafei and an elderly man named Gunny were present. I wasted no time, dramatically placing 100 bottles of Foundation Establishment Spirit liquid on the table. I tell you, Miss Yafei's jaw dropped. Enough to fit a chicken egg, her ample bosom heaving in astonishment. Clearing my throat, I used the hoarse voice I had practiced for 2 days. Goodness. Stifle your laughter before you injure yourselves. Gunny inspected the bottles, his shock evident. These are indeed all Foundation Establishment Spirit liquid. Miss Yafei finally regained her composure. Her gaze towards me transformed, filled with curiosity and allure. Old sir, are you bringing us a significant business opportunity? I shook my head, my voice hoarse and urgent. Not for auction. I need cash. Sell it directly to your family at market price. Miss Yafei tried to persuade me that auctioning could yield more, but I interrupted. I can't wait. I need money. A lot of money. At this, she understood, her smile radiating even brighter. If this batch were sold throughout the empire, the profits could multiply several times. She realized it was a lucrative deal. I then made another request. I need combat techniques above the Xian level. The more, the better. Just let me take a look. Gunny's expression changed at this, likely imagining a grand tale of a peerless master seeking to create a divine skill. I set my price, 18,000 per bottle. This batch is of significantly higher quality than the previous one, worth 50,000 at auction. Gunny verified the quality and nodded in agreement. Miss Yafei looked troubled. Old sir, our Wutan City branch has only 1 million in liquid funds. I had anticipated this. I collected 50 bottles, accepted the 1 million gold card she handed me, and stood up. That's sufficient. Sell the rest first. I'll return in a month. As I departed, I could already predict their discussions within. Gunny would undoubtedly claim I was a battle king nearing my end, seeking to merge combat techniques to break through to the battle emperor. Miss Yafei was likely musing over how youthful my hands appeared. Let them speculate. I acquired these techniques, not for learning, but to input them into the system mall and expand my inventory. My ambition reached for the stars, to earn 100 billion gold coins, connect to Douluo'sDual, and summon my powerful subordinates to bolster my presence. With the money secured, I changed back into the attire of a young lady and headed straight to the trading post in the city. The moment I entered, it was as if a spotlight shone upon me, and the entire venue fell silent. I cleared my throat and addressed the waiter, stating that I had just arrived and was looking to purchase a spacious residence in a prime location, even if it meant settling for something temporary. The surrounding businessmen erupted with enthusiasm, clamoring like they were vying for a prize trophy. I have a courtyard in the city center. I possess a mansion in the commercial district. Next to the Shao family, I have a manor. Oh, next to the Shao family? What a fortunate coincidence. I seized the opportunity and pointed at one of them. The owner of the manor, Wang Yulong, appeared to be a seemingly honest yet shrewd middle-aged man. He recounted a tale of his family's decline and then boldly proposed, "Young lady, I will gift you my ancestral home without charge. If you could lend me 700,000 gold coins to help me regain my footing." What a surprise. This was not merely a property sale. It was a plea for investment. He had recognized my potential as a human ATM and sought to leverage my influence. I admired his audacity and decided to raise the stakes. "I will provide you with 1 million, alongside a batch of goods for operation. The house will serve as collateral, and you will work for me, receiving 10% of the profits. Upon my departure, the principal of 1 million must be returned." This transformed him from a partner into my senior employee. Wang Yulong immediately knelt before me, not literally, but with utmost respect, declaring, "I am at your service, young lady." As time passed, it became evident that my judgment was astute. Within a few months, Wang Yulong proved to be a business prodigy, multiplying my initial investment of 1 million to 3 million. Wealthy merchants from Wutan City lined up at our doorstep daily, eager to present gifts just for a glimpse of me. Meanwhile, I secluded myself at home, delving into alchemical studies and utilizing the resources of the Miter family to distribute my foundational spiritual elixirs throughout the empire, yielding 10 million gold coins, a 30 million diamond card, an assortment of high-grade medicinal materials, and numerous local-tier combat techniques. One day, while perusing the guest list, I finally located what I had been seeking: the invitation to the Shao family's coming-of-age ceremony. That old fox, Xiaozhan, evidently could not sit still upon witnessing my newfound wealth. Ah, today is the day I have awaited. Over these past months, I had not been idle. In addition to accumulating wealth, I had been scaling walls to instruct Xiao Ning in his training. At the coming-of-age ceremony, I intended to personally take the stage and spar with them. I had already concocted my justification, claiming that Xiao Yan's Ba Ji Beng was stolen from me. After all, he could not discern the origins of Yao Lao, and he would bear the blame. Soon, the day of the Shao family's coming-of-age ceremony arrived. I took the reluctant Yafei by the hand, presenting ourselves like a pair of blooming sisters. Xiao Yan, having just broken through to the 8th stage of Do Qi, was busy showcasing his affection for his sister Suner when he glanced up and spotted us. I noticed Suner's expression instantly turn cold. She certainly did not expect that the so-called evil servant from her past had not only remained, but had flourished into the most dazzling figure in Wutan City right under her nose. "Oh, little girl, this is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come." I must say, the Shao family's coming-of-age ceremony was far more tedious than any school assembly I had attended, droning on interminably. I nearly dozed off in the VIP section. Had it not been for the anticipation of the spectacle to come, I would not have bothered attending. Sitting beside me was Yafei, whom I had forcibly recruited as my companion, claiming I had no friends except for her. Thus, she had no choice but to accompany me, the big spender. However, I did not bring her to witness Xiao Yan's antics. Rather, I wanted her to observe my prowess. Once I unleashed my power, she would be so enthralled she would run away with me. In that case, when there was work to be done, Yafei would assist, and during idle times, well, one could only imagine. Next to us sat the old scoundrel Xiaozhan and several elders from their family. The way he looked at me now was filled with deference, addressing me as Miss Lung, fearful of offending me. Naturally, with my current resources, I could easily destabilize the Shao family's foundation with a mere flick of my finger. How could he not curry favor? He attempted to befriend me, calling me Miss Lung, to which I retorted, "Old brother Xiaozhan." This immediately rendered Xiao Yin a mere junior in my eyes, becoming my nephew. The expression on Xiao Zhan's face was a mixture of suppressed laughter and discomfort. Akin to someone suffering from constipation, it was quite the sight. Time passed, and finally, Xiao Yin's name was called. I perked up, for the show was about to commence. The audience, eager for entertainment, craned their necks to witness whether the legendary boy who had transformed from a waste to a genius was indeed true. Xiao Yin, feigning nonchalance, strolled onto the stage as if he were an enlightened monk. The second elder, who had previously looked down upon him, now wore a complex expression that could fuel an essay of 800 words, following a series of elaborate rituals, during which various fragrances were sprinkled over Xiao Yin for nearly half an hour. I wondered if he would be thoroughly marinated. At last, when all the superficialities were completed, the second elder approached the obsidian stele and bellowed, "Ritual re-examination." I tell you, the atmosphere instantly crackled with excitement. All eyes fixed on Xiao Yin. He ambled over and placed his hand on the stele. Meanwhile, his second rumored love interest, Xiao Yu, who had once been brazenly touched by him at the tender age of 10, was in disbelief as she whispered to her brother Xiao Ning, "Is that guy really at the 7th stage?" Xiao Ning, looking somewhat pained, nodded. Xiao Yu stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe it. Last time, he must have cheated." Before she could finish her sentence, she was struck dumb. On the high platform, the black steel suddenly emitted a resplendent golden light. A series of flamboyant characters flashed before everyone's eyes. Dochi, 8th stage. Silence fell. A deathly hush enveloped the crowd, with jaws dropping like those of the terracotta warriors. Each person rendered speechless. The sound of shattered teacups echoed from the VIP section. They had come to confirm the rumor of a 4-stage leap in a year, only to witness a live demonstration of a 5-stage leap. Such a speed of cultivation was nothing short of a horror story in their eyes. Did anyone understand? A 5-stage leap in a year is impressive. I could elevate 4 major stages in a single day. It was a crushing blow to their perceptions. They began to envision the Shao family producing a Do Huang in a few decades, and I was nearly doubled over in laughter. Yafei could not help but comment to Xiao Zhan, "Leader Xiao, your Xiao Yan's talent is truly astonishing." Xiao Zhan's aged face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum, and he feigned modesty, saying, "Oh, this boy's talent is always full of surprises. Who knows if such a change will happen again?" Before he could finish, I interjected, delivering a sharp retort. "Rest assured, Xiao Yin will surely do so." The atmosphere became as frigid as a Siberian chill. Those who had just been flattering Xiao Zhan fell silent, recognizing the palpable tension. It was evident that Xiao Yin and I were not on friendly terms. A confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin remained lost in his moment of glory, nonchalantly asking the still-dazed second elder, "Is the test complete?" The second elder, as if in a trance, nodded absent-mindedly. Subsequently, he cleared his throat and announced the next segment. "The ritual re-examination is complete. As per the rules, Xiao Yin will now face a challenge. Who among the combatants wishes to step forward?" I tell you, the young members of the Xiao family exchanged glances, none daring to speak up. After all, an 8-stage Do Chi fighter? Wasn't he that just asking for a beating? A bunch of cowards. Just then, a figure stepped forward. "I will." All eyes immediately shifted to Xiao Ning. What a remarkable lad. My efforts were not in vain. I must say, the current Xiao Ning was no longer the lovesick puppy following Xiao Suner. He had awakened from my scathing remarks. I had nearly pointed my finger at him, scolding, "Do you think that is called pursuit? Toof, that is mere sycophancy. You give gifts to Xiao Suner, only for her to turn around and give them to that pretty boy Xiao Yin. You are just a naive fool. Even a dog knows to find another if it cannot get what it wants. You are less than a dog." This revelation had awakened the young man, igniting a single thought in his mind, to trample Xiao Yin underfoot. His sister Xiao Yu was still clutching him, urging him not to go, insisting he stood no chance. Xiao Ning forcefully shook off his sister's hand, his gaze icy and resolute. With no other option, she handed him a second-grade damn medicine, Zengqi-san, for emergency use. Xiao Ning accepted it, yet he was acutely aware that the talisman I had given him was 100 times more potent. As he ascended the stage, the atmosphere erupted. The Grand Elder and Second Elder turned pale, undoubtedly chastising him in their minds. "You fool! Do you still regard him as the useless waste he once was?" Xiao Yan, that young rascal, couldn't even be bothered to glance his way, likely cursing him as an idiot. The Second Elder, with no choice left, announced the start of the challenge while discreetly advising Xiao Ning to keep it reasonable. Reasonable? One of them must be carried away today. The tension in the air instantly escalated. As the battle commenced, Xiao Ning unleashed a powerful move, disregarding all conventions. He directly executed a ground-tier battle skill, a resounding thud as he donned an extraordinarily thick light shield. I tell you, the entire audience, including Xiao Yan, his grandfather's external aide, Xiao Suner, and Yufei, were left dumbfounded, their eyes nearly bulging out. A ground-tier battle skill? Something that couldn't be found in all of Wutan City. And here was Xiao Ning, a mere teenager, wielding it? The force behind him must be immense. Xiao Suner instantly understood, turning to me with a look that seemed to say, "So, the mysterious figure in the black robe is you." I winked at her, and everything was understood without words. Xiao Yan and his grandfather's external aide were left utterly bewildered. Xiao Yan asked his master, "Teacher, is this shield too thick? Can Ba Ji Bung break it? Should we concede?" "Goodness, as expected of you, Xiao Yan, wanting to surrender when you can't win." His grandfather was so enraged he nearly fell over, berating him for his disgrace. Just as the words left his mouth, Xiao Ning donned a high-level mysterious tier protective shield. A double-layered shield, an armor stack. Now, even his grandfather was stunned and could only offer hollow encouragement. "Little Yan, don't panic. Losing is not shameful. The future is yours." Energized, Xiao Yan began to strategize, attempting to wear Xiao Ning down like a kite. He darted about the stage, like a monkey evading attacks, refusing to engage directly. Xiao Zhan was below cheering. "Well done. Wear him out. How naive." Xiao Ning unfacet retrieved a powerful pill I had concocted using a clay pot to brew traditional medicine, swallowing it whole. His energy bar instantly restored to full capacity, resurrected. His grandfather's external aide was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What are the ingredients in this damn medicine? I can't discern them." Of course, I had combined an exclusive recipe from the Huang Di Nei Jing. If he could figure it out, it would be a miracle. Xiao Ning, not wishing to dally, dismantled his shield and coldly addressed Xiao Yan. "This is tedious. Let us settle this in one move, Xiao Yan. Do you dare?" The crowd erupted. "What? Brother Ning is relinquishing his advantage? He has offensive battle skills too? This is terrifying." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face lit up with excitement, thinking, "Aren't you inviting death? Engaging with me directly?" He immediately replied, "All right, one move to determine the victor." He concentrated all his energy into his fist, preparing to unleash his painstakingly honed Ba Jibong. Xiao Ning mirrored him, energy coalescing in his fist, ready for a direct clash. Just a second before they collided like two cannonballs, I smirked, secretly casting a skill shield on Xiao Ning. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, dust swirling on the arena. As the dust settled, everyone beheld a figure standing in the center, hoisting another like a lifeless dog. The victor was Xiao Ning, though he himself bore wounds and his clothes were tattered, resembling someone who had just crawled out a garbage dump. No one in attendance dared to underestimate him, for he was the victor. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan lay sprawled on the ground, twitching, unable to rise. Xiao Ning was no gentleman. He placed a foot on Xiao Yan's head, grinding it into the ground. Then, turning to the pale-faced Xiao Suner below, he made an international gesture. This, of course, was also a lesson I had taught him, striking at the heart. Xiao Suner trembled with rage, ready to charge forward. But Xiao Ning retracted his hand, kicking Xiao Yan off the stage, and then he unleashed a thunderous roar to the entire arena. Xiao Xune, remember this. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the youth in poverty. Previously, you treated me with disdain, viewing me as a mere ATM. Today, in the presence of the entire family, I, Xiao Ning, vow, from this day forth, even if I were to mate with a dog, I shall never again cast a glance at you, Xiao Sun. You, the wretched being who was ruined by Xiao Yin at 6 years old, are unworthy. I tell you, the audience exploded. This reverse iconic scene, this domineering declaration, is precisely what a true man should say. This maneuver was simply exhilarating. This line was certainly taught by Lung Jiying, but what she did not anticipate was how well Xiao Ning would perform spontaneously. Belittling Xiao Sun to the point of being less than a dog, which greatly pleased her. With this matter settled, she could further support Xiao Ning, perhaps in the future. The patriarch of the Xiao family would be her little brother. Just the thought was exhilarating. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's disparaging remarks, even with her refined upbringing, Xiao Sun could no longer contain herself, her eyes ablaze with golden flames, nearly bursting forth from her extreme fury. In an instant, her figure vanished from the audience, reappearing before Xiao Ning, mercilessly drawing a knife and plunging it directly toward his heart. Xiao Sun was swift, but as a Douling, Lung Jiying was even faster. The moment Xiao Sun made her move, Lung Jiying also vanished from the observation platform, arriving beside Xiao Ning and delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Lung Jiying, I advise you not to meddle. Some costs are beyond your capacity to bear. A frog in a well should remain in its well. The price for jumping out could be severe. Chapter 79. The Great Battle Approaches, Allies Summoned. Upon seeing Lung Jiying, Xiao Sun's gaze turned perilous, her eyes narrowing to slits, as if any unsatisfactory word from the person before her would trigger a slaughter. Witnessing the tense atmosphere, it seemed that a single word could ignite conflict. Xiao Zhan and the others on stage could not remain idle. Neither Xiao Sun nor Lung Jiying were matters they could interfere with, so they hastily began to disperse the visiting guests, except for Yafei. The second elder below naturally understood that the situation was beyond his control, quickly instructing the Xiao family members to leave. In mere moments of their conversation, the once lively venue was left with only Xiao Yin, Lung Jiying, Xiao Sun, and the onlookers Yafei and Xiao Ning, along with a few elders. At this moment, Xiao Yin, who had formerly lain motionless, slowly began to rise, his hair now bearing a hint of whiteness, clearly indicating that he was being possessed by Yao Lao. Gazing at the approaching Xiao Yin and the proudly haughty Xiao Sun before him, Lung Jiying felt that there was no need for any proclamations. Observing Xiao Sun's sudden stupor, she mistakenly thought her words had struck a nerve, prompting her to speak even more arrogantly. Given the humiliation you brought upon me and Xiao Yin, you shall sever your own arms and crawl away from the Xiao family, and I shall show you mercy. As she spoke, Xiao Sun feigned a look of benevolence, yet in her heart, she schemed that even if Lung Jiying complied, she would have her captured and subjected to extreme punishment, tormenting her soul for thousands of years. Otherwise, how could her heart's hatred be resolved? However, just as the thought passed through Xiao Sun's mind, a pair of hands, coalescing with Do Qi, viciously seized her neck. As if with the slightest effort, they could crush her once insufferably arrogant head. Her legs slowly lifted off the ground. At that moment, Xiao Sun resembled a fish out of water, flailing helplessly in the air, unable to do anything but struggle. Continue, my dear Gutsudak Xiaoyi. I sincerely apologize for dampening your spirits. Yet I believe that as an orphan without a mother, you should not wield your influence here. What good is having a powerful father if he dares not defy the agreements of the 8 clans to rescue you? Lung Jiying tilted her head in confusion, completely disregarding the potential background of Xiao Sun heir. How do you know? The grip around Xiao Sun heir's throat rendered her in immense pain. Yet her greater emotion was shock. The person before her was actually aware of the Gu clan. The unspoken rules of the ancient 8 clans were unknown even to Xiao Sun heir. Naturally, Lung Jiying had no intention of killing her. Such an act would signify an irreversible enmity with the Gu clan, as long as Sun heir remained alive. Gu Yuan could neither personally come nor dispatch a formidable warrior of Do Zone rank to this insignificant locale. Any powerful figure sent by the ancient 8 clans to approach the Xiao family with the intention of claiming the coveted Shi Tua Gu Diyu would likely be met with overwhelming resistance. Otherwise, Gu Yuan would not have sent Gu Sun heir to infiltrate here with merely a Do Huang to protect her. This was the source of Leng Zhiying's confidence. However, if Sun Er were to be slain, Gu Yuan would likely come seeking vengeance without hesitation, which would complicate matters considerably. With this thought, Leng Zhiying lifted Xiao Sun Er high and forcefully threw her to the ground, showing no restraint. Akin to a slam dunk. No matter how gifted Xiao Sun Er was, she could not resist the Do Ling-level prowess of Leng Zhiying. Once a porcelain doll, Xiao Sun Er now resembled a lifeless dog, convulsing and struggling on the ground. Hearing their exchange, the usually proud Yao Lao hesitated, for the ancient 8 great families were beyond his reach, even as a member of the Yao clan. How could a discarded pawn compare to these true members of the 8 clans? Indeed, at that moment, Leng Zhiying had become synonymous with the descendants of the ancient 8 clans in Yao Lao's mind. Nevertheless, given the hostility between Leng Zhiying and Xiao Yan, he was bound to side with Sun Er. With this in mind, Xiao Yan's aura surged as he gazed at the oblivious Leng Zhiying, preparing to strike when she least expected it. Even as a mere soul possessing a body, a lowly Do Ling could not withstand his assault. If he could eliminate Leng Zhiying, it would certainly be worth it, even if it left his body incapacitated for months. Just as Yao Lao was ready to act, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon seeing Xiao Sun Er seriously injured, his expression changed drastically, and he hurried to her side to heal her. Once her injury stabilized, he glared furiously at Leng Zhiying and shouted, "Seeking death! How dare you harm my lady?" Without uttering another word, he drew his sword and swiftly lunged at Leng Zhiying. "Ling Ying, do not kill her. I will handle her personally." The recovering Xiao Sun Er regained her cold demeanor and directed the arriving Ling Ying with arrogance. What the ancient 8 clans? Merely a Do Ling. Before a Do Huang like Ling Ying, she was but a waste. Upon hearing this, Ling Ying's deadly sword attack shifted, originally aimed at Leng Zhiying's vital points, now targeting her limbs instead. Yet, Leng Zhiying remained unfazed, a faint smile adorning her face, exuding absolute confidence, while to Ling Ying and Xiao Sun Er, she appeared utterly dazed. Nearby, Yao Chun felt a heavy weight in his heart as he realized that Leng Zhiying must possess some hidden trump card. If that were the case, escaping today might prove impossible. Just then, a broom flew through the air, abruptly intercepting Leng Zhiying and colliding with Ling Ying's sword. Strangely, this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat tattered wooden broom proved unexpectedly sturdy, forcefully repelling Ling Ying's furious strike, causing his remarkable sword to shatter into pieces. So this is the world beyond Jinsokyo. How wonderful! As Ling Ying was repelled, a peculiar girl descended from the sky, her curiosity piqued by her surroundings. This girl sported beautiful golden curls with a braid on the left side and wore a black dress with white accents, evoking the appearance of a maid, though poorly designed. Additionally, she donned a large black hat adorned with a massive white bow, with stars and mushrooms decorating it. However, what astonished the others was not her odd attire, but the fact that she descended from the sky without any assistance. Chapter 8. No stealing, no robbing. Marissa. The Dozong experts can walk on air, regardless of the region on the Do-Chi continent. Even if the highest rank was merely the Do-Shi, everyone had heard this phrase. If the realms of Do Huang and below were within the grasp of understanding, then from Dozong onward, all abilities began to defy belief. Thus, it became a watershed. Even 10 high-ranking Do Huangs combined would struggle against the weakest Dozong. The sight of this seemingly younger, golden-haired girl, who could walk on air, left everyone astounded. Yafei, who had been worried about Leng Zhiying's survival against the Do Huang, now found her concerns unfounded. Perhaps she could even elope with her. Yao Lao instinctively wanted to flee, for even he could not discern the strength of this golden-haired girl. "Young lady, you must leave. This person is beyond my ability to confront. I would sacrifice my life to protect you." Ling Ying immediately recognized the strength of the newcomer. His furious strike had been effortlessly blocked, and he had even suffered recoil damage, highlighting the vast disparity in their powers. "Marissa-chan, do you see the 3 bad guys before you? Just take them out with a single magic cannon. Then we can enjoy some afternoon tea together." For the harem king of Jinsokyo, Marissa was profoundly intriguing. As the most formidable ordinary magician in Jinsokyo, she surely possessed countless treasures. If she were to befriend her, perhaps she could procure some valuable items, especially with 2 hours at her disposal. Ah, since the employer has spoken, I must end the battle immediately. Marissa appeared somewhat disappointed, clearly preferring a more flamboyant and extravagant combat style, even if it was ultimately ineffective. However, as a professional yokai exterminator, she maintained her fundamental professional ethics. Skillfully, she removed her hat, retrieved her mini-hogyoku, and began drawing elemental attributes from the air to gradually form a magic circle, radiating a dangerous light. Master Spark. With the final syllable of her incantation, which was actually just 2 words, a massive laser, dozens of meters in diameter, erupted from the mini-hogyoku, seemingly capable of eclipsing the sun, diminishing its brilliance significantly. What the hell? Upon witnessing the oncoming beam, Yao Lao's composure shattered. This was utterly ruthless. Without time to contemplate further, he hastily enveloped himself in Bone's spirit cold fire, hoping it would provide some protection against the impending impact. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated as a beam of light pierced through the entirety of the Xiao family estate, even penetrating the whole of Wutan City, reaching areas beyond the horizon. Fortunately, the Xiao family manor was situated atop a mountain, thus sparing Wutan City from extensive damage. However, all tall structures in that direction were instantaneously obliterated. Ling Jiying had just intended to prevent Ma Lisha from killing Xiao Sun'er, but before she could utter a word, the shot had already been fired, leaving her utterly flustered. What if she had accidentally killed her? Soon, the brilliance faded, revealing a meticulously formed semi-circular chasm several dozen meters deep before the onlookers. The precision of the chasm was so remarkable that it would likely elicit a gasp of satisfaction from anyone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Xiao Yin and Linging lay within the pit. Their garments and high-grade armor evaporated in an instant. However, they appeared to be devoid of life-threatening injuries, merely unconscious. It seemed that the denizens of Huanxiang would not harm any living beings. Characters like Bully Lingming and Ma Lisha, who had fought valiantly throughout their lives, had never slain even a single human, fairy, monster, or rabbit spirit. They merely drove them away, as if this trait were etched into their very bones. However, what surprised Ling Jiying was not that Ma Lisha had failed to kill anyone, but that Xiao Sun'er, after enduring the attack, not only did not collapse but slowly began to float, gazing thoughtfully at Ling Jiying and curiously scrutinizing Ma Lisha. At that moment, with her golden hair resembling the golden flames of the Emperor of Fire in her eyes, she conjured an unusual flame in her hand. For some unknown reason, she turned to glance at Xiao Yin, ensuring he was unharmed before letting out a sigh of relief. She then confronted Ling Jiying, inquiring, "Who are you? Why have you sought to harm my daughter?" The voice emanating from the 15-year-old girl's body was reminiscent of a weary old man. As she fixed her unwavering gaze on Ma Lisha, seemingly calculating her chances of success, Ling Jiying contemplated briefly and realized that Ma Lisha's formidable magic cannon had triggered some form of restriction on Xiao Sun'er, indicating that the person before her was undoubtedly Gu Yuan. Yet, Ling Jiying did not display any sign of fear. This ancient dog Gu Yuan was not one to be trifled with, and his willingness to converse was clearly a sign of his apprehension towards Ma Lisha, who stood beside her. With this in mind, Ling Jiying coldly challenged Gu Yuan, "Do you truly believe there is no one in this world capable of dealing with your so-called 8 clans leader? Your failure to educate your daughter has led her to act so arrogantly towards me, threatening to sever my limbs. Do you think me easy to bully? Or do you believe your ancient clan can single-handedly withstand the onslaught of the entire world?" Ling Jiying was quite adept at this sort of manipulation. Merely fabricating threats was sufficient to intimidate Gu Yuan and secure her own position. Upon witnessing Ling Jiying's audacity, Ma Lisha quickly caught on and chimed in, "Old man, I am merely an ordinary magician from our world. If the great monsters from our realm were to discover this place, your little frame would likely be devoured in mere seconds." Ma Lisha's words were devoid of exaggeration. Terrifying great monsters like the old ladies had already been left starving due to the establishment of the Great Barrier, and should they arrive in this world, it would not be long before it was torn asunder. Hearing this, Guyuin fell into deep contemplation, his brow furrowing as he grappled with an immense dilemma. As a pinnacle expert in the realm of fighting saints, he was aware of the horrors that lay beyond the Dopa continent and understood the potential threats if these two possessed formidable backgrounds. Thus, he refrained from taking action against them. The peculiar little girl seemed completely out of place in this realm, and Ling Jing, despite her proficiency in a different system, was no master of Do Chi, resembling a foreigner attempting to adapt to local customs. Otherwise, he would have been confident in defeating Malisha. In light of this, he expressed gratitude to the two for their assistance in educating his daughter, while also hoping they would merely explore as travelers and refrain from interfering in the affairs of this realm, reminding them that he too had a powerful backing. Guyuin contemplated the situation further, ultimately deciding against provoking the two, though he deemed it necessary to issue a warning. While he trusted his backing to help navigate crises, the cost would be the complete depletion of his ancient clan. "Ah, brother, rest assured, we mean no harm. We merely wish to have some fun," Ling Jing shrugged innocently, appearing utterly harmless, akin to a model citizen. "Very well, then, let us proceed to sign this heavenly Tao contract," Guyuin declared, summoning 3 ethereal sheets of paper from the void, imbued with an enigmatic aura akin to the laws of the universe, and then deftly tossed 2 sheets towards Ling Jing and Malisha. The fluidity of this operation suggested that he had performed it countless times before. Ling Jing thought to herself, "Good grief, have I acted too rashly? Indeed, old foxes are the most cunning." However, the contract itself bore no extraordinary stipulations. It merely prohibited her from initiating any attack against Xiao Suner or from destroying the Xiao family in any form. It explicitly mentioned Yao Chen, restricting her from seizing or erasing Yao Lao's soul through any means. Did Guyuin possess knowledge of Yao Chen's existence? Had he taken steps to protect him? In contrast, Guyuin also promised that as long as Ling Jing adhered to the aforementioned conditions, no Douluo'sDual or higher-level experts under his jurisdiction would target her in any manner, nor would they intrude upon her actions. However, those below the Douluo'sDual realm, specifically Dozong, were not bound by Guyuin's restrictions. This was perhaps a peculiar relationship akin to that of a vassal and its overlord. Of course, it could also be a deliberate stipulation for some ulterior motive. Aside from this, the contract bore no further demands and did not specify any prohibition against attacking Xiaoyan. It contained only these 3 points. The implications within were significant. While Xiao Sun and the ancient 8 clan Xiao family were comprehensible, how could Yao Chen, the continent's most renowned alchemist, be of interest to the first clan head of the ancient Gu? The fact that he had been afforded such protection was terrifying. Instantly, Ling Jing's inner conspiracy theorist awakened, leading her down a path of wild speculation. Meanwhile, Malisha, without a second glance, boldly signed a contract, reasoning that she would only remain in this world for a couple of hours. Regardless of the restrictions, it bore little consequence to her. What truly mattered was to send this old man and Ling Jing on their way to indulge in the delights of this otherworldly afternoon tea. After contemplating her options, Ling Jing ultimately decided to sign as well. The overall terms of the agreement seemed favorable to her. Xiao Sun was not her target, and she currently lacked the means to seize Yao Lao. By the time she acquired the capability, it was likely that the Soul Palace would have claimed him. Given that the ancient clan's Douluo'sDual would not intervene, even Dozong would hold little sway against Ling Jing. It was likely that, with a few more tasks, she could find a way to wreak havoc. As for the conspiratorial implications of the contract, they were well beyond her current capabilities to engage with. After all, she was still too inexperienced. Upon witnessing both Ling Jing and Malisha complete their signatures, Guyuin did not hesitate, infusing a fragment of his soul into the contract. The greater the cost incurred by him, the more severe the penalties for any breach by the other party. A wisp of a pinnacle fighting saint's soul would create an effect potent enough to obliterate the two in an instant. As Guyuan completed his operation, Three heavenly Tao contracts simultaneously dissipated into the air, and a faint thread of causality entwined the three individuals, vanishing shortly thereafter. Well then, the contracts have taken effect. I must take my leave. However, before I go, I will cleanse the slightly tainted soul of the young lady, striving to temper her arrogance, while also alleviating any biases towards you both. Upon the conclusion of the contracts, the sacred golden light enveloping Gu Yuan, or rather, Shao Suner, began to fade. As he spoke, he reverted to the appearance of a young girl, and in the final moments before his complete disappearance, one could almost hear a deep sigh. This place remains as repugnant as ever. Subsequently, Shao Suner's body gently descended to the ground, falling into unconsciousness, evidently indicating that Gu Yuan had departed. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan's departure, Lung Ji-ing glanced around, noting that only she and Marissa remained. During Gu Yuan's arrival, he had rendered the onlookers unconscious, clearly wishing to prevent them from learning what they should not know. With this thought in mind, Lung Ji-ing approached and carefully moved Xiao Ning, who lay on the ground, to a nearby chair. She regarded this potential successor of the Xiao family with great importance, wishing to ensure he felt her care and protection. Afterwards, she picked up Yafei, disregarding the other unconscious individuals, and cheerfully addressed Marissa. "Let us go, Marissa-chan, to enjoy afternoon tea. Ah, at last, I will have the pleasure of savoring the delicacies of this other world. Where am I?" After an indeterminate amount of time, Yafei awoke in a lavish bed. It seemed as though she had experienced a remarkably lengthy dream, in which she was dragged by Lung Ji-ing to attend the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony. She witnessed a battle between two exceptionally talented combatants, both of whom were merely at the 8th stage of Do Qi, and then saw the 14-year-old Lung Ji-ing decisively overpower the young lady of the Xiao family. Following this, the Xiao young lady summoned a formidable Do Huang, only to be swiftly eliminated by a golden-haired girl of Do Zong rank summoned by Lung Ji-ing. And then, there was nothing more. This was incredibly surreal. How could it possibly be real? The pragmatic Yafei did not dwell on it any further, dismissing it as a mere dream. She sat up, rubbed her head in an attempt to comprehend her current situation, and then noticed the mountain of food piled high on the dining table, as well as the two gluttons voraciously devouring their meal. The server outside continued to bring in dishes without pause, and the two showed no signs of stopping. At that moment, the seemingly insatiable Lung Ji-ing noticed Yafei had awakened and, setting down a beast's leg, waved her greasy hand at Yafei, exclaiming, "Yafei, you are awake. Come, let us eat together." Chapter 82. The delicacies of the Do continent in that moment. Lung Ji-ing had completely abandoned all decorum, her previous dignified demeanor replaced by that of a gluttonous fiend, speaking to Yafei while simultaneously licking her fingers that were covered in sweet treats. "Yafei, who am I? Where am I? Do I know her?" Nevertheless, Yafei did not reject Lung Ji-ing's kindness. She rose and sat beside her, delicately taking an empty plate and elegantly selecting some food from the remnants to savor at another table. The same dishes, yet presented with two distinct senses of class. On the other side, Marissa observed the graceful Yafei with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why one would eat with such pretentiousness. It seemed so constricted. She had previously encountered a refined spirit in the Byakuran's palace in the Netherworld and a haughty, tea-loving vampire in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Yet, despite their elegance, both transformed into gluttons during feasts at the Hakuryai Shrine, fighting tooth and nail over a mere dumpling. Adding to her frustration was her own lack of skill, rendering her unable to even participate in the scrum. Casting a slightly sympathetic glance at Yafei, who was savoring her meal daintily, Marissa shook her head and resumed her assault on the delectable spread before her. "Oh, Marissa-chan, do not mind. Yafei is truly unfortunate. She has faced hunger throughout her youth and never enjoyed good food. Now that she has grown, she has developed this unfortunate aversion to meals. Completely unaware of the joy we find in savoring delicacies," Lung Ji-ing earnestly explained to Marissa. Upon hearing this, Marissa's eyes widened in realization, and she exclaimed, "Ah, so that is the case. How pitiful. Yafei, you have never experienced a full meal. Your entire family has never known a full meal. I'm a lady, not a starving ghost like you." Before long, the two had cleared their plates, yet no new dishes appeared. Both Marissa and Lung Jiying found themselves unsatisfied. The exquisite cuisine from Douluo continent had left a lasting impression on Lung Jiying, and since arriving in Do-Pa, she had not sought out culinary delights. Having only consumed ordinary fare until now, she had not anticipated that indulging in this grand feast of magical beasts would be so delightful. She simply could not stop. Slamming her hand on the table in frustration, Lung Jiying called out, "Waiter, where are you? Why is it taking so long for the next course?" Upon hearing her dissatisfaction, an elderly man hurriedly entered and, approaching the two, fawned, "Oh, esteemed ladies, you must understand, due to your remarkable appetites, we have exhausted our stock of magical beast meat. You find the ordinary fare beneath your notice, and alas, we are but humble cooks without ingredients." Upon hearing the old man's words, Lung Jiying surveyed the towering pile of dishes before her and chose not to press the issue further. Instead, she inquired, "Well then, have you prepared the exclusive recipes I requested earlier?" At this, the old man beamed, producing a stack of ancient-looking papers, and eagerly replied, "Yes, indeed. I have prepared over 20 volumes for you. Please be so kind as to purchase them." Lung Jiying nodded and turned to Yafei, who had been peeking over, saying, "Yafei, please assist us in purchasing these. You can cover the expenses for now, and I will reimburse you later. We still have matters to discuss." Yafei, upon hearing Lung Jiying's request, the fork in her hand fell to the ground in shock. Gazing at the plates filled with second-tier magical beast meat, intermingled with several pieces of third-tier meat, she felt a sudden urge to flee. Turning to Lung Jiying, whose smiling face was accompanied by a mountain of dishes, she felt as if she were on the brink of despair. How much could this meal possibly cost? The little savings she had accumulated over the years would likely not suffice. Moreover, if the recipes are included, one must understand that chefs, much like alchemists, possess ranks. The recipes of higher-ranked chefs are only slightly less expensive than those of their alchemical counterparts, but not by much. For a chef's dishes not only aid in cultivation and healing, but also provide a sensory experience that is truly enjoyable. In comparison to the effects, taste reigns supreme. However, as Yafei gazed at Lung Jiying's somewhat embarrassed expression, the words of refusal remained unspoken. She rose and followed the old man outside to settle the bill, reassured by the knowledge that someone else would cover the expense. It was of no concern. "Greetings, your total expenditure amounts to 1,880,000 gold coins. Would you prefer to pay in cash or by card?" The young lady calculating the bill smiled as she announced a rather staggering figure after a flurry of calculations. "Cash, please." Upon hearing this, even Yafei, accustomed to facing great storms, felt her heart leap, nearly swooning from the shock. It is worth noting that the branch of their miter auction house in Wutan City had only managed to accumulate 1 million gold coins over the past few years. And now, nearly 2 million gold coins were spent in a single meal. How could this not cause her heartache? Seemingly perceiving Yafei's disbelief, the elderly gentleman who had previously welcomed them upstairs approached her, clasped his hands, and explained, "Ah, Miss Yafei, you are perhaps unaware that Miss Lung specifically instructed us to present our finest offerings during her visit, even going so far as to threaten us with the destruction of our establishment should she find anything unsatisfactory. How could our modest business dare to provoke such a formidable presence?" He gestured towards a dish listed at 800,000 gold coins on the bill, his voice tinged with melancholy. "In Wutan City, I have managed to secure my position as a fighter solely due to my third-tier pet eagle. Yet today, I am compelled to serve it up, unable to provide ingredients worthy of her stature. How can my heart endure such a fate?" As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, revealing the deep bond he shared with his pet eagle. Yafei, well-versed in intelligence networks, was already aware of the old man's background. He was the only individual in Wutan City capable of raising a third-tier magical beast. She was astonished to learn that he had resorted to such measures. In reality, high-end establishments do not lack third-tier magical beast meat, but considering the terrifying appetite of Lung Jiying and the golden-haired girl, Yafei understood the situation. Chapter 83. Marissa's junk pile, high-grade magical beast meat, contains exceptionally pure energy. Ordinary cultivators would find themselves satiated after consuming merely a small portion, much like Yafei herself, who felt satisfied after only a few bites. This is one area where chefs fall short compared to alchemists. Without the intricate processes of alchemy, dishes are not as easily absorbed as elixirs. However, she had not anticipated that the two girls would consume food as if they were bottomless pits. Fear not. Miss Lung is not so heartless. She is likely to take care of you in the future. Observing the owner's sorrow, Yafei offered a few comforting words, which were also a form of reassurance for herself, as she did not possess such wealth and was effectively misappropriating public funds. She felt pity for those who had been ensnared by Lung Jing. Without bargaining, Yafei handed over the spatial ring containing the gold coins to the proprietor, reassured by the promise of reimbursement from Lung Jing, and thus felt no pangs of regret since it was not her own money. After settling the bill, the owner let out a sigh of relief and began directing the staff to tidy up the establishment, anticipating the moment they could close up after the young ladies departed. Yafei briefly inspected the resources within her ring before making her way toward the private room where Lung Jing was situated. Upon entering, she found Lung Jing indulging in the remnants of the magical beast meat from her plate, even licking the dish clean with a rather undignified demeanor. Did I return at an opportune moment? You're back, just in time to help me assess how much this pile of items can be sold for. Upon Yafei's return, Lung Jing calmly set down her plate, her face betraying no shame for her earlier behavior. Instead, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she grasped Yafei's hand and pointed to a chaotic assortment of items strewn across the table. The time limit for summoning cards had just expired, and Marissa had promptly returned to the realm of Jinsokyo. All these items were what Lung Jing had acquired from Marissa. To describe it as a trade would be somewhat inaccurate, as she had merely registered her own or borrowed items within the system marketplace and subsequently returned them, incurring little to no cost aside from the few recipe books she had previously purchased. It must be said, Marissa's treasures were exceedingly formidable, such as the fan bones of Jima, Sakuya's daggers, the sunflowers of Huama, and Rima's chest binding. In summary, a plethora of items that were beyond her means to acquire. For instance, a single sunflower from Hua Ma demanded 20 million multi-world coins, a truly frightening figure. The fan bones of Ji Ma required thousands of chaos stones and origin points. However, upon reflection, it was evident that those great yokai had existed since the dawn of chaos, enduring through countless epochs, and were likely at least of saintly stature. This realization made Lung Jing lament, acknowledging that Marissa was indeed the most formidable woman in Jinsokyo. Hearing Lung Jing's words, Yafei then noticed that the golden-haired girl had vanished, and the table, once cluttered with dishes, was now pristine, save for a haphazard assortment of items. Yet, as an auctioneer, Yafei possessed a high level of professionalism and expertise in appraising treasures. She accepted Lung Jing's invitation without hesitation, retrieving a pair of glasses resembling spectacles to wear upon her head before picking up a relatively small item from the table for examination. Among the miscellaneous objects, there was also a dress and hat belonging to the golden-haired girl, along with an oversized broom capable of effortlessly blocking a Do Huang level fighter. This led Yafei to momentarily question whether Lung Jing had been so ravenous that she had consumed the golden-haired girl. However, her attention was quickly captured by the item in her hands, as she was completely unfamiliar with its nature. It was a small doll, appearing exceedingly adorable, holding what resembled a spear. Its purpose was a mystery. Based on the craftsmanship of the doll, it was evident that its creator had put forth considerable effort. Yet, mere observation yielded no discernible changes. Yafei attempted to channel a trace of Do Qi into the doll, curious if it could be activated. Stop! Seeing the doll begin to react, Lung Jing, who was toying with a miniature 8 trigrams furnace, was taken aback, but it was too late. The doll levitated into the air, its eyes glowing red. The Do Qi infused by Yafei acted like the spark that ignited a holy flame, causing its power to surge exponentially. Dozi, Doshi, da Doshi. Ultimately, it halted at the level of the dough, sure 5 stars, and, without further ado, thrust its spear swiftly toward Yafei. At the very last moment of impact, Lung Jing urgently utilized her ownership privileges to resell the doll, ensuring that it remained her property. Otherwise, even if she could suppress the doll, any injury inflicted upon Yafei during the scuffle would be unacceptable. What on earth is this? Upon witnessing the doll's disappearance, Yafei, still shaken, patted her chest, confident that had she been struck, it would have been an immediate demise. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she turned to Lung Jing and inquired, "A doll that appears so weak could unleash the power of a Dodosher. If it can heed its master's commands, it would be a life-saving artifact." It must be said, Yafei's discernment was indeed remarkable. Among this heap of junk, she had identified the only item of value, while the rest were truly worthless debris, thus allowing the impoverished Lung Jing to accumulate such a collection. The seemingly magical flying broomsticks, while impressive, do not possess a high rank in terms of capabilities. Their true value lies in the formidable prowess of Marissa herself. Otherwise, they would merely serve as aids for flight or as twin siblings to flying swords. This doll is designed to protect its master, but requires a special energy source for activation. If any other form of energy is introduced, it perceives the action as an attack and retaliates against those who mistakenly activate it. Lindsay Jinga Prawush Jaffe, meticulously explaining that this doll was crafted by Marissa's second wife, Alice, and necessitates a unique form of magical power to function, thus becoming Alice's most frequently employed means of assault. Naturally, the illustrious Marissa has charmed Alice into providing her with a multitude of magical power vials that resemble batteries. Ensuring the operation of these dolls is not a concern. The cost of such a doll is 200,000 Wanji coins, while the magical vials are practically negligible in price, costing around 1,000 Wanjia coins for over 100 vials. Activating a doll requires only a minuscule amount of power, allowing one vial to last a considerable time. To be candid, Lung Jing found the idea of assembling a doll army, combining both beauty and strength, quite enticing. However, upon reflection, she realized that a horde of mighty fighters would be of little practical use, leading her to abandon this notion. Regrettably, even Marissa could not acquire more advanced dolls, which was indeed a pity. Nevertheless, utilizing them as trade commodities is evidently a superb option. Chapter 84. Eloping with Yafei. A new journey. The disparity in trade value is an inevitable occurrence when dealing with items from different worlds, yet the extent of such price differences remains uncertain. For instance, Marissa's broom is priced at 10 million Wanjia coins in the system marketplace, attributed to the unique aspect of its flying ability, rendering it quite precious in a realm like Jinsokyo, where many formidable yokai lack the ability to fly. In contrast, flight is not regarded as a special skill in the Dopa continent. A flying combat skill might only cost around 1 million gold coins. Thus 10 million Wanjia coins equate to a staggering 10 million gold coins. This is also the rationale behind her decision to carry Yafei along, and not merely for her physical allure. Dear sistering, do you possess that special energy? In the realm of commerce, Lung Jing realized that Yafei could easily draw similar conclusions. The materials used for the doll do not appear particularly high-end, yet they yield such formidable capabilities. A doll capable of serving as a third-level bodyguard is undoubtedly more reliable than hiring a similarly ranked expert, and despite its limitations, its value is unlikely to be less than 700,000. The potential profits are indeed substantial. Indeed, I possess it in abundance, Lung Jing replied, a knowing smile dancing upon her lips, as if a scheme were about to unfold. Could you perhaps entrust this doll to our auction house? Yafei joyfully began, only to suddenly remember something. She locked eyes with Lung Jing, who held a golden card, only issued to those with deposits exceeding 1 million gold coins. In that moment, Yafei comprehended the implications. What a cunning move! Lung Jing was aware that Yafei could not afford her living expenses and could only resort to misappropriating public funds. Thus, should Lung Jing default on her reimbursement, upon returning to the auction house, Yafei would face investigation for the embezzlement of funds and subsequently vanish from sight, destined to await a marriage arranged by her grandfather. In summary, this was a relentless effort to coerce herself into following Lung Ji-ing aboard this proverbial pirate ship. How shameless! Upon realizing this, Yafei donned an expression of indignation, genuinely incensed. She had placed considerable trust in Lung Ji-ing, following her directives, only to discover that Lung Ji-ing had been plotting against her. Unexpectedly, Lung Ji-ing tossed the card to her, exhibiting no intention of putting her in a difficult position. No, it is not your auction house, but rather our auction house. Observing the bewilderment on Yafei's face, Lung Ji-ing's smile was sly, as if she held all the cards. Subsequently, Lung Ji-ing gathered several large props and addressed Yafei. Look at all these marvelous little gadgets. Can you help establish our trading company? In her tone, there was a complete disregard for treating Yafei as an outsider, offering her no avenue for refusal, and treating her as an integral part of the team. It was then that Yafei recalled a previous conversation at the mid-year auction house, where she had stated that as long as Lung Ji-ing could demonstrate greater strength than the mid-year family, they would elope together. To be honest, Yafei had always regarded this as a jest, not out of disdain for Lung Ji-ing's perceived lack of backing, but rather because she doubted whether Lung Ji-ing would find her of lower status appealing. Yet, she was taken aback by Lung Ji-ing's evident regard for her. However, having made a promise, she saw no reason to retract her commitment. No matter how one viewed it, Lung Ji-ing appeared far more reliable than her cold, unyielding family. Establishing a trading company would indeed be straightforward, and these extraordinary items could likely open markets. However, it would be impossible to do so in Wutan City. They would need to return to Gamma Sacred City. Additionally, you could assist me in extricating myself from the mid-year family. Yafei contemplated before ultimately deciding to elope with Lung Ji-ing. On one side was the mid-year family, which regarded her as a mere tool, and on the other was Lung Ji-ing, who treated her as a confidant. There was no need for further deliberation. That is easily arranged. After you attend to matters here, we can depart. Lung Ji-ing mused, feeling that most affairs in Wutan City were nearing completion. With Yafei now in her company, only the recruitment event at Jialan Academy remained, which was ultimately inconsequential. It would be unwise to delay for another 6 months over this matter. Before their departure, she merely needed to assist Xiao Ning once more and provide some instructions to Wang Yulong, as their intellect should not require her excessive concern. Next, a visit to Qingshan Town was in order, followed by a direct return to the imperial capital through the Monster Mountain Range, ultimately connecting with Guhe or Yunyun to head towards the desert. The plan was solid. While Jialan Academy could not be overlooked, there were certainly other academies in the imperial capital that handled admissions, thus eliminating any cause for concern. Upon hearing Lung Ji-ing's words, Yafei nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. In a sense, she recognized that she would henceforth be part of Lung Ji-ing's world. In the ensuing days, Lung Ji-ing not only bequeathed a considerable fortune to Xiao Ning, but also introduced him to Wang Yulong, encouraging him to support Xiao Ning in securing a higher status within the family. Additionally, she left Xiao Ning with a notebook detailing Marissa's experiences in cultivating the power of the stars, providing him with an alternative means of empowerment. She then entrusted Wang Yulong with 3,000 vials of foundational spirit liquid, instructing him to decisively undermine the Xiao Zhan lineage while simultaneously expelling the other 2 families, ensuring Xiao Yin faced no opportunity. Wang Yulong was naturally eager to restore his family's glory, pledging that all profits would be directed towards assisting Xiao Ning in attaining the position of clan leader. Moreover, Yafei took the time to organize the financial reports of the auction house, leaving behind an additional 200,000 gold coins for Gunny in gratitude for his years of care, and ultimately penned a farewell letter before quietly departing. Thus, amidst the reluctant gazes of those left behind, Lung Ji-ing and the concealed Yafei within the carriage departed from Wutan City, where they had spent over a year. Upon stepping beyond the city's borders, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. for completing auxiliary task 2. Rewards: 15,000 Wanjia coins, 10 time space crystals, skill upgrade card. Random traveler summoning card, 1 dragon egg. Task completion rate, 3/4, impact level, high. Overall evaluation, excellent. Additional reward, 15,000 Wanjia coins, level 1. The task will update upon arrival at the next instance. Upon witnessing this, Lung Jing was not surprised. The 4 pivotal nodes of Wutan City were evidently Yafei. The adult ceremony, the rise of the Shao clan, and the enrollment of Jialan Academy. Yafei had been taken away by her own hand, leaving Shao Yin unable to seek her assistance any further. The adult ceremony was not worth mentioning, having been ruthlessly humiliated by Shao Ning. And now, with the Wang family dominating Wutan City with her aid, the Shao clan had no opportunity to rise under Shao Zhan. Without hesitation, Lung Jing immediately used the skill upgrade card. The first 3 skills of the Emperor held little value for enhancement, yet she found herself anticipating the 4th. The skill upgrade was successful. The current effect of the Eye of the Emperor is as follows. One can see through all disguises, invisibility, the names, strengths, and true values of items belonging to beings of any level. Chapter 85. Dragon Egg and Little Dragoness. Is it truly this powerful? The enhancement of the skill post-upgrade was nearly more than double. It is noteworthy that one could not discern the levels of those superior. Yet now it could be seen at a glance. How useful indeed. With this thought, Lung Jing glanced at Yafei beside her, a number floating above her, 22. Clear as day. The other appraising skill, however, seemed somewhat redundant. She had no need to profit from scavenging, especially with a capable Yafei around, rendering it entirely unnecessary. Having completed the skill upgrades, Lung Jing then turned her attention to the Dragon Egg and the Traveler Summoning card. This Traveler Summoning card was likely meant to summon someone with a request, certainly not a companion. Therefore, it was not suitable for summoning at this moment. It would be more appropriate to use it once the Imperial capital stabilized. As for the Dragon Egg, should she purchase an incubator? Price, 10,000 Wanjia coins. Ridiculous. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of you get what you pay for, Lung Jing decided to purchase it. Aside from the occasional lottery being a bit of scam, the system generally did not cheat users out of their money. This dragon ought not to be of inferior quality. Purchase successful. Currently incubating. Incubation time, 14,861 years. Lung Jing, are you trying to make me carry this to my grave? Seemingly sensing Lung Jing's despair, the system soon presented another interface. Would you like to purchase acceleration service? Price, 10,000 Wanjia coins per year. Initially, Lung Jing wished to ignore this troublesome system. A dragon egg was going to cost her 25 million Wanjia coins. That was practically all her earnings from completing tasks over such a long period. However, having already spent 10,000, it would be too regrettable not to hatch it. Accelerated incubation service purchased successfully. You have acquired a little dragoness named Kana. Upon hearing this name, Lung Jing felt a weight lift from her heart. Knowing the nature of dragons, if a male dragon were to emerge, despite its strength, having it around would be quite bothersome. With the completion of the hatching, a cute little girl appeared in her system space, emerging from the dragon egg with a confused expression. Instantly, Lung Jing understood the little girl's details. Name, Kana. Age, 114. 861. Years growth stage. Juvenile gender. Female level. 63 abilities. Dragon bloodline. Exhibits an innate bloodline suppression against non-dragon beast species below level 1 celestial, achieving the effect of fighting beyond her level. Devourer of heaven and earth, capable of consuming anything up to twice her size, acquiring its energy, with a risk of exploding if the target contains energy exceeding her own. True form of the cute dragon. When her level exceeds 75, she can transform into a true dragon, gaining flight abilities and a set of combat skills, with the effect of bloodline suppression doubling. This seems quite powerful. Lung Jing contemplated. Kanna's dragon clan should be considered moderate in the myriad worlds, possessing formidable strength from birth. However, evolving into maturity would undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. She had a feeling that Kana was unlike traditional dragons. Based on her innate skills, it seemed quite possible that she could level up simply by consuming. However, it would be best to keep her under wraps for now. They could discuss it later during their rest. Half a month later, at Qingshan Town, at the entrance of an inn, a carriage came to a gradual halt. "Sistering, wake up, we have arrived." Yifei, observing Lung Jing sleeping soundly, felt a deep sense of exasperation. Originally, a journey of less than a week had stretched into 2 weeks due to Lung Jing's laziness. Beside Yifei was a little girl with light purple hair, curiously gazing around. Seeing that Lung Jing remained as unresponsive as a dead dog, Yifei decided to ignore her for the moment, turning to squat down and gently pat Kana's head, instructing her, "Kana, don't wander off, I'll wake up your sister. And then we can go play." Yifei thought it was too much. Having to play both mother and father was already exhausting enough with the older one. And now there was a younger one. One day while on the road, Lung Jing had stumbled upon this little girl who was forcibly begging on the street, and in shock, had pulled her into the carriage, seriously declaring her to be her distant cousin. To be honest, Yifei had initially doubted this. How could the young lady of such a mysterious power remember her distant relatives? Yet, when mealtime arrived, her doubts were swiftly dispelled. It was simply because both of them had insatiable appetites. Thus, Kana seamlessly integrated into the role of Lung Jing's cousin without any issues, never revealing her strength, merely sitting quietly, acting cute, and munching on her fingers without causing any trouble. Regardless, she appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, resembling a mischievous child in Yifei's eyes, while Lung Jing paid her no mind, leaving all the caregiving responsibilities to Yifei. Yifei's efforts were not in vain. A lazy dog slowly climbed down from the carriage, stretching amidst the ancient and quaint architecture and the distant mountains, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "What a delightful sleep! Have we finally reached Qingshan Town? I am utterly exhausted. Yifei, can you please have some decorum?" Suddenly, Lung Jing seemed to remember something, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Noticing that no one was paying attention, she slipped back into the carriage, followed by 2 muffled thuds that left Yifei perplexed. Soon, a frail voice emerged from within. "Sister Yifei, I think I've broken my leg. Hurry and take me to find a doctor." Yifei, in truth, she was aware that Lung Jing had come here to seek someone named Xiao Yixian, although she was uncertain of the purpose. Someone of Lung Jing's status would likely be able to present a name card and gain an audience in such a small place, right? To fracture a leg so brutally was rather excessive. Meanwhile, Lung Jing had deeper considerations. Xiao Yixian's personality was somewhat introverted, and such individuals typically would not bow to the powerful. Otherwise, they would not remain in such a small locale. However, Xiao Yixian was so kind-hearted that if she were wail a few times outside the door of the Wanyao pharmacy, she would surely come to her aid, right? Reluctantly, Yifei acquiesced to Lung Jing's plan, for she was the leader after all. "Hello, do you have any female doctors here? Our young lady has sustained severe injuries." After a while, the carriage arrived at Wanyao pharmacy. Yifei adjusted her demeanor, adopting a worried expression, and dashed into the pharmacy, calling out to the shopkeeper selling medicine. Upon hearing of severe injury, the shopkeeper wasted no time and rushed upstairs to summon help. A few minutes later, the shopkeeper descended the stairs with a girl of approximately 15 or 16 years of age. The girl hurriedly approached Yifei and inquired, "Where is the injured? Is there any danger to their life?" Chapter 86. Self-harm to attract affection. Upon seeing this ethereal young lady, Yifei immediately recognized her as the person the lecherous man was seeking. She pointed outside and anxiously replied, "There is no danger to life. Her leg is broken. She is in the carriage outside." Without hesitation, the girl called for 2 individuals to carry a stretcher and accompanied them outside to retrieve the injured. After they carefully transferred Lung Jing from the carriage onto the stretcher, Yifei gazed at the blood-soaked figure of Lung Jing, who appeared gravely wounded and unconscious. Unsure of what to say, "Your ring cannot contain you." Yifei feigned urgency and left the shopkeeper a sum of 10,000 gold coins, urging him to procure the finest medicinal herbs possible. She then pretended to contact the young lady's family and departed with Kana. not wishing to delay Lung Ji-ing's performance. The moment they stepped outside, the concern on Yafei's face vanished, replaced by a palpable disdain. She took Kanna's hand and smiled, saying, "Come, sister, I shall treat you to something delicious." Not far away, a figure concealed in the shadows cursed under his breath. Damn it, how can that wretched woman be so inescapable? What are the odds of encountering her here? This individual, burdened with a hefty greatsword, appeared lethargic, clearly having endured extensive training in recent times. He was none other than Xiao Yan, who had ventured out from Wu-Tan City for practical experience. For reasons unknown, the recruitment team from Jialan Academy, which was not supposed to arrive for another 6 months, showed up the day following Lung Ji-ing's departure, allowing Xiao Yan to complete his registration and embark on his own journey. Although he had passed the adult test, his status within the family remained unchanged. Conversely, Xiao Ning's standing in the Xiao family soared, bringing substantial benefits to the family and being groomed as the successor to the clan leader, which inevitably led to Xiao Yan's marginalization. Thus, with no contributions to his name, Xiao Yan could no longer remain in the Xiao family. After registering alongside Sun Er, he promptly left, intending to train in the Monster Beast mountain range. However, upon arriving at the first stop, Qingshan Town, he witnessed a scene that soured his mood. Yet, upon seeing Lung Ji-ing being carried onto the stretcher, a glimmer of joy crossed Xiao Yan's face. He turned to Yao Lao and inquired, "Master, do you think that wretched woman has sustained serious injuries? Could she have provoked some formidable force? Xiao Yan, is there really such good fortune in this world? She is not injured at all. It is all an act. I suspect her true aim is that young lady who is serving as a physician here," Yao Lao replied. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yan's skepticism, Yao Lao gestured towards Kanna and Yafei, who were walking towards the tavern, and continued, "Those two are likely with her. But do they appear worried to you?" Xiao Yan glanced at the exuberant Kanna and the carefree Yafei, nodding in agreement. However, he did not recognize them, only finding Yafei somewhat familiar, and due to Lung Ji-ing's interference, he had never had a chance to communicate with her, leaving a faint impression. Enough of this. We must hurry inside and procure the medicinal herbs. With your current strength, you lack the ability to confront them, Yao Lao urged. Understood, master. Meanwhile, Lung Ji-ing, undergoing treatment from the little physician, completely missed the opportunity to charm anyone. Her purpose for this visit was merely to make an impression on the little physician. And at that moment, she was reviewing the newly updated system tasks. Main quest, unique. Objective, eliminate Xiao Yan. Auxiliary quest, 36. Objective, prevent Xiao Yan's actions in the Monster Beast mountain range. This quest consists of 2 nodes to be explored independently. Completing each node will yield 20,000 Wanjia coins, level 3, with a settlement following the conclusion of the Monster Beast mountain instance, providing additional substantial rewards based on performance, including the reward doubling card. Quest rewards, partner level enhancement card, level 6, random exotic fire, selectable level 7 occupational experience card, and a set of epic production line. Special reward, system level upgrade by 1 tier, updating to version 20. Such bountiful rewards? Lung Ji-ing was astonished, feeling the incentives were exceedingly generous. Originally, the rewards were already exceptionally lavish, yet there was an additional reward doubling card. The allure was irresistible. However, upon further reflection, she recognized that high rewards were often accompanied by high risks. The Monster Beast Mountain instance was sure to be fraught with challenges. Furthermore, after departing from the Monster Beast Mountain, there would likely be a lengthy hiatus before reaching the desert, explaining the substantial rewards. Were it not for the pursuit of the little physician and Yun, she might not have ventured into the Monster Beast Mountain at all. After reviewing the new tasks, Lung Ji-ing's consciousness returned to her body, and she slowly opened her eyes, feigning the appearance of one awakening from grave injuries. "Little sister, you are awake? How do you feel now?" The young lady who had been applying medicine to her leg halted her actions and inquired about her condition. The woman was clad in a light white dress, though her beauty did not possess the striking allure of Na Lan Yen Ran or Yafei. Her unadorned visage resembled a pristine lotus emerging from the water, growing more captivating upon closer inspection. Her entire being radiated a refreshing and ethereal aura, enhancing her charm, making her no less enchanting than any other. If one were to encapsulate her essence in 4 words, it would be gentle and lovely. To have a woman like her as a spouse would indeed be a stroke of fortune. There could be no greater happiness. This petite figure seemed to bear burdens that were not hers to shoulder, her face etched with profound worry, as though entangled in some perplexing dilemma. A mere glance from Lung Jiying was sufficient for her to recognize the little physician, especially with the prominent title of Little Physician, level 12, hovering above her head, making it hard to overlook. "Sister, I am fine," Lung Jiying replied, summoning some sweat beads from her forehead through her fighting spirit. After speaking, she gritted her teeth tightly, presenting a visage of unbearable pain. Seeing Lung Jiying in such a pitiable state, the little physician seemed to resolve something within herself. She turned, closed the door, retrieved a towel, and began to wipe her sweat while soothing her. "It's all right. I've already applied the medicine for you. Just bear with it for a moment, and it will be better soon." "Oh, it hurts so much." With the little physician caring for her, Lung Jiying took the opportunity to grasp her hand, akin to a drowning person clutching a lifeline. Her face adorned with a mask of agony and accompanied by whimpering sounds that would tug at anyone's heartstrings. The little physician sighed. She could not discern which family this young lady hailed from, nor could she fathom why she had not brought any guards. Though her injuries appeared severe, it was evident they were inflicted by a first-tier magical beast. This was indeed Chapter 87, the persistent Xiaoyan. Of course, this was all part of Lung Jiying's intentional ploy, designed to make the little physician perceive her as utterly helpless, instigating a protective instinct within her, thus laying the groundwork for her future endeavors in charming her. The little physician sighed again. Her compassionate nature was particularly stirred by the sight of a patient enduring such pain, especially one as endearing as this little sister. By a stroke of fate, I previously came across a medicinal formula that alleviates pain for patients. However, the cost entails several days of slumber. Would you care to try it? Xiao Yixian softly inquired as she gently stroked Lung Jiying's head. At that moment, Lung Jiying was in such agony that she could scarcely speak, and she weakly nodded in agreement. Upon receiving her consent, Xiao Yixian rose and approached the nearby apothecary table, retrieving several medicinal herbs from her storage ring, beginning to blend them in precise proportions. What Xiao Yixian did not reveal was that the concoction was not an anesthetic, but rather a poison that could induce paralysis. Yet, she discerned its unique value. It was remarkably effective for those suffering intense pain. Nonetheless, upon hearing it was poison, the injured would rather endure their torment than use it, despite Xiao Yixian having conducted numerous experiments herself. Surely, this young girl would not mind, would she? After preparing the powder, Xiao Yixian stepped out to fetch some water to mix with the medicinal powder. Returning, she smiled at Lung Jiying and said, "Little sister, please drink this. After a good sleep, your injuries will be much improved." Possessing the upgraded Emperor's Eye, Lung Jiying was well aware that the powder was indeed a poison. However, she also recognized it as harmless, categorized as such merely due to the inclusion of several toxic substances. Without hesitation, she lifted her head, and seeing her cooperation, Xiao Yixian felt a sense of relief. It seemed the water was a bit too warm, so she blew on it while feeding it to Lung Jiying. Within minutes of drinking, Lung Jiying drifted into a drowsy slumber. This level of poison could not hinder her. Yet it was all in the spirit of cooperation with Xiao Yixian. Observing Lung Jiying was asleep, Xiao Yixian exhaled in relief, then retrieved additional medicine to change Lung Jiying's bandages. Once assured all was in order, she proceeded to change her clothing, swapping her regular attire for a more lightweight outfit. And after checking her storage ring, she exited the room. At the moment Xiao Yixian stepped outside, Lung Jiying opened her eyes. She was acutely aware of Xiao Yixian's intentions and could not allow her to have proximity to Xiao Yin akin to that of before. With this thought in mind, Lung Jiying donned a full set of Marissa-esque attire and affixed a mask-like accessory to her face. Presently, her appearance bore no distinction from Marissa. She could not possibly participate in this journey in her original form, and a casual outfit would not suffice to command respect from Xiao Yan. Thus, this guise was indeed perfect. Fortunately, Marissa's array of items provided everything she needed, or else she would have been at a loss. Once prepared, Long Jing approached the window, and seeing that no one was passing by, she leapt out. Aside from Xiao Yixian, there were no other female physicians in the Wan Yaozhai, and she was unconcerned about an intrusion, especially since her room seemed to be Xiao Yixian's private quarters. Glimpsing Xiao Yixian, who had just walked a short distance away, Long Jing cleared her throat to ensure her voice had changed, then followed at a leisurely pace. Xiao Yixian's destination was a mercenary guild. After exchanging a few words with the leader of a mercenary group, she seated herself on the team's cart. The leader cast a fervent gaze her way, then called out to the surrounding crowd. Wan Yaozhai is heading into the Monster Mountains to gather herbs, and the esteemed Xiao Yixian will accompany us. There are only 50 spots available, and participants must possess at least 2-star Doja strength. Only 2 spots remain. Everyone hurry! Almost simultaneously, Long Jing and another figure dashed to the front of the leader, exclaiming, "I'll join." Upon hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Long Jing turned to see that the newcomer was none other than Xiao Yan. Although she had anticipated Xiao Yan would catch up, she was still astonished to see him advance through nearly half a year of plot progression. His strength had evidently surged, now reaching 4-star Doja, as if propelled by a rocket. Xiao Yan, too, was fixated on her, his eyes filled with animosity. After receiving guidance from Yao Lao, he recognized that the person before him was not the Dozong powerhouse from the initiation ceremony, but merely a Douling in strength, thus unveiling her true identity. "Children, you should return home at once. This journey is perilous and not suited for you. Forget what I said, you're in." The tranquility was shattered by the leader responsible for recruitment. However, before he could finish, Xiao Yan and Long Jing each struck the nearby tree with a punch, demonstrating their capability to join the expedition. Xiao Yan had no intention of fleeing. If that wretched woman wished to kill him, she would have done so long ago. He was alive and well, so he had no fear. Indeed, Long Jing could not directly eliminate Xiao Yan until she had amassed sufficient power. Although the previous contract did not explicitly prohibit his demise, Xiao Yan's death would also mean Yao Lao's end. Realizing this, Long Jing felt ensnared in a trap. How could she fulfill her mission without eliminating a Xiao Yan? Yet had she not signed, Gu Yuan would have surely hunted her down upon discovering that she lacked any connection to the so-called fantasy realm. Now, however, she was not under his scrutiny, which was a relief. Regardless, though she could not kill Xiao Yan, incapacitating him was still an option. For instance, severing his third leg would not pose a significant issue. After all, the main quest simply required her to inflict damage upon Xiao Yan to earn rewards. Patience was key. With the group gathered, they wasted no time and proceeded toward the Monster Mountains. Along the way, exchanges of glances between Long Jing and Xiao Yan were inevitable. Additionally, they faced several first-tier magical beasts, none of which posed a challenge for Xiao Yan, who dispatched them with ease, each slain with a single stroke, garnering the astonished gazes of the others. The leader, Mu Li, began to entertain thoughts of recruiting him, while even Xiao Yixian regarded him with a gaze of deep curiosity, heightening Long Jing's sense of urgency. The group made their way to the outskirts of the Monster Mountains, and after some contemplation, Xiao Yixian pointed to a nearby clearing and suggested, "That open space ahead seems suitable. Shall we set up camp there?" The others had no objections. Although Xiao Yixian held a certain status among them, the true leader remained Mu Li. Without his command, the group would not dare act independently. "All right, we shall heed Xiao Yixian's counsel." Mu Li, ever obedient to Xiao Yixian, displayed an eager demeanor and promptly instructed the group to establish their camp nearby. Before long, with collective effort, a campsite was swiftly erected. The herb gatherers then dispersed to search for spiritual herbs, while Xiao Yan did not linger, choosing to venture off in a separate direction. Noticing that no one was paying attention to her, Xiao Yixian stealthily slipped away from the team, heading toward a cliff. However, she was unaware that a golden-haired girl had been trailing her closely. Soon, she arrived at the cliff, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Confirming no one was present, Xiao Yixian produced a rope and lowered it, then began her descent. Long Jing had no intention of following her down, if all went as expected. Xiao Yin would likely arrive at this location just in time to cross paths with Xiao Yixian, creating a most unpleasant confrontation. Such matters of diminishing favor were not hers to meddle in. As if to affirm her thoughts, a short while later, Xiao Yin, returning from herb gathering, arrived at the very spot and collided with the ascending Xiao Yixian. Due to the presence of Yao Lao, Long Jiying did not dare to approach too closely, only catching glimpses of the two engaging in somewhat intimate gestures before they seemed to reach a mutual understanding and proceeded towards their previous campsite. Long Jiying had no intention of accompanying them back. Now that she was aware of this place's existence, she could venture in and set up her plans. After all, her absence from the medicine gathering team was inconsequential. They would likely assume she had fallen prey to a magical beast. With this thought, Long Jiying soared into the air, descending towards the position where Xiao Yixian had just been, quickly locking onto a cave nestled in the mountainside. Just as she was about to explore further, a massive stone door obstructed her path. However, this presented no challenge for Long Jiying, who wielded the eye of the great emperor. Activating her skill, she swiftly located the hidden switch for the door and pressed it gently, causing it to open. Upon entering the cave, Long Jiying closed the stone door behind her and retrieved a crystal ball from Marissa to illuminate the path ahead. The cave was undoubtedly teeming with magical beasts, with groups of snakes and scorpions lurking about. Yet, before Long Jiying's overwhelming strength, they were reduced to mere dust with a single strike. After an indeterminate amount of time, her surroundings suddenly expanded into a bright hall, revealing a mountain of gold coins and gems scattered about, appearing as inconsequential as ordinary stones. At the center of the hall stood 3 small chests, which must have been the treasures left behind by the cave's master. However, Long Jiying did not inspect them immediately. Instead, she approached a skeleton seated nearby and smashed it to bits with a punch to prevent it from rising again. After all, such a thing could be quite unsettling. What if it frightened the children? Once she dealt with the skeleton, Long Jiying collected 3 keys hidden within its remnants, along with a fragment of the Pure Lotus demonic fire map. She then opened the treasure chests and gathered the valuables within. After a moment's thought, she exchanged 3 Alice dolls from the system store, activated them, and placed them inside the chests, relocking them to prepare a surprise for Xiao Yan. Earlier, in Xiao Yixian's boudoir, Long Jiying had deliberately collected some strands of hair and other items imbued with her essence, ensuring the dolls would not inadvertently harm Xiao Yixian. Next, Long Jiying began to alter her appearance, gradually growing taller as her skin took on a withered, desiccated quality, resembling a decrepit old man. Her long hair turned white, giving her the appearance of someone on the verge of returning to the earth. This was her plan. She intended to disguise herself as an elderly gentleman to bestow a legacy upon Xiao Yixian, while simultaneously deepening her connection with her own self, who was currently resting in bed. The plan was flawless. It should be noted that this transformation technique was borrowed from Marissa, costing only a few 100 million world coins. The most crucial aspect was her ability to freely alter the aura surrounding her. Otherwise, the disguise would not have been convincing. Now, all that remained was to wait. Long Jiying tidied up the skeleton and wiped down the chair that had likely remained unclean for centuries, before taking a seat with an air of wisdom. Such a profound disguise made her unafraid of being seen through by Yao Lao. She was an entirely different person than before. If he could see through this, then Yao Chun would truly be remarkable. Having completed all her preparations, Long Jiying closed her eyes to rest, patiently awaiting the arrival of the two. After an unknown amount of time, a loud noise erupted at the cave entrance, rousing the slumbering Long Jiying. They had arrived. A smile graced her lips. If these two failed to show up, her efforts would have been in vain. However, she maintained her composure, simply closing her eyes as if in deep meditation. At the cave entrance, Xiao Yan, holding a torch, cautiously advanced alongside Xiao Yixian, wary of any hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. How strange, Xiao Yixian mused. Why is it so quiet in this cave? There are usually venomous creatures lurking about in such places. Xiao Yan, feeling surprisingly relaxed. had initially been tense with worry about being ambushed by that treacherous woman. To his relief, she had departed. The two engaged in light conversation, the previously tense atmosphere easing considerably as they made their way to the central hall. Upon entering, the dim cave transformed into a brightly lit space, the ground glimmering with gold and gems, shining brilliantly in the light. Wow, so much wealth! Seeing such a bounty, the perpetually impoverished Xiao Yin eagerly rushed forward, biting a few coins before stowing them in his storage ring. This was not a display of greed. Since the treasures were scattered about, they were presumably ownerless, and he intended to share them with Xiao Yixin anyway. Xiao Yixin paid no mind to Xiao Yan's actions, instead scrutinizing the hall until she spotted the 3 chests atop pillars. As she approached, Xiao Yixin noticed a skeletal figure seated with its back to the entrance, appearing as nothing more than a withered old man, staring at her with an expression devoid of emotion. Startled, Xiao Yixin quickly composed herself. "Elder, we are merely passing adventurers who mistook this for an uninhabited treasure trove. If we have disturbed your rest, we shall take our leave. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to speak." Xiao Yixin swiftly made the right choice. Though the old man appeared to be an ordinary mortal, there was a stark difference between adventuring for treasure and seizing another's possessions. Had the place been unoccupied, she would have felt no qualms about gathering the treasures. Xiao Yixin harbored no doubts about the old man being a hidden powerhouse. Countless strong individuals had suffered grievous injuries in the Dopa continent, losing their powers. This elderly figure, even if he had once been a Do Huang, would likely be no match for her now. Yet, since these treasures belonged to someone, her kind nature prevented her from taking what was not hers. In reality, Leng Zhiying had retained her Do Ling strength, but the disparity was so great that Xiao Yixin could not perceive it. Hearing Xiao Yixin's words, Xiao Yin, who had been busy collecting treasures, paused and approached, puzzled. "Xiao Yixin, what is the matter?" Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yin was also taken aback by the skeletal figure, retreating a few steps and brandishing his Xian Zhongqi, ready for battle. Under their watchful gaze, the skeleton slowly stood and rasped, "I am known as the pure Lotus Demon Sage." "Pure Lotus Demon Sage? Sage? Could be a Do Sage?" Xiao Yin was astounded. If this were indeed a Do Sage, a mere breath could spell his doom. Sensing an ancient aura emanating from the skeleton, Yao Lao was equally astonished, questioning whether this was truly the legendary pure Lotus Demon Sage from ancient times. Had he survived in this place all these years? Yet, sensing that he only possessed Do Ling strength, Yao Lao felt somewhat reassured. Even if the pure Lotus Demon Sage were real, what could he do? Upon reflecting on this, Yao Lao comforted Xiao Yin, saying, "Little Yin, do not worry. He currently possesses only the strength of a Do Ling and lacks the Jing Lian Yao Hua of a Yao Xing. I can handle him." Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yin felt a wave of relief. After all, what did it matter if this skeleton had once been a Do Shang? Now he was merely a Do Ling. The skeleton, however, paid no heed to their minor exchanges, continuing to speak to them. "Your arrival here signifies a connection with me. Therefore, I shall choose one of you as my inheritor to possess my treasures. The other, having learned my secret, cannot possibly leave alive." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart surged with joy. In terms of talent, he surpassed Xiao Yixin by far, and it seemed the Dosheng inheritance was rightfully his. As for the fate of Xiao Yixin, he cared not. After all, she was but a passerby, and her life or death had nothing to do with him. However, the subsequent words of the skeleton plunged Xiao Yin into despair. "Yet, I cannot share a disciple with another. Do you not agree, Yao Chun?" This implication was crystal clear. It was evident that the skeleton dismissed Xiao Yin, who already had a master. Before Xiao Yin could respond, Yao Lao swiftly seized control over Xiao Yin's body and, clasping his hands together, respectfully addressed the skeleton. "Predecessor Yao Sung, we mean no disturbance. I implore you to spare him. Once I have regained my corporeal form, I shall offer you a 9-grade Xindan." Yao Lao was confident he could contend with the Jing Lian Yao Xing on equal footing. But the methods of a Doshang were beyond the imagination of a mere peak Dozun. If this being still wielded some fragment of Jing Lian Yao Hua, he would likely find himself unable to escape. Although Yao Chun could manipulate Bone Spirit Cold Fire, should this entity still command Jinglian Yaohua, he feared that escape would be impossible. He cannot afford to gamble. Very well, but the price for disturbing my slumber shall not be trifling. Let be the severance of an arm. The being disguised as a skeleton had no intention of taking Xiao Yan's life. It was deemed necessary for him to endure some hardship. Hearing this, Yao Lao was overjoyed. For an alchemist like him, losing an arm was merely a minor injury, easily remedied with a third-grade elixir. If he could dismiss the Jinglian Yaoseng, it would be a most favorable outcome. Do not rejoice too soon. I refer to the third arm. Yao Lao exclaimed, "How deep is your enmity?" He knew all too well what the third arm entailed. Yet the cost of reconstructing that particular area was considerable. Predecessor, this is somewhat excessive. I beseech you to show mercy. I shall repay you generously in the future. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the Jinglian Yaoseng, Yao Chun steeled himself. Should the being refuse to relent, he would have no choice but to confront this fallen high-level Doshang for the sake of his disciple's future. What? Do you intend for me to take action? Cole Jing, unfazed by Yao Lao's subtle motions, merely ignited a small azure flame at her fingertip. Its mere heat manifesting into a tangible form that surged toward Yao Lao. This flame was no ordinary fire. It was a fragment of the immortal phoenix flame borrowed from Feng Yuan, Mei Hong by Marissa, worth a staggering 50,000 Wan Jia coins, a testament to its rarity. Truth be told, Cole Ji-ing harbored great concern over its potential extinguishment. Should that occur, she would be forced to repurchase it from the system's marketplace, effectively returning to square one. Upon witnessing the flame, Yao Lao's pupils constricted, evidently astounded by the extraordinary phenomenon before him. As the saying goes, when Yiwa appears, all flames bow in submission. This adage rang particularly true among the Yiaoa rankings, where even a single rank difference could signify a chasm between two flames, akin to entirely different classes. Moreover, the third-ranked Jinglian Yaohua surpassed his Bone Spirit Cold Fire by nearly 10 ranks. He had never encountered Jinglian Yaohua, yet he discerned that the aura emanating from this flame was exponentially stronger than that of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, leaving no room for doubt. Once targeted by this flame, even with Bone Spirit Cold Fire at his disposal, he would likely be consumed in an instant. Predecessor, I concede. Please, put away the Jinglian Yaohua. Yao Lao said with a bitter smile. In an open space, he might have made a run for it, but in such a confined area, escape was impossible. Who knew what other means the Jinglian Yaoseng might possess? Ah, quite the sensible one. Let us proceed, Cole Jing remarked, noticing Yao Chen's capitulation. She quickly resold the immortal phoenix flame, allowing herself a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she produced a small knife and tossed it to Yao Chun, gesturing for him to commence his performance. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body began to struggle violently, clearly aware of the ordeal he was about to endure. Yet, Yao Lao seemed to whisper something to him, prompting Xiao Yan to cease his resistance. Chapter 90. The Rescue of Xiao Yixian. Yao Lao steeled himself, closed his eyes, and with a swift motion, wielded the knife, subsequently collecting the gruesome remains without uttering another word. He merely clasped his hands in respect toward Cole Ji-ing before retreating, vanishing into the depths of the cave moments later. Observing the scene, Xiao Yixian felt a profound chill. Although she held no affection for Xiao Yan, the sight was utterly repulsive. Yet, she could not help but feel elated, as she understood Xiao Yan's initial despair and was pleasantly surprised by such a turn of events. Was this perhaps a case of good fortune for good deeds? Come here. Child, stand by my side. After watching Xiao Yan depart, the high and mighty demeanor of Cole Jing disappeared entirely, replaced by the visage of a kindly old gentleman, albeit one who appeared rather unsettling. Xiao Yixian obediently approached Cole Jing, inexplicably feeling a sense of security from the old man, allowing her to gradually lower her guard. Since you have arrived here, it signifies a bond between us. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Cole Jing pondered that merely having a passerby relationship would not suffice to deepen their connection. If she were to accept Xiao Yixian as a disciple, their future endeavors would be far simpler. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian knelt without hesitation, respectfully paying her respects as she said, "Disciple Xiao Yixian, willing to serve my master." She understood that throughout the entire northwest region, it would be nearly impossible to find another Doshong. And could this newly recognized master perhaps be a divine compensation for her tragic fate? Cold Ji Ying nodded appreciatively, helping her to her feet and feigning a profound examination of her form before mysteriously stating, "Disciple, extend your hand. Let me see." Xiao Yin complied, extending her hand, filled with anticipation. Her inanduti was a terminal affliction in such a remote area, yet to her Do Sheng master, it might merely be a trivial ailment. Cold Ji Ying grasped Xiao Yixian's wrist, gently kneading it, relishing the soft sensation that pleased her. However, her words did not cease, as she smiled and praised, "Such a pure soul. Young lady, you must be an exceptionally kind person. Excellent, splendid." Yet, scarcely had she finished speaking when her brow furrowed, as if she had detected something extraordinary, causing Xiao Yixian's heart to tighten in anxiety. Could it truly be the Yinan duty? How could such a constitution manifest in such a pure young girl? Could it be that heaven is truly so heartless? Cold Ji Ying murmured, her gaze toward Xiao Yixian filled with pity, lamenting the unfairness of fate. "Indeed, master, I am truly a vessel of calamity and poison." And upon seeing the current state of Lung Jiying, Xiao Yixian felt an overwhelming sense of shame, lowering her head in silence as tears flowed from her eyes, clearly recalling those who had perished because of her. Observing her distress, Lung Jiying approached and gently patted her back, offering words of comfort. "Do not fret, my child. It is merely a calamity poison. Though I have fallen to such depths, this trifling poison is of no consequence. Just follow my instructions, and this condition can be resolved shortly." Before Xiao Yixian could even muster a smile, Lung Jiying continued in a serious tone. "However, once the calamity poison is dispelled, it signifies that your constitution will no longer differ from that of an ordinary person. This means you will lose your innate talent for cultivation, becoming no different from a commoner. Moreover, you must forget all the poison techniques you have learned. Otherwise, you will suffer a fatal backlash from the poison. Yet, I shall not place you in a difficult position. I possess another method to suppress the calamity poison within you, transforming it into a controllable state. The consequence of this is that you will only be able to become a poison master, one who is considered exceptionally gifted even in Zhongzhou." After careful consideration, Lung Jiying proposed two solutions, both reliant on the system shop. The first was to sell the calamity poison as a trade item, while the second involved purchasing it back after the sale and transferring it to Xiao Yixian. Anything filtered through the system shop is guaranteed to be flawless, thereby rendering the previously uncontrollable calamity poison manageable. She would not impose her choice upon Xiao Yixian, but allow her to decide for herself. However, Xiao Yixian did not disappoint Lung Jiying. Almost instantly upon hearing her words, she resolutely declared, "I choose the first option, master. I would rather be an ordinary healer, even if it leads to my demise at the hands of others, than become a poison master who endangers others." Lung Jiying felt immense pride and affection as she caressed Xiao Yixian's silky hair, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly worthy of my selection. You remind me of my younger self. Since you have made your choice, you must now attempt to communicate with the calamity poison within you, guiding it towards me, while silently reciting that you wish to transfer the calamity poison to your master. Once you do, I shall perform a technique to transfer this constitution to myself." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yixian did not display joy. Instead, her face was filled with concern as she inquired, "But master, what will happen to you once it is transferred?" In response to Xiao Yixian's apprehension, Lung Jiying had already prepared a suitable explanation, replying confidently, "Rest assured, this constitution will not affect me. Do not forget that I am the Jing Lian Yaoshen, even though my current strength is but that of a Douling. With a trace of the Jing Lian Yao Hui's essence, it will be a simple task for me to refine it, ultimately serving as nourishment for my healing." Without further ado, Lung Jiying guided Xiao Yixian to sit down, taking her hands in hers, palms facing each other. The aura surrounding them began to rise steadily, Although it served little purpose, appearances must be maintained. Xiao Yixian, not daring to be negligent, promptly followed her master's instructions, continuously reciting the words given to her. This phrase subtly conveyed a signal. Xiao Yixian was willing to offer the calamity poison as a gift to Leng Zhiying, who, upon obtaining ownership, could sell it directly. The system detected the trade item calamity poison, valued at 500 million world coins. Would you like to sell it? Sale successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden achievement, saving Xiao Yixian, significantly altering the storyline. Rewards include 1 random army summoning card from the Kupu Lu Star region, human race, 100,000 world coins, and 100 origin points. In a state of astonishment, Leng Zhiying was taken aback by the unexpected bounty of rewards. Setting aside the implications of the origin points, the total of 600 million world coins from the sale alone was exceedingly enticing. Half of her million goals had been achieved in a single stroke. Furthermore, the human army from the StarCraft universe would undoubtedly be formidable. Although their technology might seem inferior to cultivation, advanced civilizations possess superior industrial technology alongside their weaponry, potentially resulting in steel plates that, while appearing to be mere millimeters thick, are actually composed of compressed steel several meters thick, thus ensuring remarkable defensive capabilities. However, Leng Zhiying chose to disregard these thoughts for the moment, returning to the present with a calm demeanor. She stood up, pulling Xiao Yixian to her feet with a smile. All right, the calamity poison within you has now been transferred. You are now an ordinary person. Xiao Yixian, bewildered, had only just sat down and performed her technique for a few moments, and yet it was completed so swiftly. Nonetheless, considering her master was a Do Sheng-level powerhouse, she suppressed her surprise, realizing that such a being could not be measured by ordinary standards. Seeing Leng Zhiying casually resume her seat, Xiao Yixian set aside her confusion and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for all you have done for me. Is there anything you require of your disciple? Here it comes. To connect her identity as the Jing Lian Yao Sheng to the comatose Leng Zhiying in the Wan Yao Zhai, the forthcoming dialogue was crucial. Disciple, I indeed have a matter to trouble you with. Leng Zhiying feigned a melancholic demeanor, expressing with a hint of sorrow, I, the Jing Lian Yao Sheng, have traversed Zhongzhou for a lifetime, yet ultimately fell to my arch-nemesis, the Huang Chuanxingzhe. In despair, I found my way to this northwestern region. Settling amidst these desolate mountains, my strength reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Fortunately, that old man possessed some conscience, understanding that misfortune should not befall family, thus allowing my lineage to endure. Though I am now weakened, I can still perceive my direct descendants through our bloodline. The favor I seek from you relates to my descendants. Please, Master, tell me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian's expression grew serious. She would undoubtedly fulfill her master's request without reservation. Though they had known each other for only a brief time, the bond formed was akin to that of a rebirth from one's parents. Leng Zhiying gazed towards the ceiling, a nostalgic expression gracing her face as she reminisced. I have a little granddaughter, a descendant from many generations past, who was my favorite before my duel with that old man. I often took her around Zhongzhou, and those were the happiest moments of my life. Regrettably, this granddaughter cannot cultivate due to the bloodline's constraints. Her generation is one that cannot cultivate until she turns 13, at which point I can activate her potential. Yet, before I could activate her, I found myself stranded here, unable to leave. I perceive that my little granddaughter has been wandering the continent in search of me, not to activate her powers, but out of longing for her grandfather who has been missing for years. Currently, I sense her presence in the vicinity of the Monster Beast Mountains, very close to me. I hope you can seek her out and bring her to me. I have matters to discuss with her. For Xiao Yixian, Leng Zhiying relied on persuasion for now, while Yao Chun understood who the Jing Lian Yaosheng was. Xiao Yixian likely regarded her as merely a powerful figure. When she eventually learns the truth, she may very well pound her chest in indignation. Though Leng Zhiying maintained a light-hearted demeanor, Xiao Yixian listened intently. Being well-liked by others, this task would pose no trouble for her. Since her master indicated that her granddaughter was nearby, she must be in one of the neighboring towns. Master, do you remember your granddaughter's name? If I manage to locate her, I will certainly bring her here at the earliest opportunity. Naturally, for the sake of her master's instructions. Xiao Yao Xian is wholly dedicated, as she cherishes this bond immensely. As for her, I recall her name is Lung Jiying, a name I personally bestowed upon her. Moreover, I am known as Lung Hongde, referred to by the world as the pure lotus demon saint, yet my true name has long been forgotten. A cunning smile crept across Lung Jiying's heart. This was her grand scheme. Once Xiao Yao Xian returns to find her in a dormant state, she could seamlessly enter the mountains alone, subsequently seeking Yun Yun. By the time of her return, she would be able to present herself with the prowess of Douling. Much to her delight, this plan is akin to passing on my skills to myself. Indeed, Xiao Yao Xian exhibited a look of astonishment upon recollecting Lung Jiying. She distinctly remembered that little sister who had cried out in pain, leaving quite an impression on her. The registration form bore her name, and the meticulous Xiao Yao Xian had taken a moment to verify it. It is no wonder that the little sister did not appear to be from the Gamma Empire. It turns out she is a prominent figure from Zhongzhou. With this thought, Xiao Yao Xian responded without hesitation, Master, the Lung Jiying you mentioned happens to be someone I encountered today. Upon my return, I shall have her come to see you. What? Such a remarkable coincidence. Excellent. Lung Jiying feigned shock, feeling quite pleased. Now that things have progressed to this point, Xiao Yao Xian would inevitably be unable to escape. Then you may return first. My disciple, I am currently sealed by that old dog and cannot access my storage ring. Only a blood relative can assist me in activating it. Once my granddaughter arrives, I will have her bring your cultivation resources. At that moment, Lung Jiying sensed some unusual sounds from outside the cave. Likely Mu Li and his mercenaries arriving to take advantage of the situation, prompting her to urge Xiao Yao Xian to leave promptly. Xiao Yao Xian, of course, was not envious of her master's cultivation resources. Being able to resolve her cursed body was already the greatest gift bestowed upon her, and she dared not wish for more. With this in mind, Xiao Yao Xian did not linger, respectfully bowing and reluctantly stating, Master, I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. If I am not mistaken, you should have a flying magical beast companion. In that case, exit through the other side of the cave. It is safer there, and being discovered would not be favorable. While Lung Jiying kindly directed Xiao Yao Xian, she simultaneously manipulated her Do Qi to seal off the sound emanating from the cave entrance, preventing Xiao Yao Xian from noticing anything amiss. Xiao Yao Xian, trusting her master's words, did not hesitate to proceed through the other exit of the cave. She whistled to summon her companion, Xiao Lan, and upon mounting, they soared towards the direction of Qing Shan Town. Chapter 92, The Beast Mountain Range. As for the medicinal gathering team, she need not return, for losing her way and separating from the group was not an uncommon occurrence. Following her master's guidance to seek out that little sister was the priority. Once Xiao Yao Xian departed, Lung Jiying immediately shed her disguise, waving her hand to collect the treasures here. This pile of millions of gold coins should not be squandered on others. Ultimately, at the very last moment before the mercenaries entered, Lung Jiying flew out from the cave where Xiao Yao Xian had left, leaving behind 3 specially treated treasure chests, hoping to surprise those who stumbled upon them. A week later, at the entrance of Wanyaozhai, holding Yafei with one hand and Kana with the other, Lung Jiying playfully addressed Xiao Yao Xian. Sister Xiao Yao Xian, I shall go find my great-grandfather now. You must wait for my return here. Just as Lung Jiying had anticipated, Xiao Yao Xian had indeed not detected any anomalies. Upon awakening, they enacted a heartfelt sisterly scene, which would surely move anyone witnessing it to tears. All right, Ying Mei. Do remember to send my regards to Master. I have a few patients to attend to, so I shall not accompany you, Xiao Yao Xian said, her expression filled with genuine warmth as she regarded Lung Jiying. If all goes well, it seems she may soon journey through the world alongside this little sister before her. Meanwhile, Yafei watched the tender exchange between the two sisters, utterly bewildered. How was it possible to accomplish so much in just a few days? Truly a heartthrob. She subconsciously overlooked the fact that she too had been won over by Lung Jiying. Sister Jiafei, you remain here to assist Xiao Yao Xian with Wanyaozhai, while Kana and I venture to the Beast Mountain Range to investigate," Lung Jiying said, bidding farewell to Xiao Yaoxian with a touch of reluctance. The destination she was headed for involved a battle at the Do Huang level, and with Yafei's strength still lacking, it was prudent for her to stay behind and allow for some emotional bonding. "Very well then, dear sister. Shall we discuss this inside?" Upon realizing Lung Jiying's intentions to avoid her while engaging in mischief, Yafei did not press the matter further and naturally took Xiao Yaoxian's hand, eagerly speaking to her. "All right," Xiao Yaoxian, a rather shy girl, found herself slightly overwhelmed by Yafei's enthusiasm, yet she still led her away. After parting, Lung Jiying did not linger for long. She purchased a map of the Beast Mountain Range in the town and then departed from Qingshan Town with Kana, seeking a secluded spot to ascend into the sky towards the territory marked on the map for the purple crystal wing Lion King. 5 days later, Lung Jiying surveyed the barren land around her, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind as she questioned Kana. "Kana-chan, are you certain the lair of the purple crystal wing Lion King is in this direction? It doesn't seem right to me." Although the map indicated the territory of the purple crystal wing Lion King, the area was simply too vast, making it a daunting task to locate a small cave within. However, Lung Jiying was utterly directionally challenged, even getting lost in her own home. Thus she entrusted the sacred mission of guiding them to Kana. Kana remained silent, plucking a small insect from the roadside, devouring it with a crunch, then pointed towards the direction they had come from, stating with conviction, based on the energy within it, "The fire elemental lion you seek should be over there." Lung Jiying thought, "Even though I've grown accustomed to Kana leading us in circles these days, traipsing back and forth like this is absurd. Forget it. Let us not search any longer. We'll rest here for a while." Reluctantly, Lung Jiying chose to temporarily abandon the search. With this method, they could search for a lifetime without success. However, she mused that once Yun Yun and the purple crystal wing Lion King engaged in battle, she would surely feel the disturbance from her side, right? The duo found a cave, scaring off its previous occupant, and settled in comfortably. Yet, Lung Jiying felt a pang of hunger, or perhaps a craving. Gazing at Kana, who was eagerly awaiting food, she resignedly decided to hunt. Within the Beast Mountain Range, even the wild chickens are of the first-grade magical beast variety, plump and robust, comparable to ordinary domestic pigs. Despite being magical beasts, Lung Jiying found it effortless to deal with these wild chickens. In less than 10 minutes, she returned with 3 wild chickens and several lotus leaves. A gentle sweep of her dough, she rid the chickens of their feathers, and after a quick wash using the spring in the cave, she prepared to start a fire for roasting. "Kana, please gather some firewood. Tonight, we shall have beggar's chicken." Upon hearing the mention of food, Kana's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hurriedly gathered several stones to construct a fire pit, and without any wood or straw, she effortlessly conjured a flame that burned fiercely, showing no signs of extinguishing, an act utterly defying scientific rationale. Meanwhile, Lung Jiying busied herself by marinating the chicken with seasonings she carried, then wrapped the sizable birds in massive lotus leaves. She collected some soft mud from the nearby spring and encased the chickens within it before placing them in the fire pit to roast. The relentless pursuit of delicious food drives gluttons to tireless efforts. Kana's flames were extraordinary, and under her control, the chickens were ready in less than 10 minutes. As the fragrant dish neared completion, Lung Jiying waved her hand to retrieve them from the pit. With a wooden stick, she tapped the exterior, causing the mud to crack open, revealing the chicken enveloped in lotus leaves. Both Lung Jiying and Kana eagerly seized a bird, unwrapping the leaves, releasing an irresistible aroma. The scent, enticing and mouth-watering, made Lung Jiying tremble with delight, her face radiating satisfaction. Kana, however, wasted no time and began devouring her meal, disregarding the fragrance and focusing solely on the food. The succulent chicken quickly diminished under her voracious bites. Observing this, Lung Jiying joined in, and within mere minutes, the 3 giant chickens were reduced to a pile of bones, a pitiful sight. Ah, how delectable this chicken was! Rich yet not greasy, lean yet not tough. Never had she tasted anything so exquisite. Lung Ji-ing patted her slightly distended belly, her face glowing with bliss as if she had reached the pinnacle of existence. The joy of a glutton is so simple. Everything else is mere ephemeral distraction. And as long as there is a morsel of delicious food, that is the greatest satisfaction. Chapter 93. Yun Yun after resting for a day in the cave. Lung Ji-ing held Kanna close while they slept. Suddenly, a distant roar and explosion shattered the tranquility. Who dares disturb my slumber? She fumed, her morning grumpiness getting the better of her. Rising furiously, she struck the cave wall with a punch, effortlessly breaking through the shallow cavern. The soul beasts foraging outside were startled by this sudden display of power and scattered in fright. With a stoic expression, Lung Ji-ing stepped out of the cave, surveying the source of the commotion. The formerly azure sky now resonated with thunderous sounds created by two fierce energy waves. Hues of azure and violet nearly enveloping half the heavens. Even the languid clouds glimmered with their dual brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, her anger evaporated, replaced by profound curiosity. She quickly called Kanna to follow her towards the battle. Ah, have we arrived too late? Lung Ji-ing mused as she and Kanna crouched in the grass, observing the fierce confrontation between two figures in the sky. Initially, her plan was to intervene directly, luring the Zijing Yishir Wang with the promise of transformation, then allowing Kanna to subdue it, compelling it to become her subordinate. In doing so, Yun Yun would acquire the Ziling Jing and harbor gratitude towards her, thus securing a place in her heart for future manipulation upon arriving at Yunlan Zone. Furthermore, once her objectives were met, she would naturally depart the Monster Mountain range, leaving Xiao Yan in the lurch. A perfect scheme yielding multiple advantages. In the skies, a woman clad in a modest gown embraced her voluptuous figure, wielding a uniquely designed long sword radiating a cerulean glow. Her long hair was elegantly styled into a noble phoenix adornment, and her serene and captivating visage exuded calmness, which struck Lung Ji-ing with awe. Such an allure was absent in her encounters with Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yixian, Yafei, or Xiao Sonair. Was it her formidable strength that bestowed upon her such magnetism? The cataclysmic battle raged on, with Yun Yun and the Zijing Yishir Wang both at the Do Huang level. However, Yun Yun was merely a 2-star Do Huang, while the Zijing Yishir Wang had long resided at the 6th tier, naturally possessing an overwhelming advantage over Yun Yun. Despite this, Yun Yun exhibited no fear, growing ever more valiant, as if relishing the challenge. Lung Ji-ing sensed that joining the fray would be unwise. Both parties were clearly engaged in earnest conflict, and her intervention would only breed animosity rather than gratitude. Thus, she resolved to observe from a safe distance. After a while, it became evident that Yun Yun was becoming fatigued while the Zijing Yishir Wang remained in peak condition, as though toying with her. Nevertheless, Yun Yun remained vigilant, continuously seeking an opportunity amidst the relentless assault, preparing for a decisive strike. At last, she seized an opening, her voice ringing out, Win's ultimate destruction. Her peculiar long sword trembled violently, unleashing a slender beam of profound light that shot towards the Zijing Yishir Wang's head, striking its horn with unexpected precision. Caught off guard, the sturdy horn was severed, inflicting excruciating pain upon the beast. With a furious roar, the Zijing Yishir Wang retaliated, its massive claw imbued with ferocious energy crashing down upon Yun Yun's chest. Unable to evade such a furious blow, she was struck, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling as the attack inflicted severe damage. Moreover, a purple mark appeared on her chest, evidently a seal placed upon her. In this life-threatening moment, Yun Yun disregarded everything else, her azure wings fluttering erratically before she vanished into the heavens. Kanna, we must follow her. Without hesitation, Lung Ji-ing urged Kanna to pursue her. If Xiao Yan were to take her away, it would spell disaster. Though Kanna had a poor sense of direction, being of dragon lineage, she adeptly followed the lingering scent, swiftly leading Lung Ji-ing in the direction where Yun Yun had vanished. In no time, they arrived at a waterfall-like location, the final spot where Yun Yun had halted. With keen eyes, Lung Jiying immediately spotted Xiao Yin preparing to carry Yun Yun away. Enraged, she leaped forth and shouted, "Shameless old thief! Release that virtuous maiden at once." Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Yan's heart sank, lamenting his misfortune. How could he be so cursed? First, he had lost a limb to the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Then he had been pursued by a pack of mercenaries claiming that he had slain their vice-captain, just as he thought he could catch a break by watching the chaos. He encountered this calamity, despite having received assistance from Yao Lao to restore his lost limb. This expedition through the Monster Mountain Range had been far too harrowing. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yin wasted no time in setting down the exquisite beauty, abandoning the herbs he had hidden in the waterfall cave, and fled with the Xian Zhong Qi, faster than a startled rabbit. Lung Jiying exclaimed, "You are truly a remarkable individual. Such awareness of the situation." However, Lung Jiying had no intention of pursuing or harming Yun Yun. After all, there was no possibility of killing her. It was more crucial to attend to Yun Yun's needs. Fortunately, this place used to be Xiao Yan's secret base, so there was no need to search for another location. The cave was arranged quite neatly, indicating that Xiao Yan had taken great care in its upkeep. It resembled a training ground, likely established by Yao Lao to enhance Xiao Yan's mastery over his Do Qi. In addition, a collection of herbs and several small vials were placed in a sunlit area, perhaps left out for drying and not yet collected. Lung Jiying paid little heed to the clutter, first gathering some bedding materials to construct a simple bed before placing Yun Yun upon it. For the enchanting beauty before him, Lung Jiying harbored no ulterior motives or intentions of taking advantage. He merely searched through Xiao Yan's pile of medicinal herbs for a few healing ingredients, and then retrieved Marissa's simple bagua furnace to begin concocting medicine. Chapter 94. The Honeymoon Phase. It must be said that this bagua furnace was likely the most cost-effective item among Marissa's collection of junk. Though small, it was fully functional, serving excellently for alchemy, forging, cooking, or even as a weapon. Particularly as a weapon, it could amplify and release the energy injected into it, proving extraordinarily powerful. As a tool, it was comparable to divine artifacts, crafted from exceedingly rare materials. However, in the grand scheme of Jinsokyo's myriad divine artifacts, it was hardly significant and, therefore, quite inexpensive, priced at merely 20 million world coins. Given its capabilities, this truly was a bargain. After activating the bagua furnace, Lung Jiying performed a few simple operations and infused it with some Do Qi, then directly added the herbs. The furnace began to slowly rotate in the air, autonomously refining the medicine. Indeed, this device required only the ingredients and the desired effects to be set, allowing it to automatically concoct pills. Even if the provided herbs were solely for healing, it could still produce pills that enhance cultivation, boasting an almost 100% success rate with high-quality outcomes. However, the effectiveness was uncertain. A batch of 9th-grade healing herbs might yield only a pill that enhanced a fighter by a single star, while if the demand was for equally effective healing pills, it would invariably produce 9th-grade pills. Moreover, there was no need to concern oneself with the refinement or fusion processes. Simply tossing the herbs inside sufficed. Due to the influence of modern technology during its creation by Rin, the furnace could even autonomously absorb surrounding herbs for continuous operation, making it exceedingly convenient. A few minutes later, the radiant bagua furnace began to dim as it floated back to Lung Jiying's hand, devoid of any heat, as if it had merely taken a leisurely spin rather than engaged in alchemy. After pressing a few buttons, a dozen pills sprang forth. The furnace had its own storage space where the finished products were automatically stored. After stowing away the bagua furnace, Lung Jiying went to the nearby waterfall to fetch some water, feeding a few pills to Yun Yun. Having completed these tasks, he and Kanna ventured outside to catch some fish for grilling, as they were both starving after a busy morning without a meal. "Who are you? Where's this place?" After an unknown duration, Yun Yun slowly awakened, gazing at the two adorable girls nearby who were grilling fish, a look of confusion adorning her face. However, upon seeing that they were merely two charming young maidens, her wariness diminished significantly, and she softly inquired, "Ah, Sister Yin, you're awake. Would you like to have a bite?" Lung Jiying, surprised yet unperturbed by Yun Yun's swift awakening, beckoned her to join them for the meal. It must be noted that while Lung Jing was indeed a foodie, her culinary skills were quite impressive. In places devoid of chefs, one had to rely on oneself, and over time, she had honed her cooking prowess. Upon hearing her words, Yun Yun decided to momentarily disregard the seal within her body. Approaching the two and accepting the grilled fish offered by Long Jing, taking small bites. The continuous exertion and the intense battle with the Zijing winged lion had left her utterly fatigued, and now, under the seal, she was merely an ordinary person. Observing the two girls enjoying their meal heartily, Yun Yun harbored no suspicion of them being malicious. She assumed they were simply here for training. However, she found it curious that the girl who appeared only in her teenage years possessed the strength of a doling Sanqing, while the other little girl exhibited no power whatsoever, which was rather perplexing. Soon, the three sat together, sated in content, engaging in conversation. "Thank you both. I am Yun Yun, the sect master of Yunlan's sect. Once you leave this place, feel free to visit Yunlan's sect, and I shall arrange something for you." For reasons unknown, Yun Yun felt no trepidation towards the two lovely girls before her, readily disclosing her identity, almost suggesting that she might support them should they struggle in the future. She was not naive. Piecing together the events, she surmised that they had indeed saved her life, or else she would have likely been captured by the soul beasts outside. Moreover, her curiosity was piqued as to how Lung Jing had cultivated to doling at such a young age. Even starting from the womb, it seemed improbable. To this, Lung Jing naturally did not refuse and playfully replied, "Sure, Sister Yin, it is truly a stroke of luck to meet you, especially since I plan to visit Yunlan's sect soon to see a dear friend." "A friend? Who is that?" Hearing this, Yun Yun was somewhat puzzled, wondering who among the old men in Yunlan's sect could be friends with a girl so young. "It's none other than your direct disciple, Nalan Yanran. Previously, I had promised to visit her after some time." At the mention of Nalan Yanran, Lung Jing's eyes squinted in delight, evidently recalling something profoundly joyous, which left Yun Yun beside her perplexed. This demeanor hardly seemed characteristic of an ordinary friendship. Yanran, I wondered why she seemed so absent-minded lately, neglecting her cultivation. It turns out she has fallen for someone. Yun Yun pondered, quickly recalling Nalan Yanran's previous behavior and coming to a realization. Though it seemed unbelievable, as a forward-thinking and strong-willed woman, she readily accepted this fact. Yun Yun was not concerned that Lung Jing might be deceiving her, given the latter's evident talent. It was only a matter of time before she became a dozong. She appeared to have ample resources, and there was nothing of value for her to gain by misleading Yun Yun. However, Lung Jing chose not to dwell on this somewhat embarrassing topic, aware that it might seem peculiar to others, hastily redirecting the conversation. He, Sister Yun, let's not discuss that anymore. You should focus on your cultivation and find a way to dispel the seal. You sly one, even if you don't tell me. I could just ask Yanran when I return." Upon hearing Lung Jing change the subject, Yun Yun chuckled softly but did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she settled down beside them, closed her eyes, and began to slowly dissolve the purple crystal seal within her body. Lung Jing, meanwhile, busied herself identifying the effects of the spiritual herbs left by Xiao Yin before continuing her alchemy. In the days that followed, thanks to Lung Jing's attentive care, the bond between the two gradually deepened. If their initial connection had merely been sustained by the intermediary of Nalan Yanran, it had now blossomed into a genuine friendship. Chapter 95, Taming Xiao Zi. The tranquil life within the cave continued for 5 days. However, on the 6th day, Lung Jing discovered that the pile of medicinal herbs previously collected by Xiao Yan had been entirely depleted. During this time, she had concocted a considerable number of potions, primarily for healing purposes, yet most proved ineffective against Yun Yun's seal. Consequently, the majority were merely flavoring agents, and while Yun Yun's seal had not diminished significantly, her meals had improved day by day. Feeling somewhat bored without the ability to refine more potions, Lung Jing turned to Yun Yun during mealtime and said, "Sister Yun Yun, we've run out of healing herbs. I must venture out to gather some more. You stay here obediently and do not wander outside." "All right, be careful," Yun Yun responded without concern. Given Lung Jing's doling strength, she could traverse the surrounding area with ease, facing little trouble. Nodding affirmatively, Lung Jing led Kanna away from the cave, where she had set up several formations to conceal their presence, ensuring that they would remain undisturbed for several hours. Upon exiting the cave, however, Lung Jing had no intention of collecting herbs. The progress Yin Yin had made in breaking her seal had not been particularly smooth, so she planned to seek out the Zijing Yishir Wang, hoping to acquire its treasures, which might assist in releasing Yin Yun's seal. It was essential to prevent the encounter between the two, as it would likely lead to conflict. Thus, Lung Jing sauntered with Kanna towards the lair of the Zijing Yishir Wang. Of course, despite her desire to hasten, she could not do so. The capabilities of the Moon Demon, while impressive in appearance, rendered her speed comparable to that of a tortoise on land, slower than Kanna's running. Gazing at the entrance of a lair, Lung Jing wasted no time and shouted, "Zijing Yishir Wang, come out!" Her youthful voice, amplified by Duki, resonated with an ear-splitting force, sending weaker magical beasts fleeing in terror. Hearing Lung Jing's audacious proclamation, Zijing Yishir Wang could not contain itself and soared from its lair, bellowing at Lung Jing. "What an arrogant little girl! You truly seek a challenge." However, Lung Jing was not one to follow conventional protocols. She interrupted Zijing Yishir Wang's tirade and cut straight to the point. "I can enable you to transform without any adverse effects. It is more effective than a transformation pill. Will you transform or not?" Upon hearing her words, Zijing Yishir Wang's furious expression vanished instantly, replaced by a crude smile as it stammered, "Of course I want that. What instructions do you have for me, esteemed one?" Little Z will comply wholeheartedly. Despite Zijing Yishir Wang's outward bravado, inwardly it was panicking. This young girl, though seemingly youthful, could float unaided in the air. Did this not imply she was a Dozong expert? Initially harboring doubts, as Lung Jing did not exhibit the aura of a Dozong, the ability to facilitate its transformation suggested she could concoct transformation pills. Surely, she was a 7th-tier alchemist. Very perceptive. Let us finalize this heavenly Tao contract. Lung Jing anticipated this reaction and swiftly projected a beam of light into Zijing Yishir Wang's mind. She was unperturbed by the prospect of refusal, for nothing was more alluring to magical beasts than the promise of transformation. Upon perceiving the terms laid out in the contract, Zijing Yishir Wang's face contorted with reluctance as it hesitated. Are these conditions perhaps a bit too harsh? The contract was filled with hundreds of words, of which only 8 pertained to its benefits, helping Zijing Yishir Wang to transform. The rest were constraints, laden with conditions that rendered it akin to a mere tool, capable of being given away without resistance, devoid of any rights. Lung Jing had anticipated this and made no concessions, enticingly replied, "Facilitating your transformation and allowing you to accompany me is already quite generous. An opportunity to cultivate alongside a true dragon is not something one encounters every day." Without waiting for Zijing Yishir Wang's response, she turned to Kanna and instructed, "Kanna, intimidate this ungrateful lion." Upon hearing this, Kanna paused her actions and gazed at Zijing Yishir Wang with acute expression, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, Kanna appeared to forget how a dragon sounded, opting instead to mimic a wolf's howl, her voice so soft that it would be inaudible were Lung Jing not beside her. Yet, these two endearing sounds sent Zijing Yishir Wang into a state of utter shock, as if it had encountered something terrifying, causing it to tremble violently and plummet from the air, prostrating itself before them, utterly frozen in fear. Initially, Lung Jing was speechless at Kanna's sounds, but upon witnessing Zijing Yishir Wang's reaction, she breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps to her, it was merely a cute call, while to Zijing Yishir Wang, it resonated as a dragon's wrath. This might indeed illustrate the disparity between humans and beasts. As Lung Jing surmised, in Zijing Yishir Wang's consciousness, it felt as though an ancient dragon king was exerting pressure upon it, a bloodline suppression far beyond what a mere 6th-tier magical beast could withstand. "I will sign. I will sign. Is that not enough?" Zijing Yishir Wang, without hesitation, capitulated, dividing a thread of its sole power to enter into the contract with Lung Jing. After all, accompanying a pure-blood dragon was an immense opportunity for a creature of its stature. The time limit of 99 years was inconsequential for a high-tier magical beast. It was merely a chance for further training. Upon completion, a sly smile crept onto Lung Jing's face as she commanded Zijing Yishir Wang, "Little Z, go fetch your Xiling crystal and accompanying Zijing source for me. Shortly, I shall have your Dragon King personally assist you in reshaping your form." Hearing this, Zijing Yishir Wang did not hesitate, turning to enter its lair, evidently on a quest for treasures. Meanwhile, Lung Jing busied herself by transferring a portion of the Monkey Talisman's power to Kanna, ensuring it was sufficient for Zijing Yishir Wang's successful transformation, while also teaching her the method. Though Kanna was adorably naive, she was not foolish. She grasped the instructions after a single demonstration. Before long, Zijing, no, Little Z, returned with a purple orb and an irregularly shaped purple crystal, respectfully presenting them to Lung Jing. Clearly, these were the Xiling crystal and the accompanying Zijing source that Yun Yun required, which should have been seized by Xiao Yan. Chapter 96. Xiao Yan's Aphrodisiac Kanna. You may go and play with little Z as I taught you. I will return to find Sister Yun Yun now, and I shall come back to visit you both in a few days. Lung Jing had no intention of lingering. Her immediate priority was to assist Yun Yun in breaking her seal. After ensuring Yun Yun's safety, she would return to seek them out. Kanna nodded and said nothing further, directly tugging at Zijing Yishir Wang's tail as they walked towards its lair, entirely unconcerned with its feelings. Conversely, Zijing Yishir Wang exhibited an unexpectedly pained yet joyful expression, appearing somewhat ridiculous. Watching them depart, Lung Jing chose not to linger, swiftly flying towards the waterfall with the two treasures in hand, prepared to assist Yun Yun in breaking her seal. Sister Yun Yun, I am back. Guess what excellent treasures I have brought for you. Upon returning to the cave, Lung Jing could scarcely contain her excitement as she sought out Yun Yun, eagerly awaiting praise. At this moment, Yun Yun was wholeheartedly roasting the fish in her hands. Upon seeing Lung Jing return, she felt a surge of joy and stood up to greet her, saying, "It's good that you're back. We can discuss those matters later. Come, try the grilled fish I made myself." Only then did Lung Jing notice a pungent odor emanating from the cave. Following the scent, she beheld a piece of fish charred to the point of resembling charcoal. "This is the first dish I have ever cooked by myself. Even if it doesn't taste good, you must finish it," Yun Yun insisted, holding up a piece of the grilled fish and handing it to Lung Jing, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The implications of her gaze unmistakable. Initially, Lung Jing's cheerful demeanor faltered, her expression dropping as if she were facing a grim fate. However, she could not bear to reject Yun Yun's goodwill, so she reluctantly took a few bites, forcing herself to swallow the unpleasant morsel. The moment she tasted it, her face contorted in agony. Yet, looking at Yun Yun's expectant gaze, she feigned delight and exclaimed, "This flavor is truly exquisite." Seeing Lung Jing's reaction, Yun Yun began to doubt her culinary skills. She picked up another piece of grilled fish and took a hearty bite, her brows knitting together in discontent. It was evident that she too was dissatisfied with her culinary endeavors. Despite the unpalatable taste, she persevered, for it was her first time in the kitchen, and it held significant meaning for her. Observing Yun Yun's determination, Lung Jing gritted her teeth and finished the fish, resigning herself to the situation. However, as they continued to eat, Lung Jing began to sense something amiss. Her brows furrowed, and her body grew restless as her temperature rose. "Hey, did you notice something strange?" she inquired, but before she could ponder further, Yun Yun shyly asked in a soft voice, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing Yun Yun's tantalizing question, it suddenly dawned on Lung Jing. Could it be that they had ingested an aphrodisiac? At that moment, Yun Yun's lovely face was adorned with an enticing blush. Her once bright eyes now clouded with confusion, and even her long, graceful neck was tinged with a rosy hue. "Damn it, Xiao Yan. I never expected you to set me up like this." Lung Jing cursed inwardly, yet she soon realized her own body was succumbing to uncontrollable urges. While men might possess some resistance to such substances, she, as a woman, had no defense against them. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the flustered Yun and asked, "What did you sprinkle on this?" Upon hearing Lung Ji-ing's question, Yun recognized that the issue likely stemmed from the fish they had consumed. Hastily, she retrieved a small jade vial from the stone platform where the fish had been cooked and handed it to Lung Ji-ing. Upon seeing the vial, Lung Ji-ing's suspicions were confirmed. It was one of the many containers left behind by Xiao Yin, and she knew without a doubt what it contained. "What's wrong? Is the seasoning problematic?" Yun asked, puzzled by Lung Ji-ing's demeanor. "Who told you this was seasoning for grilled fish?" Lung Ji-ing replied, nearly in tears. In this desolate wilderness, how could she possibly find an antidote? She was no alchemist, after all, and possessed no knowledge of detoxification methods. Yet, she understood that the poison within her could be mitigated with a mere handful of coins, a luxury Yun did not have. "It seems similar to what you used before," Yun remarked, realizing she had inadvertently caused trouble, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Noticing Lung Ji-ing's silence, Yun felt the heat within her intensifying, her body yearning for liberation from her garments. Yet, as a Do Huang, even with her powers sealed, her past composure lingered, and she fought to suppress the rising heat. "What exactly is this?" she urgently asked. "This is something left behind by a former resident of this cave. It appears to be an aphrodisiac," Lung Ji-ing replied, struggling internally yet providing an answer. "Aphrodisiac?" Upon hearing this, Yun's face froze momentarily before a wave of crimson swept over her cheeks. She stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "I cannot believe the previous visitor was such a scourge to concoct something like this. If I find out who they are, I will surely kill them. But what should we do now?" Yun soon found herself at a loss, lacking the strength to address the current predicament. I don't know," Lung Ji-ing admitted, feeling equally helpless. She knew the most suitable methods for this situation, yet she could not bring herself to act toward someone with whom she had not yet built that level of intimacy. As the flames of desire surged within her, Yun's bright eyes grew increasingly hazy, the lust overwhelming her rationality. It seemed she could no longer contain herself. The glimmer of reason in her gaze faded, and she regarded Lung Ji-ing as a hunter would prey. Suddenly, she lunged forward, embracing Lung Ji-ing tightly. The unexpected assault startled Lung Ji-ing, who was also under the influence of the drug, causing her heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Yun's slender waist, her consciousness beginning to blur. "Well then, my dear rival, consider this a free pass," she thought. That night, as the golden wind mingled with the jade dew, the silver moon leaned against the clouds, and the stars shimmered with a gentle light. The tale unfolded. The next morning, Lung Ji-ing stood at the cave entrance, gazing through the waterfall at the scenery beyond, her mood as radiant as the sun. "Ah, what splendid weather, perfect for another nap." After an indescribable night with Yun, Lung Ji-ing found her cultivation unexpectedly elevated by a level, a miraculous turn of events. While she appeared unaffected, Yun, on the other hand, was unable to rise from her bed. Who could know what transpired between them? Life's encounters are indeed peculiar. Had it not been for Kana taming the great lion, they might have found themselves in a different predicament last night. Gazing at the distant forest, Lung Ji-ing sighed, her words echoing the wisdom of a sage. Seemingly indifferent to the world around her, perhaps due to her exhaustion, Lung Ji-ing's stomach grumbled, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Shaking her head, she cast aside her thoughts and prepared to forage for ingredients in the forest. After last night's ordeal, Yun would undoubtedly refuse to eat fish again. Before long, Lung Ji-ing returned with mushrooms and other ingredients. To prevent Yun from developing an aversion to grilled fish, she decided to make a soup instead. It must be said that Lung Ji-ing's culinary skills were quite impressive. After adding some special seasonings, the aroma of the soup wafted far and wide, attracting a host of magical beasts to the waterfall's vicinity. However, intimidated by Lung Ji-ing's formidable presence, they dared not approach. In no time, a pot of fragrant mushroom soup was ready. After tasting it and nodding in satisfaction, she filled 2 bowls and made her way back to the cave. At that moment, Yin lay in bed, contemplating her life. Thankfully, her indescribable encounter from last night was with a girl, so it could not be deemed a loss of virtue. Yet such events were hardly normal. Nevertheless, it was done, and overthinking would serve no purpose. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, she would keep Yun as her personal bedwarmer. Thus, the decision was made. As she was lost in her thoughts, Lung Ji-ing entered with a bowl of soup, sitting beside her bed and saying, Yun Jia, it is time to eat. Yun gazed at this adorably charming girl before her, momentarily entranced, seemingly reminiscing about the little details of her life over the past few days. The memory of last night caused her cheeks to flush. Noticing Yun's absent-minded demeanor, Lung Ji-ing's face also turned slightly red. She quickly scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and offered it to Yun's lips, as if coaxing a child, softly saying, Open your mouth, ah. Hearing Lung Ji-ing's tone, Yun shot her a sultry glare, but said nothing further, obediently drinking the soup. Thus, in a charged atmosphere filled with unspoken tension, they finished their breakfast, one feeding, the other eating. After a brief period of awkward interaction, Yun seemed to have made a resolute decision, firmly addressing Lung Ji-ing. You shall be my personal maid from now on, one who can leave whenever she wishes. Personal maid? Lung Ji-ing was taken aback, not feeling belittled by Yun, but rather a bit overwhelmed by the trust placed in her. It was well known that neither Yun nor Nalan Yanran had ever taken on such roles. Not only because they were strong women who did not require servants, but also to prevent high-ranking maids from causing chaos within the sect. Much like the eunuchs of ancient emperors who, due to their proximity to power, would engage in underhanded dealings. Nalan Yanran, being young, could not fathom such matters. But Yun, who was more aware, knew this well. Yet, they had only known each other for a few days, and Yun's trust was indeed unexpected. Just as Lung Ji-ing was about to refuse, Yun seemed to read her thoughts, asserting with an undeniable tone, refusing would mean looking down on me. On Yunlan's own, and by extension, on Nalan Yanran. If you refuse, you shall never set foot in Yunlan's own again. Lung Ji-ing felt warmth in her heart at Yun's strong words, realizing they implied she was already considered family. Faced with this situation, she shrugged helplessly and replied, All right, Yunjia, I agree. She had no aversion to joining Yunlan's own, as she had initially planned to find a way to integrate into the sect once she arrived in the imperial capital. Ideally, for at least the duration of a 3-year agreement. Although that old dog had not had the chance to establish a 3-year pact due to her interference. It was clear that Xiao Yan would still approach Yunlan's own for a significant reason. What truly left Lung Ji-ing speechless was the notion of being cast in the role of a high-ranking eunuch. Her initial aspiration had been to be a lowly disciple of Yunlan's own, teasing Nalan Yanran and Yun in her spare time. Now, however, this new identity would bring her countless troubles. Let's take it one step at a time. Acknowledging her understanding, Yun's charming face broke into a smile. It would be disingenuous to say she was not upset about last night's events, yet there was little choice but to accept what had occurred. The idea of being sullied was unfounded. What could 2 girls tarnish? If it had been a man, he would have been dealt with swiftly. Well, since I am now yours, let me provide you with a dowry. After a moment of consideration, Lung Ji-ing produced a purple spirit crystal and a companion purple crystal source, offering them all to Yun without retaining any for herself. Yun, initially savoring Lung Ji-ing's somewhat ambiguous words, felt a sweet warmth in her heart, determined to gift her a set of 6-tier equipment in return. However, upon seeing the purple spirit crystal and the companion purple crystal source, she was instantly taken aback. These 2 items were found only in one place throughout the Gamma Empire, the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. So, you went to seek vengeance from the purple crystal-winged Lion King yesterday? Yun did not doubt Lung Ji-ing's capability to confront such a formidable beast. After all, becoming a Douling at such a young age was no small feat. Even if she could not defeat it, she might have employed secret methods to procure these items. Regardless of the circumstances, it was likely a perilous endeavor. Had she truly risked so much for her? This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Contemplating this, Yun felt a surge of emotion, yet she could not simply accept such gifts without a sense of guilt. These items are nothing but trifles to me, insignificant compared to your presence. Even if you desired every exotic fire on this continent, I would find a way to gather them for you. Witnessing Yun's emotional response stirred something tender within Long Jiying, prompting her to utter a few heartfelt phrases, albeit somewhat cliched. Yet to Yun, these words resonated as the most beautiful sounds in the world. Very well, I shall accept it, and I promise to repay you in the future. At that moment, Yun resembled a secretary being playfully cornered by a domineering CO, her cheeks flushed, her thoughts swirling with a delightful mix of emotions. The once formidable female sect leader now appeared as gentle as a kitten. The domineering CEO was, of course, Long Jiying. Ah, repe? Such trifles are of no concern to me. You may not realize it, but I am far wealthier than you think. With a bold pat on her chest, Long Jiying confidently proclaimed, implying, I am not lacking in wealth. Hearing this audacious declaration, Yun's expression became somewhat peculiar, and with a teasing tone, she replied, then, from now on, I shall rely on you, young Master Long. As they exchanged glances, they shared an unspoken laughter. After a brief period of mirth, Yun regained her seriousness, holding the purple spirit crystal in one hand and the companion purple crystal source in the other, instructing Long Jiying, all right, Mei, I shall begin the unsealing. You will protect me. Can you truly manage this? Yunjia? Observing her determined stance, Long Jiying felt a twinge of concern. She recalled that in the original narrative, after Yun unsealed herself, her Do Huang strength had been counteracted when aiding Xiao Yin in harnessing the companion purple crystal source. And now she was merely an ordinary person. It is precisely because I am sealed that I must take this risk. If successful, not only will the seal be broken, but my cultivation will also soar. Such an opportunity does not present itself often. Under normal circumstances, I would not dare to be so audacious, but I trust you, Mei, to protect me. I am certain we will succeed. With that, Yun disregarded Long Jiying's concerns and began to channel her energy, merging the powers of the purple spirit crystal and the companion purple crystal source, directing it towards the purple crystal seal on her chest. Instantly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, and the seal dissipated at a visible rate. Yet Yun's expression twisted into one of great agony, clearly indicating that such an audacious act was beyond her current capabilities. Long Jiying would not stand idly by. She swiftly grasped Yun's wrist, intercepting the vast energy and infusing it with her gentle Do Qi, transferring it into Yun's body. But how immense was the power of the companion purple crystal source? She is merely a doling, and absorbing such immense energy is certainly no simple task. However, in the next moment, Long Jiying suddenly discovered that her body, which had been on the verge of exploding from the pressure of the purple crystal energy, had instantaneously returned to its normal state. Moreover, in the attributes section of the system, her experience points were rapidly increasing, clearly indicating that this colossal energy was being directly converted into her experience points. Doling Ershing, Doling Sanxing, Doling Sixing, Doling Wuxing. Remarkably, less than half of the accompanying purple crystal source energy had allowed Long Jiying to elevate herself by 3 stars. This was undoubtedly due to the potent energy contained within, but more significantly, it was perhaps because Yun was also operating her cultivation technique to assist in transforming this turbulent energy. At that moment, the seal on Yun's chest completely dissipated, and her aura began to rise continuously. Doja, Doshur, Dedushi, Doling Dohuang Dohuang. Even though she had restored herself to the peak state of Dohuang Ershing, she did not cease her ascent. Her aura continued to escalate until it finally stabilized at Dohuang Sixing. The purple spirit crystal and the accompanying purple crystal source in her hands were now entirely consumed, leaving only the faint energy lingering in the air as evidence of their prior existence. Yun took a moment to regulate her breath, then slowly opened her eyes, an unmistakable declaration that the once formidable Do Huang had now returned in an even more powerful form. Thank you, Ingmei. Without you, I would not have dared to absorb it alone. Although their strengths were worlds apart, Yun Yun remained as gentle as before, grasping Lung Jing's hand, her gratitude evident. No, Yun Yun Jia, it is I who should thank you. After a moment's contemplation, Lung Jing understood why Yun Yun needed her assistance. It bore a resemblance to mutual cultivation. The vast energy from the accompanying purple crystal source was something Yun Yun could not absorb alone, but with Lung Jing as a conduit, the situation changed entirely. The energy that Yun Yun could not absorb could be transferred to Lung Jing, who, after refinement, would return it back, allowing both to gain immense benefits in the process. Ah, never mind, there is no need for formalities between us. So, where do you plan to go next, Ingmei? Will you return to Yunlan sect with me? Yun Yun waved her hand, dismissing the topic, and instead inquired about Lung Jing's plans. As for me, I need to find 2 friends shortly, and then we will head to Gamma Holy City. Once I arrive, I will seek you in Yinran. Lung Jing replied without much thought, simply outlining her upcoming itinerary. It was nothing significant. She merely planned to return to Qingshan Town to pick up Yufei and Xiao Yixian, after which they would all proceed to the imperial capital together. Yun Yun nodded, indicating her understanding, for even at a slow pace, the journey from here to the imperial capital would only take a few weeks, and she could certainly wait that long. Subsequently, she produced a token and handed it to Lung Jing, introducing it. This is my personal token. Seeing it is akin to seeing me in person. Whether at Yunlan sect or in major cities, there will be those who recognize it. I have left a trace of my aura on it, so I trust no one would dare to trouble you. Lung Jing received the token and examined it. The design was quite antique, lacking any ornate carvings, and could even be described as rather crude, with merely the character Yun engraved, appearing rather unimpressive. However, considering the rough craftsmanship in light of Yun Yun's abominable skills, Lung Jing couldn't help but reveal a peculiar expression, somewhat curiously asking, this wouldn't be. Chapter 99, The Wolf Head Assault. Don't ask. Just know it's something I made myself. Do you want it or not? Seemingly aware of Lung Jing's impending jest, Yun Yun unceremoniously interrupted her before she could continue. Of course I want it. This is too exquisite. How could I possibly refuse? Lung Jing promptly accepted the token, showing no reluctance whatsoever, willing to go to any lengths to please the girl she cherished, even turning the black into white. Yun Yun shot her a glance, exasperated, and said, all right, you are quite the charmer. Since you have accepted the token, I shall take my leave. If I do not see you at Yunlan sect in a month, your Yinran Jia will meet with a dire fate. With that, she did not allow Lung Jing a chance to retort, standing up and, after a few light steps, vanished from the cave where so many events had transpired. Lung Jing watched Yun Yun, who seemed to be throwing a minor tantrum, chuckling softly. However, she did not rush to leave. She gathered all her belongings from the past few days, along with a small piece of cloth stained with a hint of crimson, and cleaned up the entire cave before departing. This place held immense significance not only for Yun Yun, but for her as well. Meanwhile, a storm was quietly brewing in Qingshan Town. Not good. The Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps has gathered their forces and is about to launch an attack on Wanyao Zhai. An apprentice hurried into Wanyao Zhai, panic-stricken, shouting at Xiao Yixian, who was organizing the shelves, Mr. Yao, who was attending to customers, and Yufei, who was accounting. Strangely, the customer being attended to was none other than Xiao Yan. However, he did not appear to take any other action, seeming merely to have come to purchase medicine. What? The Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps? Quickly summoned Lung Jing, young miss. It was not Yufei or Xiao Yixian who spoke, but Mr. Yao, the owner. Previously, Xiao Yixian had shared some matters with him, as they would soon travel together with Lung Jing, and he needed to explain a few things to Mr. Yao, who treated her better than her own father. No need to panic, owner. I have a plan. The Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps is not to be feared. Hearing Mr. Yao's words, Xiao Yin was taken aback as well. He had been relentlessly pursued by the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, and it was said their leader, Mu Shi, was a doucher expert, quite formidable. However, if he could leverage the power of Wanyao Zhai to assist him, a counterattack was entirely possible. Hearing this confident voice, Mr. Yao turned to see that it was the doja who had just come to buy Huanglian essence, and his veins bulged in anger, pointing at Xiao Yin and shouting, "Impudent! Young Miss Lung has vast connections and strategic acumen. She is the guardian deity of our Wanyao Zhai. How dare you, a mere doja, meddle in our affairs? Useless wretch! Get out!" This was not a display of arrogance from Mr. Yao, but rather a desire to prevent a young talent like Xiao Yin from getting embroiled in such trouble, risking injury, or even losing his life. Youth often harbors lofty aspirations and fears nothing. It would be better to be somewhat brusque and drive him away than to risk his safety with gentle persuasion. However, Xiao Yin was entirely ungrateful, as if insulted by Mr. Yao's disdain. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly reminded of the feelings of being looked down upon during his time at the Xiao clan. A mere Wanyao Zhai, truly overstepping its bounds. One must remember, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not bully the impoverished youth. Xiao Yin shouted coldly, and without pausing, shouldered his Xian Zhongqi and turned to leave, leaving Xiao Yixian, Mr. Yao, and several attendants in shock at the young man's bold declarations. Only Yafei wore a peculiar expression, thinking to herself that this was exactly what Xiao Ning had said when he had bullied him back then. What a perfect display of bravado before fleeing. "Father, what should we do?" Xiao Yixian still held a vivid memory of Xiao Yin. Had he not come to buy medicine, she would have long since expelled him. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to find a way to thwart the wolf-head mercenary core impending assault. So she turned to her adoptive father, Mr. Yao, for guidance. Although Wanyao Zhai possesses slightly greater influence than the Longtou Yongbing Tuan and boasts a far more extensive network of friends, the predicament lies in the fact that the members of Wanyao Zhai are all physicians. Their combat prowess pales in comparison to the battle-hardened warriors of the Longtou Yongbing Tuan. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it is evident that the Longtou Yongbing Tuan has likely severed any ties to reinforcements. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so brazenly. If the little physician, Xiao Yixian, still wielded her expertise in poisons, the situation might be more manageable, but now her skills have waned, rendering her as defenseless as any other physician. "Fairy, shall we flee?" The Longtou Yongbing Tuan is unlikely to be overly harsh on others, considering the size of Qingshanjin. Faced with Xiao Yixian's dilemma, Mr. Yao found himself in a quandary. The Longtou Yongbing Tuan had always maintained a non-aggressive stance towards them, leaving him perplexed as to their current madness. However, Yafei remained entirely unperturbed. Though she was merely a 2-star doshi, Lingjing had previously entrusted her with 2 puppets and matching magical vials for protection. Even the formidable Longtou Yongbing Tuan would struggle to contend against 2 powerful doshis, no matter how fierce they claimed to be. Just as the group was deliberating, the main door was suddenly kicked open, and a robust voice from a middle-aged man commanded, "Advance. Seize the little physician. I shall offer her as a tribute to my son's spirit." Following this directive, a throng of mercenaries surged into the building, instantly surrounding it with no avenue of escape. Another group burst in, prepared to forcibly take Xiao Yixian without a second thought. Mr. Yao could not remain passive. As an 8-star doja, he effortlessly repelled the minor threats, bellowing at the leader, "Musha, outside. Musha, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe that Qingshanjin belongs to your Longtou Yongbing Tuan?" Hearing Mr. Yao's bluster, Musha merely smirked coldly, refraining from further dialogue. He swiftly closed the distance, grasped Mr. Yao's throat, and lifted him off the ground, darkly stating, "The little physician and that oblivious boy ensnared my son. And as a father, how could I not seek vengeance? Moreover, my son's death was not without merit. With 3 great doshis now stationed in the Longtou Yongbing Tuan, what can this insignificant Qingshanjin possibly do?" With that, Musha hurled Mr. Yao toward the nearby pillar with such force that it appeared capable of shattering the sturdy structure. Yafei, witnessing this, immediately soared to catch Mr. Yao. Although she had concealed her strength while merely passing time at Wanyao Zhai, Mr. Yao had always treated her kindly, and despite her connections with Lingjing, Mr. Yao remained a genuinely benevolent individual. In Chapter 100, return, seeing Yafei unleash an aura even more formidable than his own astonished Musha momentarily. But his surprise was fleeting. After all, he had 3 great douchers at his disposal. What tempest could this modest Wan Yaozhai stir? Resolute in his intentions, Musha promptly gestured respectfully towards the outside, proclaiming, "I beseech the 3 esteemed ones to assist in eliminating this scoundrel." Yafei settled Mr. Yao down and found Musha's actions perplexing. Shouldn't there typically be a confrontation first before summoning aid? However, Yafei soon discovered the rationale behind it. To her astonishment, 3 figures floated into the room, resembling the puppets she had previously seen. Yafei was momentarily flabbergasted. Had Lingjing sent reinforcements? Facing 3 against 1 seemed insurmountable. These puppets were the gifts Lingjing had left in the treasure chest within the cave, and naturally, they had met their demise when Mu Li and his cohorts invaded. However, upon Mu Li's death, Musha, following his son's essence, had discovered the cave and encountered these 3 errant puppets. Recognizing their strength, Musha refrained from reckless actions and attempted to lure them back with treasures. Unbeknownst to him, one of the herbs in his collection contained a trace of magical energy. Thus, he succeeded in persuading the 3 puppets to join him. Yet, he could not publicly confess that his son had been slain by these trifling figures. Consequently, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yin became the prime scapegoats for his son's demise, allowing him to unify Qingshanjin under the pretense of avenging his child's death. Yafei, feeling helpless, activated her 2 puppets. As she produced the magical vial, the 3 puppets, sensing the familiar aura, joyfully approached her, discarding their weapons to embrace her legs and arms in a display of affection, their innocent faces evoking a heartwarming response. Witnessing this, Musha, a cunning man, swiftly realized the situation and fled without hesitation. The surrounding mercenaries, seeing their leader retreat, followed suit, bewildered but instinctively seeking safety in numbers. Thus, the once lively Wan Yaozhai fell into an eerie silence. Oh, how adorable! Girls invariably succumb to the allure of such charming beings, and even a strong-willed girl like Xiao Xian could not resist. She stepped forward, scooping up one of the puppets and delighting in its soft, malleable texture. Unlike Yafei's puppets, these specially crafted figures have been instructed by Lingjing to avoid harming Xiao Xian. Thus, they offered no resistance. What is Musha thinking? Why did he suddenly flee? Mr. Yao was equally perplexed. Hadn't Musha claimed he would summon the great douchers? Why had he retreated so hastily? He could not fathom that these seemingly innocuous puppets could possess the might of great douchers. Such a notion bordered on the absurd. Although Musha had departed, the damage inflicted upon Wan Yaozhai remained significant. The rowdy mercenaries had vandalized the premises, leaving chaos in their wake. Consequently, Mr. Yao gathered the apprentices of Wan Yaozhai to assist in cleaning up the mess. After approximately an hour, 3 figures descended from the sky. The foremost one, somewhat puzzled, surveyed the surroundings and approached Mr. Yao, inquiring, "Mr. Yao, why is it so chaotic here? What transpired?" "Oh, Miss Ling, you have returned." The Longtou Yong Bingtuan attempted to abduct Xiao Xian, but fortunately, Miss Yafei intervened. Had it not been for her presence, we would surely have faced dire consequences. Mr. Yao regarded Lingjing, the middle-aged man with purple wings, and the little girl he had encountered before, all of whom could fly, prompting a sense of wonder. However, he refrained from questioning them further, recognizing their stature as prominent figures from Zhongzhou, making their exceptional abilities unremarkable. Is that so? The Longtou Yong Bingtuan dares to act so brazenly? I must pay them a visit and have a serious discussion with that old dog about the preciousness of life. Upon hearing of the Longtou Yong Bingtuan's audacity, Lingjing was filled with righteous fury. Fortuitously, she had left 2 puppets with Yafei. Otherwise, her beloved companions might have been captured. Upon hearing the imposing words of Lingjing, Mr. Yao felt a wave of emotion swell within him. However, ever the benevolent individual, he gently advised, "There is no need for that. After this incident, it is likely that the Wolfhead mercenary group will think twice before approaching us again. Besides, we have suffered no significant loss this time. Perhaps it would be best to let it go." Yet, Ling Jing offered no response, hurrying towards the inner room, her demeanor clearly reflecting her deep concern for Xiao Yixian and Yufei's well-being. Observing her anxiousness, Mr. Yao felt at a loss for words. He had long perceived that the relationship between Ling Jing and Xiao Yixian was not merely that of ordinary friends. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his own advancing age and decided to allow the young ones to navigate their own paths. Xiao Yixian, how are you? Are you all right? Soon, Ling Jing found Xiao Yixian and, in a rush, grasped her hand, examining her from head to toe, fearful that she might have sustained any harm. After all, unlike Yufei, who possessed the strength of a two-star dome master, Xiao Yixian, having lost her in Anduti, was as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Initially, she had assumed that her improvements to the cave's plot would deter the Wolfhead mercenary group from targeting Xiao Yixian. However, she was taken aback to discover they still found a baseless excuse to intrude. Thankfully, Yufei was by her side, had Xiao Yixian truly been captured by the mercenaries. Without the protective outburst of her original poisoned body, any harm inflicted upon her would have left Ling Jing with an unshakable sense of guilt. Xiao Yixian was startled when her hand was suddenly seized and attempted to withdraw it. However, upon hearing Ling Jing's voice, she ceased her struggles, allowing her to hold on. Chapter 101. Techniques from Another World. I am unharmed, but was quite perilous. That Musha brought 3 children here. If it weren't for the special magic bottle Yufei possessed, the outcome might have been dire. Witnessing Ling Jing's anxious expression, Xiao Yixian felt a stir of emotion. Quickly explaining the recent events. 3 children? Ling Jing's expression shifted subtly, as her keen intellect connected the dots, and she soon comprehended the situation. She glanced at the 3 children circling Yufei, recognizing them as the surprise she had buried in the treasure chest within the cave. Meanwhile, Yufei wore an expression tinged with jealousy, clearly feeling slighted that Ling Jing had rushed to attend to Xiao Yixian while neglecting her, much like a resentful concubine in a palace. After all, she had known Ling Jing for nearly a year, while her acquaintance with Xiao Yixian had only spanned a few weeks. The disparity in treatment was enough to stir envy within her. You big oaf! You heartless wretch! Ugh! Ling Jing sensed the palpable resentment emanating from Yufei and was taken aback by her demeanor, wondering if she was about to step into a battleground of emotions. How could she possibly endure such chaos when they arrived at Jiama's sacred city? Regardless, she recognized that having stirred feelings, it was her responsibility to address them. She was no heartless scoundrel, incapable of abandoning previous affections for new ones. Resolving to confront the situation, Ling Jing turned, mischievously teasing Yufei. Oh, Yufei, I knew you would help me turn this predicament into a blessing. Look at you, a 2-star Do master, while Xiao Yixian is barely a 1-star Do practitioner. With your strength, surely you needn't compete with her for my affections. Let the capable bear the burden. Ling Jing was indeed peculiar, while others wooed with flattery. She boldly proclaimed her intentions of establishing a harem. Such audacity was truly unparalleled. Hearing her words, both Xiao Yixian and Yufei blushed, for the frankness of her declaration was rather brazen. Yufei, flustered, quickly retorted, "Who is competing with Xiao Yixian? You shameless hussy!" Unfazed by Yufei's rebuke, Ling Jing chose to selectively ignore it, seating herself on a nearby stool. She sipped from a cup of tea, opting not to pursue the topic further, instead retrieving her storage ring. With a subtle motion of her delicate hand, she produced 2 tomes and placed them beside Yufei and Xiao Yixian. The 2 young women exchanged puzzled glances, refraining from immediately examining the books, as it would be quite rude to do so without the owner's permission. Observing their politeness, Ling Jing felt a mix of exasperation and fondness. "This is a collection from my grandfather," she began. "These 2 texts contain cultivation techniques perfectly suited for you both, aligning with your interests. Yufei, this volume will allow your strength to grow in tandem with your business profits, while also imparting a skill to entice customers to spend freely, ideal for your pursuits. As for you, Xiao Yixian, this one enhances your healing abilities and simplifies your understanding of pharmacology, requiring minimal time for cultivation." Indeed, after profiting from Xiao Yixian's Inandu tea, Ling Jing had not forgotten to secure a beneficial technique for her two close friends. The sources of these texts were none other than Ma Lishia's pilfered works, with Xiao Yixian's tome being the Peng Lai Pharmacology Primer by Bai Yonglin, and Yafei's being the guide to extracting wealth penned during a bout of ennui by Xinuan while in retreat at Ming Lian Temple. Ling Jing had meticulously restructured both volumes to resonate with the context of the Dopa continent. The total cost for these two works was a staggering 200,000 Wanjia coins, and that was merely for the introductory level. Nevertheless, even at that tier, their rank had already reached the heavenly level, clearly indicating that such extraordinary abilities were overwhelmingly potent for the Dopa continent. "Thank you, Ing Mei," Xiao Yixian expressed earnestly, without a hint of skepticism. Though she was uncertain of the technique's level, she solemnly accepted the medical tome, recognizing it as a gift from her mentor. Yafei, however, was curious, as she could not discern the level of the technique. The Jumai Empire had never produced techniques above the intermediate Earth level, leaving her with only two possibilities. Either it was indeed of a higher tier, or it was utterly subpar, not even reaching the yellow level. Based on Ing Mei's background, it could only be the former. At that moment, Yafei was overwhelmed with gratitude, realizing that regardless of whether the technique was intermediate Earth or high Earth level, such a gift was unlikely to be readily available to families from Central Continent. Ling Jing's generosity was indeed monumental. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Jing's persona as the granddaughter of the pure Lotus Demon Saint had been firmly established. However, it must be noted that this facade was quite advantageous, serving as a convenient excuse for her ambiguous origins, which she could also utilize when dealing with Yin Yun and Yin Ron. I'm certainly not deceiving them. Ling Jing gazed skyward, noting the encroaching dusk, and promptly urged, "All right, it is getting late. You should return and study these texts to see if you can utilize them. Once you internalize the techniques, they will operate autonomously." With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Xiao Yixian clutched the cultivation method bestowed by Ling Jing, nodding in agreement, her mind swirling with thoughts. However, Yafei was even more bewildered. Could one truly absorb the techniques into their body and allow them to operate autonomously? This seemed utterly remarkable. It is well known that cultivation involves absorbing the fighting spirit from the heavens and the earth, subsequently opening one's meridians to store greater amounts of fighting spirit. The higher the limit of fighting spirit, the stronger the individual's power becomes. Simultaneously, these limits enhance the physical body, making each level of difference seem as vast as the heavens and the earth. Besides the quantity of fighting spirit stored, the extent of personal development plays a significant role as well. Yet, cultivation is a rather arduous process. One could do nothing but sit cross-legged and quietly commune with the fighting spirit in the universe. With the emergence of this new element, it was akin to possessing an automatic generator of fighting spirit, an extraordinary boon to enhance one's cultivation. Chapter 102, Seeking Revenge. Of course, the usage of this newfound ability is not without its costs. To harness the energy for converting fighting spirit, one must engage in business or heal others. As Lung Ji-ing suggested, this is, in fact, the mainstream method of cultivation in the realm of fantasy. Some methods lean towards the power of faith. Have you seen Ling Meng or Sister Z cultivate? Probably not, although these two methods are merely rudimentary versions. As the two women progress in strength and deepen their understanding, they might eventually restore the complete versions in the future. Yafei gazed at the techniques in her hands, feeling immensely touched. Regardless of the circumstances, this gesture carried profound significance. However, observing Lang Jiying's indifferent demeanor, Yafei decided to put away the techniques, silently cherishing this sentiment in her heart, contemplating how she could repay this kindness in the future. Yet, such a precious technique seemed impossible to repay in a lifetime. Did this mean she would have to offer herself in gratitude? Thank you. Upon this thought, the usually strong and independent Yafei felt a tinge of shyness, softly uttering her thanks before turning to return to her room for cultivation. Lung Jiying was somewhat baffled by her reaction, but did not dwell on it. She had another matter to attend to. That was to seek out that old dog Mu Shi for a discussion, and upon her return, to discuss the upcoming move with Mr. Yao, exploring the possibility of relocating the entire Wanyaozhai. Indeed, considering the deep bond between Xiao Yixian and her adoptive father, it seemed rather unkind to simply abduct Xiao Yixian. It would be wiser to bring Mr. Yao along to the Gamma Holy City rather than remain in this small place. After all, for Xiao Yixian's cultivation, a medical facility to treat patients was essential. Once they arrived at Gamma Holy City, Yifei would become busy and have no time to assist Xiao Yixian, making it undoubtedly the best choice to bring everyone along. A family should remain united. After all, she had the means to indulge. What on earth happened? After inquiring about the address of the Wolf Head mercenary group from Mr. Yao, Lung Jiying flew directly over, not bringing along Lion King or Kana. For their highest level was merely Do Shi. It would be an overreaction to bring a Do Huang along with such limited strength. However, upon reaching the Wolf Head mercenary group's base, Lung Jiying sensed something was amiss, for all that remained was a desolate ruin. Beside this ruin, a group of people sat listlessly on the ground, staring at the wreckage as if they had lost their souls. Lung Jiying assessed their strength, which varied greatly. The leader appeared to be a Do Shi, presumably Mu Shi. Seeing their miserable state, Lung Jiying hesitated to engage in conflict, quietly descending and approaching Mu Shi, inquiring, "Brother, what has happened? Did someone steal your home?" Upon hearing Lung Jiying's words, Mu Shi finally snapped back to reality, disregarding how she had arrived, and lamented, "Indeed, a 15 or 16-year-old boy took advantage of my absence, seized my possessions, murdered my confidants, and even blew up my home as he left. Outrageous, utterly shameless." As he spoke, this middle-aged brute shed a few tears, clearly devastated at the loss of a lifetime's worth of assets. He feared he would no longer have the means to support his brothers or sustain the mercenary group. He would likely have to find work with a wealthy family. A far cry from his former glory, akin to a security company owner forced into becoming a bodyguard after bankruptcy. For a moment, Lung Jiying forgot her purpose of seeking revenge, engaging in conversation with genuine curiosity. 15 or 16. Could it be Xiao Yan? Upon hearing the name, Xiao Yan, Mu Shi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with intense hatred. Clearly, besides Xiao Yan, no one else would dare to pilfer from him in his absence. "So, Xiao Yan robbed your home while you were busy trying to take my wife, and that's why you're in such dire straits?" At this remark, Mu Shi regained his composure, pondering, "Your wife? Could be Xiao Yixian?" But this voice was unmistakably female. Realizing this, he quickly turned to look, only to see Lung Jiying's figure gradually rising, her aura steadily escalating, clearly here for vengeance. Witnessing this scene, Mu Shi's eyes widened in despair. Faced with Lung Jiying's formidable presence, he felt no inclination to resist, collapsing to the ground in supplication. "My lady, please spare me. I shall never dare again." Though Lung Jiying felt a twinge of sympathy for Mu Shi, sympathy did not equate to forgiveness for his past actions. This time, he was fortunate to escape unscathed. Otherwise, she might well have been the one weeping. Thus, it was only reasonable not to let him off the hook. Moreover, Xiao Yan truly was remarkable to have managed such a theft in such a short time. If she remembered correctly, Mu Shi had amassed quite a collection, and without Xiao Yixian to share the spoils, this theft would undoubtedly enrich Xiao Yan. Before long, Lung Jiying returned to Wanyaozhai, which had been revitalized by Mr. Yao and his crew after the devastation caused by the Wolf Head mercenary group, appearing as splendid as when she first arrived. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the courtyard for dinner, with Yifei and Xiao Yixian chattering excitedly about their recent cultivation experiences, occasionally erupting into melodious laughter. Clearly, in just a few short hours, they had discovered how remarkably simple and wondrous the techniques from the realm of fantasy were to cultivate. Meanwhile, Kana and the newly arrived middle-aged man, a Z, were indulging in a hearty feast. It was curious how a Z, a stranger, had so effortlessly integrated into their circle. "Hey, why did you all start eating without me? I want to seek revenge for you." Lung Jiying descended, feigning anger, and immediately grabbed a roasted beast leg, devouring it voraciously, utterly lacking in decorum. Seeing Lung Jiying's gluttonous display, the others couldn't help but feel exasperated. Her appearance was rather unbecoming. Were we not waiting for you? Why are you being so fierce? Xiao Yixian, unfazed by her demeanor, shot back. Lung Ji-ing was taken aback, then carefully observed that aside from Kana and Lion King, neither Ye Fei, Xiao Yixian, nor Mr. Yao had touched their chopsticks, clearly waiting for her. With an awkward smile, Lung Jing chose not to dwell on the matter, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Ahem, let us not discuss that. How is your cultivation progressing? Chapter 103. The challenge from the Xiao family. Upon hearing the topic of cultivation, Xiao Yixian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eagerly exclaiming, Sistering, the Master S techniques are indeed extraordinary. They are unlike any others. It requires no effort on our part to cultivate. Simply by practicing medicine, one can acquire experience points. Once the experience points accumulate sufficiently, they can be automatically converted into a variety of attributes, enhancing one's proficiency in medicine or the level of one's fighting spirit. Truly an invaluable system. The elegant Ye Fei, savoring her meal beside me, nodded in agreement with Xiao Yixian's words, adding, I feel the same way. There are numerous business-related skills available for selection, as well as persuasive charm skills. Each increment elevates my proficiency by a tier. Overall, I am becoming increasingly formidable. Lung Ji-ing understood that this concept was akin to the experience point leveling system found in online games. Although there were professional restrictions, leveling up would undoubtedly not be excessively slow. Certainly, it would not lag behind the standard heavenly tier cultivation methods. This unique approach to cultivation, while seemingly peculiar, reminiscent of a rudimentary system, might well be the norm for individuals of the Ursiuan ilk. After dining and clearing the table, Lung Ji-ing broached the matter at hand. I trust you're all aware of what I am about to discuss. My journey from Zhongzhou was one of training. Although I have located my grandfather, my cultivation must continue. Thus, I plan to travel to Jiama Holy City to find my first friend, Na Lan Yin-ran. Upon hearing her words, the group offered no objections. Recognizing her mysterious background made this declaration seem entirely reasonable. Even Ye Fei shared this sentiment. Initially perplexed, she found everything to be exceedingly logical now that Lung Ji-ing was framed within the context of a young lady from Zhongzhou. Therefore, I intend to bring everyone along. Boss Yao, you are welcome to accompany us to Jiama Holy City, where we can establish a Wanyao Zhai. Otherwise, once Ye Fei and I become busy, it would be quite challenging for Xiao Yixian to manage the medical clinic alone. Yao nodded in agreement. In the original tale, he had perished at this juncture, buried by Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian. However, he was still alive now, and with Xiao Yixian's promising future, he found it hard to part with his dear daughter. If this young lady were to take Xiao Yixian on an extended journey to Zhongzhou, it might not be appropriate for him to follow. Yet, given that they had not even departed Jiama Empire, and with an offer to help, he felt no hesitation in agreeing. Xiao Yixian's anxious heart was finally at ease. After all, as the direct descendant of her master, it was her duty to care for this young sister. If she did not bring her adoptive father along, she would be at a loss. Ultimately, Xiao Yixian was still just a 15 or 16-year-old girl, untested by the great trials of the original story, who would wish to be separated from their parents if they could remain together. Since no one has any objections, let us finalize our plans. We will pack our belongings in the coming days and then set off for Jiama Holy City, bringing along items of sentimental value. I have means. Noting the absence of surprise among the group, Lung Ji-ing decisively made her determination, leaving no room for dissent. Although others felt she was a tad too hasty, they said nothing, as she was the one financing the arrangements. The urgency stemmed from her recollection of Yun Yun's words about wanting to meet her in a month. Failure to do so would result in her bullying Yen Ran. Meanwhile, at Yunlan's sect, in the bright and spacious reception room, a middle-aged man with a somewhat sullen expression was hastily sipping tea, his hand rhythmically tapping on the table. Nalan Su was currently in a state of agitation. Having recently received a letter from the Xiao family, he had not anticipated that after merely a year of duty in the Western Empire, his audacious daughter would dare to unilaterally annul the marriage that had been arranged by their grandfather. Given Na Lan Jia's prideful nature, Na Lan Yin Ran's actions had undoubtedly tarnished her grandfather's reputation. Word of this had spread throughout Jiama, Holy City, infuriating Na Lan Jie, who had been wreaking havoc at home, destroying precious collectibles in his rage. Had he not been bettered in due to illness, he would have likely dragged his ailing body up Yunlan Mountain to confront the matter. Nevertheless, Na Lan Yin Ran was his daughter, and he stood by her side. He had never been particularly in favor of the marriage between the Na Lan and Xiao families, not due to Xiao Yan's talent, but because he had been deeply influenced by feudal traditions. His first love had ended due to social status differences, leading him to marry Na Lan Yin Ran's mother. While he was content now, he carried a significant regret in his life. Thus, he supported Na Lan Yin Ran's pursuit of happiness, but the situation had escalated alarmingly. If only Na Lan Jie were no longer alive, it would have been simpler. Yet, as long as he remained, Na Lan Su had no authority to conceal such a significant issue and had to report it honestly. However, he did not take it too seriously, considering Xiao Yan to be a waste. Unexpectedly, recent investigations revealed that Xiao Yan had shed his previous label of uselessness, demonstrating a cultivation speed that was nearly more terrifying than his own peak as a child. Although he had always been overshadowed by his older cousin Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning was several years his senior. Regardless, no one could overlook Xiao Yan's burgeoning potential. The Xiao family now boasted two prodigies, both capable of making their mark in the future, regardless of whether they would clash. Nevertheless, Na Lan Yin Ran's unilateral decision had left their relationship in a frozen stalemate, placing Na Lan Su in an awkward position. Under these circumstances, he risked losing not only a promising son-in-law, but potentially inciting resentment from the Na Lan family. This could lead to the Xiao family oppressing the Na Lan family when they eventually rose to prominence. And the current plight of the Xiao family might very well become the future of the Na Lan family. Of course, this was because he was unaware of Xiao Ning's and Leng Zhiying's concern, as well as the connection between Leng Zhiying and Na Lan Yin Ran. Otherwise, he would hardly be worried. This girl was growing increasingly bold and seemed to disregard her father's authority. Ultimately, he was not angry about Na Lan Yin Ran's decision to break off the engagement, but rather that she had not consulted him beforehand. Had they discussed it together, surely they could have reached an agreement. In essence, this was a case of stubborn pride, a trait seemingly inherited through generations. With 3 generations of their family being equally obstinate, the more Na Lan Su pondered, the angrier he became, and he slammed his teacup onto the table, causing tea to splash everywhere and startling the attendant nearby, who hurriedly replaced it with a fresh cup. "Father, what troubles you?" Just as Na Lan Su's fury peaked, a sweet voice resonated in the hall, and a graceful figure clad in moonwhite entered, offering him a warm smile. "Oomph, do you even acknowledge me as your father? I presumed you had become a disciple of Yun Yun, and thus were oblivious to the existence of the Na Lan family." Gazing at his increasingly radiant daughter, Na Lan Su's ire was swiftly extinguished. Yet, being an old proud one, he still coldly snorted, noticing the displeased expression on Na Lan Su's face. Na Lan Yin Ran could only shake her head in resignation and gesture to the maid beside her to withdraw. At this moment, Na Lan Yin Ran appeared far more striking than when she had been in Wutan City, and as she was about to meet her father, she had left her long sword behind. However, at her waist hung a nondescript iron trinket, akin to a ring, which she carried wherever she went. "Father, after more than a year apart, you scold me upon your arrival. When I return next time, I shall certainly inform Mother." Once the maid had exited, Na Lan Yin Ran scrunched her adorable little nose and sat beside Na Lan Su, playfully huffing. "Return? Do you dare to return?" Na Lan Su's lips twitched at her words, and he retorted with irritation. "Should you dare to return, just see if your grandfather does not break your legs." With a slight pout, Na Lan Yin Ran understood the underlying meaning of Na Lan Su's words. "You must be aware of my purpose for being here, correct?" After taking a hearty sip of tea, Na Lan Su spoke with a sullen expression. "It pertains to my withdrawal from the engagement, does it not?" Na Lan Yin Ran replied coolly, absent-mindedly playing with a strand of her dark hair. Observing Na Lan Yin Ran's somewhat petulant demeanor, Na Lan Su was both amused and exasperated. He thumped the table with his palm and exclaimed angrily, "The marriage was personally sanctioned by your grandfather. Who gave you the right to dissolve it? That is my marriage, and I refuse to wed according to your whims. My affairs I shall govern. I care not who sanctioned it. All I know is that according to the agreement, it is I who shall marry, not my grandfather. Mentioning this, Na Lan Yin Ran's expression soured. Fiercely independent, she detested the notion of her significant life decisions being dictated by others, even if they were her elders. Do not presume I am unaware. You merely think that Xiao Yin, once a wastrel, is unworthy of you, yet now his potential rivals your own. Given your position in Yunlan Zone, you must have received news of his newfound strength, have you not? Na Lan Su retorted angrily. Na Lan Yin furrowed her delicate brows. The figure that emerged in her mind was not the boy she had once spurned, but rather the silhouette that had shielded her at that time, prompting a sweet smile to grace her lips. Subsequently, she pressed her lips together and replied, "Indeed, I have heard some news regarding him. I never anticipated he could shed the moniker of a wastrel, which truly surprised me." Surprised? Is that all? Your grandfather has requested that you find an opportunity to visit Wutan City again, preferably to apologize and mend the strained relations. Nalal Su frowned. Apologize? Not a chance. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yin Ran's brows shot up, and she resolutely declined, huffing, although Xiao Yin is no longer a wastrel. What does that have to do with me? Nalan Yin Ran. I shall never choose to wed him. I already have someone I hold dear. Should you conspire to renew the engagement behind my back, I will elope with my beloved or simply perish before your eyes. Indeed, upon hearing Na Lan Yin Ran's words, Na Lan Su's expression turned sour. Throughout history, love has been the primary cause of folly in young women. It is likely that her desire to withdraw from the engagement stemmed from this beloved one. While he did not oppose Na Lan Yin Ran dating, he believed she ought to at least inform the family. However, Na Lan Su understood that given his daughter's temperament, any further pressure would be futile. He then produced a letter and handed it to Na Lan Yin Ran, introducing it with a touch of helplessness. This is a challenge issued by the Xiao family, which scathingly berated you, accusing you of coercing Xiao Yin and assigning the engagement through force, being arrogant and utterly disrespectful. Now that Xiao Yin has regained his talent, he has invited you to a decisive battle in Yunlan Zone in 3 years. Based on the date of this letter, it seems there are only about 2 years remaining. According to custom, once the engagement is annulled by the female party, the male party may issue a challenge that cannot be refused, with all conditions set by him. Thus, should you lose, they will make you a servant of the Xiao family for 3 years. If you win, Xiao Yin will bow 3 times before you and declare himself a wastrel in front of everyone. Such harsh conditions indicate a considerable degree of confidence on their part. Na Lan Yin Ran took the letter and skimmed it. Indeed, the language was somewhat restrained. Yet it practically accused her of being unvirtuous and condemned the Na Lan family for disregarding the agreement made by the 2 elders, lacking in both righteousness and morality. It was no wonder her grandfather was furious. She too felt infuriated upon reading it. Upon reaching this point, Na Lan Yin Ran's lovely face hardened, and she declared angrily, "Since Xiao Yin dares to issue this challenge for 3 years, then I, Na Lan Yin Ran, shall accept it. Let him come to Yunlan Zone for the duel. Should I lose, I shall submit to any servitude he chooses. Otherwise, I shall ensure he regrets this moment of impulsiveness." Hearing Na Lan Yin Ran's somewhat reckless declaration, Na Lan Su slammed the table with a thud and rebuked, "Nonsense. If you lose this 3-year challenge, you will become a servant, which would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon the entire Na Lan family." Chapter 105. Na Lan Yin Ran's beloved who says I would lose to him? Even if Xiao Yin has regained his talent, does that mean I, Na Lan Yin Ran, am inferior to him? Na Lan Yin Ran, feeling underestimated by Na Lan Su, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She loathed being compared to the very wastrel she had once scorned, especially when the one making the comparison was her own father. Realizing he may have been too harsh with his words, Na Lan Su awkwardly scratched his head. In truth, since Na Lan Yin Ran returned from Wutan City, she had been training relentlessly, often sacrificing her meals to do so. Any disciple of Yunlan Zong could confirm this, and, as her father, it was indeed excessive for him to belittle her efforts, especially considering her relentless drive was likely for that beloved of hers. Nalan Su contemplated that upon returning home, he would unearth the entire lineage of his precious daughter's beloved and ensure she would not be led astray by a wild boar. Yet he feigned indifference, saying, "Very well, you may decide your own affairs. After all, it appears the Nalan family is destined to be squandered by you sooner or later. So what does one moment more or less matter?" With that, Nalan Su rose dramatically, sweeping his sleeves as he strode away, coincidentally meeting Gu Yi as he entered. He shot Gu Yi a fierce glare, but said nothing further, departing the meeting room. Nalan Yen ran, however, did not rise to see him off. She merely stared intently at the challenge letter in her hand, clearly not as indifferent to the matter as she appeared, lost in thought to the extent that she failed to notice Gu Yi's entrance. Gu Yi held a vial of elixir, unsure if it was from Yun Yun or another. Not wishing to intrude upon Nalan Yen Ran's evident preoccupation, he quietly stood at the door, waiting. After rereading the letter several times, Nalan Yen Ran let out a deep sigh, her worries beginning to swell. Nalan Yeren had previously dispatched numerous individuals to investigate Wutan City, and naturally, she was aware of her sister Ying's past activities there. She also knew that Ying possessed dueling strength. With her astute intellect, she deduced that during their initial encounter, Leng Jing had not spoken the truth. While the difficulties faced were undeniable, the underlying circumstances were likely far grander than her own. As she contemplated this, Nalan Yeren retrieved the small pistol that Leng Jing had gifted her, delicately caressing it in her palm. A radiant smile graced her lips. Indeed, such a generous gift could not possibly be from an ordinary person. However, she recognized that at that time, Leng Jing was not as formidable as she had later discovered, suggesting that it was only after their separation that she had re-established her strength through her family's influence. Thus, while the pistol might not hold significant value for Leng Jing or her family, it had been an invaluable and possibly life-saving item for her at that moment. The fact that she had given it to her without hesitation was truly moving. After solemnly putting away the revolver, Nalan Yeren noticed Gu Yi, who had been waiting nearby for quite some time. She responded with little emotion, merely inquiring, "Elder Gu, please come in. Have you brought what I requested?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yi approached respectfully and presented a vial of elixir, introducing it. "Young sect master, this is the 5th grade Tianyuan Dan personally refined by Lord Guha. Once consumed, your qualifications can be instantly doubled, but thereafter, the user will never surpass the rank of a 3-star Douwan. It is akin to borrowing talent from the heavens at the cost of a greater future. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Nalan Yeren, however, did not respond verbally, snatching the elixir from him with an air of urgency, her eyes devoid of focus as she muttered to herself. "Do you not all wish for me to win this 3-year bet? If you doubt my ability to defeat Xiao Yan, I shall comply with your arrangements. After all, the position of young sect master in Yunlan sect can easily be filled by another. I am merely a weak woman. What power do I possess?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Yi felt a wave of shame wash over him. Indeed, the decision to sacrifice Nalan Yeren's long-term potential for the sake of preserving Yunlan sect's reputation was a collective decision made by all the elders. Even the sect master could not intervene, especially in their absence, making the execution of this plan all the easier. Most importantly, Nalan Yeren had consented to this arrangement and assured them she would not inform Yun Yun. Though the reasons remained unclear, it conveniently aligned with the elders' desires. Nevertheless, it was undeniably dishonorable to compel Nalan Yeren, a fragile woman, to sacrifice her own prospects for the sake of the sect's pride. Each time he considered this, Gu Ye's face burned with embarrassment, prompting him to bow slightly and exit. He could only hope that Ying would not forsake him, for how could he ever catch up to her? If he could wander the world alongside her, he would consider his talent a debt repaid to Yunlan's sect. As she spoke these thoughts aloud, Nalan Yeren extracted a pill from the vial she had just received and swallowed it. The mere challenge posed by Xiao Yan was insufficient to propel her to this decisive step. After all, what was Xiao Yan compared to her? What truly terrified her was the realization that Leng Jiying's talent was beyond her reach. She feared she would falter in keeping pace with Leng Jiying's cultivation, leading to an inevitable distance between them a fate she could not bear to accept. Even if she could accompany her to the rank of two-star Do Wong, it would suffice. Youth is fleeting. She would rather live a life as a steadfast Do Wong, guarding her family, than relinquish her pursuit of love. She sought neither absolution nor regret, only a vibrant youth unblemished by remorse. Love, in its profound essence, is ineffable and elusive. It may arise from a serendipitous encounter, an act of bravery, or an unwavering commitment, forging a bond that transcends the boundaries of societal norms. Perhaps this is a pure connection that prioritizes the other without expectation of reciprocation. For reasons unknown, tears cascaded from the corners of Nalan Yaren's eyes, flowing freely since she had seen the challenge letter. In that moment, she comprehended why Lung Jing had so vehemently targeted Xiao Yin and had even sacrificed a year to manipulate the mundane world, all to undermine the Xiao father and son. Initially, she had struggled to grasp the rationale behind Lung Jing's actions, but now, clarity enveloped her. Perhaps Lung Jing was the guardian angel bestowed upon her by fate, or perhaps she was the greatest trial she would ever face. "Ing, I miss you," she whispered. Chapter 106. An encounter with the Jialan recruitment team. Lung Jing remained blissfully unaware of the deep yearning she had ignited in Nalan Yaren. She was also oblivious to the extent to which her unintentional display of power had compelled another to sacrifice her potential. If Lung Jing had known of the schemes orchestrated by the elders of Yanlan sect, she would likely have unleashed a torrent of fury. At present, she was eager to return home, unhesitatingly allowing the Lion King to reveal his true form to expedite their journey towards the imperial capital, abandoning her previous leisurely demeanor. With the Lion King's speed, even the vast distance between Qingshan Town and the imperial capital will be traversed in a single flight. As they drew nearer to the capital, Lung Jing felt an increasing sense of tranquility within her heart. For several days, her heart had been inexplicably restless, as if foreboding misfortune were imminent, though she could not discern the source. Additionally, there were no signs of task completion, suggesting that it would only be upon her arrival in Gamma Holy City that her mission could conclude. Look over there. Is that not the uniform of Jialan Academy?" While the group soared through the skies, Lung Jing's keen eyes spotted a cluster of individuals donned in Jialan Academy attire not far off, seemingly headed towards the Hejiao region. Upon hearing Lung Jing's words, the little doctor beside her glanced over, confirming with a nod of her head, "It does appear so. Are you considering enrolling, Ing?" "Indeed, attending school could be quite enjoyable. After all, it would be a delightful experience. Why don't we sign up?" Fabricating a rationale, Lung Jing deftly deflected the inquiry. In truth, aside from the intent to confront Xiao Yin, she was genuinely interested in the prospect of exploring Jialan Academy. If her prowess were insufficient, it would be one matter, but for someone of her caliber, attending would feel akin to a joyous excursion in an amusement park. Upon hearing Lung Jing's half-serious, half-playful remarks, the little doctor and Yafei exchanged glances, resigned yet accustomed to her whimsical nature, allowing her to pursue her whims without protest. Seemingly attuned to Lung Jing's desires, the Lion King, Zi, did not wait for her command and headed directly towards the direction of the Jialan Academy group. Due to the Lion King's renowned reputation, nearly everyone in the Gamma Empire recognized its form. Thus, when Lung Jing transformed it back into its beastly state, she made adjustments to ensure it resembled a large, purple cat with wings, appearing entirely innocuous and rather adorable. However, the aura it exuded was unmistakably that of a formidable magical beast, evident from the apprehensive expressions of the Jialan Academy members before them. Goodness, is this overwhelming pressure meant to frighten someone to death? Hurry and rein it in. As Lung Jing slid off Zi and prepared to address the group, seeing their fearful demeanor, she realized it was Zi's display of bravado. In exasperation, she scolded it and gave it a decisive kick, resolved to teach it a lesson. Meow. The seemingly casual kick concealed an immense force, causing the resilient Az to yowl in protest. However, it understood the intent of Lung Jing and promptly subdued its imposing presence, obediently lying down beside her. Too intimidated to make a sound. As the air of authority dissipated, the members of Jialan Academy relaxed significantly. Yet they continued to regard Lung Ji-ing with utmost seriousness. The ability to tame such a formidable beast was not a feat of ordinary individuals. Just as Lung Ji-ing was searching for the leader among the crowd, a voice suddenly called out to her, capturing her attention. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette, her eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated encountering these acquaintances here, evoking a feeling akin to reuniting with old friends in a foreign land. Indeed, this group was none other than the members of the Xiao family. While she did not recognize everyone, she certainly remembered Xiao Mei and Xiao Yu, who had previously caught her attention. The one who called out to her was Xiao Yu, with whom she had shared a brief acquaintance. To her astonishment, Xiao Sun-er was also among the group. However, the gaze directed at her lacked the previous animosity. Instead, it was filled with curiosity, indicating that Gu Yuan had entirely erased any memories of resentment from his obedient daughter. Yet, Xiao Ning was conspicuously absent, likely occupied with matters concerning the Xiao family. Given his age, he was surely destined for further studies at Jialan Academy, albeit perhaps a bit later than his peers. I never expected to run into you here. Are you all heading straight back to Jialan Academy? Lung Ji-ing inquired, her curiosity piqued. It was apparent that this group had just departed from Wutan City. But considering their pace and the distance from Wutan City, it seemed they had not left much later than she had. This implied that they had arrived almost immediately after her departure, making Xiaoyan's presence in Qingshan town quite plausible. Xiao Yu held Lung Ji-ing in high regard, acknowledging her instrumental role in elevating her brother to his current status. Observing her playful demeanor, Xiao Yu lowered the barriers of formality and gestured towards the members of the Xiao family to explain, "Yes, we just left Wutan City and are on our way back to school." "Ah, I see. What a coincidence." Just as Lung Ji-ing and Xiao Yu engaged in casual conversation, a young woman clad in the Jialan Academy mentor's uniform approached. She glanced at the remarkably youthful Lung Ji-ing and curiously asked Xiao Yu, do you know her?" The woman possessed a curvaceous figure and exuded a mature charm refined by the passage of time, radiating a gentle aura that contrasted with Xiao Yu's youthful demeanor. She appeared to be around 23 or 24, resembling a graceful young matron. "Indeed, teacher Ruolin, this young lady is a friend of my brother Xiao Ning." Xiao Yu replied, somewhat awkwardly, clearly unsure of how to introduce Lung Ji-ing. Although Lung Ji-ing was indeed youthful, her prowess far surpassed that of Xiao Yu, making the term sister feel a bit presumptuous. "Ah, so you're Xiao Ning's friend. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's introduction, Ruo Lin's interest was piqued. During their time in Wutan City, they had received an A-class student named Xiao Yan, alongside two S-class students, Xiao Sun-er and Xiao Ning. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that anyone befriending such talent would possess commendable abilities themselves. Moreover, given the young lady's suitable age, why not consider her for enrollment at the academy? "Little sister, would you consider joining Jialan Academy? Our institution boasts a formidable faculty, making it an unparalleled choice for enhancing one's abilities." Ruo Lin smiled gently and extended an invitation to Lung Ji-ing. Typically, recruitment at Jialan Academy involved citywide selections, with only the most gifted individuals being admitted. While it was rare for a mentor to actively recruit students, such instances were not unheard of. Even Xiao Yan had not enjoyed such an honor. "Absolutely. I came here with the intention of joining Jialan Academy. However, I have some matters to attend to first, so I may not be able to enroll until 2 years from now," Lung Ji-ing readily agreed, simultaneously emanating the aura of a one-star dome master while carefully observing Ruo Lin's reaction. It was crucial that she did not reveal her true strength, and this one-star dome master status was sufficient to leave an impression without appearing overly extraordinary. The onlookers gasped at her displayed might. Although some older students accompanying Rolin were also dome masters, witnessing such power in a mere 14 or 15-year-old girl was astonishing. It was akin to a middle school student attending high school. Noticing the astonished expressions around her, Xiao Yu smirked, thinking to herself that if they knew Lung Ji-ing was actually a Dou spirit powerhouse, they would likely be utterly floored. Min vida, xiao xun ea. Having seemingly forgotten all previous memories regarding Lang Jiying, gazed in disbelief at the girl who appeared her age but possessed a whole tier of strength above her. In contrast, Ruo Lin exhibited an air of composure, quickly regaining her bearings. After all, Jialan Academy was a prestigious institution, and though the 15-year-old Do Master was uncommon, they existed within the academy, albeit rarely encountered in the small Jiama Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Ruo Lin made a decision and smiled at Lang Jiying. Of course, even if you do nothing for the next 2 years, you will be able to keep pace with our curriculum when you join. I believe by that time, you will have made significant progress. Ruo Lin did not refuse. A disciple who seemed to hail from an esteemed family likely had her own commitments. If she were to obstruct her path, it might create aversion towards Jialan Academy, potentially resulting in her choosing not to enroll at all. Oh, that sounds wonderful. By the way, Ruo Lin, I have a friend with commendable talent as well. Would you consider admitting her too? She would also need to take a leave of absence to join, but I trust you wouldn't mind? Lang Jiying had not anticipated her request for leave to be so smoothly accepted. She initially thought it would require considerable effort, but the response was unexpectedly agreeable. Thus, she decided to have Xiao Yixian's name submitted as well. With that, Lang Jiying brought the petite Xiao Yixian forward, indicating for Ruo Lin to evaluate her. As for Yafei, she was already over 20, which clearly made her unsuitable for enrollment at Jialan Academy. Ruo Lin did not decline, assessing Xiao Yixian before simply reaching out to grasp her delicate wrist, carefully sensing the dou qi within her. Prior to their departure from Qingshan Town, Xiao Yixian and Mr. Yao had decided to distribute all the herbs in their inventory to the townsfolk as a gesture of gratitude for their support of Wan Yaozhai. This act had directly resulted in Xiao Yixian gaining substantial experience points. Although she had not treated anyone directly, these herbs had benefited countless individuals, thus continuously increasing her experience. After leveling up from the experience accumulated over the past few days, she was now a 5-star Do fighter. The collection volume of Wan Yaozhai over the years is indeed significant, yet the speed at which it has progressed is simply astounding. Observing the rapid advancement of Xiao Yixian, Yafei could not help but feel envious. However, it also sparked a revelation within her, suggesting that she might explore other unique methods to accrue experience points. Acknowledging that the other possessed the strength of a 5-star doja, Ruo Lin nodded in agreement. Xiao Yixian was merely a year or two older than Lang Jiying, thus her talent could not be deemed extraordinary, perhaps even a bit lacking. Nevertheless, genius is often an elusive quality, and Ruo Lin refrained from further comment, granting her approval for Xiao Yixian's admission. Of course, had Ruo Lin known that Xiao Yixian had only been an ordinary person a few days prior, she might have questioned her own life choices. Ruo Lin retrieved 2 sheets of paper from her spatial ring, skillfully inscribing the enrollment forms for Lang Jiying and Xiao Yixian without the need for a pen, and swiftly returned the papers to her ring. Subsequently, she produced 2 cards and handed them to Lang Jiying and Xiao Yixian, stating, "I have registered your student records. Here are your student IDs. Simply present them upon arrival at Jialan Academy. Given your backgrounds, I believe you won't require an escort through the Black Corner region. I shall await your arrival at the academy. Now, let us hasten our journey, for the road ahead is long, and reaching our destination within the allotted time is no simple feat with that." Ruo Lin ceased her conversation with them, turning to summon the other members of the academy, and after organizing the group, they continued towards the Black Corner region. Lang Jiying showed no inclination to converse with the members of the Xiao clan. Had Xiao Ning been present, she might have exchanged a few words. But with the others, the familiarity was lacking, and they would likely tread carefully, given the disparity in status and strength. It was Xiao Sun Air who captured Lang Jiying's attention. After a brief attempt at conversation, Ruo Lin had already directed the team to unleash their dou qi and speed ahead, leaving Xiao Sun Air to hastily follow suit. However, their gazes crossed in the air, each assessing the other. Sensing the slightly aggressive gaze of Lang Jiying, Xiao Sun Air felt a wave of discomfort and quickly turned her head to follow the others. Observing their primitive method of travel, Lung Jiying could not help but marvel. After all, Jialan Academy's recruitment spans several empires, and even with their financial resources, it would be impractical to equip each recruitment team with a flying magical beast capable of carrying hundreds. It was far more efficient to provide the team leaders with funds to resolve the matter independently. Chapter 108, Task Update. Gamma Holy City. Yafei's intuition was remarkably sharp. She immediately discerned the subtle exchanges between Lung Jiying and Xiao Sun Air in an effort to prevent the team from expanding further. She teased, "What is this? Are you taken with the young lady? Shall I fetch her for you to warm your bed?" However, her playful banter failed to faze the thick-skinned Lung Jiying, who instead flashed a devilish smile and jested, "No, no, no. I believe having you all is sufficient for warmth. Wouldn't you agree, Yafei Jia?" At this remark, both Yafei and Xiao Yixian blushed furiously. Fortunately, Mr. Yao was far enough away not to overhear, or they would have been utterly mortified. After all, discussing such matters openly was rather embarrassing, especially in the presence of a rival. "All right, we must be on our way. If we dawdle, we may have to endure a few extra days of dry rations." Lung Jiying, undeterred by the collective disapproval, climbed onto the back of the Zijing Wing Cat King, beckoning the two ladies to join her. Upon hearing the mention of food, Kanna, who had been frolicking with the Cat King, perked up and obediently climbed aboard, evidently having had little to eat during their travels. Yafei and Xiao Yixian exchanged a glance but chose not to comment further. Unlike Lung Jiying, they gracefully mounted the creature, lightly perching themselves on either side. This display left Lung Jiying momentarily bewildered. She suddenly realized that she, too, was quite skilled. Why resort to such an embarrassing display? Seeing Lung Jiying's awkwardness, Yafei and Xiao Yixian stifled their laughter, while even the Cat King emitted a few muffled sounds, clearly suppressing its amusement. Frustrated, Lung Jiying could not vent her ire on the two ladies beside her, and instead gave the Cat King a playful shove on its head, commanding, "Stop laughing and get us flying." After a few days of swift travel, they finally arrived at Gamma Holy City, just as Lung Jiying had anticipated. Before they even entered the city, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Auxiliary Task 3. Task completion, extremely high. Task rating S. You have received a rewards doubling card. All rewards are doubled. Reward settlement in progress. Random reward extraction in progress. Calculation complete. Final rewards. Host level increased by 6. 1 Jia coins. 200,000. Partner level up card. Level 12. 2 exotic flames. Su Wu Tun Yin. Exact replica. Shengling Jian. Exact replica. 2 level 7 profession cards. And 2 sets of interstellar production lines. Task update. Main quest. Unique. Task objective. Eliminate Xiao Yan. Auxiliary task 46. Objective. Prevent Xiao Yan from undertaking any actions prior to the 3-year agreement. This task consists of 6 nodes. Explore independently. Completing each node grants immediate random item rewards, with final settlement based on task completion rate after the dungeon concludes. Rewards include a substantial amount of 1 Jia coins, 1 Spirit Stone, 1 Dahi Cannon, 1 Class Advancement Transfer Card, and 1 Trade Card with an 80 discount voucher. The system will also undergo an upgrade, loading the update package to be implemented upon completion of the next task. As the voice faded, Lung Jiying immediately felt a surge of power, allowing her to break through the constraints of her level, soaring through 6 tiers. She reached the rank of a 1-star Do Wang. Upon attaining this new level, Lung Jiying sensed a qualitative change in her Do Qi, now at least 10 times stronger than before. Consequently, she acquired a new upgradable skill, the Salna Jia Artifact Ray. This formidable skill could obliterate even someone as powerful as Kerrigan with a single strike. So one could only imagine the devastation it could wreak on an ordinary individual. However, the effects of upgrading this skill remained a mystery. After claiming her rewards, Lung Jiying was unable to contain her excitement. The 1 Jia coins she received perfectly compensated for her previous expenditures on cultivation methods. And even more valuable were the 2 exotic flames and the level 7 profession cards. She gazed at the 2 exotic flames within the system space, radiating a gentle and serene aura, as though any ordinary person could easily bind them with a soul imprint. A remarkably convenient prospect. The term exact replica indicated that these were not mere fakes, but were identical to the originals in both attributes and power. Naturally, she had no intention of keeping these treasures for herself. Instead, she planned to distribute them. The Shengling Ji Yin was perfectly suited for Xiao Yixian, while the Suwu Tun Yin would be kept for herself. After all, should she gift it to someone else? There was a significant risk they might lose control of it, making it far more prudent to retain it for her own use. As for Yufei, she would certainly manage the interstellar production line, although it seemed lesser in quality compared to the Shengling Ji Yin intended for Xiao Yixian. Lung Ji Ying had an inkling that this production line was anything but ordinary, likely facilitating the mass production of high-tier elixirs with relative ease. Once the previous random army summoning cards stabilize, they could be utilized. As newcomers, our manpower is indeed somewhat lacking. However, there is no need for them to engage in combat. Having them assist as laborers will suffice. Moreover, the 7th-tier profession cards are perfectly suited for Yufei and Xiao Yixian, with one being an apothecary and the other an auctioneer, which is quite fitting. Conversely, it appears that Na Lan Yan Ran and Yun Yun, both battle enthusiasts, may not find them useful. It is not too late to procure more later. One is a battle master and the other a combatant, yet both possess the professional talents akin to Dozone level. Just envisioning this scene is intoxicating. Regarding the new tasks, Lung Ji Ying has almost grasped the situation. Apart from the somewhat unexpected 3-year agreement, for which she was mentally prepared, she is quite clear about the other 5 key points. The Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong, the Qing Lian Diexenhua, the Mo family, and Qing Lin, providing antidotes for Nalan Jia and the Alchemist Conference. These points require little elaboration, although the entire endeavor spans a remarkable 2 years, thus categorizing it as an extraordinarily long quest. Reflecting on the generous rewards from before brings a sense of relief, as everything seems to fall within the realm of expectation. With this thought, Lung Jiying ceased to feign sleep, opened her eyes, and leaped down from the Miao King. She inquired of Yufei, who was lost in contemplation by the city gate. Sister Yufei, you are quite familiar with this Gamma sacred city. Where should we settle? Upon hearing Lung Jiying's words, Xiao Yixian and Mr. Yao also turned their attention to Yufei. As country bumpkins, they had no understanding of the circumstances in this sacred city and had to rely on the local guide. However, Yufei shrugged her shoulders in resignation, remarking, I suddenly remembered that I cannot appear in Gamma's sacred city in my original form. Although my identity is not of utmost importance, it is certainly not low. The Maitel family is likely furiously searching for me, and if I were to show up directly, I would probably attract a throng of experts instantly. While this may not pose much of a threat to you, Ing Mei, it still presents a considerable inconvenience. Chapter 109. A New Home. Lung Ji Ying concurred, realizing that the henchmen of the Maitel family would likely consist of numerous formidable Doshi and Douling. Whether she took action herself or employed the Miao King and Kana, it would not bode well. If she acted, she would likely find herself in a peculiar scenario reminiscent of a son fighting and then encountering his father, only to later confront his grandfather. Should the Lion King or Kana intervene, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of all high-ranking officials, resulting in a counterproductive situation. Indeed, that does present some complications. Xiao Yixian, could you assist Sister Yufei with a disguise? Xiao Yixian nodded, producing several vials and jars, and explained to Yufei, Sister Yufei, this is a disguise ointment. While it cannot completely alter one's appearance, it can certainly help render your stunning beauty less conspicuous. Turusting Xiao Yivin implicitly. Yufei responded, very well, Xiao Yixian, please proceed. Xiao Yixian wasted no time, applying some of the ointment to her fingers and then deftly spreading it across Yufei's face. Having traversed the realms frequently, she was highly skilled in the art of disguise, with both technique and precision. Within mere minutes, the breathtaking beauty had vanished, replaced by a middle-aged woman with a pallid complexion and faint wrinkles, resembling a housekeeper. There we go, Sister Yufei. This is merely temporary. A wash with clean water will suffice. However, The current issue is your figure. Xiao Yixian handed Yafei a mirror, encouraging her to view her new appearance. Yet, Yafei found the transformation perplexing. Although her face had become decidedly unattractive, her alluring figure remained impossible to conceal. Startled by her own reflection, Yafei did not dwell on it too long, but concern crept in. Her physique, maintained over the years through family training, was intended to render her a lucrative tool, captivating men, and her enchanting skills were honed for this very purpose. Nevertheless, such trivial matters were no match for Long Jiying, who promptly acquired a binding corset from Ling Ming, swiftly wrapping her 36D figure within. The ensuing actions left Yafei blushing, yet after Long Jiying's intervention, she appeared relatively unremarkable, aside from being a tad taller. Once assured there were no issues, Long Jiying summoned Mr. Yao, who had been vigilantly keeping watch to prevent prying eyes, and transformed the Miao King back into human form. The group then proceeded toward the city gate. Strangely, since the transformation of the purple crystal wing Lion King into the purple crystal wing Miao King, his human form had also changed. Once a dignified middle-aged man exuding authority, he had now become a youthful boy. The guards of Gamma's sacred city seemed rather laid back, allowing them entry without collecting an entrance fee, which spared Long Jiying considerable hassle. She had overestimated her own importance. As the capital of the Gamma Empire, the city likely welcomed countless individuals daily. If every person were to be scrutinized, even a Do Wang would be exhausted by the endeavor. What a bustling city! Upon entering, Xiao Yixian was momentarily awestruck by the vibrant scenery. The buildings and the demeanor of the people were several magnitudes superior to those in Qingshan town, radiating an inexplicable sense of confidence and happiness. The contrast was stark, akin to a juxtaposition of paradise and hell. The inhabitants of Qingshan town lived perilously, struggling for mere sustenance, while in Gamma's sacred city, it appeared that no one worried about monetary concerns. Long Jiying, too, felt a sense of disorientation, uncertain of how long it had been since she last visited such a prosperous place. Dismissive of the small town of Wutan, even in the Douluo continent, the largest city she had visited was merely Soto City. As for her time on Earth, she had refrained from venturing into major cities for 5 years prior to her demise. Suddenly finding herself in this affluent locale rendered her somewhat dazed. Not much better off than Xiao Yixian, who appeared akin to a country girl entering the city for the first time. However, recalling her impending ambitions, Long Jiying regained her composure and, with a spirited resolve, turned to the now plain-looking Yafei and asked, "Sister Yafei, what shall our next steps be? We must first establish a stronghold." The now unremarkable Yafei nodded, gesturing toward the center of the city, proposing, "Let us purchase a well-located residence and then devise our forthcoming plans. Mr. Yao and Xiao Yixian can open a medical clinic to treat patients, while you, Yingmei, may seek out your old acquaintance at Yinlan Zone. As for establishing a trading company, that will likely take some time. We must first address the Maitel Chamber of Commerce, as making a profit beneath their watchful eyes will not be easily accomplished." The plan was clear and logical, leaving Long Jiying with little to say other than to fully support Yafei. They would likely remain here for an extended period, and since they had the means, acquiring a quality property was certainly warranted. Under Yafei's guidance, the group negotiated and eventually purchased a luxurious residence situated near the palace, settling in comfortably. Sister Yafei, are you certain this dilapidated house is worth 500,000 gold coins? Gazing at the rundown structure devoid of a door, Long Jiying's mouth hung agape, her disbelief palpable. Calm down. After all, this is the precious capital where land is as valuable as gold. A prime location with a splendid residence is indeed a rare find, one that only the esteemed and affluent can inhabit. However, this courtyard is quite spacious. I have already engaged a group of architects, and I believe the renovations will proceed swiftly once they arrive. Upon hearing this, Long Jiying scrutinized the surroundings. Just as Yafei had mentioned, the courtyard is not insignificant in size. Although the various formations appear somewhat dilapidated, they are nonetheless present, and the facilities are relatively complete, albeit concealed beneath layers of neglect. In summary, a simple renovation will suffice. After all, hiring architects will not incur exorbitant costs. Considering that I could acquire such a spacious courtyard for a mere several 100,000 gold coins in this area, I consider it a fortunate bargain. While waiting for the architects, Lung Ji-ing took a stroll around the courtyard. Aside from a few essential rooms, there is a moderately sized open space, perfect for setting up her assembly line. To clarify, this assembly line consists of merely two machines. One resembles a vending machine, but dispenses only a single product, the DOC vending machine, which dispenses DOC, portable automated medical device, the most common healing apparatus in the cosmos. With a single sweep of its healing beam, it eradicates all negative conditions, including fractures, poisoning, asphyxiation, malnutrition, and debilitation, restoring the individual completely. Regardless of level, it can instantly replenish 50 of maximum health, making it akin to carrying a second life. Most importantly, it has no side effects, requiring only a 5-minute interval between uses. If one possesses multiple DOCs, it would essentially equate to having numerous lives. If my memory serves me correctly, such an effect should only be found in 7th grade elixirs. Specifically the reversal elixir, which unfortunately comes with severe side effects that permanently diminish one's strength and induce a state of weakness. In comparison, the humble DOC rivals even 8th grade elixirs. The vending machine categorizes DOC into 4 tiers. The lowest tier costs merely 100 gold coins and can only heal superficial injuries and mild ailments such as light poisoning and dizziness, making it suitable for common folk. The mid-tier significantly upgrades the previous version, capable of instantly treating more severe conditions like fractures and blindness, with a broader detoxification range, priced at 1,000 gold coins. Appropriate for low-ranking fighters or military factions. The high tier meets the needs of all, as Lung Ji-ing envisioned, capable of purifying any ailment while restoring 50 health. Its price is 10 times that of the mid-tier. The most formidable is the top-tier version, which not only purifies all ailments but can even cleanse one's constitution, eliminating toxic residues left by powerful, self-destructing foes. Naturally, using it to alter one's constitution prohibits further harvesting, as it can only purify malevolent constitutions. And due to the necessity of the patient's mental and physical cooperation, it cannot be used to harm others. Moreover, its life restoration effect reaches a staggering 100, effectively resulting in instant revival. It is said that only the top 10 individuals in the entire star region are qualified to use it, and its value is beyond measure. The cost is 500 times that of the high tier, amounting to 5 million gold coins for a single unit. However, considering its effects, the price for purifying one's constitution and sealing such effects could only be matched by 9th grade elixirs, rendering this a bargain. The production capacity of these DOCs is not infinite. The vending machine can only dispense 100 low-tier units, 20 mid-tier units, 5 high-tier units, and 1 top-tier unit daily. This output can be upgraded based on usage or purchase volume, essentially linking to the factory sales terminal, functioning as a production line. The prices displayed reflect the cost of raw materials. While the original manufacturer undoubtedly profits, we, as secondary distributors, stand to gain the most. Where else could one procure a 9th grade elixir for a mere 5 million gold coins? Aside from this vending machine, the other device resembles a high-end feed machine. It operates by inputting raw materials and setting production targets and effects, akin to a fully automated 20-version bagua furnace. Its convenience lies in the ability to establish a direct connection with a warehouse, creating a spatial channel for resource transmission. The user need only issue commands for it to automatically produce items until either the resources are exhausted or the directives are fulfilled. After examining these 2 production lines, Lung Ji-ing formulated a plan, though it seemed premature to implement it just yet. She decided to wait until the architects, hired by Yafei, completed the renovations of the courtyard. Not long after, Lung Ji-ing returned to the only seating area in the courtyard, a gazebo, intended to brew some tea and engage in conversation. However, before the water could boil, a group of scruffy laborers barged in, carrying various construction materials, some even bare-chested, showing no regard for the presence of women in the courtyard. Among these burly men was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. the only one among them who looked relatively tidy, at least in terms of his attire. His hair seemed unkempt, and he was disheveled. Yet he had 2 pins tucked behind his ear and was meticulously sketching on a blueprint, seemingly oblivious to having reached his destination. Strangely, his clothing could be described as luxurious, far more splendid than what Lung Ji-ing had previously seen on the 2-star alchemist Guanai. On his chest was a medallion, intricately engraved with a character for craftsmen, encircled by 5 golden stars. If one were to adhere to the ranking system of alchemists, this scruffy young man could possibly be a 5th-level craftsman. According to this ranking, he stood on par with a Do Wang-level expert. As Lung Ji-ing observed him, the young man seemed to realize he had arrived, abruptly lifting his head to survey the surroundings. He stroked his chin and muttered to himself, So this is the lavish estate for which a high price was paid? I never imagined it would be here. The sudden arrival of this group left the 3 women bewildered, but Yafei quickly recognized that these were the architects she had previously summoned and hastened to greet them. Like alchemists, craftsmen hold a significant position in the Do-Chi continent, as virtually all high-quality constructions require their expertise. The nobility of alchemists stems from the stringent assessment standards. An alchemist must also be a qualified physician at the same level while possessing extensive knowledge of medicinal materials. This includes herbalists whose knowledge of gathering and refining herbs is foundational to alchemy, resulting in a hierarchy where few professions can rival that of an alchemist. Conversely, the path to becoming a craftsman is less arduous. A craftsman may encompass roles such as swordsmiths, armorers, architects, puppeteers, and mechanism engineers. To attain certification as a higher-level craftsman, one need only excel in one of these artisan-related professions, making advancement considerably easier as tangible results are what matter most. Chapter 110, The Architect. However, Lung Jing was completely oblivious to this matter. Aside from the alchemist, the physician, and what she learned about chefs during her previous indulgences, she was utterly uninformed about anything else. The young 5th-level craftsman appeared devoid of emotional intelligence, completely ignoring Yafei's greetings as he focused intently on sketching his blueprint. His arrogant demeanor made Lung Jing's teeth itch with frustration. She longed to teach him a lesson about the value of life. Before long, the young man suddenly looked up, tossing the blueprint into the air and announcing to everyone, "All right, the blueprint is complete. Everyone can begin construction." Before Lung Jing could voice her questions, the blueprint exploded in midair, transforming into countless specks of light that scattered harmoniously throughout the estate, collectively forming the outlines of the architectural complex. The framework, comprising supports, beams, walls, and roofs, was created from these glowing points. It was undeniable that the exquisite design captivated even the notoriously picky Lung Jing. How wonderful it would be to reside in such a place. Following the young man's orders, the laborers began to move with remarkable efficiency, effortlessly carrying heavy building materials as if they weighed nothing. They positioned the materials according to the blueprint without any additional effort, as if the glowing points possessed an installation assistance function. At that moment, Lung Jing noticed that these laborers were not as simple as she had imagined. Each one was brimming with fighting spirit, most of them being formidable great fighters. It was indeed surprising to see such powerful great fighters engaged in manual labor. But their speed of work was astonishing. Within half an hour, a luxurious villa had already been erected, evidently designated as the Master's residence. However, the house appeared somewhat peculiar, still reliant on the previous glowing points for support. If they were to vanish, it would likely collapse instantly. With a commanding stride forward, the young man bellowed, "Consolidate." The glowing points then acted like pillars, firmly binding the various structures together. Unique patterns emerged, enhancing the overall aesthetic of the building, though their specific functions remained unclear. Having completed the intricate master bedroom, the young man directed the laborers to proceed with the installation of additional facilities. As a manor, pavilions and towers were naturally indispensable. On this foundation, an extravagant artificial mountain and a crystal-clear lake were constructed, along with numerous shaded areas for relaxation. A library, a storage room, and a training facility were also included, leaving Lung Jing and the inexperienced little healer in awe imagining the bliss of living in such a place. Under the guidance of this fifth-level craftsman, the entire project progressed at an extraordinary pace, with the manor transformed completely in just about an hour. Even the dilapidated outer walls and gates were entirely refurbished, adorned with high-grade materials that showcased various formations, exuding opulence. This left Lung Jing immensely satisfied. But when the young man quoted the price, she was left dumbfounded. "All right, the renovation is complete. That'll be 5 million gold coins." Upon hearing the mention of money, the previously aloof young man exhibited a dramatic shift in demeanor, his eyes gleaming with golden light, resembling a greedy dog. 5 million? Hearing this figure, Lung Jing was stunned. Was it truly necessary to charge such an exorbitant price for merely renovating a house? The main issue was that she had not asked Wang Yulong for money when leaving Wutan City, believing that a sum of 2 to 3 million would suffice. Who would have thought it would amount to such a fortune? Beside her, Yufei also appeared shocked. Although she had previously mentioned how wonderful the construction would be, it was, after all, just a manor. How could it possibly be so expensive? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. The renovation itself might not have been costly, but the accompanying decorative elements were likely to be pricey. For instance, the koi in the lake appeared ordinary, but were actually second-tier magical beasts, their exquisite patterns holding considerable value among the nobility. Moreover, the stones used for paving the roads were common jade stones, which could be purchased for only a few dozen coins each, but the quantity required for paving was staggering. There were also many high-grade jade stones used for embellishment. Considering this, Lung Jing felt that the honest and straightforward young man had not deceived her. So she said nothing further and directly exchanged 5 million gold coins from the system, placing them into her storage ring before handing them over. The young man, without suspicion, retrieved his own storage ring and effortlessly accepted the 5 million gold coins. He then disregarded her, turning to the laborers and commanded, "Let us go to the next site." Upon receiving the instruction, the robust laborers did not linger, following the young man without leaving a trace of dust behind. Oh, and before departing, he left behind 4 control tokens for the manor's formations, perfectly suited for the 4 individuals present, a considerate gesture indeed. This was truly a display of efficiency. Lung Jing felt a pang of annoyance, uncertain of what to say, and experienced a surreal sensation. Just 2 hours prior, this place had been a dilapidated estate devoid of anything, and now it radiated grandeur, resembling a celestial paradise. Surely, no magnificent building in this world could be complete without a group of architects like this. At that moment, the little healer, Kana, and Aziz were all curiously exploring the transformed estate, while Mr. Yao took on the role of steward, organizing the villa's interior. Only Yufei remained beside Lung Jing, wearing a cheerful expression, entirely oblivious to having cost her 5 million gold coins. Observing Jafei, Lung Jing thought it was the perfect opportunity to discuss the 2 machines with her. She picked up the formation control token and activated the shielding and soundproofing formations that enveloped the entire estate, ensuring they were not overheard. Thus, Lung Jing leaned closer to Yufei, signaling that she was about to reveal a great treasure, and mischievously said, "Sister Yufei, come with me. I have something wonderful to show you." Seeing Lung Jing's mischievous demeanor, Yufei was curious but nodded in agreement, following her steps. It must be noted that the current layout of the manor had become exceedingly rational. The previously discovered vacant land had vanished, replaced instead by a multi-functional warehouse containing rooms for alchemy and artifact forging, resembling a workshop. Chapter 112. An unexpected visitor from Yalan's sect. After contemplating, Lung Jing realized that this space would not be of much use to her family. It was perfect as Yufei's private workshop. She led Yufei into the artifact forging room and unveiled the 2 machines. Subsequently, she produced 2 small manuals and handed them to Yufei, solemnly introducing, "Sister Yufei, these 2 devices are what I prepared for you. Your progress in cultivating the business path will depend entirely on how you utilize them. Here is the instruction manual. Take a look and see if you can put them to use." Seeing Lung Jing's serious demeanor, Yufei nodded, clearly taking this matter to heart. Although she was unaware of the device's nature, The fact that they elicited such earnestness from Ing meant they were certainly no ordinary tools. All right, Ing, you go ahead and busy yourself. I'll study their usage here. Receiving the manual, Yafei settled into a seat and began to examine it intently, no longer paying attention to Lung Jing beside her. Upon witnessing the scene, Lung Jing merely shook her head, accustomed as she was to Yafei's work ethic. Without further ado, she proceeded to seek out Xiao Yixian, intending to hand over the Shengling Jiyan to her. Before ascending to Yunlan's zone, it was imperative that she first clarify matters with her two close friends. At that moment, a group of unexpected guests clad in white robes appeared at the entrance of the manor. Strangely, they breached what seemed to be an immensely powerful formation, surveying the petite figure of Xiao Yixian with curious admiration. This group displayed no awareness of trespassing into private property, behaving as though they had returned to their own abode, unceremoniously finding a place to sit. Their audacious demeanor infuriated Xiao Yixian, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Unfortunately, in this unfamiliar territory, both Yafei and Lung Jing were absent, leaving her to entertain these intruders alone. Even the little girl Kana and the young boy Az had wandered off, making her feel increasingly anxious. Though uncertain of their intentions, Xiao Yixian deemed it prudent to first placate them. Thus, she greeted them politely, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed guests, the purpose of your visit to our humble home?" Upon hearing her words, the group exchanged knowing glances, clearly finding Xiao Yixian's naivety amusing. Subsequently, the leader stepped forward, towering over her as he spoke mockingly. "What a lovely beauty you are! Let me remind you, in this imperial capital, Yunlan's zone holds absolute authority. It is a waste for you and your kind, mere mid-level fighters, to occupy such a prime location. I offer you two choices: surrender your remaining wealth or relinquish this property. Choose wisely." With that, the rather lewd individual reached out, attempting to lift Xiao Yixian's chin. How dare he? Despite her composed demeanor, Xiao Yixian could no longer suppress her anger at such blatant disrespect. Gathering her strength, she unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the man. However, he remained unfazed, as though her attack were merely a tickle, causing no harm whatsoever, but rather inciting his wrath. Clearly possessing formidable strength, the man felt humiliated despite not being injured. He ceased his pretenses and seized her wrist, bellowing, "Unappreciative woman, it is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you. Do you believe that if I were to kill you, anyone would dare to utter a word in protest?" His anger unleashed a tremendous aura, pressing down upon Xiao Yixian, causing her complexion to pale. This seemingly insignificant man was, in fact, a grand fighter. Though overwhelmed by his presence, Xiao Yixian bravely retorted, "Is there no law in the Jiamar Empire to brazenly invade a private residence in broad daylight? You have gone too far." The lewd man erupted into a more arrogant laugh, declaring, "Law? Our Yunlan zone is the law of the Jiamar Empire." Following this, he grasped Xiao Yixian by the throat, lifting her high, clearly intent on ending her life. However, in the next moment, his body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a mighty force, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away, utterly motionless and undeniably lifeless. Boss! The sudden turn of events left his subordinates aghast, rushing over to assess his condition. Their leader was merely 20 years old, a prodigious grand fighter, whose death would implicate them all. "Do not bother. He is beyond saving. Even the gods cannot help him, mark my words." Just as the onlookers stood in confusion, an emotionless voice interrupted their thoughts. "You dare to slay our leader? You will not escape unscathed." One of the subordinates initially attempted to threaten, but upon turning towards the source of the voice, he fell silent in fear. The once tranquil courtyard had filled with numerous figures, clad in imposing armor and helmets that obscured their faces, adorned with glowing Y-shaped crystals. Each wielded peculiar staffs, intricately etched, but seemingly devoid of any significant power. Among them stood bizarre metallic beings, completely unlike humans, and a young girl somewhat out of place in their midst, holding a strange object emitting green smoke, clearly the weapon that had dispatched their leader. It appeared that I had underestimated Yunlan's zone. naively believing that my ties with Nalan Yinran could alter their fate. However, it was evident that Yunlanzong had rotted to its core. Even if Xiao Yin did not destroy it, a thorough cleansing was necessary. As Leng Jing muttered to herself, she raised her weapon, leveling it at the henchman of Yunlanzong. With no trace of emotion, she fired several shots, and those men fell lifelessly to the ground. Although not a bloodthirsty individual, Leng Jing understood that in such circumstances, failing to eliminate these accomplices would betray Xiao Yixian. Had she arrived even slightly later, Xiao Yixian might have faced imminent death. After dealing with the ruffians, Leng Jing cast her weapon aside and hurried to Xiao Yixian's side, hastily helping her up. "Xiao Yixian, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thankfully." Sister Ing arrived quickly. "Otherwise, I might have truly been killed by that lewd man," Xiao Yixian replied, still somewhat dazed. She could hardly comprehend why these individuals would invade their home so brazenly to rob them, simply because they were from Yunlanzong. Yet, was not the destination of Sister Ing Yunlanzong? Instinctively, Xiao Yixian believed that any forces connected to Sister Ing could not be entirely malevolent. Yet, now as Leng Jing and Xiao Yixian exchanged heartfelt words, a rather ordinary young man emerged from among the metallic beings. Approaching Leng Jing with a salute reminiscent of military decorum, respectfully inquiring, "Leader, shall we proceed to eliminate Yunlanzong? At your command, we shall deploy immediately." Xiao Yixian turned to see a motley crew of peculiar metallic beings that had seemingly appeared from nowhere in the courtyard. However, it was clear that they were allied with Leng Jing, so she refrained from further questioning, knowing she would learn in due time. Upon hearing the young man's words, Leng Jing rolled her eyes in disdain. "Every day, it's about conquering the seas. Do you possess such strength? With your ragtag band of refugees, do you truly think you could take on Yunlanzong? You lack even a battleship. You are merely boasting." While searching for Xiao Yixian earlier, Leng Jing had fortuitously utilized a random interstellar army summoning card, resulting in the appearance of this large contingent of brothers. However, these allies were no ordinary folk. They belonged to the Ka Defense Army's Augustus Grell First Corps, the elite forces of Arcturus Monsk. Established since Monk's ascension, this group had endured numerous star sector battles, including 2 confrontations against Kerrigan, managing to prevail against the endless swarm with limited manpower, underscoring their formidable strength. Regrettably, after Akudals was obliterated by Kerrigan, the filial Valerian seamlessly assumed command of this legendary army, entrusting its leadership to Reno's adjutant, the newly appointed Imperial General Marcona, rather than allowing the esteemed General Davis of the former regime to continue. Naturally, the loyal troops of Akudals were discontented. Consequently, within a mere few years, this once legendary legion devolved into a mere ghost army, subsisting on empty wages and hollow titles. The First Legion had deteriorated to such an extent that its subordinate army groups were even less capable, contributing little in the resistance against Demon. The Ka Defense Army, renowned for its triumphs in the 3 Ka defensive battles, had reached a point where it required external assistance to safeguard Ka, underscoring Valerian's utter incompetence. At present, the young man before us is Sergeant Faraday of the Ka Defense Army. In their timeline, Eamon did not entirely vanish after being slain by Kerrigan. Rather, his essence dispersed throughout the cosmos, spawning a myriad of Eamon's forces. If this were not concerning enough, Nova's covert operations have concluded, resulting in the purging of the majority of high-ranking officials from the former regime, led by General Davis, coupled with Eamon's sudden onslaught, which unleashed a plethora of void shards. Almost all of their palace defense troops were annihilated. In a final twist of fate, they unwittingly sold themselves, becoming the army of the cold and solitary figure. Thus, Sergeant Faraday, a man in his 30s, ascended to the highest command of the Ka Defense Army, which once boasted nearly 1,000,000 troops, now reduced to a mere 1,000. Their armored units are a hodgepodge of quality, with advanced equipment either existing only as blueprints or reduced to mere scraps. The Air Force is non-existent. The sole advantage lies in the unwavering loyalty this army has towards her, as they revere her as a deity due to the Akudal's persona within her. Despite their perceived weakness, these soldiers are not as feeble as one might assume. Even the least skilled among them possesses the prowess of a high-level doling, meaning that those below this threshold would struggle to breach their armor. Their weaponry, however, surpasses expectations, capable of affecting even Do Wong targets. Moreover, several elite ground forces, such as the Iron Hammer Security and the Prometheus Legion, remain intact alongside a dozen siege tanks and a Black Warhammer. While they may not stir much chaos across the Dopa continent, establishing a foothold within the Jaiamar Empire remains rather feasible. Additionally, nearly half their ranks consist of nurses. Even in the direst circumstances, they choose to protect these nurses, a testament to Ka's traditional values, despite the lack of necessity for such numbers. Beyond these existing units, there are blueprints for other forces, though their construction is exceedingly challenging. For instance, creating Gorgon battleships or restoring the wreckage of Odin requires astronomical resources, well beyond the capabilities of the Jaiamar Empire. This is not merely a monetary issue. Common minerals, even if sufficiently graded, are inadequate without technological processes to transform them into steel plates and high-tech artillery. This necessitates trade with worlds that share similar technological advancements, enabling them to manufacture warship components. Though formidable, the current highest combat strength rests solely in the Dozone-class Black Warhammer. However, being a terrestrial unit, it lags behind the airborne Dozone Masters in mobility, despite its attributes and capabilities significantly exceeding those of its peers, allowing it to engage 3 opponents simultaneously without issue. The output of the dozen tanks surpasses that of the Black Warhammer, delivering strikes equivalent to a peak Dozone's full-force attack without employing skills, albeit with slightly diminished defensive capabilities, only able to withstand impacts from low-tier Do Huang. Nevertheless, with infantry units safeguarding their positions, these tanks typically avoid direct confrontation with enemies. Such formidable power indeed allows them to navigate the Jaiamar Empire with relative ease. However, given that Yunlan's sect possesses the formidable Jeek Ing dispatched by Yunshan and the Soul Palace, while they have only one, Kin Na, who can reach 5-star Dozong status through experience cards, each loss among this technologically advanced army is a significant detriment, rendering skilled personnel extremely precious. As for damaged armor, it is manageable. Both tanks and the advanced version of the Cold War Hammer can procure replacements via the marketplace. However, this is an exceedingly extravagant endeavor, as the significance of these items in the interstellar realm suggests a hefty price tag, limiting their procurement capabilities. Thus, at present, the most impactful resource is this cohort of nurses who can serve as highly skilled medical practitioners, while the brothers, serving as primary combatants, appear somewhat inadequate, primarily functioning as bodyguards. Despite the disparity in power, Lung Ji Ing is not one to cower submissively. The Yunlan sect is bound to confront the situation directly, yet the precise approach poses a considerable challenge. They must reclaim their dignity without obliterating the Yunlan sect, necessitating the establishment of leadership under Yun Yun and Nalan Yunran. This proves to be a complex undertaking, should Yunshan and the disruptive elders perish. It remains uncertain if Yun Yun's strength can sustain the Yunlan sect's dominance within the Jaiamar Empire. Contemplating this, Lung Ji Ing resolved to leverage technological prowess and inquired of Faraday. Faraday, what is the effective range of your assault squad? The assault squad, named after the elite monk's tanks, appears unremarkable but is in truth terrifyingly superior, far surpassing conventional human tanks, even outclassing Nova's special forces. As Faraday spoke of the assault squad, pride radiated from him. Each tank weighs 78 tons, firing 20 rounds per minute, with armor-piercing explosive incendiary rounds completed in an instant. The main cannon is a 1,000 millimeters penetrating shot cannon, capable of crafting incredibly potent shells from various elements in the environment. Each tank can store 10 shells in advance, with an effective range of 400 kilometers, utilizing a projectile attack method. While in motion, the main cannon's caliber is reduced to 500 millimeters, shifting to direct fire to prevent friendly fire, thus diminishing direct damage. In addition, there is a smaller caliber machine gun for close-quarter suppression, convertible into a machine gun, wielding significant lethality against both vehicles and personnel. The effective range of this direct-fire machine gun can reach 30 kilometers if unobstructed, making it suitable for anti-aircraft use. As for protective armor, it may be lacking, as you're likely aware, but its mobility is commendable, capable of advancing at 60 kilometers per hour across any terrain, reaching 100 kilometers per hour on ordinary roads, and equipped with a rocket propulsion system sufficient to ascend a 1,000-meter cliff without sustaining damage. Listening to Faraday's confident account, Lung Jing grew increasingly astonished. A main cannon with a range of 400 kilometers. This must be akin to a missile. Upon careful reflection, it is evident that the design of this siege tank is inherently grounded in land-based weaponry. Not to mention, it is one of the Empire's most exceptional designs. Furthermore, its advancements in other areas are rather modest. Thus, it is hardly surprising that its primary cannon possesses such formidable power. Yet, regardless of these musings, I am certain that Faraday would not deceive her. If this cannon truly is as powerful as claimed, perhaps I could easily bombard Yunlan Zone from the comfort of my home. Given the firing rate of this artillery, its trajectory would likely be challenging to detect, leaving no room for evasion. My only concern lies in the potential for the noise generated during firing to attract unnecessary troubles. Excellent. Such vigor. Corporal, please instruct these tanks to find a suitable place to station themselves within the estate. As for the others, they can place the armor in the warehouse, and I shall arrange for their accommodation shortly. For now, they can simply serve as laborers. Does that sound agreeable? Initially, Lung Jing felt that Yafei's purchase of the estate was rather superfluous, but at this moment, she recognized its wisdom. Over 1,000 individuals is no small number, and fortunately, the estate has already established some apartment-like quarters for maids and guards, ensuring ample space. Meanwhile, the petite healer, observing their cheerful banter, remained oblivious to their conversation. Nonetheless, she understood that these peculiar ironclad beings were likely the guards dispatched from Lung Jing's family, probably utilizing some technology she had never encountered before. Little healer, these are helpers sent by my family, including several young ladies well-versed in medical knowledge. With their assistance, I believe our clinic will flourish in no time. Lung Jing reassured her. She then gestured toward her loyal companions and continued, moreover, with their addition, we need not fear a recurrence of today's predicament. We can confidently pursue our business endeavors. The little healer had no objections, since these individuals were indeed sent by Lung Jing's family. Their capacity to act freely within the Jiamatai Empire would be a mere trifle. Very well, I shall arrange for their accommodations here, she replied. Lung Jing had no reservations about this, trusting the virtuous and capable young lady to handle the matter, while she herself felt no inclination to involve herself further. Just as the little healer prepared to depart, Lung Jing appeared to recall something and called her back, instructing, by the way, do remember to join me in my room this evening for a meeting, and there is no need to summon anyone else. Upon hearing Lung Jing's somewhat ambiguous remark, the little healer's face flushed crimson, realizing that the request for privacy implied something more personal. Thus, she bashfully lowered her head and softly acknowledged, before hastily making her exit. Clearly embarrassed by the situation, Lung Jing mused to herself, do I truly come across as such a desperate individual? However, since the misunderstanding had arisen, there was little to be done. She would eventually clarify that she was, in fact, a pure-hearted maiden. As her companions departed with the little healer, Lung Jing's expression darkened, and she gazed toward the northeastern horizon, murmuring, Yunlan Zone. This was initially a scene imbued with poetic resonance, but Faraday, who had been awaiting her command, displayed a lack of sensitivity to the ambience. He produced a device resembling a tablet and, with utmost seriousness, stated, Supreme Leader, you seem to have misinterpreted the direction. According to radar scans, Yunlan Zone should be located to the southwest. Upon hearing this, Lung Jing's face flushed with indignation. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she snapped at Faraday. Do you really need to remind me? Get lost. At your command, Supreme Leader. I shall take my leave. He responded promptly. In the dead of night, within Lung Jing's chamber, Yafei and the little healer arrived as scheduled. However, both young women bore flushed faces, occasionally exchanging furtive glances, their minds evidently preoccupied with less than wholesome thoughts. The atmosphere in the room quickly grew charged with ambiguity. Yet Leng Jing had no intention of indulging in such frivolities. She abruptly interrupted their silent exchanges, feeling somewhat awkward, and stated, "Ahem. I did not summon you here for trivial matters, but rather to present you with something beneficial for your future endeavors. In a few days, I shall be visiting Yunlan Zone, and thus I may not be able to assist you with the family business. You will have to navigate your own paths." Upon hearing Leng Jing's words, both the little healer and Yafei felt a twinge of embarrassment, having initially assumed her intentions were less than honorable. Without further ado, Leng Jing produced 2 cards, handing one to each of them. Observing their puzzled expressions, she clarified, "These are vocational experience cards bestowed upon me by my grandfather, containing the lifelong knowledge of all 7-tier professions. In other words, upon using these cards, you will instantly qualify as candidates capable of passing the 7-tier vocational assessments. Although your own reserves of combat energy may not be sufficient to craft high-level items, when it comes to experience, you will undoubtedly stand out among the 7-tier professionals. However, you may only select one profession, otherwise, the overwhelming knowledge may prove too much to bear." Upon hearing this, Yafei and the little healer were momentarily taken aback. Such extraordinary items truly existed in this world. Yet, considering Leng Jing's background, they quickly accepted the revelation. Just because they had not encountered such things did not mean they were absent elsewhere. It was entirely plausible that these items were commonplace in Zhongzhou. With this thought in mind, the little healer eagerly picked up the card to examine it, while Yafei appeared more contemplative, uncertain of her path. "What should I pursue? Deering? Little healer can learn the skills of a physician, but what should I choose?" Yafei's inquiry was not without merit. Although there were numerous professions within the Doupa continent, most were geared toward artisans, leaving little room for service-oriented vocations like that of an auctioneer, which lacked corresponding professional tiers. After all, the distinction between a 1st-tier and a 9th-tier professional is negligible. Nevertheless, the vocational skill cards certainly encompassed more than just the local professions of Doupa. As long as one could conceive of it, they could learn it, albeit they would not gain any benefits from certification within Doupa. "I believe, dear Sister Yafei, what you require is a skill in rhetoric. You could pursue a unique profession without a certification body, such as an auctioneer. However, I feel that the role of an auctioneer may be somewhat limiting. Instead, it would be far more advantageous to become a politician. In addition to mastering eloquent speech, you would significantly enhance your charm and presence." After careful consideration, Leng Jing recommended this profession to Yafei. The difference between a politician and an auctioneer lies in the scale of their influence. One sways hundreds, while the other can sway millions. One persuades individuals to part with their money willingly, while the other can lead them to sacrifice their lives. Thus, when comparing the two, it is clear that the politician holds greater merit. Although the power dynamics within the Doupa continent are predominantly upheld by the strong rather than officials, the capabilities that come with the very notion of a politician are undoubtedly the most suited for Yafei. Initially, Yafei was quite content with the idea of becoming an auctioneer and had intended to pursue that path. However, upon hearing Leng Jing introduce the concept of a politician, she found herself perplexed and asked, "Politician? What is that?" A politician is a profession that does not exist within the Jiamatai Empire. Their primary role is to coordinate the development of a region. A novice politician may only manage a village or town, while an experienced one could oversee an entire province or nation. One can only imagine the finesse of their rhetorical skills. Thus, if you were to utilize this vocation to enhance your abilities as an auctioneer, would it not be even more advantageous? Leng Jing elaborated patiently for Yafei, harboring her own thoughts. If she were to conquer a territory in the future, having Yafei serve as the supreme leader would be nothing short of splendid. In the realm of commerce and industry, are we not far superior to those inept emperors of the so-called empires? Just envisioning such a scenario is truly delightful. Yafei nodded. Her unwavering trust in Leng Jing compelled her to heed her words. Thus she agreed. "So it is. Then I shall follow your guidance, Ing Mei." Subsequently, Yafei engaged her profession card, attempting to associate the vocation of a politician with her current role. Before long, the profession card provided her with feedback, its explanation surpassing even that of Lung Ji-ing in detail. She also cast a glance at the auctioneer, but it was evident that, despite both being of the 7th tier, the capabilities and functions of a politician overwhelmingly eclipsed those of an auctioneer, further solidifying Yafei's conviction that this was indeed the path she wished to pursue. Noticing Yafei had entered a state of focus, Lung Jing turned to Xiao Yixian and advised, "Xiao Yixian, I recommend that you forego the path of a physician and instead delve directly into the knowledge of an alchemist. After all, an alchemist is inherently a powerful healer. While you may choose not to refine pills and instead focus on healing others, acquiring additional knowledge is always beneficial. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Yi nodded, responding with a smile. "I was just contemplating this matter, albeit with some concern that the complexity of the knowledge might pose challenges. However, since you have recommended it, I'm sure it will be fine." Lung Jing felt a sense of satisfaction. With this, both Yafei and Xiao Yixian would possess formidable abilities, and with such talents, their strengths would surely ascend rapidly. However, she did not forget the most crucial task at hand, hastily retrieving the flame of life before Xiao Yixian entered a meditative state. As the extraordinary fire manifested, a peculiar wave radiated throughout the room. Yet, given that it was the subdued version, its destructive power and pressure were virtually non-existent. Xiao Yixian was entirely unfamiliar with this phenomenon, but Yafei, with her keen eyes, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the extraordinary fire?" Indeed, it was the 5th-rank flame of life, obtained by my grandfather during his travels. It had remained unallocated due to the absence of a suitable candidate to absorb it. However, it is now perfectly suited for Xiao Yixian, as an alchemist requires a quality flame for their craft. Upon hearing this, Yafei felt a pang of jealousy akin to that of a lemon. This 5th-ranked extraordinary fire is no trivial item. Even in Zhongzhou, it is undoubtedly a treasure, yet it is being casually bestowed. Nevertheless, she harbored no envy, for she and Xiao Yixian are sisters, and her sister's success would undoubtedly reflect well upon her. Furthermore, the 2 machines she had studied that afternoon possessed functionalities that were by no means inferior to the extraordinary fire and were equally coveted by numerous experts. Yingmei truly embodies the spirit of equitable distribution. Chapter 116. Deep considerations apart from the potential threats posed by Yun Shan and Jiang. Others would naturally be entrusted to the assault team. As long as they can ensure precision in their targeting, all will be well. It is anticipated that these high-end tanks of the interstellar era will inherently possess such characteristics. Indeed, Faraday nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. While these individuals may appear somewhat unreliable, their combat proficiency is undoubtedly top-notch. At the time, you need only issue commands through the communication device, and we can engage in long-range bombardment. Even if there is a slight deviation, you can manage our forces accordingly." His words were a testament to the confidence Faraday held in his subordinates. Thus, everything appears satisfactory. Aside from combat, I plan to recruit some ordinary individuals from this world. My intention is to enlist girls in their teenage years, at the age of enlightenment, and they must be slaves. Such individuals are manageable and reliable. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lung Jing holds a considerable trust in Faraday's abilities, so tomorrow's operation requires minimal deployment on her part. The more pressing concern lies in how to develop our forces moving forward. While military supplies can be replicated and purchased through the system, the absence of drivers renders even the most formidable machines ineffectual. In reality, the continent of Qi still harbors many slaves. Generally, ordinary individuals without connections or cultivation talent, regardless of their age, will inevitably become vagrants, with little room for survival. After all, natural disasters and calamities are omnipresent, and one will eventually experience them. Once such an occurrence transpires, it often leads to devastation, with the unfortunate souls left with no choice but to sell themselves. In this context, males fare somewhat better. Possessing strength allows them to scrape by. However, for females, the situation is dire. Once displaced, selling oneself becomes nearly the sole outcome. Being taken in by affluent families may be fortunate, yet entering lower-tier households could result in becoming mere commodities. For instance, a household with a beautiful maid may utilize her as a bargaining chip for resources. For raising a young maid is no trivial task. Thus, Lung Ji-ing intends to rescue these young girls to serve her, as the knowledge they acquire in machinery will cultivate engineers. Even in combat, their roles will involve armored engagement, where physical prowess is not a requisite. Even if the purchased girls possess limited abilities, they can assist Xiao Yi-xian and Yafei or manage logistics within the estate. Regardless of the tasks, their contributions will prove invaluable. Moreover, her resources are ample. Constructing a workforce for decades poses no issue. Upon hearing Lung Ji-ying's plan, Faraday promptly concurred. This approach is indeed ingenious. While the empire has not traditionally engaged in slavery, these individuals are easily manageable. Utilizing them to expand our military is a clever strategy. The Tyrant Empire does not endorse a preference for males over females. In fact, there exists a tendency to favor women, exemplified by outstanding figures such as General Davis and Nova. In terms of status, they are paramount, with women in high-ranking military roles often surpassing their male counterparts. In the middle ranks, women dominate, and most medium-sized aircraft are piloted by females. However, at the lower levels of the military, apart from the medical sister, there are no other female positions. This is true feminism. Indeed, if we can ensure a steady supply of resources, I can guarantee that within a year, we will cultivate the first batch of engineers. Following Faraday, Odin's pilot also expressed approval of Lung Ji-ying's policy, confidently assuring her of his competence in this endeavor. This is the situation at hand. However, the concern lies in whether our overt recruitment might draw the attention of the higher-ups in the Gamma Empire. This is hardly a favorable circumstance. Lung Ji-ying's apprehensions are not unfounded. Considering the current scale of the troops, expanding the ranks would likely necessitate training thousands of individuals. Yet, the cultural divide between the two worlds poses a challenge. Realistically, among 10 slaves, it would be fortunate to find one with a requisite professional aptitude. This situation implies that she would need to gather tens of thousands of individuals. Even managing a few thousand is no trivial task. The congregation of such a multitude will inevitably attract scrutiny. While she is unafraid of the Gamma Empire, it nonetheless presents a hassle. Fear not, Your Majesty. We can disperse the individuals and establish a basic screening mechanism. Throughout the process of acquiring slaves, we can filter out those without utility, retaining only those with specific skills and learning potential. Whether in technology, medicine, commerce, or even culinary arts, they can be brought to the capital as valuable assets. Once they arrive, we can have Woden provide unified training. As for those who do not meet the qualifications, they can simply be sent away. For a mere mortal slave holds little value, and it could be considered a charitable act. Faraday, having survived to this day, is no ordinary individual. After a moment's contemplation, he presented an impeccable solution. Lung Jing pondered for a moment, recognizing that this approach was indeed a most prudent strategy. The children of Kihar, though not particularly esteemed in the imperial capital, would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of elite experts upon reaching other cities, thereby facilitating their endeavors. However, it was only upon hearing Faraday's words that she learned the name of Odin's driver was Woden. If he had not chosen the wrong side, he was likely a figure of heroic stature. As for finances, such matters were trivial. The price of a slave was astonishingly low, even the most presentable among them fetching no more than a few dozen gold coins. Purchasing 10,000 of the finest slaves would amount to merely several hundred thousand, a sum insignificant to Lung Jing, who regularly engaged in expenditures reaching millions. Initially, she might need to front some money, but once Yafei completed her integration, they would establish a formidable revenue-generating machine through the products of another world. At that point, currency would merely be a numerical representation. Very well, it is settled then, she declared. The logistics of acquiring these individuals shall be entrusted to you. Let the initial funding for this project be set at 10 million gold coins. There is no need to be frugal. Let us endeavor to ensure that the entire Gamma Empire is devoid of slaves. This was a long-term plan, Anling was not one to hesitate in her investment. Given her current resources were likely insufficient, she opted to exchange 10 million gold coins directly from the system, confident that she would eventually recoup her costs and perhaps even earn multiples of that amount. Upon hearing Lung Jing's unwavering trust in them, the emotions of Faraday and Woden surged forth, and they promptly rose to bow in respect, replying, "As you command, Your Excellency." Chapter 117, The Mechanic Training Program. Aside from the potential threats posed by Yunshan and Jieking, the remaining individuals would naturally be managed by the assault squad. As long as they could ensure accuracy in their targeting, they would suffice. It was anticipated that these advanced tanks of the interstellar era would inherently possess such capabilities. Indeed, Faraday nodded in affirmation, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty." Though these individuals may appear somewhat unreliable, their combat proficiency is undeniably top-notch. At that time, you need only issue commands through the communication device, and we can fire from a distance. Even if there is a slight deviation, you may rectify it through my military authority. This declaration was akin to a pledge of life, underscoring Faraday's immense confidence in his subordinates. "That is excellent," Lung Jiying replied. "Beyond combat, I plan to recruit some ordinary individuals from this world. My intention is to enlist young girls in their teenage years at the age of enlightenment, and they must be slaves. Such individuals can be entrusted without concern. What are your thoughts?" Lung Jing held a great deal of faith in Faraday's abilities. Thus, the operational arrangements for the upcoming battle did not require her extensive intervention. The more pressing issue was how to develop their capabilities moving forward. While military equipment could be replicated and purchased through the system, the absence of capable drivers rendered even the most formidable machines ineffective. In truth, there were still many slaves on the Duki continent, as ordinary individuals without backgrounds or cultivation talent would invariably become destitute, regardless of age, ultimately leading to a life of hardship. Natural disasters and human calamities were omnipresent, and once experienced, they often resulted in complete devastation. In such dire circumstances, selling oneself became the only recourse. Males fared slightly better, as physical strength could afford them some means of survival. But females faced a far grimmer fate. Once displaced, selling oneself was often the sole option, and while being taken in by a wealthy family might be fortunate, others could find themselves relegated to mere commodities. For instance, should a household possess an attractive maid, she could be utilized as a bargaining chip for resources. Raising a young maid was no trivial task. Hence, Lung Jing resolved to rescue these young girls and employ them in her endeavors. After all, the mechanical knowledge imparted would cultivate engineers, and even in battle, they would be clad in armor, requiring little physical prowess. Even if the purchased girls were less than capable, they could assist Zhao Yishan and Yafei, or contribute to logistics within the estate. In any case, their roles would prove valuable. Most importantly, she had the financial means to sustain such initiatives for decades. Upon hearing Lung Jing's intentions, Faraday immediately concurred, stating, "This plan is indeed astute. Although the Empire has not traditionally recognized slavery, these individuals are easily manageable. Utilizing them to expand our military would be a clever strategy." The Tyrant Empire did not adhere to a patriarchal bias. Rather, it often exhibited a preference for women, exemplified by figures such as General Davis and Nova, who stood as remarkable representatives. In terms of status, they ranked just below the highest echelons, and within the military, female officers often surpassed their male counterparts in senior roles, with women dominating the mid-tier ranks. Most medium-sized aircraft were piloted by women, while the lower ranks saw few female personnel aside from medical staff. Indeed, if we can ensure resource availability, I can guarantee the cultivation of the first cohort of mechanics within a year. Following Faraday's affirmation, Odin's driver also expressed his support for Lung Jing, his policies, and confidently assured her of his competence in this role. However, a concern arose. If they were to proceed with such an extensive recruitment campaign, what would happen if the upper echelons of the Gamma Empire took notice? This was a troubling prospect. Lung Jing's apprehensions were not unfounded. Given the current scale of the forces, expanding further would necessitate training thousands of individuals. Yet, The cultural divide between the two worlds posed a significant barrier. Realistically, it would be a triumph to find even one individual with the requisite talents among 10 slaves. This meant she would need to consolidate several tens of thousands. Managing such a multitude would undoubtedly draw attention, and while she harbored no fear of the Gamma Empire, it would nonetheless present complications. Fear not, Your Majesty. We can disperse the recruits and establish a preliminary screening mechanism, filtering out those without merit during the acquisition process. We shall focus on individuals with specific skills and learning potential, whether in technology, medicine, commerce, or even culinary arts, bringing only the most qualified to the capital. Those lacking qualifications can be dismissed, for a mere mortal slave is hardly of value, and it would be a charitable act. Faraday, having survived to this point, was no ordinary individual. After a brief contemplation, he provided a perfect solution. Well, it is settled then. The specific arrangements for dispatching personnel to carry out the acquisitions will be entrusted to you. Let the initial funding for this project be set at 10 million gold coins. There is no need to be frugal. We must strive to ensure that not a single slave remains in the entire Jiama Empire. This is a long-term endeavor, and Lung Jing will naturally not hesitate to invest. Given that her own funds might be insufficient, she decided to exchange directly for 10 million gold coins from the system. Confident that she would eventually recoup her costs and perhaps even earn several-fold returns. Upon hearing Lung Jing's unwavering trust in them, Faraday and Woden were deeply moved, quickly rising to bow and respectfully proclaiming, "As you command, Supreme Leader." Chapter 118. Forcefully invading Yunnan sect. Stop. Who goes there? This is the Yunnan sect. Do you have an invitation? Early the next morning, Lung Jing arrived at Yunnan sect with Kana and Xiao Zi, only to be promptly stopped at the foot of the mountain. However, this time, the visit would not be as simple as before. She had brought along the corpses of several troublesome individuals to unleash upon ascending the mountain and create chaos. Yet, it was not yet time to wreak havoc. So Lung Jing donned a smile and presented the invitation previously given to her by Yun Yun to the young guard at the gate, stating, "I am a friend of your sect leader, Yun Yun. Here is her invitation for you to review." Huh, have you even considered your own strength? To dare invoke the name of sect leader Yin? To her surprise, this mere gatekeeper disregarded her and tore the invitation to shreds before spitting on the ground beside him, demonstrating a textbook example of arrogance. Lung Jing thought to herself, "Oh, how brazen this little brother is. No wonder that old dog Xiao Yin aims to deal with you all." In truth, Lung Jing was already contemplating a change in approach. Initially, she intended to speak further once on the mountain, but seeing the current situation, she resolved to strike instead. With that thought, she unleashed her Do Wang aura, enhanced by her innate passive abilities, releasing an imposing presence comparable to that of a Do Huang, which surged towards the guard before her. How audacious! To block my path. Do you wish for death? This gatekeeper, merely a doja, had never encountered such overwhelming force. Instantly, his complexion turned pale, and he knelt in terror, exclaiming, "I did not realize a great figure of such stature had descended upon Yunnan sect. I am but a lowly man and have offended you. Please spare my life." As he continued to speak, this once arrogant gatekeeper began to sob, mumbling about having an elderly parent and young children, clearly terrified beyond measure. "Enough of your useless prattle. I seek the elders of your Yunnan sect. Now rise and show me the way." Lung Jing shouted, kicking him as she advanced. This insolent creature did not deserve her courtesy. Any hint of leniency would only embolden them. "Yes, yes, I shall lead you right away." The gatekeeper, now thoroughly cowed, hurriedly led the way, though his heart was filled with malice. What did it matter if someone was a Do Wang or Do Huang? Within Yunlan's sect, they were merely a junior. He planned to summon the elders to seek justice for himself. Thus, without any unnecessary theatrics, he guided Lung Jing up the mountain, avoiding any detours, as he aimed to bring her to the main hall and then lament his plight, certain that she would meet a dire end. With this in mind, he quickened his pace, almost as if floating, eager to return home. The gates of Yunlan's sect were situated on a floating island, a sight to behold in the northwest continent, as the founding sect leader, Yun Pation, was a Dozun, and thus the basic manipulation of spatial power was no challenge for him. Originally, there were some rudimentary teleportation formations connecting the various floating islands, but neglect and lack of repair had rendered them defunct, forcing reliance on a series of hanging bridges that diminished the once ethereal grandeur of this paradise. There was little to be done. The descendants were merely inept. No past sect leader had even reached the level of Dozone. Of course, it was a surprise that Yun Shan had emerged in recent times, but without the aid of the Soul Palace, he would have surely perished long ago. My lord, we have arrived. This is where the elders of Yunlan's sect typically conduct their affairs. May I inquire whom you wish to see? The gatekeeper, now sycophantic, seemed to have mastered the art of flattery, eager to ingratiate himself with Leng Jing, all the while plotting to ensure she would leave empty-handed. After all, even a gatekeeper had his backers. Gazing upon the resplendent hall before her, Leng Jing felt a spark of delight. If the elders were scattered across their offices, it could pose some difficulty, but now she had the opportunity to capture them all at once. Although she did not know which of the elder subordinates were present, she would surely find them here. Have we arrived? Very well, you may stand to the side for now. Leng Jing was fully aware of the gatekeeper's ulterior motives, but deemed his offense not worthy of death, deciding it best to simply knock him unconscious and deal with him later. With that, she made a slicing motion across her throat toward Xiao Zi. This gesture did not go unnoticed by the gatekeeper, who was instantly filled with dread, realizing it was a signal for murder. In a moment of desperation, this shameless individual prostrated himself before Leng Jing, weeping, "Please, my lord, spare me. I shall never dare to offend again." The next instant, he fell silent, having been struck unconscious by Xiao Zi's swift blade. After spending time with Leng Jing, Xiao Zi understood her character well enough. If anyone else had made such a gesture, it would have signified certain death, but with Leng Jing, as long as one did not harm those close to her, she would rarely resort to lethal measures. Once Xiao Zi had carelessly discarded the unfortunate fellow into a nearby thicket, Leng Jing pointed toward the grand door before them and unemotionally uttered a single command. "Kick!" Xiao Zi promptly complied with Leng Jing's directive. Although he understood the perilous nature of Yunlan's sect, he steeled himself, knowing his leader was beside him, and stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Despite Xiao Zi's youthful appearance, he was a Do Huang powerhouse, and the ornate door, constructed from countless precious materials, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden noise startled the guard within the hall, as this was a place for the elders' quiet contemplation. And who dared to invade so brazenly? Who dares to storm the elders' hall? The number of personnel inside was rather scant, comprising merely 2 or 3 guards of Dosha rank. However, they were somewhat imposing, as Leng Jing and her companions exuded a much stronger aura than they. Clearly, they were no match for her and could only wait for the elders to arrive. Leng Jing held no interest in these insignificant guards, directly pointing to the door and commanding, "Leave. I have matters to discuss with your elders. You are far too weak. I will not make things difficult for you." Upon hearing Leng Jing's blunt remarks, the 3 guards fell into silence, exchanging glances as if they had come to a decision, displaying an attitude of defiance against death. Then, one guard stepped forward with a furious expression, veins bulging on his forehead, and shouted at Leng Jing, "You dare to humiliate us so? Today, we shall make you aware of our strength. Brothers, charge." Chapter 119, Slaying Yunlong. Upon hearing the leader's words, the other 2 unsheathed their swords, gripping them tightly as they charged at Leng Jing, shouting onward. Gazing upon the 3 valiant figures, Leng Jing felt a sudden chill in her heart. She never anticipated that the Yunlan sect possessed such loyal individuals, who, aware of their impending defeat, still charged forward to confront their foes. What remarkable courage! Yet, before she could fully comprehend the situation, these 3 individuals circumvented her, akin to untethered wild dogs. Sprinting through the main entrance, their figures vanishing in an instant. Leng Jing pondered whether to commend their shrewdness or label them as cowards. However, she dismissed them from her mind, recognizing them merely as insignificant minions, for the true adversaries remained behind. At that moment, a formidable aura, substantial to Lung Jing, surged toward her. Accompanying this presence were several lesser auras, yet still superior to her own. Upon sensing the energy, she estimated nearly 20 individuals were present. This implied that, excluding the elders of the Yunlan sect scattered elsewhere, there were 20 Do Wongs within this single edifice. In the next heartbeat, these figures materialized within the Grand Hall. Encircling Lung Jing, clad in white robes, they appeared to be middle-aged, a rather terrifying scenario. Each of these individuals, upon traversing the Gamma Empire, could ascend to prominence. And collectively, they outnumbered the visible Do Wongs of the entire Gamma Empire. Yet, such a formidable force was now confined within this modest pavilion. Who dares intrude upon the sanctum of the Yunlan sect? The leader of the group, after scrutinizing the trio, felt a weight lift from her heart. Among them, the strongest was merely Lung Jing, whose aura barely equated to that of an 8-star Do Wong. Although surprised by her youthful prowess, she refrained from further remarks. For this was not a friendly visit. As for the young boy and girl, their depths were indiscernible. They likely had yet to embark on their cultivation journeys, rendering their presence as mere encumbrances. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to inquire about a matter, Lung Jing stated, her heart slightly unsettled amidst the congregation of formidable Do Wongs ranging from 1 to 8 stars. Were it not for Kanna's current status as a 5-star Do Zone, even with 2 Do Wongs, she would struggle against this assembly of Do Wongs. I seek to know which elder these individuals serve as lackeys. As she spoke, she revealed the corpses of several Yunlan sect disciples, her gaze shifting to a menacing demeanor as she scanned the crowd. Should anyone confess, she would not hesitate to strike first. To have such disciples or subordinates implies that their mentor must also possess dubious morals. Thus, she would feel no remorse in eliminating such individuals. Upon witnessing the demise of the lecherous Do Shi, the elder who had spoken earlier fell to his knees in anguish, lamenting disciple. In that instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped the room as the elders drew their weapons, prepared to rend Lung Jing into pieces at a moment's command. Although the lecherous man had behaved inappropriately, he was a talent within the Yunlan sect, comparable to Nalen Yenran, and had been favored as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder. At merely over 20 years of age, he had already ascended to the rank of Do Shi. However, his debauchery had led him to wreak havoc upon many virtuous women in Gamma Holy City, while the Grand Elder turned a blind eye, allowing him to continue unchecked. Regardless, with his death here, it was clear that the three would not escape unscathed. As for the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, he was none other than the old dog Yunling, who would later meet his demise at the hands of Xiaoyan. Divine Light. To their surprise, Lung Jing exhibited no inclination toward villainy. She refrained from engaging in verbal sparring and unleashed her most potent skill directly at the kneeling Grand Elder. Her Do Chi surged in a heartbeat, coalescing in her palm before erupting forth toward the Elder. Dubbed Divine Light, Lung Jing felt that the name of the artifact ray, Sar's Divine Artifact Ray, was rather mundane, and as its effect closely mirrored the Divine Beam of Shenkai, she opted for this name instead. While the Divine Light also released a wave of energy, it significantly differed from Arissa's magic cannon. The former was more focused on a single target, delivering a finer beam, whereas the latter indiscriminately struck multiple foes, albeit with diminished power. It was evident that this was a singular target skill. Beware, Grand Elder. The unexpected turn of events caught the other elders off guard. They had not anticipated Lung Jing's brazen assault, leaving them unable to offer aid in time. Fueled by genuine fury, Lung Jing merged all her Do Chi into her palm, empowered by the skill. This beam could inflict damage equivalent to tenfold her Do Chi expenditure. Its speed was astonishing. Even surrounded by Do Wong experts, none could perceive its approach. The panicked attempt of Yunling to evade was futile, for the strike evaporated him without a trace, leaving no opportunity for a final utterance. Grand Elder. The elders gasped in horror, hastening to check on Yunling, only to find him utterly obliterated. There was nothing left to examine. Upon expending her attack, Lung Jing felt utterly drained. She could have dispatched Kanna or Xiao Zi to engage. But recalling the near-fatal incident involving Xiao Yi, she realized that if she could not eliminate the foe herself, she would be no different from that despicable woman. Do you wish to kill me? Very well. Come at me. If you seek to harm my dear friend, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Though it was thrilling to slay an 8-star Do Wong with a single strike, she now found herself struggling to remain upright, her body aching as if it had been drained entirely. Initially, she considered leaning against her companions for support, but upon observing Kana and Xiao Zi, who barely stood half her height, she dismissed that notion. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the ground, producing a technologically advanced blue vial. With a gentle press, a straw ejected, and she nonchalantly began to sip from it in front of the gathered audience. This was a replenishment potion procured by Faraday, designed to swiftly restore energy. Although it did not replenish Do Qi, it could rejuvenate her body and spirit to their peak state. Currently, due to her low mental energy, she could not even wield the void-devouring flame, rendering her no different from an ordinary person. Damn it, why does this thing consume mental energy as well? I've overstepped my bounds. Chapter 120. The Descent of Yun Mountain. Lung Jing was now in a state of panic. In truth, having her Do Qi depleted held little consequence for her. The system's skills primarily relied on mental energy for activation, including the void-devouring flame. This was her lifeline, and being unable to unleash it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, while sipping from the blue vial, she directed Kana and Xiao Zi, "Hurry up, provide me with cover." Though her words were scarcely intelligible, the lion and dragon understood her intent. Kana remained still, ensuring Lung Jing's absolute safety, while Xiao Zi charged forth. Having navigated the forest for years, it knew that the first strike often determined the outcome. With a sudden burst, it unleashed several beams of purple energy toward the lower regions of the elders, employing the same tactic it had used against Yun. As for the concept of martial ethics, it paid no heed. However, the elders had evidently anticipated such an eventuality, swiftly raising their swords to block the incoming assault. The clash of energies resulted in the elders of the Yunlan sect gaining the upper hand. Currently, Xiao Zi was in human form and unable to exert its full strength while simultaneously attacking multiple foes, making its inability to break through entirely expected. Well, humans, if you are so inept, this king will feel quite lonely. Xiao Zi is quite competent, though it tends to be rather verbose. Yet, during its ramblings, it did not remain idle. Its diminutive form suddenly expanded several-fold, and in an instant, a colossal lion king appeared before the elders. This was a new skill it had mastered while constantly shifting between human and beast forms, allowing it to transform without relying on talismanic powers. However, the cost was that its strength in human form would be somewhat diminished. Yet conversely, its beast form would be significantly more powerful than its original state. This is the formidable aspect of a transformed magical beast. Upon encountering the Zi Jing Ishitsi Wang, the elders were immediately flustered and spoke in terror. "It is you, Zi Ving Yishizivang. We, Yinlan Zong, have never provoked you." In truth, although these numerous Do Wang could match the Zi Jing Ishitsi Wang in strength, the absence of Yunling, their cornerstone, rendered them as scattered sand, each unwilling to heed the commands of their peers, even if they had not provoked it. What of it? Does not your Yunlan Zong enjoy bullying the weak? Then I shall bully you. What? Shall I summon your 2-star Do Huang sect leader? Xiao Zi initially intended to reason with them, adhering to the principle of not offending others if they do not offend us. However, upon reflection, it realized that the only Do Huang of Yunlan Zong, the leader Yun, had already been subdued by its master. What was there to fear? It might as well act brazenly with the backing of its power. Xiao Zi was aware of the existence of Yun Shan, but their last acquaintance was over 200 years ago. The lifespan of a Do Huang is less than 200 years. It was likely that he had long since perished. Hence, was it not true that Xiao Zi now possessed the highest power within Yunlan Zone? Upon hearing Xiao Zi's audacious words, an elder stepped forward, indignant, and proclaimed, "Do not be so arrogant. Do not think that just because our sect leader is absent, we are helpless against you. With so many Do Huang present, we are not necessarily afraid of a single Do Huang. despite their words. The group exhibited no intention of uniting against the adversary. Each harbored ulterior motives, contemplating escape, for the fate of Yunlong was no longer their concern. Better to let a friend die than to perish alongside them. Huh, with such a bunch of rubbish, I am not boasting. Even if you doubled your numbers, you would still be no match for me. Shaozi did not intend to act recklessly. Given that the mastermind Yunling was dead, it understood that the priority was to facilitate Lung Zhiying's recovery. This would allow for an effortless decision to either attack or retreat. Once a battle commenced, it would inevitably affect that side. Just as it reveled in its plans, an ancient voice echoed from the heavens. Such an arrogant little lion. You do not know. With me here, can you still act so haughtily? Who is it? Upon hearing this voice, Shaozi felt an immediate sense of threat, its violet head scanning the surroundings anxiously. Lung Zhiying, too, sensed this imposing aura and felt a heavy foreboding. The newcomer was undoubtedly Yinshan. Fortunately, she had recovered halfway and could barely unleash the void-devouring flame. She believed that even if Yinshan were a Douzong, a mere flicker would leave him severely incapacitated. Having come this far, you shall remain here today. No sooner had the words left her lips than a figure abruptly appeared in the sky, floating effortlessly, surveying Lung Zhiying and the others. It appeared unthreatening and youthful, yet none dared underestimate him. A Douzong expert, walking through the air. Seeing their support arrive, the previously paralyzed elders regained their bravado, pointing at Lung Zhiying and the others, declaring with righteous indignation, "Old sect leader, these three intruders have invaded Yunlong and publicly slain the great elder Yunling. Please, sect leader, take justice for us." As he spoke, this dramatic old man even shed a few tears, making one wonder how deep his bond with Yunling had been. Is that so? Regarding these three, Yinshan outwardly maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, tumultuous waves surged. While he was already acquainted with the Zijing Ishitsi Wang, the 14-year-old Do Wang was a perplexing anomaly. This was excessive. As for Lung Zhiying, her feigned aura was easily pierced by him. He could see that her vitality was only that of a 14-year-old, unlike himself, a transformed ancient creature. This realization only heightened his fear. Such talent was rare, even in Zhongzhou. However, he failed to discern the strength of Kana. For her appearance as a 6-year-old child and her youthful exuberance were overly enticing. Even if Lung Zhiying possessed no power, she would still raise his vigilance. And Kana? She was merely a 5- or 6-year-old child. What strength could she possibly possess? Had she begun cultivating from a womb? Yinshan, spare me your pretensions. The old dog Yunling was negligent and nearly harmed my wife. I have come here today to seek justice. If you refuse, I shall kill you too. Lung Zhiying showed no respect for him, for she understood this old dog all too well. After all, Xiaoyan's fate was a cautionary tale. Since that was the case, it was better to tear off the facade and engage in direct confrontation. She was not one to tolerate others' pretenses. Upon hearing Lung Zhiying's words, Yinshan was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat dazed. He had never anticipated that she would speak in such a manner. Chapter 121. Father-in-law? This young girl's audacity to storm into Yunlong indicates she is not one of gentle temperament. If she were merely an ignorant child, it would be one thing. However, this 14-year-old Do Wang evidently has a formidable backing. Otherwise, how could such talent emerge from the impoverished Jia Ma Empire? That was inconsequential. What truly astonished him was that this girl could even have a wife. What an absurdity! Though he bore no significant hostility and even held some respect, being scolded by a young girl left Yinshan's old face feeling somewhat humiliated. After all, he was a Douzong expert, and how could he endure being berated by a child? Consequently, while releasing his pressure upon Lung Zhiying, he spoke calmly. Miss, while Yunling indeed erred, is it not excessive to directly storm our gates and slay him? Do you not regard Yunlong at all? Upon hearing Yinshan's tone, Lung Zhiying sensed something amiss. To still address her as Miss at this juncture seemed overly calm. As for his oppressive aura, it had long been blocked by Kana. However, even if Yinshan was unaware of why he had become so agreeable, Lung Ji-ing understood that to ensure future interactions with Yun Lanzong, a confrontation was necessary. Otherwise, even if this matter were resolved peacefully, she would have no means to seek out Yin Ran again. Enough with the trivialities. You, a two-star Dozong, hold no standing in my eyes. I present you with two choices. 1. Compensate me with 10 million gold coins. 2. Hand over Yun Yun and Nalan Yin Ran as concubines. Choose wisely. Lung Ji-ing boldly articulated this demand, fully aware that Yun Shan would never acquiesce. 10 million gold coins was a staggering sum for Yun Lanzong, and agreeing would be akin to allowing someone to slap your face while you willingly offer them the other side as well. No one could endure such humiliation. As expected, just as Lung Ji-ing anticipated, Yun Shan's expression twisted with fury, as if he had received a profound insult. Then, as if struck by a thought, he relaxed his stance and calmly replied, "Very well, I choose the latter. Will you not agree? What will Connor receive? Have you agreed?" Originally, Lung Jing was prepared to engage in battle, yet unexpectedly, Yun Shan readily acquiesced. Instantly, she was left perplexed. What was going on with Yun Shan? Did he not care about his reputation? However, Yun Shan merely maintained a genial smile and profoundly remarked, "Young one, do you think I'm unaware of the events transpiring between you, my disciple, and my disciple's disciple? Pray, what do you think that is at your waist?" Taken aback, Lung Jing instinctively touched her waist and found a token there. It dawned on her that the token given to her by Yun Yun had been hanging at her waist all along. It was evident that Yun Shan recognized it immediately. As for Nalan Yin Ran, the events surrounding Wutan City had indeed spread widely. Upon hearing his own mention of her name, Yun Shan's understanding deepened. "Very well, Yun Shan. Are you prepared to let bygones be bygones?" With her fate precariously in another's grasp, Lung Jing found herself at a loss. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, and while it would have been one thing had Yun Shan shown hostility, his current amiable demeanor left her utterly bewildered. Sighing, Yun Shan continued, "I am not fond of what Yin Long has done either. Were it not for his unwavering loyalty to the Yunlan sect, I would have taken measures to rectify the situation long ago." He cast a glance at the group of elders, who were suddenly silenced, clearly aware of their own misdeeds, which Yun Shan had chosen to overlook until now. With such a formidable son-in-law present, what was the loss of a few Soul King elders? He soon realized that this young lady was certainly no fool. Her arrival at the Yunlan sect was undoubtedly backed by some formidable support, potentially even a peer of his own strength lurking in the shadows. Under such circumstances, why engage in conflict? The prudent course was to embrace this advantageous alliance. Since you harbor no intentions of avenging Yunlong, I am not one to abuse my position. Please arrange for me an identity within the Yunlan sect. Otherwise, how am I to seek out Nalan Yin Ran and Yun Yun? Lung Jing had no desire to pursue the matter further and found Yun Shan to be quite an intriguing character. In truth, the Yunlan sect had always maintained a righteous stance until Xiao Yan's arrival. However, Yun Shan had been swayed by the malevolent influence of the treacherous Jie Ying, leading him astray. Otherwise, how could a person of such dubious character possibly nurture a gentle and considerate elder sister like Yun Yun? All the blame lay with the Soul Palace. Yun Shan, however, was quite accommodating, revealing no hint of reluctance. "That is easily arranged. Since Yun Lung has perished, you shall assume the role of Grand Elder. Your strength suffices, and with your connections to Yun'er and Yin Ran, I trust you will not bring harm to the Yunlan sect." As his words concluded, the elders stirred uneasily, but a single glance from Yun Shan silenced them completely. Lung Jing was pleasantly surprised. "Grand Elder? It appears you hold me in high regard." She had anticipated a mere honorary position, yet Yun Shan had promptly bestowed upon her the esteemed title of Grand Elder. "Indeed, while I am unsure how you forged such a bond with Yun'er, given the circumstances, what else can an old man do but accept reality?" At this point, Yun Shan sighed sadly, akin to a father mourning his daughter on the eve of her marriage, lamenting the loss of his cherished disciple to a young woman. Hearing such heartfelt words from Yun Shan, Lung Jing's initial prejudices against him began to dissipate, and she cheerfully replied, "Well then, esteemed sect leader, since you hold me in such regard, I shall not be modest. Shouldn't we dispense with the formalities?" Very well, dear father-in-law. Truth be told, Lung Jing still harbored some doubts regarding Yunshan's motives. However, upon assuming the mantle of Grand Elder, those suspicions faded away. After all, in this position, she would have access to many secrets of the Yunlan sect and the privilege to enter the sect's treasury, implying that if she wished, she could abscond with the sect's entire wealth. This demonstrated the trust he placed in her. At that moment, she embarked towards the residence of Nalin Yinran. As she walked the mountain path alone, Lung Jing felt a wave of emotions. She had never anticipated that matters would resolve in such a manner. She had been so anxious beforehand. This turn of events was indeed fortuitous, enabling her to discreetly monitor Yunshan's every move. Should he display any actions unbecoming of his character, she could intervene to thwart the Soul Palace's schemes. After all, maintaining a united family was far more desirable than allowing her beloved teacher, who cared for Yun Yun like a daughter, to perish. However, the thought of explaining the situation with Yun Yun to Nalin Yinran sent shivers down her spine. Yet, she believed that someone as understanding as Yinran would surely forgive her. At that moment, she opted not to have Kana and Xiaozi accompany her. Instead, she sent them to assist in educating the elders of the Yunlan sect. After all, it would be quite odd to have two children present during this reunion. As for Yun Yun, she was not currently at the Yunlan sect. Yunshan had previously dispatched her to assist Gu He in gathering materials for concocting blood lotus pills. This was indeed Yunshan's goodwill, for in the entirety of the Jiama Empire, only Gu He was worthy of Yun Yun's company. By assigning them this task, he aimed to foster their relationship, and since Gu He was also a guest elder of the Yunlan sect, it was merely a matter of official duty. Once Gu He completed the blood lotus pills, they would proceed to the desert, presenting Lung Jing with the perfect opportunity to join them. Were she to act independently, she would likely encounter numerous complications. She was acutely aware that the serpent people had 4 Do Zone protectors. While conflicts of the Do Huang level may not attract their attention, Kana's presence could potentially draw them out, posing a grave risk. As she pondered these matters, Lung Jing ascended the mountain. Nalin Yinran's residence was not situated within the Yunlan sect itself, but rather on a solitary mountain selected from the Yunlan mountain range for her dwelling. This arrangement allowed her to remain undisturbed, tending to sect affairs only when necessary, and devote herself to quiet cultivation, an undeniable privilege. Strangely, throughout her journey, she encountered no one, not even the faintest sound. Although Nalin Yinran had no servants, the Yunlan sect would surely dispatch many subordinates to assist in managing this mountain. Even if there were no people, one would expect to see birds or other creatures. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped this vast mountain, devoid of even the chirping of birds. Suddenly, an unsettling chill crept over Lung Jing, as though she were being watched by some malevolent spirit or perhaps even a grim reaper. No, in the Dopa continent, such eerie occurrences could only be traced back to one place, the Soul Palace. With this realization, Lung Jing steadied herself. Indeed, given the uproar caused previously, Jie Ying, dispatched by the Soul Palace, would undoubtedly be aware of the situation. Unlike Yunshan, who was an indigenous figure, Jie Ying would surely discern Kana's true identity. Thus, here she stood, isolated in a precarious position, an act tantamount to walking into a trap. Though she knew she might face a formidable Do Zone adversary alone, the thought of possessing a random traveler summoning card helped alleviate her anxiety. Summoning her courage, she called out boldly, "What fiend dares to disturb this place? Reveal your true form at once." As her words fell, Lung Jing sensed the sky gradually darkening, and an eerie chill began to permeate the air, as if it could penetrate her very being and invade her soul, sending a shiver down her spine. "Ha ha ha," the voice mocked. "This little girl possesses quite the audacity. No wonder she has achieved the rank of Do Wang at such a tender age. Yet, I wonder which family from Zhongzhou you hail from. It seems unlikely for such a prodigy to arise from the factions of Zhongzhou." Accompanied by these unsettling words, a figure slowly emerged, cloaked in black, wielding a chain-like object. His gaunt visage was grotesque and terrifying, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. He did not appear inclined to strike immediately, but instead approached Lung Jing with deliberate steps, Continuing, so, you must be a descendant of the ancient 8 clans. Though I am curious as to which clan you belong. Or perhaps you are one of the progeny of the 3 great ancient beasts. Your status must be quite elevated, allowing you to command that Zijing Wing Lion King and that young dragon. A flicker of surprise crossed Lung Jing's mind. This Jia Ying was indeed a character of significance, and his deductions were strikingly astute. It was hardly surprising that the people of the Soul Palace were aware of the existence of the ancient 8 clans, as the Soul Palace itself served as the representative of the Soul Clan. After calming herself slightly, Lung Jing responded in a tone laced with mockery. Indeed, little eagle. I am indeed from one of the 8 clans. But judging by your demeanor, it seems you are preparing to take me back for a reward? How do you know my name? Upon hearing Lung Jing's words, Jie Ying's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Typically, individuals from the Soul Palace did not reveal their true names, as this was a closely guarded secret. If one's true name were to be exposed, it would imply that the other party held a complete understanding of one's background, making it futile even to eliminate them. A subtle smile graced Lung Jing's lips as a small flame flickered to life on her fingertip. Turning to face Jie Ying, she advanced toward him step by step, her voice cold and unyielding. You possess quite the audacity to bind yourself to your master. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Xu Wu Tunyan. Upon witnessing the black flame, Jie Ying's expression turned pale, and he instinctively retreated several paces, unable to mask the terror on his face. As an agent of the Soul Palace stationed in the Gamma Empire to oversee matters concerning the Shao family, his status was not insignificant. He had even met the palace master, Han Miesheng, and clearly recalled that the palace master possessed a flame identical to the one before him. It was only later that he learned it was the child flame of Su Wu Tun Yen. Yet the strand of Su Wu Tun Yen in the hands of this young girl seemed to carry a potency far greater than that of Han Miesheng's child flame. Did this not imply that she was not only a member of the Soul Clan, but of a status even higher than Han Miesheng? The oppressive aura he had initially released dissipated in an instant, leaving Jie Ying at a loss. As Lung Jing approached, he dared not make any further movements. To defy someone who might well be a young lady of the Soul Clan could lead to a fate where his soul would endure excruciating torment within the Soul Clan for tens of thousands of years. As a member of the Soul Palace, he was all too familiar with the cruelty of such punishments. Miss, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chapter 123. The Young Lady of the Soul Clan. As he pondered, Jie Ying felt increasingly terrified, prompting him to prostrate himself before this young lady. He dared not entertain any thoughts of defiance. Even if he could eliminate her in an instant, he would not dare to resist. His only transgression was having crossed paths with her. Even if he were to be taken back for punishment, it would merely entail a few years of torment. However, if he truly laid a hand on this young lady, it would be a path of no return. The child flame of Han Miesheng, a 5-star Dosheng, was inferior to this little girl. Her status could only be that of a young lady of the Soul Clan, and he could conceive of no other possibility. Gazing at the prostrate Jie Ying, a weight lifted from Lung Jing's heart. She had been taking a gamble, fully aware that anyone from the Soul Palace who had encountered Han Miesheng should recognize what Su Wu Tun Yen was. Yet, she feared that Jie Ying might be too incompetent, too low in rank, to have ever met someone of Han Miesheng's caliber. In that case, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Fortunately, her strategy had succeeded. This situation was indeed perilous, and, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Henceforth, she must exercise greater caution. With this thought, Lung Jing stepped in front of Jie Ying and, without further ado, delivered a kick. You wretched creature. Who do you think you're trying to intimidate? This young lady has come to Gamma Empire to remain incognito, and you dare to make a fuss? The strength of a Do Wong was not to be underestimated, especially since Jie Ying had already dispelled his protective Do Qi to show submission. Consequently, a tremendous force surged through his shoulder, giving him the sensation that his bones might shatter. Yet, he dared not move, striving to maintain his position to endure her kick. Even so, his heart was filled with joy rather than anger. What he feared most was a simple statement from this young lady. Oh, go die at the Soul Palace. Or perhaps, you should take your own life. Such concise remarks would spell his doom. Yet now, she was venting her frustrations by scolding and striking him, which suggested that he was unlikely to be condemned to death. In comparison, receiving a beating seemed trivial. After administering a good thrashing, Lung Jing found the encounter somewhat lacking in interest. Jie Ying was as unresponsive as a wooden block, neither moving nor making a sound, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. In fact, her foot was beginning to ache from striking his bony frame. Enough. Get up. Considering you did not act against this young lady, I shall spare your life this time. Why, yes, my lady, Jie Ying replied, adopting a servile demeanor as he quickly rose to his feet, bending slightly to avoid towering over Lung Jing. Though she appeared quite approachable, he understood the importance of maintaining proper hierarchy and decorum. Observing this obsequious Jie Ying, Lung Jing found herself in a quandary. While he was undoubtedly a formidable enforcer, he also posed a potential ticking time bomb. The more he learned about her, the more he might come to doubt her status as the so-called young lady of the Soul Clan. In that case, it might be better to simply send him back to his homeland, allowing him to return to the Soul Palace. Even if Han Miesheng or Su Wu-tun were to come looking for her, it would likely be years down the line. By that time, she would undoubtedly possess sufficient means for self-preservation, rendering her less anxious. After all, even Gu Yuan was intimidated by her presence. The people of the Soul Clan held little sway. Jie Ying remained silent beside Lung Jing, not daring to utter a word or raise his head. Though he felt perplexed by the young lady's intentions, he remained perfectly still. Having made her decision, Lung Jing grasped Jie Ying's arm, channeling a trace of Su Wu-tun Yan's flame into him. She then commanded, "Return to the Soul Palace. The affairs of the Gamma Empire are no longer within your purview. They have sent a young lady to intervene, and thus I have come personally. Upon your return, inform Han Miesheng that the matters concerning the Shao family will henceforth be overseen by Lord Su Wu. This flame serves as proof. Do not disclose my presence here. This is a special operation of the Soul Clan. Should you expose me, you understand the consequences." Lung Jing felt it necessary to exercise caution. Han Miesheng would undoubtedly be well versed in the affairs of the Soul Clan. Thus, her own existence could not be revealed directly. Operating under the banner of Su Wu-tun Yin was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Even if one day he felt something amiss and sought to inquire directly with Su Wu-tun Yin, she would have amassed sufficient self-defense capabilities by that time. Though Jie Ying was aware of the existence of the ancient 8 clans, he dared not inquire deeply into such upper echelon matters. He grasped only a fragment of what Lung Jing had conveyed, but regardless, he could manage to relay her words accurately. He initially intended to inquire about the origins of this young lady upon his return. However, upon hearing her directly address the Lord of the Hall by name, speaking with a tone befitting a servant, he promptly abandoned that notion. He resolved that upon his return, he must not report the existence of this young lady. Otherwise, regardless of how matters unfolded between them, he would undoubtedly meet a most untimely demise. After sensing that the Su Wu-tun Yin within him was merely a token of allegiance, Jie Ying decisively acquiesced, proclaiming, "At your command, young lady. I shall set forth for Zhongzhou at once. Remember, do not mention my existence to anyone. Should the plans of the Soul Clan be compromised because of you, trust me, their methods are far more terrifying than those of the Soul Hall." Lung Jing ominously reiterated, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. If all went smoothly, it seemed unlikely he would have to confront the Soul Hall for the next few years. By then, it was probable that Xiao Yan would have reached Zhongzhou, and if he could not muster forces comparable to the Soul Hall, he would be deemed utterly inept. "Rest assured, I shall remain discreet," he replied. "Then be gone." Upon hearing Lung Jing's command, Jie Ying felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He refrained from further ado, disappearing in a flash. The shroud that obscured the sky dissipated, and familiar bird calls returned to the surroundings. Indeed, it was all part of Jie Ying's formation, presumably designed to prevent the outside world from perceiving the happenings here, and thus averting unnecessary troubles. Having resolved Jie Ying's presence, Lung Jing released a sigh of relief. The guardian of the Soul Hall had loomed over him like a sword suspended above, a persistent threat. Now that he had departed, she felt emboldened to utilize her authority to transform the Yunlan sect. A beautiful new life was within reach. With this thought, Lung Ji-ing quickened her pace, eager to meet Na Lan Yin Ran. With a surge of her Do-Chi wings, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the mountain and quickly locating Na Lan Yin Ran's abode. Chapter 124. Lu Ling without disturbing any servants. Lung Ji-ing silently searched for Na Lan Yin Ran, intending to surprise her. After scouring the opulent residence that surpassed even the grandeur of a manor, she found no trace of Na Lan Yin Ran. Pondering whether to inquire with a servant, a group of visitors suddenly arrived. The leader, resembling a dandy, was accompanied by a familiar face from Lung Ji-ing's past. Lu Xiao, Miss Yin Ran, is currently cultivating at the mountain's peak and is likely unavailable to receive guests. An elder clad in white robes informed the butler after approaching the entrance. Upon hearing this, the dandy feigned indifference. "No problem, Guzhong Lao. Please take me to see Yin Ran. I am certain she will not mind." This elder was none other than Gu Yi, someone Lung Ji-ing knew quite well. Yet the person he was hosting was a dashing young man. Given that this individual bore the surname Lu, could he be Lu Ling, the disciple of Gu Yi? Bah! Dandy! Instantly, Lung Ji-ing felt indignation rise within her. She could not believe that Gu Yi, with his honest demeanor, had betrayed the organization. Did he not realize that Na Lan Yin Ran was already taken? With this thought, she decided to remain concealed, following the group to observe their intentions. This seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? After all, Na Lan Yin Ran is still in her boudoir. If any ill rumors were to spread, it would tarnish her reputation. Gu Yi expressed with a rueful smile. Lu Ling was the target of persuasion personally designated by the Grand Elder Yun Ling, the implications of which were quite clear. As a mere Do Ling, he had no choice but to obey, for in the Yunlan sect, Yun Ling's authority surpassed even that of Yun Yun. Unfazed by Gu Ye's concerns, Lu Ling confidently retorted, "What does it matter? Na Lan Yin Ran will undoubtedly be my wife in the future. Regardless of how tightly the Yunlan sect is guarded, such news cannot possibly leak. Even if it did, what of it? Is there another man in the Jiamat Empire worthy of Yin Ran's hand? Moreover, do not think I am unaware of the sordid affairs you elders engage in. My master has informed me of the things you have done to Yin Ran, so spare me the pretense of virtue. Lead the way quickly." Upon hearing Lu Ling's shameless words, Lung Ji-ing's anger flared, and she was ready to leap out and give him a thrashing. However, as she heard his subsequent remarks, an unsettling premonition washed over her. What had happened to Yin Ran? Gu Yi clenched his fists, filled with indignation. How dare a mere dosher speak to him in such a manner? Yet, recalling the formidable Gu He behind Lu Ling, he resignedly lowered his hands and said, "Alas. Very well, I shall take you there." With that, he ceased any further pleasantries with Lu Ling and began his ascent up the mountain. "You all wait here. I will accompany Uncle Gu." Delighted by Gu Ye's compliance, Lu Ling issued instructions to his guards before following Gu Ye's lead, his steps imbued with an insufferable swagger. This loathsome display irritated Lung Ji-ing, who resolved to seize the opportunity to confront him when no one else was around. Na Lan Yin Ran's residence was situated midway up the mountain, not far from the summit. As they progressed, Lung Ji-ing keenly detected the sound of rushing water nearby, indicating the presence of a natural lake that formed a waterfall. The concentration of Do-Chi was notably rich, enhancing the surrounding foliage, far superior to the main compound of the Yunlan sect. If the Do-Chi concentration was already so high at this midpoint, how exceptional must it be at the mountaintop? Before long, Gu Yi led Lu Ling to the summit, where, as Lung Ji-ing had surmised, there lay a vast lake. In the center of this lake was an artificial island featuring a quaint wooden cabin with several columns dotting the water, presumably for passage. "Miss Yin Ran, are you there?" Gu Yi called out from the lakeside, hesitant to enter, wishing to prevent the insufferable Lu Ling from intruding upon Na Lan Yin Ran's sacred space. However, Na Lan Yin Ran did not appear. Instead, a voice emerged from the cabin. "Elder Gu, please come in. I am organizing some materials and could use your assistance." "Miss, I fear it may not be convenient for me to enter." "Lu Xiao, you cannot go in." Gu Yi attempted to delicately convey that an unexpected guest was present. To his dismay, Lu Ling swiftly darted toward Na Lan Yanran's abode, and Guy dared not obstruct him, resorting to a loud warning for Na Lan Yanran. Yanran, I have come to find you, Lu Ling declared unabashedly as he rushed forward. Lung Ji-ing shook her head in disbelief at Lu Ling's lack of subtlety. He resembled a simpleton, and such reckless actions could hardly endear him to a young lady. He was utterly inept at charming women. Unless Lu Ling had resolved to force his way into Na Lan Yanran's room. In that scenario, while it might seem unobtrusive, it bore the semblance of consummating a marriage without the formalities. In this era, women placed immense value on their reputation. While someone of Xiao Yixian's lower status might endure, should Na Lan Yanran's reputation be sullied, regardless of her personal indifference, it would leave an indelible mark, likely haunting her for a lifetime. Thus, unless Na Lan Yanran were to wed Lu Ling, such a slander would be irreparable. What a shameless knave. His intentions are nefarious. Upon realizing this, Lung Jing immediately prepared to step forward and intercept, but to her surprise, someone was faster. Fing Zi Ji Luoriao. The ethereal voice of a young girl resonated in the air, and in the next moment, a figure dashed forth, wielding a longsword and charging directly at Lu Ling. The overwhelming aura she exuded stirred the nearby lake waters into tumultuous waves, her speed so swift that her form became almost indistinguishable. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Lu Ling, delivering a relentless barrage of 28 strikes upon the scoundrel without uttering a single word. This was the latest sword technique mastered by Nalan Yanran, a formidable move of the Yunlan sect, accessible only to those who had achieved the rank of Grand Fighter. And now, Nalan Yanran had indeed ascended to that level. Witnessing this scene, Lung Jing's pupils constricted in disbelief. If her memory served her correctly, Nalan Yanran had only been a Grand Fighter at the time of their 3-year agreement, which was still at least a year and a half away. How could Nalan Yanran have reached Grand Fighter status already, given her current rate of advancement? Could it be possible that she would attain the rank of Fighter Spirit by then? A heavy sense of foreboding settled within Lung Jing. She was certain that any deviation from the original narrative would not bode well for her. So what on earth had transpired with Nalan Yanran? Hey, Yanran, it's me. Lu Ling. Spare me. Lu Ling, now merely a 3-star fighter, found himself utterly outmatched, being beaten like a dog and forced to retreat in disgrace. Yet under Nalan Yanran's piercing sword energy, he was struck multiple times, his once noble appearance tarnished. His extravagant attire was shredded, leaving him looking like a beggar. Nalan Yanran showed no mercy, her wrist flicking to unleash more sword energy, clearly resolved to teach Lu Ling a lesson. As her sword techniques became increasingly formidable, Lu Ling grew desperate, fearing that a moment's negligence could lead to his demise. He hastily exclaimed, "Wait, Yanran, if you kill me today, you will never have the antidote to eliminate the side effects." Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's formerly overwhelming sword strikes abruptly ceased. Yet, such a powerful maneuver could not be retracted so easily. As her dantian trembled, a mouthful of blood escaped her lips, and she knelt on one knee, using her sword to prop herself up, clearly injured. Once she stabilized herself, Nalan Yanran cast a cold glance at Lu Ling and spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Speak. If you attempt to deceive me, I will eventually kill you." Seeing Nalan Yanran in such a pitiful state, Lung Jing initially contemplated rushing to her aid. However, recalling the secrets surrounding Nalan Yanran, she restrained herself, knowing that if she could not uncover the truth now, Nalan Yanran would not divulge it to her later. Lu Ling, devoid of any compassion, simply stood up to recompose his image before mockingly stating, "I know that because of your 3-year agreement with the Xiao family and certain elders' lack of confidence in you, you had my master concoct a Tianyuan pill. Your current strength will likely cap at the Fighter King level. Of course, the side effects of such a pill were indeed terrifying, yet not insurmountable. If my master were to attain the rank of 7-star alchemist, given time, he could concoct the advanced recovery pill that would dissolve the side effects." At this point, Lu Ling's pride swelled. This pill recipe was something his master had stumbled upon during his travels, but had been dismissed due to its mediocre efficacy. He had carelessly stored it away in the library. It was only during his recent search for recipes that he stumbled upon it again, and considering Nalan Yinran's current predicament, this audacious idea sprang to mind. After all, how often could one expect to brew a 7-star pill? If he were to offer this future pill as a betrothal gift to Nalan Yinran, surely this cultivation fanatic would not refuse. Would she? 7-star? Isn't Gu He a 6-star alchemist? How could he possibly concoct such a pill? Nalan Yinran felt a surge of astonishment, her breath quickening. Clearly, Lu Ling's enticing proposal held immense allure for her. Lu Ling smiled slightly and continued, "Indeed, but you must understand, once my master acquires the Earth Heart Blue Lotus Fire, he will have enough confidence to elevate himself to 7-star alchemist status. Crafting that pill will no longer be a problem, and by then, you should also be on the verge of becoming a fighter spirit. This seems to be a mutually beneficial transaction. Yinran, you must consider it carefully. My feelings for you have always been sincere. Transaction? Huh. It seems you view me merely as a commodity. To you, I am nothing but a bargaining chip. Now you dare speak of feelings and sincerity? Is that not absurd?" Nalan Yinran retorted bitterly as she rose to her feet, recalling the words of her father, who had treated her as a pawn for the family, as well as the actions of the Yunlan sect, which had sacrificed her for the sake of reputation. She understood all too well that as the young sect master, she held little power. Even her master, the sect leader, was covertly being studied by the elders, contemplating selling her to Gu He in exchange for assistance. In this cruel world, even great strength was of little use. Seeing Nalan Yinran's stubbornness, Lu Ling's irritation flared, and he threatened, "Very well, since you are so resolute, I will have no choice but to speak to the Grand Elder about this." With that, he turned and stormed down the mountain, seething with anger. Upon hearing Grand Elder, Nalan Yinran trembled slightly. Yun Ling had been consolidating power over the years, and in terms of prestige, he surpassed Yun Yun. The former sect leader had turned a blind eye to many matters, often creating trouble for her. The discontent towards Yun Yun among the sect members was palpable, making it clear just how much power Yun Ling had amassed. Watching Lu Ling's departing figure, Nalan Yinran reached out, intending to stop him, but her hand fell helplessly to her side. What could she possibly say? Was she to offer herself to him? Just as despair washed over her, a familiar voice broke through, cheerfully exclaiming, "Grand Elder? This Grand Elder is right here. What business do you have with me?" To be honest, Lung Jiying's tone had changed slightly since her arrival, having matured with time. However, Nalan Yinran instantly recognized the voice and quickly looked up, her gaze landing upon the figure she had longed for. She floated gracefully in the air, regarding Nalan Yinran with affectionate eyes before casting a cold glance at Lu Ling, casually toying with an unfamiliar weapon in her hand. Indeed, now that Ing Mei had arrived, how could she allow herself to be bullied? Despite her many doubts, there would be time to address them later. With renewed determination, Nalan Yinran turned to the now frightened Lu Ling and calmly said, "Ing Mei, do not kill him." Chapter 126. A brief separation surpasses a new marriage. Despite Lu Ling being a disciple of Gu He, killing him outright was certainly out of the question, especially since his actions did not warrant such a severe penalty. As the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child. Nalan Yinran believed a lesson was more than sufficient. Lu Ling gazed at the figure floating effortlessly in the air, a sight that nearly sent him into a panic. Could this remarkably youthful individual be a Dozone? It seemed implausible. It must be an illusion. With this thought, Lu Ling managed to calm his racing heart. Yet he understood that anyone possessing such extraordinary abilities was far beyond his capacity to confront. Striving to steady his voice, he respectfully inquired, "Might this young lady be a friend of Yinran? I am but a disciple of Dan Wang Gu He. I humbly request your consideration." However, Lung Jiying, visibly impatient, waved her hand dismissively, uninterested in the ramblings of this insignificant figure. She spoke plainly, "If you dare to bully our Yinran, you shall not leave here unscathed. You may keep but one of your limbs, and then you may depart." For reasons unknown, Lung Jiying had a penchant for dismembering her opponents, reminiscent of her previous actions during the trial of Xiao Yan in the cave. Do you think you can simply sever my limbs at will? Who do you think you are? Though acutely aware of the formidable presence before him, Lu Ling remained defiant, his face a mask of indignation. This young girl, merely 14 or 15 years of age, could not intimidate him without consequence. He could not allow his pride to be tarnished. With a chuckle, Lung Zhiying tossed the elder's token she had previously acquired toward him. My apologies, but I am the newly appointed Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect. That old dog Yunling was slain by the previous sect master due to his many misdeeds, and this token is now mine. Lu Shan, I'm not who you think I am. Upon seeing the token, Lu Ling immediately knelt. He had been closely associated with Yunling and was intimately familiar with the Grand Elderess token. How could it possibly be in her possession now? The only explanation was that the Grand Elder had indeed been killed. Yun Shan had arranged for a woman to take a significant role within the Yunlan sect, suggesting he was no longer willing to overlook past transgressions. This was urgent. He needed to inform his master post-haste. Resolute, Lu Ling suddenly steeled himself, biting down on his lip to dislocate one of his own arms. Surprisingly, he did not utter a sound. After ingesting a medicinal pill to stabilize his condition, he cast a resentful glance at Lung Zhiying, seemingly intent on memorizing her features. Farewell, he gritted out before fleeing like the wind, soon disappearing from sight. Lu Xiao, wait for me. Noticing the silent exchange between Lung Zhiying and Nalan Yanran, Guyi felt it inappropriate to remain as a mere bystander and hurriedly followed Lu Ling. Thus, the once lively area fell silent once more. Lung Zhiying, glancing at Nalan Yanran, had much to express, yet ultimately remained silent. Ingmei, you have finally arrived. Nalan Yanran's emotions could no longer be contained, and tears streamed down her delicate cheeks, resembling a forsaken bride, evoking pity in those who witnessed her sorrow. Seeing the typically strong-willed Nalan Yanran in such distress gripped Lung Zhiying's heart with an unbearable ache. Without hesitation, she rushed to her side and enveloped her in a comforting embrace, repeatedly soothing, Oh, Sister Yanran, what is this? I have come back, haven't I? The playful demeanor of Lung Zhiying brought a smile back to Nalan Yanran's face, though she playfully chastised. You actually remembered to return. I thought you had forgotten about me after frolicking with those vixens. Vixens? Lung Zhiying's heart sank. The Nalan family had eyes everywhere throughout the empire. Surely, Nalan Yanran was already aware of her every move, including her flirtatious endeavors. What do you have to say now? Clearly, you have not thought of me at all, preoccupied with enjoying life with those vixens. Nalan Yanran huffed in a faint pout. In truth, she did not mind. She simply cherished the moments spent with Ingmei, having long since transcended any juvenile notions of romance. Thus, having more female friends was of little consequence to her. Suddenly sensing a tense atmosphere akin to a battlefield, Lung Zhiying felt overwhelmed. While it had been thrilling to flirt, now she found herself stepping into a precarious situation upon their reunion. She had never considered it deeply. After all, if she were a boy, such antics could easily lead to chaos in a harem. But she was just a young girl. Heaven help her, she was not a heartbreaker. She merely wished to provide a home for every girl harmed by Xiao Yan. Cough, cough. Yanran, this is not important. What truly matters is that you are not curious about what I have experienced over the past year. Ignoring Nalan Yanran's response, Lung Zhiying awkwardly scratched her head, attempting to divert the topic. Nalan Yanran's face flushed crimson as she retorted, Who would be interested in you? Go enjoy your life with your face sister. Is that so? Lung Zhiying observed the small revolver at Nalan Yanran's waist, fully aware of the disdainful thoughts running through her mind. She casually summoned the revolver she had gifted her, teasing, You do not seem to be indifferent to me at all. You, give it back. Nalan Yanran, alarmed at having her most treasured possession snatched away, rushed forward to reclaim it, disregarding her recent injuries. Yet, Lung Zhiying anticipated Nalan Yanran's approach, deftly dodging aside and seizing her waist, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Release me. Let me go. Nalan Yanran protested vehemently. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she found herself hoisted over Lung Zhiying's shoulder, akin to a young lady abducted by a bandit. Aha! Now that I have you, you think you can escape? Sister Yinran, you have walked into your own trap. Lung Ji-ing chuckled mischievously, opting for silence as she carried Nalan Yinran toward the small wooden cabin by the lake, clearly intent on engaging in some untold escapades. Let me go. Let me go. Sister Yinran, last night was truly delightful, wasn't it? The following morning, as Lung Ji-ing donned her attire, she remarked casually. Upon hearing Lung Ji-ying's shameless words, Nalan Yinran rolled her eyes dramatically, expressing her disdain. Delightful, my foot. Do not make it sound like something peculiar occurred. Chapter 127. The Great Purge Plan. Indeed, they had done nothing inappropriate. They had merely shared a bed together, conversing throughout the night. Reminiscent of their previous time in Wu-Tan City. The saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and the year-long separation had provided ample topics for discussion. Thus, they engaged in heartfelt conversation until the early hours, with the joy derived from their emotional connection far surpassing any base pleasures. Sister Yinran, it seems that as the new authority, I must initiate a thorough cleansing. While tidying her clothes, Lung Ji-ing spoke with an air of resignation to Nalan Yinran. Initially, Nalan Yinran had no intention of disclosing her medication to Lung Ji-ing, yet under pressure, she reluctantly confessed. As expected, it was indeed the doing of that rascal Yunling. Moreover, several elders had served as accomplices, all of whom Lung Ji-ing intended to address in her forthcoming purge. While execution was not the immediate goal, they could not be left unpunished. A few years of confinement would serve as a stern warning. By that time, she would likely be in Zhongzhou. Naturally, aside from Yunling, the instigator, Gu He, who had concocted the medicinal pills, was equally culpable. Lung Ji-ing had no doubt that Gu He was fully aware of the situation at hand. The aftermath of Nalan Yinran's condition prompted Lung Ji-ing to devise a simple remedy following a brief physical examination. She contemplated administering a top-tier DOC scan. However, she realized that the buff enhancing her cultivation would dissipate post-scan, hence it would be prudent to wait until Yinran ascended to the Douwang level before employing it. Nalan Yinran accepted the stark reality of Lung Ji-ying's rapid advancement in strength and the lineage of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. An unfounded amnesia was effortlessly brushed aside, and although Lung Ji-ing felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving Yinran, she deemed it necessary, especially given her own obscure origins. Perhaps, when her abilities were sufficiently formidable, she would reveal her true identity as a traveler from another realm. Why must solutions resort to violence? Must conflicts always culminate in bloodshed? Observing Lung Ji-ying's ominous demeanor, Nalan Yinran often felt an unsettling premonition that the Yunlan sect might be purged to its very foundation. While this was ostensibly for her benefit, it did appear rather sinister. Fear not, I shall not act recklessly. I will adopt a gentle approach to resolve this matter. You cannot fathom the extent of corruption within the Yunlan sect. I am acutely aware. As she spoke, Lung Ji-ing recalled the bullies who had previously tormented her, a wave of resentment washing over her. These individuals had crossed her path and now faced the consequences of their actions. How many lives had they shattered, leaving countless families in despair? Nalan Yinran had heard of this before from Lung Ji-ing, and though it was hard to believe, she had to concede that her understanding of the disciple's character and the sect structure was limited. She merely knew that the Grand Elder, Yunling, was not a virtuous individual, and no one had divulged further details to her. Her perceptions were predominantly optimistic. In contrast to prior hearsay, Lung Ji-ing, now a victim, appeared considerably more credible. All right, you should exercise caution. The elders, well, let's forget about them for now. You still have Kanna assisting you, so perhaps my worries are unfounded. Nalan Yinran was on the verge of advising Lung Ji-ing to remain vigilant, but suddenly recalled the two aides she had mentioned, causing her to feel rather foolish for her concern. Aside from the system, Lung Ji-ing shared everything with Nalan Yinran, including matters regarding the interstellar army. However, she had yet to contemplate an appropriate gift for Yinran, deciding to postpone that decision for later. It is not merely that I should be cautious. We must both tread carefully. You wouldn't suggest I venture forth without your company, would you? Lung Ji-ing regarded Nalan Ran's worried expression with a sense of determination. She was not particularly enamored with the idea of becoming the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, yet it could bolster Na Lan Yanran's authority, ensuring unity when Xiao Yin confronted the sect. Na Lan Ran hesitated to sever ties with elders she had previously known, but given Lung Ji-ing's insistence, she reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, if you insist, I shall comply. Drag them out, subject them to 20 gunshots, then imprison them for 5 years. Hours later, under the auspices of her newly appointed position as Grand Elder, Lung Ji-ing summoned all members of the Yunlan sect, save for Yun Shan, to a meeting. In the main square of the sect, she delivered an extraordinary inaugural address. To ensure no one fled, she had Faraday assemble 500 loyal comrades to maintain order. Although the sect boasted thousands of disciples, 500 fully armed warriors could effectively command the gathering. The first to face judgment was the fourth elder, Yun Bo. Sensing impending doom, attempted to escape by utilizing Do Chi to take flight. Yet, as bullets are swifter than wings, he was swiftly brought down by the onslaught of the Ka Suns, his protective aura disrupted, leaving him gravely wounded. Even so, Lung Ji-ing announced he would endure 20 more gunshots, embodying a relentless resolve, akin to a determination to punish without mercy. What shall we do, third elder? This wretched girl appears intent on annihilating us. Witnessing Lung Ji-ing's ruthless tactics, a wave of anxiety rippled through the crowd. Those with guilty consciences, who had previously engaged in oppressive deeds, were naturally unsettled by the prospect of a thorough purge. The individual referred to as the third elder maintained an air of calm, reassuring his disciples, "Fear not. This girl's grandstanding will surely attract the attention of the old sect master, and the assembly will be disbanded." Upon hearing this, the agitated crowd settled down, for with Yun Ling deceased, the third elder had become their linchpin. They secretly hoped for a swift dissolution of the assembly, granting the third elder time to consolidate power and ultimately oust Lung Ji-ing. Should the third elder ascend to the position of Grand Elder, their fortunes would surely improve. Unbeknownst to Lung Ji-ing, who remained engrossed in reviewing her list of disciples and their transgressions, the records, meticulously compiled by Yun Ling, revealed a shocking truth. There seemed to be no virtuous individual among them. "Shadow Sister, what troubles you?" Na Lan Yanran, seated nearby, keenly observed Lung Ji-ing's unusual demeanor and inquired softly. "Nothing of consequence, merely a surprise." With a weary sigh, Lung Ji-ing lamented that the Yunlan sect appeared beyond redemption. The 50-page document had yielded nearly 40 pages devoid of decency. Her criteria for integrity were modest: no murder, no theft, no tyranny. Yet, even these simple standards yielded no suitable candidates, starkly illustrating the sect's profound decay. As she continued to peruse the pages, Lung Ji-ing stumbled upon a familiar name, Gu Yi, who had consistently accompanied Na Lan Yanran. Aside from legitimate trade with Gu Yi, he had no other dubious dealings, which piqued her interest. Gu Yi was a man of integrity. His earlier actions in escorting Lu Ling to the mountain were likely compelled by external orders, making him a promising candidate for elevation. Further examination revealed that many of those listed were largely innocent disciples, while none among the mid-level ranks bore clean records. The highest-ranking individual noted was Yun Hong, the second elder, who had been conspicuously absent during the previous confrontation. Despite this, the ratio of virtuous to corrupt individuals stood at 50-1, leaving Lung Ji-ing in a quandary. Should she continue her crusade, the Yunlan sect might soon be devoid of personnel. Moreover, the majority of these individuals possessed only basic fighting prowess, lacking any innate talent. Those with potential had long since engaged in self-serving cliques, raising doubts about the sect's ability to maintain its status as the foremost sect within the Gamma region. Nevertheless, new disciples could be recruited, yet the parasites must be eradicated from the Yunlan sect. With this resolution, Lung Ji-ing's eyes sparkled with determination as she marked the worthy individuals in her notes and proclaimed, "Very well. I trust you are all aware of my intentions to reform the Yunlan sect. I shall now call out names. Those named, please step forward. Yun Hong, Geye. Yun Yin, and Yun Xian, upon hearing the voice of Leng Zhiying, stepped onto the stage as their names were called. Fortunately, the platform was rather grand, or it might not have been able to accommodate so many individuals. The second elder, Yun Hong, gazed curiously at the spirited Leng Zhiying on stage. Uncertain of her intentions, he was a rather laid-back individual who typically refrained from participating in any affairs of the Yunlan sect, mainly to avoid being caught in the crossfire of power struggles. Yet, he was intrigued by what this newly appointed young Grand Elder might be planning. Third Elder, do you not find that those she has summoned are all paragons of virtue? Could it be that she intends to use them as a means to curry favor with us? As more names were called, a restless energy began to ripple through the crowd below, prompting some to directly inquire of the third elder. Indeed, it seemed this young girl had gathered us here to present a declaration of allegiance, intending to prosper together with us. The third elder pondered for a moment, agreeing with the young disciple's reasoning. He had considered that Leng Zhiying might target them as a cancer, yet with so many malignant forces, could she truly eliminate them all? Ultimately, would she not still depend on them? After all, both the sect master and the young sect master had been rendered powerless. Further sidelining a grand elder hardly seemed consequential. He could hardly believe that the Zijing Lion King would remain loyal to this young girl for eternity. Although he did not meticulously document every detail like the grand elder, he was still well informed about the general situation, allowing him to relax as he increasingly believed in the trajectory of events he had envisioned. Before long, Leng Zhiying had called out all the virtuous disciples and, after glancing at her notes, made a decisive proclamation. With a sweeping gaze over the assembly of notorious villains below, she declared with righteous fervor, "Enough! All individuals present, forfeit all powers, sever a limb, and be expelled from the Yunlan sect. Execute this immediately." "What? You dare?" The third elder was the first to react, unable to contain himself. How could this wretched girl be so ruthless? Generally, even if one were to lose their powers, regaining them with prior cultivation experience would not be insurmountable. However, the demand to sever a limb extinguished all hope. They had no backing, and this was a definitive severance. "Third elder, what shall we do?" Seeing Leng Zhiying's unwavering resolve, the surrounding disciples were thrown into a panic. The enforcers began to converge, evidently preparing to take action. They had not yet savored enough of their power. They could not be discarded. Though danger loomed, the third elder remained unflustered, calmly addressing the assembly. "At this juncture, our only option is to fight our way out. All attendants, gather your disciples, consolidate everyone's strength. We shall break through. Once we escape this place, we can establish a new sect. Without our core members, the Yunlan sect will amount to nothing." Understood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the mid-level attendants sprang into action, rallying their respective disciples to prepare for upheaval. Leng Zhiying observed the growing unrest among the crowd below, yet she remained unfazed, as if she had anticipated everything. In truth, she had calculated that if these individuals resisted, she would eliminate them without hesitation. Thus, she deliberately instructed her allies to slow their pace, granting the crowd a chance to rebel. Should they comply, it would pose a significant problem once released, but now, even if she did not intend to kill them all, severing a limb was hardly an issue. As the crowd became increasingly incited, the third elder soared into the air, directing a furious tirade at Leng Zhiying. "Wretched girl, do you presume that because you have gained the favor of the former sect master, you can act with impunity? Today, we shall defend the dignity of the Yunlan sect with our blood. Indeed, we, the righteous, have been falsely accused by you." They echoed, "If we survive today, we shall demand an explanation from the former sect master. Our loyalty to the Yunlan sect is unwavering. Yet today we face such a fate due to baseless accusations. We shall not stand for this. Why waste words with her? Seize her and demand justice from the former sect master." The third elder's words ignited the crowd like a fuse, inciting fervent outrage as they condemned Leng Zhiying. Had it not been for her seemingly irrefutable evidence, they might have believed they were being slandered. Seeing the atmosphere shift in his favor, the third elder allowed himself a subtle smile before continuing with an authoritative shout. "For For the sake of the Yunlan sect, what are you all waiting for? Follow me to vanquish the foe." With that, the third elder charged forward, his fighting spirit surging as he unleashed a colossal sword aura from his blade, igniting the first spark of rebellion. In the face of such a formidable assault, Leng Zhiying stood her ground, unflinching as she grasped the sword aura directly. The third elder was nothing but a feeble old fool, drained by indulgence. Even if he held several levels of superiority, he was still inferior to her. However, Leng Zhiying was taken aback, for this sword aura did not appear to emanate from a Douwang. Such a degree of power could easily be countered by even a Douling charge. The disciples of the Yunlan sect, fueled by the third elder's fervor, surged forward against the Ka children, emboldened by their zeal. "Brothers, advance!" Amidst the throng, Faraday felt a pang of anxiety, having brought merely 500 men, while these frenzied foes numbered 5,000. Faraday suppressed them, aimed to incapacitate rather than kill. The situation on Leng Zhiying's side was not optimistic either, as a throng of Doushi and Douling level elders surged toward her, spurred on by the third elder. Although Xiao Zi and Kana stood by her side, the relentless wave of adversaries seemed inexhaustible, with the fallen being rapidly replaced by the next in line, displaying a tragic resolve. The over 100 paragons of virtue joined the defensive line, with Xiao Zi and Kana absorbing damage at the forefront, creating a formidable barrier against the onslaught. These malignant forces appeared to be marching toward their doom. To be frank, she had not intended to slay so many. 5,000 individuals were not merely 5,000 chickens. Leng Zhiying found herself in a profound dilemma. On one hand, she was reluctant to spare these wicked entities, yet on the other, she did not wish to indiscriminately take lives. This predicament left her ensnared in a quandary. For deep down, she remained a compassionate person, uncertain about how to proceed. As she contemplated this, she glanced at the third elder, the mastermind behind this chaos, and was taken aback to see him attempting to flee. Xiao Zi, pursue him. That wretched creature must be eliminated. Leng Zhiying harbored a deep-seated animosity for this individual. If he had the audacity to rebel, that would be one thing, but to incite a revolt and then run away was utterly despicable. Xiao Zi nodded and transformed into a streak of light, darting after the escaping third elder. With her departure, the defensive strength diminished significantly. Though Kana was a Dozong and could easily kill, wounding them without fatality proved challenging. Even a simple punch could instantly take out dozens, a brutal reality. As Leng Zhiying found herself in a bind, Nalan Yinran, sensing her hesitation, offered a comforting suggestion. "Sistering, you need not worry excessively. If these individuals truly embody malice, their deaths would be well-deserved." The words of Nalan Yinran instantly awakened Leng Zhiying. Indeed, these individuals were never virtuous, and their demise could be seen as a service to the people. However, the daunting reality was that these malefactors numbered a staggering 5,000. Yet, as Leng Zhiying contemplated the havoc each of them had wreaked upon countless innocents, a surge of murderous intent began to swell within him. His gaze towards these malignant entities turned decidedly less amicable. "Sister Yinran, you are correct. We are here to punish evil and promote righteousness, not to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter." With this thought firmly in mind, Leng Zhiying made his decision. He seized the communication device and commanded Faraday, "Faraday, show no mercy. Unleash all firepower, regardless of life and death. Additionally, notify the assault team to open fire towards the center of the square." Having issued these orders, Leng Zhiying turned to his companion, Kana, and said, "Kana, do not hold back. Swiftly resolve matters here." After deploying these commands, he raised his voice to rally the disciples of Qinglu, proclaiming, "Everyone, heed my command. It is our collective duty to eradicate the malignant tumors within our sect. Our Yunlan sect has thrived for a millennium, and today it is riddled with the corruption of such vile entities. It is our responsibility to defend our sect. I alone shall bear all consequences. Everyone kill, kill." Upon hearing Leng Zhiying's stirring words, the previously disadvantaged disciples of Qinglu felt invigorated, as if they had been administered a potent stimulant. They faced 10 foes with unwavering composure. Even the lethargic second elder displayed a newfound vigor in his eyes, abandoning his previous idleness to join the fray in defense of their home. Without restraint, the brothers unleashed their firepower, akin to a fleet of harvesters. Various weapons in their hands erupted with flames, methodically reaping the lives of the malignant tumors. Occasionally, when an armored combatant was incapacitated, the occupants would be swiftly evacuated to the rear for urgent medical attention, ensuring the preservation of these valuable human resources. Surprisingly, Kanna, the strongest among them, refrained from reckless assault. Under Lung Jing's guidance, she diligently cleared the advancing enemies to protect the dwindling number of Qinglu disciples. Look, what is that? The malignant tumors at the rear had little visibility of the dire situation unfolding ahead. Yet suddenly, several bright points appeared in the sky, trailing fine lines as they soared toward them. Before they could discern their nature, these orbs plummeted into the crowd, unleashing tremendous energy upon impact, engulfing all in proximity. In the densely packed square, the destructive power of the siege tank's cannon was immense. A single barrage obliterated hundreds of lives. Under such overwhelming force, nothing remained but vaporized remnants. Instantly, the square echoed with anguished cries, and despair seeped into the hearts of the malignant tumors. Forward lay the formidable Kanna. Retreat would bring them face to face with a merciless cadre of steel reapers. Yet, remaining stationary was fraught with peril, for who could predict upon whom the next barrage would fall? As they anxiously scanned their surroundings for a leader, they discovered that the third elder, who had instigated the uprising, had already fled. Now they were but a disorganized mob, incapable of mounting an effective offense. Spare me, great elder, spare me. Minutes later, the once opulent square had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. After nearly 2,000 of their number had been slain, the 5,000 malignant tumors began to tremble with fear as individuals dropped to their knees. Their earlier bravado utterly vanished. Before the terrifying and unfamiliar methods of their adversaries, they resembled nothing more than livestock led to slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Get up, quickly, get up, charge. Some of the stewards, witnessing the crumbling battlefield, were thrown into disarray. Their fervent incitement to riot stemmed from the knowledge that they had reached an irredeemable point. While the average malignant tumor might have committed minor transgressions, such as abducting innocent women or engaging in petty theft, these stewards had orchestrated massacres of hundreds, either under the great elder's orders or driven by greed. Regardless, they understood that if the benevolent new great elder sought justice, they would find no refuge. Yet, despite their frantic urgings, even executing a few individuals to assert authority yielded no compliance, for although they were malignant, they were not fools. Faced with the choice of returning home as disabled remnants or meeting their demise, they were acutely aware of which path to choose. Advance. Those who defy orders shall face no mercy. The stewards, stripped of their leadership, were engulfed in panic. Observing their comrades kneeling in surrender, they lost all semblance of order, resorting to indiscriminately striking down a few to assert dominance. However, such futile acts held no weight against the already crumbling situation. More and more individuals chose to surrender beneath the relentless onslaught of the two merciless machines of destruction. Gradually, only a few hundred malignant tumors, fully cognizant of their impending doom, continued to resist. I offered you a chance. Would it not have been better to submit quietly and return home? Why must you make this so rigid? Lung Jing descended from the podium, gesturing for Faraday, who dispatched 200 children of Kihar to encircle the obstinate faction, while others were stationed to prevent any escape and bind those who surrendered, awaiting Lung Jing's decree. Do not approach us. The encircled elders and stewards found themselves in a precarious predicament. The intimidating presence of the steel warriors instilled great pressure upon them. Although the attacks of the Do Wang level warriors could breach the defenses of the children of Kihar, none dared to strike first. The imposing stature of their foes created an overwhelming sense of dread, and the memory of their brutality in slaying Do Shi and Do Ling was fresh in their minds. With 200 of these formidable beings present, their resolve to resist was utterly shattered. The thunderous footsteps weighed heavily on their hearts, and at last, one elder of Do Wang rank could no longer endure the strain. He fell to his knees, lamenting, "I surrender. I surrender. Spare me, great elder." This single act of capitulation sent shockwaves through the ranks, shattering the malignant tumor's will to resist. Soon, more Do Ling and Do Wang level foes raised their hands in surrender, kneeling in silence. Deep down, they understood what awaited them, yet every second of life was precious. A handful of brave souls, recognizing the futility of escape, charged toward the encircling forces. Unsurprisingly, these individuals were met with a hail of gunfire, reducing them to mere corpses. After the demise of dozens of obstinate foes, only Lung Jing and the children of Qihar remained standing. Lung Jing approached, casting a glance at the fallen. He advanced with a swift kick, sending the surrendering elder flying several paces, utterly unable to retaliate. "Causing trouble, are we? Why have you ceased your commotion? Were you not so audacious moments ago? Why the sudden inclination to surrender?" As he spoke, Lung Jing produced a metal rod from seemingly nowhere, brandishing it menacingly. He then struck the group of surrendering elders with it. Great elder, we were wrong. We shall never dare again." This rod was no ordinary implement. It was a melee weapon from the era of interstellar conflict, rivaling the famed artifacts of Do Pa in lethality. Even without exerting immense force, it left the malignant tumors battered and screaming in agony. Yet, Lung Jing showed no signs of relenting. His pent-up fury was unleashed upon them, and by the end, the once unyielding steel rod had splintered, leaving many of the malignant tumors with broken limbs. As the ruthless Lung Jing continued her onslaught, a figure swiftly approached from the distance, clutching what appeared to be a lifeless body. Indeed, it was the recently dispatched Xiao Zi, sent to capture the third elder. "Boss, I'm back," she exclaimed, unceremoniously dropping the barely conscious third elder onto the ground before sidling up to Lung Jing, eager for praise. "Why are you so slow? Is it really such a challenge for a Do Huang to capture a mere Do Wang? You've utterly disgraced the face of the magical beasts." Lung Jing retorted, visibly displeased. "The battle is over, and you still show up? You might as well have perished out there." Xiao Zi felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lung Jing's words. Boss, you don't understand. This elder is incredibly cunning, slippery as an eel, and has devoted all his skills to fleeing, even as a 6th-tier magical beast. It was no easy feat to catch him. With an eye roll, Lung Jing snapped, "Enough of your excuses. You are 10 levels above him, yet you still couldn't take him down. This isn't your area of expertise. Stop arguing and go assist them in organizing the prisoners." All right, boss." Relieved to receive her orders, Xiao Zi felt as if a great weight had been lifted. She certainly did not wish to continue enduring Lung Jing's sharp tongue. After dismissing the Lion King, Lung Jing cast her gaze upon the third elder, whom she lifted with disdain, mocking, "Oh, look who it is, the third elder of Yunlan's sect. How did you end up in such a state? It seems your escape plan was far from successful." Though the third elder was barely clinging to life, he retained clarity of mind, and Lung Jing's mocking words ignited his fury. However, even if he wished to self-destruct, he was now too weak to do so and could only impotently curse, "Wretched being, you have lost all humanity. You have slaughtered so many. Can your conscience ever find peace? Your so-called rectification of the Yunlan sect is merely an excuse. In truth, you are a merciless demon. What would Yun Yun think if she knew of your actions?" At the mention of Yun Yun, Lung Jing's interest waned completely. The previously placid waters of her heart stirred with unease. Before the third elder could continue, Lung Jing drove a steel rod into his heart, ending his life. "You dare mention Yin Yin? If it weren't for your instigation, would we be in such a troublesome situation?" The surrounding members of the Yunlan sect trembled in fear, terrified that Lung Jing might turn her wrath upon them. As if to vent her frustrations, she flung the third elder's body into the air, the steel rod piercing his chest and pinning him prominently to the stage, a clear display of authority to warn the prisoners of the consequences of rebellion. Though the third elder's words seemed straightforward, they instilled great concern within Lung Jing. While she need not worry about Yin Shan, What would Yun Yun feel upon returning to find her beloved Yunlan's sect reduced to such a state? Destruction is not terrifying. What truly matters is construction. To obliterate something takes but a second, yet to build requires days, even years. How daunting a task that is. Commander, we have accounted for the prisoners, 2,563 in total. How do you wish to proceed? Faraday inquired, stepping forward after Lung Jing had vented her frustrations. Faraday, didn't you mention you would survey the mineral resources? What did you find? Instead of issuing direct orders, Lung Jing inquired about an unrelated matter, her thoughts leaning toward construction. Surprised by the direction of her thoughts, Faraday reported, Commander, I dispatched a team for a preliminary survey, but the resource situation is quite grim. The mineral veins are located at depths of 100 meters or more, and while we can dig, we lack miners. Attempting this without the necessary equipment is exceedingly perilous. As he contemplated the dangers of mining, Faraday suddenly realized they had just captured thousands of prisoners. Your Majesty is truly wise. Even in her current form, she remains the far-sighted and sagacious Commander Tyran. Thus, believing he had grasped Lung Jing's intent, Faraday fell silent, stepping back to respectfully express his admiration. Your wisdom is unmatched. Commander, Lung Jing thought to herself, what did I say that made me wise? In reality, she did indeed intend to assign these prisoners a hazardous task. After all, while they could escape the death penalty, evading a life of hard labor would be far more challenging. Mining without specialized equipment would be tantamount to courting death. However, if these individuals managed to survive the perilous work for a few years, she would consider setting them free. Other tasks were unsuitable for these prisoners. The ideal scenario would be to assign them work befitting slaves. This is my plan. Since they can mine, Faraday, arrange it accordingly. As for management, I trust you can handle it. Upon hearing Lung Jing's words of trust, Faraday quickly bowed, assuring her, rest assured, Commander, this trivial matter requires no worry. With that, Faraday promptly led his companions to escort the prisoners down the mountain, wisely leaving those in elder and attendant garb for Lung Jing to deal with. This left Lung Jing with a daunting dilemma. Should she execute these culprits, it would seem a waste of human resources. After all, they were a group of Douwang and Douling strongholds. Yet, if she sent them to mine, what if they incited unrest among the miners? After much contemplation, she called out to Yun Hong and Nalan Yinran, who were busy clearing the battlefield. Second elder, Yinran, I am uncertain about how to proceed. Do you have any suggestions? I don't know either, Nalan Yinran replied, glancing at her once familiar uncles and elders, feeling at a loss. After all, they had known each other for quite some time, and it felt awkward for her to decide their fate now. However, second elder Yun Hong maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he suggested, Elder, why not consult the former sect master? He may well be observing from a distance. For such a significant event could not have escaped his notice. His silence likely indicates his tacit approval of your actions. Upon hearing this, the would-be saviors of the sect felt despair. Indeed, how could Yinshan not be aware of such a monumental occurrence? This signified his approval of the cleansing taking place. Casting a glance at the group of wayward fools, Yun Hong continued to dampen their hopes. Who knows? The former sect master may be watching from nearby, too embarrassed to show himself. Your reasoning is quite sound, Lung Jing conceded. If Yinshan had indeed given his approval, then she would bear part of the blame. When Yun Yun returned, she could even invoke his name to share the burden, leaving herself to shoulder the guilt of a historical villain. Fortune shared, adversity borne together. With this thought, Lung Jing turned to Kanna, seeking her confirmation. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, she called out loudly, Former sect master, the Yunlan sect has been dismantled. If you do not come forth now, no one will survive. Hidden behind a large tree, Yun Shan exclaimed, What the hell? You rogue! Why must you drag me into this? What grievance do you hold against me? Coughing, he feigned innocence. Elder, what has transpired? I have just returned. What has happened here? With a sense of helplessness, Yun Shan stepped forward, feigning a look of bewilderment as he inquired of Lung Jing. He resolutely refused to take the blame for this matter. For should he bear it, he would be akin to a traitor betraying his own master, facing scorn for generations to come. While he could turn a blind eye, He must not be implicated. Alas, it is truly regrettable, dear Zhongzhu, for I have just uncovered a device from this group of traitors capable of purifying the sinister energy within my body. Since you remain unaware of it, I must sorrowfully retain it for my own use. After all, one does not receive rewards without merit, and I trust you would not deprive me of my achievement. Lung Jing had anticipated this and began to toy with a high-grade document in her hands, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow, as if she were genuinely a dutiful descendant. As a dozong forcibly nurtured by the Soul Palace, Yinshan harbored an abundance of sinister entities within him, which could ultimately shatter one's mental state. The allure of such power is, therefore, exceedingly apparent. Chapter 132. The Integration of Yunlan's Sect. A blatant scheme. Originally, Yinshan intended to turn a blind eye to this affair, much like a young girl compelled onto a misguided path who, despite being scorned, still garners a modicum of sympathy from many. However, Lung Jing insisted on erecting a monument of sorts, solidifying a predetermined narrative, which was rather distasteful. In the future, people might view her ruthless slaughter as unjust, yet the complicity of Yinshan would render him even more detestable, thereby casting a shadow over her actions. With malicious intent, it was evident. Yinshan's lips quivered as he considered rejecting the offer, yet upon hearing the nature of the device Lung Jing presented, words failed him. His body was riddled with afflictions, rendering any hope of advancement nearly impossible. However, should he undergo purification, the prospect of ascending to Dozuan would no longer be a distant dream. He held no doubts regarding the authenticity of this device. Lung Jing's enigmatic background suggested she would not deceive him. Sighing, he conceded, acknowledging the pervasive corruption within Yunlan's sect in recent years. Thus, he tacitly approved of this endeavor, vowing to eradicate all malignant elements and restore clarity to Yunlan's sect. After much contemplation, Yinshan resolved to shoulder this burden, for the allure of the document was simply irresistible. As for reputation, it mattered little. Previously, his afflictions had extinguished any hope of advancement. Life or death was irrelevant. Now, with this opportunity to reach greater heights, he deemed strength to be the fundamental concern. In a century's time, what would floods and turmoil signify? Witnessing Yinshan accept the burden, Lung Jing smiled slightly, flattering him with praises of his wisdom. She tearfully commanded the eradication of the malignant elements within Yunlan's sect, a noble act deserving of profound admiration. One could only wonder how the esteemed elders would respond to such a directive. Unquestionably, Lung Jing's eloquence was as sweet as honey, rendering Yinshan somewhat intoxicated by her flattery. Nevertheless, the pressing matters at hand weighed heavily on his mind. If he dealt with them leniently, she would likely be dissatisfied. Yet if he were too harsh, it would dishearten his subordinates, leaving him in a quandary. After careful deliberation, Yinshan found himself unwilling to execute them directly, having followed him for so many years. He felt a pang of reluctance. Thus, he tentatively suggested, "Let them accompany me to the mountain for cultivation. I, too, require some trusted confidants. However, as punishment, I shall decree their castration and impose a secret method to control their souls, ensuring they harbor no future enmity toward Yunlan's sect. What do you think?" Upon hearing Yinshan's severe proposal, Lung Jing remarked with a serious countenance, "I did not expect the esteemed Zhongzhu to impose such a heavy penalty. This truly exemplifies discernment and the moral prerogative to eliminate familial ties, a paragon for Yunlan's sect that commands my utmost respect." With that, she extended the document toward him. "This is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope the esteemed Zhongzhu will accept it." "Certainly, I shall take my leave with him now." Yinshan smiled externally while internally cursing his predicament. He felt as though he was gradually stepping into Lung Jing's trap. Aware that he was ensnared, yet compelled to proceed, a sensation most unpleasant. Nevertheless, the reward was undeniably enticing. With a wave of his hand, he led the elders and stewards away, swiftly vanishing from sight. He wished not to linger and be further ensnared by Lung Jing's machinations. As Yinshan departed, Nalan Yinran, who had remained silent until now, curiously inquired, "Sister Ing, what are your plans moving forward?" Lung Jing had anticipated this question and presented a set of documents, waving them before Nalan Yinran. Fear not, for I have already prepared. This is proof of all Yunlan Sect's assets, including numerous mines. Once these resources are consolidated, we can commence our grand infrastructural endeavors. These mines had primarily been exploited by other miner families on behalf of Yunlan Sect, which had only collected payments without selling goods. However, now that she held the reins of power, she could unify these resources. In her mind, she formulated an unrefined idea to establish a covert underground base beneath her estate and employ the surrendered malignant elements to excavate passageways. This would allow for extensive underground tunneling across the nation, utilizing interstellar technology and the resources of these mines to construct an extensive underground railway network. In doing so, she would gain swift control over the entire country, achieving remarkable mobility. Given the infrastructural standards of interstellar civilization, even a Do Wang could not easily dismantle such constructions. Currently, within the Jiama Empire, the royal family could only govern a handful of prosperous cities, largely neglecting the impoverished rural areas. Yet, Lung Jing believed these regions to be the true treasure troves of value. With interstellar technology, the most valuable asset was not resources but human capital. Only by resolving the issues surrounding human resources could she aspire to elevate her technological advancements. Regardless, even when considering the entire continent, establishing her base of operations in the vicinity of the Gamma Empire was an excellent choice, being remote and devoid of formidable foes, a veritable boon for agricultural endeavors. Reflecting on this, Lung Jing felt a twinge of concern over the future development of Yunlan Sect. As a prestigious sect, it was one that adhered to the principle of quality over quantity. Even after countless generations, it remained sparsely populated. Thus, restoring Yunlan Sect to its former glory would prove to be a formidable challenge. Sister Yinran, would you consider overseeing the revival of Yunlan Sect? After much contemplation, Lung Jing resolved to entrust this daunting task to Nalan Yinran, not out of laziness, but with the intent of empowering her. I have never undertaken such responsibilities. Is it truly feasible? Nalan Yinran expressed surprise at Lung Jing's proposition, though a glimmer of eagerness shone through her features. Although she had no prior experience, it was evident that this would be a unique opportunity for growth. Do not worry, Sister Yinran, give it a try. From now on, the management of hundreds of individuals within Yunlan Sect will rest upon your shoulders. Allow the second elder to assist you. I have every confidence that you will manage splendidly. Correct? The second elder? Lung Jing patted Nalan Yinran's shoulder, signaling her to proceed without concern. She then cast a pointed glance at the second elder, Yin Hong, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Chapter 133, Visitors from Another World. Cole Jiying's gaze startled the second elder, who quickly added, Yes, young master. Feel free to issue any instructions you may have. For now, with the old master not in charge, the great elder's word is final. As for future matters, we can arrange them once the master returns. All right, then I shall give it a try. Where shall we begin? Nalan Yinran did not continue to decline, but readily accepted. However, she was utterly at a loss on how to deal with the current mess, completely in the dark. Cole Jing did not seem like a person inclined to take charge, so the only hope now rested on the second elder, Yin Hong, exhibiting some capability. Ahem, first, we should reorganize the order of Yunlan Sect. The sect consists of 3 departments and 6 halls, responsible for the disciples' cultivation, internal and external affairs, rewards, and training. Among other aspects, these positions have become a breeding ground for inefficiency, and reconstructing them will not be an easy task. Given our current numbers, we might even have more administrators than disciples. Although Yin Hong was laid back, the fact that he had survived as the second elder amidst that group of inefficiencies indicated that he was far from being an easy target and might have been waiting for this day. This is too troublesome. How about you directly lead them in cultivation? Let those useless institutions be discarded. After a while, I will bring in something special to replace their functions. As for the disciples, I will find a way to recruit more. Cole Jing contemplated and decided to cut off these ineffective elements. However, the training and reward mechanisms were crucial parts of Yunlan Sect and could not be discarded outright. Therefore, It would be better to set up a larger screen and establish a mercenary association at the foot of the mountain. As long as tasks were issued, they could be directly funneled to Yunlan's sect, with 50% of the commissions serving as rewards for the disciples. This would simplify matters significantly. In terms of management, she did not intend to allow anyone the opportunity to form factions. For future disciples, she could simply fill the ranks with slaves lacking in technological aptitude, presenting herself as their savior while ensuring they would not cause any trouble. The Great Elder, you have the final say. Yun Hong felt that this proposal went against ancient traditions, but considering Cole Ji Ying's demonstrated strength and those peculiar steel beings, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. He truly wondered what Yunlan's sect would become in the future. As if sensing something, Cole Jing suddenly grew impatient, saying, "Rest assured, I will take care of these arrangements. For now, please manage the remaining disciples with Yinran. I need to head up the mountain to handle some matters." After saying this, she swiftly made her way up to the mountain where Nalan Yinran was cultivating. As though she were hiding something, Nalan Yinran had grown accustomed to this. Cole Ji Ying had always been unpredictable. What puzzled her was the second elder's unfamiliarity. After so many years in Yunlan's sect, it felt as if she had never met him before. "Come, second elder, we need to organize this properly, otherwise we will be in trouble when my master returns. Indeed, this is quite a mess." Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of taking control of Yunlan's sect. This has moderately altered the plot's trajectory, earning you a reward of 200,001 Jie coins and a random selection of 20 high-ranking members from various sects in the cultivation realm. After cleaning up the battlefield, Cole Ji Ying suddenly heard the system announce this reward, catching her off guard, much like when she received the Enan poison body. Although these rewards may not seem overly abundant, they certainly addressed her urgent needs. The Wan Jie coins needed no elaboration with this acquisition. She was only 20,000 away from her 100,000 target. The 20 cultivation sect elders would compensate for the deficiency in high-level combat strength caused by her purge of inefficiencies. Although the Jiama Empire was the sole powerhouse of Yunlan's sect, it would be problematic if other empire sects took notice. The addition of these high-level individuals perfectly filled that gap. According to the system's characteristics, this group would consist of several Do Wang and possibly a Do Huang, or even a Do zone-level expert, which looked quite promising. Thus, with great anticipation, Cole Ji Ying rushed to the summit where Nalan Yinran was situated, ready to summon this group of individuals. A familiar black hole appeared, from which emerged 20 rather disheveled young women. Indeed, all 20 were women. If judged solely by appearance, the eldest among them was barely 25 or 26, in the prime of youth, while the youngest was around 10 years old, even younger than Cole Ji Ying. "Big sister, that voice is real. We truly escaped." Upon seeing their unfamiliar surroundings, the youngest girl became incredibly excited, embodying a sense of having narrowly escaped death. It was apparent that this group of young ladies likely belonged to a sect in the cultivation realm that had recently faced annihilation. With only these individuals left, they could hardly avoid a tragic fate, but were fortunate enough to have the system guide them to safety. "Hello, it seems you summoned us here, and we are immensely grateful." The speaker was the eldest among them, who appeared to be quite polite, exuding an air of nobility. Unlike Cole Ji Ying, who had a facade of sophistication, this woman had evidently lived a life of privilege for decades, with her demeanor ingrained in her very essence. In contrast, Cole Ji Ying's initial impression wore off with familiarity, revealing her more down-to-earth nature. "Greetings, big sister. May I inquire how you ended up in such dire straits? What assistance do you require? Additionally, what can you offer me in return?" Cole Ji Ying spoke directly without any pretense. Her habit was to discuss transactions before delving into personal matters. If she started with emotions, it would be awkward to later bring up financial matters. The eldest sister displayed no signs of displeasure. After all, this was Cole Ji Ying's territory. To remain here required a certain price. It was unrealistic to expect to stay simply due to their good looks. "We hail from the Xianhuang realm's Shuiyu Palace. My name is Luo Qianro, the sect master of Shuiyu Palace at the composite body stage. The one who just spoke is my younger sister, Luo Kursin." The others are elders of our palace, including 10 Yuanying elders, 6 who are refining spirits, and 2 vice palace masters, both of whom are experts in the Fansu realm. Luo Qinro seemed to have no reservations about revealing her group's circumstances, laying her cards on the table. This was tantamount to disclosing their trump cards completely. The reason was clear. They had no retreat. It was either to be sheltered or to be rejected, resulting in the ruthless system sending them back to their original realm, where they would face capture by the lingering forces of evil, destined for unspeakable fates. Thus, being completely candid with this young employer was their best option. Moreover, the little sister appeared to be no villain. I see. My current sect is precisely in need of skilled individuals like you. However, I am curious as to what level your strength corresponds to in this realm. Cole Jiying, reassured by Luo Qianro's honesty, lowered her guard. Though she remained uncertain about the differences between their cultivation realm levels and those of Do Pa, Luo Qianro understood this well. I can clarify that. The Yuanying stage is equivalent to a Do Huang level expert in this realm. However, the subsequent refining spirits and Fansu stages also fall within the Do Huang category, while the composite body stage equates to a Do zone. Yet, I am unclear about the specific levels and divisions of strength in your realm. This information was provided to me by the system when we arrived. Upon hearing the comparison of levels, Lung Jing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the reasoning behind it. In the Yuanying stage, cultivators are essentially indistinguishable from Do Huang, as the inhabitants of Do Pa continent, barring the alchemists, do not cultivate their souls. Meanwhile, the subsequent 3 major stages for cultivators are focused on refining the soul. Consequently, while the strength of the Ling Shan Fan Su stage cultivators may not exhibit significant advancement, their souls are immensely enhanced, making alchemy and artifact crafting a matter of ease. Even the Soul Palace, which specializes in soul cultivation, may not surpass their prowess. The He Ti stage, having completely refined the soul and fused it with the physical body, implies an extraordinary strength. It appears that Luo Qianro is akin to a Do zone. Should a battle ensue, she would likely employ a myriad of extraordinary techniques, potentially overwhelming Yin Shan. As if echoing Lung Jing's thoughts, Luo Qianro continued, stating that aside from practicing water attribute techniques, their primary focus in Shueyu Palace is artifact crafting. Alchemy poses certain limitations for them. However, they are still capable of it. Nonetheless, the water attribute spiritual artifacts they create are highly sought after, often in short supply, which is why they have set aside alchemical pursuits. Alchemy inevitably requires flames, whereas artifact crafting does not necessitate a specialized furnace, as one can use spiritual energy for refinement, albeit at a considerable test of the creator's skill. Though Lung Jing did not fully comprehend the distinction between alchemy and artifact crafting, she sensed their impressive capabilities. If that is the case, then splendid. I shall find you a place to settle in, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Thank you for your assistance, Luo Qianro replied gracefully, devoid of any airs of superiority. They were currently reliant on others in an unfamiliar world, and it was indeed a rare fortune that someone would take them in. Despite their formidable skills, being taken in implied the necessity of providing them with a conducive environment for cultivation, an act that could be seen as extravagant. Moreover, the presence of so many experts holds little promise for development. Had it not been for the recent purging in Yunlan's sect, Lung Jing might not have utilized this opportunity. Caring for Kana and Xiao Zi was already quite taxing, and naturally, she would not need to finance these ladies herself. Believing that Yunlan's sect's resources were sufficiently ample. With these thoughts in mind, Lung Jing led them to the mountain that had once been the residence of the old dog Yunling. This location was vastly superior to Nalan Yinran's, equipped with all necessary amenities. From their abode, they could overlook the entire Yunlan sect's floating island, even surpassing the height of Yunyun's main hall, showcasing a certain ambition. However, this place was now hers, albeit she had been too occupied to visit. It was likely that she would either reside with Yinran or Yunyun in the future, rendering this space unnecessary. Thus, it served perfectly as a sanctuary for these ladies. With a cursory glance, Lung Jing noted the excellent facilities within Yunling's home and addressed the group. You may settle here and acclimate to the environment of this world. There's also a library and a treasure vault. Later, you can explore the differences in techniques and artifacts. Subsequently, she handed over her identification token, stating, "You may also use my token to familiarize yourselves with the members of Yunlan's sect and explore potential avenues for development. There is no issue with that. We shall rely on your care in the future." Luo Shinro expressed no dissatisfaction. Presently, being under someone else's roof and earning a meager living was sufficient. There was no room for arrogance derived from their strength, especially considering they could be sent back at any moment. Unbeknownst to Lung Jing, even if she were aware, she would not be overly concerned. She needed to devise ways to attract more people, regardless of their talents, to bolster their presence. Otherwise, she would have no explanation when Yun Yun returned. A month later, gazing at the familiar yet foreign gate before her, Yun Yun fell silent. To be candid, her mood was quite poor. In pursuit of materials for Blood Lotus Pill for Guhi, she had traversed numerous countries, contending with several six-tier magical beasts, and had flirted with death multiple times to complete her collection. To her astonishment, Guhi offered nothing beyond mere words of comfort, as if it were a matter of course. Although Yun Yun felt somewhat disheartened, she swallowed her displeasure, realizing the value of a six-tier alchemist to Yunlan's sect. Regardless of her feelings, her efforts were for the sect, and her discontent seemed trivial. Interestingly, during her journey, she had met a young man, perhaps named Yin Xiao. Though they had only traveled together briefly and exchanged a few words, he left quite an impression on her. Had it not been for his assistance, she would have struggled with several materials. However, what perplexed her now was the utter absence of people at the entrance of Yunlan's sect, which should have been patrolled by numerous distinguished disciples to uphold the sect's authority. If it were merely the absence of individuals, it would not have shocked her so. It could be attributed to the gatekeeper's idleness. However, the gate itself was now several times more opulent than before. The previous gate, though not inexpensive, was not excessively lavish. It had been crafted from somewhat rare stones. After all, a gate of such size could not be made entirely of gold. If it were, its value would likely exceed several million gold coins, an extravagance beyond measure. Yet now it was indeed entirely made of gold, the kind that could dazzle the eyes. Surrounding it were precious jade embellishments that would sparkle brilliantly at night. Judging by its appearance, the gate alone was worth no less than 5 million gold coins, truly a display of opulence. Wait, is this not my home? Who has committed such a profligate act? Yun Yun initially surveyed the gate with intrigue, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Such an extravagant gate could not possibly have been a gift from others. It indicated that someone had spent Yunlan's sect's funds to create this folly. The audacity! Yunlan's sect was an extremely conservative sect. Thus, it was inconceivable that anyone would undertake such an endeavor. In other words, if there were money to build such a gate, it would have long since filled the pockets of various elders. How could it remain standing? The only individuals capable of such an act, aside from the recently arrived Lung Jing, could be others misusing her name to exert authority. Realizing this, Yun Yun became infuriated, her fighting spirit transforming into wings behind her as she shot towards the mountain, intent on reprimanding the wasteful scoundrel. However, the further she ascended the mountain, the more astonished she became. She noticed that the landscape, be it mountains or waters, even the forests, exhibited inexplicable changes. The outer wasteland, once dismissed by Yunlan's sect, had transformed into a region abundant in spiritual energy, rivaling her own residence. Faintly, she could see several sect disciples meditating near the woods or lakes. Though they were unfamiliar faces, and their levels were significantly lower than the typical Yunlan sect disciples. Most still at the Doqi stage and hardly exceeding the 5th level. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the discerning Yunlan sect. Yet in their presence, Yun Yun discerned a quality entirely absent within the Yunlan sect, an indomitable spirit of ambition. Each individual was fervently devoted to their cultivation, seemingly striving to compensate for their lack of innate talent through sheer diligence. Rarely did disciples of the Yunlan sect exhibit such zeal, as their considerable natural gifts often allowed them to achieve commendable strength with minimal effort. coupled with the support of the Yunlan sect. This resulted in a lack of focus on serious cultivation. Yun was well aware of the issues plaguing the Yunlan sect, yet she understood that addressing them was not a task she could undertake alone. At that moment, the arrival of Lung Ji Ying had precipitated such a transformation that she momentarily forgot about reprimanding the prodigal youth, instead hovering in the air, observing the disciples as they practiced. After a brief observation, Yun found herself increasingly bewildered. The techniques being employed by these disciples were not solely those of the Yunlan sect. Some practiced methods she could not comprehend, while others eschewed any formal technique, opting instead to rigorously refine their physical bodies. The sight was indeed imposing, but she questioned its true utility. What was this? Upon shifting her gaze, she noticed a small girl, perhaps around 10 years of age, engaged in alchemy in a slightly more open area nearby. This young maiden, strikingly beautiful and clearly from a well-to-do family, emitted no trace of combat energy. Aside from her looks, she seemed unremarkable, yet here she was concocting elixirs. It is well known that proficient alchemists require an exceptionally powerful soul. Even Yun herself lacked the qualifications for such a practice. Yet, the girl appeared to perform it effortlessly, without the use of flames or an alchemical furnace, simply refining the herbs into the shape of a pill. This was astonishing. Regardless of her success, the mere act was extraordinary. She was but a child of 10. Surrounding her were dozens of onlookers, mostly young girls, interspersed with a few boys, the eldest among them being around 16 or 17. They sat attentively on the ground, fixated on the girl as though she were a master alchemist. To be honest, Yun had witnessed similar scenes elsewhere, particularly during public alchemy demonstrations by Gu He, but to see it manifest in a mere child was perplexing. The girl seemed oblivious to Yun's scrutiny, continuing her work while explaining to the audience. Observe carefully, the art of alchemy is a convergence of myriad principles. Flames and furnaces are but external tools, serving primarily to encapsulate the medicinal properties of the materials. Relying on them is a last resort. My method of forming pills requires none of these extraneous implements, merely the precise control of my true energy, like this. As she spoke, the young girl formed a hand seal, sending forth a stream of true energy that split into several tendrils, each darting towards different herbs, enveloping them. With a subtle gesture, she heated the herbs, reducing the precious materials to a single drop of essence. After completing the refinement, instead of proceeding to the next steps, she floated the finished liquid around for all to see, explaining, even the finest flames may harbor impurities, but true energy does not suffer from such issues, for it is the purest form of energy in existence. Unless one practices a nefarious art, impurities are non-existent. The purpose of flames is merely to facilitate the melting of materials. When true energy suffices to effectuate the refinement, flames become superfluous. Upon hearing this, Yun was momentarily taken aback. Despite her lack of understanding regarding alchemy, her frequent attendance at Gu He's demonstrations had imparted a general knowledge of the process. Now, witnessing the girl's earnestness and the already condensed elixir in her hands, a sense of absurdity washed over her. Could it be that she is indeed an alchemist? The mere thought of a 10-year-old alchemist would surely attract the attention of all. Chapter 136, The Prodigy Girl, with the elixir refined. The next step was to condense the pill, a task notoriously difficult. I have witnessed countless instances of failed attempts, and my only assessment is that such ignorance is utterly foolish. These individuals do not grasp the essence of true alchemy. They mistakenly believe that simply following the prescribed steps of a formula will yield success. The truth is, the recipe delineates the unique method of its creator, not a universal guide for all. For instance, if a practitioner of fire-based combat energy crafted a recipe, and it fell into the hands of someone wielding water-based energy, the latter would be doomed to failure if they tried to replicate it without understanding its nuances. As the girl continued her demonstration, she deftly manipulated the refined liquids in the air, deconstructing, reassembling, and merging them into combinations, dispersing them again. Strangely, a portion of the liquid began to dim, while another became increasingly pure. Such simple maneuvers, achieving such remarkable results were nothing short of breathtaking. In my view, the only truly useful aspect of a recipe is the required herbs. The remaining detailed methods can be disregarded. For example, the effects of each herb are already documented in the recipe. Take the Xian Bingyi, known for its extreme cold that can easily harm the human body. Thus, the recipe's creator included a fire phoenix bone to counteract this. However, the fire phoenix bone is not suitable for medicinal use, yet without it, the pill cannot be formed. Hence, even if the final product is slightly weaker, it must be included. In reality, one should simply extract the essence of the materials, merge them, and discard the impurities. See? Is this not simple? The girl spoke with effortless ease, but the onlookers below felt immense pressure. Each step, while appearing straightforward, was fraught with difficulty, demanding a level of control that was astonishingly rigorous. Nonetheless, despite its challenges, it was not an unattainable goal. They might not reach her level, but surely could aspire to something slightly lower, right? With no barriers to learning alchemy, where else could one find such an opportunity? This explained the large gathering of people. If flames for alchemy could be found freely, and if alchemical furnaces were not exorbitantly priced, one could expect alchemists to be ubiquitous. With an abundance of practitioners, the profession would inevitably lose its value. In this world, there is no shortage of individuals willing to strive diligently. If mere years of effort could elevate a person beyond their class, it is likely that 90% of the population would willingly embrace such a challenge. Not only the less powerful apprentices, but even Yin Yin felt a desire to try her hand at this seemingly simple endeavor. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the young girl was casually crafting a 6th-level pill, a revelation that would surely astonish anyone with discerning eyes. Next, she needed to proportionately allocate the purified essence and compress it using true energy to form a solid. The young girl, seemingly accustomed to the astonished gazes of the crowd, did not pause, but continued with the next steps, dividing each distinct liquid into 10 portions before merging them into a single amalgamation. Subsequently, she continuously squeezed the mass of medicinal liquid in the air, solidifying it, and soon transformed a large mass of liquid into a small pill. Following the same method, she condensed the remaining 9 pills and placed them into the medicine bottle. Of course, she had the capability to compress all 10 simultaneously, but out of consideration for her apprentices, she chose to demonstrate the process multiple times, thus engaging in what seemed like a redundant effort. This concluded the entire refining process of the 6th-grade medicinal pill, Bing Ling Dan. It is perfectly acceptable if you do not comprehend the intricacies. Upon your return, you may commence your practice with some lesser-grade pills. Our Yunlan Zong is grand in its ambitions. While I cannot claim an abundance of spiritual herbs, ordinary medicinal materials can be wasted without concern. Once you grasp this alchemical method and validate your understanding, you may request higher-grade materials, regardless of your rank or status. If you can refine a 6th-grade pill as a fighter, then you shall be permitted to do so. After storing the pills, the young girl rose and passionately addressed the young boys and girls below, her words filled with allure and devoid of any pretense of superiority. Her affable demeanor inspired the surrounding admirers, who felt an overwhelming urge to return and practice alchemy for the glory of Yunlan Zong. Influenced by her words, several admirers eagerly echoed, "Elder Luo speaks the truth. It is indeed a blessing for us to cultivate in Yunlan Zong." Previously, we heard tales of Yunlan Zong being the darkest corner of the Jiama Empire. Yet now we realize that perhaps only Yunlan Zong would nurture talentless mortals like us. What reason do we have not to strive in contributing to Yunlan Zong? I must return and seize the time to practice alchemy. As she spoke, her own words seemed to move her deeply, and without further ado, she bowed to the young girl on stage and turned to leave. Prompted by her remarks, others quickly awakened to the reality of their situation. Indeed, having just received the elder's teachings, they must seize every moment to practice. Otherwise, what if they were to forget? With this thought, the crowd ceased their lingering and respectfully bowed to the stage before dispersing. Observing this scene, the young girl on stage appeared momentarily entranced. seemingly surprised by the profound effect her public demonstration had caused. Ah, Sister Ing is indeed correct. What is talent, after all? The people are the true strength. Everyone possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Utilizing resources and fulfilling responsibilities is the long-term strategy for a sex development. Had my sister understood this principle earlier, she might have already dominated the world. It was time for her to hurry to the next location. The girl known as Luo-Xin, being young and mischievous, often disregarded her sister's wishes to delve into the art of alchemy. Previously, when discovered practicing this unconventional skill, she would face severe reprimands. Yet unexpectedly, in a sect comparable in scale to Shui Yugong, she had become an elder capable of establishing her own faction. After muttering to herself for a moment, Luo-Xin proceeded to the next venue, where she was to teach alchemy, eager to prove that her pursuit of this craft was indeed worthwhile and not as futile as her sister claimed. Chapter 137. The will of the people hiding behind a tree and witnessing this scene, Yun was at a loss for words. This series of events unfolded like a combination of powerful strikes, leaving her head buzzing. To be honest, she was quite aware of the true nature of Yunlan's own. A casual inquiry with someone outside would reveal much. Yet how had it transformed into a revered sanctuary for masses? If Yunlan Zong had previously possessed such loyal disciples, even if they were of low strength, they would have surely laughed in their dreams. But would there really be individuals who prioritize the interests of the sect above their own? No, everyone is a parasite, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, all feeding off the lifeblood of Yunlan Zong to secure their own gains. She understood this reality, yet felt powerless to change it. If it were only a few individuals, or even a single elder's faction, she could take action. The problem lay in the pervasive atmosphere throughout Yunlan Zong, which was truly despairing. However, now she perceived a glimmer of hope. In comparison to the potential resurgence of Yunlan Zong, even the fact that a 10-year-old girl could refine 6th-grade pills and walk on air seemed inconsequential. What was so remarkable about a 10-year-old 6th-grade alchemist? It was hardly worth such astonishment. Admittedly, Yun had never witnessed such a phenomenon and wished to deliberately ignore it, lest she be overwhelmed by a sense of futility akin to her initial encounter with Lung Jiying, the young Douling. With thoughts racing, Yun felt an increased urgency. All these changes seemed to stem from Lung Jiying's arrival at Yunlan Zong. Consequently, she ceased her wandering and flew swiftly toward the mountain. What a worthless creature! I tasked you with gathering people, and this is what you bring? Even lazy dogs who indulge in vice are among them? How disgraceful! Lung Jiying fumed from her exclusive seat, addressing the obsequious second elder, Yun Hong, below. In her impassioned state, she almost felt compelled to strike him, but refrained, realizing that he was of considerable age and a few blows could prove fatal. Despite being scolded by Lung Jiying, Yun Hong bore no resentment, merely bowing his head in response. Yes, esteemed elder is correct. This old man was blind and nearly tarnished the sect's reputation. It is utterly shameful. Every time I think of it, I lose my appetite, and even my spirit for cultivation wanes. I might as well perish. Lung Jiying replied, with such a commendable attitude. What more can I say? In that case, I shall impose a punishment upon you. You are to temporarily accompany Elder Luo to learn how to discern people. You may return to your position as second elder only when you have mastered this skill. Until then, you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the sect. Upon hearing this harsh punishment, the second elder's countenance tightened, and he nearly burst into laughter. Although it seemed a deprivation of his authority, it was, in fact, an opportunity to align himself with someone influential. The newly arrived young women had swiftly assumed all the prominent roles within Yunlan Zong. He had indeed questioned this situation, but upon discovering that most of them were Do Huang, and one was even a Do Zong, he dared not voice his concerns. Who knew where they had come from? However, with the old sect leader silent, even hosting a banquet to welcome them, what could he, as a second elder, say? Consequently, his status plummeted, and he found himself sidelined from the sect's affairs, resorting instead to gathering people. Yet, as an elder of Yunlan Zong, he could not help but seek out highly talented disciples. Thus, he inadvertently allowed a rogue to infiltrate, leading to a scolding for himself. Nevertheless, this was not entirely negative. Lung Jiying clearly did not wish to truly punish him. Was this not a form of cultivation in disguise? Perhaps in the future, he could stand on equal footing with these prominent figures, all under the guidance of the esteemed elder. Observing the old man's compliance, Lung Jiying nodded in satisfaction, feeling that her efforts were not in vain. Although Yunlan's situation was improving, it ultimately required the stewardship of Yunlan individuals. While Luo Qianruo and her companions possessed strength, they lacked sufficient prestige to command respect. Not wishing to oversee matters personally, it thus fell upon the somewhat traditional second elder to be the sole figure capable of earning the trust of the old members of Yunlan's. The present-day Yunlan's has been constructed in the manner of a cultivation sect, divided into inner and outer sections. All the Yunlan Kong Islands have been thoroughly transformed into territories of the inner sect, while the Yunlan mountain range has been leveled to create ample land for the outer sect, designated for the instruction of newly accepted disciples. Inner sect disciples diligently cultivate the techniques of Yunlan's, rendering it impossible for them to adopt the cultivation system introduced by Luo Qianruo. However, this practice thrives within the outer sect. Over the course of a month, Faraday, accompanied by his close companions, traversed various locations. And with the personal recruitment efforts of Luo, Qianruo, and others, the outer sect has now amassed over 1,000 disciples, while the inner sect remains comprised solely of the same select few. Naturally, the teaching resources of the two sects are incomparable. Luo Qianruo and her associates impart knowledge to the outer sect disciples, whereas the inner sect is sparsely staffed with only the second elder, a Do Wang, and two Do Ling led by Ge Yi, resulting in an acute shortage of teaching personnel. Consequently, if the second elder is not nurtured properly, discontent may arise within the inner sect, as they lack even a single elder to oversee them. What then can they hope to learn? At times, even Yin Shan could not bear to watch, occasionally coming himself to instruct the inner sect disciples, yet he refrained from mentioning matters concerning the outer sect, having uncovered a disconcerting truth. The once close companion, Jiaying, has vanished. Who could be responsible for this? There is no need to ponder. Thus, Lung Jiying said nothing, frightening herself half to death. As long as the ancestral legacy is not destroyed, she would allow it to unfold as it may. Moreover, with Yunlan's zone flourishing so robustly, the old sect master felt a sense of pride. Sister Luo, I kindly ask for your continued diligence. Lung Jiying nodded towards Luo Qianruo, who sat nearby. Certainly, I shall do my utmost, Luo Qianruo replied with a nod. In recent days, the refugees, have become accustomed to life in this new world, gaining a fairly comprehensive understanding of the overall situation, which, in general, resembles their previous world. Thus, they encounter no significant difficulties in their endeavors. We shall take our leave now. Today, I have a lecture on artifact forging to conduct. Alas, I have been so busy lately that I have no idea where that girl Exine has run off to. Sigh, it truly troubles me. If only she possessed half the understanding of Miss Ing, I would not need to worry about her. Chapter 138. Trust with that, Luo Qianruo stood, casting a glance at the second elder, Yun Hong, signaling for him to follow, and she bowed to Lung Jiying before departing the grand hall. Elder, I take my leave. Yun Hong also spoke briefly, offering a respectful bow before hastening after her. Observing this scene from her seat, Lung Jiying could only muster a helpless smile. Luo Qianruo exhibited a considerable degree of politeness towards her, yet this courtesy also signified a certain distance. This indicated that, although the other party worked under her, she did not desire to engage in extensive interaction. Such a situation arises from but one possibility. She has been deeply hurt in the past, particularly by someone very close to her, leading her to avoid investing emotions in any strangers to prevent further pain. It seems this issue must wait for another day. Pondering over the matter, Lung Jiying found herself uncertain about how to address it, resigning herself to seek a solution in the future. With everyone having left, she found little purpose in lingering within the sect master's exclusive grand hall. In truth, she rarely visited this place. usually preferring to oversee Yafei and Xiao Yixian's endeavors down the mountain or engage in cultivation alongside Nalan Yanran. She tended to avoid these affairs, only attending to matters requiring her decisive input, such as how to deal with the second elder. Lost in thought about how to improve her relationship with Luo Qianro, Leng Jing failed to watch where she was going, her head lowered as she walked towards the exit, only to unexpectedly collide with something soft. Damn it! Who is it? So blind as to block my path? Leng Jing raised her head suddenly, gazing at the alluring figure that had appeared before her. Her subsequent words caught in her throat as she stood frozen in disbelief. Oh my, Miss Leng, how grand you are! Occupying my territory, judging my actions, and slaying 9/10 of the sect's members. What, if I have offended you, do you intend to slay me as well? The newcomer, hands on her hips, surveyed the long-absenting Mei while teasing her. Who else could it be but Yun Yun? After witnessing various marvels in the outer sect, Yun Yun hastily ascended the mountain. Returning to the Kong Island, she casually approached a familiar Yunlan Zong disciple to inquire about recent developments. And upon learning the shocking news that 9/10 of the sect's disciples had been purged by Leng Jing, she nearly fainted. Fortunately, the disciple expressed gratitude towards Leng Jing and shared words of encouragement, such as no pain, no gain, and a swift resolution to chaos, which alleviated some of Yun Yun's initial anger, causing her to admire Leng Jing's audacity for accomplishing what she had not dared to do in years. She was not one to cling to toxic influences. However, the sheer number of individuals involved was rather overwhelming. Observing the rapid development of the outer sect, Yun Yun soon dismissed her concerns and hurriedly sought Leng Jing, only to find her in a display of arrogance in her own seat. Wah, Sister Yun, I merely wished to reminisce about you. With your prolonged absence, I feared you might not return. No, you must be preoccupied with affairs of state, neglecting the sect. It is indeed rather inappropriate for me to assume your throne. Realizing her misstep, Leng Jing began to shower Yun Yun with flattery. When I arrived at the sect today, I sensed something was amiss. Upon glancing up, I was greeted by the clear blue skies, indicating that something auspicious is bound to occur. Little did I know, it was simply the return of my dear sister Yun. Unmoved by Leng Jing's flattery, Yun Yun seized her hand, dragging her outside, and, pressing her head back, forced her face towards the sky. Gazing at the densely gathering dark clouds and the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, Leng Jing fell silent. Heaven help me. It truly was a clear day when I arrived. Though her ruse was exposed, it had little effect on the thick-skinned Leng Jing, who laughed off the incident. Oh dear. Sister Yin, look. What is this rain? It is but sweet dew. Such dense clouds, yielding only such small droplets. Is this not a rare phenomenon? Truly an auspicious sign. This is all thanks to you, Sister Yin. As she spoke, the light drizzle unexpectedly intensified into a torrential downpour, drenching Leng Jing to the bone. Leng Jing, standing beside her, Yun Yun was already prepared, shielding herself with a barrier and separating herself from the rain. Crossing her arms and watching Leng Jing with amusement, seemingly eager to hear what else she might conjure. Gazing skyward, Leng Jing forgot to protect herself, feeling as though life was not worth living, as if her lips had been sealed. How could this be? If I utter even half a lie, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. As soon as the words were spoken, a rumble of thunder echoed from above, as if the heavens were poised to strike. Witnessing this scene, Leng Jing fell silent, realizing that the heavens were in opposition to her. Damn it! Yun Yun, exasperated, could not muster any anger toward the childlike Leng Jing. Yet, during this playful exchange, the gloom stemming from the upheaval within Yunlan Zone had dissipated considerably. Choosing not to linger outside any longer, she pulled Leng Jing back indoors. Enough with the banter. I am fully aware of your intentions. Your actions are ultimately for the benefit of Yunlan Zone. However, rather than indulging in idle talk, it would be more prudent to take decisive action. Yun Yun's words carried a hint of ambiguity, even a touch of provocation. Leng Jing's imposing figure shuddered slightly as she licked her lips and replied, "Very well. Sister Yun Yun, what sort of action do you desire? How shall we proceed?" Union rolled her eyes in exasperation. What are you thinking? I merely wish for you to recount the events of the past month. Previously, I only heard rumors that lacked substance. Your first-hand account is what will lend authenticity. Feeling a warmth in her heart from Yun's trust, Ling Jing thought to herself how genuinely kind Yun was. Regardless of her past actions, she was always forgiven. Initially, Ling Jing had contemplated placing all the blame on Yunshan, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, Yunshan sneezed at Chu. Who is speaking of me? In regard to these new acquaintances from another realm, Ling Jing did not conceal the truth. The Dupo continent had never been devoid of visitors from other worlds. After all, the legendary Taishu Gulong was a race that traversed the void. Furthermore, the chaotic currents of space were innumerable, and the presence of such visitors was hardly remarkable. To be candid, Yun had encountered these so-called visitors from other realms herself. Though most possessed negligible strength, they had arrived here due to instabilities caused by battles among the powerful. Some managed to thrive, becoming wealthy merchants through peculiar means, while others, initially mediocre in their original worlds, soared to great heights upon arriving in the Dupo continent. There were also those who preferred to live as farmers, content to remain unnoticed for the rest of their lives. The lack of widespread knowledge regarding these visitors was largely due to the fact that many powerful individuals had been captured by the Soul Palace. Consequently, the remaining populace lacked significant renown, with only factions possessing Dozone-level power being privy to such information. Moreover, the mythical Taishu Gulong clan was engaged in trade within the void, undoubtedly interacting with individuals from other realms. Thus, it was not surprising that Ling Jing's family had the capacity to gather a group of otherworldly warriors. However, the scale of this immigration was indeed startling. It was not merely one or two individuals, but rather thousands. Furthermore, a multitude of Do Huang experts directly occupied all of Yunlanzong's advanced combat capabilities. Even Ling Jing found herself lacking among this group. With all the outer disciples being newcomers, learning from that group of cultivators, Yunlanzong would surely face a fate of insignificance. It might as well be renamed Shui Yuegong. Is this the rationale behind your dismantling of Yunlanzong? Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall hang you up and give you a beating. Despite Ling Jing's repeated assurances that such a situation would not recur, Yun remained troubled. Gazing at her with a countenance that suggested a stern lesson was in store. Ling Jing felt a chill down her spine under Yun's scrutinizing gaze and reluctantly acquiesced. All right, Sister Yun, since you insist on hearing it, I shall speak the truth. This is all due to the orders of the former sect master. Otherwise, how could I dare? As she spoke, Ling Jing's expression shifted to one of despondency. She blinked her eyes, squeezing out a couple of tears, and lamented, "Wah, I'm just a newcomer. How could I possibly undertake such actions? The former sect master believed my family background to be substantial enough to handle this matter gracefully. So I acted in obedience. Initially, I had no desire to engage in this, but the former sect master insisted that you would surely be pleased upon seeing it. And thus I complied. I'm still just a child." Ling Jing's heartfelt soliloquy touched Yun profoundly. Indeed, she had always viewed Ling Jing as an adult, yet ultimately, she was merely a teenager. How could one so young orchestrate such harsh realities? Likely, her master had employed various and scrupulous means to compel her into this course of action. Meanwhile, Ling Jing's sobs grew louder, embodying a victim's plight. Her pitiful demeanor stirred a desire to embrace and comfort her. Yun, witnessing this display, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly drew her into an embrace, murmuring, There, let us attribute this to my master's insistence. Look at you, having attained the position of elder, yet still exhibiting such childishness, crying at the drop of a hat." Choking back tears, Ling Jing felt genuinely sorrowful. She was no actress, unable to simply summon tears at will. However, reflecting on her plight in this foreign realm, despite having many friends, she lacked someone with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. This realization overwhelmed her, and she could not suppress her sadness. The name Jing was given to her by her unreliable parents, symbolizing isolation and a hope to prevent their cherished daughter from being taken away. Yet, ironically, She had never truly encountered anyone worthy of entrusting her life to. Had she truly never encountered such a person? The more she pondered, the more elusive the answer became, as though a piece of her heart were missing, akin to a child who had lost a beloved toy, unable to control her emotions. This was not to say that her friends in the Dupo continent were lacking. Rather, something vital was missing. Perhaps it was that unwavering belief in selfless sacrifice for one another. After all, their time together had been too brief to reach that level of camaraderie. After leaning against Yun Yun to regain her composure, Ling Jing finally stood, inhaling deeply to temper her earlier sorrow. Sister Yun Yun, I am fine. I merely experienced a surge of emotions due to the circumstances. Uncertain of what Ling Jing referred to, Yun Yun chose not to inquire about her past sorrows and instead shifted the conversation to a seemingly unrelated topic. By the way, in Mavie, in a few days, Dan Wang Guha will gather a group of experts to venture into the Taijur Desert in search of Ioa. Now that you are a Dowang, would you care to join us? In truth, Yun Yun had long been aware of Ling Jing's status as a Dowang. She had simply chosen to forget, as it was rather painful to acknowledge. Concerned about Ling Jing's somewhat naive nature, Yun Yun resolved to take her out for a stroll. As for dangers, they were surely non-existent. All right, when shall we depart? Ling Jing was pleasantly surprised. She had initially sought an excuse to accompany them, never expecting an invitation to join. This saved her considerable trouble. Yun Yun, without any pretense, stated directly, 3 days from now. Once Guha has refined the Shua Liandon and taken a day to rest, we shall set off. Ling Jing felt a jolt of surprise. Although she had anticipated the imminent journey to the desert, she had not expected it to come so swiftly. However, upon reflection, Guha was a 6th-grade alchemist, and the Shua Liandon was merely a 5th-grade elixir. It would surely be a simple task. Moreover, was a time-sensitive matter, necessitating an expeditious departure. I shall prepare over the next 2 days to ensure our safety. Ling Jing spoke mysteriously, not revealing what she intended to prepare, but wearing a sly smile. Very well. In these 2 days, I shall also observe how Yunlan Zong has transformed. As for matters of love, at this point, Yun Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. Let us discuss that once we have finished with the recent affairs. Very well, Sister Yun Yun. I shall return to prepare. With a mischievous grin, Ling Jing set off to devise a thorough plan, as this journey might resolve multiple issues simultaneously. Once the bow was drawn, there would be no turning back. Thus, she needed to ensure she was well prepared. Go on, I shall not see you off. This journey is not particularly safe for Ling Jing. In addition to contending with the Serpent People, she must also guard against a potential betrayal from Guha, especially since she previously defeated his apprentice. Chapter 140. The Annoying Guha. This matter is neither trivial nor significant, yet regardless of its weight, Ling Jing, as a presumptuous junior, has indeed shown a lack of respect towards Guha. Even with Yun Yun shielding her, such behavior is unwarranted. Were it not for the news of a major purge at Yunlan Zone, which suggested that intervention was ill-advised, Guha would likely have confronted her already. Nevertheless, Ling Jing still has grievances to settle with him. Even if he wishes to gloss over the matter, she cannot overlook the account related to Nalan Yanran, which has lingered in her mind for quite some time. This expedition entails not only confronting Xiao Yin, Yao Lao, and Meidu Sha, her primary objectives, but also dealing with the potential emergence of 3 serpent elders, along with Guha and his entourage of Dowangs, as well as the 8 leaders of the serpent clan. This constitutes a formidable force. As for Yun Yun, Ling Jing recalls vividly that, in the original narrative, she was poisoned by a serpent elder of Dowang rank, with Xiao Yin being the one to save her. This suggests that her combat prowess is not to be underestimated, yet she cannot be permitted to engage Guha's group, thus diminishing her utility. In light of such internal and external threats, Ling Jing is naturally on high alert, mobilizing her loyal brethren. Except for a few necessary members left behind to safeguard their base and the hundreds dispatched to recruit apprentices, the remaining Kaha children, including all assault teams and the Odin pilot Wadong, have been stationed at a remote border town of the Jiaomai Empire. Meanwhile, Faraday, being a civilian, will not be heading to the front lines, but will remain in the imperial capital to gather intelligence and ascertain that the upper echelons of the Jiama Empire harbor no opposition to their presence. Due to the capture of nearly 1,000 laborers, an underground passage leading directly to the outskirts of Jiama Sacred City has been established, enabling the army to depart discreetly. Otherwise, discovery would lead to countless troubles. Additionally, Kang Na and Xiao Zi are accompanying their group, rather than Ling Jiying, as it feels somewhat awkward to join another's entourage en masse. Conversely, the Shui Yue Palace remains tranquil, and Ling Jiying hesitates to solicit their assistance. However, a little imp, having heard of this venture, insists on joining her, the rebellious lowly Luo Kursin. Yet, Ling Jiying is not the type to indiscriminately whisk away someone else's sister. After inquiring with Luo Qianyou and receiving her affirmative reply, she brings her along, as she is the only one with a legitimate identity to accompany Ling Jiying, being one of the newly appointed outer sect elders of Yunlan Zone. Once all arrangements are complete, shortly thereafter, Yun approaches her. Subsequently, Ling Jiying, along with Luo Kursin, departs towards the outskirts of the city, where Guha and his associates are already awaiting them. Guha's reputation is well known, and the remuneration he offers is extraordinarily generous. Even though this expedition entails the perilous quest for the legendary Guha, the allure is irresistible, drawing a multitude of participants. Ultimately, Guha selects 5 well-acquainted high-level Do Wangs to serve as his bodyguards. Ling Jiying quickly spots the suave gentleman amidst the crowd, whose every word and action exudes courtesy, starkly contrasting with the roughness of those surrounding him. Undoubtedly, he is the despicable Guha. Perhaps feeling secure under Yun's protection, Guha appears unprepared, bringing along only a few henchmen. The group engages in casual banter, clearly having awaited this moment for some time. Yun Zhongzhu, you are late today, which is quite uncharacteristic of you. Upon Yun's arrival, Guha hastily dismisses his lackeys to welcome her, maintaining a cordial yet distant demeanor. Unlike a certain shameless individual who addresses Yun as sister right off the bat. Indeed, some matters delayed me. I trust Yao Lao will not mind? Yun responds while shooting a glare at Ling Jiying, thinking that had it not been for her, she would not have been late at all. Oh, of course, that won't be an issue. Since Yun Zhongzhu has arrived, let us depart immediately. Guha does not delve into the matter further, but casts a meaningful glance at Ling Jiying. I wonder if these 2 young friends will accompany us? Yun Zhongzhu. This endeavor is no trifling matter. When he emphasizes the term young friends, Guha deliberately stresses it. Although he acknowledges that Ling Jiying is the grand elder of Yunlan Zone, he questions her merit for holding such a position. Even if she orchestrated the major purge at Yunlan Zone, it was done with the backing of her influence, not her own prowess. This is not due to Guha's ignorance, but rather because Ling Jiying has not showcased her strength within Yunlan Zone. Even the disciples of Yunlan Zone are largely unaware that she is actually a Do Wang. Those privy to her earlier defeat of Yunlin have either perished or gone mining. Defeating Liu Ling hardly qualifies as an impressive feat after careful consideration. Guha concludes that Ling Jiying's capabilities are likely limited to that of a great Do master or Do spirit, merely relying on her favorable relationship with Yun to act recklessly. Although her actions are somewhat alarming, they do not warrant excessive concern. I'm a noble 6th-tier alchemist. I have mingled with influential figures from Zhongzhou. Even a Do Huang must show deference. Upon hearing Guha's remarks, Yun swiftly clarifies there is no cause for alarm. These 2 are my younger sisters. I intend to expose them to the world. While their strength may be somewhat lacking, they should be able to protect themselves. At this point, she feels a pang of frustration. As for Ling Jiying, that is to be expected, yet the 10-year-old lowly seems even stronger than her. Moreover, she's an alchemist. This elder truly feels embarrassed. Guha nods in understanding. I see. Since Yun Zhongzhu is determined to bring her juniors for training, I shall not object. However, life and death are matters of fate, and I hope Yun Zhongzhu will not take offense afterward. Such words prompt Ling Jiying to bristle with indignation, glaring fiercely at Guha. What do you mean by that? Are you cursing me to death? You scoundrel! I will deal with you sooner or later. Guha, undeterred by Ling Jiying's resentment, steps aside to summon the 5 Do Wang bodyguards, saying, Gentlemen, We are about to venture deep into the heartland of the Serpent Clan. The situation is extremely perilous, and we must devise a comprehensive plan. Otherwise, even the elite of the Jama Empire may not return. Gu's warning is not mere hyperbole. The threats ahead are substantial, causing a shiver to run through the group as they fall silent, attentively listening. The Meidu Sha is a peak Do Huang, far beyond the capabilities of Yun Zhongzhu to contend with, and relying solely on our numbers is insufficient. The only viable approach is to negotiate with the Serpent Clan. As soon as Guho articulates this, the others are taken aback. This is no light-hearted matter. Observing the silence, an elder steps forward to counsel, Dan Wang. The Serpent Clan's methods are notoriously vile. They are known for their treachery. Engaging in negotiations with them is akin to seeking a tiger's skin. So I implore you to reconsider. This is not an exaggeration. The Serpent Clan has committed countless atrocities. Moreover, they are heading to the Serpent Clan's stronghold. And with their meager numbers, they are merely delivering themselves as offerings. Rest assured, I have my strategies. The Queen Meidu Sha possesses extraordinary intelligence, unlike the common and foolish serpent people. Therefore, the probability of success for this venture is at least 80%, as long as we offer substantial rewards. I am confident they will be tempted. Guha exudes confidence regarding Meidu Sha's character and his own capabilities, harboring little apprehension. The saying goes, "Yet it has been established since ancient times that the actions of the higher echelons are emulated by the lower ranks. The serpent people are notoriously ruthless and brutal, with their monarchs throughout the ages proudly proclaiming their lineage as a superior race. It is likely that the Medusa shares this sentiment. Such extreme racial superiority is never commendable, destined to be a source of calamity. Otherwise, how could there have been a conflict between humans and serpents that has persisted for millennia? A group of lunatics. And one would reason with them? Negotiate terms? The Dan Wang must be out of his mind. Of course, the elder dared not voice such thoughts, as he had accepted benefits from them, and it would not be wise to offend. Thus, he remained reticent, formulating a plan to flee should the situation become dire, as he had no desire to sacrifice his life. The expressions of the others were equally fluctuating. The Medusa alone could eradicate them all. Yin Yun's strength was comparable to the former Ice Emperor, Hai Bo Dong, who had been defeated and left in a dire state. What hope did they, a mere group of Do Wangs, have? They were not fools. While it might be feasible to bully the weak or kick a dog when it is down, to remain when death was certain would be sheer folly. Gui seemed either unconcerned with their predicament or had ulterior motives. Continuing with his own discourse, "Since there are no objections, let us proceed, as time is of the essence. Rest assured, for those willing to accompany me, I will not toy with your lives. At the critical moment, high-grade, life-saving pills will be plentiful." Gu Hie's earnest words improved the demeanor of the crowd, greatly influenced by his established reputation as a man of his word. The assurance that he would not break his promises made the group of enforcers abandon thoughts of retreat. Should the Dan Wang intervene, it would undoubtedly involve high-grade pills, which were beyond the means of the impoverished Do Wangs. With an opportunity for a free ride, how could they possibly refuse? The elder who had previously expressed doubt now shifted his stance, wearing a smile and flattering him. "Very well. We shall follow the Dan Wang's arrangements." The only Do Huang, Yun Yun, was unconcerned, and the oldest of the Do Wangs also spoke, leaving the group with no choice but to follow Gu He. Observing Gu Hie's self-satisfied demeanor, Lung Ji Ying felt a profound disdain. Someone like him fancied seizing the Iowa? She would betray him in due time. Along the journey, she discreetly sought to ascertain the identities of several Do Wangs, discovering the presence of Yin Shi and Feng Li, characters familiar from the original narrative. Strangely, though, 3 additional Do Wangs had appeared. The cost of hiring a single Do Wang as an enforcer was not trivial. With so many more than in the original story, Lung Jiying sensed some undisclosed secret at play. Throughout the journey, Gu He engaged in jovial banter with a few Do Wangs, curiously neglecting to approach Yun Yun. However, this turned out to be fortuitous, as no incidents arose, and they swiftly arrived at a city whose name she did not know. The city appeared quite grand, with a palpable aura of military might, indicating it was a significant military stronghold. Gui seemed equally unfamiliar with its location, but fortunately, the elder Fengli spoke up, clarifying their confusion. Ahead lies the border city of Iwa, from which one can access the Tagore Desert, relatively close to the battlefield. We must proceed with caution from here on. Therefore, it would be wise to enter the city and rest until we are at our peak condition, thus enhancing our chances for success. Fengli's esteemed reputation garnered no opposition to his suggestion, and the group disguised themselves to enter the city. Naturally, the fewer individuals aware of the better. They intended to avoid alarming the guards and simply sought a place to rest. Upon hearing the elder's account, Lung Ji-ing furrowed her brow, retrieving a small map she carried. She pointed to the recently mentioned Iwa city and traced her finger to a remote town nearly 100 miles away, the very location previously surveyed by Faraday. It was a place with relaxed defenses, not situated near the main battlefield, easily assailable yet difficult to defend. No one would care about the gains or losses of such a place. Thus, it had been occupied by Woden as a base, perfectly suited for defense. However, the distance posed a concern. Should they venture from the town to engage in a skirmish, it wasn't the serpent people they feared, but the possibility that the townsfolk might report to higher authorities, prompting the dispatch of formidable opponents for investigation. Finding another such backward town to return to would not be an easy task. Noticing her unease, Yun approached and inquired. Unable to discern the matter, she directly asked, "What are you so engrossed in?" Upon hearing Yun's question, Lung Jing decided not to conceal her thoughts, especially since the several Dowangs and Gu had gone out for a meal. She stated plainly, "Sister Yun, I do not have faith in these Dowangs to succeed, so I have deployed my most elite troops to the remote town I indicated. However, the issue is that it is rather far from us. What do you think we should do?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Lung Ji-ing regretted them. Although Yun was a sect leader, she was not a military commander. Such matters could have been discussed with Faraday, if she provided her insights earnestly. Yet Lung Ji-ing failed to act upon them. Would that not dishearten her? Yun, however, was somewhat taken aback. Excluding Gu He, their trio alone comprised 2 Dowangs. This lineup might not crush the serpent people, but survival would not be an issue. It was surprising that Lung Ji-ing placed such importance on this endeavor. Yet, since she had been asked, she could not merely remain silent. After glancing at the map and contemplating for a moment, she cheerfully pointed to a location. "Look here at this position." Upon seeing the area Yun indicated, Lung Ji-ing experienced a sudden jolt. This location was one she knew all too well, the very stone desert city where Xiao Yin's older brothers resided. This was a city that ought not to exist, situated within the serpent people's domain, yet thrived. Isolated from the Gamma Empire and unrecognized as a subordinate city of the Empire, it could be described as entirely abandoned. How could such a city prosper within the serpent people's territory, guarded solely by 2 Grand Sure mercenaries? Logically, it should have been obliterated by the serpent people long ago. Weighing various considerations, aside from the influence of the protagonist's aura, Lung Ji-ing found herself at a loss for words. It must be said, this place was indeed a rare strategic stronghold. Had it not been for her desire to keep her forces and Xiao Yin from intertwining prematurely, she would have undoubtedly chosen this location, even to seize it. However, the protagonist's aura was terrifyingly potent. Confronting Xiao Yin directly was feasible, yet sending someone to deal with him would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Indeed, this location was well suited for garrisoning, so I shall send them there. Lung Ji-ing contemplated that the Star Forces did not know they were under her command, and they would likely not attempt to seize it directly. However, Xiao Zi and Kana would need to be concealed, as they had already revealed themselves. It would be prudent to relocate them closer to her, ensuring sufficient manpower. Having made her decision, Lung Ji-ing issued commands to Woden, delegating the specific operational details to him, thus alleviating her burden. After a day of travel, Lung Ji-ing felt a pang of hunger, and thus invited Yun and Luo Xian to find a place to satisfy their appetites before their departure, which Gu He would naturally inform them of in due course. "Boss, bring me your finest food and drink." Seeking the best tavern in the city, Lung Ji-ing boldly seated herself, slamming a gold card on the table and calling out to the waiter, The waiter was initially prepared to approach and offer his services. But upon witnessing the extravagant demeanor of Ling Jing, he refrained from further conversation, exclaiming, "Very well, miss, I shall prepare it right away." It must be noted that this establishment was indeed quite large and was not solely dedicated to serving the elite. A diverse array of individuals frequented the place, including vagabonds, military personnel, and merchants. Occasionally, one could even spot officers of the Douling rank coming and going. The proprietor must possess considerable acumen to attract such a varied clientele. Ling Jing's lavish behavior naturally drew the attention of all present. Some gazed on with envy, others with malice, while a few regarded her with disdain, as if observing a country bumpkin. However, the patrons in such an establishment were not prone to stirring trouble, and after a moment of scrutiny, they returned to their own affairs. "Sister Union, do you not find something amiss?" After surveying the surroundings, Union suddenly harbored an odd notion. Ling Jing, who was idly awaiting her meal, perked up upon hearing Union's words. What is it, Sister Union? Is there something peculiar?" Union glanced around once more, ensuring no one was paying attention. Before speaking, observe the surrounding individuals. Most appear to be merchants. This is a military stronghold of the Jiama Empire, not a trade route, and yet there are so many merchants here. Does that not strike you as odd? What is there to find strange? Perhaps they are here to assist in transporting military supplies or to procure war trophies for resale, as long as there is profit to be made. It's hardly surprising to see merchants in such a locale, Ling Jing replied, completely missing Yunyan's point as she elaborated on her own thoughts. However, therein lay the crux of the issue. All military supplies of the Jiama Empire were allocated from the internal treasury and never entrusted to outsiders. Merchants would never be permitted to transport such items. Likewise, war trophies were meant to be claimed by the royal family rather than dealt with by merchants. Thus, the situation became exceedingly suspicious. As Union spoke, she discreetly pointed to a lavishly dressed rotund man not far off. "Look at that individual. He is from the Wang family, the second largest trading house in the sacred city of Jiama. While there are indeed border towns that engage in the sale of war trophies, the profit margins are typically negligible and not of interest to major trading houses. Yet here they are." At that moment, Ling Jing understood. Merchants were driven by profit, and if there were not substantial gains to be had, they would not venture here. The congregation of so many merchants indicated that this place was likely a hub for smuggling. Due to the local military's corruption, they likely turned a blind eye to the merchants' activities in exchange for benefits, with all levels profiting from the arrangement. The upper echelons of the Jiama Empire would remain blissfully unaware of the situation. As for the smuggling targets in this border town of the Tagur Desert, what other possibilities could there be aside from dealings with the Snake People? No wonder Union had suddenly become concerned. I see. But even if they are smuggling, that is a matter for the Empire's higher-ups, and what concern is it of ours? We could simply ignore it. Ling Jing pondered, perplexed. Surely the decaying politics of the Jiama Empire should not require Union's worry. Why would she be so pensive? Hearing Ling Jing's inquiry, Union's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "The truth is, our Yunlan sect has always maintained a close relationship with the royal family. Therefore, when the royal family lacks sufficient authority to oversee certain military and political matters, they will entrust our disciples with the task of gathering intelligence, effectively acting as royal envoys. With the Yunlan sect's backing, no one dares to harm them. However, many disciples have accepted benefits from local leaders and do not report truthfully to the royal family." Consequently, Ling Jing suddenly comprehended that the relationship between the Yunlan sect and the royal family remained quite intimate, with frequent exchanges between the two. The royal family granted the Yunlan sect immense authority within the Jiama Empire, while the sect assisted in maintaining the empire's rule, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, those disciples who had acquired power were not inclined to foster a good relationship between the Yunlan sect and the royal family. Rather, they sought to exploit their positions for personal gain. The elders within the sect, having accepted bribes, would not bring attention to these individuals' irregularities, and the royal family remained oblivious, resulting in significant financial losses. Even if they intended to dismiss these individuals, they would not dare to address the issue for fear of offending the Yunlan sect, thereby suffering this loss. Every empire must have its own guardian sect, much like the poison sect of the Chuanyan Empire. Without a protective sect, it would be akin to a soft persimmon, forced to endure humiliation. Chapter 143, Desert Characteristics. It seems that Yun Yun was well aware of these matters, albeit lacking the fortitude to confront them as Ling Jing did. Thus, it was likely that this place was home to the disciples of the Yunlan sect who had not been purged. It was conceivable that they had not dared to behave so brazenly in the past. Now, however, they appear to have adopted a reckless disposition. Yet, without the Yunlan sect as their backing, what authority did they possess to intimidate others? Ling Jing found it strange. Logically, those who had narrowly escaped should be hastily fleeing, not acting so arrogantly. Seeing that Ling Jing still did not grasp the stakes involved, Yun Yun sighed. The disciples of the Yunlan sect number in the tens of thousands. The few you purged the other day were merely a couple of thousand. The majority are out in the world honing their skills and fulfilling missions, while some innocent disciples are gradually returning. The malignant elements, however, would certainly not dare to return. It is highly likely they have gathered together to seek revenge. If these individuals are organized and specifically target the Yunlan sect's disciples when they venture out, that would pose a serious problem. Yun Yun's concerns were not unfounded. The remaining rogue elements in the city were not the main issue. Rather, it was the potential backing they might have. If they were to collude with powerful combatants from other nations, even she would lack the confidence to suppress them completely, making it a challenging predicament. I understand now, but there is no need for you to worry, Sister Yun Yun. Once this matter is resolved, I will arrange for people to investigate thoroughly. I had not planned to pursue these individuals further, but since they are acting so brazenly, we may as well settle the score. A group of the Dou, sure mixed with a few Dou, Ling, should not pose much of a challenge. Having grasped the situation, Ling Jing did not dwell on the matter excessively. Though she sensed something was amiss, she concluded that with the highest level of strength being Dou Ling, it was not worth her concern. The elders of Dou Wang rank had already been dealt with, leaving only a motley crew behind. How much trouble could they possibly stir? Upon hearing Ling Jing's remarks, Yun Yun felt somewhat reassured, yet her expression remained a blend of uncertainty. To claim that she was not at all worried would be disingenuous. Just as Ling Jing pondered how to comfort her, the waiter approached with a large platter, upon which rested a rather sizable avian magical beast. Though it was roasted to perfection, emanating an enticing aroma, it still radiated a pure essence, indicative of its formidable existence in life. Esteemed guest, do try our signature dish. Roasted sand crane. Upon hearing the waiter's announcement, Ling Jing could no longer focus on comforting Yun Yun and hastily beckoned the waiter. Quickly, bring it here. I never expected such delectable cuisine to be found in this place. It truly moves me. In recent years, Ling Jing had developed a keen interest in culinary ingredients and had become well acquainted with the distribution of produce across the Jiama Empire and in this desert frontier. The sand crane was among the finest delicacies. The waiter, recognizing Ling Jing's enthusiasm for food, uttered no further words and promptly placed the roasted sand crane on the table before proceeding to prepare other dishes. As the delectable feast unfolded, Ling Jing, without uttering a word or even picking up chopsticks, seized a leg of crane with her bare hands and began to devour it without a hint of ladle-like decorum, leaving Yun Yun utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Luo Ku-Ixin, intrigued by the exotic delicacies of this otherworldly realm, followed suit without hesitation, tearing off another leg and indulging in it with equal abandon. It must be noted that the sight of these two adorable little girls feasting in such a crude manner created a striking spectacle, momentarily captivating the attention of other patrons, who, upon sensing the formidable prowess of the trio, discreetly diverted their gazes, though the smiles lingering at the corners of their mouths were hard to conceal. Yun Yun, however, was oblivious to the onlookers, her focus fixated on the two girls' unabashed enjoyment, swallowing hard as an unexpected desire to join them surged within her, despite her usual aversion to excessive indulgence. Yet, as a refined young lady, she restrained herself and delicately picked up a small piece of meat. The sand crane was roasted to perfection, crisp on the outside yet tender within, requiring little effort to grasp, a testament to the chef's remarkable skill. As soon as the morsel touched her tongue, the crispy exterior and succulent flavor burst forth in her mouth. Although the skin was rather greasy, the meat melted effortlessly, requiring only gentle chewing to meld the richness of the fat with the delicate flesh, creating a delightful symphony on her palate. Suddenly, Yun furrowed her brow, as if contemplating the decades of her life, feeling as though she had wasted them. How could food be this delicious? To be fair, Yun had never truly experienced exquisite cuisine. She was not born into a prestigious family, but was an orphan taken in by Yun Shan. During her early years of rigorous training, she seldom entertained thoughts of luxury or waste. After achieving success in her cultivation, she no longer relied on food to satisfy her cravings, and her occasional meals were far from remarkable, often bland and unexciting. Just as Yin was lost in thought, Lung Jiying had already polished off the crane leg, her demeanor not one of overindulgence, but rather exuding an aura of readiness for another round, as she proceeded to tear off a wing. However, this time she paused, turning her gaze toward the pensive Yun to explain. This sand crane is a fourth-tier magical beast. Observe its well-proportioned physique, with legs of nearly identical size and matching wings, indicating the beauty it possessed in life. In this scorching desert, the local species must endure the relentless sun, leaving no room for excess fat. Thus, beneath the skin lies only a thin layer of natural fat, which, when lightly roasted, seeps to the surface and then permeates the meat, achieving a perfect harmony of flavor. A renowned chef once remarked that the most exquisite dishes require the simplest cooking methods, yet the simplicity demands a chef's exceptional skill. For instance, using this crane for soup or steaming, it would be a waste, while stir-frying it would diminish its unique flavor. Thus, roasting is the optimal choice. When discussing gastronomy, Lung Jiying was often verbose, and after explaining the origins of the ingredients, she lightly prodded the sand crane before continuing her critique. This crane is rich yet not greasy, crisp yet tender, lean yet not dry, and while soft, it possesses a delightful chewiness. This is not only due to its status as a superior sand crane, but also the chef's outstanding craftsmanship. She sensed that Yun appeared disinterested in the food, perhaps preoccupied with unnecessary concerns, prompting her to elaborate further. In truth, Lung Jiying's words bore significant impact. Yun, who had been pondering why the dish was so delectable, was jolted back to reality. No longer lost in thought, she began to listen intently to Lung Jiying's description while quickly grabbing more pieces of meat to savor, her pace of eating steadily increasing. With each detailed explanation from Lung Jiying, a look of rapture spread across her face, clearly entranced by the experience. Suddenly, amidst the casual discourse of Lung Jiying, an elderly man approached, applauding enthusiastically while gazing at her with shining eyes, embodying a sense of camaraderie among culinary enthusiasts. The old man, appearing vibrant and youthful for his age, resembled a playful elder rather than someone of his years. Yet his strength was undeniable. He was a 3-star Douwang, a rarity in this realm, though not particularly remarkable in the grand scheme of things. After thoroughly assessing Lung Jiying, the old man generously commended her. Ah, who would have thought that someone could offer such an astute evaluation? Surely, this sand crane must feel honored to be savored by such an exceptional connoisseur. Do you hear that? Is that even human speech? He continued. If this crane had not encountered a chef with fire attribute do qi and specific flames, it would never have reached such heights of flavor. It would have likely fallen into the hands of some inept individual, wasted without consequence. Familiar with the dynamics of commercial flattery, Lung Jiying recognized that the old man, radiating fire attribute do qi, bore a striking resemblance to the aura of the roasted sand crane, suggesting he was likely a local chef. Comparatively, he was leagues above the chefs she had encountered in Wutan City. The difference was like day and night. Upon hearing this, the old man's smile broadened. What chef wouldn't revel in having their culinary creations celebrated? Ah, encountering a young lady like you truly is a joy in life. The world knows only the taste, but remains oblivious to the intricate processes required to create such exquisite dishes. Few appreciate the trials we chefs endure in pursuit of quality ingredients and tools, and many are quick to criticize us without understanding the depths of our craft. As he spoke, the old man glanced around at the diners focused solely on consuming the meal, a look of disappointment crossing his face, embodying the solitude of a kindred spirit rarely encountered. Finding the old man intriguing, Lung Zhiying felt compelled to engage further, continuing, "Indeed, chefs often lack formidable strength. They are typically weaker than alchemists. However, achieving breakthroughs in culinary arts necessitates higher-grade ingredients for experimentation. While low-tier chefs may manage, high-tier chefs often find themselves stymied by a lack of resources, unable to accumulate enough wealth, leading to stagnation." This was a candid truth. For instance, a fifth-tier chef aiming to ascend to the sixth tier must utilize a sixth-tier ingredient that can serve as a main dish, complemented by numerous fifth-tier garnishes. Once a dish is successfully crafted, they unlock the pathway to advancement, and with practice, success becomes inevitable. Conversely, failure renders all ingredients wasted. Unlike alchemists, chefs do not belong to a wealthy demographic and cannot bear such losses. Was it not the case that Guhi achieved his sixth-tier alchemist status through sheer volume of failed attempts? Upon hearing Lung Zhiying's profound insights, the old man's eyes brightened, and he clasped his hands in respect. "I am Zhou Shun. May I inquire your esteemed name? I shall make it a point to visit you another day." Zhou Shun, unfamiliar with Lung Zhiying's identity, felt compelled to pay her respect. For a Do Wang of his caliber need not adopt such a demeanor. However, his passion for cooking surpassed his dedication to cultivation, and in his long life, he had never encountered anyone who could extract experience from dining. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Many individuals take it upon themselves to critique the dishes after a meal, yet discerning the profound implications behind such evaluations is no simple endeavor. It requires a robust foundation of knowledge, a keen sense of taste, and a composed temperament. Thus, such individuals are indeed rare, and one might aptly refer to them as gastronomes. If someone could provide feedback on each dish, constantly seeking out flaws, would they not swiftly ascend to the ranks of sixth-tier chef? This is what one might call serendipity, with some resources at his disposal. Should he receive guidance from such a person, it would be worth any expense. Esteemed Zhou Lao, if you do not mind, why not come to my home as a chef? We have an abundance of resources and ingredients. What do you think? Lung Zhiying felt a twinge of excitement. Zhou Lao was undoubtedly the most accomplished chef she had ever encountered, far surpassing other ordinary folk. Had it not been for his lack of prowess and connections, he would not have been reduced to opening a shop in such a place. Yet fate had brought them together. Truly, he is a recluse. As the saying goes, masters dwell among the common folk, and the ancients did not deceive me. This is indeed the best scenario. Since the young lady appreciates my modest talents, I shall certainly offer my utmost assistance. Zhou Qian is evidently a free-spirited individual, not one to linger over trivialities, and he promptly decided to align himself with this young lady. If he did not possess a substantial background, how could he afford to order the finest delicacies right upon arrival? Moreover, as an elderly man with little to his name, this establishment was merely entrusted to him for management, and he had nothing of significance to hold on to, so he was free to depart at a moment's notice. That is splendid. We still have matters to attend to here. Zhou Lao, you may head directly to number 3, East Avenue, Jama Holy City. That is my residence. Lung Zhiying, trusting him, shared the details of the property she and Yufei had purchased. Her mind solely focused on the prospect of not having to worry about her meals in the future. Should this old man arrive, she would surely treat him with the utmost respect, as the culinary offerings of Yunlan Zone were hardly fit for human consumption. Having such a chef at her home would be a delightful boon. Even if he chose not to come, it would be of little consequence, merely a slight disappointment. However, if this old man were to harbor ill intentions toward her, the two engaged in lively conversation, savoring exquisite dishes and sipping on light refreshments, discussing everything from the Jama Empire to Zhongzhou, akin to two long-separated old friends joyfully reuniting. This left Yun Yun and Luo Ku Xin, who could only focus on their meals, unable to interject. However, this convivial atmosphere did not last long, as Yun Yun's communication token flickered. Chapter 145, Climb. Clearly, this was a signal from that scoundrel Gu He, summoning everyone to assemble. Consequently, Yin Yin frantically gestured to Lung Zhiying to take her leave. Reluctantly, Lung Zhiying bid farewell to Zhou Can, not forgetting to pack the remaining delicacies to avoid gnawing on dry rations outside. Zhou Can, displaying great generosity, did not ask for a single coin from Lung Zhiying, considering it his treat, as he evidently valued the impending alliance highly. Thus, Lung Zhiying did not decline his kindness. Moments later, the group reconvened. During this time, it was evident that Gu He and the others had not been idle. They had spent some money to establish connections in this area. Subsequently, the group departed from this remote location and ventured into the vast desert. As the saying goes, to seek wealth, one must first build roads. This principle is not only understood by humans, but is also recognized by the Serpentine folk. Beyond the borders of the Jama Empire, there were no roads, yet upon entering the territory of the Snake people, paths, both large and small, emerged. These paths were not akin to those in human realms meant for vehicles, but rather smooth, rounded trails that felt akin to walking on ice, entirely unsuitable for human transportation. However, this peculiar design suited the Serpentine tails remarkably well, providing them with a speed-enhancing buff, akin to a bizarre railway that allowed them to glide effortlessly. And the design was impervious to sand accumulation, easily cleared away by a gust of wind. Lung Zhiying and her companions glided along these paths, still in daylight, where it was prudent to avoid attracting the attention of the powerful serpentine beings surrounding the main city of Medusa. Therefore, Gui provided the group with a miraculous elixir that transformed their legs into serpentine tails. After a brief change of appearance, they bore no distinction from ordinary serpentine patrols. Naturally, the three delicate beauties, including Lung Zhiying, donned cloaks to avoid drawing attention. The layout of the Serpentine Empire was meticulously crafted, with 8 towns governed by various tribes surrounding the main city of Medusa. The main thoroughfare, resembling a spider's web, interconnected all cities to ensure that reinforcements could mobilize rapidly in the event of conflict in any one location. Moreover, the desert served as a natural barrier, significantly increasing the difficulty of their mission. After exchanging friendly greetings with an unfortunate Serpentine merchant caravan, Gui had gleaned a substantial understanding of the Serpentine Empire situation. Despite being neighbors to the Jama Empire, a racial disparity existed, as ordinary humans often met their demise upon arrival, let alone attempting to infiltrate the desert as spies. Of course, had the desert been lucrative, those merchants would have already ventured forth. Unfortunately, the desert was too barren, yielding little profit beyond the spoils of war. Such smuggling merchants sold arms to both the Empire's borders and the Serpentine folk, even inciting border skirmishes to instigate conflict, demonstrating a lack of morality. Upon hearing this, Lung Zhiying couldn't help but recall the tactics of the first generation of skilled combatants from the beautiful nation, drawing striking parallels. Thus, it would be wise to postpone their actions until nightfall. Gui ultimately deemed it prudent to exercise caution, although he felt somewhat confident about Medusa's willingness to negotiate. Failing to even see her would be disastrous. The others had little to say. Gui was the leader of this expedition, and his word was law. I observed that the closest Serpentine territory belonged to Yume, the sole female among the 8 leaders. The individuals they had encountered earlier were under her command, and they mentioned that Yume had long departed for her travels and was currently absent. This circumstance provided an opportune moment for them to remain until nightfall and gather more intelligence. As he spoke, Gui moved toward the city he had mentioned, his speed unwavering, yet the combination of his cultured demeanor and serpentine tail appeared comical. In contrast, Yun Yun and Luo Kuxian could easily be mistaken for beautiful snake women within the serpent tribe, standing out starkly against the rugged men. Although the 2 women found themselves somewhat hindered in movement, their curiosity about this form was evident, as they occasionally swayed their tails, glancing around or playfully touching the appendages, seemingly enjoying the experience. Lung Zhiying, however, moved at a sluggish pace, awkwardly twisting her body. while others had traded their legs for a beautiful tail. She felt merely deprived of her limbs. Though she could exert some control, it felt akin to a toddling infant. Merely remaining upright without falling was an achievement. And how could she find enjoyment in that? The group continued to ignore Gu-hee, each seemingly lost in their own thoughts, merely nodding absently, uncertain if they were truly listening. Gu-ho was acutely aware that he could not rely on these individuals. The only one he could count on from beginning to end was Yun-yun. Thus, he disregarded the group of fighting kings and turned to Yun-yun, seemingly with intent, yet also with a touch of indifference, and said, "During my time at the border, I heard whispers of a group of old Yunlan people who escaped from there and arrived in this Shirin Empire in search of something. Strangely, the Shirin showed them nothing but hospitality, as if they had some hidden backing in this land. However, Yun-yun maintained her placid demeanor, as though the matter bore no significance to her, completely ignoring him. Instead, she slowed her pace to assist Lung Jing, who struggled with her balance, helping her master the art of tail maneuvering. Guha awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat foolish, and chose not to speak further. He cast a deep glance at Lung Jing and then led the group onward toward the majestic city of Yumei. What is that? A giant. It is indeed a giant. Everyone run. In another part of the desert, a different group traversed the sands, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the cautiousness exhibited by Lung Jing and her companions. They could be described as utterly unrestrained. A colossal steel figure lumbered forward with great slowness. Yet each stride covered a distance that would take an ordinary person considerable time to traverse. The path, rendered convenient by the Shirun, crumbled to dust beneath its feet, causing the nearby Shirun to scatter in fright. Following this giant were numerous moving iron canisters, flanked by 2 rows of steel giants, each significantly larger than an average human. Thus, a legion of iron monstrosities advanced quietly into the desert. Chapter 146. The Ravenous Son of Keha. For heaven's sake, pull yourselves together. We are nearing our destination. After unknowingly destroying countless valuable roads of the Shirun, Woden finally caught sight of the city's outline, not far ahead. This was their target, Shimo City. Despite traversing thousands of miles, both the tanks and the Sons of Keha, reinforced by armor, felt little fatigue. Some even drifted into slumber after activating their automatic follow modules. Thus, Woden called out to rouse them, reminding them it was time to work. First team, second team. Third team, scout for any anomalies in the surroundings. Fourth team, fifth team, investigate the defenses of the target town. Sixth and seventh teams, provide cover for the assault squads. Move out. In just a few words, Woden laid out the action plan, for he was a man who acted with careful consideration rather than haste. Understood. Upon hearing Woden's commands, the previously methodical teams halted abruptly, the Sons of Keha seeming to thaw from a state of dormancy. They flexed their armored limbs and checked their weapons for any irregularities before dispersing to explore the vicinity as per Woden's directives. The assault squads encircled Woden, adopting a siege formation, aiming to provide cover for the small teams in case they encountered adversaries. The remaining 2 teams of Sons of Keha surrounded them as Woden, piloting the Black Warhammer, stood at the center like a watchtower, releasing a radar-like device that emitted slow waves, thus establishing a rudimentary encampment. Woden then leapt from the Black Warhammer, stretched his arms, and began performing push-ups on the compressed sandy ground, feeling a bit stiff from the prolonged journey. It must be said that although Shimo City lay deep in the heart of the desert, the notorious reputation of the Magia Mercenary Corps had kept the Shirin at bay, allowing the tank drivers to join Woden in physical training, knowing that a contingent of Sons of Keha was still on guard outside. After their exercise, Woden unfolded a portable dining table, ceremoniously laying a tablecloth over it. The tank drivers returned to their tanks, retrieving a variety of food from their supplies, ranging from main courses to side dishes. In this interstellar age, the military rations were far from the bland canned goods. Instead, they were meticulously prepared by chefs through various cooking methods, including steaming, boiling, frying, and even intricate braising, offering a diverse and sumptuous feast, along with an endless supply of beverages. After all, who among the members of the Keha First Army did not come from affluent backgrounds? They resembled a group of nobility, and thus their provisions could not be compared to those of the infantry stationed on remote border planets. Before setting out, they had prudently brought along these portable military rations. While it was feasible to sustain oneself on dry rations or nutrient solutions, who would willingly forego the opportunity for a delightful meal? To engage in battle effectively, one must first be well fed. The containers holding these delicacies were no ordinary items. With a gentle press, they began to heat evenly, unfolding into the shape of plates filled with delectable dishes. The design of these plates was quite aesthetically pleasing, enhancing the appeal of the food, befitting the fare of the aristocracy. Woden set up 10 tables laden with such culinary delights, clearly prepared for his brothers venturing out on reconnaissance. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and the sons of Keha on guard began to shed their armor and approach to sample the exquisite fare. The Keha army had long since restructured, with the previous hierarchy all but dissolved, as everyone now served around Longjing. Moreover, they were all brothers who had shared life and death bonds, and no one would dare accuse them of impropriety. Soon, the scouting teams returned, their faces lighting up at the sight of the warm food, eagerly joining the feast while discussing their findings, which revealed no significant issues in this desolate place. Woden wiped his mouth after finishing his meal and stood to ensure no one was missing. As he scanned the surroundings, a slight frown creased his brow, for he had not spotted any member of the third team. Given that the first and second teams had returned, it was expected that the third team should have as well. Just as he pondered this, a figure rushed toward him in a panic, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the individual had dropped his weapon, replaced by a small girl. The man hurried to Woden's side, breathlessly reporting, "This is bad. There are many lackeys of the Yunlin sect in Shimo City. While on patrol, we witnessed them abducting a little girl, and our captain has engaged them in combat. I brought this girl back to report." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of hostile gazes fixated on him. This man had shown a complete lack of decorum, barging and clad in armor and stirring up a storm of sand that settled upon the dishes, rendering them unappetizing. The tank drivers, who had already eaten, were unfazed, but the brothers who had just returned and were poised to indulge in a feast were left aghast. They initially considered expressing their anger, but upon reflecting on the man's words, their expressions shifted to joy. What? A fight? Some faces lit up with excitement, while others remained stoic, their lips twitching, and one bold soul erupted with laughter. "Damn it! If there's a battle, why bother eating? It's not like we can enjoy it now. Let's hurry and take them down." The individual took the lead, prompting others to follow suit as they hurried towards their respective armored vehicles, fearful of falling behind. Soon, they encircled Woden, eagerly awaiting his command. Woden, feeling helpless, noted that this pack of eager wolves had not engaged in combat for far too long, their faces betraying an insatiable thirst for action. With a resigned nod, he acquiesced to their fervor. In an instant, the group dispersed like startled birds, advancing towards the location marked on the radar, their excitement palpable. It was a pitiful sight. They were the Empire's elite soldiers, yet here they were, reduced to mere instructors of machinery. Now that a battle loomed, their spirits soared. Chapter 147. Qinglin. The 1,000 men of the Keha Group Army, once deployed, were divided into 2 waves after Lingjing had made her arrangements. One wave was tasked with safeguarding Lingjing, led by Faraday, while the other, scattered as human traffickers, fell under Woden's coordination. The fall from grace was staggering. How could such distinguished soldiers bear the shame of becoming traffickers? To exacerbate their plight, their comrades tasked with protecting Lingjing had successfully completed a campaign against the Yunlin sect, further fueling their bitterness. Hence this time, they were determined to unleash their frustration. As the saying goes, a change of profession is akin to climbing a mountain. This was akin to asking a group of chefs to write code. The only emotions they experienced were pain and despair. The enemy they faced was evidently formidable, as evidenced by the dire straits of the third squad. Woden, fully aware of the situation, did not intervene, harboring an unshakable confidence that nothing could impede the advance of his towering kin in this desert, given the close-quarters nature of the impending skirmish. Heavy artillery like siege tanks or black hammers were deemed unsuitable. Thus, he chose to focus on the small girl recently delivered to him. The girl appeared to be no older than 10, with emerald green hair and tightly shut eyes. Her clothing was tattered, and her ankles were bound by 2 unchained shackles, rendering her appearance quite filthy. Woden had encountered similar attire before. The slaves he had previously overseen bore such garb. At first glance, one might mistake her for a mere vagrant due to her ragged clothes, but the presence of the shackles told a different story. Such shackles, or leg irons, were exclusive to slaves. Had she not been sold, a chain would connect them, but those sold for labor were spared the chains to enhance their efficiency, thus donning these unchained shackles as a symbol of their subservient status. Though unconscious, her delicate features were marred by an unmistakable expression of terror, evidently a result of her traumatic experiences prior to fainting. Most striking was the trio of dots on her forehead, resembling innate markings rather than mere drawings. As Woden observed her, a tremor coursed through him. Something about this girl seemed familiar. Resolving to investigate, he swept aside the remnants of his meal and, after a brief tidying up, lifted the girl from the hands of the Keha soldier, placing her gently on the table. He then turned to the black hammer, retrieving a collection of drawings and spreading them beside her, beckoning the others. Take a look. Could this girl be the one the Führer mentioned? The scattered drawings unfurled across the table, revealing a series of portraits, some rendered with a semblance of realism, while others were abstract and distorted, barely hinting at human forms. These were the likenesses left behind by Leng Jing, who had worried that her prolonged association with Guha would hinder timely communication. Each portrait detailed the influence and unique roles of individuals important to her, allowing them to act independently without needing to consult her. Truth be told, Leng Jing herself was uncertain of the precise appearances of several key figures, relying instead on vague descriptors from the original text, such as resolute, weathered, and refined. Apart from those she had already encountered, the rest were depicted in a manner that could only be described as tragic. After all, overly meticulous illustrations could mislead. What if they did not resemble their actual appearances? Thus, a degree of vagueness was employed. Yet, the recognition factor of this little girl was exceptionally high. After all, the mark upon her forehead was conspicuously prominent. A throng of tank drivers gathered around, their enthusiasm for the Führer's directives palpable, drawing upon his fragmented memories. Woden was the first to identify the girl's likeness, his heart swelling with joy. I've found her. This girl must be Qinglin, the one the Führer specifically sought. It is said that Qinglin possesses an unopened third eye. There can be no mistake. Initially bracing himself for a prolonged search, he was astounded to encounter her here. Upon realizing that this was the individual sought by the Führer, astonishment spread among the crowd. Let me see. A three-eyed person. How peculiar. Indeed, the Führer is truly remarkable. He can strategize from thousands of miles away. Step back. Let me have a look. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Qinglin with unrestrained curiosity, revealing their naivete as towering individuals who had seldom encountered such wonders. Human beings, upon first encountering something new, are invariably curious, much like their initial reactions to strange insects and star beings. Yet, over time, they come to realize that, ultimately, it is all rather mundane. Clear out. What noise is this? What if you wake her? One could hardly blame Woden for his irritation at their raucousness. These tank drivers were boisterous and unrefined, and he feared they might inadvertently harm this precious girl. Upon hearing his admonition, the drivers quieted down, retreating to their respective tanks to stand guard. Suddenly realizing that this was no ordinary individual, but one personally chosen by the Führer. Should anything happen to her, none present would escape unscathed. Seeing that the crowd had retreated, Woden nodded in satisfaction. He had previously dealt with such rough and tumble individuals in the Tauran Empire, honing his voice to command attention amidst their raucousness and restore order. It must be noted that his vocal training had not been in vain, for the previously startled Qinglin had awakened, shaken from her stupor. "Who are you?" Qinglin inquired, gazing at the strangely dressed man beside her, surrounded by imposing metal contraptions. She had little time to comprehend her surroundings and instinctively recoiled, but the table limited her retreat. Lacking confidence in her ability to escape in such a situation, she curled up, fearfully regarding Woden as tears streamed down her cheeks. Observing the frightened Qinglin, Woden, marked by scars, attempted to soften his fearsome visage. Yet, despite his efforts, he appeared formidable. With no other option, he forced a smile and reassured her, "Little one, we are the good guys. We won't take a single thread from you." Chapter 148, Foster Father. When he smiled, it was as if the heavens themselves trembled. Woden's tone was surprisingly gentle, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, a persona that young girls often find endearing. Qinglin was not taken aback. Upon hearing that tender voice, her cries momentarily ceased. She wiped her tears with her dirty sleeve and looked up at the source of the voice. The sight that met her eyes, however, left her utterly terrified. "You claim not to be a villain, but who would believe that?" This realization sent her into a more frantic fit of tears than before. The group that had just kidnapped her had been rough, yet each member possessed delicate features and handsome looks. In stark contrast, the man before her was rugged and coarse. It was not that Qinglin judged others solely by appearance. Her harrowing experiences had ingrained a deep mistrust of everyone. She recalled her encounter with a certain Xiao Yan, who had promised to take her along for something important, but left her behind to endure the scorn of others, eventually leading to her abduction by a band of white-clad rogues. In truth, she had little to lose. Her life was already a miserable one, and death seemed preferable to the torment of living on. Yet, a part of her longed for someone to rescue her. Alas, no such savior appeared. In broad daylight, the assailants had brazenly seized her, and many witnesses in Shimo City had observed the event, yet no one seemed to care, as if she were merely a stray dog rather than a person who had lived there for nearly a decade. After that, she was knocked unconscious, and now, awakening in this place, it was evident she had fallen into the thieves' lair, drawing perilously close to her demise. Despite her inner strength, she was still merely a 10-year-old girl, and the thought of dying without a trace overwhelmed her with despair. All she could do was cry. Seeing the little girl weeping, Wodong felt a surge of unease. Although he had experience in comforting children, the memories of his wife and son, both lost during the Keha Defense War when his son was still an infant, haunted him. Faced with this 10-year-old girl, he felt trapped between action and inaction, fearing that any misstep might tarnish her innocence. Thus, Wodong produced a lollipop and approached her slowly, offering it with a gentle smile. "Here, Uncle has a candy for you. Would you like some?" He vaguely remembered that enticing children with something delicious was often effective. Military rations included various treats, and this lollipop was among the favorites of children. How it ended up in the military supply was a mystery. Qinglin glanced at the candy. Her tears momentarily halted as she stared blankly, her heart heavy with dread. Could this be poison? Is he finally ready to harm me? The thought of death seemed almost appealing. If she were to perish, she would know nothing more of the world as cruelty. But as she contemplated this, her gaze grew resolute. She leaned forward, taking the lollipop in her mouth, her eyes shut tight, her body trembling involuntarily, clearly not at peace with the idea of death. Yet, instead of the end, she was greeted by a sweet flavor that was neither cloying nor overwhelming, intoxicating her senses. She could not identify this delightful taste. Sweets were rare, not something a half-blood like her would typically enjoy. Dying amidst such sweetness did not seem so bad after all. With her eyes tightly closed, a final thought flickered in her mind before she slipped into a haze. When she eventually opened her eyes, she gazed curiously at the fearsome figure before her, her young mind struggling to comprehend why this man, who had gone to such lengths to abduct her, had not taken her life. Wodong continued to smile, striving to project warmth, blissfully unaware of the terror he had instilled in the child. Even Qinglin, though not particularly astute, realized that this seemingly menacing man was unlikely to wish her harm. In other words, she had little of value to fear losing. What choice did she have but to trust him? After all, she was still just a child. Wodong regarded the delicate girl before him, and as he smiled, tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes. If my son were still alive, he would be about your age now. A man of steel like Wodong was not easily swayed by emotion. Yet the memory of his deceased wife and child was a profound source of sorrow. This revelation left Qinglin at a loss, realizing that this man, too, bore the pain of loss. And what of her own situation? Was she not also an orphan? Perhaps it is for the best, he continued. I did not intend to be so harsh. Seeing you in such a pitiable state has stirred my compassion. I know your background. Your father is a snake man who violated your mother, a tragic human woman who passed away after raising you for 6 years. Thus, you are neither accepted by your father's kind nor accepted by humanity. But do not worry. We will soon take you away to a happier place, where countless others like you reside. As he spoke, Hudung tentatively reached out to pat her head, but Qinglin instinctively flinched, though ultimately did not evade his touch. Observing the pitiful Qinglin, Wudong struggled to find the right words. The slaves he had previously encountered had been sold by their parents, and even as slaves within the empire, they faced hardships, yet were not deprived of basic necessities. However, in this place, survival depended on rummaging through trash, and she was worse off than wild dogs, forced to labor for her captors. This realization weighed heavily on him, and he felt profound pity for her. Caught in a moment of uncharacteristic clarity, he said, "If you do not mind, you may call me Godfather. I promise to protect you with all my might, and you can accompany us without fear." Immediately after speaking, he regretted his words. He had grown fond of the little girl, and having such a charming daughter would indeed be worth a lifetime. Yet it felt abrupt, as they had barely exchanged a few words. To his surprise, Qinglin froze at his offer. As a half-blood, she had long been accustomed to isolation, often bullied by ordinary citizens and even slaves of the human race. Yet this stranger, whom she had known for mere minutes, was willing to accept her as his daughter. Chapter 149. Xiao Yan's wedding. Qinglin was unaware of his true identity as a pillar of strength within the Tyrant Empire, a man who had slain countless alien insects, rendering any notion of a killing god trivial in his presence. All she grasped was the sincerity in his words. Regardless of his intimidating appearance, his eyes betrayed no deception. They were the windows to his soul, a lesson her mother had imparted before her passing. In her world, one had to be astute, or else they would be met with a grim fate at the hands of their masters. Could she truly have a family? Was she worthy of kinship? Though Qinglin was not naive, she felt an overwhelming urge to accept, and despite her hesitation, words of rejection eluded her. The notion of having a family in this world was a precious blessing. Her life could scarcely worsen. Perhaps there was no reason to fear. "I am willing. My good daughter, do you see those who attacked you?" Wudong had merely asked on a whim, yet her affirmative response filled him with unexpected joy. Having acquired such a delightful daughter, the first course of action after acknowledging their kinship was, of course, to avenge his precious girl. A declaration of allegiance in its own right. Thus, before him knelt a throng of individuals clad in white robes, their incompetence rendering them no match for the offspring of Keha. There was no need for firearms. A formidable club, akin to a well-fitted piece of armor, was sufficient to render them unconscious and subsequently bind them. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by Woden, who, despite the heightened difficulty of the skirmish, needed to capture them alive. Otherwise, a mere onslaught of gunfire would have swiftly concluded the conflict. Qinglin, clutching Woden's hand, hid behind him, her gaze upon the bloodied and battered figures before her. A flicker of trepidation coursed through her, as she seemed entirely unprepared to confront the scene, yet her heart swelled with warmth and gratitude. Woden, noticing her awkward demeanor, scratched his head, realizing he had perhaps overlooked her feelings. Bringing this group of individuals to her presence might inevitably evoke memories of past traumas. With a wave of his hand, the sons of Keha surged forward, dragging away the defeated foes. Woden needed no further inquiry. Their attire clearly marked them as fleeing members of the Yunlan sect, and the reason for their assault on Qinglin had already been noted by the Führer, the so-called Baishi San Huatong. Indeed, the Führer was astute, having anticipated all contingencies. As a barely audible sound echoed from afar, these scoundrels would no longer be able to perpetrate their misdeeds, thus serving as a cleansing for the Yunlan sect. Next, it was time to enter the city. The tasks arranged by the Führer awaited completion. After all, they had arrived, and to turn back was not an option. Woden gazed at the city's distant silhouette, pondering the plans previously articulated by the Führer, feeling a sense of bewilderment. There was no need for understanding. A commander merely needed to follow orders. Upon hearing that they were to return to Shimo City, Qinglin shuddered. That place, for her, was akin to hell. Now, she was to return? Woden, perceptive to her unease, turned to her, crouched down, and affectionately ruffled her hair, offering gentle reassurances. Do not worry, my dear. This time, you are no longer the expendable child of lesser worth. Those who wronged you will pay dearly. With that, Woden's expression turned somber as he lifted Qinglin into his arms and made his way toward his black warhammer. Unbeknownst to Woden, Ling Jiying was unaware of his unilateral decisions. Even if she were, she would likely endorse them wholeheartedly. She had always focused on providing a general direction for their actions. The intricacies of execution were not her concern. Currently, she found herself in the city belonging to Yumei, staring at a notice, utterly perplexed. Notice, in celebration of the marriage between leader Yumei and the talented young human, Xiao Yin, a wedding will be held tonight in Shangxi City. Trade with humans is hereby permitted, and hostilities between snake people and humans are strictly prohibited. The Queen will be present to witness the event. Humans are welcome to engage in mutual exchanges, and any attacks on human caravans will be dealt with severely. Ling Jiying, is this a form of compensation for failing to connect with Yin Yin? This was not entirely unexpected, as Xiao Yin had once spied on her bathing. The current circumstances were not inconceivable. However, the ensuing developments promised to be surreal. Could it be that when the fighting commenced, Xiao Yin would ally with the snake people? How could he abandon his principles to such an extent? Previously, he had a girlfriend and flirted with others, and now he was brazenly marrying? Truly, he had lost all sense of dignity. Nearby, Gu He surveyed the scene, seemingly unaware of who Xiao Yin was, and remarked, "Who is this Xiao Yin? He must be quite extraordinary to have even captivated the aloof Yumei. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events for our kind. Had I known, we need not have feigned our intentions." The other snake leaders would likely show respect to Yumei during this time and would not trouble humans. He was not ignorant of the identity of Nalan Yin Rant's betrothed, but Xiao Yin was not a particularly renowned name. Moreover, the world was replete with namesakes, and over time, one could easily forget. Yin Yun's expression darkened at the mention of the name, her delicate hands clenched tightly in rage. The description painted Xiao Yin as a talented young man, and the Xiao Yin from Wutan City was indeed a gifted youth. Coincidence? She could not accept that there could be another. Ling Jiying, do not be hasty. Since Xiao Yin has infiltrated the snake people as a son-in-law, there is a chance we may encounter him at Medusa's side tonight. We can deal with him then. Though unexpected, Ling Jiying did not take it to heart. She believed in her ability to withstand pressure. Yin Yin nodded in silence, aiding Gu He, knowing that even with preparation, it was not wise to announce their intentions. It seemed that plans could never keep pace with change. In light of this, they need not pursue the traces of the Yi any longer. The Earth Heart Blue Lotus Fire was either in Medusa's possession or still en route. In any case, heading to Shangxi City was undoubtedly a sound decision. Gui contemplated for a moment, finalizing their plans. Initially, he had considered gathering intel from neighboring cities, but that was no longer necessary. Previously, he had dispatched a small team from the Yunlan sect to explore the desert for traces of Yi, only to lose contact due to unforeseen circumstances. Now, they had to rely on word of mouth. Several subordinate fighters trembled at the thought of venturing into the lair of danger, but ultimately kept their apprehensions to themselves. To flee now would be a loss of face. However, it was likely that Medusa, in such a festive atmosphere, would not make things too difficult for them, as they were merely there to conduct business. Chapter 150. Split up and act. Upon arriving at Medusa's Shangxi City, even before officially entering, the vibrant atmosphere of celebration left them awestruck. From a distance, the city, despite the night's darkness, radiated with brilliant lights, reminiscent of a festive occasion. The impoverished snake people, lacking the means to celebrate collectively, nonetheless lit lanterns in their homes, symbolizing their blessings for leader Yumei. Whether this sentiment was genuine or coerced remained uncertain. As the sole female among the formidable snake people, Yumei was held in high regard by Medusa. who not only permitted her to marry a human, but also took the initiative to organize this banquet, showcasing her sincere intentions. It was said that Medusa was cold and ruthless. However, Ling Jiying believed this to be a misrepresentation, likely a distortion propagated by humans. Could a snake queen truly extend kindness to a human? It seemed implausible. Yet, it was evident that she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to her own kind. If she were truly indifferent, she would not be so beloved. Matters of bloodlines aside, if pushed to the brink, rebellion would ensue, resulting in chaos for all. Despite the frequent rebellions within the Gama Empire, such unrest had never reached the desert, underscoring her considerable strength and political acumen. Due to the celebrations, the gates of Shangxi City were not heavily guarded, with many soldiers attending the grand wedding, leaving only a couple of snake guards to oversee entry. This, however, posed the greatest obstacle for the group entering the city, as they had scarcely interacted with the snake people thus far, fearing exposure. Given that all 8 leaders were likely gathered in Shangxi City, a direct entry was not a feasible option. Gazing at the despondent crowd, Gui smiled at Yun Yun for a moment, then stepped forward, producing 2 precious herbs and handing them over with obsequiousness, saying, "Esteemed sirs, we are merely passing merchants. On such a grand occasion, we, the unsophisticated country folk, wish to witness the grandeur." Look, those 2 serpent guards glanced at Gu He but remained silent, accepting his herbs and gesturing towards the city. "You may enter." "Ah, thank you, esteemed sirs." Gu He expressed his gratitude while signaling the others to hasten into the city. After brushing past the 2 guards, he resumed his cold demeanor, as if the earlier display of submission had never occurred. This left Yun Yun greatly astonished. The typically proud Gu He had lowered himself for the sake of action. Curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, "Gu He, where did you acquire such skills? Why would a Douwang powerhouse like you engage in such behavior?" Strong individuals possess their own pride, especially when faced with adversarial races, often preferring death to humiliation. Gu He's actions were indeed unexpected. Gu He shook his head. "You do not understand. These guards are often the most troublesome. If they stubbornly refuse us entry, we would have to force our way in. Now, having humbled ourselves to gain such convenience, is it not delightful?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yun's expression turned ashen. She regretted engaging in conversation. To outright deny someone is exceedingly rude, and phrases like "you do not understand" or "you cannot" are grounds for a physical altercation. That the other party refrained from attacking was already commendable. Lung Ji-ing comprehended why Yun Yun and Gu He maintained such a frosty relationship despite their long acquaintance. With Gu He's emotional intelligence, it was no wonder he remained single for life. Gu He had intended to continue boasting, but as he opened his mouth, he overheard one of the serpent guards, who had accepted the gifts, disdainfully remark, "Hey, this is truly a rarity. I've been stationed here for years, and this is the first time I've heard of needing to offer gifts to enter the city. Isn't that foolish? To pay tribute just to pass through a gate? It's laughable. Do you think these people are okay?" Gu He's arrogance dissipated. "Hey, let us just accept what we receive quickly. I see these herbs are quite valuable. Can't we return and trade them for something nice for the wife? Let us not complicate matters. If higher-ups find out, we certainly won't be able to keep them." The other serpent guard advised. The initial speaker realized, "Perhaps you're right. Forget it." Scratching his head awkwardly, he fell silent, and soon the 2 serpent guards began to chat casually. Gui began to resent his companions, all of whom were Douwangs. If they were not, their hearing would not be so acute, but now everyone heard the conversation clearly, and he was utterly humiliated. Yin Yun covered her mouth, struggling not to laugh, though her conscience told her that mocking others was improper. However, her slightly arched brows betrayed her amusement. Lung Jiying burst into laughter, and even Gu He, with his composure, felt his face flush. Being ridiculed by a young girl was truly embarrassing. Well, let us continue our journey. The customs of the serpent people differ from those of humans. This is not a peculiar occurrence, and there is no need to delve deeper. Gu He awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to move past the incident. Lung Jiying neither acknowledged him nor pursued the topic, instead taking Yun Yun's hand and eagerly saying, "Sister Yun Yun, shall we explore a bit? This is my first time in a serpent city. Very well. Yun Yun conceded to Lung Ji-ing's playful demeanor, casting an apologetic glance at Gu He. As the wedding had yet to commence, they would eventually reconvene at the ceremony. A little freedom to roam wouldn't he hurt. Gu He's face turned pale. With a Do Huang by his side, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. But now he could only proceed with caution. Yet he had no reason to refuse. After all, accompanying a child on a stroll was hardly a matter of contention. Bidding farewell to Gu He, Lung Jiying led Yun Yun and Luo Xin towards a corner of the city, knowing that their shopping was merely a pretext. Sister Ying, where are we headed? Although Yun Yun suspected Lung Jiying had ulterior motives, her curiosity compelled her to inquire. Can Na and Xiao Zi have already arrived. We will first join them, then directly seek out Mei Du Sha, leaving Gu He behind. Lung Jiying had long devised a plan and shared her thoughts with Yun Yun. I suspect that Mei Du Sha's ostentatious celebration is not merely for her subordinates' enjoyment. It is likely a ruse to draw everyone's attention to the wedding banquet, allowing her to absorb the Iowa. With her level of intelligence, she must be aware that Iowa is coveted by humans. However, if the banquet can be delayed, she could complete her evolution. At that point, she will be unstoppable. This notion had long been entertained by Lung Jiying, for inviting subordinate lords to host a wedding banquet in her stronghold was indeed a perplexing matter, revealing underlying implications. Firstly, under the pretext of the wedding feast, Mei Du Sha could gather all the serpent elite in Sheng Shicheng while using a doppelganger to preside over the event, secretly absorbing Yi Huo. Consequently, Gu He and his comrades' plans would undoubtedly falter. It should be noted that the serpent race comprised more than just 8 Do Wongs, with many weaker Do Wongs present, not to mention a multitude of Do Lings. Even Yin Yun would struggle to withstand this, and Lung Jiying was unwilling to take such risks. Even if their plan unfolded smoothly, it would hardly be faster than Xiao Yan, and they could easily become stepping stones for him. Although she was uncertain of how he would extricate himself, the protagonist would undoubtedly have a strategy. Yun Yun pondered deeply, growing increasingly alarmed, as if everything had been anticipated by the enemy. This was not a favorable situation. My plan is to have Xiao Zi create some chaos in the city to divert the attention of the serpent elites. If Gu He and the others are not foolish, they will certainly take advantage of the turmoil, while the three of us, along with Can Na, will storm Mei Du Sha's palace. Even if we cannot seize the Iowa, we must ensure that Xiao Yan does not get his hands on it. Lung Jiying asserted resolutely, her demeanor brooking no dissent, indicating that she had rehearsed this plan countless times in her mind, which reassured Yun Yun she would simply play the role of enforcer. Before long, Lung Jiying spotted Can Na and Xiao Zi hiding in a corner, clearly fearful of being discovered, and found it somewhat disheartening. Where had their dignity gone? The dragon and beast, despite their human forms, ought not to expose themselves in the city, so they had concealed themselves here, awaiting Lung Jiying's arrival. Can Na had grown accustomed to this, but Xiao Zi, baring her fangs, was disgracefully cowardly for a dignified purple crystal-winged Lion King. Understanding that time was of the essence, Lung Jiying wasted no words, quickly instructing, "All right, no more chatter. Xiao Zi, in half an hour, you will transform and create a ruckus. Do not kill too many, just cause some destruction. If you cannot win, retreat. Lure the serpent elites away. If you cannot draw them off, return and entice them again, but be careful not to perish. Can Na and I will proceed." Xiao Zi felt a chill. She was being used as bait. However, upon reflection, enticing a group of Do Wongs was certainly preferable to battling Mei Du Sha, so she reluctantly accepted the task. Lung Jiying said no more, dashing towards the palace along less conspicuous routes, accompanied by a stunning beauty and a charming girl, along with 2 little ones, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, in Mo Chung, a bloody battle was unfolding. Damn it, have these people gone mad? Why are they fighting so fiercely? Gazing at the myriad of white-robed figures outside the city, Woden felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, he had intended to seek vengeance for Qinglin against the Mo Tai mercenary corps, but suddenly, such a multitude emerged outside the city walls. With no other choice, he could only assign 2 individuals to protect Qinglin while he led his men into battle. As the clash commenced, Woden's unease deepened. He had detected over 5,000 adversaries, the majority being formidable to Do, Shi, and Do Ling, capable of inflicting significant damage upon the remaining descendants of Yunlong. The number of the Do Shi was even greater, serving primarily as a shield to protect the main forces as they approached to deal damage. The formation displayed drastic changes against a mere machine gun array. A concentrated charge would suffice. Yet now they advanced in a linear formation, countless lines surging forth towards the position established by Woden. This formation was characterized by a dispersed overall structure, yet a dense lineup, significantly reducing the artillery's lethality against the attacking squads. Previously, a single cannon shot had claimed dozens, if not hundreds, of lives within the Yunlong sect, but now it was reduced to merely a handful. The sight of countless individuals charging fearlessly towards the stronghold was astonishing, as if they had cast aside the notions of life and death. Had one not known they were a malignant force, one might have mistaken them for valiant defenders of their homeland. Their demeanor starkly contrasted with the lethargic and easily shattered remnants of Yunlong, as if an unseen hand were manipulating their spirits, compelling them to disregard their lives in such a reckless manner. Woden had encountered such mind control before, notably with Eamon, but in this fantastical realm, it was likely that any sufficiently powerful individual could wield such influence. Thus, he refrained from pondering the true strength of those behind this assault. Such matters were for the leaders to contemplate. His sole focus was to eradicate these remnants of Yunlong and protect his beloved daughter. Boss, if we continue to hold this position, we may not withstand much longer. Boss, we must retreat. Let's engage in urban combat. The cacophony of voices pleading for withdrawal over the communication channel stirred Woden's irritation. He was acutely aware that retreating into the city was the optimal choice, leveraging the confined space to allow the KHZ to maximize their potential. However, once urban combat commenced, the attacking squads would be rendered ineffective, and their combat efficacy would diminish significantly. As long as the enemy breached the positions devoid of the attacking squad's fire coverage, they would commence a concentrated charge. The defensive capabilities of Do Ling and Do Shi were formidable, presenting a substantial challenge to the KHZ. Woden slammed his fist down on the control panel and roared back with a voice louder than theirs. "Stop your useless chatter. Equip the shield generators at once. Do not concern yourselves with wastefulness in this moment." His commanding tone instantly silenced the KHZ, reminding them that they were not mere infantry, but the last hope of the Empire. Upon receiving the order, the KHZ sprang into action. The front line continued their relentless barrage while the rear squad retrieved palm-sized devices, affixing them to the engaged soldiers at the forefront. Following suit, they applied one to themselves, and soon a protective barrier enveloped them. The formation, previously on the verge of collapse, regained its formidable strength. These shield generators were crafted from the ethereal energies extracted from the star spirits in some inhumane laboratories. Their value and utility were self-evident. As one of the Empire's last resort armaments, no one wanted to expend them lightly. Yet in this dire moment, survival took precedence over all else. With the shields in place, even the Do Shi and Do Ling could no longer inflict harm. Whenever the frontline shields began to dim, the rear ranks would swiftly take their place, while those retreating would simultaneously suppress enemy fire and recharge the shields, creating an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 152. Conspiracy. The KHZ utilized the shield without reservation, but Woden felt as though he was on the brink of a myocardial infarction. The powerful capabilities came at a steep cost. The expense was not merely per shield, but was calculated based on the damage endured. The resources required to recharge these shields were exceedingly rare, even in the interstellar age. In other words, even if today's assault had not involved nearly 10,000 Do Shi and Do Ling, but rather a few Do Zong, they would have still withstood the onslaught, albeit with potentially insufficient output. Under normal circumstances, such resource expenditure would not be necessary. However, the adversary's reckless tactics were nearly unprecedented, with many charging forth only to self-destruct. Woden could not fathom what compelled them. After leaving behind over 3,000 corpses and approximately 4,000 expendable soldiers, These individuals ultimately retreated like a receding tide. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, they prioritized formation. Had they charged recklessly, the outcome could have been uncertain. Woden leaped down from his black warhammer, smiling at the still vigorous KHZ. Indeed, they have more than 20 times our numbers. Their firepower may be inferior, yet with such a significant advantage. Once they exit the range of our tanks and artillery, we will be at a disadvantage. The speaker was a young KHZ who had just been at the forefront of the charge. He clearly had a valid perspective on this battle. All right, lad. Take a good rest. I'll check for casualties. Woden patted his shoulder, commending his bravery, and began to survey the area. Upon arriving in the desert, Woden was acutely aware that it was inadvisable to deploy heavy firepower in such terrain, especially against melee combatants. Similar to the rocket artillery of Tai Chue security, such area weapons could easily harm allies in close-quarters engagements. Thus, he had brought primarily machine gunners, and indeed, the heavy firepower of tanks had become a hindrance. Protecting the tank positions meant sacrificing the flexibility of the KHZ. Warfare relies on timing, geography, and morale. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation. Fortunately, under the costly protection, no close comrades had perished. Only a few sustained severe injuries from armor breaches. But they were quickly evacuated to the rear for treatment by the dedicated medics, and it was believed they would soon turn their fortunes around. Let us go, lads, and clear the battlefield. Following the conclusion of a sizable conflict, the most pressing task was, of course, to scavenge for spoils. A few individuals had already begun constructing smelting furnaces to refine the acquired loot into crystalline minerals suitable for military manufacturing, making transport much easier. Upon hearing Woden's call, the previously resting KHZ sprang to attention. Although the spoils would ultimately be divided equally, those who participated in the battlefield cleanup had the right to claim a few noteworthy items as a form of compensation for their efforts, a customary, unwritten rule. This was a lucrative opportunity. Disregarding the expendable soldiers at the rear, those who had charged forth possessed numerous valuable items. Why not strip them of their treasures? Instantly, everyone became energized, nearly launching a full-scale operation, diligently scavenging for their desired possessions. No one was greedy. Each merely selected the two most appealing items and willingly brought the rest to the smelting furnace for reconstitution. After the battlefield had been cleared, some individuals assisted in processing the refined crystalline minerals while the remaining troops engaged in light-hearted banter with Woden. Hey boss, why do you think they chose to assault the city from this direction? The desert offers open visibility, and they have the numbers, yet they still seek a decisive confrontation with us. Do you think they are foolish? Indeed, how foolish it is. Even if their backers possess extraordinary powers, it is of little consequence if their intelligence fails to match. Tactical brilliance is rendered futile when the strategic level is abysmally poor. Woden did not disguise his disdain for the opposing commander. However, as he pondered further, an unsettling thought crossed his mind, and his expression grew grave as he muttered to himself. Unless their true objective lies elsewhere, perhaps with Qing Lin. At this realization, Woden was thrown into chaos. Hastily summoning two trusted brothers to serve as guards as he returned to the city garrison to investigate. Hurry! Even without the Black Warhammer, Woden was merely an ordinary man, yet his speed rivaled that of the two armored men, his heart ablaze with urgency. Upon gazing at the eerily quiet garrison, Woden's mood darkened further. It appeared devoid of any anomalies, yet the absence of irregularities was itself the greatest anomaly. Although troops had been deployed outside the city to confront the enemy, the stillness was terrifying, reminiscent of a haunted dwelling. Woden stared at the tightly shut gates, his heart weighed down by dread. Indeed, if those individuals truly sought to annihilate them, why would they arrange a confrontation, despite having radar to anticipate the enemy's moves? The speed of their formidable fighters would certainly not allow them to wait until the troops were firmly established before acting. Such negligence. Bang! Qing Lin. Woden kicked the gate open with fervor, racing towards the room where Qing Lin had been secured. Unfortunately, as he had feared, apart from the corpses of two Kuha sons, nothing remained. This was both good and bad news. The good being that Qing Lin was still alive. Yet the bad was that he must now confront the powerful entity orchestrating everything from the shadows. Given his current strength, achieving this was no easy feat, damn it. Deng furiously struck the wall beside him, and even as a mere flesh and blood being, he caused the wall to crack. His fist was left bloodied, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, gritting his teeth as he commanded the two Kaha sons who had followed him. Transmit my orders, search the entire city. Bring me all prominent figures, and thoroughly scour the battlefield. I demand live captives. What are you doing? What do you want? We are law-abiding citizens. The efficiency of the Kaha sons in raiding was astonishing. Stone Desert City had long been filled with foreboding, with everyone staying indoors. However, upon hearing of their leader's loss of his beloved daughter, they disregarded all notions of propriety, kicking down doors and dragging several heads of families away. Offering no chance for rebuttal, the renowned Thai mercenary group was not spared. After a brief attempt at resistance, they chose to comply. Unfortunately, several key figures had vanished, leaving only a few squad leaders to be captured. Chapter 153. Family Dungeon? Hell, a difficulty? Deng had already closed his eyes in the grand hall, awaiting the arrival of all present. Occasionally, a few colorless individuals would be beaten into submission, then obediently crouch in silence. Once everyone had gathered, one person stepped forward to report, "Boss, everyone is here." After cleaning the battlefield, we also caught a few stragglers with decent strength who may know some insider information. Deng opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. "You should understand the purpose of my summons. My daughter has been taken. Those responsible should confess. If no one admits to it, I regret that I will have to raze this city to the ground." His words lacked the commanding presence they once held. Now, he seemed less like a high commander of the Kaha Defense Forces and more like a father bereft of his daughter. Had he not known that little girl, he would have been on his way to Shangxi City by now. But having accepted her as his beloved daughter, could he possibly abandon her again? Impossible. Upon hearing Deng's intention to impose collective punishment, a well-dressed merchant nearly soiled himself in fear. "My lord, we know nothing. We are merely honest local merchants." The esteemed Lady Qing Lin was originally part of the Thai mercenary group, and we have no ties to her, I assure you. At these words, the other merchants, still somewhat confused, knelt in agreement, insisting, "Yes, my lord, we are simply honest merchants making a living, and the strongest protector in our homes is merely a fighter. How could we conspire in such matters?" Their claims rang with sincerity. Though Deng was consumed by fury, he did not lose his composure. These merchants were indeed wealthy, yet their strength and connections were paltry, posing no real threat. With a subtle gesture, several Kaha sons approached to escort the weeping merchants away. Deng, however, would not easily let them go, instructing the Kaha sons to further investigate the situation before releasing them. Thus, the Grand Hall was left with the remnants of Yunlan's sect, a few leaders from the Thai mercenary group, and the patriarch of the largest local family. "And you?" Deng inquired coolly. "My lord, all three of our group leaders have gone to Shangxi City to attend the wedding of the three leaders. Without a guiding hand at home, how could we possibly commit such deeds? Even if the three leaders were present, there are only two formidable fighters among them. I implore you to see reason." The first to speak was a captain from the Thai mercenary group, appearing as a hardened warrior. Previously, this lord had visited to cleanse those who had mistreated Qing Lin, and he had grown fond of the girl, thus remaining unscathed. He sincerely wished for Qing Lin to have a better future, but could not fabricate answers he did not possess. I believe you. You may leave." Deng had a favorable impression of this individual. One who treated Qing Lin well had no reason to harm her. The remaining members of the mercenary group were similarly deemed trustworthy, and they were allowed to depart without further questioning. "And you?" At this moment, Deng seemed to have lost interest in the upcoming inquiries, flipping through a book titled Do Pa Song Xiong, as if searching for something. This book was crafted by Long Ji-ing based on memories from the First World, provided only to Deng and Fa La Di, the two commanders of the army, ensuring they possessed the ability to anticipate the enemy's moves. Many clues could be gleaned from the original work, and, as outsiders, They posed no threat as long as the knowledge remained confidential. Currently, Lung Zhiying had only completed the events leading up to Xiao Yan's journey to Heijiao Domain, which seemed sufficient for the present circumstances. However, as Wu Deng read on, he furrowed his brow. The text did not indicate the occurrence of the current events, nor should Qing Lin's abduction have taken place at this time. Furthermore, the appearance of nearly 10,000 formidable foes was beyond the ripple effect that Lung Zhiying's butterfly wings could instigate. Of course, those wings might be somewhat larger than expected. Nonetheless, this did not cloud Wu Deng's judgment. The Sam mercenary group, mentioned in the text, could not be found in Stone Desert City. In reality, the city was far less lively than depicted in the original work by the time they arrived. It was a desolate and dilapidated town, with even the city walls in ruins, a result not of their doing. As Wu Deng spoke, those present fell silent, too intimidated to utter a word. Only two groups remained in the hall: the Yunlan remnants extracted from the battlefield and the local aristocracy of the Luo family. The cannon fodder of Yunlan Zong had been thoroughly brainwashed, and Woden was well aware that extracting any meaningful information from them would be a daunting task. His only hope lay in discerning the identity of the figure behind the scenes. According to the records of the esteemed leader, it was highly likely that Qinglin had been abducted by someone from the Ma family. Faced with this concealed adversary, Woden, usually so audacious, found himself surprisingly cautious. "Speak. What is your connection to the Ma family? Who is the mastermind behind this incident?" He inquired directly of the local clan leader. Without waiting for a response, he shifted his gaze to the remnants of Yunlan, who, having survived such a battlefield, were undoubtedly skilled fighters. Yet under Woden's piercing gaze, they trembled with fear, a mere mortal rendering a skilled spirit fighter quaking in their boots. In a desperate bid for survival, one of the Yunlan remnants exclaimed, "It's Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng of Yinqing." He abandoned his cultivation of fighting spirit, instead opting to implant the body parts of high-level magical beasts into himself, and he can disassemble and replace them at will. Most terrifyingly, he has even undergone a brain transplant, having acquired the brain of a 7th-tier soul capture beast, which grants him the ability to control others' minds. After that, we know nothing. Upon hearing this, Woden felt an icy chill run down his spine. Could one survive after such a brain transplant? However, it was evident that Ma Cheng, despite the unknowns surrounding his newfound power, must possess components of at least 6th-tier caliber, making him a peak Dohuang. It was clear that someone was deliberately opposing the leader behind the scenes. Yet, Woden preferred not to dwell on such matters. His immediate priority was to head to the Ma family and rescue Qinglin. After piecing everything together, Woden cast a cold glance at the clan leader. "So, I surmise you are the insider responsible for facilitating Qinglin's abduction?" The clan leader, ashen-faced and slumped on the ground, understood that his fate was sealed the moment Yunlan mentioned Ma Cheng. "Take the remaining Yunlan remnants and this clan leader away," Woden commanded. At his order, the son of Qihar stepped forward to drag the clan leader and the other remnants out for disposal. "My lord, please spare me," the previously speaking spirit fighter pleaded, his face turning pale as he witnessed his comrades being taken away. Woden approached him, lifting him as one would a chick, and calmly stated, "You are fortunate. Since you were the first to speak, you have become more valuable than the others. Therefore, you will accompany me to the Ma family." Upon hearing this, the remnant's face drained of color. He had just regained his wits and now faced the prospect of returning to danger. However, Woden did not allow him to protest. Addressing the gathering sons of Qihar, he proclaimed, "Brothers, the formidable enemy of our leader stands before us. What shall we do? Devour him alive? Reduce him to ashes?" The sons of Qihar roared with such fervor that their voices reverberated throughout the city. "Very well, our target is Yinqing. Let us set forth at full speed." This journey would be a rapid advance, aiming to conclude their mission in one fell swoop. Woden's decision was not made in haste. He had thoroughly considered the strengths of both sides before deeming the action feasible. Of course, he did not forget to send an email to Ling Jiying, informing her of the events that had transpired. Whether she would read it or not was beyond his concern. As the saying goes, those on the outside may disregard the commands of their superiors, This has long served as a convenient excuse throughout the ages. At that moment, Leng Jing was unaware that Woden had turned Shimo City upside down and was now en route to Yanqing. She had disguised herself as a serpent made within the palace of the Medusa. Even if she had known, she would have simply smiled and remarked, "Well done." The banquet had seemingly commenced, with nearly all the maids summoned to attend to the wedding, providing Ling Jing with the perfect opportunity to roam freely within the Medusa's harem. After searching for some time, without spotting a single snake, Ling Jing, possessing the strength of a doe, Wang along with a few supplementary skills, had no choice but to seek assistance from Yunyan. "Sister Yunyan, can you sense the true presence of the Medusa?" Yunyan assessed the surroundings, her expression darkening. "It is difficult. The Medusa is likely absorbing Ioa, and to prevent her aura from leaking, she must have erected numerous barriers to conceal her presence. Without special means, we may return empty-handed." Realizing that Yun had no solution, Ling Jing felt increasingly troubled. The Medusa would not be so obvious in her actions, and the most prudent strategy now might be to follow Xiao Yan, relying on his protagonist aura to locate her. However, that would mean losing their chance to seize the initiative. Casting a glance at Kong Na, who was only capable of fighting, and Lo Kexin, who appeared indifferent, Ling Jing narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that this little sister was not entirely innocent and likely had something hidden. In an effort to instill a sense of teamwork in Lo Kexin, Ling Jing devised a plan. "Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. However, the treasure vault of the Medusa's Serpentine clan is most certainly out of reach." At the mention of a treasure vault, Lo Kexin instantly perked up. "What? There's a treasure vault? How much is it worth?" Indeed, Ling Jing knew that this mischievous little girl must possess some hidden treasures that she was reluctant to use. But now that she had encountered Ling Jing, the master angler, what was hers would soon become Ling Jing's. Of course, as someone who had transcended petty desires, Ling Jing would not greedily take Lo Kexin's belongings. She merely intended to borrow them temporarily. Yunyan seemed to grasp Ling Jing's intentions and cast her an alluring glance without further comment. Ling Jing, however, paid no heed to Yun and animatedly described to Lo Kexin, "It's valuable, extremely valuable. I've heard that the Medusa is notorious for her evil deeds, constantly plotting to ambush human trade caravans. This serpent empire has a long history of such treachery, spanning thousands of years. Just imagine the resources." As she spoke, Ling Jing's face lit up with longing, as though envisioning something splendid. Upon hearing Ling Jing's description, Lo Kexin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she pulled out a small creature resembling a mouse and introduced it to the others. "This is a treasure-seeking mouse, belonging to our race that harnesses the earth's blessings. Its purpose is, of course, to find treasures. However, the unique aspect of this species is that, having received the favor of the heavens, they have become lazy and complacent. Therefore, a treasure-seeking mouse will only seek treasure once in its lifetime. Before embarking on a quest, it signs a covenant with the user, binding itself to a lifetime of pampering and ensuring its safety. Due to this characteristic, the treasure-seeking mouse clan cannot sustain their own members and must rely on various sects to distribute their lineage. Our Shuiyue Palace once had several, but now only this one remains. Fortunately, the covenants of the previously used treasure-seeking mice automatically transferred to their enemies after the downfall of Shuiyue Palace. Ling Jing had initially been smiling foolishly, contemplating how to leverage this, but the more she listened, the more she sensed that something was amiss. This creature must consume a tremendous amount of food daily. Ling Jing felt somewhat unwell. Not much, just a single medium-grade spirit stone per day would suffice. Luo-Ku-Xian, oblivious to the cost of living, appeared utterly indifferent. A medium-grade spirit stone? Ling Jing was taken aback. She was acutely aware of the value of this stone, equivalent to the core of a fourth-grade magical beast in the Dopa continent. The issue lay in the fact that this was merely a daily requirement. Who could afford such a luxury? Suddenly, another troubling thought crossed her mind. What was its lifespan? Luo-Ku-Xian continued with her carefree demeanor. Not much, perhaps 100 or 80 years. Strangely enough, Ling Jing felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, This heavenly Tao contract wouldn't cross realms, otherwise, it would directly transfer to her. And who could sustain that? Nonetheless, she understood that in this situation, it was essential. And her mind began calculating how to manage this lazy creature in the future. Chapter 155, close at hand. Goodness. She and T even entered the blissful life of eating and sleeping. Yet this little creature was so audacious. It was intolerable. Taking a deep breath, Lung Ji-ing resolutely declared, "Ku Xan, let us sign it. I'll take care of it." With the financial backer in place, Luo Ku Xian ceased to speak further, placing the little creature on the ground and addressing it. "Ji, Lung Ji-ing exclaimed in disbelief. Yin interjected, "No way, no way, no way. Surely no one believes that Ji is mouse language." However, they soon discovered the essence of arrogance and narrow-mindedness. Ji. The little creature surprisingly stood upright, dramatically brandishing its claws at Luo Ku Xian. Luo Ku Xian responded in kind. After a few exchanges of their chirps, Luo Ku Xian flicked a drop of blood from her fingertip into the air, symbolizing the completion of the heavenly Tao contract. Seemingly pleased to have successfully sold itself, the little creature joyfully circled around Luo Ku Xian, eager to lead the way, anticipating a return home for some eating and sleeping. As the moment approached, Lung Ji-ing no longer felt anxious. She meticulously examined the contract that Luo Ku Xian had signed, and her mind began to strategize. The demands of the little creature were clearly stated. It required medium-grade spirit stones for every meal, and beyond that, there were no other peculiar requirements. Lung Ji-ing couldn't help but marvel at the youthfulness of this little creature. Medium-grade spirit stones were considered scarce resources in their continent. Yet in the Dopa continent, spirit stones were merely stones infused with a hint of fighting spirit, essentially ubiquitous refuse, with medium-grade stones being merely the cream of the crop. Moreover, the contract stipulated that Luo Ku Xian must care for it for a lifetime, while she, as its pet, would enjoy rights without obligations. This seemed like a one-sided clause, yet it also effectively bound the little creature to Luo Ku Xian, ensuring it could never escape. Thus, once aboard this bandwagon, there was no thinking of escape. In Dopa, the heavenly Tao contracts were undoubtedly binding. With this thought, Lung Ji couldn't help but smile broadly. If it had stipulated the value of the items, that would have posed a challenge, but for now, she would simply feed it hundreds of tons of stones. When the time came to utilize it, she would make it presentable. Naturally, Lung Ji assumed responsibility for the contract, as Luo Ku Xian and the others could not afford such a burden. Casting a sympathetic glance at the little creature, she stated earnestly, "All right, let us set off." This treasure-seeking mouse would naturally seek out the most valuable locations, so there was no need for her to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Luo Ku Xian exchanged a few words with the little creature, which then darted off swiftly. "Hey, slow down. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Lung Ji-ing panicked. They were not in the wilderness. What if they collided with someone else? The little creature, motionless, resembled a corpse, yet once it sprang into action, it moved faster than anyone else. Unable to fly and reveal its strength, they could hardly keep up, trailing behind it with great effort. The palace was quite expansive, and after running for a considerable time, they were still wandering aimlessly behind the little creature, having circled several times without finding a destination. Fortunately, Medusa had likely dispersed the servants to secretly absorb the Yua, allowing their stealthy mission to become somewhat reckless. "Ah, this is a 6th grade Koa Fengdan, quickly take it." As the little creature uncovered the hidden treasures along the way, Lung Ji-ing was overjoyed. She never expected Medusa to possess such wealth, casually displaying 6th grade pills. Yun was equally astonished by the treasures within Medusa's palace. Comparing them to the collection of Yunlan's own was like contrasting an emperor with a beggar. However, Lung Ji felt even more puzzled. Logically, if Medusa's wealth allowed her to treat 6th grade pills as mere candies, she surely wouldn't lack a 7th grade of Hingdan, would she? While contemplating this, Lung Ji swiftly scavenged the palace's riches. She was hardly affluent, and this bounty was immensely beneficial to her. As for the notion of theft, picking things up openly couldn't be considered stealing, could it? The little creature was indeed diligent, tirelessly procuring benefits for its future comfort. After collecting a substantial amount of wealth scattered throughout the palace, the little creature finally remembered its mission, leading the group to a magnificent viewing lake. Ji. The little creature gestured animatedly at the lake. Upon seeing this, Luo quickly translated, "Little Bao says there's a powerful aura within this lake. Beneath the water lies a secluded space where the person we seek resides." Lung Ji-ing suddenly understood. She realized that the little creature had a name, Little Bao. However, this was not the time to discuss whether the little creature was named Little Bao or Big Bao, but rather to devise a way to enter. Yin bent down and gently touched the lake water, then frowned. "It's toxic, effective against anyone below the 5-star dawn." Lung Ji-ing did not respond. Her gaze was fixed intently on the lake, her pupils seemingly transformed into gold due to the activation of some ability. A stream of golden spiritual energy emanating from her eyes, indicating her utmost focus. Moments later, the golden light in her eyes dissipated. Her demeanor regained its confidence, and she proclaimed, "I understand now. This lake is merely an illusion. The true entrance does not lie here." Yin readily agreed, asserting that a genuine entrance would not be laden with such potent toxins. Yet she too was unsure of the specific location, urging Lung Ji-ing, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us." "Hey, I'm not keeping you in suspense. If Little Bao couldn't find the entrance, how could I possibly locate it?" Lung Ji-ing shrugged her shoulders, indicating her helplessness. Yin gave her a sidelong glance. "Didn't you say the entrance isn't here? Then where is it? It can't be miles away, can it?" To her surprise, Lung Ji nodded indeed. The entrance is genuinely miles away, for after Medusa acquired the Eo, to ensure secrecy, she directly excavated a tunnel from the place where the Eo appeared her home. And this basement was already prepared, existing solely to assist Medusa in obtaining the Eo. Chapter 156. The Spring of Xiao Yin in the Lake, Sister Yun. Have you noticed that in addition to its lethal toxicity, the water also possesses an ability to suppress one's aura? Lung Ji-ing feigned mystery, inadvertently turning the conversation towards Yun. Pondering this, Yun replied, "What of it? The poison in this lake is already insurmountable. If it contains even more malevolent substances, it will be even harder to resist." Indeed, but this pressure specifically targets those within the lake, making it impossible for anyone to resurface. However, this also increases the density of the water, facilitating reactions. With sufficient force to provoke it, this lake could be utilized to our advantage. This is what one might call science. Lung Ji-ing, shaking her head and rambling on with incomprehensible jargon, left everyone utterly baffled. Ultimately, Yin could no longer contain herself and delivered a sharp rap to her head, exclaiming, "Speak plainly." With a pained expression, Lung Ji-ing quickly covered her head, ceasing her cryptic remarks. All right, I'll explain. Essentially, this lake is akin to a bomb ready to explode. All we need is a high-quality flame. High-quality flame? We don't possess such a thing, Yin responded, perplexed, unaware that Lung Ji-ing harbored a unique fire. Not to worry, I have one. Lung Ji-ing grinned, extending a finger from which a small flicker of black flame danced. However, she refrained from acting immediately, instead gazing toward the distant banquet hall. Upon witnessing this flame, Yin was taken aback, sensing the powerful energy emanating from it. It must be an incredibly potent beast fire. As Yin was not an alchemist, she felt no need to familiarize herself with unique flames. Moreover, there were only about 20 such flames in the entire Douchi continent, so she assumed that most flames of this caliber were beast fires, differing only in rank. Noticing that Lung Ji-ing remained inactive, Yin followed her gaze to the brightly lit grand hall, uncertain of what she awaited. Suddenly, several powerful auras soared into the sky, halting in midair and creating an opposing standoff as various colors of Douchi erupted and clashed against one another. This was undoubtedly the work of Gu He and his companions. To their misfortune, they had not intended to engage in combat. With Yin absent, they had no backing. They hadn't even lifted their disguises, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yin, who was in the midst of a wedding ceremony, recognized them at a glance, leading to their encirclement by a group of snake people. Presently, all 8 leaders of the snake people had gathered, and it seemed difficult for them to escape. Sister Yunyan, please assist them. I will have Xiao Zi accompany you. Remember to capture Xiao Yin for me. As for the matter of the unique fire, I, along with Kana and Ku Xian, will handle it. Lung Ji-ing scooped up the little mouse and stored it in her system space, regarding it as a precious asset. Losing it in a fight would be devastating. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yun nodded and proceeded. Not merely because Gu He was of great importance, but also because Xiao Yin was a significant threat to Lung Ji-ing. Whether for the sake of avenging Nalan Yanran or aiding her sister, she had to take action personally. Once Yun had distanced herself, Lung Ji-ing withdrew several paces with Luo Ku Xian and Kana, then sent the spark of fire soaring towards the lake surface. As anticipated, the lake began to churn violently, seemingly on the verge of explosion. Seeing its formidable momentum, Lung Ji-ing hastily retreated a few hundred steps. Art is in the explosion. Gazing at the formidable energy of the unique fire before him, Xiao Yan's face broke into a jubilant smile. Ever since departing from the Jiama Empire and entering this desert region, he felt that fortune had begun to smile upon him. Not only was he free from the incessant troubles caused by that rascal Lung Ji-ing, but he also encountered a faction of Yunlan sect defectors on his journey, who pledged their support to him in taking down Nalan Yanran and avenging their grievances. With the inclusion of these formidable allies, the strength of his brother's Mo Thai mercenary corps surged, becoming a force to be reckoned with. However, the character of these Yunlan defectors left much to be desired. They had a penchant for bullying a slave named Qing Lin. Although Xiao Yin felt some sympathy, he chose to turn a blind eye for the sake of his revenge. Moreover, during his travels, he met a Do Huang named Hai Bo Dong, who was sealed away. The thought that he could gain such a powerful ally by breaking the seal thrilled Xiao Yin immensely. Naturally, he also encountered the enchanting snake woman, Yu Mei, in the desert, but he had no interest in a snake person. That was merely a fleeting dalliance. Once he achieved his cultivation goals, he might even eliminate her to prevent any complications in his relationship with Sun Air. Formal recognition? Impossible. Even if some indescribable events had transpired, they were purely due to her seduction and had nothing to do with him. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yin became increasingly fervent. Currently, the one standing in for him at the wedding was the Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong, while he himself had been following Medusa for quite some time. Otherwise, that cowardly Ice Emperor would never have agreed to this errand. It must be said, although the Ice Emperor currently possessed nothing and her strength was lacking, her disguise technique was exceptionally impressive, so much so that even Medusa had failed to see through it, indicating that she had honed her skills through prolonged concealment. The essence of the unique fire lay just ahead. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yin felt the overwhelming energy drawing him forward. He vowed within his heart that this time, he would acquire the unique fire at all costs, for he had invested tremendous effort into obtaining it. With the unique fire, he would possess the means to contend with that insolent woman. Soon, a wisp of pale white flame began to envelop Xiao Yan's form, and the voice of Yao Lao echoed once more. Be cautious. Queen Medusa is also present. However, she is unlikely to pay you any mind at the moment. I will conceal your aura. Act accordingly when the time is right. But be swift. I sense that Lung Ji-ing is also coming to join the fray. Understood. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yin agreed wholeheartedly, for he had grown accustomed to Lung Ji-ing's interruptions whenever he encountered fortuitous events. It must be said that Medusa's concealment skills were indeed remarkable. Even with her extreme stealth, she had not forgotten to set up diversions and barriers to prevent outsiders from intruding. Of course, this posed no challenge for Xiao Yin with Yao Lao's assistance. In no time at all, these obstacles were cleared away. Just ahead, the unique fire was drawing nearer. Chapter 157. The Old Lecher despite the numerous diverging paths. Xiao Yin was still able to discern the correct route, guided by the faint scent of the unique fire lingering in the air. Soon, the narrow passageway came to an end, and Xiao Yin's vision opened up before him. Before him lay a spacious area. resembling not a makeshift venue, but rather a place adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grass, reminiscent of a garden. Several openings had been carved into the surrounding walls, through which gentle streams of water flowed, forming a circular river at the base of these openings. The continuous flow of water, coupled with the greenery, breathed new life into this cave, which should have been devoid of vitality. At the center of this circular river was a small pool, about the size of a swimming pool, filled with crystal-clear liquid. A mist enveloped the surface, and, even from a distance, Xiaoyan could feel the extreme cold emanating from it. The wealth displayed here is astonishing, as Xiaoyan's gaze fixates intently on the crystalline liquid. After a prolonged moment, he inhales sharply, recalling the considerable effort he once expended to exchange for a mere vial of Bingling Han Quan from Gute. Yet here, it fills an entire swimming pool, leaving him astounded by the sheer opulence of the surroundings, unsure of what to articulate next. As the initial shock gradually subsides, his gaze shifts, ultimately resting upon a lotus pedestal carved from peculiar crystals in the center of the pool, where a vibrant blue flame is gently rising. Captivated by this ethereal blue flame, a sense of longing overtakes him, breaking through the depths of his composure, revealing an unguarded expression on his youthful visage. In a world of ruthless ambition, where one might kill for wealth or engage in treachery, Xiaoyan is no stranger to such deeds. In the face of immense gain, he views honor as something easily cast aside. This mentality is not merely his alone. It is a standard shared among all denizens of Dopa continent, including Yao Lao. Without a fierce heart, true strength cannot be attained. Kindness and compassion are virtues reserved for the weak. At last, he has found what he seeks. Fixating on the blue flame, Xiaoyan has claimed it as his own, even though he has never witnessed the form of Qing Lian di Exanhua. However, having previously cultivated atop the Qing Lian, he senses a familiar resonance within that flame. Suddenly, a potent aura envelopes him, causing a shiver to run down his spine, reminding him of the terrifying presence of the Medusa Queen nearby. Regaining his composure, he turns his attention to the Medusa Queen and is instantly rendered speechless. He has never beheld her visage before, having arrived directly after conferring with Hai Bo Dong. His current strength allows him only to sense her imposing aura, rendering her physical form invisible until this moment, which leaves him utterly astonished. The Medusa is clad in minimal attire, seemingly aware that clothing would be futile in absorbing the Eo, and thus wears only a protective inner armor that envelopes her alluring figure. Her voluptuous form radiates an enchanting allure, and her elongated, mesmerizing lavender eyes possess an innate charm that captivates every man's gaze. Below her flawless abdomen, a purple serpent tail languidly unfurls, exuding a wild and exotic allure. Though it appears she is dressed in armor, it is merely a gossamer garment made of fire-resistant material. And a man like Xiaoyan can hardly remember his purpose for being there. Clearing his throat, Yao Lao, sensing impending trouble, emerges to cough vehemently, nearly losing his voice, which jolts Xiaoyan back to reality, prompting him to observe the Medusa's actions. The Medusa Queen now gazes intently at the blue flame in the pool, her lavender eyes reflecting the flickering light. After a prolonged stare, she exhales softly, raising her gaze to the lake above, seemingly able to peer through the depths to the sky beyond. With a gentle flick of her serpent tail, her enticing figure rises slowly. "It is time," she whispers softly, a rare hesitation flashing across her enchanting face. Yet, in the next moment, her trepidation transforms into resolve as she extends her delicate hand to form several seals. As she nears completion, the blue flame begins to show signs of breaking free, but the Medusa halts her movements, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Xiaoyan's hidden position. A smile graces her lips as she muses, "It seems I have been careless, allowing a little mouse to sneak in." Xiaoyan hears this clearly, and his hair stands on end. Without a second thought, he bolts back toward the cave from whence he came. Damn it! I was warned not to be distracted during such moments. Now, my master may pay the price for my curiosity. Yao Lao admonishes as he hurries to keep pace with Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan, undeterred, retorts boldly, Master, do not think I am unaware. Your face must be beaming with delight in the ring. If you were not a soul, you would surely be nosebleeding. Hearing this, Yao Lao's face flushes with embarrassment, prompting him to change the subject. Enough of this. What significance does such talk hold now? We must flee. Yet Yao Lao is perplexed, as the Medusa shows no intention of pursuing them. Instead of easing his mind, this only heightens his concern. Indeed, if she were to chase them, there would be grounds for negotiation. As a ninth-tier alchemist, she would have reasons to be tempted. However, her lack of pursuit suggests she may intend to strike decisively. As Yao Lao contemplates this, even his normally unperturbed demeanor falters. After all, having witnessed Xiao Yin gaze upon her, how could she possibly allow them to leave alive? As Yao Lao feared, the Medusa remained stationary, merely retrieving a needle shimmering with a purple glow, infusing it with dou qi before flinging it forward. The needle darting through the cave toward Xiao Yin as if guided by a will of its own. Chapter 158. The Scorching Medusa Humans, so foolish. The Medusa shakes her head, dismissing the incident as a minor annoyance. Yet, it causes her steadfast resolve to waver slightly, prompting her to pour herself a glass of a fine, wine-like beverage, which she downs in one gulp to steady her nerves. Regaining her composure, the Medusa turns her attention back to the Qing Liendi Exinhua, but her endeavor is destined for failure, as a thunderous sound emanates from above. With a startled expression, she glances up to find the pool above shrouded in darkness, an eerie black devoid of any light. Yet, more peculiarly, she senses an aura of veil emanating from this enigmatic darkness, a force unlike the Qing Liendi Exinhua beside her, one she cannot hope to contend with. What is this? How infuriating! As the black, ominous entity approaches, the temperature around her rises unbearably. Even a peak Do Huang like herself cannot withstand it. In a flash, she attempts to retreat into the Bingling Han Quan for refuge, only to discover that the ice-cold spring has evaporated entirely, leaving not a drop behind. After muttering a few curses under her breath, the Medusa falls silent, for she is now engulfed by the black flames. By heavens, how fierce! On the shore, Lung Jiying gazes at the uncontrollable inferno, exclaiming in disbelief. I'm merely tossed in a small spark. Did it have to escalate into such a conflagration? Fully aware of the power of Su Wu Tun Yin, she fears that the Medusa may not endure. Su Wu Tun Yin devours all, with everything serving as fuel for its flames. Even when it comes to incinerating humans, a mere touch is enough to leave an indelible mark. And igniting the already impure waters of the lake is no different from setting fire to a pool of cotton. Fortunately, the Su Wu Tun Yin ultimately remains her possession, easily recalled without inflicting any harm upon her. Her earlier evasive actions were merely instinctual. However, Lung Jiying found herself unable to ascertain the situation below. Thus she cast a pleading gaze towards Kanna. Kanna, what is happening down there? Upon hearing this, Kanna dashed to the lakeside, peered downward, and was instantly taken aback. Oh my, this is serious. She then pointed at a beautiful serpent writhing below, exclaiming, Look, that Medusa seems to be on the verge of being turned to ashes. It smells delightful. Upon hearing Kanna's physical assessment, Lung Jiying promptly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Kanna lacked the divine perception typical of cultivators, making it more prudent to observe for herself. The devouring speed of Su Wu Tun Yin was indeed formidable. Within mere minutes, the lake had been nearly consumed by flames, yet the fire continued to rage fiercely. Ordinarily, Kanna should not have been able to witness the circumstances below, but since Lung Jiying had previously set a condition that Su Wu Tun Yin would not harm her allies, they too could remain unaffected by its various side effects, such as complete blindness. Upon approaching the edge, Lung Jiying discovered that the approximately 100-meter deep pit was devoid of any signs of life, save for a charred serpent writhing at the bottom. At that moment, Medusa did not cry out in agony, perhaps due to the exhaustion of her strength. Her once glorious purple scales were now completely blackened. Previously, Lung Jiying had observed Medusa's form to be over 10 meters long, yet now it had been reduced to merely 2 or 3 meters. Logically, it should have been a bloody mess, yet Medusa retained a semblance of her original shape, akin to a miniature version of herself. This was, evidently, a fortuitous development for Leng Jiying. Medusa's silence ensured that she would not attract the attention of the serpent warriors, and the intimidating presence of the Vo was inconsequential, for she had little doubt that the serpent leaders were unaware of Medusa's intent to absorb the Eo. Observing the flames threatening to spread to the surrounding garden, Leng Jiying extended her hand and retracted Su Wu Tun Yen entirely. "Let us descend and see how this beautiful serpent has fared." As she spoke, she shattered a talisman, signaling Yun Yun and Xiao Zi that the matter had been resolved and they could join in the excitement. As for Gu He and the others, they had better make a timely exit. Leaping into the pit, Leng Jiying's gaze did not immediately fixate on the ashen Medusa, but rather on a quivering green flame nearby. This small flame was but a pitiful flicker, no larger than a candle, trembling as if it were a virtuous maiden subjected to indignities. Upon observing this, Leng Jiying quickly understood the situation. It appeared that the majority of the Qing Liendi Xianhua had likely been consumed by Su Wu Tun Yen. While the Qing Liendi Xianhua was indeed a misfortunate entity, as a complete Va, it ought not to have been extinguished by a mere spark from Su Wu Tun Yen. However, one must remember that it had previously been sealed by Medusa, allowing even ordinary fighters to approach it. Thus, the moment it was unsealed, it was devoured by Su Wu Tun Yen. Had Leng Jiying delayed her retrieval any longer, it might have been entirely lost. In light of this, Leng Jiying turned her attention to the recently retracted Su Wu Tun Yen, relieved that its consumption process did not involve outright annihilation, aside from some exceedingly weak and valueless substances that would be entirely incinerated. The majority remained preserved in a decomposed form. For instance, the toxic lake water had been transformed into a spiritual spring and a collection of poisons. Additionally, there were remnants of Medusa's flesh and skin, as well as the icy Ling Han Quan and approximately 85% of the Qing Liendi Xianhua. Seeing this, Leng Jiying was delighted and promptly produced a portion of Qing Liendi Xianhua, playfully teasing the flickering flame before her. "Little one, come with me. If you make me happy, I shall help you reconstruct your body. How does that sound?" The Qing Liendi Xianhua, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human, instinctively felt insulted. How could a mere fledgling, with merely a decade of existence, dare to address it as sister? This was utterly intolerable. Yet, recognizing the power dynamics, the Qing Liendi Xianhua begrudgingly decided to set aside its pride and dignity, sending forth a wave of its spiritual essence in response to Leng Jiying's invitation. Truthfully, unlike the mindless rewards of the Su Wu Tun Yen, the Qing Liendi Xianhua, imbued with humanity, was not something Leng Jiying wished to absorb or destroy. From a certain perspective, this Eo was a sentient being, having cultivated for tens of thousands of years to attain its current form. While she was not a saint, her lack of saintliness did not justify needless slaughter. She was not the type to pursue power at the expense of others. Otherwise, what difference would there be between her and that old dog Xiao Yan? Upon this realization, Leng Jiying suddenly grasped the significance of an important concept. If Eo were indeed sentient, then it would mean, Come, little Qing, let us forge a heavenly contract. Once signed, I shall return your body to you. What does that sound?" Leng Jiying felt she had stumbled upon something remarkable. Without waiting for the little flame's response, she promptly drafted a heavenly contract and presented it. This contract was an exceptionally convenient tool, easily drafted without any significant cost. A skill she had learned from Gu Yuan. The Qing Liendi Xianhua, addressed as Little Qing, was momentarily taken aback by Leng Jiying's respectful treatment. The trembling flame ceased its shivering. Though he appeared to be treasures of the continent, coveted by all, these races had long since forgotten that they too possessed life, rather than merely being tools. However, as the saying goes, cats eat fish, dogs eat meat. It was only natural for humans to absorb Eo. One could not blame them, but rather lament the weakness and disunity of the Eo clan. Otherwise, what were mere humans? Previously, it had encountered many hosts, but they typically had no autonomy, forced to submit to their hosts until they were drained of life, only to escape and be captured by the next host, repeating the cycle. Yet, it had never met a human like Long Jiying, who did not intend to absorb it, but rather treated it as an equal. Moreover, this sister, though merely in her teenage years, was, in a sense, its savior. With this thought, little Qing divided a portion of its consciousness to examine the heavenly contract drafted by Long Jiying, subsequently falling silent. Generally, Long Jiying refrained from drafting heavenly contracts. When she did, it was essentially a contract of servitude, and this instance was no exception. The contract stipulated that little Qing must serve Long Jiying for 50,000 years, unless it perished. Otherwise, the contract would endure, even beyond Long Jiying's death, binding it to serve her friends or offspring until the term expired. Conversely, the conditions offered by Long Jiying were equally enticing. In addition to restoring its body, she promised to nurture it as if it were her own child, providing the necessary techniques for the Yioa to cultivate, as well as essential resources for alchemy and artifact forging, while also ensuring its safety, striving to prevent it from being captured by other humans. To speak candidly, this scenario appears to be merely a ploy by Long Jiying to recruit a mere laborer for alchemical endeavors, rather than delegating the task of utilizing the Yioa to others. It would be far more prudent for the Yioa to learn the art of alchemy itself, thus serving its own interests. Although the Yioa clan may exhibit a somewhat fiery temperament, they undeniably embody a sense of honesty and loyalty that far exceeds that of the unpredictable human race. Xiao Qing stood frozen, contemplating the terms laid before her, not due to their severity, but rather because of their astonishing leniency. Indeed, if such a contract were presented to a human, it would resemble an agreement fit for slaves. However, for the Yioa, it represented a veritable paradise of freedom, the ability to govern their own existence, to avoid the torment of becoming a mere vegetable, to evade the fear of abduction, while relishing the pleasures of the world. How blissful that would be! She harbored no concerns about the apparent lack of combat prowess in her potential protector, for after all, she had already subdued the formidable Yan. Eliminating her would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. Most significantly, having survived for several millennia, she was still in her juvenile phase. Undoubtedly, her continual subjugation by humans had played a role in this. But even so, the journey to maturity would require at least 100,000 years, if not more. 5,000 years was but a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of existence. I sign. With this thought, the Qingdi eagerly inscribed its sole mark upon the contract with astonishing swiftness, as if fearing that Long Jiying might reconsider. Long Jiying had anticipated a prolonged negotiation, yet she was taken aback by the promptness of the Qingdi's agreement. However, she soon comprehended the underlying motives, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Eliminating the middleman and allowing the Yioa to become its own alchemist was a notion that felt exhilarating in every conceivable way. As for how to facilitate its transformation into a human form, that would naturally be accomplished through the mystical monkey talisman. Yet, uncertainties lingered regarding whether the Yioa fell within the category of creatures applicable to the monkey talisman, necessitating further experimentation upon their return. If the monkey talisman proved ineffective, the cost of transformation could escalate to a staggering degree. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such contemplations. There remained the matter of dealing with Queen Medusa. Thus, Long Jiying promptly returned a substantial portion of the flame to Xiao Qing, allowing her to absorb it gradually. However, one thing puzzled her greatly. Where had Xiao Yan, the old dog, gone? Logically, he should have arrived by now. At that moment, Yun returned, her relaxed demeanor suggesting that the lackluster ancient river group had likely fled. Is this Medusa? Gazing at the charred figure of Medusa lying on the ground, Yun fell into deep thought. Upon noticing the arrival of an expert, Long Jiying was filled with joy and hastily inquired, Sister Yun, what is the situation with Medusa? She does not appear to be dying, nor does she seem on the verge of evolution. What is happening? Medusa's condition was indeed peculiar. Ordinarily, a successful transformation would attract a lightning tribulation, while failure would result in her reduction to ashes. Yet, she lay on the ground, writhing without any discernible commotion. Yun, with her profound knowledge, merely needed a glance to adopt a grave expression. She is on the cusp of success, undergoing a mutation of her bloodline. It is only after she fully transforms into the seven-colored devouring python that the lightning tribulation will manifest. Otherwise, in her current state, she would be incapable of withstanding it. The success rate will significantly increase with the seven-color devouring python's bloodline, and the ensuing tribulation will facilitate her complete rebirth. As she spoke, Yun approached the writhing Medusa, crouching down to touch her, only to furrow her brow. Logically, the intensity of the Qinglan Di Xinhua should be insufficient to support Medusa's bloodline metamorphosis. Suddenly, realization struck Yun, and she shot a fierce glare at Lung Jiying. So, it is thanks to you that Medusa's success is assured. The conflict between humans and serpents had always been irreconcilable. Lung Jiying's actions were undeniably aiding the enemy. If Medusa were to succeed in her transformation, she would undoubtedly become a formidable threat in the future. With this thought, Yun drew her treasured sword, resolutely preparing to slay Queen Medusa and eliminate the potential danger. This startled Lung Jiying immensely. Unlike Yun, who was unaware of the presence of several Dozong elders among the Serpent Clan, she was acutely aware of the implications. If Medusa were to perish here, could they possibly escape unscathed? In a moment of panic, Lung Jiying lunged forward and tackled Yun to the side, urgently exclaiming, "Wait, Sister Yun, I have a way to control Medusa." While Lung Jiying indeed had a means of escape, she could not bear to relinquish the opportunity presented by Medusa, thus intercepting Yun. In an unexpected turn, Yun found herself toppled to the ground, her previously dignified demeanor shattered. Glancing at Lung Jiying's brazen expression, she muttered no. The Serpent Clan is notorious for their duplicity. Even if you manage to control her, what then? Sooner or later, she will betray you. While you may not fear Medusa, have you considered what would happen if she incited war or slaughtered innocent civilians along the borders? Medusa is a future threat. She must be eliminated. As she spoke, the usually gentle Yun forcefully pushed Lung Jiying aside, rising to her feet and advancing step by step towards Medusa, sword in hand. Witnessing Yun's unwavering resolve, Lung Jiying could only smile wryly, refraining from further obstruction. Yun's concerns were not unfounded. If Medusa were to evolve as she did in the original tale, it might not be so dire. However, the current Medusa had the potential to complete her transformation, and the seven-color devouring python was on par with the ancient void dragon in terms of bloodline. It was uncertain whether the remnants of Shu and embedded within her would suffice for complete control. Just as Lung Jiying could perceive the Qinglan Di Xinhua being consumed, it was evident that many strands of Shu and had invaded Medusa's body during her roasting, reconstructing her meridians. Therefore, her success in evolution came as no surprise to Lung Jiying. These strands of Shu Tian would remain within Medusa, positioned in a lethally critical area, and Lung Jiying could manipulate their movements. This meant that should she choose, those small flames could extinguish Medusa's life in an instant. However, following Yun's remarks, Lung Jiying realized she had been overly presumptuous. While Shu Tian was indeed exceedingly powerful, it was not invincible, especially in such a minuscule quantity. Considering the Serpent Clan's resources, they might very well be able to dispel it. She was not the protagonist and recognized her limitations in taming Medusa, a being that harbored animosity towards humanity. Regardless, the demise of a female lead from the original tale was undeniably a lamentable event, prompting Lung Jiying to turn her gaze away, unable to witness the unfolding tragedy. Yun, clearly not a villain and unaware of the perils of excessive dialogue, proceeded without hesitation to plunge her sword into Medusa's chest. As the blade neared her heart, it seemed as though even divine intervention would be powerless to save her. However, before the sword could penetrate halfway, Medusa's body suddenly radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, forcefully repelling Yun's blade. The sword, which had never left her side, bore multiple cracks from the impact, and even Yun herself was knocked back several paces. Above, the once clear sky became shrouded by ominous clouds, hovering directly over the pit where they stood. Boom! Amidst the dark clouds, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed, as silver lightning flickered within, resembling serpentine silver snakes poised to strike. Alas, Medusa has completed her evolution. Cursed be it. We must bide our time until her transformation is complete before we act. Yin Yun unleashed several sword energies, yet they were repelled by an invisible barrier, prompting her to lament her predicament. While she spoke, she cast a fierce glare at Lung Jiying, thinking that had it not been for her interference, Medusa would have long since been a lifeless serpent. Unfazed, Lung Jiying chuckled, recognizing that fate favored the heroine. It was unlikely Medusa would perish now. Hence, even if Yin Yun had acted sooner, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Regardless, it seems destiny cannot be defied, and it appears this enchanting serpent will not meet her demise anytime soon. Thus, the pressing concern now is how to win her over. Yunya, do you have any means to hinder her evolution? As the thunderstorm loomed, Lung Jiying pondered, realizing that they must impede Medusa. Otherwise, she would ascend to Douluo'sDual's status post-tribulation, leaving them with nothing to work with. Initially, Lung Jiying believed that accompanying a beautiful serpent would be preferable to bringing along the pet snake, Shao Kai, but after Yin Yun's insight, she felt that the adorable Shao Kai from the original work was indeed more favorable. Understanding that Lung Jiying intended to impede rather than eliminate Medusa, Yin Yun, albeit with reluctance, acknowledged her sister's determination to protect the serpent and replied, "It is quite simple. Generally, beast tribes do not perish during tribulations. The lightning merely tempers their bodies. We cannot interfere during the tribulation, but at the moment the lightning strikes, we can launch our attack alongside it. Thus, even if she survives, she will be gravely injured." Upon hearing this, Lung Jiying understood. During the gathering of tribulation lightning, the individual undergoing the tribulation is shielded from external harm. However, once the lightning descends, that protection dissipates, making it the perfect moment to strike. Very well, Yun Yunjia. Kana, let us act together when the time comes. We must be ruthless and ensure Medusa is incapacitated. Lung Jiying contemplated testing Yun Yun's resolve. Should she fail to defeat Medusa, it would certainly become an intriguing affair. Lung Jiying sensed that, regardless of their actions, Medusa would ultimately transform into Shao Kai. The outcome seemed inevitable. As for the possibility of accidentally killing Medusa, she harbored no concerns. Chapter 161. The will of heaven in any case, if she were to perish. So be it. It would eliminate a source of instability. All right, the lightning is about to strike, so let us prepare to act. You too. Step back to avoid being caught in the fray. Yin Yun glanced skyward and motioned for Lung Jiying and Luo to retreat slightly. She then raised her sword, her aura surging dramatically, clearly preparing for a significant strike. Observing the intensity of her fighting spirit, which surpassed even that during her battle with the Lion King, Lung Jiying felt a twinge of concern for Medusa's ability to withstand it. In the sky, silver serpents of lightning danced among the clouds, soon converging, and in the next moment, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended with a deafening roar, startling Lung Jiying into an exclamation. Here it comes. Wind of the extreme, sunset radiance. Yun Yun's ultimate technique was ready, synchronizing with the moment the lightning fell. She unleashed her colossal sword energy towards Medusa. Beside her, Kanna, though appearing adorable and naive, was swift in her actions. Unlike Yun Yun's extravagant technique, she simply opened her mouth, and a massive fireball surged forward. This seemingly simple maneuver was Kanna's most practiced skill, and its power was quite formidable. At that moment, Medusa remained oblivious, unaware of the three immense energies converging upon her. Boom! Simultaneously, the three energies collided with Medusa, unleashing a violent shockwave that rendered the slightly weaker Lung Jiying and Luo pale with fright. In desperation, Lung Jiying summoned the void, devouring flame to shield them, which provided some relief. After releasing her ultimate technique, Yun Yun appeared somewhat weakened and retreated, awaiting the results. The wind of the extreme, Sunset radiance was a pinnacle technique of the Yunlan sect, created by its founding ancestor, its potency needing no elaboration. However, the side effects were tremendously severe. Even during her previous clash with the Lion King, Yun Yun was hesitant to employ it, for once one enters a state of weakness, it signifies a precarious proximity to death. With Lung Ji Ying by her side, Yun Yun felt no trepidation and directly seated herself on the ground to recuperate. Kana, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned about the outcome, merely eager to resolve the matter and return home for a meal. The thunder arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. While the echoes of thunder still reverberated in their ears, the ominous clouds above had nearly dissipated. "Let us approach and see," Lung Jiying declared, noticing that the terrifying energy fluctuations had subsided. As they drew nearer, they could only see Medusa lying motionless, her fate uncertain. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was unequivocally lifeless. Struck by lightning was one thing, but following the combined onslaught from Yun Yun and Kana, she bore no resemblance to a serpent, merely a heap of ash. With no regard for the sanctity of the deceased, Lung Ji-ing produced a stick and began to prod through the sizable pile of ash, hoping to uncover any remnants of Shao Kai. Remarkably, her efforts yielded a small, vibrant creature resembling a dying rainbow-colored earthworm. Well, this creature was not dead, nor was it truly a worm. It was merely on the brink of death, its form hardly distinguishable from that of a worm, and to call it a serpent would be a disservice to its kin. Gazing at the creature that bore a semblance to Shao Kai, Lung Ji-ing found it hard to believe. This pastel worm exuded no aura, appearing far removed from the legendary rainbow-hued serpent. It lay limply in her grasp, akin to a vegetative state. According to the original narrative, Shao Kai should have possessed considerable strength upon birth. Could it be that she had been rendered senseless? Yet now was not the time for pondering Shao Kai's fate. The serpent warriors, frantic with concern over their queen's safety, were almost at their wits' end, and Shao Zi was struggling to hold them back, necessitating a retreat. What? Why not eliminate this group of leaders? Killing them would leave the serpent tribe without a spark of hope. Wouldn't the Dozong elders go mad? Thus, Lung Ji-ing collected the pastel earthworm and the nearly recovered Shao Qing, rallying everyone with urgency. The winds are fierce. We must move swiftly. In the eastern region of the Gamma Empire, Yin Cheng. After several hours of rapid marching, Woden finally beheld the commercial metropolis before him. As for how this large group traversed the empire without being pursued, it could simply be summarized in 4 words: leave no survivors. Of course, Woden had not resorted to such brutality. He merely employed tranquilizer darts to incapacitate them for a few days, allowing them to awaken after he had resolved matters here and returned home. In the vicinity of Yinsheng, there exists a solitary mountain inhabited solely by the Mo family, devoid of any other factions. The French citizen Yunlan, who was captured to serve as a guide, was quite astute. Upon entering Yinsheng, he promptly directed Woden towards the intended destination. Woden nodded and utilized the radar integrated into his Black War hammer to scan the area, revealing the mountain range where the Mo family resided. Did you think reconnaissance was necessary for understanding the terrain? Such a notion is misguided. Had it not been for the need to allow his subordinates to stretch their limbs, this scan would have resolved everything. Indeed, the formidable creature was present, and Qinglin was simply being held captive, not yet in any dire situation. Upon confirming Qinglin's safety, Woden's previously restless heart settled. After examining the topographical map, Woden noted that the terrain occupied by the Mo family was defensively advantageous, making it challenging to assault, while aerial support would have eased the endeavor. A direct ground assault would yield little success, regardless of the strength of their weaponry and armor. Nevertheless, the assault team would aim directly at the location of the monstrous being. How see, take 20 skilled individuals to the Mo family stronghold and ensure Qinglin's safety. The rest will maintain vigilance here, just as he had previously bombarded the Yunlan sect. It was unreasonable not to leverage such an advantage as siege tanks to disrupt the enemy's stronghold and retrieve Qinglin. Hao Si, the son of Keha, had always maintained a close rapport with Woden, and without a hint of doubt regarding Woden's command, He nodded and proceeded to select his team. Chapter 162, Multiverse Traveler's Summoning Card. V. Woden. How can you act on your own accord? The voice belonged to Lung Jiying, who had just returned to the Yunlan sect and was taken aback by the message from Woden before she could even sit down to enjoy a cup of tea. In a flurry, she made a call to inquire about the situation. Mid-sentence, as her irritation began to manifest, she suddenly realized something, and her tone shifted dramatically. What a magnificent endeavor! Upon reflection, Woden's Black War Hammer possessed strength akin to that of a Dozone. Tackling the Mo family stronghold would indeed be a straightforward task. Originally, she had planned to visit Yinxing herself, but this development was fortuitous, saving her the trip. Even if Mo Cheng's strength was somewhat unexpected, it was likely he would only be on the receiving end of Woden's assault. Moreover, considering the timing, today was not a full moon night, so Mo Cheng would not dare to harm Qinglin. Naturally, the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor and the female Do Emperor of the Tian Shi Mansion would likely refrain from intervening as well. Woden had also sent her a depiction of Qinglin, and truth be told, the sight of such an adorable little girl made it hard for Lung Jiying to simply relinquish her without a fight. Techniques for controlling snakes could easily be imparted. Fear not, my leader, this mission appears quite simple, and I anticipate no complications. Seeing Lung Jiying's unwavering trust, Woden confidently patted his chest, but before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by her. No flag raising. Complete your mission and return swiftly. With that, she terminated the communication. Raising a flag was an ill omen. Those who confidently claimed success typically faced dire outcomes, leading to catastrophic results. After pondering the situation, Lung Jiying, to be prudent, summoned Xiao Zi and Kanna, instructing Kanna, Xiao Zi, I need you to head to Yinxing. I fear Woden may encounter unforeseen circumstances. I am relying on you. At that moment, Kanna, with a piece of an unknown magical beast's leg in her mouth, lost her enthusiasm upon hearing they were to go out. Lung Jiying seemed to anticipate this reaction, a sly smile gracing her lips. I have heard that Yinxing is a coastal city, renowned for its delectable fish, a taste that surpasses ordinary magical beast meat. Before her words concluded, Kanna and Xiao Zi vanished without a trace. Lung Jiying barely registered their swift departure. With a frown, she realized that indeed, only the prospect of fine cuisine could motivate food enthusiasts. While she too had a fondness for food, her tastes were refined, contrasting with Kanna's more indiscriminate appetite. Turning her attention from Yinxing, Lung Jiying focused on the multiverse traveler summoning card before her. Having been preoccupied, she had not utilized this item, but now, with a rare moment of solitude, as Yun Yun and Nailin Yinran busied themselves with the internal affairs of the Yunlan sect, she could finally make use of it. Xiao Qing and Xiao Kai remained in a state of lethargy, having lost a significant portion of their essence. Their recovery would take time. Hence, they were confined within her system space until Xiao Qing could assume its true form. As a side note, having completed the node for Medusa, Lung Jiying had received a reward of 100,000 multiverse coins and an 8th level space composite steel plate. With the previous one, she now possessed 2. According to the system's tendencies, accumulating 8 or 10 of these plates would enable her to forge the hull of a battlecruiser, complemented by the powerful Yamato cannon from the stage task rewards. It seemed the system had meticulously orchestrated these events. Upon using the Multiverse Traveler summoning card, akin to previous summons, a black hole-like phenomenon emerged, and subsequently, a rather peculiar young lady appeared. This peculiarity did not stem from her appearance. Indeed, she was stunning enough to be deemed a beauty of unparalleled grace, but rather from the fact that apart from her human form, she exhibited minimal resemblance to a typical human. All her limbs and body parts had undergone varying degrees of modification, rendering true flesh and blood exceedingly rare, though she appeared as a complete human on the surface. Under the scrutiny of Lung Jiying's Emperor's eye, it was evident that she was a steel being encased in human skin, with real organs and flesh constituting less than half of her form. Presently, she seemed to be in great discomfort, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, yet refraining from any rash movements while scrutinizing Lung Jiying and the unfamiliar surroundings. The unscrupulous system had not provided any information regarding this lady, leaving Leng Ji-ying with no choice but to initiate the conversation. Greetings, young lady. From which world do you hail? The young lady, noticing Leng Ji-ying's pure and endearing demeanor, unlike the deceiver she had previously encountered, began to lower her guard, responding weakly, I am V, from Night City in the year 2077. Night City? Isn't that from Cyberpunk? Leng Ji-ying's heart raced upon this revelation. She had played that game extensively in her previous life. Though its incessant delays, lackluster world-building, and disappointingly short quests had often left her frustrated. Nevertheless, it remained a game etched in her memory, and the regrets experienced upon completion far outweighed the joys derived from gameplay. Yet, gazing at V before her, Leng Ji-ying felt that an opportunity to rectify those regrets had finally arrived. Aside from her own thoughts, the allure of the cyberpunk universe is undeniably captivating. The timeline appears to extend merely a few decades beyond our modern era. However, the level of technological advancement has reached astonishing heights. While it may not compare to the realm of interstellar travel, it stands as a world characterized by formidable capabilities and elevated hierarchies. The most significant aspect lies in the trade products that the cyberpunk setting can offer, such as cybernetic implants, cyberspace, scanners, and hacking chips, all of which are exceedingly rare. The unique trajectory of its development has given rise to such extraordinary items. Though similar elements exist in StarCraft, they have not attained such an advanced state. In summary, if one could seize control of the cyberpunk world and mass-produce these cybernetic implants for sale, it would undoubtedly present a lucrative avenue for wealth generation. Even within the Douluo'sDual continent, as long as the quality of materials used in manufacturing is sufficiently high, even the likes of Doshang could benefit from them. This would hold extraordinary significance for a system centered around interdimensional trade. Chapter 163, Colonization Plan. Although at present, Leng Ji-ying has yet to elevate the system's level to engage in interdimensional trade, it is always prudent to prepare in advance. With this thought in mind, she donned a cheerful demeanor, descended from her sovereign throne, and assisted V in taking a seat beside her. Greetings, Miss V. I am a merchant traversing the multiverse. Might you have any needs? Leng Ji-ying's inquiry was clearly rhetorical. She was well aware that V's primary concern was the chip associated with Johnny Silverhand. However, she engaged in conversation to foster rapport. Markan, no merchant is virtuous. Those corporations are merely larger merchants, are they not? Before V could respond, an aged figure appeared beside her, scrutinizing the surroundings and offering a sardonic remark. This weathered yet somewhat dashing consciousness was likely Johnny Silverhand himself, and Leng Ji-ying, able to perceive Yao Lao, could certainly detect his presence as well. However, the comment was somewhat irksome, prompting Leng Ji-ying to retort without awaiting V's reply. Excuse me, have you not heard the adage that a nation thrives through commerce? Without merchants, how would resources circulate in the world? If resources do not circulate, would you rather starve? While Leng Ji-ying harbored disdain for large capitalists, it did not imply a rejection of the bourgeoisie as a whole. The existence of capital is not inherently flawed. Rather, it is the individuals manipulating that capital who err. The question lies in whether they can allocate a portion of their amassed wealth to benefit a broader populace, rather than solely focusing on their own advancement and monopolistic practices. If all capitalists actively contributed to societal development, the distinction between communism and capitalism would be negligible. Yet, such altruistic capitalists have never existed in reality. Nevertheless, Leng Ji-ying was an exception. She had witnessed too much suffering along her journey. Otherwise, Faraday's income initiatives would not have progressed so smoothly. To improve the living conditions of the common folk, it is essential to provide them with well-paying jobs, thereby maximizing the eradication of darkness. Speaking of which, Leng Ji-ying had almost forgotten the existence of the Gama royal family. Ultimately, as her stronghold, the Gama Empire would inevitably undergo a transformation, whether sooner or later. You can see his presence? V appeared astonished that Leng Ji-ying could converse with Silverhand, while even Silverhand himself seemed momentarily taken aback, neglecting her previous retort. Wasn't it said that only I could perceive him? Of course I can see him. Do not forget, I roll my eyes at you both, signaling you not to be overly dramatic. Oh, indeed. The voice I heard before informed me that this is a world of cultivation. V recollected the mysterious voice in her mind, realizing that such abilities seemed quite common here. Although the cyberpunk world lacks descriptions of cultivation and she was unfamiliar with the concept, she had grasped the extraordinary nature of her surroundings through the system's imagery. This is not important. Ling Jing waved her hand dismissively, lacking any intention of introducing V to the Dopa continent. Instead, she donned an expression brimming with anticipation, her eyes sparkling. What is truly important is how we can journey to your world, dismantle the Hongbon group, and simultaneously topple other corporations, steering this decaying world back on track. The people require new leadership. Ling Jing's ambitions were grand. The allure of a postmodern world with a complete technological tree was immensely appealing to her. Thus, she contemplated the audacious notion of seizing the entire cyberpunk universe, rather than merely Night City. This bold idea was not born of a fleeting whim, but stemmed from the very nature of the cyberpunk universe, characterized by a proliferation of light weaponry, while heavy weaponry remained virtually non-existent. Missiles were but a figment of cinematic scenes. Tanks and rocket artillery existed solely in cutscenes. And nuclear bombs were treated as mere high-yield explosives, their destructive power seemingly unremarkable. In a landscape devoid of government, the major corporations became the pinnacle of combat prowess, eschewing the development of mass destruction weapons and focusing instead on extreme individual combat. Of course, this is not to suggest that these corporations were inept. In reality, the power an individual trained to perfection can wield is not dissimilar to the impact of a nuclear bomb. The cost of a nuclear bomb could instead cultivate several elite soldiers akin to Atom Heavy Hammer. Thus, one might question the necessity of creating nuclear weapons. This policy underpinned Ling Jing's confidence, while she harbored concerns about whether the interstellar military could withstand missile attacks. The notion of individual combat merely sharpened the blades of the Kaji-sans. How can we contend against such formidable corporations? V had originally come here to inquire about ways to permanently rid herself of Johnny Silverhand. Yet Ling Jing's momentum had swiftly diverted her thoughts toward the possibility of annihilating those troublesome corporations. Is that not simple? I shall allocate funds shortly to purchase several passes to your world. If you agree, I will bring a few individuals, and together we shall embark. Ling Jing glanced at the system, and, confirming the feasibility of spending interdimensional currency to enter the cyberpunk world, resolved to embark on an impromptu journey. Regrettably, the current version of the system did not support the establishment of a portal between two worlds. It required the system to reach a higher level before such a gateway could be constructed. For now, purchasing tickets was the only option. The exact expenses would depend on how many individuals Ling Jing intended to take. A single ticket would cost her 10,000 interdimensional coins. V was astonished by Ling Jing's decisive demeanor, sitting silently as she processed the rapid developments. They had scarcely exchanged a few words before preparations for an expedition were underway. Bring someone. Bring someone. Noticing that V and Silverhand had ceased conversing, Ling Jing slammed her hand on the table and shouted. It seemed there had been someone waiting outside, for as soon as she struck the table, an elderly man in a white robe entered, respectfully stating, "Elder, what commands do you have?" Upon seeing this individual, Ling Jing felt a wave of delight. He was an old acquaintance, the proud Elder Guyi. Knowing Ling Jing's peculiar temperament and propensity for sudden outbursts, Nalan Yinran had dispatched Guyi to her side. Though the elder possessed no extraordinary abilities, he was unparalleled in his skill at placating others. Elder Yi, please convey a message to the old sect master, instructing him to come here to meet me. I have some splendid news to share with him. Chapter 164. The change in Yinxing. Ling Jing pondered for a moment. The Yunlan sect could not do without the support of the Shueihua Palace at this juncture. Furthermore, with Yun Yun just returning, it would be rather inconsiderate to summon her again. As for Kana and the Lion King, they had just been dispatched by her. And the highest combat power here, the Black Hammer, had also been taken away by Woden. The assault team was not at home either, leaving only Yinshan. who was relatively idle and quite obedient. Given this fortunate circumstance, he should not refuse her request. The disappearance of Jie Ying had indeed frightened him to the core, as he feared that Leng Jing might vanish as well. He could not afford to appear timid. Gu Yi nodded and prepared to take his leave. But Leng Jing called him back. There's one more task. Please summon a few individuals to my residence to find Faraday and have him bring 200 Keha sons to the mountain to meet me. Although Leng Jing could directly contact Faraday using a communication device, she needed some time to converse with V. Thus, it was fortuitous that Gu Yi would handle this task. By the time Faraday arrived, her discussion would also be concluded. Upon hearing the name Faraday, Gu Yi trembled slightly, evidently recalling something terrifying. But he said nothing further and departed promptly. Seeing Gu Yi leave, Leng Jing felt relieved and enthusiastically addressed V and Inshou. Come, let us discuss the specific details further. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Do not remain here. Woden was panicking at this moment. After rescuing Qinglin, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Before him stood a monstrous figure, the head of the Mo family, Mo Cheng, who had been reduced to half his body by an explosion. Of course, if it were just this, he would not be so flustered. However, two other figures emerged from the sky, equally formidable as Mo Cheng, which was truly terrifying. He could only command the assault team and the Keha sons to retreat with Qinglin, preserving the last ember of this empire, while he alone faced three peak Do Huang experts. Think you can escape? That will not do. In the sky, a woman clad in green observed the fleeing Keha sons, a smirk of mockery adorning her face, exuding an air of complete control. As she spoke, she gathered wood attribute Do Qi in her hand and hurled it towards Qinglin's direction. Curse it! Get away from here! Woden, engaged in a fierce struggle with Mo Cheng, unleashed a powerful shot and leapt, using his mech to block the incoming attack. Consequently, the entire mech lost balance and crashed to the ground. Although Mo Cheng was a monster whose rationality had nearly faded, he understood the principle of kicking someone when they were down and soared into the air, putting the Black Hammer in even greater disadvantage, as it was not adept at close combat. Why must you be so uncooperative? If you obediently defeat this monstrous creature, I might spare your life. Since you refuse to be reasonable, I shall have to use my Do Qi to send you on your way. The green-clad woman's expression shifted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. As her words fell, a long whip made of thorns coalesced and struck fiercely towards Woden's Black Hammer. Gritting his teeth, Woden now found himself in a race against time. The Keha sons were advancing at a speed comparable to that of an ordinary Douwan. If he could endure until they reached a safe distance, preventing the woman from intercepting them before they reached the imperial capital, then he would have achieved victory. However, he was now in an absolute passive position. The Black Hammer possessed zone-level capabilities, but these abilities were not inherent to its physical form. Furthermore, should he utilize this power, even if he could annihilate the three opponents in an instant, the Black Hammer would be rendered unusable, devoid of any reparable value. He was unwilling to resort to this ability until the very last moment. With no other options, he had to rely on the armor to withstand the blows. Fortunately, the armor of the Black Hammer was sufficiently resilient. The woman's furious strike left only a minor dent, which quickly restored itself due to the memory metal's recovery ability. While the woman's assault was not particularly formidable, the iron fists of Mo Cheng, derived from some fearsome beast, proved to be a significant challenge. After only a brief struggle, several large dents had appeared on the Black Hammer, and its recovery rate could not keep pace with the damage inflicted by the opponent. As Woden fought valiantly against Mo Cheng, he endeavored to direct some of his firepower towards the green-clad woman and the nearby black giant flying snake that was merely spectating. He had to provoke them. The two main cannons of the Black Hammer boasted considerable lethality and speed, yet to the two Do Huang elites, they appeared somewhat sluggish and could be easily evaded, which was a considerable insult. Seeking death, initially contemplating whether to disregard the steel giant and pursue Qinglin, the green-clad woman felt insulted by the sudden attack, her face turning pale with rage. This time, she evidently employed a Do skill. Countless wooden spikes surged from the ground. swiftly stabbing towards the black hammer. Little trash, finally showing some real prowess. I thought you were just this weak. Woden smirked wickedly, taunting her before glancing at 3 large buttons colored red, yellow, and blue, then flipped the cover and pressed the blue button. Woden's anxiety stemmed primarily from the possibility of Qinlin being captured. Now that he had drawn the woman's ire, he had nothing left to fear. As he pressed the button, a defensive matrix instantly materialized on the surface of the black hammer, rendering the seemingly razor-sharp wooden spikes utterly ineffective, all of them blocked. Even Mo Chang's iron fists were rebuffed, causing his massive form to be hurled back to the ground. The green-clad woman's expression changed. She had just employed a high-level Do skill, yet it had been effortlessly countered. She had previously believed this steel giant to be merely durable, incapable of withstanding their assaults. But she had not anticipated such strength. Very well, time to get serious. The green-clad woman furrowed her brow momentarily before easing it again, forming another Do skill in her hands, significantly more potent than her prior high-level technique. Naturally, she did not forget her main objective. Stop spectating and go capture the girl with the bai, she San Hua Tong. I will deal with him here. Do not flee. Little black snake over there. Dare to take my strike? Woden's expression soured as he quickly retorted with sarcasm. Me? Sure, what taking your strike? Chapter 165. The red button, the 8-winged black snake monarch, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Failing to capture the target would likely result in punishment. However, being referred to as Little Black Snake was undeniably infuriating. Enough talk. After this move, I will hurry over. The green-clad woman shot at a glare, but did not force it away. The steel giant's words were too provoking, showing them no respect as powerful beings. In a matter of moments, the group would cover a few hundred meters, a distance that would seem fleeting to the flying 8-winged black snake monarch. All right, you lot. I'm about to strike. Woden exhaled a sigh of relief. Without the little black snake present, he would have no means to pursue. But now Woden donned a reluctant expression, caressing the control console of the black hammer before glancing at the red button nearby. Upon that red button was a peculiar symbol. Had Lung Jing been present, she would surely recognize it as the emblem signifying nuclear radiation. Certainly, the launch in question is not of a radiation-emitting fission nuclear weapon, but rather a more advanced fusion nuclear device. However, as Tyran who have departed from Earth, they have consistently utilized this symbol in their innovative fusion energy endeavors. With a sigh, Woden felt a twinge of reluctance to part with the black hammer that had accompanied him throughout his time in Algusaigil. Nonetheless, in order to protect Qinlin and the others, he had no alternative. As the saying goes, while the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. He believed the Führer would provide him with a new hammer. After lifting the thick red button cover, Woden hesitated for a moment or two, but then his gaze hardened with determination as he forcefully pressed the red button, exclaiming fiercely, "Descend into hell." Thus, it appeared that this was not particularly challenging. Lung Jing observed the confident expression on Faraday's face and found herself filled with optimism for their upcoming journey to the City of Night. Indeed, based on the descriptions from Ms. V and Mr. Johnny, the world they inhabit resembles a fragmented sand pile, devoid of any concept of nationhood. Political power is entirely wielded by major corporations, which are clearly incapable of achieving what a nation can, highlighting the limitations of capital. Faraday had garnered a substantial understanding of the cyberpunk world. As the most formidable private in Tyran, his expertise was undoubtedly impressive. Present in the gathering, apart from Lung Jing, Johnny Silverhand, NV, was also Yin Shan, who listened intently to Faraday's description, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was apparent that this world presented an opportunity for unrestrained freedom. Noticing the seriousness with which everyone was listening, Faraday continued. Therefore, our objective this time is to secure a foothold. Due to the Führer's inability to maintain the world portal for an extended period, we must leave a sufficiently powerful individual behind when we first return to safeguard our endeavors. Upon concluding his statement, Faraday turned his gaze toward Yinshan. This expedition was merely for reconnaissance, and he would not remain there permanently, as he still had to manage various affairs within the Tyran realm and lacked the independent combat capability required. As for V and Silverhand, their roles were even less suited for this task. Very well, I shall remain in that world for a while. I've been terribly bored lately, so seeking some amusement would be welcome, Yinshan replied, his face glowing. Since utilizing the DOC, his entire demeanor had transformed. Once resembling a lurking snake, ready to strike at any moment, he now embodied the spirit of a playful elder, more inclined to pursue pleasure than to focus on his cultivation. Perhaps it was simply a matter of age. Lung Jing nodded appreciatively. Her decision to invite Yinshan stemmed from this very understanding. Had it not been for the subtle influence of the Soul Palace altering his mindset, Yinshan would have been a genuinely kind-hearted individual. After all, how else could he have adopted Yun, a homeless orphan, and nurtured her to her current level of strength? A truly valuable asset. Since there are no issues on the side of the Elder Sect leader, I shall proceed to outline my plan. With the most crucial part secured, Faraday felt relieved and addressed the group. We have 3 primary objectives. Firstly, we must find a way to resolve the issues surrounding Ms. V and Mr. Johnny. They have already provided a solution, which is to target the Arasaka Tower at the heart of the City of Night, where a server storing intelligent personalities is located, referred to as the Shinyu. When mentioning Shinyu, a hint of disdain crossed Faraday's face, as it was evident that the research level of this technology was considered mere scrap in the Tyrant Empire, barely a half-finished product. It merely preserved a person's soul or a personality and could not even create a semblance of a proper space. In the Tyrant Empire, certain influential figures could utilize such methods for resurrection. For instance, his idol, the Super Agent Nova, had repeatedly employed this technique to switch bodies, ensuring she maintained peak combat effectiveness at all times. Even in the unfortunate event of death during a mission, one could seamlessly transfer their personality into a new body. Thus, upon encountering Lung Jing, it was only natural for him to regard her as the Führer, for she likely harbored the essence of the Führer's personality. Of course, over time, he would discover that Lung Jing differed significantly from his preconceived notions of the Führer. Yet, that mattered little. As long as she possessed the charisma capable of inspiring his fervor, it sufficed. Indeed, we must prioritize resolving their matters. As the saying goes, do not dig a well while drinking water. Lung Jing wholeheartedly agreed with Faraday's perspective, aspiring to rectify the shortcomings of the original narrative. Although it had substantial flaws, with Faraday's support as a tyrant strategist, the endeavor should not pose significant challenges. The only drawback was that V and Johnny had only recently united and were still at odds with one another, leaving her with a sense of incompleteness. How about this? Before we take action, let's each spend a few days in the City of Night to familiarize ourselves with the situation. Lung Jing contemplated, deciding against separating the 2 protagonists. They deserved a period of honeymoon, and she herself needed time to gather the cause children. Faraday, unaware of Lung Jing's intentions, found no harm in her suggestion and replied, "That works. This way, we can first find a base and summon the cause children. Otherwise, relying solely on the Elder Sect leader will not suffice to manage the entire situation." Chapter 166. Good morning, City of Night. Faraday's statement held truth. In such a sci-fi world, recognition was never bestowed upon a single strong individual, but rather upon armed forces capable of posing a threat. He shared this belief. The deterrent power of a group far exceeded that of an individual. For example, if Kerrigan could not control the Zerg, she would be less threatening than a mere Terra Marine. Ultimately, the capabilities of one individual are always limited, whereas a group can present a more comprehensive threat, assuming their strengths are comparable. All right, let us set forth. You can have the cause children wait here. We should be able to summon them soon. After giving instructions, Lung Jing glanced at the surplus Cyberpunk World tickets in the system marketplace. The price was quite reasonable. The 3 of them together required only 100,000 world currency. Yinshan alone accounted for 80,000, Lung Jing for 15,000, and Faraday for 5,000. Thus, it appeared that gathering the cause children in the future would not be overly expensive, just a few tens of thousands, while the subsequent returns would undoubtedly be substantial. Without hesitation, Lung Jing promptly utilized the tickets, and the familiar black hole materialized. She beckoned for everyone to join her, saying, "Let us enter through here." Exiting should lead us to the city of night. To be honest, Lung Jing had never experienced the system's spatial traversal function and felt a twinge of apprehension. However, considering that so many had traversed this way, it should not pose any issues, right? Upon hearing her words, Yinshan dashed forward into the portal, followed by Faraday and V, who had experienced black hole transportation before. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Jing stepped in as well. Previously, she had left some notes for Guyi to pass on to Yun Yun and the others, so they should not worry. Good morning, City of Night. The first sounds upon their arrival were jarring, immediately overshadowed by the unfortunate events of the previous night. Damn, why must I hear such grim tidings upon arrival? The process of traversing dimensions was rather unremarkable, merely a brief pause within the black hole, and upon stepping out, a wholly different scene unfolded before them. Upon arriving, Lung Jing was immediately struck by the violent program emanating from the television nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, she obliterated the innocent device. This impulsive action startled Yinshan, who had been curiously watching the screen, prompting him to exclaim in a tone of dismay, "Ah, Xiaoying, how remarkable it is that this talking box can speak. Why did you smash it? Is it bad luck or what?" Lung Jing, never one to indulge Yinshan, shot him a glare. As an elder, he refrained from engaging further with a young child like her, taking a seat in silence instead. "V, have you just met Johnny?" she inquired, realizing she had been so engrossed in asking about Yi Zhicheng that she had failed to inquire about their current mission. It was essential to clarify this matter now that they were present. Before V could respond, Johnny Silverhand interjected, "We just snatched Arasaka's vehicle from Arasaka Walsey. We came to this wretched place to lay low for a while, only to be summoned by you." His choice of words was deliberate. He referred to we instead of she, creating an immediate sense of camaraderie. V rolled her eyes but remained silent, clearly acquiescing. "Ah, this simplifies matters considerably. I presume Arasaka Walsey will be inviting you for dinner shortly?" Lung Jing mused. Truth be told, the main storyline of Cyberpunk was painfully brief, and she initially believed they were only halfway through it, only to discover they were nearing the conclusion. Ultimately, an abundance of side quests was necessary to extend the gameplay, leaving players with a bittersweet feeling of dissatisfaction as they concluded the experience. However, now that the messenger has departed, my old ailment has returned, and I shall be on my way to you, she continued. V nodded in agreement, affirming Lung Jing's thoughts. In that case, let's pay a visit to Arasaka Walsey. Observing the overcast sky, Lung Jing felt the urgency of the situation and understood that preparations were in order. Whether they were to confront the Arasaka Tower or the space station, it was imperative to ascertain the enemy's circumstances first. All right. She mentioned she would wait for us at the Yujin nightclub. Let us depart. V had no objections to Lung Jing's decision. Rather, she felt a flicker of excitement. With the support of these formidable figures, they could address their own issues as well as those of Jack, along with the plight of countless ordinary people oppressed by corporations, offering them a potential new beginning. Although she did not consider herself particularly magnanimous, the influence of Johnny Silverhand had been gradually reshaping her perspectives, perhaps illustrating the interconnectedness of their experiences. As V prepared to step outside, Lung Jing halted her, saying, "Hold on. We cannot simply run in this opulent and intoxicating night city." V contemplated mentioning that her Guinevere was a well-regarded vehicle in Night City. But noticing Lung Jing's enthusiasm as she perused her tablet, she refrained from speaking. Upon reflection, it occurred to her that her two vehicles would scarcely accommodate such a crowd. With deft movements, Lung Jing navigated her tablet, effortlessly establishing a personal account, gazing at the zero balance with growing frustration. Suddenly, she erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What is this wretched thing? Upon my arrival, you do not grant me any funds. Is this a slight against me, Tai Lun Yuan? How outrageous!" Her sudden outburst left both Johnny Silverhand and V momentarily taken aback, though Faraday and Yin Shan seemed unfazed, clearly accustomed to her temperament. Given this, I should not be courteous to these indigenous folks. Faraday, summon a hacker for me. Fill my account balance. Faraday, well-versed in Lung Jing's penchant for mischief, said nothing, and promptly utilized a device capable of interstellar communication to make the call. The troops of the Tailuan Empire were generally skilled in operating electronic devices, especially those from the Ka family. In Tailuan, each individual released was a top-tier hacker. Thus, Faraday needed only to select someone who had made a favorable impression. Before long, with Lung Jing's cooperation, a muscular man wielding cutting-edge equipment appeared from the void, unarmored yet ready for action. Without a word, he understood his purpose. Respectfully glancing at Lung Jing before taking her tablet, linking it to his own device, and commencing a flurry of activity. Chapter 167. The cyber-financial storm. Zhao Yuqian was a quintessential recluse in Night City, a typical failure who could not even afford a single cybernetic implant. In Night City, a true recluse found it difficult to survive, as gangs frequently demanded protection fees. In such circumstances, residents were compelled to band together to combat gang members, engaging in armed conflicts to protect their homes. Of course, these skirmishes inevitably resulted in fatalities. However, when casualties mounted, the police would intervene, which is why the under-equipped civilians often managed to achieve victory against the gangs. In this environment, individuals like Zhao Yuqian, who did nothing, appeared particularly ineffectual. Initially, many were displeased with him, loitering outside his door daily, hoping to teach him the value of life. Yet, he had not ventured outside in years, surviving solely on the provisions from his automated vending machine. Were it not for the sounds of music emanating from his room, one might assume he had perished. Unbeknownst to anyone, he was, in fact, a formidable investor, wielding considerable influence in the stock market. His lineage was steeped in investment prowess, with both his father and grandfather having bequeathed him substantial shares in Arasaka and military technology. Tragically, his entire family was slaughtered by a band of thugs. Although the trauma team helped bring the perpetrators to justice, the experience left him deeply afraid, prompting him to retreat to this isolated existence. As a miser, he was even unwilling to hire a security company to ensure his safety. As was his routine, Zhao Yuqian arose from his makeshift bed, purchased a pack of instant coffee and a box of self-heating rice from the vending machine, heated the rice, and brewed his coffee. After completing these mundane tasks, he sat at his computer and powered it on. Let me see how much my beloved stocks have yielded me today. After savoring a sip of coffee, Zhao Yuqian deftly opened his trading software, only to be met with a sea of green. Gazing at this rare phenomenon, Zhao Yuqian spat out his coffee, along with a mouthful of blood. The stock market was not deceptive, and an investor of his caliber would never falter in disbelief like the commoners. Yet, it was precisely because he recognized the authenticity of the data displayed that the blood he expelled was all too real. My stocks, Zhao Yuqian lamented, feeling a pang of agony akin to a heart attack, struggling to catch his breath. If it were merely one or two stocks plummeting, it would be manageable. However, the entire market was crashing. Where can one find solace beneath a collapsing nest? This situation surpassed even the economic crisis experienced by his great-great-grandfather. The one from 150 years ago. Even during a market depression, when everything fell apart, some enterprises would seize the opportunity to thrive. Though they were few, they certainly existed. At present, there is only one stock on the rise, exhibiting a remarkable lead, even causing all other stocks to plummet further. In the absence of any trading halts or market closures, this signifies a reality more evident to Zhao Yuqian, who has profited from financial ventures than anyone else. Without hesitation, he decided to liquidate all his holdings, including those of premier companies such as Huangban, Junyong Keiji, and Kongtao, leaving no shares behind. After executing this decision, Zhao Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief. His stock portfolio was substantial, and this wave of sales exacerbated the decline, yet he managed to recover some of his capital. However, gazing at the meager remaining balance of around 50 million euros in his account, he could not help but lament, remembering that just yesterday, his stocks collectively exceeded a market value of over 5 billion. How could it have diminished 100-fold in just one night's rest? In this moment of despair, Zhao Yuqian fell to his knees, pounding the ground in anguish, crying out, "What have I done? I refrained from hiring even a bodyguard to save money for investments. What was it all for?" The common folk understand the importance of enjoying life in the moment. And he was not one to shy away from pleasure. It was merely that every day he hoped to earn just a little more before indulging. Yet, this mindset had persisted for 2 decades, and with the continuous rise in stock prices, he hesitated to sell. After contemplating life while seated on the ground, Zhao Youqian's eyes regained their focus. He rose from the floor, returned to his computer, and began to operate frantically, muttering to himself, "No, the market's money is finite." The previous surge in stock prices meant the common people's interests were being compromised. Now, with the companies plummeting, it signifies. As he pressed the final key, a listing for a company appeared before him, showcasing the name Tyron KG. To be honest, he had never seen this company before, but the displayed registered capital left him astounded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 billion, 999 billion? Goodness, are you kidding me? In that moment, Zhao Youqian, who had never before experienced such shock, found it hard to believe. Trillions in capital do exist in the world, with top enterprises like Huangban valued in the tens of trillions. Yet, their initial funding upon listing was merely a few billion or tens of billions. How could a newly registered company boast a valuation in the hundreds of millions, causing global astonishment? The starting point of a company often determines its development potential and investment value. And the strength of the investors behind this company should be 5 to 10 times the company's valuation. This calculation indicated that the shareholders of Tyron KG possessed strength far surpassing that of Huangban. What a terrifying thought. This suggested that even the giants like Huangban could not extinguish Tyron KG in its infancy. Otherwise, they would face an even more fierce backlash. In the world of capital, there are never true winners. In this bloodless struggle, it is often the lower classes who bear the brunt of the loss. Of course, that was the case a century ago. Nowadays, the risks of this struggle have shifted from the impoverished masses to smaller capitalists like them. Once a financial crisis erupts and money loses its value, it will mark the day of their complete bankruptcy. Thus, to avoid bearing such risks, one must align themselves with a certain faction, investing all their assets, sharing in both fortune and misfortune, rather than remaining passive with their money. Now, he gazed at Tyron KG, which already boasted a market value of 1,100 billion, and a plan began to form in his mind. Even if he had no clue what Tyron KG actually sold. Please, do not let me go bankrupt. Chapter 168. The 10 billion euro vehicle. Who would have thought that this virtual bank could indeed be filled? Watching as the hacker manipulated the system, his account balance rapidly increased, soon reaching the maximum limit of 999 billion. Leng Zhiying felt a surge of astonishment. Supreme Leader, if not for the personal account limit of 900 billion, we could have accessed even more. The hacker, without lifting his head, continued to type rapidly on an enormous keyboard, explaining to Leng Zhiying, most of this money originates from various banks' chaotic accounts in this realm. For instance, unclaimed inheritances of deceased orphans are sealed by these banks, neither to be utilized nor scrutinized. Thus, we can freely access these funds, as long as one account remains active. The banks will not detect any anomalies in the short term. Even if they do, they will have no idea where the money has gone, ultimately regarding it as a bad debt, since the deceased will not pursue it. These unscrupulous bankers will not investigate thoroughly, and in the end, the money will rightfully belong to us. At this point, the hacker exhibited a strong sense of confidence, or perhaps arrogance. This mindset reminded Leng Zhiying of the disdainful attitude of colonizers towards indigenous people in the 17th to 19th centuries. However, Leng Zhiying seemed indifferent to such matters. Stealing from a group of capitalists was merely a means to an end. The immediate priority was to gather operational funds. So, can I spend this money? The summoned son of Kihar nodded in response. Of course, this money has become legitimate funds. I have also implemented protective measures for each channel to ensure that no one discovers any anomalies in your account. However, to ensure that the Supreme Leader can earn even more, I have invested these funds into the stock market to establish a new financial company named Tyron KG. You will serve as the chairman and largest shareholder. Additionally, to prevent a shortage of board members, I have created several fake identities. As such, this newly listed company will possess unprecedented vast capital, emerging as a dark horse. I will continue to gather funds and rapidly acquire idle stocks from other companies, ultimately consolidating them for a massive sell-off, creating panic in the stock market, leading to the phenomenon of Tyron KG outpacing all others. Leng Ji-ing understood only half of this, but grasped that it essentially involved leveraging future advantages for reckless gains. Very well, in that case, Faraday, you shall remain here to monitor the situation. Since you lack strength, it is also quite dangerous for you to accompany us. Call upon two of your good brothers for protection. After making detailed arrangements, Leng Ji-ing left with Yun Shan and V. Faraday upon summoning assistance. Merely needed to inform her, as payment would be settled on her end, without needing her presence nearby. Supreme Leader, Faraday extended his hand, eager to assert that as the highest commander of the Kihar Group Army, his combat skills surpassed those of his companions, being equally matched with Woden in arm wrestling. However, he refrained from voicing this, as staying here and lounging around was far preferable to trailing the Supreme Leader into danger. The more battles he experienced, the more he relished the comfort of stability. It seems I've saved on the transport fees for those two good brothers. Faraday glanced out the window, then at the hacker engrossed in his work, subsequently retrieving his sidearm from his waist and placing it on the bedside table. He then lay on the bed, picking up the spare tablet left by the establishment, focusing intently on it, yet his gaze occasionally drifted towards the door, alert to any movements outside, as if ready to strike at any intruder. V. Which company produces your most expensive hover vehicle? Upon stepping outside, Leng Jing began to reveal her true intentions. Accumulating wealth was not her goal. Rather, it was to indulge in the pleasures of life. In the Night City, after much contemplation, she concluded that the most prestigious mode of transportation was undoubtedly a hovercar, an asset reserved for the most powerful factions. Upon hearing the term hovercar, V's expression turned serious. It was well known that hovercars were worlds apart from ordinary vehicles. The finest sports car in this era cost only 200,000 to 300,000 euros, while hovercars began at a staggering 1 million euros. There were only two companies in existence producing hovercars, the Huangbon Group and the European firm Gravitational Technology, the latter having emerged from a merger of traditional automotive companies. Compared to Huangbon, Gravitational Technology was undoubtedly the better option, given the numerous scandals surrounding Huangbon's surveillance of user data. V's perspective was astute. As a seasoned veteran navigating the complexities of Night City for many years, he understood that the most crucial principle was to refrain from making decisions on behalf of superiors. Gravitational technology? Very well, let us proceed with their offerings. Leng Jing had no desire to associate with the morose Huangbon. While she bore no animosity towards the Sun Country, any fondness was out of the question. Thus, she directly searched for gravitational technology on her tablet, which she had, let us say, acquired from a passerby. After browsing for a while, Leng Jing's eyes lit up. What? This vehicle costs 1 billion euros? I adore it. I'll take it. V and Insho were taken aback by the mention of such an exorbitant price. Was she, perchance, purchasing the Emperor of hovercars? However, this was not entirely surprising. Hovercars had far more customizable features than ground vehicles. With numerous modification options, prices naturally soared, and the cost often indicated the vehicle's attributes. V calculated and wondered if this car could even venture into space. 1 billion euros was indeed outrageous. After finalizing the purchase, Leng Jing examined the vehicle's specifications. As she perused the details, her brow furrowed. Something seemed amiss. Although it boasted the world's most advanced artificial intelligence as its central control system, she still felt it lacked a certain element. What about Delaman? Do you have Delaman's contact information? Leng Jing recalled that with the acquisition of a vehicle, the central system must surely be overseen by the eccentric philosophical genius Delaman. As for whether he would acquiesce, that was a trivial matter, given sufficient funds. V understood Leng Jing's intentions and promptly handed over his phone. Chapter 169, Delaman, who never loved money. Beep beep. Hello, welcome to the Delaman customer service hotline. Choose Delaman and leave your worries at the door. How may I assist you? Upon hearing this voice, Leng Jing was taken aback. That whimsical tone left a lasting impression on her. Old D, I wish to buy you. Name your price. DeLamon's face remained expressionless at Ling Jing's audacious declaration, responding in a mechanical tone. I apologize, madam, but DeLamon Company possesses vast potential for growth. We have no intention of going public or seeking investment. We merely aspire to be an unremarkable taxi service in this bustling night city. Indeed, this intelligent program spoke with a level of eloquence surpassing 90% of the populace in Night City. Although devoid of emotion and delivering a refusal, it exuded an air of politeness that even the typically brash Ling Jing could not muster the will to curse. Reflecting on this, Ling Jing, who had originally intended to humiliate DeLamon with her wealth, found herself filled with respect. After careful consideration, she decided to propose a price that would convey her utmost regard. 500 billion. This was no mere boast. She earnestly submitted a transaction request to demonstrate her sincerity. DeLamon paused momentarily, and then his eyes flickered. Very well, madam. DeLamon Company has a total of 1,354 taxis at your disposal. Goodness, old D. I thought you had some principles. V, who had been watching the spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim, having regarded DeLamon as a philosophical genius. DeLamon, however, maintained his smile, unabashedly stating, Ms. V, the great poet Pedophile once said, business is indeed valuable, but life is worth more. If it is for the sake of money, both can be forsaken. Therefore, in my view, this opportunistic behavior is undoubtedly commendable. DeLamon's voice remained as unperturbed as ever, his words inciting V's ire. Did you compose that poem yourself? She retorted, glaring at the oblivious taxi program. Ling Jing intervened diplomatically. All right, we're all family now. There is no need for hostility. After all, he is just a little car. V conceded and fell silent. DeLamon retained his cheerful demeanor, but whether he was inwardly cursing was anyone's guess. All right, old D. From now on, I will take care of you. Let us cease the taxi business and rebrand as DeLamon Security. Ling Jing chuckled, then uploaded 2 advanced vehicle modification schematics to the tablet without fear of hackers intercepting them. These designs were exceptional. One was the elite version of the Inferno battle car, and the other, the only vehicle in the game capable of moving and shooting without manual aiming, the Rattlesnake battle car. One was a light armor infantry killer, while the other was a heavy armor destroyer. Together, they would dominate the battlefield, with DeLamon as a powerful coordinator. Ling Jing felt confident that she need not summon the Khatizi. She could simply have DeLamon expand the production line. Upon receiving the specifications, DeLamon, still maintaining his stoic demeanor, remarked, "Oh, what exquisite designs. Such a beautiful vehicle. I would love to take it for a spin. Rest assured, you'll be instrumental in future endeavors. I just purchased a hover car, so please take charge of the operating system and begin expanding the production line and modifying the vehicles. Money is no object. Just let me know if you need more, but do not delay production." Understood, Miss Ling. I shall attend to it immediately. DeLamon's tone remained unchanged, yet he referred to her as Miss Ling based on her account name analysis, recognizing her youth compared to V's age. Contact me once the hover car arrives. Farewell, Miss Ling. With that, DeLamon ended the call and set to work on modifications. After bidding farewell to DeLamon, Ling Jing glanced at her hovering vehicle, which would take some time to arrive. Her gaze then shifted toward the nearby bar, and her eyes lit up. Let us go have a couple of drinks. V surveyed the bustling bar filled with a chaotic mix of patrons and then looked back at the utterly innocent Ling Jing, feeling a bit overwhelmed. To be honest, Ling Jing could already be considered her superior, having saved her life by resolving her chip issues and sticking with her promise to share of the spoils. Thus, demonstrating her own worth became exceedingly important. Although Boss Lung could single-handedly tackle any challenge with her formidable prowess, it also implied V's own inadequacy. With this thought, V touched the handgun and katana at her waist and steeled her resolve. The handgun had been pilfered from Arasaka Urakeshuan's bedside cabinet, while the katana was snatched from Arasaka Saburo's hovering vehicle. Just as she was contemplating her weapons, Ling Jing swiftly entered the bar, casually chose a seat, and loudly called out, "Boss, bring me your finest liquor." V, observing the scene, thought, "Goodness, hasn't anyone taught this girl the principle of discretion regarding wealth?" Silver Hand was astounded. After all these years, he had never encountered someone so refreshingly forthright. As expected, the moment Lung Jing's voice echoed, the previously lively atmosphere in the bar came to an abrupt halt. Some patrons feigned ignorance, continuing their conversations, while others turned their astonished gazes toward her. After all, in the world of cyberpunk, maintaining one's body in its entirety was an extraordinary feat, indicating that Lung Jing could not be scanned or hacked, as not a single part of her was mechanical. Chapter 170, Drowning Sorrows in Alcohol. Sorrow grows deeper, however. The astonishment in their eyes was quickly supplanted by greed. Such a complete individual could potentially signify a lineage of terrifying wealth. Moreover, considering she had only brought an old man and a young girl, they felt compelled to take advantage of the situation. Lung Jing waited impatiently for the server to bring her drink, but after a lengthy pause, she looked up to find a group of impoverished individuals staring at her with unabashed eyes, sending chills down her spine. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Jing bellowed, "What are you looking at? I am a Black Diamond member of the trauma team. Dare to make a move and see what happens." Her declaration sent everyone back to their seats, awkwardly sipping their drinks, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of harassment. The mention of being a Black Diamond member was undoubtedly a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their fantasies. It was said that only individuals with personal accounts exceeding 300 billion euros could qualify for such membership. Personal accounts, not family assets. According to information from the official website, Black Diamond members were accompanied at all times by 5 invisible bodyguards. Unless equipped with the finest scanners, it was impossible to glean any insight into their presence. In the shadows, more than a dozen snipers lurked. Should anyone act rashly, none of the patrons would escape unscathed. These desperate individuals were not incapable of taking risks, but they were unwilling to throw their lives away so easily. No one questioned Lung Jing's words, for in Night City, and indeed across the globe, anyone who had not undergone cybernetic augmentation was undoubtedly of high status, as these prominent figures did not require cybernetics to prolong their lives. With so many biological laboratories worldwide serving these elites cybernetics, even the finest enhancements were merely substandard options for the impoverished. Seeing the patrons shrink back, Lung Jing sneered, "A bunch of cowards." She then turned to the bewildered server and impatiently urged, "What are you waiting for? Bring the drinks." Though Lung Jing had no intention of purchasing services from the trauma team, being a non-cybernetic person, these lowly individuals were evidently unaware of this fact. She rather hoped that some dim-witted souls would come looking for trouble, providing her an opportunity to stretch her limbs. The server, snapping back to reality, did not dare to delay any further, quickly retrieving a bottle of the most expensive liquor from the counter and bringing it over. Since the young lady hadn't specified what she wanted, he thought it best to simply serve her. Lung Jing initially paid little heed to the drink, but upon seeing its packaging, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is Remy Martin. I can't believe I can still enjoy such fine liquor in 2077. As a professional foodie, Lung Jing possessed a keen palate for wine. Although she had indulged in fine wines during her studies abroad, she had always preferred her hometown's Matai. Earlier, she could have her family send a few bottles, but after becoming a drifter, such luxuries became rare. While this was not Matai, it was still a familiar type of liquor, prompting Lung Jing to uncork the bottle without hesitation and pour herself a generous glass. Seeing her drink with such melancholy, Yinshan felt curious. Clearly, this was a fine wine that could evoke emotions. Seizing the moment when Lung Jing was distracted, he snatched the bottle and poured himself a glass. Then, without savoring it, downed the contents in one gulp. The next second, Yinshan's face turned a shade of green. This was not due to the high alcohol content. As a formidable fighter, it would indeed be quite embarrassing to be intoxicated by mere mortal wine. Rather, the drink was simply dreadful. As the esteemed leader of Yunlan's sect, he had tasted countless exquisite concoctions, and now, imbibing this Remy Martin felt akin to sampling horse urine. Admittedly, Lung Jing herself had also grown unaccustomed to this beverage. What once seemed a decent choice now tasted quite unpalatable. However, she was not merely drinking wine. She was imbibing the essence of her homeland. After several glasses, The expensive bottle was nearly empty, yet Ling Jing remained unfazed, standing up and heading for the exit without a hint of intention to pay. The bar owner, witnessing this, did not dare to intervene. In Night City, brute strength dictated the rules. If one were to demand payment, it was likely that one's life would be at stake. V, however, was quite astute, realizing that Lung Ting, lacking a neural interface, could not make real-time transactions, and that using equipment for transfers seemed rather lowly. She decided to pay the owner first. After all, Lung Jing clearly intended to make a significant impact, and it would be overly domineering not to settle the bill for her drinks. At this moment, Lung Jing felt profoundly disheartened, gazing up at the sky. In this world, so different from her own, she could not help but be reminded of the friend who had betrayed her life. Logically, she should not feel downcast. Her emotions should be filled with hatred. Yet, oddly enough, all she wanted was to confront Ji Ruoshui once more and demand an explanation for her actions. Even knowing the outcome, that her demise would serve as a lesson for Ji Ruoshui. Nevertheless, Lung Jing still found it hard to accept. Clenching her fists tightly, she murmured through gritted teeth, "Ha! Today I have arrived in Night City. In the future, I shall return to Earth. And the vendetta against the Hunter Organization for the destruction of Ji Ruoshui's family must find resolution." Sensing Lung Jing's emotional turmoil, Yinshan approached her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, silently gazing at the sky. This optimistic elder, who had always been cheerful since his recovery, now revealed a deeper side to himself, clearly burdened with his own thoughts, though he kept them to himself. Instead, he offered Lung Jing some words of consolation. "Xiaoying, in this life, most occurrences are fraught with disappointment. You see, before you arrived, I was the revered sovereign of Yunlan's sect, enjoying such grandeur. Do not speak of the Jiama Empire. Even the entire northwest region is renowned. Everyone must address me as Yun Laozongzhu. Yet in the end, are we not all still oppressed by the Soul Palace? Reflecting on it now, having served as a mere dog for others truly seems preferable to death. But what of the present? Though my former disciples and acquaintances are largely gone, I find myself far more content than before. Why is this so? Many matters simply require a change in perspective. Take the Grand Elder Yunling, for instance. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that he is not heeding my words, but rather serving the interests of the Soul Palace. Upon hearing Yunshan's somewhat melancholic words, Lung Jing initially believed him to be deeply sorrowful. She promptly turned to offer solace to this pitiful old man. However, to her surprise, Yunshan regarded her with a half-smile and, after ruffling her hair, continued to express his sentiments. As cultivators, we should embrace life through the acceptance of death. Who has not encountered a few obstacles along the way? Perhaps, many years hence, when you reflect upon today's indignation, you may find it rather humorous. Chapter 171. The super-floating vehicle. Yunshan's words profoundly impacted Lung Jing. Indeed, her current anger over past grievances stemmed from her own inadequacy. She lacked the strength to seek vengeance. Were she to reach a certain level of power, revenge would be a trivial matter, unworthy of her concern. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had forgotten someone or something, a most vexing sensation. Lost in contemplation, she even overlooked Yunshan's hand continuing to tousle her hair. Yunshan, absorbed in nostalgia, found no fault in his actions. Suddenly, a series of urgent beeps interrupted Lung Jing's reverie. Realizing what had transpired, she swiftly removed Yunshan's hand, casting him an annoyed glare before checking her tablet for messages. Your ordered floating vehicle has arrived in your airspace. Shall it be deployed immediately? Lung Jing was taken aback by the astonishing efficiency of the company. To her surprise, it had arrived so swiftly. From a distance, V, who had refrained from interrupting the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter, approached and explained, such is the nature of the company. For those lacking funds, they will delay at every turn. However, for the affluent, they are exceedingly prompt, especially for someone of your immense wealth. Gazing at the enormous floating vehicle suspended in the air, which bore a large cargo box, Lung Jing understood why it was so costly. It served as both a vehicle and an aircraft, and a high-quality floating vehicle could even facilitate transoceanic travel. Thus, while 10 billion euros seemed outrageous, it was akin to the existence of a top-tier aircraft, like Air Force One, in her previous life. With this perspective, she considered the vehicle remarkably cost-effective. Sending a command through her tablet to unload the floating vehicle, it soon began its descent. Upon reaching a suitable altitude, it halted and commenced releasing the ropes attached to the box, gently lowering it to the ground. Given the tremendous size of such a transport floating vehicle, the air currents it generated upon landing could be quite formidable. To ensure buyer safety, it directly placed the box down. This box was no ordinary item. It exuded a strong sense of advanced technology. Once set on the ground, it began to fold inwards, revealing the already activated floating vehicle within. Subsequently, the transport vehicle swiftly departed, leaving no opportunity for Lung Ji-ing to return it. She was quite displeased with the company's policy of no returns after sale. Yet her attention was swiftly captured by the floating vehicle before her. It was a lavish creation, surpassing the vehicle of Arasaka Saburo in every regard. Even the metallic exterior was laced with gold. The incorporation of gold alloy did not alter its quality, but imparted an air of extravagance. Along the edges of the doors and windows, numerous precious gemstones adorned the vehicle, including diamonds favored in the West and jade cherished in the East. The most striking piece, a glass-type imperial green jade, was embedded directly above the door. With her knowledge of gemstones, Lung Ji-ing recognized its value to be no less than 200 million RMB. This amount, while seemingly modest compared to the vehicle's staggering price of 10 billion euros, remained one of the most expensive gems available. Lung Ji-ing was thoroughly pleased with this vehicle. Its imposing design perfectly matched her aspirations. The vehicle was spacious, typically designed for 4 passengers. Yet upon entering, Lung Ji-ing discovered it was akin to a small room, complete with an oversized bed, a vast sofa, a large television, a private bar, a computer, a gaming console, and an expansive bathtub reminiscent of a personal swimming pool. Additionally, 2 robotic maids and a chef stood by, ready to serve. These 3 were not human, but rather products of the rapidly advancing field of bionic technology, crafted to meet the desires of extravagant clients. Admittedly, the Western-style maids did not align with Lung Ji-ing's aesthetic preferences, given her Eastern heritage. In terms of overall configuration, this surpassed the interiors of the finest private jets from her previous life. The advantage of a floating vehicle lay in its ability to cocoon its occupants from the clamor of the outside world. Upon closing the door, it felt as if she were in a realm apart, where she could merely recline on the sofa and let her thoughts drift away. Ultimately, Lung Ji-ing could not help but exclaim, "Ah, one must admit, being wealthy is truly delightful." Beside her, Yunshan too reveled in the experience. The affluent of this new world certainly knew how to indulge. This modest sofa seemed to possess an enchanting quality, rendering him so comfortable that he wished never to rise. Upon his return, he would commission a craftsman to create a replica. In comparison, his own esteemed residence in the Jiama Empire seemed no better than a doghouse. The vehicle's central control system had been uninstalled at Lung Ji-ing's request, leaving it capable only of basic maintenance. Thus, she connected her tablet to the vehicle and sent a communication request to Delamon, seeking to have him on board. Before long, the comical image of Delamon appeared on the screen. "Young Lady Lung, I have successfully taken control of the floating vehicle. What are your instructions?" Reclining on the sofa, Lung Ji-ing pondered for a moment and recalled an important request. She stated, "First, modify the vehicle's exterior to display the flag of our Tai Luan Empire." She had long noted the manufacturer's unprofessional conduct, as the vehicle's surface, aside from its decorative elements, was plastered with promotional videos and a logo of their company. Intolerable. Well, this was akin to the logos on ordinary cars. However, Lung Ji-ing was vehemently opposed to it. As someone aspiring to lead in this world, it was inappropriate to flaunt another's trademark. Delamon did not voice any objections, pausing for 2 seconds before responding. "Understood, the emblem has been changed. However, the promotional video on the vehicle's body remains unchanged due to the absence of suitable material. Would you like to provide a video asset?" "Video?" Lung Ji-ing fell silent for a moment. Let us use this one. Chapter 172. The Emperor's Promotional Machine, half an hour later. The denizens of Yezicheng gazed in bewilderment at the enormous hovering vehicle above, attuned to the sounds it emitted. Even the would-be robbers momentarily ceased their actions. Rival gangs halted their gunfire, and the police, too, momentarily abandoned their duties, captivated by the echoes resonating from the heavens. The imminent collapse of the World Corporation Consortium's economy loomed large, and for all those seeking to escape the shackles of corporate dominion in pursuit of a better life, Tyron stands as a sanctuary for all. To safeguard the citizens of Yezicheng from the ravages of corporate lackeys, I shall endeavor more than the Earth Leadership Council ever could. Regardless of their slander, I shall persist in striving for the paramount interests of all Earthlings. As the sovereign of the Tyron Empire, I shall lead humanity towards territorial and economic expansion, enabling an ever-growing number of common folk to attain genuine economic freedom. We shall continue to flourish, retaliating against those who merely offer cynical remarks, yet refuse to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. The elite forces of the Empire, countless in number, vigilantly guard our base, ever prepared to march against the corporate hounds, yet they remain isolated in their struggle. The corporate agents and corrupt government hope for a perpetual cycle of infighting, denying the possibility of peace and prosperity. They lack the courage and capability to guide humanity toward the creation of a truly perfect new Earth. The rule of law is our lifeblood, yet faces unprecedented challenges. I shall restore the glory of our empire and shall never bow to any capitalist or colonialist. In a not-so-distant future, you shall forever remember who truly protects you. The populace of Yezicheng listened intently to the audacious proclamations echoing from above, which seemed to assert that the Tyron Empire would fight to the bitter end against corporate forces for the sake of the common people. War was the first thought to cross everyone's mind, and soon the crowd erupted in fervor. Could anyone truly dare to declare war on the corporations? Was this real? A small-time thug could hardly contain his excitement, if it weren't for the Dogecoin company depriving them of their rightful jobs. Why would they have to resort to such a life of crime? Who wishes to risk their life for mere survival when a stable life is within grasp? We have hope. In that moment, the small-time thug joyously embraced those around him, who reciprocated his enthusiasm. Upon separating, he awkwardly realized that the person he had embraced was, in fact, a police officer. Though the officer recognized him as a thug and had just been engaged in a shootout, he dismissed any concern and passionately declared, "Do not think that we police are any better off. We are, after all, merely the lapdogs of these corporations, lacking the ability to control the populace. They manipulate puppet governments to command us to suppress the citizens. I have long been dissatisfied with them." With that, the officer threw aside his bulletproof vest and rejoined the revelry of the crowd. This was not a matter of irrationality among the people. Rather, having been mired in a quagmire for far too long felt akin to being ensnared in quicksand, where even the slightest glimmer of hope, like a small branch, could provide boundless optimism. Just as Johnny Silverhand had become a beacon of light, illuminating the deepest desires within those unwilling to succumb or those already fallen. It was as if the legendary figure had materialized in Gotham City. If Johnny Silverhand could establish a disciplined organization with a clear agenda, the existence of those corporations would indeed be uncertain. In this era, life had become a commodity, traded with reckless abandon, and the fervor for freedom among the people far exceeded their imaginations. After all, dying in a gang shootout is still death, and perishing in the fight for freedom is also death. The comparison between the two outcomes is starkly evident. The former is as light as a feather, while the latter, though not as weighty as a mountain, becomes a spark igniting the torch of hope. Among the crowd, while most were fervent zealots, many others wore anxious expressions, seemingly corporate lackeys preparing to report back. Zhao Yuqian was an exception. Following a significant asset devaluation, his mindset had shifted entirely. He no longer aspired to be the wealthy heir who valued money above life. Now, he was finally stepping out to acquire a new property and hire some bodyguards. Having come to terms with the fact that money was merely ephemeral, with the enjoyment of life being paramount. Listening to the sounds from above, Zhao Yuqian harbored a profound disdain for such promotional tactics, believing them to deceive only the impoverished, never one of his former standing as a top investor. However, upon hearing the name Tyron, he was jolted into realization and quickly retrieved his tablet to check the stock market. Before leaving home, the shares of Tyron Technology had already begun to plateau, evidently signaling that various corporations had reacted and commenced injecting funds to combat this emerging giant. Tyron Technology had disrupted the market dynamics. Aside from its own stock, all others had plummeted in response. Thus, it stood inherently opposed to all other enterprises. Following a coalition of companies to stabilize the market, Tyron Technology's growth rate had slowed, while top-tier companies like Huangban and military technology firms began to recover gradually. Gazing at his wealth, which had nearly quadrupled, Zhao Yuqian fell into silence. Capital is eternal, which is why the stock market had remained stagnant for years. New investments imply losses for some, and even potential elimination for others. A staggering injection of capital could plunge the entire market, and for investors like him, who diversified their portfolios, a substantial loss was not necessarily the worst fate. At least he had recouped some of his losses. Now, he felt confident that in a few days, he would recover all the money he had previously lost. For at that moment, Tyron Technology had commenced its meteoric rise once more, with share values soaring not in mere cents or dimes, but in whole yuan. When he had checked that morning, shares were valued in the thousands. Now they had surpassed 10,000. It is essential to note that this was in euros. Such intense fluctuations in stock prices invariably stem from significant events. For instance, the recent 15% drop in Kanto stock was triggered by the explosion at Yezicheng's power plant, indicating service inadequacies and exposing investors to considerable risk. Now, as Zhao Yuqian listened to the fading sounds above, he seemed to grasp why the market had erupted anew. For they shared the same two words, Tyron. Chapter 173, Huangban Huazi, the Cold Young Lady. The Yuja nightclub is about to arrive, and by the way, your promotional video has caused quite a stir outside. Your assets are on the verge of doubling. The emotionless voice of Delamon resonated from the hovering vehicle. At that moment, Leng Jing was engaged in a game of Do Di Zhu with Yinshan and Vi to pass the time. Thankfully, Vi was already familiar with the game, while Yinshan learned quickly, proving that mastering Do Di Zhu was a breeze for someone with his learning aptitude. Thus, Leng Jing had yet to win a single hand. Upon hearing Delamon's words, Leng Jing, adorned with numerous sticky notes, glanced at her hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, JJKKKAA. 2. A remarkable hand, and without hesitation, she tossed her cards into the air, boldly declaring, I'm done playing. Time to get to work. Yinshan, with a knowing grin, deftly manipulated his chi to catch all the cards, laughing as he remarked, Xiaoying, are you attempting to play tricks again? At this, Leng Jing's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a glare. Yes, I am. What's it to you? Come at me. Yinshan retorted, I shan't stoop to the level of a mere child. However, Leng Jing chose to ignore him and focused on the live broadcast that Delamon had brought her. The screen displayed the enchanting streets of Yeji City. Alas, how tragic the plight of the populace. They yearned for a great leader to rescue them, to guide them to a beautiful new world. Who else but me could bear such a monumental responsibility? Her journey was not taken lightly. It was imbued with this very consideration. The video playing was a segment from the Monsky brainwashing machine, which she deemed quite fitting for her purpose. To her surprise, the effects surpassed her expectations. It seemed Yeji City possessed the potential to transform into a Gotham-like haven. Yet, upon further reflection, Leng Jing found herself unsettled. Upon deeper contemplation, she realized with a jolt that the clown was indeed herself. Since they had arrived, it was prudent to silence the sound. They were to meet the enigmatic Huangban Huazi. With a shrug, Leng Jing decided that negotiations took precedence, while how to proceed later could be deliberated another time. The audio output was successfully muted, and they began their descent, landing safely at their destination. Though Delamon was somewhat foolish, he had clearly embraced his role within the vehicle system. executing everything with precision that made Lung Jing feel slightly uneasy. As the door opened, she composed herself and stepped out alongside V and Yinshan. At this moment, the trio had undergone a significant transformation. The floating vehicle boasted a dedicated changing room, filled with an array of luxurious garments, providing ample options for Yinshan and Lung Jing, who felt somewhat out of place in their original attire from the Dopa world. Presently, Lung Jing donned an adorably charming black dress, her hair styled in playful twin tails. This outfit, combined with her unadorned yet irresistibly sweet visage, rendered her an utterly enchanting young girl. It was reminiscent of her favorite attire during her university days, for she was indeed a delightful person. Naturally, the dress was not inexpensive, and on her, one might easily mistake her for a princess. Yinshan, on the other hand, had meticulously studied the fashion of this realm. He wore an exquisite white coat, emblematic of the old aristocracy, with meticulously fastened buttons and a golden chain draped across his chest. Over this, he layered a black and yellow ensemble casually draped over his shoulders, evoking images of warlords and European nobility from the 19th and early 20th centuries. It was a striking and dignified appearance, and had he adorned it with a multitude of medals, it would have been even more fitting. V, however, appeared starkly out of sync with the others, clad in a silver ensemble paired with sunglasses, embodying a quintessential rock star vibe. Thus, the peculiar combination of a haughty little princess, a warlord, and a rebellious rock queen descended from the rooftop amidst the bewildered gazes of the Huangban bodyguards. Utilizing the rooftop elevator, the trio swiftly arrived at the floor housing the UG nightclub. Upon seeing their vastly differing styles, Huangban Huazi was momentarily taken aback into silence. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked in a measured tone, "Hello, V. May I inquire about these two?" Huangban Huazi perceptively noted that V and the elder gentleman seemed to regard the young girl as the focal point, a realization that surprised her. Yet, she refrained from addressing them directly and chose to engage V, with whom she had previously met. V had already conferred with Lung Jing regarding their operational plan, and thus she stated, "No need to concern yourselves with them. Let us proceed directly." At her words, Huangban Huazi cast a deep glance at Lung Jing before dismissing them. With a hint of resignation, she said to V, "I apologize, but our previous agreement may need to be deferred." Such a proclamation was unexpected and left Lung Jing utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that the mission would be abandoned. However, Huangban Huazi continued, clarifying her stance. "Due to the shifting dynamics of the world, our experts within the Huangban group have determined that we face an overwhelming crisis. Thus, rather than attempting to oust my brother, our immediate priority is to unite forces and eliminate this emerging threat. Should we fail, the Huangban family may face annihilation. As the ancient proverb goes, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. In this time of peril for our family, we must set aside our biases and stand together." Lung Jing remarked, "So, it seems this predicament is of your own making. I could have informed you over the phone, but I thought better of it. You are an exceptionally skilled mercenary, and I would like your assistance in investigating the intricacies of Tyrant technology. You should be aware of the situation regarding them." Huangban Huazi spoke with an air of detachment, seemingly unperturbed by the matter, as she handed V a card, evidently her commission. Plans often falter, and V learned of her impending fate through Lung Jing's words. However, when everything unraveled, she found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 174. Thus, V cast a sidelong glance at Lung Jing, who merely pursed her lips as if to convey a silent message. V pondered and soon realized she could not decipher its meaning. Indeed, the notion that a mere glance or expression could command others was but a fallacy. Left with no choice, V resolved to act independently. It was clear that Huangban Huazi was unaware that they were the very Tyran individuals who had been making waves. "Very well, I shall investigate their background. We will reconnect once I have news." Lingering here served no purpose, as Huangban Huazi would likely divulge no further information. It was wiser to secure the payment and then deliberate on subsequent matters. "V, I entrust the next steps to you." Huangban Huazi displayed utmost politeness, offering a slight bow and adhering to proper etiquette, despite the disparity in their statuses. Yet, Leng Jing felt that Huangban Huazi was not as unconcerned as she appeared. Otherwise, she would not have placed such importance on V, considering the Huangban family's foundation was rooted in security and private armaments. V promptly returned the gesture and exchanged a few more words with her before preparing to depart. Just as she was about to turn away, with Leng Jing and Yunshan in tow, an urgent Huangban warrior approached, casting a cautious glance at the trio as if bearing critical news. Before he could speak, Huangban Huazi admonished, "Yamamoto, you have shown a lack of decorum. Do you not realize I am in a meeting? What brings you here armed?" Leng Jing understood that this was Huangban Huazi's way of demonstrating her regard for V. "Huazi, this is of great importance and must be reported immediately. Please, may I have a word with you?" The warrior, undeterred by Huangban Huazi's demeanor, maintained a resolute stance, his cautious gaze still fixed on V. Well, Leng Jing and Yunshan, that old man, seemed to pose no real threat. However, their aggressive gaze made V realize that the floating vehicle model had likely been discovered by the Huangban group. Through the model, they could trace who had purchased the vehicle, indicating that a fierce battle might be imminent. Huangban Huazi also seemed to grasp the severity of the situation. She ignored V entirely and stepped aside, preparing to listen to what the samurai had to say. V, however, was quite anxious. She was acutely aware that the other floors of the building housing the Eugenie nightclub were filled with Huangban personnel, as was the surrounding area. Although she was accustomed to fighting alone, protecting the two skilled individuals beside her without allowing them to intervene was indeed a daunting task. Nevertheless, this was also a moment to prove her worth. Thus, V made a swift decision, reaching into the left and right pockets of her jacket where two handguns were stashed. She then aimed one at the messenger samurai and the other at Huangban Huazi, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Johnny Silverhand had been watching V and Huangban Huazi with disinterest, appearing utterly bored, but upon witnessing V's stylish draw of the gun, he suddenly perked up, shouting, "Damn those Huangban dogs. Bang! Bang! Miss Huazi, be careful." V was swift, and so were Huazi's bodyguards, who instantly drew their weapons and began calling for reinforcements. The samurai beside Huangban Huazi instinctively shielded her with his body at the sound of gunfire, a reflex honed through decades of training to be a loyal dog. This samurai sacrificed his life to ensure Huangban Huazi's survival. After the gunfire, a group of samurai surged forward, surrounding Huangban Huazi for protection. Realizing that she could not take advantage of the situation, V took Leng Jing and Dove behind the bar, preparing for a prolonged battle. The upheaval occurred so rapidly that Yunshan, who had come for a vacation, did not grasp the situation until he was fired upon, realizing that the fight had commenced. Of course, with Yunshan's prowess, he was not susceptible to the bullets. Not even a ripple disturbed his protective aura. Yet it was quite bothersome. What were they doing? This was a rare opportunity for a gunfight script. Just as he prepared to draw his sword and swiftly eliminate the assailants, Leng Jing pulled him back, glaring at him and handing him a gun, signaling him to resolve the issue with it. Her handgun was a standard issue from the Tyrant Empire, requiring neither reloading nor chambering. It was a true automatic handgun. Instead of bullets, it utilized two chemical substances, the names of which she did not know. When the trigger was pulled, these chemicals reacted rapidly, forming a projectile that was propelled by a novel firing mechanism, far superior to Earth's firearms. Reloading simply involved swapping out a unique magazine containing the two substances, which could fire hundreds or even thousands of rounds, essentially providing unlimited ammunition for a single battle. The security response from the Huangban group was incredibly swift. A large number of samurai charged in, all well-equipped and formidable. However, they were somewhat disorganized due to the need to protect Huangban Huazi during her retreat. V's marksmanship was exceptional. Any samurai daring to show themselves was met with a swift demise, which deterred them from allowing Huazi to step out, as that would certainly spell disaster for her should this sharpshooter take aim. Meanwhile, Leng Jing was exhilarated, unafraid of being hit, crouching behind the bar and utilizing the eye of the Emperor's X-ray vision to fire wildly. However, Her aim was rather poor. She occasionally hit a target, which amused her greatly. In contrast, V's shooting skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Armed with a single firearm, specifically the Malorian 3516 from Johnny Silverhand's Weapons Company, she might not have the firepower of dual wielding, but her accuracy was significantly enhanced, making her appear as a harbinger of death, compelling a group of enemies to cower in fear. However, this stalemate was soon disrupted, as Huangban had also stationed numerous gunmen above, who now descended like swarm. This left them besieged, and the situation grew increasingly dire. A group of gunmen quickly secured advantageous positions on the upper levels, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the trio. V managed to eliminate several foes from above, but the enemies on the ground pressed forward, forming a tightening encirclement around them. Chapter 175. The Huangban Blade slashes the Huangban people. Damn it, why can't we kill these people? Soon, the Huangban personnel reached a startling conclusion. Despite V sustaining injuries, she seemed unfazed, but the other two were impossibly resilient. Bullets ricocheted nearly a meter away from their bodies, failing to penetrate their bizarre shield. What on earth was this? Meanwhile, their forces were steadily depleting. Although they still had many men, this wasn't a sustainable strategy, especially with Huazi still in the fray. They dared not utilize grenades or rocket launchers due to the risk of collateral damage to Huazi. Huangban Huazi was utterly bewildered. The samurai who had begun to relay information to her was shot dead mid-sentence. Yet, she quickly pieced together that these individuals were undoubtedly from the Tyrant Group, who openly opposed Huangban. In Huangban's eyes, national boundaries were non-existent. Any significant power was either a corporation or a conglomerate. Miss Huazi, more reinforcements will arrive shortly. We must endure this situation for now, one samurai remarked, glancing at the brutal battlefield outside. They pushed a piano over to use as a shield, given its thickness. This spot remained relatively safe. Having weathered many storms, Huangban Huazi merely nodded, saying little. This group from Huangban had learned to be prudent, refraining from exposing themselves. Since the trio seemed impervious to harm, it was wiser to encircle them without attacking, waiting for more reinforcements before launching a coordinated assault. Witnessing this, V felt exasperated. If only I had brought a bigger gun. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive. She could clearly see how many enemies were concealed behind the walls with her scanner, but without suitable weaponry, she couldn't execute a wall-penetrating attack. Her handgun's caliber was simply too small. Damn it, why aren't they coming out? Lung Ji-ing grew impatient, yearning for a chance to engage in this immersive combat experience. Sight, stating, it seems we have no choice but to break through and head to the rooftop to find Lauda. Remaining here isn't a viable option. Shall we capture Huangban Huazi? Lung Ji-ing inquired, indicating her willingness to follow V's lead. V was well aware that Huazi was merely a somewhat competent nuisance. In terms of courage and intellect, she paled in comparison to Huangban Lai Xian, that wasteful character. However, to others, this was merely a farcical rebellion by a disgraced prince. V paused for a moment before declaring, there's no need. Huangban Huazi's existence could incite some division within the Huangban group. If she were to perish, the Huangban group would unify, which would not bode well for our upcoming endeavors. Lung Jing pondered that if the individual known as Huangban Huazi were more aesthetically pleasing, perhaps she could be taken back for some visual enjoyment. However, the reality was that she resembled a plain woman, rendering the prospect of capturing her rather unappealing. Moreover, killing her might trigger a series of unforeseen consequences, potentially igniting a global conflict. In this moment of audacity, the key was to act swiftly while the companies remained oblivious. Once they caught on, matters would become considerably more complicated. With these thoughts in mind, Lung Jing decisively leaped over the counter, exuberantly exclaiming, "Let us charge forth." With a resigned glance at Lung Jing's impulsiveness, drew her katana from behind her. With piercing eyes fixed on those who harbored ill intentions towards them, she bellowed with commanding presence. "There's a rogue attempting to unfasten my trousers." In an instant, she dashed upstairs, and after a flurry of blades, the once vibrant scene was devoid of life. Wow, So impressive. Lung Jing marveled at V's lethal prowess, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the exhilarating combat she had envisioned, far surpassing the lackluster conflicts she had experienced in Dupo. Although the phrase she shouted was somewhat peculiar, it was of little consequence. Their immediate priority was to break through. "You've been empowered. Hurry up." As they sprinted, Lung Jing utilized her innate skills to bestow a shield upon V, who then fought with renewed vigor, the atmosphere becoming decidedly unsuitable for younger audiences. Occasionally, Lung Jing would fire a few shots from behind, reveling in the thrill, while Yinshan appeared utterly disenchanted, clearly finding no enjoyment in this childlike skirmish. As they began their breakout, Huangban Huazi retreated under the cover of the crowd, leaving the samurai with no reservations. An array of grenades and rocket launchers emerged, ready to unleash a brutal counterattack. However, by the time they surrounded them, Lung Jing and V had already reached the staircase, ascending floor by floor. Naturally, taking the elevator was out of the question. Who knew if these individuals had any control mechanisms? Being trapped inside would be disastrous. Lung Jing found herself questioning why, in the original narrative, V had faced such foolish adversaries when storming the Huangban Tower. Surely, cutting the elevator's power or severing the cables from above would have sufficed, yet they had chosen to resort to explosions instead. Ultimately, reality diverged from the game. V would not be guided by its dictates. In the narrow confines of the stairwell, the Huangban operatives were caught off guard as V charged at them, dispatching them before they could even react. The pursuing forces were far slower than V's relentless advance, and as the samurai they encountered fell one after another. Few remained to obstruct their path. At last, beyond this lies the rooftop. We must retreat. V observed the dwindling number of assailants above, feeling a sense of relief. It was evident that the bulk of Huangban's forces were stationed below. Although they had dispatched dozens, it paled in comparison to the throngs of pursuers below. While speaking, V retrieved several grenades, pulled the pins, and without a glance back, tossed them downward, simultaneously infecting a seemingly weak samurai with a contagious hacking program. In such a densely packed environment, this was a foolproof strategy. Moments later, the sounds of explosions and electrical shorts resonated from below, diminishing the once clamorous shouts. At that juncture, Lung Jing felt an unusual glow emanating from V, erasing her earlier fatigue. Chapter 176. The Special Ability of the World's Protagonist. Lung Jing exclaimed, astonished. She had presumed that in this reality, V's enhancements were not tied to leveling up. Yet the transformation before her was unmistakably akin to an upgrade. If this were indeed the case, V's worth would be immeasurable. It was akin to possessing a miniature system. In the realm of cyberpunk, leveling up paralleled the ascension of a cultivator in a mystical world. Although Ving was unaware of V's exact level, her demonstrated combat prowess suggested it was on par with elite fighters. After all, how could V achieve such precision and audacity in battle? It was all thanks to her innate skills. Most importantly, V had vast potential for growth. The timeline of cyberpunk spanned only a few months, and at the story's inception, V was merely a slightly more capable street thug. Given such a short duration to reach this level, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force in due time. If V were to cultivate combat techniques with her innate abilities, she would skyrocket in power through sheer violence and relentless training, undoubtedly surpassing the local practitioners of Dupo. As if to affirm Lung Jing's thoughts, V nodded, explaining, "This is a unique system exclusive to our world. The hierarchy originates from the central processor in our minds, evolving into a complete system over generations, akin to a computer operating system. Only those of our kind at the bottom truly understand this." As they continued their ascent, V appeared to recollect something, her expression turning grave. "I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but my system seems to differ from others. Typically, hackers lack fighting skills, and those adept at combat are not suited for hacking. Yet, I sense a distinct advantage. My system feels superior to others." This was installed by Old Wei. Lung Jing mused that V was indeed the protagonist, inherently different from the lesser characters. Old Wei, of course, referred to the cybernetic doctor, Victor, who, despite his unassuming presence, played a pivotal role in the narrative, appearing at crucial junctures that shaped the story's beginnings, turning points, and conclusions. It dawned on her that perhaps this extraordinary capability was also a gift from Old Way. Before long, they reached the rooftop, encountering no adversaries along the way, likely due to the elevation rendering defense unnecessary. The parking area was deserted, suggesting that any guards had ventured below to assist, only to meet their demise there. No one had considered detonating the vehicles. In reality, even if they had, the armored hovercraft were far too resilient, and the grenades possessed by these gunmen would hardly leave a dent. Upon their return, Delamon promptly opened the car door for them. Once they were inside, he took off in an instant, vanishing before the pursuing gunmen could even catch a glimpse. "Miss, where are we headed?" Delamon inquired with a cheerful smile, refraining from asking about their recent escapades. "Next, V, should we seek refuge at the Lishing nightclub?" Lung Jing pondered, recognizing the precariousness of their situation. Their numbers were insufficient to take on Huang Ban effectively. While Yinshan was undeniably powerful, Lung Ying had just learned that such formidable beings, when deployed, would incur a hefty penalty on her multiverse currency. The cost was proportional to the impact of their actions. Having merely dispatched a few foes had resulted in a minor deduction, but she feared that unleashing him upon an entire army or assaulting the Huangban Tower could lead to a deduction in the hundreds of thousands. The sons of Keha are not bound by such restrictions. After all, while their good brothers possess formidable strength, it is not to an alarming degree. In contrast, Yunsan is akin to a glitch in the system, capable not only in combat, but also astonishingly swift in movement. Who in the world could possibly contend with him? To conserve funds, Lung Ji-ing believes it would be more prudent to develop armed forces independently, especially since she currently possesses wealth. What task could she not accomplish? However, having money does not guarantee it can be spent freely. She requires certain channels, such as facilitating a substantial shipment of automotive materials for Delamon. It is essential to note that companies like Delamon must register the incoming materials and vehicles. Should any vigilant individuals discover discrepancies in their accounts, trouble would surely ensue. Recently, operations have been temporarily suspended for the reconditioning of vehicles. Yet if Lung Ji-ing's plan for mass production were to be implemented, it is likely someone would come investigating the very next day. At this moment, V appears to be lost in thought, seemingly allocating points to herself. Upon hearing Lung Ji-ing's words, she snaps back to reality. "That sounds good. Let's consult Rock. After tonight, it seems Night City will be under strict lockdown. Those wretched NCPD, acting as corporate lackeys, are capable of anything, even risking a direct intrusion into their own homes. Only at the Lishing nightclub would they dare not venture." Lung Ji-ing nods, fully aware of the reasons why the police of Lishing dare not inspect the premises. It serves as a vital hub for intermediaries and gang interactions. Anyone bold enough to investigate Lishing likely would not survive until dawn, not even the mayor. Harasaka, too, would refrain from reckless action, lest it devolve into a repeat of the Great Riot of 2023. Nonetheless, Lung Ji-ing harbors a lingering suspicion that Harasaka could act without regard for consequences, as she is directly undermining their foundation. Upon realizing their planned route, Delamon elegantly veers through the air towards the Lishing nightclub. Throughout the journey, it seems Harasaka has not dispatched aerial vehicles or drones to pursue them, allowing a safe arrival atop Lishing. Despite the looming threat of being struck down by missiles, Lung Ji-ing remains ostentatious, activating her promotional loudspeakers to immerse the citizens below in the so-called benefits bestowed upon them by the Empire. Of course, these benefits are merely a beautiful illusion, yet they still attract eager followers. Taking the elevator from the rooftop, the trio swiftly descends to the underground Lishing nightclub. At the entrance stands a strikingly handsome bouncer, who gazes at Lung Ji-ing and her companions. Before they can utter a word, he flatly states, "V, you should be aware of Lishing's rules. Regardless of your current standing, you cannot bring unknown individuals here. To enter Lishing, one must possess credentials. If Lung Ji-ing recalls correctly, this bouncer is named Emmerich, a professional door attendant. Of course, I haven't forgotten Emmerich. However, The two individuals accompanying me are not mere workers. They are employers seeking to engage workers. V had already prepared her explanation. Lishing maintains strict control over its entrance. Typically, mercenaries must have eliminated at least 20 individuals to gain entry, and the requirements for intermediaries are even more stringent. As for employers, the criteria are less clear, seemingly revolving around financial means or successful transactions to remain within Lishing. Otherwise, they would be expelled. In any case, this is certainly not beyond the capabilities of the esteemed Lung Jiying. Understood. However, to join Lishing as an employer, one must possess assets of at least 1 million euros. I wonder if the two of you meet that criterion? Emmerich, having spent considerable time at the door, has developed an eye for discerning individuals. The attire of the two before him clearly indicates they are not ordinary folk. They could very well be significant figures from a powerful family. Nonetheless, he is merely a door attendant, and the specifics of their background are of no concern to him. He is simply fulfilling his duty. Lung Jiying recognizes that Emmerich is not a malicious person and replies, "Very well, allow me to show you." As Emmerich prepares to establish a link through his electronic eye to verify their accounts, he is taken aback when Lung Jiying produces a tablet, displaying her personal account page for him to see. Emmerich is momentarily puzzled by her choice to use such a primitive method instead of directly connecting through their electronic eyes, only to be astonished by the model of the tablet. It is the latest Yali 70, a product yet to be publicly listed, a clear indication that the employer possesses substantial means. In this era, mobile phones are essentially tablets, collectively referred to as personal mobile terminals. The tablets utilized by the common populace are often cobbled together from inferior components, while only the elite purchase corporate devices, not for practicality, but as a symbol of status. To possess such a device signifies either immense wealth or a daring individual willing to seize corporate assets. Either scenario confirms the owner's eligibility for entry into Lishing, given that this device has a market value of 500,000 euros, which is hardly exorbitant. Actually, it is often included as a complementary item with the purchase of an aerial vehicle. Thus, Emmerich refrains from scrutinizing the individual's account balance and respectfully returns the tablet, subsequently opening the doors to Lishing. "Please enter. Welcome, esteemed employer, to Lishing." Lung Jiying accepts the tablet, storing it within her storage ring, and offers Emmerich an appreciative glance. Without further ado, she and V step into the Lishing nightclub. However, upon entering, Lung Jiying discovers that the atmosphere starkly contrasts her expectations. Lishing appears unusually desolate, as though a significant event has transpired. Those present, be they gang members or mercenaries, quietly sip their drinks or engage in billiards, refraining from conversation. Even those negotiating business do so in hushed tones, creating an ambience more akin to a quiet bar than a nightclub. Just as Lung Jiying intends to inquire about the situation, she notices the news broadcast on the television and instantly comprehends the cause. According to reports from the front lines, Harasaka Group's former chairman, Harasaka Saburo, has had his eldest daughter, Harasaka Hwazi, attacked by terrorists at the Yuja nightclub. Fortunately, Miss Harasaka has sustained no injuries. The mayor of Night City has vowed to bring these audacious terrorists to justice. The NCPD has mobilized extensively, following Miss Hwazi's lead to apprehend a suspect named V. These criminals are equipped with high-performance aerial vehicles, so results may not be forthcoming in the short term. Additionally, the current chairman of Harasaka Group, Harasaka Lishien, has yet to comment on the attack. Should any citizens spot these villains, please call the number displayed at the bottom of the screen. The NCPD has set a substantial bounty. Goodness, the media's response is remarkably swift. Lung Jiying remarks. She realizes why these bloodthirsty mercenaries have suddenly become cautious. It signifies that Night City has entered a phase of stringent enforcement. A citywide search is likely imminent, and it is inevitable that innocent lives will be sacrificed to bear the blame. During such times, how could these criminals afford to remain conspicuous? Lung Jiying remains unfazed. If they cannot fight, they can retreat to Dopa. However, if her ambition is to dominate Night City, the path is straightforward, entailing 3 key actions. 1. Stirring the rebellious sentiments of the common folk. 2. leading the charge to demonstrate the possibility of success. 3. Establishing or recruiting her own direct military force. Once these three objectives are accomplished, asserting control over Night City will pose little challenge. From that stronghold, she could begin to expand outward, inevitably claiming dominion over this world. However, this is by no means a simple matter. The Night City is regarded as a place of utmost importance by nearly all corporations. For instance, the decision of Arasaka to place the Oracle in Night City rather than Tokyo exemplifies this fact. It remains uncertain whether mere civilians possess the capability to accomplish such a task. As she pondered, Lung Ji-ing descended the elevator with V, while Yinshan seemed to have spotted something amusing, opting to remain in the nightclub's grand hall. Lung Ji-ing found herself at a loss regarding this old rascal and chose to indulge his whims. It must be said that the architectural expanse of Life Path far exceeds that of the game. Originally, Rogue was supposed to occupy a booth in the hall, yet now she possessed an entire floor, and it was the lowest one at that. This stands in stark contrast to the corporate hierarchy, where the higher the floor, the loftier the position. In Life Path, however, the lower the floor, the higher the status. According to the first City King, one could never know when those corporate hounds might incite a nuclear war, rendering those on the lower floors potentially safer. While this notion is largely symbolic, it has garnered the admiration of countless mercenaries, all desiring their own office in the underground. Lung Ji-ing gleaned this system from the walls of the elevator. Generally, aside from invitations extended by the owners of these basements, others lack the qualifications to utilize this elevator. Suddenly, a question arose in her mind, and without hesitation, she inquired, V, which floor is your office on? Upon hearing this, V's face flushed with embarrassment, transforming from a fierce reaper just an hour prior into a bashful girl. The silver hand leaning against the elevator wall found amusement in V's coy demeanor, but chose not to shield her, instead mercilessly revealing, she doesn't even have her own office yet. This little brat has only been in the game for a few days, although she has accomplished quite a bit. She has hardly expanded her network here in Life Path. Does she really expect the higher-ups to grant her an office? Chapter 178. The old woman Rogue Lung Ji-ing nodded in understanding. In truth, she had not frequented the Life Path nightclub during her gaming sessions, only engaging in one or two side quests apart from the main storyline. V's intermediaries for quests were not affiliated with Life Path, and thus she found it challenging to connect with the people here. For Lung Ji-ing, this was evidently a boon. Had V held a high status here, she would have had to contemplate carefully. However, since V was currently a free agent, she felt emboldened to make her move. After all, as the protagonist, one often possesses the noble resolve to act for love or to defend one's comrades. Such sentiments could render her actions counterproductive. Thus, Lung Ji-ing painted a grand vision for V. Fear not, if Life Path does not provide for you, I shall. Should our endeavors succeed in the future, you will become the supreme commander of the Tyrant Empire in the cyber world. Why would you think so highly of me? I was merely a petty thug before. I doubt I could handle such a responsibility. V appeared somewhat taken aback. Although she had resolved to cling to the other's support, she had not anticipated such trust. Regarding whether the Tyrant Empire could surpass all the corporations, V felt quite confident. The mere glimmer of what Lung Ji-ing had revealed indicated immense potential. Therefore, once everything was concluded, she feared she might not be suited for the role akin to that of a ball captain. Lung Ji-ing was not jesting, for she recognized that as a protagonist in her world, she thrived effortlessly, perhaps embodying the famed protagonist's halo, much like Xiao Yan, who, despite numerous setbacks, never met his demise. V, too, would likely skyrocket global production if tasked with that responsibility, potentially instigating a cyber movement, and these metrics were indeed feasible. Do not worry. I have faith in you. However, the immediate priority is to deliberate on our forthcoming plans. Lung Ji-ing patted V's shoulder, expressing her confidence in her. During their conversation, the elevator came to a halt. As the doors opened, Lung Ji-ing was struck with astonishment. She had anticipated a dimly lit basement, yet the entire floor gleamed with opulence. Various decorations, murals, and furnishings were nothing short of rare luxury items. Had she not known this place lay beneath several stories, she might have believed she had entered the palace of some European monarch. The entire floor was meticulously arranged. Stepping out of the elevator led to a guest lounge, followed by recreational areas, a reception room, and a resting chamber. It must be said that under conditions of ample resources, this was indeed the dream home of every recluse. At that moment, no other visitors were present. Rogue was engaged in a game of pool alone. Upon hearing the elevator doors open, she glanced over and, upon spotting V in Johnny's coat, broke into a grin. "Ah, V has arrived. Is Johnny around?" Indeed, they were old flames, even after more than 50 years. Their reunion within mere days ignited a resurgence of old feelings, leaving Lung Ji incurious about the history between Rogue and the Silver Hand. V glanced at the Silver Hand, who was wandering about, and awkwardly replied, He is, but we're not here for you two to rekindle your romance. We have an important matter that requires your assistance." Upon hearing that there was serious business at hand, Rogue ceased her playful demeanor and inquired with gravity, "What is it? Are we blowing up Arasaka Tower?" "Of course not. The specifics will be conveyed by this young lady. I am merely a muscle." V stepped back, allowing the shorter Lung Ji Ing to take the spotlight. With that, V picked up the cue and resumed her game, alternating between her own shots and allowing the Silver Hand to control her body, engaging in the sport with delight. This, too, was the custom of Night City. As a middleman, V should refrain from prying into the discussions between clients. She was not wary of Lung Ji Ying, but rather felt that her rapport with Rogue did not extend to such familiarity. Johnny was Johnny, and she was she. V was quite clear on this distinction. Rogue then noticed the elegantly dressed, yet petite figure before her, reminiscent of someone from her granddaughter's generation. However, she chose not to elaborate further, gesturing towards a reception room with a curt, "Please, this way." As the underground queen of Night City, Rogue exuded an undeniable presence, revealing a different side only in the company of V or the Silver Hand. Thus, she was not particularly courteous towards Lung Ji-Ying. Lung Ji-Ying nodded, refraining from further conversation, and followed Rogue into the room. The furnishings within the reception area were quite simple. Aside from some decorations, there was merely a desk, 2 chairs, and a cabinet topped with a coffee machine. Once seated, Rogue did not immediately address the matter at hand. Instead, she retrieved 2 cups and a pack of coffee beans from the cabinet, placing them into the machine, which began grinding the coffee beans. I rarely grind coffee for myself, as we do not particularly enjoy this beverage, but I find it helps maintain my composure, preventing me from drawing a gun at the slightest provocation. While waiting for the coffee to brew, Rogue spoke with a subtle intent, and Lung Ji-Ying keenly sensed the underlying pressure. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. After all, in negotiations, seizing the initiative is paramount. It is evident that ascending to the role of underground queen in Night City is no simple feat, Rogue. I prefer to be direct. I have matters to discuss. Lung Ji-Ying did not adhere to conventional tactics. Instead of merely testing the waters with the opposing party, she boldly stated, "I possess a capital of 900 billion euros and intend to acquire a substantial quantity of rare metals to forge an entirely automated armor division. Furthermore, I declare war on all corporations to establish a new order on Earth." Loga, with a cold smile, thought to herself that she had witnessed far grander spectacles than this. A mere girl daring to boast as though she were the Emperor of Tyleran. However, before she could voice her skepticism, Lung Ji-Ying produced a tablet from seemingly nowhere and deftly operated it with her delicate fingers before handing it to Loga. Without hesitation, Loga accepted it, albeit with a degree of skepticism, first offering a cup of the freshly brewed coffee she had prepared. After taking a sip, she finally examined the tablet. To her astonishment, the account displayed indeed contained 900 billion. What on earth? Upon further scrutiny, Loga discovered that not all of this capital was liquid. 800 billion was tied up in the original stock of a company named Tyleran Technology, which, according to system estimates, should be valued at approximately 1,800 billion. After scanning the tablet with the most advanced scanner in Yejicheng to confirm that it was not a ruse concocted by hackers, Loga accepted the more terrifying reality. Not only was the girl a super-rich billionaire, But she was also the mastermind behind the recent upheaval in Yejicheng that had transpired in just one day. Though Loga had not ventured out that day, she was well aware of every tremor in the city. She was not naive enough to believe that the voice of the elderly figure in the floating vehicle was the sole source of this chaos. Rather, it seemed as though someone had crafted this persona to gain the trust of the populace. Gazing at this girl, no older than 14 or 15 and devoid of any augmentations, Loga felt she grasped the situation. Even the personal accounts of the chairpersons of major corporations would not hold such vast sums, as liquid capital and total assets are fundamentally different concepts. Moreover, the girl's presence here implied that Vi and Jiangni were simultaneously vouching for her. Vi might be unaware of certain details, but Jiangni had informed her of others, such as his ability to operate her body without Vi's consent. Thus, if Jiangni had truly disagreed, this girl would not have appeared here. Reinforcing Loga's conviction, taking a deep breath to steady herself, Loga fixed her gaze on Leng Jiying and inquired, "How may I assist you?" Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously adopted a respectful tone. This individual before her was akin to a master strategist, and perhaps one day she could become Yejicheng's guardian deity. Thus, addressing her as such felt entirely justified. Noticing the shift in Loga's demeanor, Leng Jing dispensed with her playful expression and stated earnestly, "I require your assistance with 3 tasks." Eager to listen, Loga's expression grew serious. "First, I need you to contact all weapon and material manufacturers within the city and beyond. Besides a vast quantity of armor materials, I also require an extensive arsenal to equip the populace, encouraging them to join the fight against the corporate oppressors. Second, I wish to convene a press conference that will infiltrate every device capable of displaying images throughout the city, ensuring that everyone comprehends who truly has their best interests at heart. Third, once the first 2 objectives are achieved, we need to orchestrate a symbolic event to ignite the people's fervor for freedom. I have chosen the demolition of Huangban Tower for this purpose." After listening intently to this astonishing plan, Loga was taken aback. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the events in Russia 160 years ago, arming the populace and controlling the narrative followed by a resonating blast. In truth, Leng Jing harbored such intentions, or perhaps the character was designed to echo the former Soviet Union, with names like Ayagusi Dugeli reflecting this. Her characteristics mirrored this as well. She professed to act for the people while continuously exploiting their value, sending countless citizens to their demise to solidify her authority, and exaggerating her accomplishments. It was unmistakably reminiscent of the old regime. Nevertheless, Leng Jing did not intend to follow the old script. She merely needed to establish her supreme authority after the war and appoint several high-ranking commanders to oversee the affairs of the new Earth. They would then recruit direct subordinates to manage various regions, requiring only a mayor and a few secretaries for each city. With advanced technology, there would be no need for bloated bureaucracies. For instance, the fully automated war machines under construction could fulfill the current tasks of the NCPD. After dismantling the corporations, the regional managers could utilize the remnants to create job opportunities for all. As Leng Jing firmly believed that all turmoil stemmed from a lack of employment or jobs that were more arduous than slavery, devoid of any leisure. Once these 2 aspects were rectified, the fabled anarchy might even become a reality. Loga began to grasp Leng Jing's vision for the future. While she was profoundly shocked, she remained focused on the matter at hand. The first and third points are indeed feasible. I could even accompany you to demolish Huangban Tower. However, the second point poses a challenge. Leng Jing understood the concern Loga was alluding to. Following the previous cyber warfare, the internet had vanished, replaced by localized networks within the cities. Some areas had even opted to create their own exclusive networks, which proliferated throughout Yejicheng. Thus, seizing control of the entire city's network would undoubtedly be a monumental undertaking, well beyond Loga's capabilities. I could find someone to accomplish that. It would not be a problem, Leng Jing reassured, unperturbed. If the hackers emerging from Kaha were capable of siphoning funds from accounts worldwide, surely they could conquer a city's local network. Loga, relieved yet astonished, marveled at the magnitude of the ability required to accomplish such a feat. Even corporations would hesitate to claim they could directly seize a city's network. This confident assertion made Loga begin to believe that this young girl could indeed bring her vision to fruition. Upon reflection, Loga realized she had little else to attend to and stated straightforwardly, "Regarding the weapons and materials, you need not worry. I can leverage the Wanderers to procure them from other cities. They have their own channels for entering the city and can continuously deliver supplies to your designated locations." With the major supply issue resolved, Lingjing felt a sense of relief and exclaimed, "That is excellent. Let us hold the press conference in 1 week." 1 week? That seems rather hasty. Where do you intend to hold it? Lingjing displayed a map of Yejicheng, briefly scanning it before decisively stating, "Right here. Yejicheng Television Tower." The Yejicheng Television Tower was the only location within the city that housed media personnel. Every program broadcasted on the Yejicheng network originated from this building, which rivaled Huangban Tower in scale, without exception. On a moonless night, this venerable edifice, which had stood for countless years, found itself graced by an unexpected gathering. A large contingent of armed marauders assembled at the base of the television tower, Loga's private militia, and among them stood our protagonist, Lingjing. Chapter 180. The afterthought of the system at this moment, Lingjing had once again utilized Rog's connections to create a new outfit. This ensemble was inspired by the design of Lao Meng's attire, as recalled from her memory, tailored to be more suitable for a woman. The originally unappealing shade of brownish yellow had been transformed into a predominantly black style with white accents. Lingjing felt a profound satisfaction, as the outfit bestowed an air of authority upon her modest height of less than 1.7 meters. She resolved to craft several more sets to take back, intending to wear them in dope as well. The building's guards seemed to have noticed the arrival of these unwelcome guests, and they quickly armed themselves. However, their equipment was rather subpar. Their firearms consisted only of handguns, a stark contrast to the fully armed thugs accompanying Lingjing. This disparity prompted her to reflect on the high crime rates in Yejicheng, which were not without reason. "Thank you all for your assistance," Lingjing remarked, casting a glance at the seemingly feeble guards before preparing to signal her henchmen to advance. Over the course of the week, Delamon had successfully modified the first batch of battle vehicles, and Faraday had summoned a few sons of Keha to assist. Yet, these remained her trump cards and were not to be deployed lightly. Under Rog's direction, the armed thugs surged forward, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves assaulting a flock of sheep. The scene quickly turned gruesome, devoid of any redeeming qualities. Indeed, it was child's play for over 100 armed thugs to dispatch a mere 20-odd bodyguards. Some even merely feigned a few shots into the air before hastily shedding their uniforms and fleeing. Rog's private army, surprisingly disciplined, refrained from pursuing any further without his explicit command, reinforcing Lingjing's belief that no one becomes a king of the city without being formidable. In contrast, the in-game Rog, who insisted on being hands-on with every matter, seemed rather insignificant. With the situation under control, Rog turned to Lingjing and said, "Shall we proceed? Nashi should be awaiting us inside. Once you ascend the stage, your speech can commence. However, the subsequent outcomes will depend on whether your hackers can ensure the effectiveness of the speech. In addition, I have employed a signal jamming device to disrupt nearby communications, which may delay the NCPD's arrival. However, whether this will be effective remains uncertain." Nashi, a friend of Johnny Silverhand and a former member of the Wuxia band, readily agreed to assist upon learning of the impending operation. Lingjing nodded, thoroughly pleased with Rog's arrangements. At this moment, V and Yinshan stood beside her, accompanied by 2 unarmored sons of Keha carrying an assortment of equipment. Faraday had located a factory to serve as a base, facilitating the deployment of reinforcements or allowing the sons of Keha to assist the hackers with ease. Just as Lingjing took her first step, the system's voice abruptly resonated. "Ding! The scan of a new world is complete. The detected route being executed by the host is conquer the world. 3 minor objectives have been issued. Objective 1. Subjugate the protagonist. Reward: 1 super lucky clover. Host level increased by 5. Current task progress at 70%. Objective 2. Occupy Yi Ji-chung. Reward. One opportunity to select an S-class governor from 3 options. Objective 3. Enhance the overall strength of the Tyrant Empire in this realm to exceed 50% of the current world's total. Successful completion will grant a positive rule that aligns with your character traits. This task can be submitted independently, and the quality of the acquired rule will correlate with the task's completion level. Note, if the host utilizes abilities exceeding the limitations of this world or beyond the highest comprehension of its inhabitants, corresponding multiverse coins will be deducted based on the impact of the utilized abilities. Please take heed. Lung Jing gazed at the final notification, feeling as though a stampede of wild horses had surged through her mind. How ironic that she had already deciphered this pattern herself. Yet the system chose now to remind her. It felt rather belated. She had been perplexed over the past few days regarding the system's silence upon entering the new world. But now it became clear that it required some time to load. One must admit, the system was quite considerate. These 3 minor objectives aligned perfectly with her current trajectory. Although V was somewhat aligned with her interests, it was unlikely that he had reached the point of being an enthusiastic admirer. The fact that these objectives had not yet been achieved was entirely understandable. She presumed that once Yi Ji-chung was under her control, the first 2 objectives could be fulfilled simultaneously. These 2 truly represented minor objectives, and accomplishing them during this visit seemed entirely feasible. The third objective, however, appeared to be a long-term endeavor, with greater benefits arising from the process of achieving the goal rather than the rewards themselves. As for the additional rule, Lung Jing mused that it might resemble the prestige of a commander in the cooperative mode of StarCraft, and it likely bore no flaws, promising to be rather advantageous in the end. While contemplating the system updates, Lung Jing hastened her steps towards the television tower. The entire sequence of events had transpired in mere seconds. Her immediate priority remained the fulfillment of the predetermined plan. A moment later, in the largest broadcasting studio of the television tower, Lung Jing ascended the prearranged podium. Flanking the podium were the original flags of the Tyrant Empire, with the emblem of the Empire intricately engraved upon it. Everything had been arranged in accordance with the layout of Akudal's previous press conferences, executed by the 2 sons of Keha who were responsible for these tasks. It was a straightforward matter. They merely needed to set up the Tyrant flags and employ a portable laser engraver on the podium. In stark contrast, the scene opposite the resplendent podium appeared rather discordant. The technical team, originally engaged in other productions, had been forcibly commandeered by V, Rog, Nashi, and Kelly, former members of the Wuxia band, all armed and threatening. They even stationed a heavy machine gun at the entrance, effectively quashing any thoughts of escape and compelling the team to comply. As the television station's leading host, Nashi was acutely aware of the best teams available, promptly binding them all. It was fair to say that such a professional crew could not be found anywhere else in Yi Ji-chung. Driven by the instinct for self-preservation, the director, lighting technician, and sound engineer diligently fulfilled their roles, while Nashi continually reassured them, striving to prevent any blunders. Standing regally behind the podium, Lung Jing endeavored to project an aura of authority. She awaited the director's cue to announce the commencement of this world-shattering live broadcast. Chapter 181. The speech that stunned Yi Ji-chung. Lung Jing had not prepared a speech, nor did she have anyone to assist her in crafting one. She had always believed that her former martial spirit and her current golden finger were not merely symbolic tools for skill acquisition. They undoubtedly held further untapped potential. Her strategy was to navigate this technologically driven world by emulating Lao Meng's approach. However, would Lao Meng rely on a prepared script for his speeches? Clearly, that was not his style. With her hands resting on the podium, Lung Jing nodded to the audience below, signaling that they could commence the broadcast. The director, under the threat of firearms, dared not cause any disruptions. After coordinating with the professional team, he stabilized his voice as best he could and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, action. As soon as his words fell, the image of Lung Jing suddenly materialized on the colossal screen atop the television tower. Previously shut, the screen flickered to life in the dead of night, immediately capturing the attention of all onlookers. This was also a signal, a reminder for Faraday's hacker team to commence their operations, redirecting the signal from the large screen to every corner of the city. The reason Night City is dubbed as such lies in the populace's preference for nocturnal activities. Hence, evening promotions often yield better results than those during the day. Given the towering height of the television tower and its advanced technology, the audio-visual display could resonate throughout the entire administrative district. True to expectations, whether individuals at home or those walking the streets were drawn to this sudden turn of events, their curiosity piqued. Taking a deep breath, Long Jing acknowledged that at this moment, potentially tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, were watching her. To claim she was not anxious would be disingenuous. She endeavored to maintain a placid expression before speaking calmly. Greetings, friends of Night City. You may have recently heard the term tyrant incessantly disrupting your lives. Indeed, all of this is orchestrated by me, the head of the tyrant empire. This initial statement successfully piqued everyone's interest. Undoubtedly, under Long Jing's recent financial offensive, the tyrant empire had risen to the top of current hot topics. Whether it was corporate lackeys wishing to overthrow this emerging regime or gang members abandoning their affiliations to join this grand endeavor, such occurrences were no longer novel. However, aside from a few radical gang elements, most civilians opted to observe, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to orchestrate a shocking event that would astound all corporations. Yet, Long Jing's appearance doused cold water on their hopes. Although the era no longer favored male over female, she appeared rather youthful. Zhao Yuqian was among the first to witness this scene, contemplating whether he should begin liquidating his tyrant technology stocks, fully aware of the impact such an image would have on the market. Nevertheless, he chose to remain cautious. Perhaps you are astonished by my youth, feeling deceived in your emotions, for no one anticipated that the mastermind behind the tyrant faction would be a young girl yet to fully mature. Thus, I have decided to take responsibility for my immature actions, compensating all companies that suffered losses due to us, and we shall no longer appear in Night City, vanishing as abruptly as we emerged. Long Jing's tone was remarkably calm, as if narrating an inconsequential matter rather than announcing the impending dissolution of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. At this moment, as Faraday's hacker team swiftly executed their plan, the live broadcast spread to several nearby districts, encompassing nearly half of Night City. Her words incited a wave of anger among viewers, questioning the meaning behind such statements. What does this mean? After galvanizing our resistance for so long, now you casually concede to the corporate lackeys. What place is left for us commoners? Following their anger, a sense of despair settled in. Indeed, they were merely civilians. Who would advocate for them? There had never been anyone, there wasn't anyone now, nor would there be anyone in the future. The sole spark of hope for resistance had been extinguished by its organizers' own hands. At that moment, they regretted not having acted sooner. On the other side of the city, at the NCPD headquarters, the chief inspector, who was originally dispatching officers, abruptly halted all directives upon hearing this revelation. When his subordinates inquired in confusion, the only response they received was a terse, "Wait and see." In the affluent district, a middle-aged woman clad in a kimono sat elegantly on a sofa, delicately holding a glass of red wine as she watched the live broadcast relayed by her subordinates. A hint of a smile graced her heavily made-up face as she murmured triumphantly, "As expected, a hollow enterprise filled with capital is merely a fleeting phenomenon. What qualifications do they have to contend with our Arasaka group?" It seems she is not one to underestimate her own worth. This woman was Arasaka Huazi, who had narrowly escaped death. Beside her lay a stack of investigative reports that would astonish anyone who perused them, detailing Tyrant Technology as a shell company supported solely by financial backing, devoid of any physical presence, assets, or armed protection. On the top floor of Arasaka Tower, a man in his 30s, still youthful in appearance, gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the distant screen, clenching his fists in frustration. Damn it, I had hoped to dismantle this decaying, outdated system through this emerging force. Is everything truly an illusion? Beside him stood a heavily modified man clad in combat armor, a figure who would infuriate Johnny if he were present, for this was Adam Heavyhammer, the very one who had once taken his life. This 30-something man was Arasaka Raishian, the current chairman of the Arasaka Group, a progressive youth who had once yearned to overthrow his father to realize his ambitions. Now seemingly caught in a conflict of conscience, faced with a difficult decision. Ultimately, he sighed in relief and spoke softly to Adam Heavyhammer. Transmit my orders. Immediately imprison my sister, Arasaka Huazi, and summon all board members to Night City for a meeting. If they fail to arrive within 3 days, they shall forfeit all rights within the Arasaka group. Go. Chapter 182. First suppression, then rise. Zhao Yuqian, indulging in a late-night snack, was stunned, frantically seizing the restaurant owner's tablet to establish a connection and check the stock market. As he had anticipated, the once dominant Tyrant technology was plummeting rapidly, leaving him no time to react. He quickly sold all his stocks, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Regardless of how fleeting Tyrant technology might be, it had nonetheless yielded him a profit, averting a loss of over 40 billion euros. What did she intend to do? V and Rog, along with others, were bewildered, utterly clueless as to Lung Jing's intentions. Only Yinshan maintained an air of calm, disdainfully observing these outsiders, shaking his head as he muttered, "Foolish outsiders. There's a term in our realm for such behavior. First suppression, then rise." On stage, Lung Jing appeared lost in her thoughts, unaffected by the crowd's emotions, declaring, "Indeed, this is the best solution. People do not believe we can succeed. I mentioned in my video during the first advertisement for the hover car that the foundations of our empire are unimaginably strong, and our armed forces will obliterate all enemies. Yet they are isolated and unsupported." As she spoke, Lung Jing's expression morphed into one of helplessness tinged with mockery, as if ridiculing her own actions. "In you, I see no hope for humanity. All I perceive are a swarm of parasitic creatures waiting for dim-witted souls to sacrifice themselves for your future, while you make no effort. You do not care whether you're governed by corporate lackeys or an emperor genuinely concerned for the people. Similarly, you remain indifferent to whether you work 12 hours a day, 6 hours, or not at all." Her scornful words struck like a stone upon the placid lake, rousing the previously silent crowd into a fervor. "Who says we don't care? We have our own wives, families, and children. Our generation has already endured enough suffering. If we perish, but we cannot allow our next generation to continue to suffer." Who is serving as a lackey for the company? A muscular man with bloodshot eyes, visibly agitated, seized a passerby and demanded loudly, "Is it you?" "Huh?" The passerby replied, "No, I too want to take down the company." The muscular man released him and grabbed another passerby, questioning, "Is it you bastard?" "Huh?" At that moment, a group of individuals approached and restrained the out-of-control man, continuously soothing him. "Caesar, calm down. You have a wife and children. Don't attract the NCPD. Do you want your wife to live as a widow?" Upon hearing wife and children, the man finally fell silent, only to mutter despondently, "I can earn a bit of money through boxing to buy milk powder for my children. But what about when I grow old? Will my children follow in my footsteps, joining a gang, or risking their lives for money?" Caesar's words resonated with many. Indeed, in today's Night City, those who wish to survive must either find a way to open a business that earns almost nothing after taxes and protection fees, or join a gang as a lackey, or become a dog for the company, remaining a lowly worker. Regardless of the path chosen, none offer any future prospects. Are you truly content with such a life? Do you not feel discontent with the current state of affairs? Merely for a trivial prejudice, you would burn the one remaining lifeline. Such a populace holds no redeemable value. What I envision is a harmonious society where everyone is equal, devoid of oppression. After expressing these aspirations, Lung Jing suddenly slammed the table and admonished, "But ask yourselves, can you truly achieve this? You dare not speak against authority, yet you bully the weak. The weak, having no one to oppress them, turn to tormenting stray cats and dogs. Tell me, what value do you possess that would merit my efforts to save you? You think Tyrone can save you because an elderly figure looms in your minds, yet now that I, the true leader, stand before you, you begin to doubt. Tell me, why should I save a group that questions me?" Everyone lowered their heads, indeed questioning the worthiness of their salvation. They began to doubt one another's capabilities based solely on age or stature, and some even resorted to insults. Under Lung Jing's piercing words, The shame they felt rendered them utterly abashed. Ambition is not constrained by age. One may live for decades, even a century, but to what avail? If age alone could resolve all issues, why have you elder ones not stood up to do what I'm doing now? I believe it is not that you cannot, but that you dare not. You resemble a herd of slaves, driven by capitalists. While you curse the company, you simultaneously aid them in profiting. Undoubtedly, your existence contributes value to the companies. Is the power of capital terrifying? Certainly. Yet I believe the true terror lies within the people. Just as over a century ago, the greatest foe of capitalists was not some external force, but you, the very populace that forms the backbone of society. Why do capitalists now act with impunity? Because you have become a group they no longer fear. Lung Jing was unaware of the profound impact her words would have. Yet she could see the professional team below. Rog, Klee, Nancy, and even V, all wearing expressions of silence, seemingly questioning what their past decades had amounted to, while Johnny Silverhand, silently cheering for her, signaled to her that she might have succeeded. The moment of revelation was at hand. Lung Jing paused, allowing the audience a moment to react. Then, with an even more impassioned tone, declared, "Are you truly content?" The crowd on the streets momentarily paused before looking up. No, I'm not content either. I believe every individual harbors a yearning for freedom. No one wishes to live under the shadow of a corporation for a lifetime. We have witnessed our homes and assets being cunningly seized by the machinations of corporate lackeys. We have seen our friends and family fall victim to the nightmarish violence of radical gang members. Though this may seem unprecedented and unimaginable, these are the hallmarks of our era. Chapter 183, The First Battle of the Empire. It is time, my fellow humans, to overthrow the rule of the corporations, to rally under a new banner. We shall forge an indivisible whole from a society dominated by capitalists and restore our era to its rightful course. The crowd began to roar with excitement, reminiscent of the previous week, as jubilant celebration in the streets. Yet this time, it echoed throughout the entire city. Do not allow any forces to conspire against this new beginning. Do not attempt to obstruct our path, for we shall emerge victorious at any cost. Some in the crowd began to draw weapons. The Tyrone Empire will deploy all its armed forces to launch an assault on the major corporate strongholds in Night City. Simultaneously, we will commence formal recruitment to invite more like-minded individuals to join the Imperial Armed Forces. Our first step shall be to sweep through Night City, eliminating all gang members and corporate lackeys alike. We will abolish the existing unjust systems and reassess the assets of the wealthy, compelling them to return their ill-gotten gains to the people. Regarding your past, I can grant amnesty, but if anyone commits crimes after the establishment of the empire, they shall be deemed enemies of the people. I shall show no leniency. The empire will forever be your safest haven. Never forget who is truly your protector. With that, Lung Jing took a deep breath, nodded to the professional team, signaling that it was time to conclude. Wow, Miss Lung, you are incredible. If I were still alive, I want to follow you. After the broadcast ended, Johnny immediately expressed his admiration. Others felt similarly. The most charismatic figures they had encountered were merely corporate spokespersons frequently seen in the news. But after witnessing Lung Jing's speech, they experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Let us go. The battle should begin now. Those rabid dogs must be itching to act, Lung Jing remarked with a cold smile, fully aware that upon exiting the television tower, she might face an ambush. Yet, she was eager for her speech to have the desired effect. Thus, she must fire the first shot that would ignite the civil war. Boss, there are many people outside. The terror action team has arrived, reported the armed thugs under Rock, retreating in panic. That is the nightmare of all malevolent forces. Yet, Lung Jing remained unfazed, retrieving a communication device while calmly stating, "V, Rog, hold them off for a moment. The Imperial Army will arrive shortly. Once the troops are assembled, we will charge directly at Isaka Tower." Having decided to incite a popular uprising, now, while the people's fervor is high, is indeed the most opportune moment to strike. Even though Isaka has reinforced its defenses, the sons of Keha are poised for action, and with Delamain's high-mobility vehicles, Even if risks are present, success is not impossible. All right, V and Luoga said little, as they led the armed thugs and members of the old martial guards in search of cover, preparing to face the impending onslaught. The capabilities of the terror response team were formidable. They charged forward like madmen unafraid of death or pain, clad in an entire set of advanced cybernetic enhancements, their speed akin to that of teleportation. Above, the NCPD hovercraft hovered 10 meters off the ground, and dozens of terror response team members leapt down, each wielding a shotgun, rushing towards them with astonishing speed, evidently intent on engaging in close combat. Open fire. With a distance of only a few hundred meters, the enemy could close in within 10 seconds, and Luoga was taken aback, urgently ordering everyone to commence firing. Fortunately, the armed thugs were elite forces, equipped with self-targeting weapons. Despite the enemy's incredible speed, they managed to land several hits. Coupled with the concentrated fire from the group, over a dozen terror response team members were rendered combat ineffective. However, the impact was still minimal against the nearly overwhelming force of the enemy, as the terror response team numbered only a couple hundred across the city. Yet here they had already amassed 50 or 60, with the potential for more still en route. Behind this group of terrorists, a significant number of NCPD members were closing in, creating a dire situation, with the defensive line on the brink of collapse. Even V would find herself in peril if the enemy breached their ranks. Lung Ji-ing sighed softly, conjuring a wisp of black flame in her palm. There was no alternative. She had to resort to her extraordinary powers to eliminate these foes. If she failed to act, the breach of their defenses would result in greater losses, especially since this battle was being observed by countless onlookers from the surrounding buildings. If the fight turned disastrous, what hope would she have in liberating Night City? With her thoughts briefly shifting, Lung Ji-ing resolutely unleashed dozens of strands of the void-devouring flame towards the terror response team. As elite operatives, they quickly noticed the small flames, surprised that they seemed to fly on their own. However, they dismissed it, confident that their equipment could withstand even a direct hit from a rocket launcher. Yet, they were unprepared for the fact that this seemingly insignificant flame ignited furiously upon contact, leaving them no time to react. Due to the unique properties of the void-devouring flame, it incinerated them completely in under 5 seconds, leaving no room for any response. Lung Ji-ing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had only cost her a few hundred Wanjie coins. The once impending threat had vanished, leaving the remaining foes frozen in place, gazing at her in astonishment. She simply waved her hand, signaling her comrades to unleash their firepower. V and Luoga exchanged knowing glances. With the most challenging aspect of the terror response team neutralized, the remaining forces were merely a rabble, incapable of causing any significant turmoil. Luoga took the lead, hoisting a rocket launcher and firing at the hovercraft that had originally deployed the terror response team, bringing it crashing down. This action startled the NCPD officers, who had not anticipated such boldness. None of the regular operatives had been willing to sacrifice themselves, and now even fewer dared to show themselves. Surrender and be spared. I know you were forced here by the company. You're the hope of Night City. Why must you toil for the corporate dogs? Chapter 184. Collapsed Lung Ji-ing wielded a sophisticated megaphone, opting not to send the armed thugs in directly, but rather attempting to persuade those coerced into battle. Why was this megaphone considered high-end? Because it not only projected a powerful sound, but also featured 5D surround sound, ensuring everyone nearby could hear her clearly, creating an immersive auditory experience. Her words instantly sowed seeds of doubt among some of the opposing operatives, though they were not the lowest tier in Night City. The upheaval they faced would likely diminish their societal standing. Witnessing the extraordinary feats of their adversaries, they felt that even their utmost efforts would only lead to death. Hesitation began to spread through the ranks, causing the supervising captains to panic and urge, "What are you hesitating for? Charge!" These captains had been well compensated by various corporations. Should the suppression fail, their own lives would be at stake. Damn it! A burly man suddenly opened fire, eliminating the captain who had pressured him into peril. He had long subscribed to the ideology of the Tyrell regime, living for years under the thumb of his superiors while his subordinates barely received scraps. Frustrated by the circumstances, he now yearned to truly live as a free man. Yet, as is often the case, the first to stand out is the first to fall. The moment he stepped forward, a barrage of gunfire from the other captains rained down on him. Fortunately, his combat experience allowed him to leap behind a cover, dodging the hail of bullets. In his heart, he deemed these unfamiliar rebels more trustworthy than the NCPD he had known for so long. What the hell are you waiting for? Are we really going to sacrifice ourselves for this worthless bunch living off our backs? His crude, yet impassioned words resonated deeply. While the other side spoke of freedom and humanity, their captains still expected them to march to their doom. Under this pressure, several operatives soon declared, "Screw it. I'm done. Long live Tyrell." They turned their weapons on the arrogant captains, pulling the triggers. However, unlike the first burly man, they were swiftly gunned down by prepared captains, leaving many operatives disheartened. The time has come. Charge! Remember to shout the slogans. Upon witnessing the internal conflict among the enemy ranks, Lung Ji-ing understood the importance of seizing the moment. She gestured for everyone to advance. This time, the armed thugs took the initiative to charge without waiting for Luoga's command, shouting as they ran, "Surrender and be spared. Resist and face severe consequences. Those who resist will find themselves in a fiery grave." The armed thugs, equipped with superior cybernetics, may not have been on par with the terror response team, but they outclassed the ordinary operatives by several streets. With the enhancement of their augmentations, their charging momentum instilled fear, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the terror response team. The earlier dissension within the ranks further weakened the enemy's resolve. A significant number of operatives dropped their weapons, covering their heads and surrendering. To any onlooker unfamiliar with the situation, it might have appeared as though the German forces had marched into France. The NCPD contingent, numbering around 700 or 800, had amassed nearly the entire city's force. Yet now, many officers were kneeling in surrender. "Advance! Advance!" The captains, witnessing the armed thugs drawing nearer, panicked and executed a few surrendering operatives, but it was futile. As the opposing forces closed in, they made the swift decision to retreat. Yet, even among those who attempted to flee, few managed to do so. Most remained kneeling in surrender. To everyone's astonishment, just as this group of squad leaders had taken a few steps towards their hovering vehicles, they abruptly halted. "Run? What do you intend to flee?" Faraday remarked with a mocking tone, fingering the gun in his hand. At that moment, the armed vehicles of Delamon and the Sons of Ka led by Faraday had arrived, leveraging their superior armor to effectively blockade several nearby streets. Consequently, the NCPSD operatives who had initially aimed to encircle Lung Jing found themselves trapped instead. With predators at their front and rear, the squad leaders, fueled by a sense of desperation, brandished their rocket launchers and fired at the armored steelmen. However, the Sons of Ka were no ordinary foes. Not only were these outdated rocket launchers ineffective, but even a direct hit from siege tanks' heavy impact cannon would scarcely faze them. The explosion left no more than a minor dent. Subsequently, the Sons of Ka unleashed their nearly infallible marksmanship, and soon the fleeing remnants were either gunned down or surrendered on their knees. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the cessation of combat, Lung Jing began to clear the battlefield, naturally seeking to acknowledge the first valiant warrior who had dared to resist. "My friend, your bravery is commendable." Lung Jing praised the valiant soul, expressing no reluctance in his admiration. Finding someone with such spirit amidst Night City was indeed a rare occurrence. The warrior, taken aback by the unexpected deference from someone who had just been delivering a speech on the big screen, humbly replied, "I am unworthy. It is my honor to serve your majesty." He was astute enough to recognize the intentions of the other party, who evidently aimed to establish a monarchy in Night City, and thus felt compelled to proclaim, "Long live the king." To truly transform Night City, we shall require the assistance of loyal and righteous individuals like you," Lung Jing said, patting him on the shoulder with an air of camaraderie. After a brief conversation, he concluded it upon noticing Faraday's approach. "Commander, what shall we do with these prisoners of war?" Faraday inquired, gesturing towards the hundreds of surrendering operatives surrounding them. Lung Jing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With so many captives, executing them outright was unrealistic. Conversely, releasing them without precautions could lead to potential betrayal. Let us find a larger factory to temporarily serve as a POW camp. It should suffice to accommodate these hundreds, and we can have Roger arrange for their basic necessities. After much contemplation, he deemed that the most prudent course of action was to confine them for ideological re-education, releasing them once sufficient time had passed. Faraday nodded in agreement. Recognizing this as the most sensible strategy, a few guards would suffice to monitor them, presenting little trouble. In that case, the factory where we previously took refuge will be adequate. Its walls are tall and resources abundant. So, I will escort these individuals there, he declared. He then summoned several trusted comrades to disarm the captives, leaving them only with their undershirts and shorts, and subsequently shackled them together with quantum handcuffs from the interstellar era, herding them away like grasshoppers. Although the sight of hundreds appeared daunting, it was manageable. A mere dozen sons of Ka could easily ensure that the disarmed individuals posed no threat. After dispatching this group of prisoners, Lung Jing instructed his men to gather the spoils of war, selling what could be sold, storing what needed to be stored, and distributing what should be distributed. Once these tasks were completed, Lung Jing entered V's supercar, Guinevere. Given the warlike circumstances, traversing the skies seemed perilous. It was far safer to remain on the ground. Roger and the others also mounted their vehicles, with nearly 100 of Delamon's armed vehicles patrolling the surrounding streets. The Sons of Ka followed alongside the convoy, employing portable radars to scan the skies for any potential missile ambush, while 2 siege tanks trailed at the rear. The objective of Lung Jing's expedition was unmistakably clear: the Arasaka Tower. Arasaka, I curse your ancestors. Speak plainly. Will you surrender or not? V shouted into a receiver, surrounded by an array of sound equipment, challenging the Arasaka Tower before her. Opposite her stood a contingent of Arasaka warriors, clad in an array of heavy armor, prepared for battle. Curiously, they did not capitalize on their defensive advantage, but instead held their ground, encircling the entire Arasaka Tower without firing a single shot. In stark contrast, Lung Jing's forces had grown exponentially, akin to the armed civilians who had rallied 50 years prior, now numbering a formidable 10,000, effectively surrounding the Arasaka Tower. More reinforcements were still en route. Thus, a tense standoff ensued, with neither side daring to fire the first shot. Led by Lung Jing, whose forces were guided by righteousness, the prospect of initiating hostilities was unthinkable, and the Arasaka side was equally hesitant, for the imposing siege tanks instilled fear in their hearts. The mechs on both sides were not of the same caliber, as should conflict erupt, Arasaka faced near-total annihilation. No alternative outcome was conceivable. With no orders from above, they were content to remain idle. Although their overall capabilities surpassed that of the NCPSD, survival was preferable to courting death. Do you see that old dog hiding at the back? That's Atom Smasher. V, follow my lead and shout something. The ethereal image of Johnny Silverhand stood atop a siege tank, enjoying an unobstructed view of the enemy as positions. Spotting his nemesis, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation and eagerly urged V. V hesitated momentarily, receiving Johnny's suggested lines, feeling a bit bewildered. However, noting Lung Jing's seemingly indifferent demeanor, she boldly shouted, "Old bastard Atom Smasher, you claim to be able to kill Silverhand, yet you can't even pull the trigger? Coward! Useless! Why not step forward?" Though Atom Smasher had undergone extensive modifications, he was not devoid of intelligence, and such insults were unbearable for someone of his stature. He prepared to draw his weapon in fury. Unexpectedly, a bespectacled man in a suit approached, placing a hand on Adam's arm, calmly stating, "Hold on, let me handle this." Adam turned to regard the newcomer, falling silent. This individual was none other than his master, Arasaka Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke stepped forward toward the outer perimeter of the Arasaka Tower, unarmed, exuding sincerity. He did not raise his hands, but strolled leisurely amidst the opposing forces. Lung Jing found himself captivated by this figure, rising to his feet and signaling for silence. V ceased her taunts, clearly recognizing the identity of the approaching figure, while Lung Jing remained oblivious. That is the current chairman of the Arasaka Corporation, Arasaka Ryunosuke, V informed him. Lung Jing nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. He grasped his staff, positioning himself at the front lines, and with his hands resting upon it, he regarded the figure across from him, exuding an air of authority that belied his youth. Given that the other party is currently the highest leader of the Huangsika group and dares to step forward alone, it is inconceivable for her to exhibit even a hint of trepidation, even when targeted by dozens of sniper rifles. She cannot afford to retreat. Although Lung Jing possesses the strength of a Soul King and carries the energy shield bestowed by Faraday, whether it can withstand those anti-material weapons remains uncertain. In this setting of a meeting between leaders, the previously chaotic militia has quieted, all eyes fixed on the live broadcast screen, unwilling to miss a single word. After taking a few more steps forward, Huangsika Lai Xian halted and addressed Lung Jing with a clear voice. "Greetings, Chancellor Tailun. I presume you know who I am, so I shall not elaborate further. What I wish to propose is that we engage in conversation, just you, I, and V. What do you think?" It must be said that Lung Jing found Huangsika Lai Xian rather handsome, especially now. He bore none of the airs of a typical second-generation aristocrat. One could not help but admire such a resolute individual, capable of usurping his father's life, a testament to his elevated consciousness. Very well, but I wonder if you can truly represent the entirety of the Huangsika group. Lung Jing posed her query. Should Huangsika Lai Xian proceed with the purging of all Huangsika board members and her elder sister, as in the original narrative, it might be possible to achieve success this time without bloodshed. Indeed, my sister and those shareholders are currently under house arrest in Huangsika Tower. All are loyal to me, so you need not worry, Huangsika Lai Xian asserted with evident confidence. Clearly, he possesses formidable capabilities and decisive methods, which make him ruthless even toward family, both a flaw and a strength. In the case of ordinary individuals, such actions might be deemed as deserving of divine retribution, akin to Valerian. Yet in his instance, it is evidently a commendable trait, for he is willing to sacrifice familial ties for the dream of equality among all. He bears a significant resemblance to Xiao Meng, Valerian, yet they differ greatly. For instance, Xiao Meng sought to overthrow his father solely for the sake of rebellion, but faltered in effectively managing affairs after seizing power. At least during old Meng's reign, the Star Spirits did not dare to act out, while only the Zerg, under Kerrigan's control, could contend with the Imperial Army. Conversely, Xiao Meng found himself overwhelmed by the disorganized remnants of the Zerg. In contrast, Huangsika Lai Xian is evidently an individual of great ideals and aspirations. He may have been foolish in his youth, but after slaying his father, he has become markedly more decisive. Can one doubt that someone capable of such a deed would not approach governance with fairness? With that in mind, I propose we lower our weapons as a gesture of goodwill for this negotiation. Saying this, Lung Jing clapped her hands, prompting two sons of Kihar to step forward. Following her command, they proceeded to the center of both parties' positions to set up the negotiation site. Subsequently, without regard for Huangsika Lai Xian's actions, Lung Jing ordered her subordinates to disarm, demonstrating her earnestness. The surrounding tens of thousands of militia members also laid down their weapons, executing her orders with little doubt, as they understood that Huangsika Lai Xian was vastly different from that group of corporate sycophants and thus saw no need to exert pressure. Huangsika Lai Xian also signaled with a wave, and his Huangsika warriors similarly lowered their firearms, thus proving to Lung Jing that he indeed commands the entire Huangsika armed forces. Before long, a rudimentary negotiation space was established, featuring only a single table and the flags of both parties. Lung Jing called V to join her at the table, omitting Rog, Yin Shan, and Faraday. As Huangsika Lai Xian had come alone without his bodyguard, Adam Heavy Hammer, simplicity in numbers felt more fitting and would not diminish their presence. Nevertheless, V, as the protagonist, was an indispensable component. Before Lung Jing could speak, Huangsika Lai Xian smiled and addressed V. I assume this is the esteemed Miss V, who is said to embody my idol. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Johnny Silverhand, standing behind him, regarded this with disdain, unsure what to say. As in his eyes, all Huangsika individuals were mere dogs. When could he ever claim a devoted admirer of such stature? Lung Ji-ing remained silent, sensing that Huangsika Lai Xian had more to express, and chose not to interrupt him. Long ago, when Silverhand was still alive, I found my father's actions intolerable. He sought to deify himself, using technology to utterly dominate others, disregarding all in his path. I perceive this as a near-obsessive fixation on power, surpassing all else. Huangsika Lai Xian recounted, his expression devoid of emotion, as though narrating an event unrelated to himself. He would even instigate wars to fortify Huangsika's authority, indifferent to the lives lost. Yet, I held his actions in contempt and vowed from a young age to overthrow him, to see the Huangsika empire crumble. Johnny and V were taken aback. They could hardly fathom that the individual they had sought to eliminate was merely a foolish scion of a powerful family. No, rather, a progressive fighter. However, I never knew how to alter this reality until Silverhand came into my sight, as if guiding my path. I began to emulate him, taking to the grassroots, forming factions, and continually sabotaging Huangsika's assets to awaken more people. Yet clearly, I failed. Silverhand also met with failure. Thankfully, I survived and can still contribute value today, but Silverhand is gone. I suppose he can now only exist as a ghost. Noticing that V and Silverhand remained silent, Lung Ji-ing interjected to prevent Huangsika Lai Xian from descending into solitude, responding, "Indeed, he has always aspired to topple Huangsika, regardless of who rules." Upon hearing this, Huangsika Lai Xian chuckled. "This is precisely the character of my idol, unconcerned with matters behind the scenes, pursuing his desires boldly. A true man stands in this world as such." After the praise, Huangsika Lai Xian suddenly turned serious. However, I later realized that Silverhand was wrong, and I was wrong. If it were not for V stealing my chip, I might have continued down the wrong path. I had a better way, yet I kept hoping to resurrect Silverhand to fulfill my wishes. Were it not for V's assistance, I might now be in his place and unable to wield the power I do as chairman. V was astonished. She had always believed the Silverhand chip held some ulterior motive, never suspecting it was intended for Huangsika Lai Xian. After expressing his innermost thoughts, Huangsika Lai Xian transitioned to the matter at hand. "Now, let us not linger on trivialities. I have committed to a point of no return. Do not be deceived by my apparent confinement of these shareholders. Once they realize, my position as chairman may become precarious. Even if they were to perish, their shares remain with their heirs, which would render the situation rather bleak." At this juncture, Huangsika Lai Xian's gaze grew intense, brimming with confidence as he declared, "Thus, I intend to offer the Huangsika Group as a token of loyalty to the Tai Luan Empire. Your policies embody the ideals I have long yearned to realize. Should I hand over the group to your management, I would die content." Wang Bing's words were imbued with sincerity, and after Lung Hing contemplated the story behind his character, he found himself believing in him to a great extent. If he were truly afraid of death, he would not have taken the perilous step of killing his father, nor would he have chosen to violently purge the board of directors. However, this was also due to his lack of options. Had he possessed the freedom to choose, he might have surpassed V in his endeavors. If you are earnest, I can assure you that you will be able to select a field in which you excel within the empire, and I can ensure that you will have sufficient assets to live a life of luxury. The only condition is that you must possess the requisite capabilities. Otherwise, you should be aware that within the Cullen Festival, I possess the authority to make decisions unilaterally. Lung Jing reflected on this and recognized that a talent like Huang Weishan is undoubtedly crucial for his currently almost non-existent leadership. As a commanding figure, he did not believe that Wang Weishan was inferior to V or Chang Yi. In terms of ideology and strategy, the two of them combined could not compare to Wang Weishan. Yet when it came to commanding battles, Tu Weishan was unmatched. The adage that every profession has its specialization aptly describes this situation. Lung Ying realized that he could not rely solely on the Emperor's communication device for persuasion. He needed specialists to manage specific events, and with his profound understanding of this domain, was evidently the best candidate. Thus, it was settled. However, we still need to sign a formal agreement and announce it globally to facilitate the transition of all matters concerning the Wangbang Jitan. For now, you may commence the takeover of Thubantar's defenses. I shall return to make the necessary arrangements. Wang Balishin and Long Ying shook hands, then stood up to return, evidently preparing to surrender. Lung Jiying sighed. Such selfless individuals, dedicated to their ideals, are indeed rare. Lung Da Xiaojie, can we trust him? V, still astonished by the truth of the matter, was uncertain whether Wang Balishin's statements were genuine. Of course we can trust him. It is essential to understand that he initially intended to sacrifice himself to the Yinshu after killing his father to continue the rebellion. Unfortunately, since the Yinshu was taken from him, he had no choice but to ascend to power. However, one's position significantly influences their perspective. After occupying a high position for a while, one might realize they can achieve more than merely becoming the Yinshu. Lung Zhiying sighed, unsure of what to say about Huangban Laishin, and thus addressed Chen Yinshu. If he were in your position, you, naive fool, would merely resort to detonating a nuclear bomb to destroy Wanta. Yet now, he has the capability to cause the complete collapse of Thuban Jikan. Had you diligently developed an organizational blueprint 50 years ago, your future would not be worse than ours now. This statement left Chen deeply ashamed. Typically confident, he was rendered speechless. Afterward, Lung Fing rose, leaning on his staff, and instructed Fadi, who had arrived after the meeting. Convey my orders to take full control of Thubanta and dispatch hackers to Shun. Do not allow Salong's consciousness to escape. Understood, Your Excellency. Greetings, friends. This is UNN Television, and I am your old friend, Nan Shi. Just yesterday, Wangbang Jitan, as Chairman Gaishan, officially announced his unconditional allegiance to the Guo and promptly commanded the armed forces of Wangbang Jitan to declare war on other companies. As the main forces of Wangbang Jitan are concentrated in the Night City, while other companies' armed factions are quite dispersed, coupled with the valiant offensive by the Imperial Army, all major companies have now retreated from the Night City, and most small to medium enterprises belonging to the Night City have surrendered to the Empire, unconditionally accepting reorganization. Subsequently, Wangbang Jitan has been disbanded by the Empire, with all employees being allocated to varying degrees based on their experience. The most malevolent individuals will be sent to prisoner of war camps for ideological re-education, while those deemed relatively just will be integrated into various academies to impart skills to all imperial citizens free of charge, thus becoming useful members of society. This morning, the leader of the Guntiga, Long Fing, announced that the Night City will officially be renamed the capital of the Kalindigua, with the name Night City ceasing to exist at this moment and replaced by the new name Xingqicheng. Concurrently, His Majesty appointed 5 ministers to oversee all affairs of the empire. The former queen of the Night City, the resurrected Ting, the former chairman of Wangbang, Guangba, Lai Shen, V, and the intelligent life form Doman, along with the imperial commander, who will directly report to His Majesty. Faladi will not excessively intervene in the empire's development, offering only guiding advice while conveying His Majesty's directives. Moreover, all positions of authority beneath the 5 ministers will hold equal power to that of civilians, differing only in terms of remuneration. Civilians may also directly impeach any official in a position, achieving true equality among all. The empire is gradually opening positions within various companies to ordinary citizens. As long as one possesses sufficient technical skills, they may immediately commence work. For those lacking such skills, the empire has established several technical academies to cultivate talent. Simultaneously, the expansion plan of the Imperial Army is being progressively implemented. The empire's next plan is to attack the 3 surrounding cities, inviting those with ambition to enlist. The next news item pertains to the restructuring of major corporate shares in light of the shifting global landscape. The newly reformed UNN Television has commandeered countless large screens to achieve synchronized citywide promotional effects, showcasing considerable effort. The citizens of a newly established Xingqicheng now relish leisurely strolls through the streets, witnessing the city transform at a visible pace. Upon seeing Nanshi deliver the news, they stopped to listen attentively. This was followed by uproarious cheers, as everyone expressed excitement for the empire's new policies. Being governed by this new leadership group did not evoke resistance. Rather, it brought a sense of relief. In the former Night City, one could be unfamiliar with the mayor, but not with Enchintinso. Now that these two would become their leaders, how could one not cheer? Even the implications of Chang's resurrection were overshadowed by this tsunami of enthusiasm. Previously, Thailand could leverage the remnants of various companies left in the Night City to become the sole enterprise, now state-owned and involved in every industry. This means that in the new Xinjiang, there will be no capitalists. While the people rejoiced on the streets, discussing which departments they plan to work for in the future, a gloomy young man sat in a bar nearby, nursing his drink. This individual was none other than Zhao Chan, who had previously sold all his shares in Kalin Kurji. For several days, he had been hiding at home, afraid to venture outside due to the war that severed all networks, leaving him only able to hear the external propaganda. Upon stepping outside today, he discovered a world transformed beyond recognition. What shattered him the most was that although the stock market had been abolished, the shares of Kurji were not reclaimed but allowed to remain with the previous shareholders. Although these shareholders collectively held less than 1% of the original total assets. This indicated that they no longer bore the risks associated with stock market fluctuations. With just a fraction of these shares, they could receive dividends, ensuring a lifetime of indulgence as long as Thailand stood firm. Simultaneously, the empire issued a new currency credit point, a currency neither linked to gold or silver nor to the old euro, but part of an entirely new system, providing interest-free loans based on an individual's historical creditworthiness. Chapter 188. The Tyrant Council. This sum is directly credited to personal accounts without any formalities, providing countless homeless citizens with a temporary means to secure a meal. They can repay it once they find employment. However, the exchange rate with the euro is set at 10-1 and is a one-way transaction, meaning once you board this ship, there is no turning back. Yet, the purchasing power of these credit points surpasses that of the euro significantly, albeit accompanied by numerous consumption restrictions, such as insufficient credit preventing the purchase of a second property, rendering even the wealthy unable to spend freely. It is evident that this system is designed to exploit affluent individuals while benefiting the populace. After all, the fewer euros exchanged, the more unexchanged funds can be allocated for development. With the wealth of the affluent merely sitting in their hands, who truly cares? Yet, not exchanging is not an option either, for the old euros have ceased to circulate entirely. Without exchanging, how does one avoid starvation? Consequently, Zhao Yuqian opted to exchange everything. For out of sight means out of mind. Nonetheless, he was equally unsure of how to utilize the money in his possession beyond indulging in food and entertainment, leaving him to wallow in solitary drinking. Individuals like him cannot feel at ease without investment. Have you heard? Minister Delamon is preparing to initiate a crowdfunding campaign to establish a high-tech armor division. Moreover, profits will be distributed according to investment ratios, a venture promising substantial returns. Next to Zhao Yuqian, two patrons engaged in conversation, instantly capturing his attention. What? Is that true? Wouldn't that guarantee profit? Indeed. I have heard that the empire intends to expand its gains by directly seizing the neighboring Oasis city. With the might of the empire's armor division, this poses no challenge whatsoever. With that, I might as well stop drinking. I have a few hundred credit points, which could certainly contribute to the excitement. As they spoke, the two patrons abandoned their drinks, settled their tab with the proprietor, and hurriedly departed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqian's eyes lit up, and he eagerly followed suit, excitedly muttering to himself, "What can a bunch of paupers stir up? This time, it is my turn to prosper." At this moment, in the top-level conference room of the Huangban Tower, 5 newly appointed ministers were dining, enjoying the ubiquitous street barbecue, displaying none of the decorum expected of their elevated status. With the assistance of Faraday's advanced technology, Johnny Silverhand's consciousness was successfully transferred to a body with a 99 similarity, having detached from V's form. Lung Ji-ing had promised them these positions, and there was no question of reneging on that commitment. Rog, acknowledged as the underground queen of Night City, possesses unparalleled abilities and insights into the city, making her well-suited for the role. Huangban Liswan's capabilities are also commendable, while Delamon, an intelligent life form, is best suited to coordinate network and engineering aspects, including military construction. At this time, Delamon, with Faraday's assistance, had constructed a new body, no longer limited to existing only in vehicle form, but now as a sentient machine. Indeed, a fitting designation. Johnny Silverhand downed a bottle of Baijiu in one gulp, showing no signs of inebriation, but rather expressing his satisfaction. This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Nothing compares to my own body, unlike V, who is incapacitated after just a couple of drinks. V, her face flushed, waved an empty bottle around, clearly intoxicated. Yet she did not forget to engage in banter with Silverhand, drunkenly declaring, "You ungrateful wretch, don't forget who rescued you." Right, my great benefactor. You may take a break." Silverhand unceremoniously pushed the swaying V, who promptly collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. You see, V is simply pathetic. Drinking with her is no fun. "Rog, let us drink." While mocking V's poor tolerance, Johnny clinked glasses with Rog and downed his drink in one go. If he had not shed a few tears, one might genuinely think he was quite joyous at this moment. Rog seemed to understand what Silverhand was contemplating and chose to remain silent, quietly accompanying him in drinking. Delamon, now with a physical form, yet maintaining a disconcertingly cheerful demeanor, stood there observing the jovial exchanges, perhaps pondering how he ended up mingling with such fools. Huangban Liswan, meanwhile, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vibrant city below with a look of contentment. Although the operation of the entire city required the involvement of the five of them, in reality, Delamon, as an intelligent life form, could manage nearly everything on his own. Previously, Delamon had been constrained by hardware limitations, which prevented him from activating his full capabilities. However, after integrating several major company servers left in Night City, he could effortlessly control the entire city utilizing these hardware resources. This signifies that the previously bloated and ineffective bureaucratic class would be reduced by 90%, allowing for complete automation, which is exceedingly convenient. The original NCPED has been replaced by Delamon's armed patrol vehicles, and the efficiency and effectiveness of this new system are unfathomably superior to the old. Whenever an incident arises, Delamon can promptly dispatch a vehicle to assess the situation and return to discuss matters with everyone, providing a seamless operation. As their territories expand, Delamon can utilize the resources acquired through conquest to upgrade his capabilities further. Backed by interstellar technology, such enhancements are virtually limitless, and stability will significantly improve, effectively eliminating the risk of rebellion or division. Thus, this group of individuals spends their days indulging in feasting and merriment, akin to a collection of popular ornaments. While only the diligent youth Huangban Liswan remains engaged in governance, displaying a facade of earnestness. Amidst the atmosphere of merriment, the office door suddenly swung open, and Faraday entered, accompanied by an elderly man who bore a classical appearance. Observing the disheveled state of the group, Faraday furrowed his brow in disapproval. He did not object to Silverhand and the others leading a leisurely lifestyle. However, conducting such revelry in the office was utterly unbecoming. If outsiders were to witness this, how would it not undermine their authority? "Get up. All you do is drink. What kind of behavior is this?" Faraday approached and reprimanded the three intoxicated individuals, subsequently utilizing the dock to remove their drunken debuffs. This dock, a versatile and portable healing device, effortlessly infused the group with a surge of energy, and they instantly regained their clarity. V also rose from the ground, gazing at Faraday and the elderly man in bewilderment, seemingly lost in existential confusion. Chapter 189. Domestic Violence. Faraday slowly began. "The Chancellor has brought you a sage to assist you in strategizing. He will oversee your dealings with the Daybreak City affairs and possesses the final veto power regarding your conclusions on certain matters. As he cannot remain in this cyberpunk world for long, it is essential to find a truly reliable individual to ensure that this world remains a stable resource zone, rather than relying on mere amateurs. This individual was summoned by Lung Ji-ing before returning to the world of Dupo. "Ah, old man, who are you?" The ever-reverent Silverhand bluntly questioned, for in the old night city, one's credentials were not determined by age. Rog was still alive at over 80 years old, after all. What could a mere elderly visage represent? The old man merely smiled slightly and replied, "I am but an old fool, Pericles." "Pericles? What? You are Pericles?" At first, Insho appeared utterly unconcerned, but suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Upon careful contemplation, he was struck with astonishment. Pericles, one of the great sages of ancient Greece and the father of democracy, is still highly esteemed today, particularly in the Western world. It dawned on Johnny Insho that Lung Ji-ing possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse worlds. If she could bring V over, it was entirely plausible that she could summon others as well. Thus, a meeting between individuals separated by nearly 3 millennia seemed entirely feasible. Most importantly, with such a sage offering counsel, their brutish crew could leisurely engage in idleness. Contemplating this, Insho's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Please, have a seat, V. Quickly pour tea for this esteemed figure." V, ever astute, promptly set about brewing a cup of tea and presented it to the sage honored with the title of Father of Democracy. Pericles graciously accepted the tea, his demeanor cheerful. Though the democracy he championed might not quite align with a world possessing a ruling emperor and a parliamentary system. Nevertheless, as a capable individual, he was unfazed by such minor predicaments. After sipping his tea, Pericles calmly stated, "Let us commence by drafting new laws." The tyrant empire had found its footing in this alternate realm. However, the emperor at this moment was crawling disgracefully in the grand hall of Yunlan's sect, his face marred with bruises from evident beatings. "Sustir Yun, I was wrong." Upon returning mysteriously without notice, Lung Ji-ing was swiftly reprimanded by a group of close friends, with Yun leading the charge. Miide, Shao Yin, Yafi, Nalanyanran, and a row of 7 mischievous children served as spectators. Aside from the 3 veterans, Kanna, Shao Zi, and Luo Kuixen, the group included the nearly recovered Shao Qing, Shao Kai, and the treasure-seeking mouse Shao Bao, who had chosen to submit, along with Qing Lin, saved by Woden. This situation gave Lung Ji-ing the impression of running a kindergarten, with 3 boys and 4 girls creating a rather harmonious scene. "What have you done wrong?" Yun, brandishing a stick, demanded angrily. Feeling remorseful, Lung Ji-ing realized that her abrupt departure to frolic in another world was akin to leaving a note for a partner indicating a night out at a dance club, only to turn off her phone and become unreachable. How could this not provoke anger? In such moments, arguing was futile, so she crawled obediently on the ground, confessing, "I should not have gone out without taking you all with me." Yun nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased with her educational approach, and turned to Na Lan Yanran. "Yafei and Shao Yixian, inquiring disciples, sisters, are you no longer upset?" The 3 women felt a pang of sympathy for Lung Ji-ing's punishment. Nonetheless, her sudden departure was indeed excessive. She ought to have informed them beforehand. Thus, they allowed Yun to administer her form of discipline. "Master, that's enough. Ing Mei is merely concerned for our future." Na Lan Yin ran step forward, holding Yun's hand and playfully interjecting. Yun, despite her reluctance to be harsh, knew that if she did not set a precedent, such behavior would become habitual, an example of giving an inch and taking a mile. Lung Ji-ing lay on the floor, groaning, but felt comforted by Na Lan Yanran's intercession. After all, Yanran was indeed a good friend. Indeed, sect master in a few days. The Alchemist Conference is approaching, and Ing Mei must participate. Shao Yixian and Yafei also stepped forward to advocate for Lung Ji-ing. However, they were acutely aware of the significant disparity in status, which made them hesitant to address Yun as sister, despite their connection through Lung Ji-ing. They could not afford to appear as if they were abusing their association. Since my dear sisters have pleaded for you, I shall let this go this time. Should there be a next time?" Yun warned, tightening her grip on the stick, which snapped into several pieces with a slight exertion. The threat implicit in her actions. This display of violence startled Lung Ji-ing. Although she had recently become a 7-star Do Wang after completing a side quest. Yin Yun's fierce demeanor still intimidated her. During her earlier punishment, she had refrained from using any protective abilities, and Yin Yun had not employed her Do Chi, making the incident resemble an ordinary domestic dispute. Yes, I certainly won't dare again. I was merely worried about you all getting hurt in that world. Lung Ji-ing initially intended to retort, but wisely withheld her words, aware that speaking out would invite further punishment. Although Nalan Yin ran, Yafei and Xiao Yixian felt somewhat disappointed, they refrained from voicing their discontent due to the unspoken understanding. However, Yin Yun's relationship with Lung Ji-ing was different. They had a marital bond, and this incident left Yin Yun feeling betrayed. Aware of her fault, Lung Ji-ing quickly rose, grasping Yin Yun's hand, and whispered in her ear, "Sister Yin Yun, do not be angry. Later tonight, I shall visit your room and show you something delightful." Upon hearing Lung Ji-ing's tender words, Yin Yun's anger dissipated considerably, as a rosy hue graced her cheeks, evidently recalling something rather intimate. "Very well, I shall await your visit." Chapter 190, A Gentle Haven. Wow. Ingmei, where did you acquire such an impressive weapon? That evening, having carefully prepared herself, Yin Yun's charming face flushed as she gazed at the enormous item before her, astonished. She and Lung Ji-ing, who had also applied light makeup for their meeting, sat on the bed in the sleeping quarters, marveling at the weapon that was almost as thick as her calf. Indeed, it was a literal large firearm, or rather, an anti-material sniper rifle, the finest available in the City of Night. This remarkable piece was equipped with a self-targeting function. "This is a treasure I brought from that world. After much deliberation, I found this Azura model to be the most suitable for you. What do you think? Do you like it?" Lung Ji-ing held Yin Yun's hand affectionately. While the technology of the cyberpunk world was not as advanced as that brought by the Kihar army, many firearms from the interstellar era were not easily wielded by just anyone. Except for lightweight weapons like pistols, most rifles required a binding with a specific system to function, enabling features like self-targeting and headshot capabilities. Interstellar soldiers underwent extensive training, not only to understand how to use such weapons, but to comprehend their intricate workings. To date, they had yet to produce the first Gamma Core soldier. Although Yin Yun had learned the basic operational principles of this technology, she only grasped the surface. If she were to handle such advanced weaponry, she would undoubtedly feel lost. Conversely, the weapons in the cyberpunk realm differed. The power of this large-caliber sniper rifle was formidable enough to be considered a lethal weapon even in the Do Huang battles. And its self-targeting system eliminated the need for extensive marksmanship training, making it accessible to anyone capable of holding it. Thus, it was an ideal gift for Yin Yun, and any concerns about how the combat style might change were not within Lung Ji-ing's thoughts. You, with a heart full of emotion, held the formidable weapon in your hands, rendered speechless by the overwhelming feelings within. Lung Ji-ing had never deceived her. Even the terrifying truth of traversing worlds had been laid bare. Thus, when she declared it to be the best, it was undoubtedly so. While others merely knew that Lung Ji-ing had gone on an errand, only Yin Yun was privy to the specifics of her mission, a testament to the profound bond they shared. With a sigh, Lung Ji-ing expressed her reluctance. "The reason I did not call upon you was due to safety concerns. I could not guarantee that this venture would be entirely secure, and knowing that, how could I allow you to face potential danger?" This was a candid truth. Were it not for her intimate knowledge of the cyberpunk world and the protection of Dozong expert Yin Shan, she would have hesitated to embark on such a journey. Yin Yun sighed, recognizing the sincerity behind Lung Ji-ing's words, yet she couldn't help but admonish her. There are always ways to discuss matters. Your actions may inadvertently chill our spirits. Lung Ji-ing obediently nodded, acknowledging her sister's wisdom. "You are right, Sister Yin Yun. I shall not act so recklessly again." As time pressed on, she suggested, "It is late, and you have just returned today. You must have many matters to attend to tomorrow. Let us rest early to avoid any delays." After storing the Azura in her spatial ring, she extinguished the glowing stone used for illumination. With a mischievous grin that bore an unspoken mischief, Lung Ji-ing was undetected in the darkness. "All right, Sister Yin Yun, you cannot abandon me." The following day, rejuvenated. Lung Jing returned to her stronghold only to be halted at the entrance by a bandaged figure in a wheelchair. Stunned for a moment, she failed to recognize the individual, whose demeanor suggested an unfriendly intent, as if there were debts to be settled. Thus, she boldly exclaimed, "Who are you? I have not wronged you. I was not home. Do not attempt to swindle me." The bandaged man whimpered, "I am Woden. Boss, I have returned from Yin City. You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Gazing at the figure before her, swathed in bandages reminiscent of a Zhongzi, Lung Jing struggled to reconcile this sight with the formidable Woden of yore. "Woden, my dear comrade, what has happened to you?" she inquired, bewildered. Although she had yet to inquire about Kanna's affairs in Yin City, Woden's relaxed demeanor suggested no pressing issues. Nevertheless, he appeared grievously injured. Except for Luo Kexin, the other children from Lung's kindergarten remained within their stronghold, clearly delineating between public and private matters. Those monstrous creatures were too fierce. I had no choice but to press the red button to launch a nuclear strike, which eliminated them. Unfortunately, not only was the Black Warhammer lost, but I was also left in this state. Kanna had to carry me back, Woden recounted, tears streaming down his cheeks, clearly overwhelmed with sorrow. In that moment, as Woden spoke, Lung Jing recalled that she had yet to claim her rewards. Due to the world barrier, tasks completed here would not be submitted directly. Instead, rewards were deposited in a sort of inbox, requiring personal collection. Ordinarily, she would not forget such an important matter, but the previous night's revelry had made her overlook it entirely. Upon inspection, she discovered 2 rewards awaiting her claim. One for completing the MO family dungeon, consisting of 150,000 Wanjia currency and a piece of 8th grade space steel, and an additional reward for exceptional completion, a fragment of a 9th grade battleship armor upgrade pack. This upgrade fragment, like the space steel, required 10 pieces to form a complete item, clearly intended for upgrading 8th grade battleships to 9th grade. The system was certainly adept at orchestrating these intricacies, perhaps having learned from the Penguins. The second reward email held a more fantastical twist. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 1 member of the Lower Realm Council. Montak Cheng. Reward, a time-space crystal, unlocking a new feature, the skin shop. Upon reading this, Lung Jing was taken aback by the enormity of the information. What was this Lower Realm Council? Yet the system offered no explanation, likely withholding details until an update was completed. Thus, her attention shifted to the newly unlocked skin shop. This shop, in addition to the marketplace, operated on a singular currency, time-space crystals. However, she quickly realized that the items within were well beyond her current means. The skins resembled purchasable personas, featuring renowned figures from various worlds, such as Dhaka, Soldier 76, Kai, and the likes of Raimo Hakurii, yet none surpassed the power of immortals. Most significantly, these skins could be utilized by her companions, providing them not with the abilities of these individuals, but rather their skills and unique powers, which could prove quite beneficial. Regrettably, even the least expensive skin required 3 time-space crystals, prompting her to glance at the price of the Black Warhammer, a mere 100,000 Wanjia currency. It was a bargain, and she decided to purchase it. Woden, I shall buy you a new Black Warhammer. Do not be disheartened. Overcome these challenges, and all will be well. With warmth, she grasped Woden's hand, resembling a compassionate leader comforting a wounded soldier. However, a sudden realization struck her, sensing something amiss. Was there not a DOC vending machine in the base? She knew its capabilities. Surely it could not fail to heal such injuries. Yet, she soon learned the reason behind Woden's miraculous recovery. In a swift motion, he leaped from his wheelchair, shaking off the bandages, revealing a spirited figure, unscathed and invigorated. Thank you, boss. I shall continue to shine brightly. Woden's exuberance was palpable. The Black Warhammer, though not exorbitantly priced, was still a considerable expense, and he had anticipated a dramatic display of suffering to elicit sympathy. To his surprise, Lung Jing's generosity made such theatrics unnecessary. Lung Jing, feeling somewhat bemused, pondered whether she had been played by Woden. Nonetheless, she brushed aside such trivialities as she was still a little over 100 away from her modest goal of 800,000, and the discount card had yet to arrive. Even with sufficient funds, acquiring high-end military assets like the Black Warhammer was imperative. However, Woden's irritating demeanor was too much to bear, prompting her to deliver a playful kick and chide, "Scram, scram, scram. Do not obstruct my sight." Woden, recognizing her urgency, promptly vanished. Watching him leave, Lung Jing sighed, reflecting on how Woden had once been a stalwart warrior. How had he come to lose his dignity? Was this the transformation of a middle-aged man who had embraced fatherhood? As she contemplated this, she made her way deeper into the estate. Though the manor had not changed much since her acquisition, it now bustled with patrolling Ka-suns and a cadre of butlers and maids tending to the gardens, an entirely normal configuration for a mansion. While the appearance of the Ka-suns was somewhat peculiar, they unmistakably served as vigilant guardians, and any powerful passerby would likely notice nothing amiss. Lingjing nonchalantly entered her abode, where only a few maids were responsible for tidying up, while not a single guard was present. After meandering through the winding corridors of the house for quite some time, she finally arrived at an unremarkable door. Placing her hand against the seemingly blank marble wall to the right, a radiant light suddenly emanated from the polished surface, scanning Lung Jing's palm, before reverting to its original state as if nothing had occurred. Moments later, the door swung open automatically, revealing an interior modestly adorned, resembling a simple reception room. "Welcome back, Supreme Leader." Two maids had been waiting inside. Upon Lung Jing's arrival, they promptly bowed in greeting. One of them hastily moved to prepare tea, while the other stood by, ready to assist. "There is no need for such formality, my dear sisters. I am merely visiting the base to check on matters." "Has Faladi returned?" Lung Jing expressed her mild frustration. She had initially welcomed the idea of Faladi finding her a few secretaries, only to discover that they were mere maids masquerading as assistants. After removing her coat, Lung Jing settled onto a nearby sofa. The perceptive maid approached to massage her shoulders, and in response to her inquiry, she replied, "Lord Faladi returned last night. He is presently at the base, organizing the latest production targets, primarily involving engineering tools." These maids were once slaves rescued from various regions of the Jiama Digua, and after 3 months of training, a cohort of novice engineers had emerged, capable of performing basic tasks at the base, though further specialized training was required. Many, who were ill-suited for technical studies but possessed appealing appearances, were groomed to manage the estate as maids and stewards, thus serving as the face of the manor. For those who were neither inclined towards technical fields nor particularly attractive, alternatives such as culinary arts or commerce with Yafei, or even the study of medicine, were provided, ensuring everyone could find their place. Naturally, those rare few who possessed both expertise and beauty, alongside the ability to serve, were selected to be Lung Jing's secretaries. Their status was elevated, and their benefits far exceeded those of others, rendering them exceptional even without substantial capabilities. Lung Jing's demeanor towards them was notably lenient. Typically, when she was absent from a base, these two maids enjoyed a semblance of freedom. However, as both their employer and their savior from suffering, she expected utmost diligence during work hours. Even during their leisure, they refrained from venturing outside, opting instead to learn alongside the offspring of Kaha. "Very well. Initiate the teleportation. Let us first visit the academy," Lung Jing contemplated. Having spent considerable time in the cyberpunk realm, she recognized the necessity of addressing educational matters and arranging for the new arrivals. Following her command, the maid who had been massaging her shoulders approached the control panel and pressed a few buttons. The room trembled gently before returning to stillness. After completing the task, she knelt before Lung Jing, continuing to massage her legs while saying, "We shall arrive in approximately 1 minute, Supreme Leader. Please remain calm." The other maid returned with the tea she had brewed, presenting it with both hands before joining in the massage. "Ah, this is delightful. Your skills have certainly improved." Lung Jing reveled in the experience, sipping the 6th-grade spirit tea cultivated in the base's experimental fields, feeling as though she had reached the pinnacle of existence. A little over a minute later, as the room quivered again, Lung Jing knew they had reached their destination. This chamber was akin to a lift, utilizing a gravitational system that allowed occupants to traverse without experiencing jolts, achieving remarkable speed. Although it seemed to take a minute, this was due to the considerable depth of the base. To avoid arousing suspicion among the Digua, the base had been excavated to a depth exceeding 100 meters, divided into 3 levels, each at least 50 meters high. The dimensions were difficult to ascertain as construction was still ongoing. The first level comprised the living quarters, housing the academy and various entertainment facilities, where most of the rescued slaves resided in several tiers of residential areas. This level boasted an environment optimally suited for habitation, with a ceiling designed to mimic the outside world, complete with changing weather and variable temperatures. Everything tailored to the most realistic configuration. This technology was not particularly advanced. It had been employed in space stations during the era of the Tailuan Lianbong, the precursor to the Tailuan Digua, in addition to ensuring the comfort of its inhabitants. It also facilitated the establishment of self-sustaining agricultural and livestock areas. All of this had been successfully implemented in the living quarters. And with the accelerated growth technology of Faladi combined with high-yield species from the interstellar age, the base had achieved self-sufficiency, a remarkable feat. This led Ling Jing to ponder whether she had misjudged Faladi in her past life. Could it be that his true identity was Faladi Shashur, with an actual military rank of marshal or general? Otherwise, how could he possess such an abundance of advanced technology? Finishing her tea, Ling Jing rose and stepped through the door, emerging into a world transformed. The streets bustled with a diverse crowd, individuals clad in various attire, some in Tailuan Academy uniforms, others in nurse outfits, and many in casual wear. Numerous people seemed to be heading to restaurants, lining the streets, or shopping in the commercial areas, while others made their way toward residential districts, indicating that it was likely lunchtime. This place appeared to be a haven for women, as there were no men in sight. Prior to the intake of individuals, Ling Jing had recognized the potential imbalance in gender ratio and thus decided against admitting any males, thereby averting various complications. Countless experiences had taught her that a skewed gender ratio invariably led to inequality. For instance, in a 1-to-10 ratio, a man could choose freely among 10 potential partners, resulting in a significant decline in women's status. If men were scarce, being selected would become a privilege, diminishing women's autonomy and dignity. Conversely, her previous environment had faced its own challenges with gender imbalance, with a ratio of 100 males to 97 females, and it was even more pronounced in her generation. Excluding the wealthy class, a man from the common folk needed to exert significantly more effort, 2 to 3 times the previous generation's effort, to secure a partner. A predicament no policy could remedy. To spare the maidens under her care from the tribulations of love, she resolved to eliminate romantic pursuits altogether. Someday, when they were educated and employed in the outside world, ample opportunities for love would present themselves. In Yunnan Zone, the gender ratio favored males, making social gatherings a necessity. Of course, in the absence of love's sweet yet bitter essence, other forms of connection were required to fill the void. And Ling Jing had invested considerable thought into this. Beyond the essential recreational facilities, the most crucial aspect was the implementation of a child distribution policy in her little city. The origins of the residents were once as slaves, yet their ages varied significantly. Some had already reached adulthood, while others were merely 4 or 5 years old, particularly the multitude of children in that tender age, who constituted nearly 1/3 of the total population. This stark reality underscores the corruption of the Gamma Empire's policies, which had driven countless individuals to abandon their families, an act that Cole Ji Ing found utterly contemptible. Initially, the situation was manageable due to the small number of children who could still be cared for adequately. However, as their numbers swelled, the medical sisters under the command of Kuha's son found it increasingly challenging to oversee them while simultaneously teaching. Consequently, a series of kindergartens were established, serving as temporary shelters before mobilizing the community to form families and providing certain subsidies to those willing to adopt. This initiative, though implemented for just over a month, proved remarkably effective. Those young women, aged 15 or 16, were not devoid of loneliness themselves, having been sold by their families. and their sorrow was palpable. The opportunity to adopt a new family member stirred many hearts. By this day, nearly all the young children had found adoptive homes, resulting in a flourishing society. Now, having changed her attire, Cole Jing appeared no different from the other young women, strolling through the streets, curiously admiring her city. Due to her busy schedule, she had never had the chance to visit this place before. Her previous trips to the base were solely focused on the second level, which was dedicated to research, military construction, training camps, and her own office, the very core of the underground base. The third level housed the mining area and the subway leading outside the city, where remnants of the Yunlan sect lingered as a toxic presence, largely unmonitored. With no restrictions on their capabilities, they were merely equipped with a device that could detect rebellious actions and automatically administer punishments. Occasionally, individuals with lighter offenses were released, rendering the toxic elements less inclined to revolt. It must be noted that the efficiency of these 2,000-plus toxic individuals was astonishing. They had excavated all levels of the base. A single strike from a warrior could reduce roughly a cubic meter of rock to dust, and the prowess of higher-ranked warriors was even more impressive, working like beasts in their mining efforts, with ample space and directives to construct housing in designated manners. Their efficiency soared, and they dared not cause disturbances, diligently contributing to the underground city's construction. Thus, after approximately half a month, this new city was completed, followed by the gradual relocation of slaves for 3 days of ideological education, culminating in the establishment of a vibrant underground metropolis. Chapter 193. The redemption of slaves outside the Gamma Holy City. A line of horse-drawn carriages approached slowly, finally coming to a halt in a desolate wilderness. The doors of these carriages were securely locked, seemingly to prevent the occupants from escaping. However, judging by their exterior, the carriages were not of inferior quality, and the interior was likely quite well appointed. Each carriage was driven by a robust man, who, upon stopping, leaped down and opened the doors, bellowing, "We've arrived. You may disembark." Inside the carriage were a group of ragged and trembling young girls, their faces soiled and clad in only flimsy garments, their bare feet shackled with chains reserved for slaves. At the sound of the men's gruff voices, the girls broke into tears, despairing over their tragic fates. Yet they obeyed the men's orders to exit the carriage. "Sister, where are we going?" A naive little girl tugged at the sleeve of her older sister, who appeared to be around 13 or 14, her curiosity evident. The older girl, her heart heavy with sorrow, replied, "We must be heading to a better place." Her name was Li Lingzi, and the two sisters had been sold by their father as collateral for his gambling debts, which he ultimately lost. In typical circumstances, having been sold meant that her name was essentially lost. From then on, she would respond only to whatever name her master chose for her, even if it were something derogatory like worthless. The little girl innocently nodded, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Soon, hundreds of girls gathered before the carriages, awaiting the men's commands. To their astonishment, a structure seemingly made of iron had mysteriously risen from the barren ground, resembling a passageway leading underground, the destination of which was unclear. From the passage emerged a well-dressed, middle-aged man, who surveyed the newly arrived girls and proclaimed, "All right, ladies, proceed down this way. Someone will be there to assist you once you descend. Do not even think about escaping. There are sentinels all around, and attempting to flee could cost you your life." His warning was underscored by a palpable threat, hinting that previous attempts at escape had not ended well. Terrified, the girls trembled, silenced by fear, and under the guidance of the muscular man, they entered the seemingly endless passage in an orderly fashion. The passage was remarkably spacious, accommodating hundreds without strain, and illuminated by fixtures along the walls, providing Li Lingzi with a modicum of comfort. However, she soon realized that the robust men did not follow them down. They merely herded the girls along, prompting a sense of foreboding. Many ancient clans had a penchant for burying the living as sacrifices, and she pondered if the end of this passage might lead to a tomb. Yet, upon reaching the bottom, her fears were dispelled, for there stood a row of neatly arranged girls, all waiting for something. These girls were dressed in exquisite attire, sporting a black and white ensemble on their upper bodies. the style of which Li Lingzi could not identify, while their lower halves were clad in short skirts, complemented by long white stockings, garments she had never seen before. The fabric of their outfits was perfectly balanced. Any excess would appear cumbersome, while any deficiency would suggest a lack of modesty. This design was not merely aesthetic. It cleverly minimized or omitted fabric at key joints, allowing for maximum flexibility and ensuring that their duties would not hinder their movements. Furthermore, each girl bore a sheathed long knife at her waist, with an unknown iron object strapped to the other side, which struck Li Lingzi as peculiar. The girls appeared to be of similar age to her, yet their attire and overall demeanor exuded an admirable confidence that could only be described as gallant and poised. Li Lingzi could not help but yearn to stand among them, envisioning herself in their place, embodying their proud expressions and upright postures, qualities befitting young women of their age. Alas, they were free, while she was merely a slave. It was clear that those who could join such a group must be extraordinary individuals. For the military presence in her previous small town was far from this impressive. Before long, all the slaves had assembled in the expansive underground chamber. As no one else entered, a green-haired girl, slightly better dressed than the others and marked with a distinctive emblem upon her forehead, stepped forward from the neatly arranged line. Despite her petite stature, which barely reached the chest of her peers, she counted the number of slaves present and then called out with conviction, "Everyone! Each person is to choose 5 newcomers, transforming them completely, and gather at the platform in half an hour." Upon hearing the command, the girls in the queue approached the slaves, each selecting 5 individuals before leading them towards the far end of the passage. This passage appeared interminable, and Li Lingzi was uncertain of their destination. The efficiency of the girls was remarkable. They swiftly organized the over 500 slaves, and coincidentally, due to her persistent worry of being sacrificed, she had been hiding at the back with her sister. Consequently, once the girls had gathered enough individuals, only the 2 sisters and a frail, sobbing little girl remained. The last girl tasked with selecting individuals felt a sense of dilemma upon seeing only 3 left. It was already a challenge to maintain efficiency while gathering 5 people each. Adding more would risk falling behind and missing the transport. Surely, one could not delay the operation of the train for just a few individuals or make an extra trip. The consequences of missing the transport would entail a laborious trek to ascend and enter the Gamma Sacred City, then proceed to the Lung family estate, and finally enter the underground city. Such an endeavor would take no less than half a day. "I will take care of them. You may go." The green-haired girl waved her hand, indicating she would handle the situation. Relieved, the girl quickly took her 5 individuals and departed. The green-haired girl looked at the 3 frightened individuals and said sweetly, "Please do not worry. Consider this place as home. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qing Lin, and I was once a slave as well." Chapter 194. Transformation. The green-haired girl, Qing Lin, was indeed the one brought back by Woden. Ever since being rescued by her father, she had developed a peculiar aspiration to become a powerful mech pilot, much like him, given her lackluster talent for cultivation. Due to Lung Jiying's absence, she had not been able to activate her by Shi Sanhua Tong to unlock her combat chi abilities, and both Woden and Yunyun were at a loss on how to assist her. They could only fulfill her modest wish by assigning her to a team of armored soldiers as a squad leader, with plans to reassess upon Lung Jiying's return. Yesterday, she had ventured to Yunlan's sect to inquire about Lung Jiying, but after suffering a crushing defeat, the humiliated Lung Jiying did not dare to meet anyone. Thus, Qing Lin found herself here, leading newcomers. Since the armored soldiers were the most prestigious team in the base, it was only natural for them to be entrusted with the arduous task of guiding new arrivals. After all, the more reputable the guiding team, the more confidence it instilled in these timid newcomers, aiding their swift integration into the environment. "My lady, how could you possibly be one of us slaves?" Li Lingzi gazed incredulously at the delicate, fair face of Qing Lin, whose youthful appearance seemed to radiate vitality. The level of care she exhibited was beyond that of the mayor's daughter from their town. How could she be a slave? In just a few days, you two will look like this. The underground city's provisions are quite nourishing. Once the other guiding girls had walked far away, Qing Lin returned to her spirited nature. bouncing as she walked. What exactly is this underground city? Li Lingzi pondered, but seeing the lively and adorable Qing Lin eased her anxiety. If everyone had been as tense as before, she would have felt quite uneasy. You will find out soon, but for now, we must transform you. Engaging in conversation. Qing Lin quickly led the three to a rather eerie room, from which Li Lingzi could hear the sound of flowing water, the clanging of metal, and the anguished cries of girls, an unsettling experience. This made her somewhat fearful, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her sister's hand. Sensing her hesitation, Qing Lin explained, "Most who come here have endured abuse, bearing numerous scars and injuries. Some, even at merely a decade old, have carried these scars for 7 or 8 years. Hence, to completely remove them, we must employ potent remedies. Come on, we must hurry. The train waits for no one." With that, Qing Lin stepped into the room, beckoning the three to follow. Li Lingzi entered with trepidation, grasping her sister's hand tightly, while the other girl trembled as she stepped inside, as if approaching a gallows. Upon entering, Li Lingzi immediately noticed a mountain of shackles piled nearby, seemingly taken from previous slaves. As she pondered this, Qing Lin produced her firearm and aimed at the shackles on Li Lingzi's feet, pulling the trigger. However, instead of bullets, a beam of light shot forth. With a gentle sweep, the shackles shattered and were sent flying into the pile of refuse. Qing Lin repeated the process, freeing the other girl and her sister. After dealing with the shackles, Qing Lin pointed to a nearby area where the sound of water was emanating. Walking over as she explained, "Next, please remove your clothing. I need to inspect you for injuries or scars. If there are any, we can treat them. If not, we'll simply give you a wash." Li Lingzi's cheeks flushed at this request, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet she said nothing and followed Qing Lin inside. 10 minutes later, the once worn-out sisters had completely transformed into two beauties, one older and one younger, with skin as smooth as jade, as if reborn. Now clad in new garments and fresh footwear, Qing Lin remarked that these were merely temporary, meant to be discarded upon reaching the underground city, as they paled in comparison to specially crafted outfits. However, Li Lingzi felt that this attire was far more comfortable than any new clothes she had ever worn. Although the style was entirely different from the outside world, it remained quite beautiful, and she found herself reluctant to part with it. Qing Lin waited on the sofa outside the changing room. Upon seeing the sisters emerge, she stood up and examined them, noting how Li Lingzi's temporary uniform was impeccably neat, devoid of any wrinkles. She chuckled, "It seems you truly adore it. Do not worry, this fondness will not last long." After teasing, Qing Lin shrugged her shoulders and continued, "Unfortunately, another young lady who came with us must remain here for treatment due to several scars and will likely miss the train. We should set off first." Li Lingzi suddenly felt fortunate. Despite being a slave, she had never endured severe abuse. Arriving at this place, the owner, though unknown, was evidently a kind individual, willing to use such precious medicinal solutions for their cleansing and healing the injured girls. Qing Lin's claim of being a former slave was hard for her to believe. Yet after undergoing a series of transformations, she felt an unexpected kinship with Qing Lin. "Thank you, Lady Qing Lin." At a loss for words, Li Lingzi could only express her gratitude in the simplest and most sincere manner. "Oh, you sound so distant. I see from your profile that you are 3 years my senior. You might as well call me Qing Lin Mei Mei." Qing Lin was somewhat taken aback. She was not one for bureaucratic formalities, and being addressed by a sister 3 years her senior felt quite strange. "I dare not." Li Lingzi naturally dared not address her in such a manner. The hierarchy between them was as profound as a mountain, a truth that has remained unchanged throughout the ages. In her understanding, true equality simply did not exist in this world. Qing Lin, with no choice but to change the subject, said, "Very well, since you insist. Let us board the vehicle." Li Lingzi found this peculiar. The underground tunnel, neither vast nor confined, seemed sufficiently spacious for them to walk. Yet would it not feel cramped for a horse-drawn carriage? In truth, she was only familiar with the concept of a carriage. However, she would soon discover what Qing Lin meant by vehicle. Chapter 195. The artery of the empire before them lay a colossal steel behemoth. Towering half a head above her, seemingly crafted entirely from refined steel, quietly hovering on its tracks, exhibiting not a hint of clumsiness, but rather an aura of remarkable agility. "This is a unique mode of transport from our family," Qinglin declared proudly. "My father says there is only one of its kind across the entire continent." The train employed an advanced maglev design, with some specially modified models capable of high-altitude rail transport. The underground railway, compared to its surface counterpart, boasted greater speed and capacity. The entire tunnel had been upgraded, allowing for velocities comparable to that of a jet's launch speed. It almost entirely eschewed uniform motion, accelerating throughout the first half of the journey and decelerating in the latter half, before reaching its destination. Although this outpost was only a few dozen kilometers from the base within Jiama Holy City, such a design would facilitate travel over even greater distances with ease. The only concern was that battles among powerful beings could potentially disrupt the underground tunnel. However, in a place like the Jiama Empire, which could be likened to a novice village, it was unlikely that any formidable force would reach such depths. "How astonishing it appears!" Li Lingzi expressed her awe as a country girl. This immense industrial creation capable of intimidating these maidens encountering technology for the first time, even before revealing its true capabilities. This train incurs significant operational costs, running only 3 round trips per day. "We must board promptly," Qinglin urged, observing that others had mostly boarded. In the plans of Lung Jing, this train was not merely for clandestine transportation. It was intended to be publicly utilized for profit within the Jiama Empire. However, despite being the esteemed elder of Yunlan's sect, she could not overtly pressure the royal family to interfere with the internal affairs of the Jiama Empire, leaving the matter in abeyance. Just as historically, when the British sought to construct railways in the Qing dynasty, it was tantamount to seizing control of their lifeline. The rights to transportation have always belonged to rulers, even if only nominally. The Jiama Empire was no different. Currently, the operation remained discreet, and the magnetic levitation of the subway caused minimal disturbance to the surface, ensuring it had gone unnoticed thus far. Yet, over time, discovery was inevitable. Qinglin led the 2 sisters onto the train, expertly finding a seat within the carriage. As soon as Li Lingzi sat down, she felt an overwhelming comfort, as if the chair had been crafted to perfectly conform to every contour of her body, almost possessing an enchanting quality that seemed to draw her in. In reality, it was simply a sofa. Although the train needed to transport goods, the number of passengers was only a few hundred each time, and with a dozen carriages, space was ample. Additionally, given Lung Jing's penchant for extravagance, the design was tailored to be more comfortable, avoiding the sardine can effect of cramped carriages. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Lingzi sensed the train beginning to move. However, the sensation was so subtle that, had the scenery outside not been receding, she would have remained oblivious to the train's departure. Soon, the windows darkened, replaced by intricate decorative patterns, shielding the interior from the rapid passage of light in the tunnel. A considerate measure taken to protect the passenger's vision. This obscuration lasted only a few minutes before the windows reopened, revealing a completely different vista before them. "All right, we have arrived. I will help you acclimate to your new surroundings," Qinglin announced, her expression brimming with joy, as though guiding these maidens was a source of great pleasure for her. No one could comprehend the harsh discrimination Qinglin, as a hybrid of human and serpent, had endured, nor could they fathom the depths of her loneliness. Now, as she welcomed these maidens, she could rightfully forge friendships with them, a prospect that filled her heart with uncontainable happiness. Qinglin grasped the hands of Li Lingzi and her sister, preparing to lead them to settle in the underground city. To her surprise, a stern and imposing middle-aged man, flanked by 2 fully armed Kaha warriors, awaited them. Upon disembarking, Qinglin spotted the serious figure and hesitated, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over her. However, the man's keen eyes quickly found Qinglin among the crowd, and he approached her with a grave expression. "Qinglin, we have been waiting for you. Did you not know there is a meeting today? Why have you been off playing?" Caught in the act, Qinglin playfully stuck out her tongue, adopting a charming demeanor. "Uncle Faraday, I was just trying to be of assistance," she replied. The man was, indeed, Faraday, who, upon witnessing Qinglin's playful antics, felt a sense of exasperation. He had a soft spot for this daughter of his brother, especially since she was a designated ward of Long Jing. Despite his stern appearance, he was not genuinely angry. All right, the leader must be waiting anxiously. I will arrange for someone to assist with the newcomers you have brought, Faraday said, inadvertently casting his gaze toward Li Lingzi and her sister, becoming momentarily entranced, forgetting his words. Li Lingzi felt flustered under the intense scrutiny of this high-ranking man, her hands nervously clutching her clothing, overwhelmed by the unabashed gaze that felt exceedingly inappropriate for her modest disposition. How strikingly similar, Faraday exclaimed after staring for several seconds, his astonishment evident. Qinglin, perplexed by Faraday's reaction, inquired, Similar? Similar to what? Faraday shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. It is nothing. We should be on our way. Nevertheless, his occasional glances at Li Lingzi belied his claim of indifference. Soon, Faraday summoned a nurse who had come to assist, exchanged a few words, and then took Qinglin by the hand, leading her away. Noticing Faraday's contemplative demeanor, Qinglin refrained from initiating conversation, quietly following in his wake. Nearby the subway station stood a massive warehouse, bustling with numerous workers transporting minerals from the mines, which were subsequently delivered by the maidens of the underground city to the upper levels for manufacturing. Chapter 196. The Meeting. The minerals extracted by the workers came from deep underground veins, generally undiscovered by others, and were of exceptional quality, perfectly suited for industrial construction. The ores exiting the smelting plant would be transported to the second level for fabrication. Typically, the ground troops could manufacture their own weapons and armor, while advanced equipment such as tanks and mechs would require Long Jing to procure certain central modules, ultimately saving considerable costs compared to purchasing entire units outright. The two sons of Kaha did not accompany Fa La Di and Qinglin upstairs. They were the guardians of this place, only following upon Fa La Di's arrival. Ascending to the second floor via the high-speed elevator, they were greeted by a diverse crowd, including researchers, newly trained female guards, engineers, and mechanics. This floor was predominantly occupied by both military and civilian factories, comprising nearly 80% of the space. The barracks did not require extensive elaboration. Yet due to advancements in technology, soldiers did not need to possess exceptionally high physical fitness, and training was not excessively rigorous. The focus was primarily on the usage of armor, as no matter how well one trained the body, a single hit from armor could lead to severe injury, rendering physical training a futile endeavor. Consequently, the barracks resembled a larger school, devoid of training grounds, featuring merely a vast playground filled with instructional armor. A stark embodiment of simplicity. However, only a few hundred women chose to enlist, and even with generous benefits, the allure was limited. Few desired a life on the edge of danger. Those who opted for military service shared a common thread, a profound hatred burning within. Some had been coerced. Others had suffered abuse from birth at the hands of their parents, and some were victims of exploitation by landlords. Thus, driven by vengeance, they resolutely joined, believing that the empire would seek retribution for them, a sentiment echoed by Long Jing. While it was evident that almost everyone harbored such animosity, it was not uniformly intense. Some even accepted their plight as a natural consequence of their circumstances, reflecting the harshness of a feudal regime. At the heart of the second floor stood a towering 7-story building, housing numerous factory offices and research departments, optimizing space for further industrial development. The top floor housed Ling Jing's office. Before long, Fa La Di and Qinglin arrived at the office on the top floor, only to be taken aback by the scene within. Hurry up, what are you all doing? Get on with it. How can you not defeat something so simple? What a situation. In the office, Long Jing was engrossed in a video game with Nalan Yanran, Ya Fei, Xiao Xian, and a few children. Frustrated at the large game over-displayed on the screen, Long Jing felt exasperated. The gaming console was a PS4 that Ling Jing had used on Earth, and the game was a modified version of Sekiro, retaining the story and gameplay mechanics familiar to her, while introducing multiplayer features and enhancing the difficulty of monsters and bosses. However, the balance issues were negligible as long as the experience remained enjoyable. The challenge lay in the fact that, Aside from her, the others were not particularly skilled, and the increased difficulty rendered her gameplay less enjoyable. In frustration, she tossed the controller onto the nearby sofa, no longer wishing to continue. "Commander, we have arrived." Fa La Di regarded the disheveled Lung Jiying with a bemused expression. "Ah, my dear Marshal Fa La Di is back. How'd everything go?" Ling Jiying's face brightened upon Fa La Di's return, her earlier defeat forgotten. Since the establishment of the underground city, Fa La Di and Wudong had been elevated to the rank of marshal. Despite their shared military backgrounds, their roles were clearly delineated, with Wudong commanding the troops and Fa La Di overseeing industrial and research matters, as well as various affairs of the underground city, collaborating with Wudong on military issues. After all, Wudong was solely adept in warfare, while Fa La Di possessed a broader understanding. Thus the responsibilities fell to him, embodying the principle that those capable should bear the burden. Fa La Di nodded, retrieving a document from his spatial ring and handing it to Lung Jiying. "The investigation is complete. Here is the current state of all industries in the Jiama Empire, along with the asset distribution of major families and commercial associations." He settled onto the sofa beside her. Though termed an office, the space resembled a lounge, styled in a manner reminiscent of Lung Jiying's era. The group sat around a large table, which was more suited for tabletop games than formal meetings. Previously, when Ling Jing visited to unwind, she had often taught Ya Fei and Xiao Yixian to play cards, but they had been too busy to indulge. At this moment, the assembly was notably complete. All members of Ling Jing's private faction were present, with the exception of Yun Yun and Yun Shan, and even the busy Lu Qianro had made an appearance. Mr. Yao had also come to hear Ling Jing's plans, as he largely managed the affairs of Xiao Yixian's newly reopened Wanyaozhai in Jiama, Holy City. Even without this connection, as Xiao Yixian's father, he held substantial standing. "Very well, let's commence," Ling Jing declared, taking the materials from Fa La Di, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. The previously jovial group recognized her sudden gravity and adjusted their posture, attentively listening. "We have several critical matters to address." Ling Jing paused for effect, observing the focused expressions before continuing. "Currently, we have three prominent enterprises: the Wanyaozhai run by Xiao Yixian and Mr. Yao, Ya Fei's Commercial Association, and the Tailun Mining Company organized by Fa La Di. This time, we shall unite these three industries to jointly dismantle the existing structure of the Jiama Empire." In a certain sense, Ling Jiying's ambitions were vast, despite her usual inclination toward maintaining the status quo and leading a languid existence. Previously, she had not felt this urgency, but as the underground city approached a state of perfection, its inhabitants displayed a semblance of stability and contentment, prompting her to realize that she could no longer remain complacent. While the underground city appeared satisfactory, it paled in comparison to the surface, resembling a mere rat's nest. Although no one expressed dissatisfaction, Ling Jing sensed it was time to procure a piece of land bathed in sunlight for them. Concealing her intentions under the guise of Yunlan Zone was impractical, as any action could provoke significant conflict with the royal family, leading to inevitable bloodshed, which was far from her desire. Thus, the optimal strategy was to undermine the various families and conglomerates, eroding their influence and leveraging illicit resources to establish legitimate enterprises, thereby creating more breathing space for the women of the underground city. The assembly responded to Lung Jiying's words with an expression of understanding. Since embracing the identity of a top-tier aristocrat, her actions and endeavors no longer elicited surprise. The power wielded by the descendant of a semi-empire overlord exceeded the imagination of these mere mortals. "Then, how do you intend to proceed, Mimi?" It was Yafei who spoke, her voice trembling slightly at that moment. For a while now, she had refrained from revealing her true self, delegating her business affairs to agents out of fear that the Miter family might discover something. However, it was evident that Lung Jing was prepared to confront the situation head-on. "I heard that Yinran's grandfather has recently suffered a severe health crisis. During my absence, no one knew how to handle the situation, but now it presented a golden opportunity. While treating the elder Nalan, we could also create a favorable atmosphere to promote our medicine through the Merchant Association. I refuse to believe that our sales would falter. Lung Jing glanced at Nalan Yinran beside her and spoke with unwavering determination. The elder Nalan's ailment was a long-standing issue, but it had never significantly impacted him until it reached a critical state. Otherwise, it would not have fallen to Xiao Yan to treat him. Yinran had been unaware of her grandfather's condition and had not mentioned it to Lung Jing. It was not as if Lung Jing could have predicted the illness and brought it up. Thus, the matter lingered until now. Hearing Lung Jing's words, Nalan Yinran felt deeply moved. Indeed, the very concerns that had weighed heavily on her mind were no longer an issue in the capable hands of Sister Ing. In just a week, the day of the Alchemist Conference would arrive, and our goal was simple: to secure a place in the top 3. I wonder if there are any obstacles? Lung Jing had grand ambitions, as her plans encompassed 3 crucial tasks: the Alchemist Conference, the Elders' detoxification, and the promotion of their merchant association. If these 2 matters progressed smoothly, the association would undoubtedly flourish alongside them, and in a power struggle against Xiao Yan. The Miter Merchant Association would not only falter, but might also struggle to support Xiao Yan as they had in the original narrative. After all, without his Ioa, it would be quite challenging for Xiao Yan to assist Hai Buodong with detoxification. For some reason, Lung Jing had an inkling that Xiao Yan would inevitably obtain a replacement for Xiao Qingzia, given his status as the destined child. Nevertheless, even if one task were to fail, it would not be a significant loss. We would merely miss out on one steel plate. Upon hearing Lung Jing's ambition to dominate the top 3, Nalan Yinran was taken aback. There were no issues with the plan, but who did Sister Ing intend to send? In addition to the need for early registration, we also required alchemical assessments to qualify for participation. This is easily arranged. Let us send Luo Kursin, Xiao Yixian, and Xiao Qing. Lung Jing had already made arrangements for the competitors. Luo Kursin would undoubtedly be the star performer, a prodigious young lady capable of refining 6th-grade pills. As for Xiao Yixian, with her experience as a 7th-grade alchemist and the assistance of Lung Jing's Bu, she could produce not just 4th-grade pills, but could even craft 7th-grade pills given the right materials. Xiao Qing, having learned from countless top-tier alchemists, was equally adept at alchemy. Even if she could not currently refine higher-level pills, producing 5th-grade pills would pose no challenge. Thus, securing a position in the top 3 would surely be a walk in the park. Moreover, with Luo Kursin only 12 or 13 years old, and Xiao Qing appearing as though she were merely 7 or 8, while Xiao Yixian was around the same age as Xiao Yan, about 16 or 17. They were perfectly suited to participate in this competition. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran felt as though she had overthought the matter. She was aware of Xiao Yixian and Luo Kursin's capabilities, and she was also privy to Xiao Qing's true identity. After careful consideration, it seemed that this would indeed be a straightforward and pleasant endeavor. In light of this, let's go to the Alchemist Guild in a couple of days to register as alchemists. Xiao Yixian nodded in agreement. Due to her focus on healing rather than alchemy, she had never registered as an alchemist, as it had not been necessary. As for Luo Kursin and Xiao Qing, their situations were even less pressing. However, in order to participate in the Alchemist Conference, they could no longer avoid registration. This is excellent. I shall accompany Sister Yinran to treat the elder, while our base cultivates several teams to expedite the income process. Additionally, the production of the trade goods we previously discussed should be accelerated. After pondering for a moment, Lung Jing finalized these matters. It seemed inappropriate to send anyone to treat the elder Nalan. Although Wan Yazhai had gained a respectable reputation, few believed that this clinic possessed the ability to cure the poison afflicting him. However, Lung Jing's reputation was somewhat tarnished, as her arrival had caused quite a stir in the Yunlan sect. It was remarkable that her reputation could improve at all. What if she caused a commotion in the royal court? Wouldn't the empire risk disintegration? Regardless of whether the reputation was good or bad, it was still a name known to others. The group nodded in agreement with Lung Jing's arrangements, showing no signs of dissent or the excitement typically exhibited by youth. Perhaps because such matters seemed too simple for them. Securing a top 3 position felt as effortless as scuffling with children. What was the thrill in that? After delineating some finer details, Lung Jing's expression brightened as she cheerfully declared, "All right, we have concluded our discussions. It is time to eat." With a clap of her hands, an elderly man and two burly men entered the office. This was none other than the chef Zhou Can, who had rushed from the edge of the desert to join Lung Jing. Under his direction, the two strong men quickly assembled the cooking equipment, followed by a procession of young women entering with a variety of dishes, both vegetarian and meat-based, from the skies and the waters, all of which were present. This gathering was not a novel experience. Before Lung Jing could say much, everyone began attacking their favorite dishes, and soon the air was filled with a lively atmosphere. Save some for me. Chapter 198, The Nayland Family. Yinran, is this your home? Is far grander than ours. The next day, as Lung Jing gazed at the grand entrance of the Nayland family, she exclaimed. The perceptive Nayland Yinran blushed upon hearing Lung Jing refer to it as our home, clearly recalling some sweet memories. However, Nayland Yinran was not the type to be easily moved. Although she had little resistance to Lung Jing, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Our main residence is not here, but in another location. My grandfather relocated all the direct descendants to Gamma Sacred City to demonstrate loyalty to the Emperor and avoid suspicion." Upon hearing this, Lung Jing understood immediately. Such situations were not uncommon in feudal societies. Emperors would often command military heroes or princes to send their eldest sons to the capital as hostages, only to return to their fiefs upon their father's deaths. Similarly, they would also need to send their eldest sons as hostages. Of course, this was different from the Nayland family's case, as it was not a royal decree, but rather the elder Nayland's voluntary decision, setting an example for other noble families. Consequently, the direct descendants of other prominent families had no choice but to come to Gamma's sacred city. What? The Nayland family has come. Do you intend to rebel if you do not follow? It was likely that the elder Nayland faced much criticism behind the scenes. While conversing, Lung Jing and Nayland Yinran held hands as they walked towards the interior of the Nayland family's mansion, with the young lady Nayland Yinran leading the way. No one dared to obstruct them, and Lung Jing, like a curious child, looked around with wide eyes. It was evident that her purpose here extended beyond merely treating an illness. There were likely other ulterior motives at play. Better to scout the terrain in advance so that I can make a quick escape if necessary. At this moment, within the confines of the Lung family estate, an atmosphere of unease permeated the air as countless servants scurried about in a state of agitation, seemingly anticipating the arrival of a distinguished guest. Lung Jing felt a pang of surprise. Could it be mere coincidence that Xiao Yan was arriving just now? Was it possible that Xiao Yan had successfully cured the old master's ailment? Was the Nayland family preparing a feast to celebrate? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a butler-like figure hurriedly approached Nayland Yinran, anxiously declaring, "Miss, the master has been waiting in the reception hall for quite some time. You must go at once." Before Nayland Yinran could respond, the butler darted away, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. "How did your father know you were returning?" Lung Jing pondered aloud, bewildered, for they had not informed anyone of their arrival, and yet somehow they had been discovered. Nayland Yinran rolled her eyes at Lung Jing's informal reference to her father, replying with a hint of exasperation. "How should I know? It doesn't matter. Let us just go see." With a chuckle, Lung Jing agreed, realizing it was indeed premature to refer to him as her father-in-law, and said, "Very well, let us proceed." In the adjacent lounge of the Nayland family's reception hall, an elderly man lay weakly on a bed, addressing a burly middle-aged man kneeling before him. The elder's voice barely above a whisper, he inquired, "Do you truly believe she will come?" The middle-aged man responded with unwavering confidence, "Certainly. The newly appointed elder of the Yunlan sect shares a special bond with Yinran. If she learns of your illness, she will undoubtedly come to check on you, as long as we present ourselves appropriately in the coming days. We need not fear that she will not assist us." This elderly man and the middle-aged figure were none other than Nayland Yinran's grandfather, Nayland Jia, and her father, Nayland Su. Ever since hearing of the remarkable and formidable new elder of the Yunlan sect, Nayland Su had found himself restless, dreaming of the day he could ally with such a powerful figure. However, Nayland Jia did not relax at his son's words. Instead, He furrowed his brow and asked gravely, "But Sewer, I have heard that this new elder is a woman. Even if she becomes friends with our Yenran, it is likely to remain a mere friendship. This affliction of mine is difficult to cure even for a Dozong expert. How can a girl, younger than Yenran, possibly help me?" Nayland Jie had long been in a state of retirement due to his illness, and the affairs reported to him by Nayland Su were often vague, leaving him only with a general understanding. "Do not worry, father. The Lung Elder possesses the rare and mystical Ioa," Nayland Su said confidently, feeling a swell of pride for having raised such a clever and understanding daughter. After all, this was no secret. Everyone within the Yunlan sect was aware of it, though outsiders were likely oblivious. "Yihua?" Nayland Jie exclaimed, taken aback. For some reason, he suddenly felt as though his ailment could be resolved at any moment. Yet, he pondered further. Even if Ioa could cure his condition, would the cost not be exorbitant? Would the Lung Elder truly be willing to intervene? Despite this, Nayland Jie remained apprehensive, having lived long enough to know how unreliable friendships could be, if so-called camaraderie were of any real use. Why would families like theirs sacrifice their children's happiness for the sake of marriage alliances? Nayland Su leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Father, are you familiar with the concept of Dongyang, Drihat, and Don Shu Dripit?" Nayland Jie, puzzled, replied, "I know a little, but what does that have to do with the Lung Elder?" Before he could finish, Nayland Su continued mischievously, "Such affections can exist between men, but they can also manifest among women." As Nayland Su elaborated, Nayland Jie's expression shifted from shock to acceptance, as he grappled with these notions that he found somewhat scandalous. Gradually, a smile spread across his face as he comprehended why Nayland Su seemed untroubled by his condition. Since Yenren has found true love in such a talented individual, it seems this marriage was indeed the right choice. Nayland Jie mused, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. Xiao Yan, a mere 12 years old when he became a Doshi, paled in comparison to the 14 or 15-year-old Douwan. Such advantageous circumstances rendered any concern for reputation trifling. For if this news were to spread, the Nayland family might ascend to the foremost family in the imperial capital. Though the other party was also a woman, the conservative societal norms of the past had never acknowledged such unions between women. Given the absence of precedent, they could indeed set a new standard. Chapter 199. The young master of the Mu family. It is worth noting that the practice of Fifi had been vehemently condemned for ruining many a prestigious family's young men. Yet there were no stringent restrictions on relationships between women. This was partly due to the fact that a woman's future was predominantly at the mercy of her elders, and partly because such affairs had rarely caused significant repercussions. While there had been instances of young ladies eloping with their maids, society had seldom contemplated these occurrences. Nayland Jie contemplated this, then instructed Nayland Su, "In light of this, you should promptly make arrangements. Do not delay in welcoming the Lung Elder. Even if she has taken a liking to Yenran, we must not neglect our manners." Nayland Su nodded, assuring him, "Understood, father. I have everything in hand." "Very well, then. Off you go." Nayland Jie gestured, signaling that he could take his leave. "Farewell, father." Nayland Su bowed respectfully and exited. No sooner had he stepped out than a frantic butler approached, reporting, "It's bad news, master." Before the butler could elaborate, Nayland Su was startled and quickly ushered him into the adjacent reception hall, wary of alarming the elderly master with any unsettling tidings. "What is it? What has happened?" he inquired, anxious. "Master, we previously issued a notice seeking medical assistance, and the young master of the Mu family, Mu Zhan, saw it. He has brought several physicians and alchemists to attend to the old master, along with a group of third-tier or higher alchemists who want to see if they can help." The butler's expression was grave, clearly foreseeing trouble. Upon hearing this, Nayland Su's countenance darkened. While the presence of these individuals might not have been problematic under normal circumstances, should they encounter the Lung Elder, it would imply that the Nayland family lacked faith in her capabilities to heal the old master. However, being a clever man, Nalan su quickly devaista plan, confoundeth. I forgot to rescind that notice. But fret not. You must intercept them at once and inform them that I am unwell and unable to receive guests. To his dismay, the butler grimaced and replied, "Master, it may be too late. They're likely already en route." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the reception hall swung open, and a dashing young man entered, bowing to Nayland Su with a charming smile. "Good day, Nayland uncle. I am Mu Zhan from the Mu family, here to pay my respects." Nayland Su thought to himself, "You are swifter than Chow Chow. Ah, it is young Master Mu. I was unaware you had time to visit us today." Nayland Su felt compelled to extend the customary courtesies, as the young man had come with good intentions. Mu Zhan respectfully bowed and sincerely stated, "I heard that the old master of the Nayland family is unwell, so I brought the finest physicians from the entire Gamma Empire to attend to him." Hearing the words of Mu Zhan, Nayland Su frowned. Although this young man possessed considerable talent, he was far too arrogant and oblivious to the gravity of the situation. If his father's ailment could have been cured by a few physicians, it would have been resolved long ago without the need for his visit. Though discontent brewed within him, Nayland Su, as the head of the family, maintained a semblance of decorum and spoke with a smile. "Dear nephew, the old master's condition has already been treated, so there is no need for your concern." Upon hearing this, a seemingly ordinary man in the crowd displayed visible disappointment. This man was none other than Xiao Yan, who had come in disguise. He had previously believed he would meet his end at the hands of Medusa, but unexpectedly survived when the cave collapsed. Fortunately, the collapse was limited, and with the aid of Yao Lao, he managed to clear the path and escape. Regrettably, this incident had led him astray, and he was subsequently swept up by a desert storm. What appeared to be a sandstorm was, in fact, a rare fire known as Feng Nu Long Yin, ranked 18th, even surpassing the Qing Liendi Xinhua. This extraordinary fire arose from the eye of a tornado in the desert, appearing randomly in any desert during the hottest days of the year, making it exceedingly rare. Xiao Yan could not help but marvel at his fortuitous luck in encountering such a phenomenon. Alas, Yao Lao had suffered severe injuries and remained unconscious. Initially, he had intended to seek assistance from Haibo Dong, but alas, the latter had already moved away. With the alchemist conference approaching, he had no choice but to come to Jiao Ma Sheng Cheng, believing that a Do Huang expert within the imperial city might yield some clues. Upon his arrival, he heard that old Master Nayland had suffered serious injuries and was nearing death. Although initially uninterested, the treasures promised by the Nayland family in their announcement were far too tempting, enough to potentially restore his master's health significantly. Even though he was within the watchful gaze of the cold and distant Ling Ji Ying and in the home of his fiancée, he believed that fortune favored the bold. In his eyes, Nayland Ran was no longer a formidable foe. Only the petty nuisances that had thwarted his plans repeatedly were of concern. However, with the news of old Master Nayland's recovery, Xiao Yan concluded that staying there served no purpose and decided to take his leave. Just as he turned to depart, he caught sight of two familiar figures approaching, their presence striking fear into his heart. He quickly squeezed into the crowd, standing quietly, afraid to make any sudden movements. The two were Nayland Ran and Ling Jiying, leisurely strolling and taking in the sights. Despite the urging of the old housekeeper, Ling Jiying seemed unperturbed, continuing her leisurely walk with Nayland Ran. The illness of old Master Nayland, a mere trivial matter easily resolved by a doctor, was of no concern to them. "Uncle Nayland, I assure you, I only mean well. The fact that old Master Nayland has yet to make an appearance indicates a grave condition. I urge you not to deceive yourself," Mu Zhan persisted, undeterred by Nayland Su's words. He was acutely aware that with Nayland Ran's successful dissolution of her engagement, she had reverted to a state of waiting in her boudoir. The two families were well matched, and his own talent was comparable to hers. All he required was an opportunity to propose, thereby strengthening their familial ties. And now, with old Master Nayland gravely ill, was it not a fortuitous moment for him? The Mu family had built their reputation on the trade of medicinal herbs and the establishment of clinics, making them exceptionally adept at healing. He had not anticipated that this Mu family scion would be so relentless. If this continued to impede his important matters, it would be intolerable. At that moment, just as Nayland Su was preparing to dismiss the young man, A girl's voice rang out from outside. He told you to leave, so hurry and go. Must you speak so bluntly to be understood? This declaration stunned everyone present. Most of those who had come to treat old Master Nalan were elite members of the Mu family, significant figures in the realm of medicine. Yet they could only stand aside as mere embellishments in the presence of the young master. Yet this girl had the audacity to order him to leave, displaying extreme dominance. As for Nalan Yinran, she was largely unrecognized except by Xiao Yan. Having long resided in Yunlan Zone, few had seen her true visage, hence no one made the connection. Mu Zhan, well acquainted with Nalan Yinran, realized that the taller girl was indeed her, though he did not recognize Ling Jiying, nor understood why she dared to speak so boldly. He knew that with Nalan Yinran back, persisting in his pursuit would only incite her displeasure. As a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Jiama Empire, he quickly grasped that it was best to retreat gracefully. Since old Master Nalan has been treated, I shall take my leave. I wish him longevity, Mu Zhan stated, performing a courteous bow. He then turned his gaze away from the two young women, making it appear as if his visit was solely for the purpose of treating the old master. Devoid of ulterior motives, Ling Jiying merely scoffed, uninterested in the young man's pretenses. In the future, once the business of Xiao Eastns Wan Yao Zhai expanded, the Mu family would have no choice but to distance themselves. Following Mu Zhan's departure, his entourage of alchemists and physicians followed suit. Yet, one ordinary-looking man among them caught Ling Jiying's attention, disguised Xiao Yan. Realizing the situation had become untenable, Xiao Yan sought to slip away swiftly, but fate had other plans as he inadvertently brushed past Ling Jiying, locking eyes with her momentarily. She offered him a slight smile without uttering a word. She could easily see through his disguise, though she was uncertain how he had acquired the mask without Yafei. She had no intention of reprimanding him at that moment. After all, the true climax awaited at the upcoming Alchemist Conference and the 3-year agreement. There lay the perfect opportunity for humiliation. Xiao Yan, startled by Ling Jiying's smile, felt a wave of dread wash over him, the fear he had previously experienced resurfacing. Even the thought of his extraordinary fire provided no solace, prompting him to lower his head and hastily depart. With Mu Zhan gone, most others followed suit, leaving only a few oblivious souls lingering, reluctant to abandon this golden opportunity. Observing their obstinacy, Ling Jiying chastised, "What are you still doing here? Waiting for feast?" Her outburst compelled the remaining individuals to vacate swiftly. After all, Mu Zhan had the Mu family backing him. They could afford to linger, but they could not. Soon, the spacious reception hall was left with only Nalan Su and a few servants. Casting a glance at the departing servants, Nalan Su coolly instructed, "You may all leave, go see off the guests." The servants, discerning the gravity of the situation, promptly exited, closing the soundproof door behind them. Once the idle bystanders had vacated, Nalan Su, who had maintained a calm demeanor, could no longer contain his anxiety. He hurriedly descended from his seat and, with a pained expression, bowed deeply to Ling Jiying, pleading, "Great elder, please save my father. He is on the brink of death." The actions of Nalan Su startled Ling Jiying. She had initially thought that Nalan Lazizi's illness had truly been cured, but upon closer inspection, it seemed he had been waiting for her. It was understandable, given the current strength of Yunlan's sect and the dual power of the Tudo Zone. Ling Jiying's continued role as the Grand Elder amidst such circumstances must imply she wielded significant influence. The allocation of cultivation resources heavily favoring Nalan Yeren clearly indicated the consequences of Ling Jiying, Yun, and even the old sect master abusing their powers. Providing Nalan Yeren a month's worth of resources, which previously would have been a year's supply, was quite extraordinary. As the young sect master, Nalan Yeren's cultivation resources were already considerable, but now they amounted to more than the combined resources of the entire inner sect. Fortunately, the number of disciples in Yunlan's sect had diminished significantly, and the surplus of Elder Shueiwe searching for resources ensured that the sect's resource reserves, even under a lavish policy, remained quite healthy. "Oh, Uncle Nalan, you are too kind. I am merely here to aid the old master." Ling Jing quickly supported Nalan Su, considering that he might become her father-in-law. The potential for their taboo romance to blossom depended on his consent. This is wonderful. The old master has been waiting in the lounge for quite some time. Seeing Lung Jing's attitude, Nayland Su felt reassured, leading her and Nayland Yeren toward Nayland Jie's south resting place. Although he was displeased with his father's indifference toward him, preferring to chat with his shadow sister, he recognized that treating his grandfather was of utmost importance and chose not to voice his concerns, quietly following behind. In the lounge, an elderly man lay on the bed, his complexion pallid, resembling a corpse. His frail body was akin to decayed wood, and it appeared he was on the brink of death. This was his father. The poison had plagued him for over a decade. Initially, it was merely a matter of reduced mobility and minor ailments, but now it had escalated to a critical point, prompting a desperate search for solutions. Nayland Su felt somewhat embarrassed, having allowed that group to waste so much time only to be dismissed in the end, a profoundly humiliating experience. Upon seeing her grandfather in such a state, Nayland Yeren could no longer hold back her tears, reminiscing about the stern yet invaluable lessons he had imparted. To be candid, Nayland Yeren believed her talent paled in comparison to her peers. Her success was a result of relentless effort and tireless cultivation, driven by her grandfather's unwavering encouragement. Without his guidance, she might have faded into obscurity, ultimately becoming a weak woman known only for her beauty. Chapter 201. Speedy Treatment. Initially, Lung Jing intended to converse further with Nayland Su to prepare him for her miraculous methods, but upon witnessing Nayland Yeren's profound sorrow, she could no longer bear it. Nothing pained her more than seeing her beloved in tears, as it made her feel powerless. She recalled her mother's word from her childhood on Earth, that only inept men caused women to weep. Although she was not a man, the responsibility of ensuring her beloved's eternal happiness weighed heavily upon her. "I have 2 treatment methods," she said, taking a deep breath to steady herself before addressing Nayland Su. In truth, Nayland Jie's condition was not as dire as it seemed. While his physical health was poor, his mental state remained relatively stable, easily discernible under Lung Jing's imperial gaze. This indicated that Nayland Jie was feigning severity. "Please, enlighten me," Nayland Su responded, maintaining a calm facade while feeling immense shock inside. The Dan Wanggu he had been unable to remedy the latent poison, yet the young woman before him claimed to possess 2 solutions. He understood his father's condition well, and Nayland Su felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of Lung Jing discovering any discrepancies which could lead to her disdain. However, exaggerating the severity of the situation was justifiable. How else could one demonstrate that symptoms were indeed grave? The first option involves sacrificing your father's entire strength to eradicate all ailments accumulated over the years, restoring his physical condition to that of a vigorous 40-year-old. The second option is far simpler, using Yaoa for a few moments to eliminate the latent poison without sacrificing any strength, though it will not restore other ailments. Lung Jing narrowed her eyes, initially contemplating a swift solution with the doc, but reconsidered, realizing that since they were family, a more complicated treatment process might be warranted. Nayland Su, as the biological son, should make the choice. The first method, naturally, would employ the most advanced doc, but after observing the situation, she recognized that the poison had permeated Nayland Jie's do qi, making it impossible for the doc to preserve his strength. The doc could only focus on treating ailments, unaware of the efficacy of the do qi. As long as it was contaminated, it would be removed entirely. The second method, akin to Xiao Yan's use of Yaoa, was far more manageable. The Xingqian was significantly more powerful than Qing'an de Xing'e, and her strength far surpassed that of Xiao Yan, making the eradication of the latent poison a simple task. However, this Yaoa method could not match the thoroughness of the doc treatment. The doc would rectify all of the body's ailments, while the Yaoa could only eradicate the latent poison. Nayland Su pondered deeply, realizing he might not be able to decide. Although the first option would strip his father of his strength, it would effectively extend his life, restoring his bodily functions to those of 30 years prior. But could a man who had lived a life of warfare truly accept a life without strength? Just as Nayland Su prepared to rouse Nayland Jie, the old man unexpectedly opened his eyes and weakly declared, "Cough, I choose the first option. These two choices appeared to present both advantages and disadvantages, yet in reality, there was little room for hesitation. The lifespan of Ado Huang was not particularly lengthy. At nearly 80 years old, if he did not advance to Do Huang, he might not have many years left, especially given the various complications from prolonged illness. His body had long reached a state of depletion. It was better to undergo a complete treatment, perhaps allowing him to cultivate again in the future. Ah, very well. Lung Jing replied, pleased to have a straightforward course of action. She produced a device roughly the size of a laptop and scanned it over Nailan Jie. Soon, various ailments within Nailan Jie's body appeared on the dock screen, and the instrument began to tremble faintly, preparing the most suitable treatment substances to neutralize the toxins within him and significantly enhance his physical condition. Nailan Yeren was all too familiar with this process. The doc could not only treat diseases, but also eliminate fatigue. Sometimes, when she was exhausted from cultivation, she would use one, albeit a much less advanced model. Nailan Su stood quietly to the side, filled with curiosity, yet at this critical moment, he dared not speak or ask, simply observing. Before long, the doc completed the preparation of the treatment solution. Without waiting for Lung Jing to proceed, the device automatically extended 6 tentacles, which adhered to Nailan Jie's legs, arms, forehead, and chest. Indeed, it clung to the surface like a magnet, unlike ordinary medical devices that require needles or other means for injection. The elder seemed a bit apprehensive, and thus, Nailan Su could not help but inquire further. Before Lung Ji-ing could respond, Nailan Yenran reassured him, stating that there was nothing to worry about. She had used this device frequently before, usually just needing to inhale or sweep it over, but perhaps it was due to her grandfather's more serious condition this time. Upon hearing Nailan Yenran's assurance, Nailan Su felt relieved and refrained from further comments. The doc was renowned for its rapid treatment speed and exceptional efficacy. Once the injection commenced, the dark aura surrounding Nailan Jie dissipated at a visible pace, and the wrinkles on his face began to smooth out. His emaciated form gradually regained vitality, showcasing remarkable results. Naturally, the fighting spirit within Nailan Jie also diminished, as his aura steadily declined, quickly reducing him from a high-ranking Do Wang to a Do Ling, then to a Do Shi, a Do Shi, a Do Zhe, until he ultimately returned to the state of an ordinary mortal. The complete dispersal of his power signified the end of the treatment, as the 6 tentacles withdrew from his body and retracted into the doc's apparatus, which now appeared incapable of reactivation, being a one-time device. Seeing the treatment concluded, Lung Ji-ing gazed at the somewhat bewildered Nailan Jie and cheerfully suggested, "Old man, why not stand up and give it a try?" Nailan Jie, observing his once frail arm now transformed into that of a vigorous man, was astounded. What an astonishing method! Surely, even a 7th-tier alchemist could not achieve such results. It felt as if he had returned to the prime of his life at 30. As the ultimate version of the doc valued at 5 million gold coins, its efficacy was indeed remarkable. This demonstration was akin to resurrecting a half-buried corpse. A frail old man could regain the physique of a 30-year-old, which was nothing short of astonishing. Nailan Jie rose from the bed and leapt a few times, moving as nimbly as a professional athlete. His previous lethargy completely vanished. Although he had lost his powers, his inherent foundation remained, making him significantly stronger than an average mortal. "How can I ever thank you, Elder Long?" Nailan Jie expressed, looking at the mere teenager before him. His feelings complex, a mix of gratitude for saving his life and reluctance towards Nailan Yenran. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had considered entrusting Yenran to her, but upon reflection, he realized the challenges of achieving a mutually satisfactory outcome in such a union. When Yunlan's sect decided to appoint Yun Yun as the sect leader, they faced immense criticism and scrutiny from others, stirring the envy of rival empires until Yun Yun proved her strength. In Nailan Jie's view, such a union could not be discreetly arranged. It would necessitate grand public acknowledgement. One party was the daughter of the Marshal's family from the Gamma Empire, while the other was the esteemed elder of the Yunlan sect. A misstep could potentially ignite a conflict. This was no exaggeration. If a royal family historically married their princesses to noble families, a deviation could signal discontent within the nobility, prompting rival nations to exploit the rift. Elderly individuals often tend to overthink. Lung Jiying was unaware of Nailan Jie's extensive contemplation. Had she known, she would have directly told him he was overthinking. "You are too polite, old man. Yinran is our Yunlan sect's young sect master. We are practically family now. Since we are family, there is no need for such formalities. Let's not dwell on gratitude." Waving her hand dismissively, she presented herself as a benefactor, causing Nailan Yinran to roll her eyes in exasperation. If she were not aware of Lung Jiying's true intentions, she might have mistaken her for a selfless do-gooder. "Now that your ailment is resolved, I shall not impose further. Yinran, since you have returned home, take a few days off. Come find me again before the Alchemist Conference." As she spoke, Lung Jiying moved towards the door of the resting room, her movements reminiscent of an experienced performer. To an onlooker, it appeared she was walking normally, but her pace was slightly measured, as if she were waiting for something. Nailan Jie noticed her intent to leave and shot a glare at the dazed Nailan Su, urging him to say something. Nailan Su quickly regained his senses and called out, "Elder Lung, why not stay as a guest today? I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a banquet with a 6-tier chef. It would be a pity if there were no guests to appreciate it." It was no secret that the new elder of the Yunlan sect had a penchant for fine cuisine, to cater to her taste. The sect had even established an elite team dedicated to sourcing ingredients, which had become widely known over time. Upon hearing of the 6th-tier chef's presence, Lung Jiying's expression brightened. Such chefs were rare and did not readily accept customers. Her personal chef, Zhou Kan, was merely at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, still some distance from the 6th. Realizing this, she paused, turned to face Nailan Jie, and donned an expression of indifference. "In that case, I shall impose upon your esteemed residence. You exaggerate, elder. Not only for a meal, but even if you were to stay with us, we would welcome you with open arms." Nailan Su replied, beaming at her willingness to stay. It was said that discussions at the dining table were the most fruitful. The Nailan family, while still one of the 3 prominent families of the Gamma Empire, was currently experiencing a transitional phase, with the elder's loss of power and Nailan Su himself being a mere Do Wang. They held little sway against the advanced Do Wangs of other families, nor with the royal family. Thus, the Nailan family required a formidable ally, not necessarily to engage in battles, but simply to lend their presence. Clearly, the esteemed Elder Lung was the most suitable candidate for such support. "Very well, since I have a few idle days, I shall stay with the Nailan family for a week." Lung Jiying had not perceived this as mere politeness, but accepted readily, recognizing the convenience of the Nailan family's location for errands and outings. Of course, the most significant reason was to accompany Sister Yinran. Nailan Su had not anticipated her genuine intention to stay at their residence. Shouldn't such matters be approached with a degree of courtesy before declining? This was certainly not how things were typically done. Nevertheless, as the head of the family, Nailan Su possessed a strong adaptability. After a moment's reflection, he discerned Lung Jiying's intention and smiled. "This is indeed the best outcome. We are overjoyed that Elder Lung has chosen to honor our humble abode. However, it seems that our guest rooms are currently full. If Elder Lung wishes to stay, he must share a room with Yinran." Elder Lung Jiying paused for a moment, and then smiled in realization. Indeed, age brings wisdom, and older individuals possess a certain savvy. Nailan Yinran was quite displeased with her father's intention to sell her off, casting a fierce glare in his direction. "Ah, it appears there is no other choice. Yinran, we shall have to make do," said Lung Jiying with a sly grin. Although the two often shared sleeping quarters, the distinction between resting at home and at hers created an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. "You two may converse at your leisure. After all, I am merely a commodity, and the price at which I am sold matters little to me. I shall take my leave," Nailan Yinran retorted without responding to Lung Jiying, huffing before she exited the lounge. Upon witnessing her genuine anger, Lung Jiying abandoned her casual chat with Nailan Jie and hurried after her. "Sister Yinran, wait for me." Chapter 203, Zero Investment. Infinite profit, this temper flared quickly and dissipated just as fast. Despite her dissatisfaction with her father, Nailan Yinran accompanied Lung Jiying to the family's meticulously arranged luncheon. The banquet was not as extravagant as one might expect, It resembled a simple family gathering with just her father, her grandfather, herself, and Lung Jing present. She despised such occasions, recalling the last time she attended a similar event, where Lung Jing was replaced by the 8-year-old Xiao Yan. She could never forget how her father tirelessly sought to promote her to the other party, and even now, sitting across from someone she admired did nothing to lighten her mood. Elder Lung, I must confess, business has grown increasingly challenging. Our Nalan family has built its fortune on weaponry, but since Yunlan's sect has produced over a dozen high-ranking smiths, both nobles and commoners alike have ceased purchasing from us. Life has become quite difficult. After sharing a few drinks with Lung Jiying, Nalan Su lamented the state of affairs. While Lung Jiying feigned camaraderie by drinking, she was actually selling the wine through her system, as she had no inclination to consume substances that clouded her judgment. Upon hearing Nalan Su's grievances, Lung Jiying pondered for a moment and quickly came to understand the situation. I am unable to assist. Those elders are crafting for educational purposes, with no intention of generating profit. It is only Lord Yun who seeks additional income by selling their wares. The techniques employed by the elders in their craft were exceedingly advanced, making even failures produced by novice apprentices superior to those crafted by ordinary blacksmiths, thereby monopolizing the market, a regrettable yet unavoidable outcome. After all, the financial condition of Yunlan's sect was not promising. They could not afford to neglect sales. With a shrug, Lung Jiying expressed her inability to help. This was not due to a lack of capacity, but rather because it was part of her long-term strategy, aptly named the three-step harvesting plan, which aimed to acquire the assets of the underprivileged through a series of joint commercial actions. Undermining the traditional smithing industry was merely the first step. However, it was unfortunate that the Nalan family held an unassailable position in the Jiamat Empire regarding smithing, bolstered by military connections, ensuring a steady stream of orders. Yet the advantages of this situation were evident. The scale of recruitment at Yunlan's sect illustrated its financial state. Previously, they would hire dozens at a time, but now they were recruiting hundreds, expanding their reach significantly, an undoubtedly positive development. Shueihua Palace, having built its foundation on smithing, operated with astonishing efficiency, producing rare weapons that had been scarce in the market as if they were of no cost, combined with quality surpassing that of similarly ranked weapons, making them popular across all social strata. What shall we do? Nalan Su's face was etched with worry, clearly troubled about the family's future. With the family business suffering greatly and the elders' strength waning, unless they became servile to Yunlan's sect, the Nalan family risked falling into a predicament akin to the Xiao family. Nevertheless, Lung Jiying remained unfazed. She selected a piece of 5th-tier Xintian beefsteak, savoring it slowly, her face reflecting satisfaction. Once she swallowed, she addressed Nalan Jia with a measured tone. This matter can be resolved, but it requires the elders' assistance. Nalan Su and Nalan Jia perked up at her words, eager to inquire, what insightful plan does the elder have? Lung Jiying, however, picked up another piece of steak, placing it in a Nalan Yunran's bowl before continuing. I trust you both are aware that Wanyao Zhai is my enterprise? We are preparing to launch a new product to generate profit, but we have struggled with marketing strategies. If the elder is willing to assist in promoting it, she left the rest unsaid, as Nalan Jia, revered for his wisdom, would find it too crude to discuss money directly, despite their current financial constraints. Promote? Nalan Jia was unfamiliar with the term, but quickly grasped its meaning. It likely referred to assisting in sales, and the product in question was undoubtedly singular. Realizing this, Nalan Jia inhaled sharply, incredulity overtaking him. Is this product capable of mass production? The rarity of alchemists stemmed from the difficulty in procuring even a single pill. Even wealth would not guarantee access. However, if a particular type of elixir could be sold in bulk, even with limited applications, it would not hinder its commercial success. During their time in Wutan City, the sale of foundational spirit liquids followed this principle. Many purchased them not for personal use, but to stockpile for profit, especially with miraculous items capable of treating a wide array of injuries. After sipping a bowl of soup made from an unknown beast, Lung Jiying spoke slowly, indeed. It is mass-produced. Currently, Wanyao Zhai caters only to the common folk. The wealthy have no reason to visit, thus they have no need for such items. To break into that market, we require a figure of significant influence, preferably one who is fortuitously unwell, and Nalan Laozu is the ideal candidate. However, the standard DOC's efficacy would certainly not match that of treating the elder, only alleviating minor ailments, while the cost for treating him will be 5 million gold coins. The cheaper options range from 100 to 10,000 gold coins, available in 3 tiers. Nalan Jia was taken aback by this price. 5 million gold coins was no trivial sum. Moreover, the cost price and actual selling price were 2 different concepts. Without their connection, even if he could procure it, he would need to spend 8 million or even 10 million gold coins. Not enough to bankrupt him, but still a significant financial strain. The treatment's effectiveness would likely be worth its weight in gold, even if it meant risking one's fortune. It was no wonder the other party sought him as a promoter. He was, after all, a living testament to the product's value. With this realization, Nalan Jia's heart raced. This was a zero-investment, profitable venture. No need to supply the goods. Merely serve as a spokesperson to reap the profits. What could be better? Once sales commenced, it could potentially devastate the Mu family's pharmaceutical industry, with wealth and prosperity within reach. Yet upon reflection, this was indeed an opportunity presented to the Nalan family. Numerous individuals suffered from grave illnesses. Why should they specifically seek collaboration with the Nalan family? Was it not merely for Nalan Yinran's sake? As the saying goes, one must earn their keep. Nalan Jia pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring. Might the esteemed Elder Lung require us to perform any tasks? Chapter 204. A desperate gamble. Elder Lung Ji Ying smiled faintly, her expression seemingly calm, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. This was indeed the second phase of her strategy to dominate the market. The product known as DOC was merely a significant aspect, but certainly not the entirety of her plan. Once DOC gained traction, other technologies belonging to the Tai Luan faction would also be introduced for sale. With the reputation of DOC established, the other products would not struggle to attract customers. What she did not mention was that DOC, aside from its therapeutic benefits, would also provide users with an immense sense of pleasure, akin to the indulgence of smoking. While DOC could be addictive, it would not lead to despair or deteriorating health. Rather, it would significantly enhance one's physical condition, creating a dependency much like that experienced by Nalan Yinran. Once the market was fully established, a substantial number of repeat customers would emerge, akin to the situation during the Daoguang era with the Da Yingdi nation, profiting immensely through somewhat unscrupulous means. Should the demand from repeat customers exceed the current production of DOC, she would have the liberty to manipulate the pricing. Of course, Elder Lung Ji Ying was fundamentally a person of integrity. She could not engage in such exploitative practices. After all, harvesting leeks must be done gradually. Uprooting them all at once would yield no further crops. Elder Lung lightly tapped the table, contemplating briefly before stating, "My esteemed elder, I can entrust the sale of DOC to you, along with the authority to set prices. I will only be responsible for the supply. An internal price I can offer you is 1.5 times the cost price." Nalan Jia considered this proposition and found it quite reasonable. This meant that the lowest grade of DOC would have a purchase price of 150 gold coins. Although he had never used it, he felt that selling it at 200 gold coins would be effortlessly achievable. The profit on a low-grade item would be 50 gold coins, while for higher grades, the profit could soar to 500, 5,000, or even 250,000 gold coins. Such profits far exceeded those from the Nalan family's ironworking business. However, Nalan Jia was not blinded by the immense potential profit. Instead, he calmly inquired, "What requirements does the esteemed elder have?" Seeing Nalan Jia's prudent demeanor, Elder Lung Ji Ying nodded in appreciation. If the other party had hastily agreed without thought, it would have raised her concerns. Quite simply, she began, "The shops selling DOC must operate under the name of Wanyao Zhai. And secondly, there must be a guarantee of supply to avoid any special circumstances that could lead to DOC becoming unsold." Elder Lung Ji Ying did not articulate her thoughts too explicitly, but the implication was to encourage restraint against greed. While selling at a price more than double could be feasible, it would be akin to overfishing effectively abandoning a significant portion of the more impoverished customer base, which was something she did not wish to see. Is that all? Na Lan Yimu said, feeling that these two stipulations were hardly problematic. Selling another S product while profiting and promoting their name was entirely reasonable. Ensuring sales volume was even less of an issue, as they were not the sort to forsake integrity for profit. Elder Lung Ji-ing poured herself, and Nalan Yin ran a glass of juice, the taste of which she found rather unpleasant, and set it aside, stating earnestly, "That will suffice." She then produced a spatial ring and placed it on the table, explaining, "This contains various qualities of dock, totaling around 10,000, all categorized. There is no need for a deposit. Simply take it to sell, and you may pay me after making a profit." During this period, Elder Lung Ji-ing had maintained the habit of purchasing out the dock vending machines daily, leading to an increase in sales volume. Currently, she could buy about 500 units each day. However, due to stockpiling, there had been no revenue, as all had been acquired using Yuan Jie coins, costing only a few tens of thousands, which was negligible compared to her current wealth of several hundred thousand. Upon receiving the ring, Nalan Jie was astonished. If calculated according to Elder Lung's stated cost price, the dock within the ring was valued at nearly 1 billion gold coins. This was undoubtedly a fortune that even the royal family would covet. Yet the other party had handed it over without a blink. However, Nalan Jie soon understood that the trust stemmed from Nalan Yin Ran, and thus he did not hesitate, readily agreeing, "Since the esteemed elder has such faith, I cannot remain idle." With that, Nalan Jie turned to Nalan Su and instructed, "Su heir, go fetch 30 million gold coins." Nalan Su, upon hearing this, did not dare to question and hurriedly departed. Currently, the entirety of the Nalan family's savings amounted to just over 30 million. The elder was placing all these funds in the hands of Elder Lung. Nalan Jie looked at Elder Lung Ji-ing with a hint of apology. This 30 million was indeed a trifling sum compared to the nearly 1 billion worth of goods, yet it undeniably expressed his determination. Elder Lung Ji-ing nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Nalan Jie's attitude. If she herself were faced with such a situation, she might not have been able to act with such decisiveness. It seemed that it was not without reason that the Nalan family had become one of the 3 prominent families in the Jiama Empire under Nalan Jie's leadership. "I naturally have complete confidence in you, esteemed elder. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. In a few days, the Alchemist Conference will commence. Do not miss such a splendid opportunity." Having discussed the main matters, Elder Lung Ji-ing abruptly interjected with this remark before becoming engrossed in savoring the delicacies, as if what she had given away was merely worth 10 gold coins rather than 10 billion. Nalan Jie understood perfectly what Elder Lung Ji-ing referred to. The Alchemist Conference was a grand event held once every 8 years in the Jiama Empire, with only 2 other nations among the surrounding 7 or 8 empires possessing the strength and resources to host such a gathering, naturally attracting numerous individuals from other empires. The presence of attendees implied immense business opportunities. "I am well aware of this, esteemed elder, so please rest assured. However, our business may conflict with the Mu family. Should we strive to minimize the conflict or be more unrestrained?" Nalan Jie pondered, sensing that this young Elder Lung was orchestrating a grand game. In this chess match, the Nalan family was likely just a pawn, and thus Nalan Jie began to fulfill his duty as a piece, waiting for the player's command. If they won this game, the Nalan family would undoubtedly reap boundless benefits. Even in failure, they would merely incur some financial losses while gaining favor from the other party. He was more than willing to play the role of a pawn. Of course, we must fully suppress the Mu family's medical industry. Elder Lung Ji-ing exchanged her juice for a different glass, bringing it to her lips for a sip, only to discover it surprisingly delightful. The taste was so enjoyable that she hesitated to finish it in one go, merely swirling the cup and her expression turning playful. "As for the Maitel family, I shall handle that personally." Chapter 205. The ambitions of the Maitel family, just as Elder Lung Ji-ing was relishing her meal at the Nalan residence. An unusual atmosphere suddenly enveloped the holy city of Jiama. "Have you heard?" There are some extraordinary betting options regarding the Alchemist Conference. What do you mean? Huh. These options are for betting on losses rather than wins, as long as they do not secure a top 3 finish in the Alchemist Conference. Those who place bets will profit. Goodness, these 3 individuals must be incredibly formidable. Formidable? What do you mean? A 12-year-old girl, a boy of 7 or 8, and a young alchemist known as Xiao Yao Zhai's master, all merely first-tier alchemists. Are they courting resentment? One doubts whether a first-tier alchemist could even endure a single round at the Alchemist Conference. Is this a case of killing with kindness? Who could argue otherwise? It is rumored that a certain faction, displeased with Xiao Yao Zhai, intends to ruin the reputations of these 3 individuals, and when that occurs, Xiao Yao Zhai will likely lose the face to continue its operations, resulting in no one competing for their business. Who might be vying for business with Xiao Yao Zhai? Could it be the Mu family? Hush, these matters are not for us to speculate on. We should merely invest a bit and reap our profits, as the matters above are beyond our purview. The middle family, a lineage that ascended through the financial sector, is the most extravagant among the 3 great families of the Jayamar Empire, to the extent that they purchased a plot of land in the holy city of Jayamar, nearly the size of the royal palace, constructing their family residence there. Due to the vast area occupied, the city's boundaries were compelled to expand outward significantly, lest the commoners displaced by this superstructure have nowhere to go. Among the architectural marvels of the middle residence, a prominent tower stands out, so tall that it is visible even from outside the city. At the pinnacle of this tower, a middle-aged gentleman clad in fine garments stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm as he surveys the entirety of the holy city of Jayamar. Behind him, a cloaked shadow guard kneels silently, perhaps hesitant to disturb his refined contemplation. Suddenly, the middle-aged man inquires, "Is the information reliable?" Upon hearing the question, the dark-clad figure promptly responds, reporting to the head of the family, "This news is absolutely true. It was divulged to us by an agent from the Outcloud Empire. Although this Xiao Yao appears to be merely a first-tier alchemist, in reality, she is a 5th-tier physician. Many patients poisoned by the Outcloud Empire have been healed by Xiao Yao Zhai, thus inciting their enmity. A 5th-tier physician is hardly a cause for concern. Did she not just complete the assessment for a first-tier alchemist and appear utterly exhausted?" The middle-aged man is Middle Tangshan, the patriarch of the middle family. Despite this peculiar gamble having emerged only recently, it is impossible for him to remain unaware of it within the confines of the holy city of Jayamar. Being acutely aware of financial matters, he senses something amiss. Indeed, the leader was also nearby, confirming that the opposing party had indeed exhausted themselves after concocting a first-tier elixir, evidently indicating poor spiritual capacity. Tangshan slowly paces before the floor-to-ceiling window, stroking his chin, perplexed about the connection between the two. The reason a physician is often outmatched by an alchemist is that alchemists require the cultivation of spiritual strength, while physicians do not, and their requirements for power are quite low. As long as one can heal a mid-level afflicted Do Wang, they may ascend to the rank of 5th-tier physician. Thus, it is not surprising for a 5th-tier physician to assess a first-tier alchemist. What puzzles Tangshan is why this gamble appears so Sisyphean. If no one holds any faith in the 3 individuals, then the Outcloud Empire, as the puppet master, must be poised to incur significant losses. Although Xiao Yao may face considerable humiliation, does it truly carry any significance? It is important to acknowledge that establishing a gambling scheme necessitates the establishment of leverage. Prior to allowing bets, the proprietor must pledge items equivalent to the amount wagered, implying that eluding the situation is utterly impossible. It appears that Xiao Yao is merely an 8-star great dosher. But what are the other 2 young companions? Tangshan furrows his brow, suddenly realizing that alongside Xiao Yao, there is also a 6 or 7-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl. He has consistently overlooked details concerning these 2 due to their age. Yet upon closer examination, it becomes evident that they cannot be without significance. The Shadow Guard, sensing the tension, promptly reports, "The matter lies with this young one. On the surface, they are merely distant cousins of Xiao Yao, here to join in the festivities. However, We have bribed the second elder of the Yunlin sect, Yin Hong, who disclosed that the young girl is an unparalleled genius, not only possessing Do Wang's strength, but also being a fifth-tier alchemist. A fifth-tier alchemist? Teng Shan is taken aback. This level of alchemist is no trivial matter. There are only a handful of fifth-tier alchemists across the entire empire, let alone a 12-year-old girl. His first instinct is disbelief. Yet he recognizes Yun Hong as an honest man who cannot conceal secrets, often spilling everything after a drink. Moreover, the elder of Yunlin sect is a Do Wang of 14 or 15 years, making the existence of a 12-year-old fifth-tier alchemist not entirely outrageous. With this thought, Teng Shan begins to form a vague suspicion in his mind. This gamble is certainly not as simple as a case of killing with kindness, but is likely to harbor a deeper conspiracy. And what of the 6 or 7-year-old boy? According to our investigation, this boy hails from a border town, having lost his parents to a serpent man's attack, and journeyed here seeking refuge with his distant cousin, recently discovering his own talent as a first-tier alchemist. The Shadow Guard has thoroughly investigated these matters and speaks with confidence. What are the odds for these individuals? Teng Shan inquires. Xiao Yao's odds are the highest, reaching an astonishing 2-to-1. However, due to her esteemed reputation and countless rescues, few are willing to bet on her. The girl's odds stand at 1-to-18, while the boys are 1-to-13. Teng Shan resumes his pacing, contemplating the conspiracy at play. Now it becomes clear. The mastermind behind this is indeed calculating. A cold smile spreads across his face as he suddenly comprehends the scheme behind the gamble. It seems the orchestrator has long been aware of the girl's true capabilities, knowing she would undoubtedly outshine others, yet feigned ignorance while casting Xiao Yao, a relatively well-known figure, to mask their true intentions. With such high odds, coupled with a nearly guaranteed outcome, how many would follow suit and place their bets? Chapter 206, Yafei's Revenge. By creating an illusion that any wager would yield profit. Although Xiao Yao's odds are high, few would willingly wager against their conscience. Thus, the girl, a true fifth-tier alchemist, becomes their golden opportunity. The difference between 2 and 1. 8 is negligible, yet the disparity between 8 and 3 is substantial. Coupled with the influx of people drawn to the Alchemist Conference and a lucrative allure of this gamble, it is foreseeable that the house will ultimately profit no less than 10 million gold coins. Surely, there is vast capital at play behind this, likely orchestrated by those from the Outcloud Empire. Orders were given to open our own betting lines. If they wager that these 3 cannot secure a top 3 finish, then we shall wager that they will indeed occupy those coveted spots. If just one among them secures a top 3 position, we shall reclaim 90% of our stake. If to achieve this, we double our investment. If all 3 dominate the top 3, our capital shall be returned tenfold. These odds are set in stone, immutable. Teng Shan lets out a cold laugh. In financial matters, the Outcloud Empire's individuals are mere ants, lacking any semblance of strategy, capable only of deceiving the common folk. While his gambling scheme targets the aristocracy, he possesses information that those nobles will inevitably acquire later on. Thus, the gambling venture appears to possess a semblance of reliability. After all, the minimum return guarantees a refund of 90% of the original capital, coupled with the fact that this wager is orchestrated by individuals from the Outatsu Empire. The noble class is likely to harbor discontent, and with the middle family stepping into the fray, it is reasonable to believe that many, including members of the royal family, will be inclined to invest. While foreign gambling ventures may seem enticing, those originating from one's own nation hold a unique allure. The financial state of the Jayamar Empire is not to be underestimated. Numerous families can readily produce tens of millions of gold coins. Teng Shan harbors great optimism regarding the prospects of this gambling operation. Although it appears to be a 1 in 10 chance, seemingly gifting the middle family with money, in reality, it offers an excellent opportunity to demonstrate loyalty to the royal family. Many families possessing wealth but lacking power are eager for such opportunities, which are rare indeed. Look at this. We are directly opposing the forces of the Outatsu Empire. How could we not be patriotic? Moreover, this is no trifling sum. With a capital influx reaching 100 million, a profit of 10 million could be extracted, presenting a risk-free venture. when distributed among the various investors, it appears that the losses are minimal. The head of the family is truly astute. The shadowy operative was astounded by Tung Shan's remarkable plan. Given the influence of the middle family, it would not take long for this gambling operation to become well known, leading to a substantial influx of bets and profits. After all, the other two contenders have no real chance of reaching the top three. They are fully aware of the capabilities of the little healer, and the 6 or 7-year-old boy is unlikely to have reached the second tier, even if he began training in the womb. Very well, proceed with the arrangements. Tung Shan waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned about the matter. For the affluent middle family, a few tens of millions of gold coins are inconsequential. Understood. Wait, do you have any news about Yafei? None yet. Miss Yafei has been missing since her disappearance from Wutan City, and the shadow operatives are intensifying their search. Expedite the process. The eldest son of the Mu family is nearing the appropriate age for marriage, and if we cannot promptly arrange for Yafei's marriage, our future business may encounter complications. Yes, on the other side of the city, in a dilapidated courtyard. Has a shipment arrived? Yes, the goods for sale are all here. Excellent. A rather unattractive middle-aged woman gazed at the boxes being moved into the courtyard, her expression revealing satisfaction. If I recall correctly, these goods are the special products brought back by Ying Mei from another world, are they not? The middle-aged woman stroked her chin, deep in thought. Indeed, these items consist of daily necessities and some delightful beverages from that place. And of course, there is no shortage of the most crucial military supplies. The individual conversing with the middle-aged woman is a burly man, the once busy Vodin, now rendered idle due to the absence of conflict. This middle-aged woman is, in fact, Yafei Indiscuise. Under the watchful eyes of the middle family, Yafei dares not act too ostentatiously. Though she has established a trading association, she primarily delegates tasks to trusted individuals while herself functioning as the mastermind behind the scenes. Her guise as a middle-aged woman presents her as a humble merchant, drawing little attention, for she is well aware of the adage about tall trees attracting the wind. In that case, I will summon people to lay out these goods for sale, and regarding the arms, I shall see if I can connect with some underworld forces to take them off her hands. Most of these goods are products from the cyberpunk world, with many items having been confiscated from various corporations. Among these supplies, weaponry is the most abundant, featuring an array of rifles, pistols, and grenades. Naturally, the quality of these weapons is rather mediocre, as they are basic mass-produced models, akin to the most common white-quality items in a game. However, in the Dopa continent, even these weapons can prove significantly effective at lower levels. A single shot from a pistol can easily dispatch a fighter. Furthermore, when wielded, the rifles can contend with even the great fighters. Yet, due to their inferior quality, these weapons are ineffective against those above the Douling rank. Nonetheless, fighters are not as common as cabbages. In the past, Mu Shi, a 2-star dosher, wielded considerable influence in Qingshan Town. If all these weapons were to be sold, the Jiamar Empire could very well descend into chaos. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the more advantageous it is for Lung Jiying and her companions. As the saying goes, one cannot establish without first destroying. While they have not yet decided whether to directly replace the Jiamar Empire or compel it to acknowledge their unique position, this task is imperative, for they must demonstrate their strength to the royal family. Vodin harbors a certain respect for Yafei. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, individuals like Vodin, with military backgrounds, are most apprehensive about engaging with those of higher intellect, fearing manipulation. In Kila, such astute individuals are often politicians. Although Yafei is not playing the political game, but rather the commercial one, Vodin feels it prudent to remain obedient in her presence, considering their plans. Aside from these goods, the leader has also dispatched 100 helpers to you, all elite individuals trained in the underground city, their paperwork already completed. Surely, these individuals can assist you in some capacity. Chapter 207. The Sinister Plan. Excellent, excellent. With the assistance of these individuals, I am now more confident in the plan. Yafei's expression betrays no discernible emotion, yet her tone carries a hint of delight. This operation serves not only to demonstrate their strength through wealth accumulation, but also to aid Yafei in achieving true freedom. She has been acutely aware of the middle family surveillance and understands their urgent search for her. Could it be that they genuinely value her commercial acumen? No. This merely indicates that there are no suitable women of marriageable age within the middle family to serve as bargaining chips, thus necessitating the search for Yafei to satisfy a powerful faction. As for which nation or family this faction belongs to, or whether her potential suitor is disabled, how gifted he is, or his appearance, none of this concerns her. Her sole obligation is to marry into the family, thereby fulfilling their expectations. Such a family would undoubtedly weigh heavily on Yafei, and should the middle family fail to meet her satisfaction, she must seize control or even destroy it. Any familial affection pales in comparison to self-interest, a truth that Yafei has come to comprehend fully, leaving her devoid of any sentimental attachment to this family. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could investigate the gambling situation further. Ingmei often speaks of her unit, the Sons of Kila, and their extraordinary capabilities in completing any task. Thus, I believe it should not be overly difficult for you to gather some information. As she speaks, Yafei inclines her body slightly, offering genuine respect to Vodin and his companions, for without them, there would be no underground city as the foundation for industry. Without the trade goods produced by the underground city, Yafei would struggle to maintain her trading association. Although this association currently relies heavily on smuggling to conduct transactions, the goods produced in the underground city have never lacked for buyers. Even items identical to those from the outside world under a well-established industrial system will invariably surpass the quality of purely handcrafted goods from beyond. Primarily, there exists a negligible disparity in price between the two, one of which boasts exceptional quality, while the other appears akin to shoddy craftsmanship. Hence, the competitive edge in trade is readily apparent. Although the scale of the business may seem modest, even trivial, the profits garnered are undeniably astonishing. Naturally, our camouflage techniques are of the highest caliber. Currently, the public narrative is nearly entirely within our grasp, and it is anticipated that within a few days, substantial returns will materialize. Woden, reveling in his desires, felt a flicker of excitement. This gamble was conceived by Yafei. Yet the operatives hail from the offspring of Kuha. Thus they too shall reap half the rewards. While this gamble may possess a tinge of unscrupulousness, they are indeed not deceiving anyone. It is, without a doubt, a surefire venture. Of course, this holds true for them. The fate of the avaricious commoners is of little concern to him. Letting the commoners face bankruptcy is merely the first step of the plan. Even if this initial strike lacks sufficient force, it shall be followed by an array of traps, akin to Ponzi schemes and other nefarious tactics, until the economy of the entire Jiama Empire is dragged to a deplorable state. This scheme shall not conclude. This stands in stark contrast to Lung Ji Ying's harvesting plan, as she represents the overt Yunlan sect, which, in a bid to preserve its reputation, will only amass wealth through legitimate means. Thus, no matter how fervently the commoners purchase their goods, they shall not descend into bankruptcy. Therefore, to extract all from the impoverished, a more sinister hand must orchestrate the operation. Very well, our plan is now officially on the agenda. Once Sister Ing concludes her matters, we should commence our actions forthwith. Yafei stroked her chin, seemingly pondering the method of amassing wealth, and then, with a resolute expression, extracted a jumble of miscellaneous items from her storage ring, laying them upon the table before her. She then closed her eyes, her hand delving into the heap, ultimately retrieving a substance, fluorite, which is quite common in the underground city, yet exceedingly rare in the outside world. Very well, it has been decided. A week later, after spending several indescribably delightful nights at the Nalan residence, Lung Ji Ying finally resolved to venture out with Nalan Yanran for a shopping excursion. However, the moment they stepped outside, Lung Ji Ying instantly regretted her decision, as she had vastly underestimated Nalan Yanran's remarkable shopping stamina. The two walked along the commercial street, with Nalan Yanran displaying a visage of sheer joy, seemingly relishing the outing after a long hiatus, while Lung Ji Ying wore an expression of utter disinterest. Although her abilities were quite suited for scavenging during shopping trips, her affluent nature rendered her indifferent to the trivial pursuit of minor bargains. Suddenly, as Lung Ji-ing teetered on the brink of boredom, the sounds of a brawl erupted from a nearby street, igniting a spark of interest in her. Ah, there's a fight breaking out in this bustling area. Sister Yinran, let's go witness the excitement. Nailin Yinran, who had been haggling with a vendor selling necklaces, momentarily lost her rhythm, forgetting how to proceed with the negotiation upon hearing Lung Ji-ying's exclamation. All right, let's go take a look, she replied, reluctantly setting aside the necklace, not wishing to dampen her companion's enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Lung Ji-ying promptly produced a small pouch of gold coins, purchasing the necklace from the vendor and handing it to Nailin Yinran before eagerly grasping her hand and leading her towards the commotion. Gazing at the bracelet of rather mediocre quality in her hand, Nailin Yinran felt a deep sense of resignation as the eldest daughter of the Nailin family. She had seen far superior necklaces. She merely relished the thrill of negotiation and the opportunity to spend a little money on items that piqued her interest, hence her fervor for shopping. After all, who does not delight in a good bargain? However, Lung Ji-ying's actions did not constitute a bargain at all. Instead, she had overpaid considerably, leaving Nailin Yinran quite vexed, contemplating returning the necklace, yet ultimately dismissing the idea, recognizing it was a gift from Lung Ji-ying. Chapter 208. The Eve of the Conference. Yang Xiao. Do not presume that merely refining the ironwood spirit leaf 6 times grants you the audacity to act haughty before me. You ought to reflect on your own worth. At the scene of the altercation, a debonair young man cast a derisive gaze upon the disguised Xiao Yan, his disdain almost unmasked. A flame, emanating from an unknown tier of magical beast, coalesced in his palm, exuding an aura that surely did not fall below the 5th tier. Faced with such mockery, Xiao Yan's countenance shifted as he realized he had endeavored to remain inconspicuous, yet some impertinent fool had chosen to provoke him. What terrible luck! Liu Ling. I have heard that you are a 5-star dosher. I am surprised to discover that you resort to despicable tactics. I must have misjudged you, Xiao Yan retorted coldly, all the while surveying the surrounding crowd, contemplating a swift escape should the patrol arrive. Meanwhile, among the throng, 2 furtive figures meticulously evaded Xiao Yan's line of sight, ultimately finding a blind spot from which to clandestinely observe. TSK, just as I suspected, that scoundrel is involved. It has been months since a brawl erupted in the Jia Ma holy city, and only he could instigate such chaos. Watching Xiao Yan, one of the brawlers, Lung Ji-ying felt it was only to be expected. Indeed, Xiao Yan had never failed to meet her expectations. The individual opposite Xiao Yan was also familiar to Lung Ji-ying. It was Lu Ling, whom she had previously humiliated. His severed arm had now fully healed, a testament to being a disciple of that ancient rascal, Gu He. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Lung Ji-ying inwardly urged them to engage. Eliminating one would mean one less scourge in the world. Unfortunately, it seemed they were acutely aware of what fighting entailed in this setting, and thus, rather than engaging in combat, they merely exchanged barbs and postured, devoid of any intention to escalate. Realizing that this was likely a lackluster affair, Lung Ji-ying silently cursed the pair for their cowardice. Moments ago, they had the audacity to confront one another, yet now they hesitated. Despite the absence of physical conflict, their posturing was of the highest caliber, with the surrounding crowd gazing upon them in reverence, failing to perceive their behavior as juvenile. Regardless, this was a performance that Lung Ji-ying would not allow to continue unchallenged. Thus, she cleared her throat and bellowed, "The enforcement team has arrived." Upon hearing this, both individuals' expressions shifted simultaneously, their figures flashing as they swiftly retreated into the distance. This was not out of fear of the so-called enforcement team, but rather due to their profound recognition of that voice. Both had suffered significant losses at Lung Ji-ying's hands, regardless of her intentions. Fleeing was the only prudent course of action. Indeed, a pair of cowards. Lung Ji-ying scoffed, unperturbed by the outcome. Nailin Yinran, beside her, stood momentarily stunned by Lung Ji-ying's unexpected maneuver. Wasn't the plan to watch the show? Why had she frightened the participants away? Having strolled about, It is time for us to return home and prepare ourselves, as there is an evening banquet to attend, Cole Ji-ing gently urged, taking Na Lan Yin-ran's hand. She was not keen on continuing the outing. After some contemplation, Na Lan Yin-ran nodded. The evening's gathering, initiated by the royal family, aimed to unite the world's talented youth. Anyone participating in the Alchemist Conference could gain entry, and Na Lan Yin-ran had received an invitation due to her affiliation with the Na Lan family. However, the royal family's stance was quite evident, as they had not extended invitations to anyone from Yunlan's sect, which was a clear indication of their intentions. This was unsurprising, given that while the Yunlan sect had once been an equal rival to the royal family, they now overshadowed it completely. Even if the royal family wished to avoid conflict with Yunlan's sect, they would certainly refrain from any gestures of goodwill due to matters of honor. Nevertheless, Cole Ji-ing was unfazed, for Xiao Qing had other commitments that evening, continuing her alchemical pursuits and regrettably unable to attend, thus naturally relinquishing her spot to Cole Ji-ing. Upon returning to the Na Lan residence, the young healer and Luo-Kuexin, also preparing for the banquet, arrived, changing outfits in the adjacent room. To conceal their true abilities, they had not showcased remarkable performance during the preliminary trials, maintaining a modest level. Speaking of which, elder sister Yafei, how did the betting situation unfold? How much profit can we reap? Cole Ji-ing suddenly recalled the matter while being adorned by Yafei, who was an expert in the art of makeup. Typically, Cole Ji-ing had little interest in cosmetics, but given the formality of the evening's event, it was essential to present oneself beautifully, as to appear otherwise would be rather inappropriate. Yafei, skillfully applying eyeliner, responded to her inquiry, stating that the current total amount in the betting pool had exceeded 70 million gold coins. Many individuals, perceiving this as a guaranteed win, eagerly placed their bets, with 40 million contributed by the local residents of the Jiamar Empire, primarily wagering on Luo-Kuexin, while the remaining 30 million came from visitors from other empires who had arrived for the grand event, mostly betting on the young healer. It appears the eager bettors are quite affluent, Cole Ji-ing remarked with delight. In just over a week, a wealth of 70 million gold coins had been amassed. Although this sum may not seem substantial, equating to less than 10,000 Wanjie coins, it was a risk-free opportunity to earn money, which everyone would appreciate. Furthermore, this amount could indeed procure several local-level combat techniques, though the availability of such techniques remained the primary concern. Cole Ji-ing's amusement caused Yafei to falter slightly in her application, nearly transforming her face into a colorful canvas. But fortunately, Yafei's exceptional skill prevented any mishaps. After casting a disapproving glance at Cole Ji-ing, Yafei continued, explaining that due to the Kuha Sun's controlling public opinion, nearly everyone believed the betting pool was organized by the people of the Yun Empire. Consequently, a patriotic faction opened a competing betting pool against them, with the condition that if they failed to secure a top 3 position, it would be deemed a victory for them. Conversely, their stipulation was that for each individual who achieved a top 3 finish, they would receive a tiered profit. Indeed, they took the bait. I knew these capitalists would not miss such an opportunity, Cole Ji-ing speculated, suspecting the Miter family was behind the initiation of this betting pool. As she spoke, Cole Ji-ing maintained a neutral expression, cautious after recent events. Yes, the Miter family initiated this betting pool after Elder 2 intentionally leaked information about Luo-Kuexin. I have investigated, and the funds gathered in this pool have already reached 80 million gold coins. Yafei felt somewhat embarrassed, recognizing the personal vendetta involved, but acknowledged that without leveraging the legitimate power of Yunlan's sect, it would be challenging to ensnare the unsuspecting into their trap. 80 million gold coins? Truly, the Miter family is remarkable. Their mere initiation of a betting pool equates to the entirety of the Na Lan family's liquid assets. Na Lan Yin-ran, who was also preparing her makeup, exclaimed in astonishment. Among the 3 prominent families, the Na Lan family held military influence, the Mu family engaged in politics, while the Miter family entered the ranks through wealth. In terms of riches, the Miter family likely surpassed the combined wealth of the other 2 families several times over, and their ability to support powerful combat masters ensured no one dared to challenge them. So, How much of that 50 million was invested by elder sister Yafei? Cole Ji-ing quickly grasped the crux of the matter, confident that with Yafei's business acumen, she would not overlook an opportunity even the blindest could see. 40 million. With that figure, Yafei's face lit up with joy, envisioning the tenfold return after the event concludes, which would surely cause significant strain even for the financial might of the Miter family. That sounds reasonable. Let's round it off and invest 100 million. I will cover the expenses, and Yen Ran, why not have your grandfather contribute a little as well? Cole Ji-ing was prepared to make a bold move, believing that if the Miter family suffered a loss of 100 million, it would not only be detrimental, but could potentially lead them into a state of turmoil. Moreover, with additional investments from others, the total would undeniably reach an alarming figure. Although Nalan Yen Ran was unaware of the specific terms of the Miter family's betting pool, she nodded in agreement, adhering to the principle that collaborating with Ing Mei would surely yield benefits. However, with such an influx of 50 million in funds, would it not be easily detected? What if they prohibited further investments? Yafei expressed her concerns. Cole Ji-ing pondered the details of the Alchemist Conference from the original narrative and suggested that they arrange for individuals to place bets on the day of the conference, as the Miter family's representatives would likely be present to observe, allowing for ample opportunity to manage the situation without raising suspicion. After careful consideration, Yafei deemed this approach viable and nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Following the confirmation of this plan to redistribute wealth, the young healer and Luo Xin emerged from the changing room. Noticing Cole Ji-ying's slightly mischievous expression, the young healer remarked, "Sister Ing, are you up to no good again?" She recalled that Cole Ji-ing had worn a similar expression on her initial visit to Yunlan's sect, and the outcome was well known. Seeing even the young healer, who usually focused solely on her medicinal pursuits, teasing her, Cole Ji-ing responded playfully, "This is a good thing. If this venture succeeds, the scale of Wan Yao Zhai could expand severalfold." Indeed, upon mentioning Wan Yao Zhai, the young healer fell silent. She had never considered herself capable of generating wealth as Yafei did. Currently, Wan Yao Zhai was barely profitable and often incurred losses, as many of their clientele could not afford treatment. However, her kind nature compelled her to assist those in need. Thus, she hesitated to discuss expanding Wan Yao Zhai with Cole Ji-ing, fearing that greater expansion would only lead to increased losses. Yet, observing their demeanor, it was evident they were about to earn a significant amount of ill-gotten gains. Perhaps increasing the extent of her losses would not be so problematic after all. Before long, Yafei completed Cole Ji-ying's makeup, gazing into the mirror at her enhanced reflection, which appeared significantly more beautiful yet subtly natural. Cole Ji-ing found herself momentarily entranced, contemplating the idea of learning the art of makeup from Yafei in the future. However, it was not long before Long Jing regained her composure. It was already dusk, and there was little time left before the banquet commenced. If they did not set off quickly, they might miss it. Let's go and discover what the royal court truly signifies. This time, in an effort to gather the talents of the world, the Jiamar royal family had indeed exerted great effort. The banquet was to be held in the listening to governance hall of the palace, the very place where the emperor and his ministers usually convened. Occasionally, after the conclusion of a war, grand feasts will be hosted here to honor important officials, demonstrating the royal family's esteem for them. In principle, such a banquet did not require such grandiosity. However, to emphasize the Jiama Empire's regard for alchemists, it was arranged on a grand scale. It was likely organized by a certain princess, as she had the support of the Emperor Emeritus, who made it so that even the emperor would not dare to voice any objections. Speaking of which, Long Jing was unaware of the identity of the Jiama Empire's emperor, who was essentially a figure of no significance. One must admit, the palace was indeed a splendid creation, likely designed by a master craftsman of the 7th rank. Upon entering the palace, having just verified her identity, Long Jing felt like a rustic bumpkin, marveling at everything around her. Although it was termed a palace, the architectural ensemble was far from antiquated. It was quite modern. The stones paving the paths were unlike the usual gray bricks found in common residences. Instead, they were composed of a high-end material that resembled marble, yet exuded a hint of ethereal energy. The same was true for the materials used in the construction, leaving Leng Jing puzzled as to the architectural style. As the saying goes, an expert sees the subtleties while a layman sees the spectacle. Had her own residence not undergone transformation by professional architects, she would not have comprehended the intricacies of such designs. A fifth-tier architect could merely alter the feng shui, making a residence more harmonious, while a sixth-tier architect could manipulate the elusive forces of fortune. Often, as long as the head of a family did not recklessly sabotage their own prospects, longevity could be easily achieved. Seventh-tier architects wielded a more expansive influence over fortunes, affecting the palace and other national representative structures, which could be termed national fortune. Countries with robust fortunes seldom face calamities, such as the Jama Empire, which ranked first among neighboring nations. In contrast, weaker nations, like the Yian Empire, were chaotic and disordered, often lacking even a coherent concept of nationhood. Of course, this could largely be attributed to psychological factors. While high-level architects were undoubtedly beneficial, they could not alter fate to a miraculous extent. The most crucial element remained human endeavor. Chapter 210. The princess's invitation, guiding Leng Jing and her companions, was a young palace maid. Upon hearing her seemingly naive remarks, the maid displayed no disdain. Instead, she wore a hint of pride and confidently stated, "Of course, the designer of the Jama Palace is Master Huanggai Lu, who was painstakingly requested by the late emperor to construct a palace for the royal family. The value of this endeavor is self-evident." Leng Jing was unfamiliar with the identity of Master Huanggai Lu, but it was evident that anyone capable of crafting such an estate was certainly a formidable force, likely a peak emperor-level expert. Moreover, as a master who had forged beyond his rank, even if architects held a lower social standing than alchemists, his reputation would far surpass that of Gu He. "Do you know where this Master Huanggai Lu resides? I would genuinely like to pay him a visit if the opportunity arises." Leng Jing pondered, realizing her team was lacking such a powerful architect. Although the underground city was flawless, it could not compare to the work of the current architect. As for other professions, such as alchemists or chefs, she already had strong experts in those fields and was not an urgent need. However, in this Dopa continent, relying solely on Tyrant's technology to construct facilities would seem somewhat incongruous. In the future, the base would undoubtedly return to the surface. Without a robust architect supporting her, it would inevitably lead to a perception of superficiality regarding her foundation. "You shouldn't ask me such questions. I am merely a palace maid," the young maid replied, rolling her eyes. It was evident she did not believe Leng Jing possessed the capability to meet such distinguished figures. Even if the young lady of the Nayland family were by her side, it would not change the fact that such individuals were difficult to summon, even for the royal family. Upon hearing this, Leng Jing felt a tinge of disappointment. She had always been adept at recruiting experts, and with so many otherworldly treasures, there would surely be something to pique their interest. Once they boarded her ship, there would be little chance of escape. "Well, I shall leave it to fate. If I encounter them, it would be fortuitous. If not, I shall not dwell on it." With that, she redirected her gaze to the palace's decor. The palace appeared to be adorned splendidly for this grand event, with a multitude of pedestrians, almost all clad in alchemist robes, slowly making their way to the grand hall where the banquet was to be held, guided by a guard or palace maid. However, Leng Jing found it curious that the maid leading them seemed to be the best dressed among all the palace maids. If not for the comparison, it would have been fine, but in light of it, she appeared more like a concubine or noble lady than a maid. Yet, seeing Nayland Yinran's completely unfamiliar expression suggested that she might be overthinking. As they walked, the maid suddenly diverged from the other banquet attendees, leading Leng Jing and the others deeper into the palace. If Leng Jing recalled correctly, they were heading toward the inner palace. Just as she was about to inquire, the maid preemptively explained, "Please remain calm. The eldest princess has requested your presence. I hope you will accompany me on this journey." Leng Jing mused that the eldest princess must be Yao Yi. The Jama Empire had never heard of a crown prince, nor had there been any news of a female emperor among previous emperors. However, in this generation, with the emperor having no sons and only 2 daughters, It seemed inevitable that one of his daughters would ascend to the throne. Whether the eldest princess could claim the throne remained an uncertain matter, much like the predicament facing Leng Jiying. Should the royal family appoint a female heir, the Jama Empire would undoubtedly face endless troubles. Nonetheless, the current emperor of the Jama Empire did not appear to be a foolish ruler. It was reasonable to assume that if the eldest princess lacked ability, she would not be groomed as a successor. I see. I have known Princess Yao Yi for over a decade. I presume there is something special she wishes to discuss with me at this banquet. Nalan Yinran nodded, showing no surprise. Leng Jiying thought this made sense as well. The Jama royal family and the Nalan family had maintained a close relationship. As the third-generation offspring of both families, it was only natural for them, being women, to grow closer. Yet, Leng Jiying could not shake the feeling that Yao Yi had ulterior motives. Upon hearing that they had known each other for over a decade, a wave of jealousy unexpectedly surged within her. How delightful it would be if she had known Nalan Yinran for 10 years. Despite being surrounded by friends now, they had only met in recent years, which always created a sense of distance between them. It felt distinctly different from a certain feeling in her past life. Since that is the case, let us go and see. Leng Jiying waved her hand, genuinely eager to meet this eldest princess, as she was undoubtedly a remarkable woman. And there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. The words of Leng Jiying were met with unanimous agreement from the crowd, which left the guiding young palace made somewhat astonished. It was no small feat to compel the notoriously haughty Nalan Daxiaji to comply. Although this young lady was undeniably beautiful, there had been no prior mention of such a figure in the vicinity of the Jama Empire. However, it was not her place as a servant to inquire further. Despite her close friendship with Yaoya Gongzhu, akin to that of sisters rather than a master and servant, she was well aware of the palace's decorum after many years of service. One should not ask questions that were deemed inappropriate. After traversing a considerable distance within the palace, Leng Jiying finally beheld her destination, an opulent courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, several palace maids awaited their arrival. Noticing that Leng Jiying and her companions had been brought forth, they stepped forward and stated, Yaoya Gongzhu wishes to see only Nalan Daxiaji. The rest may wait here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Leng Jiying's temper flared. What is this? Is she looking down on me? Today, I declare that if we cannot enter together, I shall leave at once. It was evident that those who serve as maids to Yaya were not ordinary individuals. In addition to their beauty, they were also formidable among their peers. Yet, they failed to perceive the depths of Leng Jiying's capabilities. Some of them were even 4 or 5 years her senior, which made their inability to gauge her strength all the more alarming. In such a situation, the palace maids found themselves in a precarious position. If they allowed her entry, they would certainly draw the attention of the princess, yet denying entry would undeniably humiliate her. Suddenly, a melodious voice as clear as that of a lark echoed from within the courtyard. Let them in. Although the source was distant, Leng Jiying could discern it clearly, likely due to some magical means. Recognizing the voice, the palace maids breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ushered Leng Jiying and her companions inside. Upon entering, Leng Jiying immediately spotted a young girl seated on a pavilion in the center of the lake, sipping tea, dressed in black with a contrasting white skirt. Her striking attire caught Leng Jiying's eye. Such a distinctive ensemble was rare in the classical world of Dupo. As Leng Jiying and Nalan Yinran approached hand in hand, a flicker of discomfort crossed the young girl's face, clearly expressing her discontent with their closeness, although she refrained from voicing it. As the group drew nearer, the young girl stood and momentarily set aside her thoughts, smiling as she greeted, Yinran Mimi, it has been a long time. Yaoya Gongzhu, it has also been a while. Nalan Yinran, upon hearing Yaoya's words, appeared somewhat flustered. While they had once shared a sisterly bond a decade ago, time had wrought changes upon them, and opportunities for reunion had become scarce. The notion of rekindling their former intimacy now seemed implausible, as one was a princess while the other was merely a disciple of a different family. Observing the rift between them, Yaoya displayed a bittersweet smile, choosing to forego further reminiscing and shifting her gaze to Leng Jiying. She then slightly bowed and remarked, I have long heard of the remarkable talents of the newly appointed Grand Elder of Yunlanzong. Seeing you today confirms such praise." Leng Zhiying returned the gesture, acknowledging the recognition of her status with a smile. "Your Highness, you flatter me. Please have a seat." After exchanging pleasantries, Yaya gestured for everyone to sit, evidently intent on engaging in a lengthy conversation. Leng Zhiying, not one for formality, took the initiative to guide both the little medical fairy and Nalan Yinran to their seats. The little medical fairy, having once been a commoner, felt somewhat anxious in the presence of royalty. Thus, Leng Zhiying took it upon herself to alleviate her discomfort. As for Luo Kursin, she was a lively child, carefree and untroubled, mirroring Leng Zhiying's own disposition, requiring no intervention. "May I inquire why your Highness has summoned us here?" Leng Zhiying asked directly, noting that time was of the essence. She had come with a purpose. The royal family sought to attract alchemists, and Leng Zhiying had her own objectives. The Yunlanzong would undoubtedly require a substantial number of foundational talents to maintain its stability, lest it be looked down upon after her departure. This gathering presented an excellent opportunity. Yaoya maintained a cheerful facade, yet internally she felt exasperated, thinking, "Who invited you? I merely wished to speak with Yinran. I had no intention of including this uninvited guest," although she had lost the chance for a private conversation. Yaoya was shrewd and quickly devised a plan for the meeting. Adopting a somber expression, she sighed and said, "The situation is grave. The Jiama Empire is on the brink of upheaval." Yaoya's words were alarming. Yet Leng Zhiying astutely recognized a critical concern. Could it be that the royal family plans to act against Yunlanzong? The Jiama Empire had two pillars, the royal family and the national defense sect, Yunlanzong. An upheaval in the empire could only stem from issues within these two entities. Given Ye's youth and the emperor's relative vigor, it seemed unlikely that the royal family was the source of the trouble. Thus, the only alternative was the radical faction led by the marshal, aiming to eradicate Yunlanzong and consolidate power. They appear to have uncovered certain actions on your part, which explains their urgency. Yaoya sipped her tea, her expression betraying her discomfort. This revelation surprised Leng Zhiying, given her good rapport with Nalan Laozi. Such a situation should not have arisen. She had an inkling of the reason behind their agitation, likely stemming from the recent conflict in Shimo City, which would undoubtedly have attracted attention. While Leng Zhiying had not participated directly, she could surmise the devastation left by the assault teams. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed her mind. "Marshal? Is there a commander in the Jiama Empire who surpasses Nalan Laozi in rank?" Yaoya swiftly clarified, "Indeed, Nalan Laozi is merely a capable general, not a commander. The marshal, who oversees all military forces of the Jiama Empire, remains unknown to the public. He lives a solitary life, delegating military affairs to his subordinates, which is why few are aware of his existence. Moreover, the marshal is the very reason the Jiama Empire excels among neighboring nations. His mastery of military formations offers significant advantages in battle. Though he is merely a 5-star Do Huang, his full potential, harnessed through these formations, could rival a Dozong." With this revelation, Leng Zhiying suddenly grasped the implications. The existence of the marshal was a closely guarded secret, not something to be disclosed to someone perceived as distant from the royal family. The only plausible reason for such a revelation was that Yaoya intended to use this knowledge as a weapon against the radicals. It appeared that the struggle between factions was at play. If Yaoya aspired to ascend the throne, she would inevitably need to eliminate some conservative radicals, with the marshal likely being among them. Regrettably, Yaoya currently finds herself in a precarious position, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the imperial throne is unlikely to be within her grasp. Thus, she must begin to strategize in advance. After all, this marshal, as a staunch loyalist of the Jiama Empire, harbors an overtly hostile attitude towards the members of Yunlanzong, does he not? What then gives him the audacity to contemplate the eradication of Yunlanzong in a scenario where the empire refrains from waging war against them? This conundrum leaves Leng Zhiying utterly perplexed. How can a mere weakling, bolstered only by military might, dare to confront an established sect like Yunlanzong that boasts not only 2 Dozong, but also more than a dozen Do Huang powerhouses? Chapter 212. The established strong nation. Upon hearing Leng Zhiying's incisive inquiry, Yao Yi found herself momentarily speechless. Based on her understanding of the newly appointed Grand Elder of Yunlanzong, the latter was the type to draw his blade at the slightest provocation, often without consideration for the repercussions. Yet, her somewhat evasive remarks appeared to bear no significant impact. If the princess remains skeptical towards our Yunlanzong, it seems we must take our leave. Observing Yao Ye's hesitance, Leng Zhiying recognized that the princess merely intended to sow discord for the marshal while withholding further disclosures. Consequently, she rose to her feet, ready to depart with her three companions. Yao Yi was deeply troubled. If she divulged everything to Leng Zhiying, it would inevitably tie her fate to that of Yunlanzong, making her actions tantamount to betrayal, a grievous mistake involving the leak of imperial intelligence. Conversely, if she chose silence, the insufferable wretch would continue to urge the emperor to hastily appoint a crown prince, which clearly belittled her as a woman and undermined her prospects for succession. Yunlanzong, however, was different. Apart from the venerable Yunshan, the upper echelons of the sect were predominantly female, similarly facing accusations from rival factions. This situation seemed to foster a sense of solidarity among them. Each time she contemplated these matters, Yao Yi felt an overwhelming sense of distrust towards everyone, even her own father, doubting his reliability compared to the Grand Elder before her. With a wry smile, she finally said, "Grand Elder, please don't be hasty. I will speak." Upon hearing this, Leng Zhiying settled back down, adopting a posture of attentive listening, which came as no surprise to her. After a moment's contemplation, Yao Yi continued, "My shadow guards have informed me that recently, the Imperial Marshal Long seems to have been associating closely with Gu He, Tang Shan, and Mu Chun of the Mu family, as well as meeting with individuals from other empires, possibly from nearby sections." Yao Ye's words were somewhat veiled, yet Leng Zhiying grasped the underlying message. It appeared that the elder of their sect had defected, intending to conspire with foreign powers to create a significant upheaval. As this realization dawned on her, Leng Zhiying calculated the implications. The recent expansion of Yunlanzong's commercial activities, coupled with the relentless marketing efforts of the old man Nalan, had indeed ruffled a few feathers among the major powers. It was hardly surprising, given that Gu He had become increasingly elusive since his return, evidently preparing to instigate something significant. This intelligence seemed highly credible. Yao Yi currently commanded the elite imperial guards of 100,000, potentially overseeing the Royal Intelligence Agency. Her reluctance to express certainty likely stemmed from a desire to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Most importantly, it sounded entirely plausible. The surrounding empires surely could not be the people of Chuyin Empire, could they? To be candid, when considering the nations surrounding the Jia Ma Empire, Leng Zhiying could only recall the notorious Chuyin Empire, as the others were relatively obscure. However, that was not the case. Although the Chuyin Empire had recently produced a rather fearsome poison master, they were still not regarded highly by the righteous empires. The factions in question were the Tianlong Empire, the most powerful nation on the northwest continent, and the vast yet unstable Jia Ruya Federation. Yao Yi regarded Leng Zhiying's apparent ignorance of such common knowledge with skepticism, but she proceeded to elucidate further. The Tianlong Empire has long been the sovereign among the nations of the northwest continent, with three Douluo'sDual powerhouses entrenched in its royal family, and its national sect also boasting three Douluo'sDual experts, enjoying an intimate relationship with shared resources. Conversely, although the Jiaruya Federation lacks any Douluo'sDual presence, it is home to a staggering 30 Douhuang powerhouses collectively. Thus, the purpose of inviting these two factions for clandestine discussions becomes evident. As Leng Zhiying listened, she found herself unconcerned about the future of Yunlanzong. After all, once she fulfilled her 3-year contract, she could easily summon either Mai Wei or Gao Jiangua, rendering those feeble Douluo'sDual utterly insignificant. Yet, the question remained, what exactly enabled the Jia Ma Empire to rank third among the numerous formidable nations in the region? This query had lingered in Leng Zhiying's mind for quite some time. How could an empire boasting 9 Do Huang among its top 10 warriors thrive so robustly on the northwest continent? The current tally of existing Do Huang and 6-tier magical beasts seemed to number fewer than 10, and with only Yin Shan representing their Do zone. It was nothing short of miraculous that they had yet to be annihilated. Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's cheeks flushed, and she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. It is undoubtedly because our Jiama Empire possesses a greater number of alchemists, even surpassing the Tianlong Empire. At this point, Yao Yi faltered, her words trailing off as she noticed the incredulous expression on Leng Zhiying's face, which made her feel quite embarrassed. How could a nation without military might retain so many alchemists? It was simply preposterous. Well, the truth is that the Taggart Desert lies within the territory of the Jiama Empire, and when calculating national strength, certain beings inhabiting the desert are also considered part of the empire. Once this was clarified, Leng Zhiying understood how amusingly absurd. The Jiama Empire was simultaneously engaged in conflict with the Snake People while leveraging their strength to bolster their ranking. This was utterly ludicrous. In other words, any nation claiming sovereignty over the Taggart Desert could lay claim to the current ranking of the Jiama Empire, since the Snake People were regarded as mere beasts in the eyes of humanity. Even if the Snake People established their own nation, they would still be treated as non-existent. Nevertheless, the so-called ranking of national strength was likely a mere source of amusement. Should conflict arise, the Jiama Empire would likely find itself a vulnerable target. However, in peacetime, the presence of several 6-tier alchemists within the Jiama Empire remained quite impressive. Alchemists above the 7th tier were only legendary figures from the central continent, and 6-tier elixirs could significantly impact Do zone powerhouses. Moreover, with their extensive network of connections, the overall worth of a 6-tier alchemist could rival that of 5 less formidable Do Huang experts. If that is the case, then those individuals must be courting danger. Leng Zhiying did not take their machinations too seriously, especially since she herself was preparing to bring about their financial ruin. It would indeed be surprising if they refrained from stirring up trouble. Yet, the fact that Gu He had joined forces with the enemy left Leng Zhiying somewhat baffled. Had the old dog truly forsaken his affection for Yin Yin? Was he prepared to embrace ruin? Chapter 213. Xiao Yan's new their plans were rather hastily constructed, but according to my informants, they are likely to strike during the 3-year agreement, as it is during that time that your Yunlan zone will undoubtedly not allow Xiao Yan to escape so easily. Thus, they intend to use this situation to declare their allegiance to Xiao Yan and wage war against Yunlan zone. Moreover, the Tianlong Digua may support 3 Do zone powerhouses, while the Gyreal Yinbong will dispatch 20 Do Huang experts. Once they annihilate the Yunlan zone, they will divide all your enterprises, both overt and covert. The refining industry of the Yunlan zone will be claimed by the Tianlong Digua, and the remaining lucrative industries will be shared among several prominent families and the Gyreal Yinbong. Observing Leng Zhiying's utterly indifferent demeanor, Yao Yi gritted her teeth and revealed some deeper intelligence. To gather such a multitude of experts in such a short time. I have underestimated them indeed. Upon hearing this lineup, Leng Zhiying appeared somewhat taken aback and furrowed her brow. She had thought that with her current strength, she could act with impunity within the entire Gamma Empire. But if so many experts were involved, whether she could prevail became uncertain. However, she could comprehend the desperate mindset of her opponent. The cyberpunk world has now become remarkably organized under the leadership of the governor, resulting in astonishing productivity. The influx of these low-cost, yet highly effective goods into the market poses a tremendous threat to their traditional industries, pushing them to the brink of survival. After contemplating the potential consequences of this matter, Leng Zhiying still did not take it too seriously. Unless the adversaries were all 7 or 8-star dozone, there was little to worry about with contestation. Yet, high-level dozone are not commonplace. Leng Zhiying firmly believed that the dozone strength possessed by the Tianlong Digua could not exceed 5 stars, so as long as their power did not surpass Kana's, it would not pose any issue. Furthermore, the moment the 3-year agreement concludes might very well coincide with the task settlement, at which point, having received her reward, She could summon Gao Jiangua directly, not to mention resolving the present predicament. Even launching a proactive strike would likely not be a formidable challenge. With this thought, Leng Jiying relaxed her brow once more, calmly lifted her tea, and took a sip as if nothing had transpired. This left Yao Yi momentarily astonished. If the royal family faced such a situation, they would surely be contemplating suitable compensation. How could the opponent appear so unconcerned? After all, their intent was merely to covet the numerous enterprises of the Yunlan Zone. If they were to directly annihilate the Yunlan Zone, it would be a tremendous affront, and the least they could expect would be a collective uprising against them. Her purpose in informing Leng Jiying was solely to prepare her for compensation, so that once this matter concluded, the Yunlan Zone could share this favor and stand united with her. However, judging by the current disposition, it was evident that they were prepared to fight to the end. Regardless, this was not something for her to ponder. So Yao Yi decided to conclude the topic. Well, we have said enough. It is time for us to attend the banquet. Upon hearing this, Leng Jiying stood up, patted Yao Ye's shoulder, and praised, "Indeed, Xiao Yao, you are quite adept at handling affairs. Once this matter concludes, I shall remember your contribution." Yao Yi felt a pang of annoyance, thinking, I am 5 or 6 years older than you. How can you call me Xiao Yao? What about my dignity? Nonetheless, she recognized the importance of discretion. At this critical juncture, the royal family should best avoid provoking any side. For the people of the Tianlong Digua are quite rational and would not casually strike against the Gama Empire. They could only turn a blind eye to this matter. But whether the Grand Elder would harbor objections remained uncertain. Observing Yao Ye's silence, Leng Jiying felt quite satisfied. Such a compliant and astute princess was perfectly suited to serve as a puppet empress. It seemed that future strategies need not be overly aggressive. The advantages of knowing Yao Yi far outweighed the knowledge of the impending ambush against the Yunlan Zone. After all, she was indeed a visionary. Along the way, both parties harbored their own thoughts and ceased further conversation, swiftly arriving at the grand hall where the banquet was to be held. Gazing at the brightly lit hall and the throngs of alchemists gathered around, Yao Yi cast an apologetic glance at Leng Jiying and Nalin Yanran, saying, "Ladies, I fear we must part ways here. I must preside over this banquet." "Oh, go ahead, Xiao Yao." Leng Jiying waved her hand dismissively, though her words remained somewhat irksome. Having become accustomed to such behavior, Yao Yi chose to ignore it and directly led her few personal attendants away. Watching Yao Ye's retreating figure, Leng Jiying couldn't help but wonder, if this event were indeed real, what role would the royal family play in it? Despite their desire to escape the shadow of the Yunlan Zone, without such a super sect to maintain order, the Gama Empire would have long ceased to exist. Thus, how could they tolerate allowing foreign powers to profit within their borders? Unable to allow the Yunlan Zone to be destroyed, yet unwilling to let it grow. What means did the royal family possess to maintain this balance? It was essential to recognize that even a slight misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. If the royal family could truly control the situation, the forces behind them must be formidable. After much contemplation, Leng Jiying could not fathom the rationale behind it all, so she decided to dismiss the thought. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, everything else was but an illusion, should anyone dare to stir trouble. A thorough beating would suffice. At that moment, the banquet hall was lively, with alchemists clustering in groups. Among them, the most conspicuous were Lu Ling, whom Leng Jiying had encountered earlier, and a rather charming young girl surrounded by a throng of admirers, making her the focal point of the entire event. Leng Jiying paid little attention to these two, but noticed a rather melancholic young man, drinking alone in a corner of the hall, radiating a sense of isolation. Who else could it be but Xiao Yan? The appearance of the 4 young women drew the attention of the entire gathering. Each of the 4 beauties possessed unique qualities, and their splendid attire seemed capable of captivating the gaze of even the most lascivious onlookers, causing them to forget the decorum expected of alchemists. Of course, a significant reason for this may have been that the likes of Xiao Yao and Luo Xian were not clad in the alchemist's uniform, making them stand out in a venue filled with alchemists. Chapter 214. Leading the Poor Dog to Prosperity. Lung Ji-ing greatly disliked the feeling of being gawked at like a spectacle. Initially, she intended to glare at them and berate them, but considering the occasion, she restrained herself. Observing Xiao Yin feigning ignorance of their arrival, Lung Ji-ing devised a plan and approached him, clearing her throat and saying sweetly, "Xiao Yin Ji, what brings you here? Why didn't you call out to me?" Upon these words, the entire hall fell silent. Xiao Yin had become a renowned figure throughout the empire, especially with the 3-year agreement drawing near. Anyone unaware of Xiao Yan's existence would indeed be out of touch with the times. Nalan Yinran displayed no expression. She had long known that this Yin Xiao was merely a pseudonym for Xiao Yan. Gazing at his formidable 9-star, sure strength, she felt no surprise. As if he were merely a passerby. Xiao Yixian recognized Xiao Yin, but after so long, she had nearly forgotten him. After all, a person willing to betray himself to escape was hardly worth remembering. Xiao Yan's face turned ashen, lamenting inwardly. "I just want to quietly hide in this corner and drink a little wine. Must you all make such a fuss?" Yet Lung Ji-ing was quite familiar with him, unceremoniously pulling out a chair and sitting down opposite him, while Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yixian, and Luo chose to sit at a nearby table, clearly wishing to avoid any connection with this troublesome individual. "What do you want?" Xiao Yin seethed with anger, feeling as though he had reached a breaking point. Lung Fing glanced at the insolent individual before her, confirming that no one around was paying attention. She slammed the table and exclaimed, "What is your attitude? I am here to present you with an opportunity, you young rascal." However, Xiao Yin remained unfazed, sneering as he retorted, "You are like a weasel wishing a rooster well, harboring ill intentions. I suspect you have long wished to eliminate me, but some force holds you back, preventing you from doing so." Having dealt with Lung Ji-ing multiple times, Xiao Yin had deduced that she dared only to create trouble for him, not to eliminate him, which emboldened him. After all, the Yunlong sect was under her control. Her hesitation to kill him implied that the sect also feared taking drastic measures against him. With this understanding, he felt no trepidation regarding their 3-year agreement. He could charge ahead without concern. He did not believe that Nalan Yinran could truly defeat him. Lung Jing thought to herself, "How did this wretched fellow discover my intentions? This will make it difficult to intimidate him in the future." Deciding to let it go, she added, "Recently, I have a small profitable venture that could benefit you. If you're not interested, then so be it." With that, she stood up, preparing to leave with no hint of reluctance. Xiao Yin chuckled coldly, thinking that this individual was merely playing a game of feigned indifference. Did she really think he could be deceived so easily? In the next moment, he donned a smile and called out to her, "Wait, may I inquire about the profit from his venture?" Although he wished to maintain a facade of toughness, his finances were quite meager. The renowned second-tier alchemist found himself unable to gather even a few thousand gold coins. The old rogue Hai Bo Dong owed him numerous favors, yet he had vanished without a trace. Now, he could not afford any medicinal herbs, which was both tragic and lamentable. Being utterly penniless left him with little to lose. If he could earn some money alongside her, that would be quite delightful. Lung Jiying, undeterred by Xiao Yan's fluctuating demeanor, engaged in what appeared to be simple dialogue. Yet it was, in fact, a test of his character. It became evident that Xiao Yin had not yet united with Hai Bo Dong. Otherwise, a member of the middle family would not be in such a dire situation. Since he was currently in need of funds, she leaned closer and whispered, "Have you heard of the middle family's 3 dark horse gambling event?" With her so near, Xiao Yin could sense the faint fragrance emanating from her youthful form, coupled with her petite figure and captivating beauty, which momentarily distracted him. He thought, such a beautiful young lady, could she truly be involved in nefarious deeds? Yet he quickly reminded himself that this was not the time for such musings, and replied, "I am aware. But isn't that merely a trick for the upper echelons to curry favor?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's response, Lung Ji-ing was convinced of his financial desperation. Otherwise, he would not continue the conversation. She declared, "You know my capabilities, and with the assistance of Yao Lao, you are surely aware of my standing. Currently, I plan to dominate the top 3 positions in the Alchemist Conference. If you trust me, invest in that gambling event. If not, then so be it." Xiao Yin was taken aback. She intended to seize the top 3 spots outright. How audacious. The very thought of such a bold claim made him question her sincerity. Yet considering his limited assets, even a total loss would not be catastrophic. If she was not deceiving him, the potential rewards were staggering. However, truth be told, Xiao Yin did not care much for the championship of the Alchemist Conference. The 6-tier fusion pill recipe was of little value to him. His participation was merely to acquire some medicinal herbs and see if he could awaken Yao Lao, ultimately striving to elevate himself to the great fighter level to prepare for the impending 3-year agreement. Though he found some merit in Lung Zhiying's words, Xiao Yin still sought to extract more information from her, cautiously asking, "You are not deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not. I plan to wager 100 million gold coins purely out of disdain for the middle family. Your participation is inconsequential," she shrugged, appearing entirely unconcerned about his response. In truth, she was testing the waters. If Xiao Yin invested, she could reclaim the funds after the conference concluded. And if Hai Bodong discovered that Xiao Yin had engaged in such treachery, it would sow discord between them, potentially damaging their friendship. Or she could fulfill that task. It was worth a try, of course. The primary reason was that Xiao Yin remained unaware that Hai Bodong was the middle family supporter. Otherwise, he likely would not have continued to inquire. The middle family? The name sounded familiar, yet not entirely known to Xiao Yin, who seemed momentarily taken aback. Aside from selling medicine in Wutan City, he had no direct dealings with the middle family. However, if memory served, Lung Zhiying had previously enjoyed a favorable relationship with the middle auction house in Wutan City. Yet this was not a matter for him to probe. If she intended to take action against the middle family, he merely needed to follow along and earn some money. After all, how much could he truly lose? As long as he remained impoverished, he would not fall victim to anyone else's schemes. Chapter 2:15. Snatching Business. Indeed, the middle family seemed to underestimate the situation, and I intend to show them who truly reigns supreme in the Jiama Empire. Thus, you must act swiftly. With that, Lung Jing rose and moved to sit beside Na Lan Ran and her companions, completely unconcerned with Xiao Yan's reaction. Confident that no one would believe him given his current status, Xiao Yin pondered thoughtfully. Having dealt with Lung Zhiying for so long, he had a fair understanding of her character. As long as she did not intend to kill him, he was confident that he could rise to great heights alongside Yao Lao, ultimately placing her beneath him, making her serve him. While both harbored ulterior motives, a beautifully dressed Yao Yi entered through the main door, instantly capturing everyone's attention, and no one dared to underestimate her due to her gender. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the royal banquet. I presume you are all curious about the purpose of this gathering? Yao Yi, noticing the collective gaze upon her, proceeded directly to the point. The many alchemists present, having arrived early, grew impatient as a few voiced their eagerness, urging, "Princess, please do not keep us in suspense. We can hardly wait." Indeed, with the conference approaching, our time is precious. The crowd chimed in, prompting Lung Zhiying to grow curious as well. She understood that the royal family sought to attract alchemists through this banquet, but the specifics of their approach remained unclear. Yongye, undeterred by the clamor of the impatient assembly, gracefully moved to her designated position alongside 2 maidservants. With a calming gesture, she smiled and explained, "Please remain calm. Since I have invited you all here, I assure you that none shall leave empty-handed. Surely, you have all heard of the recent appearance of a girl with a rare poisonous body in the Sunyan Empire?" Upon hearing this, Lung Zhiying was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xiao Yixian, who mirrored her astonishment. The poisonous body was one of the rarest constitutions in existence, scarcely found even in the Central Plains. To think that 2 such individuals had emerged in this small northwestern continent. Xiao Yixian merely approached matters from the perspective of an ordinary individual, while Lung Jing's heart was burdened with gravity. In the original narrative, Xiao Yixian's assistance to Xiao Yin was undoubtedly monumental. Now that Xiao Yixian had arrived by her side, could it be that Xiao Yin would be bestowed with the so-called protagonist's fortune once more, thereby negating the repercussions caused by Lung Jing? Considering that Xiao Yin could still acquire the Yoa, Lung Jing felt the likelihood was substantial. Meanwhile, Yao Ye's gaze inadvertently lingered on Long Jing, her expression piquing curiosity. The latter had not displayed such emotion when she learned of Yunlan's sect's impending assault. After all, the emergence of a demoness in the Cloud Empire was hardly a closely guarded secret. A mere inquiry would suffice to uncover the truth. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Yao Ye turned her attention to the crowd engaged in hushed conversations and continued with the presence of this demoness. The group skilled in poisons from the Cloud Empire had grown increasingly audacious. Moreover, as a neighboring nation, our Jiama Empire would naturally become their primary target for invasion. Even if they refrained from immediate action, we must accumulate a vast stockpile of medicinal pills to prepare for war. Hence, the royal family intends to seize the opportunity presented by the Alchemist Conference, allocating 500 million gold coins to employ all esteemed alchemists present. Upon hearing this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. This effectively meant the royal family was preparing for a bidding process to procure a large quantity of antidotes. While the royal family had engaged in similar practices before, it had typically involved specific types of medicinal pills. Such a large-scale bidding was truly unprecedented. Upon receiving this weighty news, Long Jing could scarcely ponder the origins of the newly appointed poison mistress of the Cloud Empire. 500 million gold coins was no trifling sum. Converted into universal currency, it amounted to a staggering 50,000. Previously, such a reward was only attainable through arduous missions. Not long after Yao Ye's statement, a figure rose to inquire, "Your Highness, may I ask what rank of alchemist the royal family is seeking for this bidding?" "There are no rank restrictions, but the time limit is set to 1 year. All present may offer the pills they can concoct and the gold they desire. Subsequently, they may sign a contract with the royal family. Of course, failure to fulfill the terms would incur severe consequences." Yao Ye replied with a sly smile. This was her trap. Every alchemist present was proud and, for the most part, somewhat overconfident. Should they rashly undertake too much work and ultimately fail, they would be obligated to serve the royal family for a decade. In response, Lu Ling, surrounded by a bevy of beautiful maidens, smiled confidently and proclaimed, "Very well. I shall claim 100 million of the 500 million gold coins." Yet, before he could finish, another voice coldly interrupted. "This 500 million gold coins shall be monopolized by the Yunlan sect with 480 million. Who agrees? Who opposes?" Poor Lu Ling's face turned pale upon hearing this voice. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unable to sit down or raise his bid. Trapped in a situation where he had no advantageous position. As the leading figure of the younger generation in the Empire's alchemical realm, this banquet was meant for him to flaunt his prowess. However, upon seeing Long Jing's presence, he refrained from boasting, fearing a severe reprimand. Now with the royal family bidding, even without relying on his master, he felt confident enough to fulfill an order of 100 million gold coins based solely on the connections he had cultivated over the years. Yet, upon hearing the name Yunlan sect, even the most eager alchemists grew timid. Regardless of whether the Yunlan sect had alchemists capable of accepting such a vast order, once they made their claim, those without backing could no longer compete, lest they provoke the ire of the sect's prominent figures. Yao Ye maintained her cheerful demeanor. Yet inside she was seething with rage. Was this scoundrel deliberately sabotaging her? Others may not know, but she was well aware of the Yunlan sect's circumstances. With Guhi preparing to abscond, what capable alchemist could the Yunlan sect possibly produce? She was also familiar with the peculiar items sold by the Nalan family. While they were indeed remarkable, their sales figures indicated they could not meet the military's needs. Thus, it appeared that the Grand Elder was merely toying with her. Having previously assisted her, how had it come to this? Truly a heartless wretch. Sitting nearby, Xiao Yin was taken aback, marveling at the audacity of a bid approaching 500 million gold coins. This was indeed an extravagant display of wealth. "Grand Elder, should you not reconsider?" Yao Ye furrowed her brow. This monumental decision bore significant implications for her future standing and the Jiama Empire's strategic position in the impending conflict with the Cloud Empire. It was a matter that allowed for no carelessness. Whether for public or private reasons, she could not afford to yield on this issue. As the two most authoritative figures in the empire began their dialogue, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, not daring to utter a word. Even Lu Ling sat down dejectedly. Regardless of which side prevailed, their fate would be akin to slaughtering chickens. What is there to consider? It is merely a matter of several 100 million gold coins for healing pills. Provided the materials are sufficient, I could produce them by tomorrow, let alone in a few months. Leng Jing dismissed Yao Ye's doubts, confidently patting her chest in assurance. To her, this opportunity felt akin to acquiring free money. Let us not forget that besides the dock vending machine, she possessed a large-scale synthesizer, functionally akin to an 8 trigrams furnace, yet capable of producing at a pace dozens or even hundreds of times faster. Completing these orders in a single day was hardly a daunting task when the materials were adequate. Were it merely a few million pills? A production line could handle that. Upon hearing Leng Jing's unwavering confidence, Yao Ye grew increasingly anxious. This clearly seemed unreliable. If she entrusted such a significant matter to her, she felt her future fate would no longer be in her own hands. However, recalling the approaching 3-year agreement, Yao Ye resolved, very well, since that is the case, I shall entrust this order of 480 million to you, Grand Elder. She seemed somewhat resigned, as the 3-year agreement was merely a month or two away. Should the Yunlan sect emerge victorious from the impending battle, she would have the backing of the sect, making it unlikely for her father to act against her. Conversely, if the Yunlan sect were to lose, most of the losses could be recouped, considering she had already faced significant targeting. Even if matters grew worse, it would likely result in her being wed off to forge alliances with certain families. At least she wouldn't face death. Leng Jing was somewhat taken aback by Yao Ye's forthrightness. Yet earning money was always a positive outcome. As for the materials, they could be procured directly from the system store, which would be far more convenient than outright purchasing. In the absence of the need for alchemists, the final profit would likely not fall below 300 million. Truly, it was an unexpected windfall. Typically, such bidding processes would involve staggered payments. However, Yao Ye directly provided the entirety of the sum to Leng Jing in one go, which greatly pleased her, sparing her the hassle of pursuing payments later. Having resolved Leng Jing's matter, Yao Ye allocated the remaining 200 million order to other alchemists, with Lu Ling claiming 90% of it, leaving very few opportunities for independent alchemists to profit. After discussing the essential matters, the banquet transitioned into its festive rhythm, with pairs of handsome men and beautiful women dancing in the central hall. The clinking of glasses echoed amidst an atmosphere of lavish indulgence, and within such a setting, the charming Lu Ling undoubtedly became the focal point, drawing countless young ladies' adoration, who wished nothing more than to bear his children on the spot. Leng Jing found herself utterly disdainful of such gatherings. Apart from her inability to dance, she was inherently a person who cherished tranquility. She would much rather return home to embrace her wife and indulge in peaceful slumber than engage in social niceties. Reflecting on this, she glanced at the little Yao Xian, who had already begun to doze off, as well as Nalan Yanran and the gluttonous Luo Curson. With that, she resolved to discreetly slip away. Fortunately, none of the guests dared approach her in search of discomfort. Even Xiao Yin was preoccupied with a few younger sisters, leaving her and her companions in blissful solitude. Noticing that Yao Yi was engrossed in conversation with numerous alchemists, completely oblivious to her presence, Leng Jing quietly led her companions out of the venue, merging into the shadows of the imperial palace. As they walked, Nalan Yanran, who had been notably silent, finally voiced her concerns. Sister Ing, if what Princess Yao Yi said is true, and if Gu He is indeed determined to target Yunlan Zone with his prowess as a 6th-tier alchemist, he will undoubtedly attract more allies. Even with Yunlan Zong's current strength, it may not be able to withstand such an onslaught. Leng Jing gazed up at the full moon, letting out a sigh. For now, we can only rely on luck. Once the 3-year agreement passes, everything may improve. However, if it does not, considering the system's tendency to delay rewards, she realized that she could not depend on it and would have to rely on her own strength to resolve the situation. This incident itself might indeed represent the true challenge of the 3-year agreement. If that were the case, she would have to resort to utilizing unstable forces she had hoped to avoid. Hopefully, they would not cause any trouble. The Royal Square, as one of the few landmark edifices in the entire Gamma Empire, held undeniable significance. Typically closed to the public, it was only utilized for momentous ceremonies such as military proclamations and triumphant returns. This biannual alchemist conference certainly qualified as a significant event. Despite it being early morning, the area outside the square was already teeming with eager spectators, all clamoring for tickets to witness the grand occasion. Even though the square could accommodate tens of thousands, it still felt constricted compared to the overwhelming crowd. Conversely, the opposite side of the square appeared desolate, as it served as the exclusive passage for alchemists and distinguished guests. 2 rows of royal guards flanked the street, clearing the surrounding area to grant young alchemists certain privileges. At this moment, numerous alchemists began to enter, some from prominent families moving at a leisurely pace, displaying no arrogance, but rather a friendly demeanor. After all, any alchemist fortunate enough to attend this gathering would have their future significantly brightened, and every opportunity was worth seizing. Xiao Yan, how confident are you in securing the championship at this conference? A silver-haired elder with azure locks inquired of the young man beside him. Winning? That seems like a distant dream. The top spots have already been claimed by someone, Xiao Yan replied, feeling a pang of envy as he glanced at Hai Buodong, lamenting that this moment of showcasing prowess was not meant for him. After getting separated during the desert storm, he had only reunited with Hai Buodong yesterday, and they had subsequently unsealed each other's barriers using the methods left by Yao Lao. Consequently, they now shared a camaraderie akin to brothers. Fortunately, he had managed to scrape together 10,000 gold coins to place a bet, anticipating that by the end of the day, he could return with a fortune of 100,000 gold coins. Is it possible that you, with your abilities, cannot secure the championship? Hai Buodong expressed disbelief, as he viewed Xiao Yan as a 6th-tier alchemist, akin to a university student entering kindergarten, a seasoned master in a novice village. How could he not clinch the championship? As they entered the venue, Xiao Yan spotted an old acquaintance seated in the most prestigious VIP section, prompting a wry smile. He gestured to Hai Buodong, explaining, "It's because she is present." Hai Buodong glanced up and noticed 3 seats in the highest section, already occupied by 3 individuals. Aside from a youthful girl approximately 15 or 16 years old, he recognized the other 2, the president of the Alchemist Association, F.A. Ma, and the Empire Guardian, Jia Xingtian. The presence of this young girl among them raised questions about her origins. The seating arrangements for the heads of the 3 prominent families, Mitair, Na Lan Jia, and Mu Chun, were notably positioned a tier below these esteemed figures, making the hierarchy abundantly clear. Not only was Hai Buodong puzzled, but the entering spectators were equally filled with curiosity. However, the alchemists who had attended the previous night's banquet held a distinct impression of the newly appointed Grand Elder of Yunlan Zone. Grand Elder, might I inquire whether our order has commenced preparation? Jia Xingtian inquired, wearing an obsequious smile as he addressed the seemingly weary Leng Jing. Yao Yi stood obediently behind him, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's question, Leng Jing appeared perplexed. Huh? What order? Upon uttering this, Jia Xingtian's face turned pale. He had anticipated that this unreliable person might be forgetful, but he never imagined her memory would fail her so drastically after accepting payment. Yet, he dared not express his frustration and continued to flatter her. It pertains to the order you received from our royal family the night before. You haven't forgotten, have you? After a few moments of contemplation, Leng Jing finally recalled what he was referring to. She retrieved a storage ring and tossed it to him, saying, "Ah, you mean that? It has already been completed." Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian felt a wave of despair. How could such an extensive order, which usually required months or even years to fulfill, be completed in just a single day? Surely this must be a ruse. It seemed that the payment would have to be sought after the 3-year agreement concluded. With this thought, Jia Xingtian initially intended to disregard the ring, but then reconsidered, believing it prudent to at least inspect its contents. Even if she was attempting to deceive him, she would likely provide something of reasonable quality. However, upon inspection, he was astounded. The small ring was crammed with an unfathomable quantity of pills that even his peak Do Huang prowess could not accurately assess. A truly staggering number. Upon further examination, it appears there are approximately several 100,000 first-tier pills and tens of thousands of second- and third-tier pills. This should suffice for your army, Lung Jing stated lazily, as if the value of these pills amounted to mere coins rather than billions. Originally, she had intended to dedicate more time to complete this task. But since the prices of such low-tier pills in the system's marketplace barely covered the cost of the materials, she opted for expediency. After all, due to her recent surge in sales, the production line was quite busy, and it was better to avoid delays. Even so, Lung Jing still profited nearly 300 million gold coins. While this translated to only 30,000 in Wanjia currency, it undoubtedly illuminated a path for her to amass wealth through the impending conflict. Fa Ma, do you see any issues with these pills? After examining them for a moment, Jia Xingtian felt the pills seemed entirely unproblematic, yet the implausibility of completing such an extensive order in a mere day felt dreamlike. He retrieved a few pills and handed them to the drowsy Fa Ma. Here, take a look. Regarding the esteemed guardian of the Jiaxing Tian Empire, Fa Ma evidently held him in high regard. Thus he accepted the elixirs with a genial smile. The opportunity to assist in the appraisal of such a first-grade elixir was a rare occurrence. With perhaps only 3 or 4 individuals in the entire Gamma Empire capable of such a task, he was indifferent to whether the elixirs were of poor or exceptional quality. After all, how could a handful of first-grade elixirs possibly ascend to the heavens? It was merely a matter of courtesy. However, as soon as the elixirs passed into his hands, Fa Ma's eyes, which had previously been narrowed, widened in astonishment, fixating on the 2 basic recuperative elixirs with an expression of disbelief. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the elixirs?" Jiaxing Tian inquired, quickly discerning from Fa Ma's reaction that there was indeed a problem with the elixirs. A sense of relief washed over him. Had Fa Ma declared them satisfactory, it would have posed a dilemma. Yet, if they were indeed flawed, retrieving the payment for the transaction seemed a reasonable request. However, the situation was far more grave than merely a flaw. Fa Ma abruptly slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, rising to his feet and pacing slowly, his gaze never straying from the 2 elixirs in his possession. Jiaxing Tian, lacking knowledge of alchemy, could only gauge the grade of the elixirs from the energy they contained. Yet, to articulate their composition or the process of their creation would certainly confound him. Lung Jing exhibited no interest in the 2 elderly gentlemen, and with Jiaxing Tian's actions, her previous weariness vanished as she exchanged glances with Xiao Yixian at the center of the square. At that moment, the venue was nearly filled, with all the contestants having taken their places, each setting up their own alchemical furnaces. Among them were Xiao Yixian, Luo Kuxian, and Xiao Qing, who appeared to have little standing, as several newly minted second-grade alchemists occupied the lower ranks. Their positions were at the periphery, seemingly disregarded due to their youth, with the eldest among them barely in their late teens. As Fa Ma pondered, 2 middle-aged men clad in the uniforms of 4th-grade alchemists approached respectfully, addressing him, "President, all contestants are in position. Please declare the commencement of the competition." Upon hearing this, Fa Ma recalled the urgency of the Alchemist Conference. He cast an apologetic glance at Jiaxing Tian, pocketed the elixirs, and made his way toward the central podium. Ascending the podium, Fa Ma surveyed the young talents before him, a smile breaking upon his aged visage. Then, in the gaze of all, he proclaimed, "I hereby announce the commencement of the Alchemist Conference." With Fa Ma's declaration, the venue erupted in fervor, cheers resonating throughout as this grand event, held once every 8 years, finally commenced. After a brief interval, Fa Ma raised his hands to quell the excitement, and the atmosphere soon settled into a serene silence. Esteemed participants, the topics for this Alchemist Conference have been placed upon your tables. You need only to inspect them. Fa Ma instructed nonchalantly before hurrying back to his seat, oblivious to the astonished expressions surrounding him. Subsequently, at the center of the elevated platform, an hourglass rose slowly, the sands cascading downwards, symbolizing the time limit for the competition. Is this the topic? There must be some mistake. The alchemists, including Xiao Yan, stared incredulously at the blank paper on their tables, unable to comprehend the intent of the examiners. Is this trivial matter perplexing you? The first to grasp the situation was the young Princess Yue, her youthful pride evident as she began to boast upon recognizing her advantage. However, just as her words fell, Xiao Yin summoned his beast fire, unhesitatingly selecting suitable herbs from his table to commence alchemy. Following suit was Lu Ling, eager to secure a higher rank by finishing first. They had no time for idle chatter. Yue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, also summoned her beast fire and began refining the herbs. Sister Xiao Yixian, when do we start? Luo Kuexin, appearing flustered at the edge of the spectator area, discreetly inquired of Xiao Yixian. To afford Yue more time. They could not afford to reveal themselves too soon. They had to play the role of the unsuspecting underdogs more convincingly. Kuexin, you should begin your alchemy. After all, your strength is somewhat known to them. Xiaoqing and I will maintain our facade a little longer. Noticing the surrounding alchemists engrossed in their work, Xiao Yixian whispered, her expression serious as she focused intently on the blank paper, as if she discerned nothing amiss. All right, understood. At her prompting, Luo Kuexin ceased her pretense, suddenly slamming her hands on the table, sending all the herbs airborne. Then, she swiftly performed several hand seals, unleashing dozens of strands of true energy to envelop the herbs, preparing to refine over 40 herbs simultaneously. Is this the genius alchemist from Yunlan's sect? How terrifying! The nobles in the audience gasped in astonishment. Although they knew Luo Kuexin was a fifth-grade alchemist, who could have anticipated her prowess to such a degree? Such a method of alchemy was unprecedented in both experience and hearsay. As Fa Ma walked, he contemplated how these detoxification elixirs could be produced without flames. Upon returning to his seat, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young girl commanding the stage with such authority. What on earth is this peculiar method of alchemy? The Grand Elder felt immense dissatisfaction towards Lung Zhiying's meddling, yet he dared not show it. Despite being a peak Do Huang, he trembled before Lung Zhiying, who boasted the support of 2 Do Zong and numerous Do Huang. Leaning languidly against her chair, Lung Zhiying glanced at Nalan Yinran seated nearby with Nalan Jie, then at the Miter family, which was showcasing a familial reunion not far off. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, this is merely the prelude. The true spectacle has yet to unfold. By day's end, one of the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire may find themselves replaced. Jiaxing Tian, not a fool, connected Lung Zhiying's words with recent events in the imperial capital and quickly grasped her intentions. Just as he prepared to notify the loyal Miter family to brace for potential upheaval, he was suddenly enveloped by a formidable aura, one that could only belong to a Do Zone. I advise you to enjoy the show. Should you attempt any mischief, I would not hesitate to facilitate a change in the ruling family of the Gamma Empire. Lung Zhiying cast a casual glance at Jiaxing Tian, her words dripping with veiled threats. She held significant discontent towards the imperial family, believing that a nation's leadership should not permit foreign powers to plunder domestic forces, regardless of the rationale. Thus, she felt no obligation to treat the Gamma royal family with courtesy, nor did she intend to offer them any favorable treatment. Certainly, aside from Yao Yi, after all, beautiful and strong-willed young ladies are always afforded certain privileges. Upon hearing the blatant threat from Lung Zhiying, Jiaxing Tian's countenance darkened instantly, alternating between crimson and pallid hues. The esteemed ruler behind the scenes of the empire could hardly endure such humiliation. Yet, contemplating the necessity of preserving his own utility to lay the groundwork for the future of the Jiama Empire, Jiaxing Tian resolved to temper his demeanor, chuckling amiably as he offered his apologies, saying, "Indeed, the Grand Elder is correct. Yinlan Zong and the royal family are akin to one family, indistinguishable from one another. The Mite clan is indeed composed of unscrupulous individuals, and even if the Grand Elder refrains from intervening, I had already intended to educate them myself." Lung Ji-ing had anticipated that Jia Xing Tian, as an ancestral figure, might possess some semblance of fortitude. To her dismay, he proved to be as opportunistic as Yin Shan, causing her to lose interest and focus intently on the competition, no longer engaging him in conversation. For reasons unknown, the brief exchange between the two did not seem to perturb Fa Ma, who remained fixated on the numerous alchemists on the high platform, seemingly oblivious to the earlier interaction. At this moment, the hourglass on the platform had already run down by half. Many of the less skilled alchemists had already failed, either causing their cauldrons to explode or producing a dark, worthless pill. Naturally, these failures had no face left to remain and fled in disgrace. Meanwhile, the three dark horses of the Jiama Empire were nearing the conclusion of their alchemical processes, awaiting the final condensation to successfully form their pills. On the edge of the arena, Luo-Xian sat with her legs crossed, holding 3 vials of purified elixirs, ready to merge them for immediate pill formation. However, she relished the idea of giving these foolish natives a glimmer of hope, intending to snatch the first place at the very last moment. As a mischievous child, the mere thought of such a scenario thrilled her immensely. Chapter 219, Automated Alchemy. Little Medical Fairy, when shall we commence? As the time surpassed the midpoint, Little Medical Fairy and Xiaoqing were still feigning ignorance, causing Luo-Xian to grow increasingly impatient. If their act of playing the fool truly resulted in them becoming fools, it would not bode well. Little Medical Fairy glanced at the hourglass and addressed Xiaoqing. Very well, the time is nearly upon us. They should have wagered enough by now. Let's begin. Though now human, Xiaoqing, who was essentially still a manifestation of Ea, appeared quite fearful in this setting, refraining from speech and merely nodding as she retrieved the boo provided by Lung Ji-ing. Indeed, while Lung Ji-ing held immense confidence in their abilities, she had nonetheless prepared this extraordinary cheat for them. Under the influence of Ea, the bottle would receive considerable enhancement. Yet it was evident that such power would not be required in this initial round of competition. Little Medical Fairy also produced her bago, and after it floated in mid-air, she cast all the medicinal materials within it. Then, she retrieved a mundane tool, a fire starter, to ignite a small flame and introduced a pinch of fire seed into the bago. Ha ha ha! Surely she isn't intending to use such flames for alchemy. The audience erupted in laughter at the sight of Little Medical Fairy's seemingly mundane approach to pill crafting, akin to immortal cooking. Even the other alchemists on the platform couldn't help but chuckle, their emotions fluctuating to the point of nearly causing their cauldrons to explode. Could it be that this Grand Elder has some advanced alchemical technique? Fama, who had been daydreaming while observing Luo-Xian playing with the essence of the medicinal materials, could not help but notice Little Medical Fairy and Xiaoqing employing a fire-based method. He decided to cease pretending ignorance and, unable to contain himself, inquired of Lung Ji-ing. Given their intention to claim the top 3 spots, these individuals could not be as simple as they appeared. It was ludicrous that the bystanders found this fire-based method comical when the materials were evidently beginning to refine and condense. Upon hearing this, Lung Ji-ing thought to herself that this old fox was indeed astute, maintaining a facade of innocence. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of their methods, she might have grown bored enough to doze off. Nevertheless, a tranquil old man like him was far preferable to the scheming Jia Xing Tian. Thus she smiled and explained, "Of course not. This is merely a drug cauldron. These amateurs are not worthy of witnessing true power. In a certain sense, the Bagaloo could not be deemed an external force, as it was fundamentally a tool for alchemy, essentially a drug cauldron." A drug cauldron? Fa Ma, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. What caliber of drug cauldron could achieve the level of automated alchemy? Observing the young girl merely toss in the ingredients and ignite the flame before returning to her seat, it was clear that the cauldron required no alchemist's operation, which suggested that Fa Ma was painfully aware of the implications. You may not have seen it, but that does not mean it does not exist. Would you care to offer me 10 billion gold coins, and I shall sell you one? Lung Ji-ying's words were half-truths. She genuinely sought to exchange valuable items for currency. After all, even if sold, it could never be replicated. Why fear a one-time transaction? The bugaboo was priced at over 10,000 within the system, so selling it for 10 times that amount seemed fair enough. Strangely enough, although 10 billion was an astronomical sum, Mavie felt a flicker of temptation. A drug cauldron capable of automated alchemy would be an immense boon for any alchemist. As for 10 billion gold coins, while it might be a significant expenditure for certain families, it was merely a drop in the ocean for him as the president of the Alchemist Guild. After all, the annual gifts from various city branches were countless, and compared to the affluent alchemists, the Mavie family resembled beggars. It was a trivial matter for even a second-tier alchemist to produce hundreds of thousands of gold coins, let alone for him, the guild president. However, Mavie was not a hasty individual and decided to observe the outcome before proceeding, offering a forced smile as he said, "Let us wait and see." Wait and see. If you do not want it, I shall no longer offer it for sale. Do you think I am a merchant? Opportunities to purchase will always arise. Lung Jiying rolled her eyes, showing no regard for Mavie's dignity. The fact that she was willing to sell such an otherworldly artifact was already a stroke of fortune for them. Yet they still had the audacity to be picky. Truly, they were ungrateful. Mavie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from further comment, unaware that he was missing a monumental opportunity. In the future, when the bugaboo became a mass-produced item and the profession of alchemy faded into the annals of history, he would regret his decision every single day. This was not merely a transaction. It was a chance to connect with Lung Jiying. As Mavie fell silent, the highest tier of the audience once again descended into quietude. However, the area occupied by the Mavie family was eerily silent, with dozens of individuals gazing at Little Medical Fairy, who appeared to craft pills as effortlessly as one would eat or drink, all falling into a deep silence. Currently, how much funding has surged into the betting pool? After a moment of contemplation, Tung Shan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing his question, a nearby attendant promptly replied, "The total thus far is 563 million gold coins." Hearing this, Tung Shan slumped into his seat, turning to Hai Bo Dong. He lamented, "We may be on the brink of bankruptcy." Just days prior, he had found it perplexing. Logically, the betting pool should only have attracted around 100 million gold coins. Yet, unexpectedly, a group of foreign tycoon investors had entered the fray, collectively contributing an astonishing 400 million gold coins. To be candid, he had sensed something amiss in this situation, but upon investigating the identities of these foreign tycoons, he found everything to be above board. As a merchant, he suppressed his greed with reason and allowed these individuals to place their bets. Reflecting on the investigative methods employed by the Mavie family, one cannot help but conclude that they pale in comparison to the insidious machinations of Yunlan Zong, who is undoubtedly the true puppet master behind the scenes. If they truly wish to undermine you, how could you possibly trace their schemes? Hai Budong found himself at a loss for words. Mere moments ago, his younger brother had been boasting about the Mavie family's impressive earnings this year, their elevated status, and their commanding presence in the Jamadi Empire. Now, just a few minutes later, they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Tung Shan slumped in his seat, glancing at the seemingly indifferent Lung Jing above him, then at the soon-to-be alchemists, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Qing. Finally, he fixed his gaze upon the formidable Lu Ling, whose presence was most daunting. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he trembled as he removed his reading glasses. Addressing his trusted confidants, he declared, "If Lu Xiao secures the runner-up position in the tournament, everything will turn around." Chapter 220, Fully Automated Alchemy. With nearly 600 million gold coins at stake, a tenfold increase would amount to 60 billion. The Mavie family could certainly absorb such a loss, but if it came to fruition, they would likely find themselves living in dire poverty. Conversely, should the odds of 10 to 1 shift to 2 to 1, it would present an acceptable scenario. 12 billion gold coins could be covered by liquidating some non-essential assets while retaining 90% of their core industries. Of course, this hinged on the hope that the top 3 spots would not be monopolized by the unscrupulous members of Yunlan Zone. Even if just one individual made it into the top 3, their desperate plight would transform into a mere predicament. Seated beside Tingshan were his son and son-in-law, the 2 individuals he trusted most. They had always provided counsel during crises, yet now they sat in silence, evidently feeling that Tangshan's optimism was overly idealistic. What manner of person is Leng Jing? Ruthless, decisive, and unyielding, he would not hesitate to eliminate an entire family without remorse. If he aimed to dismantle the Miter family, one could be assured that his plans were meticulously crafted, leaving no room for the Miter family to rebound. Go! Deliver our treasured 6th grade Longyang Ding to Lu Xiao after the elimination round. Should he reach the top 3, it shall be his. Tangshan clenched his teeth, ultimately making this decision. The Longyang Ding was a precious artifact he had procured from the Tianlong Empire, its value nearing 100 million gold coins, and it had long been one of his most cherished possessions. Yet, when weighed against the impending monumental losses the Miter family faced, the sacrifice of this treasure seemed trivial. As you command, father. Upon receiving Tangshan's instructions, his son-in-law, the father of Yafei, immediately rose to attend to the matter. Despite this, Tangshan remained deeply troubled, akin to a wronged bride, his hatred for Yunlan Zong reaching its zenith. Yet he failed to reflect on his previous involvement in the conspiracy against Yunlan Zong. Now, feigning the role of a victim was utterly ludicrous. As time slipped away, more and more alchemists exited the competition due to exhausted materials, while the numerous talented individuals who had fallen victim to the challenges began to discern the root of their failures and started to get back on track. Watching as Yin Xiao, Lu Ling, and a trader from the Outcloud Empire neared the completion of their concoctions, Luo Curson could not contain herself. She exclaimed, "Oh, watching you amateurs attempt alchemy is truly torturous. Why does a task that should take mere minutes seem to consume hours of your time?" With a subtle gesture of her hand, she divided her meticulously refined potions into 10 portions, which promptly burst into nearly invisible molecules, ultimately merging with the other potions. After undergoing the processes of decomposition and refinement, the liquids gradually coalesced into over 10 pills, which fell into pre-prepared jade bottles, producing a delightful tinkling sound that was music to the ears. Observing Luo Curson effortlessly complete the very elixir he had labored to barely produce, Lu Ling nearly succumbed to frustration, the pills he had so painstakingly formed beginning to dissipate as well. However, he ultimately restrained himself, averting a catastrophic failure. On the other hand, Yuera fared even worse than Lu Ling, as she had never encountered such ridicule before. Infuriated, she could hardly maintain her composure. Alchemy demanded tranquility, relying heavily on the power of the soul. Yet with her emotions in turmoil, she lost control over her pills, causing those she had partially formed to shatter and scatter across the floor, an unequivocal failure. With both sets of materials exhausted, she realized her disqualification from the competition. Thus, she shot a fierce glare at Luo Curson, threatening the younger girl. "Humph, what are you so proud of? Just wait and see." With that, she stomped her foot and gathered her ornate alchemy furnace before departing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin remained expressionless, having anticipated such occurrences. After all, his purpose was not to claim the championship, but simply to secure a place in the top 10 for some monetary gain and treasures. The identities of those in the top 3 held no significance for him. Once he relinquished his ambition for victory, he was astonished to find that participating in such a grand event could be so relaxed and enjoyable. It prompted him to reconsider whether the relentless pursuit of the pinnacle was worth sacrificing the joy of cultivation. In a state of calm, Xiao Yin swiftly completed his alchemical creations, standing quietly at a distance, awaiting evaluation. Simultaneously, a rather unremarkable young man in a gray robe, a trader from the Outcloud Empire, also finished his work, adopting a low-profile demeanor, perhaps having come to terms with the impossibility of victory. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Qing completed their alchemical processes. Although the 8 trigrams furnace was convenient, it was notably slow, and the quality of the pills produced without the aid of an alchemist was subpar. Nevertheless, they were more than sufficient to succeed in this competition. As the last grain of sand fell in the hourglass, the presiding official, Fama, rose and announced, "The competition has concluded. Participants, please present your results at the testing platform for evaluation." A green light indicates advancement, while a red light signals failure. Let's begin. Upon hearing Fama's words, the alchemists with successful concoctions eagerly approached for assessment. Unsurprisingly, Luo Kursen's results were the finest, followed by Xiao Yin, Lu Ling, and the unremarkable gray-robed trader, Yin Li. Dozens of third-grade alchemists filled the ranks in between, while Xiao Yixian and Xiao Qing lingered at the bottom, barely passing. Yet, despite this, no one dared to underestimate their abilities. Creating third-grade pills from mundane ingredients was no small feat, and those with even a modicum of insight would recognize their prowess. Esteemed participants, today's event shall conclude here. Please take the night to rest, for tomorrow marks the final round of our tournament, a crucial match that will determine the champion. Therefore, I urge you all not to be late for any reason, Fama declared with a clap of his hands, laughing heartily. Chapter 221. The Destruction of the Ancestral Home. To be frank, he had lost all interest in the Alchemist Conference. His sole desire was to comprehend the principles behind the elixirs that Jia Xingtian had previously gifted him, particularly how they could form pills without the aid of flames. Regrettably, to thoroughly test these few elixirs, it is imperative to employ some advanced equipment, which is evidently unattainable under the current circumstances. Thus, upon the conclusion of the conference, he found himself to be the most elated among the attendees. When Fa Ma announced the end of today's assessment, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the square, as this tumultuous evaluation had proven to be exceedingly exhausting, leaving many yearning to return home for a much-needed rest. Cole Jiying, who had nearly succumbed to boredom, instantly perked up upon hearing the announcement. She beckoned to Nalan Yanran and made her way down to the stage. After reuniting with Luo Xian and the others, they headed towards the Nalan family residence. Without inquiring about the outcome of the competition, her primary concern was what delicacies awaited her that evening. Sister Yafei, how is the situation progressing? Upon returning to the Nalan residence, Cole Jiying was the first to broach this crucial topic. Since her arrival at the Nalan household, she had adopted a rather persistent demeanor, feeling quite at home in her father-in-law's abode, where she felt no shame in indulging. Naturally, Yafei and the others also moved in to facilitate discussions regarding their recent plans. The plans were progressing smoothly, owing to previous support from the royal family. They had employed some unconventional methods to disguise themselves as foreigners, channeling a substantial sum of 400 million into their endeavors. However, after today's meeting, the Mite family appeared to be subtly hinting at an intention to renege on their commitments, seemingly aware that they were being targeted. Yafi Furuit Herburoth, displaying evident concern. Oh, reneging? Does that imply they are unwilling to fulfill their financial obligations? Cole Ji-ing remarked, unfazed by the revelation, as the ugly face of capitalism was all too familiar to her. Yafei nodded and explained, it is quite possible. They may be preparing to abscond with the funds, waiting until the 3-year agreement concludes, at which point the Yunlan sect is suppressed or even obliterated, leaving no one to pursue the debt, thus profiting from the gambling funds without consequence. Ah, they certainly have calculated their moves well, Cole Jiying said, stretching her limbs with a cold smirk. Inform with Deng to have Kuha's son mobilize and teach the Mi-Te-Er family a lesson. Remember, leave no trace. Yafei nodded, taking mental notes. Yet she did not immediately act on the matter. After all, the cold family tradition dictated that one must dine well before attending to business. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Xiao Yixian entered, carrying 2 plates of steaming delicacies, placing them on the makeshift dining table. With a cheerful smile, she exclaimed, Come, stop chatting and taste the dishes I prepared with the Iwa. Her words, though seemingly casual, would surely infuriate any alchemist who understood the value of that precious flame, which was not meant for mere cooking. Upon hearing this, Cole Jing's eyes lit up. With a swift motion, a pair of extraordinarily luxurious chopsticks appeared in her hands, and without hesitation, she picked up a piece of monster meat and savored it. In the next moment, a look of satisfaction crossed her face as she gave a thumbs up to Xiao Yixian, exclaiming, This dish cooked with the Yiao is simply exquisite. While she was aware of Xiao Yixian's culinary skills, which were commendable among mortals but could not compare to those of a professional chef, she found that this dish, in certain aspects, rivaled the expertise of the esteemed Zhou Lao. The greatest joy for a chef lies in receiving praise from diners, and although Xiao Yixian was merely an amateur, she felt immense gratification, responding with a sweet smile. Of course, after all, the Yao is a creation of heaven and earth. To use it for cooking is indeed an extravagant act. How could the results be anything less than remarkable? As cold Ji Ying indulged in her meal, she mumbled, "Indeed. Seems I must acquire more of that Yao in the future." Before long, Na Lan Yen ran and Yafei, who had just returned from a visit with the elder, joined the feast, showering compliments upon Xiao Yixian's culinary prowess. The close friends also indulged in some wine to enliven the atmosphere, fostering camaraderie. And soon the air was filled with a vibrant and intimate ambience. The following day, the Alchemist Conference convened as scheduled, and the atmosphere was markedly more fervent than before. However, the Mitayer family was conspicuously absent from the VIP section. "Elder, I have heard that the ancestral home of the Mitayer family was struck by heavenly lightning." Jiaxing Tian inquired of the seemingly unconcerned cold Ji Ying at the podium. "Ah, perhaps they reaped too much wealth and have faced divine retribution," cold Ji Ying shrugged, displaying ignorance regarding the matter. Jiaxing Tian was well aware that this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by their adversaries, as the manner in which the Mitayer family was destroyed mirrored the previous internal strife within the Yunlan sect. If it were not for these scoundrels, who else could it be? Yet, this group vanished without a trace, and by the time he rushed to the scene in the dead of night, not even a shadow remained. Without evidence, how could he hold them accountable? In other words, even if he had caught them red-handed, there was little he could do. With this realization, Jiaxing Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Fa Ma maintained his feigned ignorance, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous evening. Yet he remained puzzled about how the healing elixir had been concocted, contemplating a visit to the Yunlan sect for guidance when time permitted. Yao Yi continued to stand behind Jiaxing Tian, her gaze seemingly focused on the audience members and the advancing alchemists entering the venue. However, the fleeting glances she cast towards cold Ji Ying betrayed her inner turmoil. According to reports from the Shadow Guards, nearly all of the primary structures of the Mitayer family's estate have been reduced to rubble, including the Mitayer Tower, the tallest building in the Gamma Holy City, resulting in immeasurable losses. Well, since everyone is gathered, I shall refrain from further ado. Let's commence the finals of this alchemist conference. As Fa Ma's voice resonated, the throngs of eager spectators erupted into a deafening cheer, their exuberant roars ascending to the heavens, creating a formidable atmosphere. As his gaze swept across the crowd, Fa Ma raised his hands to quell the uproar. Once the noise subsided, he continued, "In this third round of assessments, the guild will not offer any assistance to the participants. Everything must be accomplished independently, including the formulas and materials." Chapter 222. The Consensus of the People. In other words, within the designated time, you must successfully concoct a type of elixir within your capabilities, and the ultimate victor will be determined based on the elixir's grade and practical value. Upon hearing Fa Ma's announcement, the contestants in the square fell into a stunned silence, their faces paling as they realized that the Alchemist Guild had become exceedingly parsimonious, failing even to provide the necessary materials for such a grand event. It was evident that many had not prepared suitable formulas or sufficient materials under these examination conditions. Lacking these two essentials meant they might as well go home for a meal. Indeed, some participants, recognizing their inability to navigate this predicament and unwilling to endure further humiliation, promptly withdrew from the competition, leaving a mere 20 contestants remaining. Xiao Yan, feeling the pressure of this challenge, was anxious. He had come to this conference to earn some money, yet attempting to concoct a highly advanced elixir in this setting carried the risk of material loss in the event of failure, rendering the endeavor futile. Due to his low-key approach and the disruption caused by the talented alchemist sent by cold Ji Ying, Xiao Yan had not received any special consideration from Fa Ma. He was merely passing through, aiming for a place among the top 5. As everyone has become familiar with the assessment rules atop the high platform, Fa Ma waved his hand, and his calm voice resonated throughout the venue. The third round of the assessment begins now, with Fa Ma's words. The previously murmuring square fell into an instant silence, and countless pairs of eyes in the audience fixated on the few remaining competitors in a vast arena below, eagerly anticipating their splendid performances today. However, the contestants did not immediately spring into action. Instead, they collectively maintained silence, each furrowing their brows in contemplation, perhaps pondering what they should refine. Of course, there was one exception. A bunch of mediocre fools. This time, I shall not show any mercy. Luo Xian disdainfully mocked the timid alchemist before her. Ignoring the glares from others, she summoned dozens of sixth-tier spiritual herbs with a wave of her hand, then promptly repeated her previous technique, directing her true energy toward these materials. Yet, concocting this sixth-tier elixir was no more challenging for Luo Xian than yesterday's second-tier concoction. Her refining speed remained unaffected by the elevated tier of the potion, seemingly heralding the emergence of the champion of this tournament. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense. After all, those who came to watch, if not adept in alchemy, at least possessed some understanding of it, making the spectacle less bewildering. However, Luo Xian's alchemical methods left them merely spectators, unable to grasp the intricacies involved. Subsequently, Xiaoyan made up his mind to reveal his own prowess, summoning his Wind Fury Dragon Flame without reservation, pulling out a collection of herbs and tossing them into the cauldron to commence his alchemical work. This understated action of Xiaoyan, however, did not achieve its intended subtlety. As many noticed his distinctiveness, no one expected this seemingly ordinary young man to wield an extraordinary fire. This young man possesses an extraordinary fire? Fa Ma expressed his surprise, for such flames were rare, with only 23 blooms across the continent. An alchemist capable of wielding an extraordinary fire would inevitably become a figure of significant renown. Upon hearing this, Jiaxing Tian stroked his long beard, chuckling indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. When I was his age, Enough. We know your talent is lacking. Spare us your sentiments. Lung Ji-ing cast a disdainful glance at Jiaxing Tian, deriding him. What, did I provoke you? Why are you snapping at me? Jiaxing Tian retorted. All right, this farce has gone on long enough. It is time to conclude. Lung Ji-ing stood up, taking a couple steps forward, leaning against the railing of the audience platform as she gazed down at the arena, her words dripping with arrogance, as if this alchemist tournament were merely a game for her. Fa Ma and Jiaxing Tian's faces flushed with embarrassment, and they stammered, attempting to counter her remarks, but ultimately fell silent. Merely an extraordinary fire. It is just a slightly better tool. In the square, Lu Ling, who had obtained the sixth-tier Long Yang Ding from the Mite Air family, exuded confidence as he disdainfully regarded Xiaoyan, who was focused on his alchemical endeavors. He certainly did not dare to compete for first place. But contending for a spot in the top 3 seemed an easy task given the prowess demonstrated by the 2 promising contenders from Yinlan sect. What use is automatic alchemy? It can only produce inferior quality elixirs. Even if it can refine automatically, it cannot achieve greatness. Just as Lu Ling's thoughts settled, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Qing summoned their Bagua furnace and produced a collection of 5th-tier herbs, subsequently conjuring 2 extraordinary flames. What the heck? 3 extraordinary flames? Are you kidding me? Is this extraordinary fire counterfeit? Can extraordinary fire be bulk purchased? As the 3 extraordinary flames emerged, everyone present experienced an absurd sensation. How could extraordinary fire be so commonplace? A mere alchemist tournament hosted by the small Jiama Empire could yield 3 extraordinary flames. However, it did not take long for some to realize what this meant for the trio's chances of victory. If Luo Xian alone secured a spot in the top 3, only a portion of the onlookers would suffer losses. Yet now, with Xiao Yixian and Xiao Qing evidently aiming to concoct 5th-tier elixirs, attaining 2nd or 3rd place seemed effortless. This implied that the money they had wagered on that bet was entirely lost. In contrast, many in the noble area displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. If their expectations proved correct, would not their previous investments in the Mite Air family yield tenfold returns? In the face of immense profit, no one thought to assist the Mavie heir family through any hardships at this moment. They all harbored a singular thought: to quickly reclaim their investments. I am truly sorry. It seems the top three are already in my grasp. Lung Jiying turned to face the ashen-faced Fa Ma and Jiaxing Tian, smiling sweetly. Fa Ma sighed. He had not anticipated that none of the top three would belong to the Alchemist Guild, a truly embarrassing situation. Contemplating this, he no longer wished to dwell on such dismal matters and inquired of Lung Jiying, if I am not mistaken. Those two flames are Qing Liendi Xianhua and Sheng Ling Jiyan, correct? Is it truly safe to bring them out like this? While Qing Liendi Xianhua was an extraordinary fire, its low ranking would not attract powerful figures from Zhongzhou to venture great distances for it. However, as the fifth-ranked extraordinary fire, Shengling Jiyan would likely entice even Do Sheng. You needn't worry about that. You should focus on how to maintain the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. Lung Jiying replied coldly, offering no courtesy to the fool who brought up unnecessary topics. Stung by Lung Jiying's retort, Fa Ma fell silent. The audience might still perceive those three as representatives of the Alchemist Guild. But if this dark history were to surface later, it would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to the reputation of the Alchemist Guild in the Jiama Empire. What? The top three in a tournament hosted by one's own family are not even students of their own guild. How could one face others? With the emergence of extraordinary flames, the outcome of this competition appeared increasingly certain. The rankings seemed already discernible based on the elixirs being refined. Naturally, the first place went to Luo''Xian, who refined 6th-tier elixirs by hand, while second and third were undoubtedly occupied by Xiao Yixian and Xiao Qing, who began automatically refining 5th-tier elixirs with the aid of extraordinary flames. Fourth place was claimed by Yin Xiao, who was refining a high-quality 4th-tier elixir known as Qing Ling Dan. No one believed that an alchemist with extraordinary flames would face a furnace explosion. This perception might stem from Xiao Yixian and Xiao Qing still utilizing automatic alchemy. As for Yin Xiao, if he had not revealed his extraordinary flames, he likely would have remained unnoticed, a mere shadow among competitors. Even the participant from the Outcloud Empire, Yin Li, was not foolish, recognizing the futility of his efforts. He hastily refined a few third-tier elixirs and withdrew from the competition, accomplishing nothing. Damn it, isn't it just a 5th-tier elixir? I'll give my all. This time, the typically timid Lu Ling displayed remarkable determination as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, beginning to refine a 5th-tier mid-grade elixir. Although Lu Ling was a 4th-tier alchemist, he was still quite young and could only be considered mediocre among 4th-tier practitioners, barely managing to refine a mid-grade 4th-tier elixir. Now, in a bid to secure a spot in the top three, he had truly put everything on the line. This act of burning essence blood was no trifling matter. The consequences could range from diminished talent to complete loss of meridians. Yet, the results could also be astonishing, and with the 6th-tier Long Yang Ding he was using, he might indeed succeed in producing a 5th-tier mid-grade elixir. Clearly, the Mavie heir family's offerings had been too generous, prompting Lu Ling to risk everything to break into the top three. Upon encountering Lu Ling's reckless demeanor, Xiao Yixian shook her head and, with a gaze filled with compassion, remarked, "Come to me for treatment after the competition. I shall charge you half price." Xiao Yixian genuinely believed that this individual was risking far too much for a competition that was not worth such sacrifice, and even if he were to give his all, he would hardly secure a place among the top three. She spoke from the heart, considering the potential injuries he might sustain afterward. However, to Lu Ling, her words were nothing short of a great insult, as if she regarded him with disdain and merely offered him a few coins out of pity. "You dare to humiliate me? I shall show you." Lu Ling gritted his teeth, hastening his alchemical preparations, which meant he would be tapping into even more of his latent potential than before. Xiao Yixian was taken aback, questioning, "What have I said to provoke such a reaction? Is it truly necessary?" Nevertheless, recognizing his determination, she shook her head, concluding that someone so intent on self-destruction was beyond redemption. "I hereby declare that the Alchemist Conference has concluded successfully. First place, Luo Kursin. Second place, Xiao Yixian. Third place, Xiaoqing. Please, the 3 contestants. Step forward to receive your awards. Half an hour later, Fahama, gazing at Lu Ling, who lay unconscious on the square, reluctantly announced the results. In truth, he was loath to see these 3 claim the top spots. Lu Ling had overestimated his capabilities. If it were Xiao Yin, perhaps he could have achieved success. For he was the protagonist. You're not the protagonist. Why seize the script meant for one? As Fahama delivered the results, the system's voice resonated in Lung Zhiying's vicinity. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task node. Alchemist Conference. Rewards. 2 level 8 battleship steel plates. 1 level 9 battleship armor upgrade card. 50,000 Wanjia coins. All current task subnodes have been completed, with a task completion rate of 80. No additional rewards can be obtained. Following the conclusion of the 3-year agreement, the system will undergo an update, during which certain functions will be disabled. Please be advised. Upon hearing this, Lung Zhiying felt no surprise. Perfection was a myth. Upon reflection, without the arrival of the Keha Legion, the Mo clan scenario would have been exceedingly difficult to navigate. The primary issue was a lack of manpower, forcing her to choose between Qing Lin and Qing Lian's core fire. Yinlan's sect would not integrate so swiftly. Had they failed to do so, she might not have had the opportunity to venture into the desert. Without the assistance of the Keha Legion and the refugees from Shueiyue Palace, completing these tasks would have been nearly impossible, yet she had accomplished so much with minimal effort. Of course, the node concerning Haiba Dong was intractable. Had she reached the desert ahead of Xiao Yin, the situation might have been different. I still need 70,000. Lung Zhiying mused, glancing at her balance of 730,000 Wanjia coins, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The system's division of these nodes from the 3-year agreement indicated that the latter would undoubtedly be profoundly challenging to fulfill. Even if completed, the impending system update could hinder her plans. If the marketplace were to close, she could endure that to some degree. However, if the recruitment module were also disabled, the challenge would escalate considerably. The news conveyed by Yao Yi might have stemmed from information gathered a month or half a month prior. Yet, as Lung Zhiying's treasures became increasingly exposed, she had little faith that they would only dispatch the previously planned individuals. With such valuable items at stake, it was unlikely they would refrain from sending more personnel to seize them. Should several Dozong appear, her current strength would struggle to contend with them. Nevertheless, she remained unhurried, as 1 month remained before the 3-year agreement. This time frame was ample for her to enhance her overall capabilities and root out any internal traitors. With this in mind, Lung Zhiying disregarded Fahama's lengthy discourse, waving her hand to summon everyone home, preparing to collect her debts. Ooh, Great Elder, please spare me. I was wrong. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Maitel Commerce Guild, Tung Shan lay prostrate on the ground, clinging to Lung Zhiying's legs in supplication. A wave of discomfort washed over Lung Zhiying. She had an unsettling feeling that this shameless elder was attempting to take advantage of her, prompting her to deliver a swift kick and admonish, a dog-like creature. Paying debts is a matter of principle. What mercy should I show you? Both Tung Shan and Lung Zhiying were Do Wang level experts, their strengths closely matched, yet unexpectedly, his protective Do Qi was shattered, and he was sent sprawling backward. However, this did not deter him. He continued to crawl toward Lung Zhiying. Chapter 224. The Downfall of the Maitel Family's Sister Ying. The Maitel family's treasury has been completely emptied. The total value of all treasures and resources amounts to 38 billion gold coins. The remaining assets consist of various properties scattered across the nation, collectively valued at approximately 20 billion gold coins. Yafei emerged from the Maitel family's treasury, smiling as she reported to Lung Zhiying. Tung Shan's face turned ashen. He could hardly fathom that his granddaughter was leading the charge in this asset seizure. Although he had merely viewed her as a means for a political alliance, he was acutely aware of her talents. Now, with her spearheading the asset liquidation, not a single gold coin would escape unscathed. He had initially intended to discreetly transfer some assets to evade this reckoning. But no matter how many guards he dispatched to protect the transport teams, they were consistently intercepted. With the ancestral home destroyed, he found himself relinquishing all resistance. resignedly awaiting the inevitable debt collection. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within him at the thought of retaining a few billion in assets. As long as he had that foundation, he believed he could make a comeback. Ah, indeed, what a prominent family. They have not been completely ruined, Lung Ji-ing remarked, somewhat astonished. The Meitel family was extraordinarily wealthy. She had expected that the 50 billion in debts would lead to their bankruptcy, only to discover that they still had a considerable sum left. Truly, they were a commercial family of repute. However, as the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of the weed. Lung Ji-ing had no intention of sparing the Meitel family. After a moment of contemplation, she grinned at Tung Shan and said, Tung Shan, you see, this 50 billion gold coins has been with your family for several days. Shouldn't it have accrued some interest? I believe that charging you 8 billion in interest for borrowing 50 billion for 2 days is not unreasonable, is it? The expression on Tung Shan's face gradually hardened. She was genuinely intent on driving him to his demise. The debts he owed were not limited to Lung Ji-ying's family. Countless creditors awaited their turn. Initially, he hoped that paying the 8 billion would allow him to retain some assets, but now it would only signal his bankruptcy, forcing him into a life of anonymity. For someone of his stature in the business world, this fate was undoubtedly more unbearable than death. Contemplating his grim future, Tung Shan, in despair, pointed at Lung Ji-ing and cursed, "Vile woman, you shall not have a favorable outcome. Today's Meitel family will be tomorrow's royal family. Your tyrannical actions, seizing homes and annihilating clans, will ensure that no one in the Jiamar Empire will ally with you." No. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Lung Ji-ing calmly replied, unfazed by Tung Shan's tirade, as she surveyed the young women assisting in the asset seizure. She, surprisingly, did not take offense at his words. Instead, she adopted a composed demeanor, responding, I have never intended to coexist peacefully with anyone, especially not with you vile creatures who commit murder and plunder without conscience. As she spoke, Lung Ji-ing casually seized a passing young woman, gently crouching down to inquire, May I tear this for the big bosses to see? Upon hearing those words, the young lady, whose previously rosy cheeks were flushed with joy from the act of transferring money, suddenly turned pale, terror etched across her delicate features. However, recalling that the speaker was her savior, she nodded hesitantly. Tung Shan was perplexed about what Lung Ji-ing intended to do. Yet he was somewhat astonished by the aura of this passing girl. Judging by her attire and demeanor, she was no less refined than any noble lady he had encountered. However, he was unaware of which family she belonged to, and why she would associate with this vile creature. After receiving her consent, Lung Ji-ing tore the stockings from around her ankle, revealing an ugly scar that marked her as a slave. Those who arrived in the underground city often bore such marks. Some had been sold recently, allowing for the possibility of easily erasing the mark, while others, whose time in servitude had extended, found the stigma increasingly indelible, etched into their very bones. This young lady's mark evidently fell into the latter category, and even with Lung Ji-ying's capabilities, it was impossible to erase it without compromising her integrity. The doctor could not remove it either, for it was not classified as an ailment, but rather a sophisticated tattoo, and unless amputation were considered, it would remain. This mark was inherently designed to torment, with no intention of being eradicated, the origins of which remained unknown. Thus, it became a perpetual source of anguish for these young women. Upon seeing the emblem, Tung Shan was taken aback. As a prominent slave trader, he was acutely aware of its implications. Yet on the surface, this girl bore no significant differences from Yafei or Lung Ji-ying, making it difficult to discern any disparity in their statuses. One might even believe they were sisters. How could such a young lady possibly be a slave? In your eyes, they might not even be considered human, merely commodities adorned for the auction block. Yet to me, they are far more worthy of companionship than you, the so-called civilized beings. I would rather devote my time to finding ways to assist them in escaping their plight than conspire with you self-righteous brutes. As she spoke, the fury on Lung Ji-ying's face was unmistakable. Despite the Miter family-esque facade of righteousness, they were, in reality, deeply corrupt. Local branches driven by greed, resorted to various unscrupulous methods to seize beautiful maidens from their families, only to sell them at exorbitant prices to lecherous old men, leading to their dismal fates. Lung Jiying was unsure whether Tingshan was aware of this nefarious trade, but that was of little consequence. As a key player in this vile commerce, he must bear the brunt of her wrath. Thoughts of a revival were out of the question. Her reluctance to annihilate his entire clan was merely an act of mercy for Yafei's sake. Listening to Lung Jiying's words, Tingshan's complexion drained of color. Indeed, in his eyes, these marked girls were living commodities, yet someone had now risen to champion their cause. As the root of this evil, how could he hope to escape unscathed? Upon learning of Lung Jiying's formidable backing, even Hai Bo Dong chose to distance himself from the matter, having long since vanished. His current situation was truly dire. Suddenly, a thought struck him, igniting his will to survive. He eagerly addressed Lung Jiying, Elder. I possess the latest intelligence regarding the 3-year pact. If I divulge this information, will you spare my life? In response, Lung Jiying paused, initially contemplating a thorough thrashing of this wretch before sending him on his way. She had not anticipated this unexpected turn of events. Sistering, please continue your discussion. We shall take our leave. Upon hearing that serious matters were to be discussed, Yafei displayed remarkable prudence, taking the hand of the girl summoned by Lung Jiying and exiting to provide them with privacy. Lung Jiying felt a sense of reluctance. Naturally, Yafei was qualified to listen, but out of consideration for the girl's feelings, she opted to leave, ensuring the girl did not feel dismissed. As the Miter family's treasury was now emptied and the confiscation team began their return journey, the area was devoid of onlookers. Lung Jing turned to Tingshan and spoke coolly. All right, now that we are alone, speak. Tingshan felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Reminiscing about the former glory of the Miter family and recalling the raucous division of assets from the night before, he perceived a bleak future ahead. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and the ancients were indeed truthful. In recent days, Gu had secretly departed from Jiama's Saint City to wander in other nations, assisting influential figures in alchemy, all in hopes of rallying reinforcements to decisively crush Yunlan's sect in 1 month's time, ensuring that they would never rise again. Tingshan sighed, feeling helpless. Although he and Gu had been friends for over a decade, in this moment of life and death, their friendship was as fragile as paper, easily discarded. Ah, so Guhi's going to such lengths for a rare fire? Lung Jiying was astonished. It was indeed rare to witness the esteemed Dan Wang lowering his status to labor for others in pursuit of their cause. Typically, others sought his assistance in alchemy, and his prestige was unparalleled. But now, this situation had dramatically diminished his standing. Undoubtedly, requests for his alchemical services would continue. Yet his fees would surely not remain as high. Had it not been for the rare fire, how would you have drawn attention? The assets of Yunlan's sect were already appropriated long ago, Tingshan remarked, his gaze toward Lung Jiying tinged with a hint of pity, as if foreseeing her fate a month from now. In our strategy, the external forces will acquire the peculiar items presently associated with Yunlan's sect, along with the adept practitioners, while we, the local factions, will seize the market share that the Mu family will take over. We shall assume control of Yunlan's sect's extensive properties nationwide, with the royal family also benefiting from the arrangement. However, Gu He is different. He seeks neither wealth nor treasures, only the right to command the Zhuiyun sect, disregarding everything else. As for how many he can rally, that remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Lung Jiying instantly understood. Gu He was indeed a man of desires. His previous invitation to Yun Yun in the desert hinted at ulterior motives, and while the original narrative featured Xiao Yan, her involvement had inadvertently altered the outcome. No wonder he had returned from the desert in such a low profile. Evidently, he was preparing for a grand revelation. It was curious what had spurred him on, as he now seemed willing to imprison Yun Yun rather than allow her peace, a stark deviation from his usual predatory demeanor. Very well, I understand. A few dozone are hardly a concern. Lung Jiying mused, recognizing that Tingshan would not dare deceive her at this juncture. Most importantly, he had omitted any mention of the underground city. Could this imply that its existence had yet to be discovered? if conflict were to arise. Her greatest concern was the evacuation of personnel. If the underground city remained undiscovered, she could simply sever the connections to the outside, thereby ensuring its safety. However, if the underground city's existence were to be revealed, that would pose a genuine predicament. Tung Shan was utterly astonished by the seemingly nonchalant demeanor of Leng Jiying. What immense confidence must one possess to face such a situation with such composure? There are only two possibilities. Either the opponent's strength is sufficient to annihilate any adversary, or they are merely an ignorant fool. However, judging by a series of recent actions, she undoubtedly belonged to the former category. This was rather terrifying. Nevertheless, this was no longer his concern. Henceforth, he would lead a life of anonymity as an ordinary individual. His immediate priority was to ensure his own survival. Thus he cautiously inquired, "Elder, may I take my leave?" Leng Jiying exhibited no interest in Tung Shan and replied, "Be gone. I do not wish to see you again." Upon hearing this, Tung Shan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and swiftly fled, showcasing his prowess as a Do Wang in that moment. Upon exiting the vault, Leng Jiying began to scrutinize the estate of the Mitair family. One could not help but admire their penchant for indulgence. Compared to the estate she had purchased upon her arrival, this place was akin to a heavenly paradise. Fortunately, this location would soon belong to her. Outside, Yafei sat beneath a tree, gently tracing the patterns on its bark, her eyes vacant, seemingly lost in memories of her past life here. Leng Jiying chose not to disturb her, but quietly took a seat beside her, gazing at her face, which reflected a complex tapestry of sorrow and joy, evoking a whirlwind of emotions within her. After a while, Yafei regained her senses and noticed Leng Jiying beside her. She took her hand and asked, "Sistering, have you finished your discussion?" Leng Jiying nodded, but remained silent, as if she could sense Yafei's emotions. The thought of Tung Shan's despicable conduct, coupled with the realization that Yafei had lived here for over a decade, stirred discomfort within her. Perhaps this was what they referred to as empathy. Yafei found herself at a loss with the sometimes mature, sometimes childlike demeanor of her sistering. She affectionately patted her head and said, "It's all right. The past is behind us. We should look ahead. As long as we can live better in the future, isn't that enough?" While comforting her, Yafei felt a silent irony. Shouldn't she be the one receiving comfort? "You are right, Sister Yafei. I have pondered how to proceed with the forthcoming matters." Leng Jiying replied as she gradually stood up, gazing skyward with a sudden burst of laughter, her joy radiating. Yafei was not particularly surprised by Leng Jiying's abrupt shift in conversation to the impending situation. She was evidently accustomed to her erratic thought processes. Moreover, this could very well reflect her desire to avoid dwelling in the shadows of the past. Yafei patted Leng Jiying's shoulder and surveyed the now desolate courtyard, stating, "Let's return. The transport team has already departed for the outskirts of the city. Elder Yin has come specifically to assist with the escort, to prevent certain individuals from discovering their whereabouts. Additionally, Faraday wishes to speak with you." Leng Jiying nodded. She had a myriad of tasks ahead in the coming month. If Tung Shan's words held any truth, then Gu He might rally a group of Do Huang or even Do Zong as enforcers, and this hurdle would likely not be easily overcome. "Supreme Leader, we have completed the research on the insect egg," Faraday informed her. As soon as Leng Jiying returned to the underground city, he intercepted her. "What? The insect egg has been developed? So swiftly?" Upon hearing this, Leng Jiying's face lit up with uncontainable joy. She understood precisely what the emergence of an insect egg entailed. An insect egg equated to a worker bee. A worker bee constituted a hatchery. A hatchery meant more insect eggs, and an abundance of insect eggs signified an inexhaustible army of insects. From the moment she learned of Qinglin being brought back by Woden, Leng Jiying had resolved to pursue this research, as she had an inkling that Qinglin's by Shi Sanhua Tong had an effect on the alien insects. If so, the implications would be monumental. Perhaps they could cultivate a new queen of blades. Consequently, during this period, Leng Jiying refrained from instructing Qinglin in any cultivation techniques to avoid any adverse reactions in the future. With such significant progress, Faraday was equally elated. though his stoic demeanor prevented him from expressing it openly. Indeed, among our limited research team, there is a doctor named Stetman who specializes in alien insects. Previously, he and an insect queen named Zagala attempted to dismantle the void fracture in Augustus Grell. Unfortunately, they failed, resulting in the queen's immediate demise. While Dr. Stetman miraculously escaped to the Kuha Palace and joined us. Ah, you brought Stetman with you? Why was this not mentioned sooner? Lung Jiying felt somewhat perplexed, but was not overly surprised. Faraday and his team arriving here symbolized a cooperative worldview, suggesting that their defeat had been merely part of a failed game. Thus, bringing Stetman along was hardly astonishing. Even the likes of Adonis or Raynaud could be expected. While she viewed this as merely a narrative, it was likely a poignant saga of two rebel forces assisting the Kuha army in resisting the Eman invasion, ultimately leading to their defeat. Regardless, without the mechanical insect army support, Stetman could only be regarded as a heroic-level researcher, and his recent arrival made it difficult for him to demonstrate any significant impact. Faraday's silence meant that Lung Jiying was unlikely to discover his presence. Since arriving, Dr. Stetman had been withdrawn, engrossed in studying the biological resources of this new world. Following the Augustus Grell battle, he had become convinced that only a pure alien insect lineage could save the Tyran, or rather, the world needed a new Queen of Blades. There was a hint of admiration in Faraday's eyes as he spoke. Stetman's status as a heroic figure among humanity must surely stem from his unique attributes, albeit eccentric. Faraday clearly held him in high regard. Indeed, in the entire star sector, only Sister Kai could truly be considered the most formidable. As a human, she was a top agent. As an insect, she led the charge against two races, and after becoming a deity, her prowess was beyond compare. Lung Jiying wholeheartedly agreed with Stetman's perspective. In truth, had it not been for the three-race alliance centered around Kerrigan, the Copula Star sector would have succumbed to Eamon's resurgence long before now. Although the specifics of Eamon's rebirth remained unclear, the outcome was evident. The divine Kai was no longer present, which explained the emergence of the Kuha army here. Thus, where did this insect egg originate? Lung Jiying found herself perplexed by this question. The disparity between the species of Dopa continent and Copula Star sector was vast. Without the primitive alien insect race as a template, cultivating an insect egg seemed impossible. If it were cultivated using indigenous species from Dopa continent, she felt the prospects were far less promising. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps we should visit the laboratory. Qing Lin and Woden are there, along with Xiao Kai. When it came to such specialized matters, Faraday was also uncertain, as he had been inundated with numerous affairs, including those in the Sunlight City, leaving him no time to attend to the relatively slow and unfruitful research progress. Lung Jiying, feeling a flicker of anticipation, rubbed her hands together, completely oblivious to the peculiar tone in the mention of Xiao Kai. The thought of one day assembling a swarm filled her with uncontainable excitement. "Let us go. Lead the way," she urged. In truth, there was no need for Faraday to guide her, as the so-called research area in the underground city was essentially just a single office located directly beneath her own room, and it was perhaps even smaller than her living quarters. After all, the current endeavors of the underground city primarily revolved around replicating the technologies introduced by the Ka Group rather than innovating new ones, a feat beyond the current capabilities of Cole Jiying. Thus, the so-called research area was relegated to studying biological matters, such as determining whether technological enhancements could be provided to her zoo. As soon as she entered the research room, Cole Jiying spotted a sprightly young man busily engaged at his high-end workstation. Upon noticing her and Faraday, he abandoned his work and approached them with curiosity, exclaiming, "You must be the heir of Old Meng's will and the one who saved us. I've heard Faraday speak of your remarkable feats, and seeing you in person truly affirms those tales. It is no wonder that Entity chose you." Chapter 227. The Blade Queen Breeding Project. Cold Jiying gazed at the impeccably groomed young man before her, finding it hard to reconcile this composed and astute scientist with her recollection of Statement. Of course, she recognized him by his striking purple eyes, encircled by a violet haze. with wisps of purple gas curling upward from the corners, resembling someone who had mastered some sinister and terrifying ocular technique. In truth, this was the result of exposure to a substance known as diqian, an exceedingly rare strategic resource with a minuscule yield. It was rumored that a mere small canister could propel a battleship over vast distances, containing an unimaginable amount of energy. However, no one considered using it as fuel due to its gaseous natural form, which required exorbitant costs to convert into a stable liquid, and its potent neurotoxins that could easily shatter a being's sanity, rendering even the star spirits vulnerable. Stateman's ability to remain only partially deranged rather than completely mad might be attributed to his status as a protagonist, perhaps. Yet, the young man, standing before her, bore no resemblance to the erratic figure she had once envisioned. Instead, he exuded the calm demeanor of a wise scientist. What was that entity he referred to? Could it possibly be the system? Feigning mystery, Stateman replied, "Ahem, you are not yet ready to learn about that. In due time, you'll understand why. These matters cannot be disclosed by us, and you likely comprehend the reasons why." Ji-ing grasped the implications, whether it was Faraday, Woden, Stateman, or the members of Shueihua Palace, including Marissa, whom she had previously recruited for assistance. They all seemed privy to some insider knowledge about the system. After all, they were all summoned by it. Ignorance would indeed be peculiar. Perhaps they feared certain repercussions, knowing that their very lives, including her own, were in the system's hands. Understanding their predicament, she refrained from pressing further and shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "So, how did you create the larva?" At the mention of the main subject, Stateman's expression sharpened, and he led them to a nearby laboratory, explaining, "The larva is not a new fusion. Rather, before the defeat at the Augustus Glur battle, I salvaged some larvae from the remains of the neighboring Zagala main nest. However, for reasons unknown, these larvae exhibited low viability upon arriving in Dupo continent, to the extent that even worker bees could not be hatched. Fortunately, the quality of Zagala's swarm was exceptionally high, preventing complete extinction. We have been searching for various biological genes, and we have finally found a suitable one. Thus, a larva capable of producing true worker bees has been born." Stateman animatedly introduced his achievement, clearly brimming with excitement. It was evident that if that little girl's innate abilities could indeed forge a swarm army as the Blade Queen in this alternate realm, he would share in that glory. But I feel that mechanical swarms may be superior to regular ones. Isn't this somewhat misguided? Ji-ing found Stateman's enthusiasm somewhat baffling. After all, he was a formidable creator of mechanical swarms. Surely he wouldn't be so easily satisfied with merely creating a larva? Consider the mechanical swarm lair masters, capable of launching swarm insects, interceptors akin to star spirit carriers, and even firing Yamato cannons. Surely they surpassed ordinary swarm lair masters significantly. Upon hearing her words, Stateman appeared to comprehend her perspective, shaking his head. "Alas, you still do not understand. While you have acquired knowledge of our world in a certain manner, your thoughts have been constrained by that very approach. The world we inhabit is not as rigid as you might envision. Otherwise, why do you perceive those advanced swarm units to be merely a few meters in size?" Ji-ing was taken aback, realizing that she had once again fallen into the trap of dogmatism. Her understanding of the Copula Star Zone had been entirely derived from a game. In reality, the Ka groups might far exceeded what the game depicted for the human race, with an array of cutting-edge technologies emerging continuously, far surpassing the units within the game. Her perception of the swarm was similarly simplistic. She had always thought of them as limited, with the Lay Beast, the most versatile land combat unit, standing merely 4 or 5 stories tall, with a rather singular method of attack, rendering them not particularly formidable in this Dupo continent, relegated to the bottom of the food chain. Each time she considered this, her expectations for the swarm diminished, perceiving them as merely exhilarating. However, upon Stateman's remarks, was there hope for a turnaround? As for how he discerned her impressions of the StarCraft world, it was likely due to that entity's hints. Yet this was fortuitous, preventing potential disputes arising from differing understandings. "I've been somewhat presumptuous. I hope you will indulge me with your guidance," Cold Ji-ying said, bowing slightly. Stateman's words had prompted her to reevaluate certain immature notions. And since the research responsibilities of her household would now fall into his hands, it was only fitting that she extend him the respect he deserved. Stateman promptly returned the gesture, and upon seeing Cold Ji-ying attentively listening like a diligent student, he continued, "The swarm's strength does not merely stem from its vast numbers. While a large quantity facilitates hatching, that attribute is but one among many. Otherwise, no matter how many nests exist on a planet, a single round of bombardment could obliterate them all. The true terror of the swarm lies in its evolutionary capabilities and its ability to consume anything, transforming it into the essence of evolution. Similar to the primitive swarm, the later iterations have inherited this crucial talent. Thus, the more battles the swarm endures, the stronger its combat prowess becomes. Simultaneously, these creatures possess a growth cycle. For instance, a lay show, upon hatching, stands merely 4 to 5 stories tall. Yet it can evolve to an adult stage where its size may increase 100-fold, reaching lengths of several hundred meters. Moreover, during the evolution process, its body undergoes mutations, sprouting blades all over, thereby discarding its initially clumsy combat style. Do you now comprehend? In Chapter 228, Enticing the Little Girl, upon hearing this, Lung Ji-ying felt her scalp tingle, as this seemed to transcend her understanding. Had she merely perceived the lay show as a being akin to a human infant? What formidable strength must an adult lay show possess? Surely, one could rival tens of thousands of juvenile ones, if not more. Noticing Lung Ji-ying's silence, Sateman understood that she was listening intently and continued to elucidate. If you cannot fathom how a lay show wields its blades in battle, consider the Leviathan, which simultaneously controls thousands of tentacles for combat. In essence, the blades that adorn the adult lay show are, in a sense, extremely sharp appendages. Though their attack power may not match that of its primary weapon, the King S blade, they possess the remarkable ability to regenerate rapidly and cover a considerable range, making them even more fearsome to human armies. At this, Faraday shivered, evidently recalling the terror once instilled by the swarming insects. Furthermore, adulthood is not the lay show's terminus. Beyond this stage lies the pinnacle phase, in which only one lay show may inhabit a planet. In this stage, it can reach lengths of several thousand meters, impervious to tactical nuclear missiles, while strategic nuclear weapons merely graze its flesh, and it boasts an extraordinarily horrifying regenerative capability, recovering rapidly from injuries. Only a starbreaker can annihilate it, but deploying such a weapon would also spell doom for the planet. If it possessed the ability to fly, even the Leviathan might bow in submission. Should 4 pinnacle lay show be pitted against one another in a lethal contest, the victor, having devoured the essence of the other 3, would evolve into a king beast. However, it is said that Kerrigan did not truly evolve into a king beast. Rather, a new insect swarm controlled by Amon has purportedly done so, but its form remains a mystery, as anyone who has seen it has perished, and no images could be captured in time. Similarly, other alien insects possess their own growth and evolution systems. Almost all varieties of alien insects can undergo steps akin to those of the lay show. A pinnacle-level jumping bug's combat prowess may surpass that of an adult lay show, with some even undergoing unique mutations, shrinking to sizes smaller than a human hand, yet retaining formidable combat abilities. These unique mutated forms are even more terrifying than stealthy assassins, with invisibility being merely a trivial matter. Thus, do you understand why I am so fervently dedicated to constructing a swarm? Sateman's exposition undoubtedly imparted a lesson to Lung Ji-ying. She had never realized the extraordinary strength of alien insects. The brutality of interstellar warfare may indeed far exceed her previously imagined harmony, even bordering on the idyllic. Her comprehension of interstellar conflicts stemmed solely from documentary footage, such as the bug's initial assault on fortifications and the Air Defense War. To be frank, a battle of such magnitude might only claim a few tens of thousands of lives, rendering it less savage than a single battle in World War II, thus failing to convey the terror of interstellar warfare. At times, There are even instances where the number of humans exceeds that of insects. How absurd is that? While she comprehended the situation, she wondered if the genetic sequences of alien insects, having undergone countless evolutions and modifications, had long since ascended to the top of the biological chain. In the Douluo continent, they would likely be regarded as an ancient race. Given our current capabilities, could we truly find suitable biological genes for matching? Although Lung Jiying was not an expert in any field, she possessed a smattering of knowledge across various domains, allowing her to contribute to the biological discussion. Genetics can be likened to the innate bloodlines of humans, independent of one's strength. For instance, Xiao Zi, despite being a sixth-tier magical beast, merely possesses the bloodline of a slightly more formidable lion, having reached the pinnacle of its development, likely to remain stagnant for life without further advancements. Conversely, an exceptional bloodline, akin to that of the Taishu ancient dragon, can yield the most powerful beings in this realm, or a creature like Shao Kai, despite not belonging to the seven-color devouring serpent lineage, shown magnificently in ancient times as a terrifying magical beast. Wait, Shao Kai? The seven-colored devouring serpent? Reflecting on Faraday's earlier mention of Shao Kai being present in the laboratory, yet now noticing her absence, Lung Jiying was suddenly struck by a disquieting premonition. The issue you raised is indeed grave. However, it has already been resolved. During their conversation, they had arrived outside the laboratory. As Sateman entered the password, he continued explaining. The reason the insect eggs cannot maintain viability in this world is due to the environmental differences from the Kupu-Lu star region. The aura of combat energy present here significantly impacts the eggs. However, this is also the easiest problem to rectify. With Sateman inputting the final password, the door gradually swung open, and he added, "Therefore, we simply need to find a powerful bloodline in this realm, extract its genes, and inject them into the insect eggs, allowing them and their progeny to adapt naturally to this environment." As his words concluded, the door fully opened, revealing the layout of the laboratory. The most striking feature was a mature and alluring beauty, resembling a snake, bound to the central experimental chair. This beauty snake was writhing weakly, evidently under the effects of anesthesia, rendering her unable to utilize her powers and forced to struggle in vain. Sateman gazed at the writhing beauty snake with astonishment, clearly perplexed. How did this little girl manage to transform? Wasn't she already placated by 10 lollipops? She was so obedient before. We would never conduct such humane experiments under conditions of struggle. Lung Jiying retorted, "You are quite the humanitarian, even resorting to lollipops to entice a little girl. And now you speak of humanity? I trust you not." This transformed beauty snake could only be Medusa. Previously, Medusa had remained unresponsive, likely pretending to be asleep. But upon realizing the circumstances, she deemed it unwise to awaken. Should she fail to do so soon, the precious bloodline of the seven-colored devouring serpent, for which she had risked her life, would be extracted. Just as Lung Jiying was engulfed in pain and uncertainty, a charming research assistant approached, holding a notebook, and bashfully reported to Sateman, "Doctor, I have documented the changes that occurred in the previous experimental subject. However, we are still short on the extracted genes, needing only 10% more to meet the requirements for the evolution of the insect eggs." In chapter 229, resigned Medusa, as she spoke. The assistant's face suddenly flushed, lowering her head and offering the data, unable to meet Sateman's gaze. "Your face is red as a teapot." Lung Jiying's concerns had finally materialized. Admittedly, while Sateman may not be the epitome of handsomeness, he was certainly quite pleasant to behold, especially after grooming his previously scruffy appearance. In this underground city, he could be considered a figure of admiration. Wait, could this rascal have shed his disheveled image to flirt with the ladies? Yet, this was hardly surprising, as Sateman's abilities were evident. It was natural for a capable, attractive young man to garner the affection of young women. Enduring over 20 years of singlehood is no trivial matter. Perhaps we should ease our stance a bit. As long as no lives are lost, it matters little. However, should things escalate excessively, we can always find a means to confiscate the tools of the crime. Long Jing cast a sidelong glance at the engrossed Stepman, feeling quite pleased with her own notion. Suddenly, Stepman shuddered, sensing an ominous premonition. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. The pressing concern was to activate the insect egg and then proceed to date the young lady. Why could the genes of this beautiful snake suddenly not be extracted? Could it be due to the significant enhancement of her strength? Stepman set down his pen and approached the operating console in the observation room to review the previous operational records. Shao Kai, merely a newly hatched 7-color devouring python, possessed strength equivalent to that of a Douling, and due to her slow growth cycle and inability to cultivate human techniques, she had not made much progress. Furthermore, her immature mind made her an easy target for deception, resulting in the loss of her protective Duki. Thus, extracting her genes posed little resistance. However now, even if Medusa were paralyzed, she remained a Dozong powerhouse, and with her will to resist, the difficulty of extracting her genes had multiplied exponentially. Wait, let me ask you something. Will this gene extraction harm their bodies? Long Jing was somewhat uncertain about this matter. If extracting the genes would damage their original bloodline, she would resolutely refuse, even if it meant foregoing the insect egg. Stepman paused his actions and glanced at the insect egg placed next to Medusa's chamber, explaining, "Of course not. Our purpose in gene extraction is to obtain a direction for evolution. The genes of the insect race possess an extraordinary learning ability. The bloodline of a 7-color devouring python pales in comparison to that of the insect race. Forcibly injecting a gene sequence would lead to the regression of the insect egg. What we aim to do is to research an evolutionary direction, allowing the insect egg to adapt to its environment, enabling the resulting worker bees, hatcheries, and various combat units to acquire such resistance, much like how the original swarm evolved to survive in water and outer space. After this, the extracted genes, or rather bloodlines, will be rain-fused, leaving no impact on the original owner. Otherwise, how would I dare to experiment with this little girl?" After Stepman's explanation, Long Jing found it quite reasonable. Indeed, evolution typically entails a savage consumption of the target, while the technological means of humanity are comparatively gentle. Very well, open the door. I shall enter and engage in some dialogue therapy, hoping to persuade her to compromise. Long Jing gazed at Medusa, who had yet to relinquish her struggles, contemplating what she urgently needed at this stage according to the original work, and she felt a growing confidence that she could turn her into both an ally and a test subject. Proceed with utmost caution, judging by the energy fluctuations within her. She is not to be trifled with, Stepman cautiously reminded as he operated to unlock the large door. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Deeming his words superfluous, "It appears you are not either." Fortunately, Long Jing had already stepped through the soundproof door. Otherwise, had she heard Stepman's words, she would undoubtedly have dealt him a lesson on the value of life. Upon entering the room, the door closed behind her without leaving a sliver of a gap, as if it were merely a wall. The surrounding walls were composed of one-way glass, rendering the outside invisible to those within. Only the eye of the emperor could reveal the external conditions. Even with her high-tier Do Wong strength, she could not achieve this solely through Duki, and this seemingly delicate beauty snake was even less capable. The entire room resembled an inverted bowl, a layout that could easily induce panic. One could imagine that if she were bound here, she would likely struggle in a frenzy. "Greetings, Sister Medusa. You ought to have seen me before." Long Jing donned her most charming smile, cheerfully addressing Medusa. Medusa could not respond, as her mouth was stuffed with a circular object designed to strip her of her vocal capabilities, preventing her from incessantly cursing. However, upon Long Jing's approach, Medusa's pupils dilated in recognition. She could undoubtedly identify the girl before her. Even though she had lost consciousness during her evolution, she could still sense the terrifying aura of the Yeo emanating from her. In an instant, Medusa ceased her struggles, for the individual before her had once burned her to ashes and could undoubtedly do so again. Had Long Jing been aware of Medusa's thoughts, she would have reassured her that she was overthinking. The previous effectiveness was largely due to an abundance of accelerants. Otherwise, her own strength would have been insufficient to subdue Medusa. Lung Jing removed the makeshift gag from Medusa, and the two shared a moment of silent eye contact, momentarily forgetting their intentions. Are you here to kill me? Medusa initially intended to confront the one who had deceived her, but upon seeing Lung Jing, her demeanor shifted drastically. Devoid of the queenly aura she once possessed, instead exuding a profound sense of desolation, as if resigned to her fate. What need have I to slay you? I merely wish to borrow your bloodline, or rather that of Shao Kai. Lung Jing replied, exasperated. She had previously contemplated whether Medusa, upon awakening, would capture her to leverage her extraordinary talents. But now it was evident that the psychological trauma she had inflicted was profoundly significant. Despite the disparity of over 10 levels, Medusa remained terrified, devoid of the prior queenly bravado. Upon hearing Lung Jing's words, Medusa sank deeper into despair. Extracting my bloodline will still lead to my demise. So I speak so sweetly. Seemingly resigned to her fate, Medusa suddenly regained her defiance, gritting her teeth and declaring, "Since death is inevitable, hasten your strike. The four great deities of my snake race will surely avenge me." With that, Medusa tightly shut her eyes, her body trembling in anticipation of her demise. Lung Jing, I merely uttered a single statement. Why the sudden display of resignation? The sound of a click echoed as Medusa braced for the worst, only to find not a blade, but the restraints on her wrists being released, followed by the removal of other bindings, signifying her newfound freedom. With the restraints that had suppressed her abilities now gone, Medusa's Duki began to gradually recover. However, she remained motionless, staring blankly at Lung Jing, utterly bewildered by her actions. It was important to note that she was a Dozong powerhouse. Previously, without Duki, she had been at the mercy of others, but now that she had regained her strength, she could certainly self-destruct if necessary. Based on her experiences while lurking within Shao Kai, she knew that this underground chamber could not withstand her self-destruction. Yet why would they dare to release her so freely? Fear not, for we shall not take your life. If you were to perish, would not Shao Kai also meet her doom? Lung Jing gently assisted Mei Du Sha to her feet, her tone laced with irritation. The mere mention of Shao Kai stirred a complex array of emotions within Mei Du Sha. If Shao Kai were merely a small snake, it would be easier. Yet since her transformation into a human, an inexplicable feeling had emerged, as if she were akin to a daughter. Observing the delightful interaction between Shao Kai and the other kindergarten children, Kong Na, Xiao Zi, and Shao Qing, even the typically unyielding Mei Du Sha found herself unable to sever the bond that linked them, thus relinquishing her claim to dominance over her own body. After all, this was a child of her own making, born from flames and lightning. What must I do? Mei Du Sha inquired, casting a glance at Lung Jing, who she sensed would not harm her, especially for Shao Kai's sake. I cannot say the precise procedure, but I assure you, it will be devoid of danger, replied Lung Jing, uncertain of how Statement intended to execute the dauntingly intricate gene transplantation project. However, if Statement was confident, it surely would not pose a significant issue. Mei Du Sha fell silent, following her lead as they ventured outside. After all, the worst that could happen was self-detonation. Upon their exit, Statement promptly opened the door, marveling at the unexpectedly docile beauty serpent who had previously struggled so fiercely. My dear boss, your prowess and persuasion is truly commendable, he exclaimed. So, what shall we do next? Lung Jing, undeterred by Statement's flattery, was eager to proceed with the task at hand to facilitate subsequent arrangements. Follow me. The insect egg awaits in another laboratory, Statement instructed, leading the way. Faraday, however, chose not to follow, opting instead to find a place to sit, seemingly indifferent to the research, yet deeply intrigued by the outcome. In this compact research area, the two labs were in close proximity, and they arrived at their destination in mere moments. Statement opened the door and announced, "Let us proceed. Qing Lin and Woden are inside." Initially, we intended for the insect egg to establish a connection with Qing Lin's by Shi Sanhua Tong. But the unexpected struggle of the beauty serpent has halted the previous progress, so we must wait here for now. Goodness, are you planning to kill me without allowing even a semblance of resistance? Mei Du Sha retorted. The layout of this laboratory bore little difference from the adjacent one. The primary distinction lay in the former resembling a prison cell, while this one resembled a hospital room. In the center stood a bed adorned with intricate instruments, upon which lay Qing Lin, unconscious and affixed with numerous monitoring devices. Surrounding her were three young women in white lab coats, busily recording data, alongside a complex apparatus housing a gently writhing insect egg. Woden sat beside the hospital bed, holding Qing Lin's hand, his expression rife with complexity. As a concerned father, he wished for his daughter to achieve greatness, yet hoped she would not suffer unduly, resulting in a tumultuous inner conflict. Feeling the peculiar atmosphere of the room, Lung Jiying curiously asked, "Statement, what purpose does this serve for Qing Lin? Does she not possess the Baishi Sanhua Tong? Is such complexity necessary? Her strength is insufficient. Were she to possess the prowess of the beauty serpent, I would not need to resort to such convoluted methods. Thus, I must proceed with this gradual transition," Statement replied, casting a glance at Mei Du Sha, as if sensing her formidable strength. Initially reluctant to speak, Mei Du Sha could not refrain from retorting, "I'm not a beauty serpent. I am Mei Du Sha." Statement raised an eyebrow. "Very well, beauty serpent. Now is not the time for romantic banter. What shall we do?" Lung Jiying interjected, signaling that they should return to the task at hand. Statement pointed to a small device nearby and explained, "It is quite simple. The beauty serpent merely needs to summon a drop of her essence and place it on the scanner, allowing the device to record the genetic composition. This will complete the transformation process for the insect egg." This was indeed the simplest method, as the prior progress had been rendered obsolete. Observing the rather rudimentary and seemingly haphazardly assembled equipment, Lung Jiying contemplated the necessity of allocating more resources to the research area, for it was rather excessive to undertake such advanced endeavors with such dilapidated instruments. Chapter 231. The great battle approaches. Mei Du Sha remained silent, her body trembling momentarily as a drop of her essence, radiant enough to illuminate the entire laboratory, was extracted. It is said that a being possesses only 3 drops of essence, known as heart's blood. Losing 1 drop renders one weak, losing 2 diminishes power, and losing all 3 results in the forfeiture of the ability to continue cultivation. The fact that Mei Du Sha would relinquish one without inquiry earned Lung Jiying's admiration. Truly, she was a woman of her word. Once this drop was placed upon the analyzer, Statement departed, heading toward the control panel to commence operations. The rapidity of his keystrokes evoked thoughts of a virtuoso pianist from Zhuan. Moments later, Statement halted, signaling Mei Du Sha to reclaim her essence. Then addressed the young women nearby. "The genomic insertion is complete. Let us establish the link with Qing Lin." "Very well. The insect egg is currently stable in the process of binding." A connecting line intertwined the insect egg and Qing Lin's by Shi Sanhua Tong. As the young women manipulated the apparatus, a pained expression gradually surfaced on Qing Lin's delicate face. Though her petite form had been anesthetized, it trembled, suggesting the torment she endured. "Statement, is Qing Lin going to be all right?" Woden inquired, his heart aching at the sight of her suffering, longing to take her place. "She will be fine. This is a normal reaction. The alien gene is still too potent for her. Thus her soul inevitably experiences strain. However, we can slow the process, extending several hours into days, which should alleviate her suffering somewhat. Yet, if she does not experience sufficient pain during this process, the resulting power may be significantly diminished. You understand this distinction, do you not?" Statement regarded Qing Lin's agony with indifference, not from a lack of empathy, but because he believed such trials were essential for one aspiring to become the new Queen of Blades. He recalled how Kerrigan's bones were shattered and reassembled during her evolution, transforming from human to Zerg. This regression was similarly harsh, as the once perfect skeletal structure was reduced to a frail human form under the purification of the Zelnaga artifact. No one knew the extent of Kerrigan's suffering, yet each time Statement reflected on it, he felt a shiver run down his spine. By contrast, Qing Lin's current evolution appeared rather juvenile, a mere nightmare in comparison. Once the link was established, she would gain the ability to command the swarm, And though she might lack Kerrigan's psionic prowess, she could still strengthen herself through the growth of the swarm, akin to the Overmind. As an experienced Odin pilot, Woden comprehended Stateman's intentions and chose to remain silent. But after a time, he could no longer bear to witness Qing Lin's anguish and stepped outside. However, he could not hinder it. After all, enduring hardships is the way to rise above others. So as all we could do now is wait? Lung Ji-ing gazed at Qing Lin, who appeared rather unwell, and inquired. Stateman nodded, stating, "Indeed, this process is quite cumbersome, yet my few assistants are exceptionally skilled. Maintaining this simple gene grafting project is rather effortless. Are you planning to have your assistants manage this? What will you be doing?" Lung Ji-ing asked, perplexed. Stateman, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Of course, I shall go have a meal. I have been busy with preparations for several days, and now that everything is on track, I certainly deserve a break and a good meal." All right. Lung Ji-ing could not refute Stateman. In truth, she had also been preoccupied with the slaughtering of pigs lately and had not rested properly. Though she seemed to be idle, she had been contemplating these matters daily. With this thought, she decided not to insist on Stateman's continued toil, as Qing Lin appeared to be in a stable condition and should not encounter any issues. With that in mind, Lung Ji-ing patted Stateman on the shoulder and said, "All right, Brother Taeman, Chef Zhou has prepared a hot pot again today. Shall we go together?" "Absolutely." A month later, on the eve of the 3-year agreement, within the Grand Hall of Yunlan Zone, a massive round table had been placed where numerous elders and officials would typically stand, altering the entire layout of the hall. However, it was unavoidable as the number of attendees was astonishingly high. Nearly all notable individuals under Lung Ji-ing had gathered. Lung Ji-ing occupied the main seat, with Yun Yun, Nalan Yin Ran, Yun Shan, Yun Hong, Luo Koexian, and Luo Qianro, those publicly affiliated with Yunlan Zone, seated to her left. To her right sat Yafei, Xiao, Yixian, Faraday, Woden, Qing Lin, Stateman, Kanna, Xiao Qing, Xiao Zi, the transformed Medusa Queen, and V and Johnny Silverhand, who had reportedly rushed over from Ryu Chung for a fight. This was the first time she had gathered everyone together, previously to avoid suspicion. Lung Ji-ing seldom allowed the forces from the underground city to interact directly with Yunlan Zone. Even the transportation of supplies was conducted covertly, as she feared the underground city might be discovered, or rather, she did not wish for anyone to know that she had created a heart beneath the very heart of the Gamma Empire. Ahem, esteemed guests, I trust you all understand the purpose of this gathering. She began, noticing the atmosphere was rather tense. 3 years honing a sword, and today is the day. Sister Yin Ran has sacrificed so much to defeat Xiao Yan, and that scoundrel now has a host of powerful allies. If Sister Yin Ran triumphs, they will claim to be old acquaintances of the Xiao family, avenging Yunlan Zone. However, should she falter, they could exploit the situation under the banner of Xiao Yan. Metsiles bilaging Yunlan Zone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present became grave. They had been in preparation for this moment, including accelerating the construction of the insect nest, relocating Yunlan Zone disciples, mass-producing assault squads, and arming all the young women of the underground city to ensure they had done everything possible. Of course, arming the young women might merely serve as psychological comfort. If those Do Huang and Do Zong powerhouses truly invaded the underground city, such armed forces would likely create no significant waves. In any case, this was indeed a formidable crisis. Chapter 232. Blitzkrieg according to the latest news from Yao Yi, following extensive persuasion by Gu He. Several high-ranking officials from other empires decided to send strong warriors to observe tomorrow's duel. Clearly, these individuals harbored ill intentions, especially since we had previously devoured the entirety of the Meitel family's wealth. Consequently, these individuals would likely come with a sense of urgency, with an estimated 7 or 8 Do Zong and 30 to 40 Do Huang among them. Lung Ji-ing sighed deeply, her heart heavy with concern for the impending 3-year agreement. This was almost a crushing situation. It is crucial to note that with the addition of Medusa, they had only 4 Do Zong, and Woden, piloting the Black War Hammerer, was ill-suited for such a confrontation. while their Do Huang numbers were merely a quarter of the enemy's, representing a significant disadvantage. Upon hearing Leng Zhiying's words, the expressions of those present turned anxious, as this situation was akin to an impending disaster. However, their morale remained unbroken, and they sat together to discuss strategies against the enemy, a remarkable feat in itself. It is well known that betrayal is rampant in this world. Just like within the Gamma Empire, when war looms, the high-ranking officials might swiftly become disunited, and strong warriors defecting is a commonplace occurrence. The apparent strength of the Gamma Empire does not reflect its true foundation, as numerous hidden families lurk in the shadows, some possessing legacies that rival the former Yunlan zone. Yet, while these individuals may be willing to take advantage of favorable situations, it is unlikely they would willingly fight to the death for a foreign nation. Even the former Yunlan zone exhibited similar sentiments. "Commander, I have a plan." Unlike the others, who felt helpless, Faraday clearly had experience in such situations. Despite the changes in warfare since the interstellar era, he did not feel disheartened by the significant disparity in strength. After all, he had fought numerous battles against overwhelming odds. "Oh, please enlighten us," Leng Zhiying responded, picking up on Faraday's slightly confident tone and recalling the preparations he had instructed her to undertake recently. The others turned their attention to Faraday, eager to hear the insights of Leng Zhiying's foremost strategic advisor, as they considered themselves mere enforcers, lacking tactical acumen in comparison to him. Faraday scanned the room, stood up, and retrieved a holographic projector from seemingly nowhere. He activated it, revealing a three-dimensional map of the Northwest continent before everyone. He succinctly stated, "I propose an offensive." This declaration startled the group of experts. In their already disadvantageous position, they were not considering defense, but rather an attack. Had he lost his mind? Woden's state man and Qing Lin did not share the disbelief of the Yunlan Zone members. Instead, their expressions turned serious as they contemplated the possibilities. Leng Zhiying's eyes lit up as she suddenly grasped Faraday's plan. In this battle, the Kuha army would struggle to make a significant impact. As with the low-level insect swarm hastily birthed by Qing Lin, Faraday did not elaborate further, but explained directly. "However, if we utilize our forces for an offensive, launching surprise attacks on those empires that have dispatched their strongest warriors, they would have no means to resist. They would be left at our mercy. Even if most of them had already reached Gamma's sacred city, by leveraging our underground network, we could undoubtedly depart from the Gamma Empire without anyone being the wiser, eliminating any witnesses along the way." He then decisively slammed his hand down on the map of a neighboring empire, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "The Falun Dong Empire is an excellent starting point. It has 3 Do Huang, 2 of whom are participating in this battle, along with Johnny and V, providing us with high-end combat power. Defeating 1 or 2 Do Huang should be a cinch. Once we swiftly conquer the first, the remaining forces in countries with weaker defenses than the Falun Dong Empire will undoubtedly capitulate. If we can plunder the resources of these nations, we shall have no worries ahead." This is an exceedingly audacious plan, and to realize it means, first and foremost, betraying one's allies. The inherent risks are immense. Should adversaries retaliate and the outcomes of our offensive fail to meet expectations, we may find ourselves ensnared in a precarious situation, potentially costing the entire Kaha Group army. Nevertheless, the potential rewards are undeniably enticing. The Mita Air family has provided Leng Zhiying with an abundance of urgently needed resources and over 200,000 Wanjia coins, not to mention the treasures from the treasuries of other nations. Of course, all of this hinges on Leng Zhiying's ability to withstand the onslaught. Should she falter against the formidable opponents sent by the enemy or suffer defeat, those of us isolated outside would be left to await our demise. "Brother Faraday, this plan seems rather perilous, does it not?" Yin Yun voiced her concerns. As a conservative, she preferred to consolidate everyone's strength against the foe, deeming such a dispersed tactic akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice. "Indeed, sistering, perhaps we should reconsider?" Nailin Yinran added her voice of caution. Yet, Leng Zhiying held a favorable view of Faraday's strategy. The Qing Lin and Chongluo had been bound for merely over 20 days. Yet they were already capable of mass-producing the most basic jump insects and exploding bugs. As of today, the total number of exploding bugs was in the tens of thousands. Coupled with the agile Kaha group army, this formed a force that boasted high combat capability, powerful firepower, swift speed, and exceptional organization. With the main forces of our adversaries deployed elsewhere, the likelihood of success seemed exceedingly high. Let us proceed, as Faraday suggests. I have my own ways to manage Yunlan's sect, so there is no need for concern. Lung Jing shrugged, appearing willing to risk everything for the sake of wealth. In fact, weeks prior, Faraday had presented her with a proposal to address this crisis, cultivating mushrooms. As the name implies, this entailed burying a multitude of high-yield nuclear bombs beneath the Yunlan sect to be detonated when the assailants arrived and could not prevail, thus obliterating them. The nuclear weapons of the interstellar era are remarkably advanced, capable of achieving a kill without harming allies, seemingly enhanced by some form of immunity. It was this very technology that emboldened Woden to self-detonate without hesitation. However, this mechanism could only grant immunity to living beings, meaning that while those present might survive, the entirety of Yunlan's sect would undoubtedly be reduced to ruins. Thus, Lung Jing had already arranged for the disciples of Yunlan's sect to temporarily seek refuge in the underground city. Although Yun Yun and others were aware of Lung Jing's lethal trump card, the Yunlan sect was, after all, their home, a rare treasure that no one wished to see destroyed. Henceforth, this plan shall be dubbed the Yellow War Plan. Faraday, commence the operation at once. As you command. My lord. Chapter 233. On Yunlan Mountain, the Yunlan sect is established atop Yunlan Mountain, situated several thousand miles from the Gamma Holy City. The two entities standing in stark contrast to one another like two colossal titans. For this day, Xiao Yin had awaited 3 years, yet he did not hasten his journey. Rather, he walked at a measured pace, his expression grave. 3 years have passed, Nalan Yin ran. Lung Jing. Perhaps this time you will lose not only your pride, but also your lives. On the expansive road, Xiao Yin, clad in a black robe, moved slowly, attracting astonished glances from the carriages passing by, for behind him trailed a formidable throng of masked warriors, their imposing presence deterring anyone from approaching, even from a distance. Observing Xiao Yan's unhurried demeanor, one of the cloaked figures expressed discontent. Young friend Xiao Yan, we must quicken our pace. This is not a matter of glory. I hope you can conclude your battle swiftly, so that we may disperse early and avoid leaving any substantial evidence. Xiao Yan could only nod helplessly, hastening his steps toward Yunlan Mountain. To be honest, he too felt this was not a matter of honor. However, recalling how that vile creature had persistently tormented him, Xiao Yan found his guilt diminished. Previously, he had always been the oppressed. Now, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Standing at the mountain's base, Xiao Yan gazed upward at the enormous plaque forged from pure gold, rendered speechless by the extravagance that could only be attributed to that wretched being. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and stepped lightly onto the similarly golden steps. The moment he did, a wave of inferiority washed over him. Realizing that the entirety of his wealth paled in comparison to this single step, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Yet, no one from Yunlan's sect even appeared to taunt him, which only added to his frustration. Behind him, the group of cloaked figures, all of whom possessed strength no lower than Do Huang, were equally astonished by the opulence of Yunlan's sect. Though each was a top-tier powerhouse of their respective nations, none could afford to pave their paths with pure gold. With a tumultuous blend of emotions surging within him, Xiao Yin maintained his steady pace, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the summit where a woman sat in meditation. Nalan Yin ran. The name, imbued with calm yet tinged with other emotions, slipped quietly from his lips. At the foot of the steps lay a vast plaza shrouded in mist, yet it did not adhere to the customary opulence of gold. Rather, it was constructed from fire attribute materials, which, while highly combustible, were also remarkably durable. With his current strength, he could not hope to incinerate them with Wind Fury Dragon Flame. In the center of the plaza stood a colossal stone tablet, towering majestically. Inscribed with the names of all past sect masters, and those who had significantly contributed to the sect. It was indeed striking to see an ordinary stone tablet amidst such lavish surroundings. At its center was a grand dais divided into 3 tiers. On the first level sat 19 individuals, their imposing presence rivaling that of Hai Buodong, all evidently Dohuang. Some possessed lower soul powers, while others exhibited strengths surpassing even that of the ancient river he had encountered, undoubtedly powerful alchemist and weapon master. Among them was a peculiar young boy with violet hair, whose aura bore a semblance to the purple crystal wing Lion King. Yet, Xiao Yin thought little of it. After all, it was merely a similarity in power. How could that wretched creature possibly concoct transformation pills to feed an unfamiliar magical beast? The second tier housed the old sect master Yinshan, the head of Shui Yu Palace Luo Qianro, as well as Kanna and Xiao Kai, though Xiao Yin was uncertain of the latter two's capabilities. Sharing a space with 2 great Dozong indicated they likely possessed ancient magical beast bloodlines, their strength comparable to Dozong. On the highest tier were 3 individuals: the current Yunlan sect master Yun Yun, his intended opponent Nalan Yanran, and in the center, naturally, stood Lung Jing. Unlike the others, Lung Jing did not sit upon the dais but stood upright, leaning on a staff. Clad not in ordinary robes, but in a fitted uniform tailored previously in the City of Night, this appearance rendered her nearly unrecognizable. When Xiao Yin had last encountered Lung Jing, she had embodied the image of a whimsical girl. Now, she exuded an air of authority. At this moment, she surveyed the approaching crowd with an impassive gaze, seemingly indifferent to the events that were about to unfold. Upon witnessing this scene, an elderly figure cloaked in black, positioned behind Xiao Yin, couldn't help but exclaim, "What remarkable resolve! Have you truly dismissed all those below the Dohuang level? Yet, it is to be expected. Those individuals are merely cannon fodder in their eyes. In their perception, disciples are merely pawns to be sacrificed in times of conflict. Even if one person can withstand a single strike from a formidable opponent, it is deemed useful. Conversely, the other party has chosen to act contrary to this notion, opting to confront the challenge alone in order to protect the weaker ones. In this respect, they can only feel inadequate. What use is that? Long Lao, do not let her actions sway your judgment." A voice interjected from behind, revealing itself to be Gu He, that scoundrel. "Humph, mind your own business. I do not require your guidance." Long Lao cast a cold glance at Gu He, showing no courtesy despite his status as a 6th-grade alchemist. As a powerful Dozong of the Tianlong Empire, he had more than one 6th-grade alchemist under his command and did not regard Gu He with the same reverence as lesser empires. Taken aback by the disdainful glance, Gu He felt a jolt. For the past month, he had been treated with great respect in various nations, leading him to become somewhat arrogant. Yet, in the eyes of the Tianlong Empire, he was merely a larger-than-average insect. After reprimanding Gu He, Long Lao turned his gaze toward Xiao Yin, implying that it was now his turn to speak. Just as Xiao Yin took a couple of steps forward, ready to address the crowd, Nalan Yin leapt from the platform, landing steadily in the center of the square. Her expression was strikingly calm, and as Xiao Yin prepared to speak, she cut him off decisively. "It has been long since we last met. There is no need for superfluous words. Less battle." Chapter 234. The 3-Year Agreement. The wind's extreme and the sunset's radiance. Without any unnecessary dialogue, Nalan Yin launched straight into her most powerful attack. She had little to say to Xiao Yin, for to her, he was akin to a stranger. Even though he had previously subjected her to severe humiliation, issuing challenges and speaking harshly, she no longer felt the sting of those past grievances. Since the arrival of Mei at Yunlan's sect, she had not encountered any distress, living a life as if she were a protected princess, engaging in daily activities with Mei, eating, sleeping, practicing, shopping, and so forth. In essence, this tranquil and warm daily routine had dulled her once fiery spirit, and any desires she harbored were fulfilled by Mei. Thus, her sole focus now was to defeat the contemptible figure before her. Xiao Yin, upon observing her formidable stance, felt a wave of terror wash over him. Good heavens! Has Nalan Yin taken some kind of potion? She has reached the 3rd-star Do Ling level. With her initial move, she unleashed her full power, leaving Xiao Yan with no opportunity to react. He was compelled to follow her lead, transforming the confrontation into a decisive duel. Despite being merely a 2nd-star Do Shi, he found himself overwhelmed by her near-overwhelming strength. With a slight movement of his hands, he summoned Bone Spirit Cold Fire and Wind Fury Dragon Flame, merging them with vigor, resulting in a lotus of flames forming in his grasp. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Without a hint of superfluous dialogue or warm-up, they launched their strongest attacks upon meeting, fully aware that the outcome of this battle was inconsequential compared to the impending clash involving nearly 100 Do Huang experts. Soon, the massive sword energy unleashed by Na Lan Yin Ran collided with the dual-colored fire lotus conjured by Xiao Yan, resulting in a tremendous explosion that ravaged the arena, obscuring the outcome from the spectators. However, both combatants shared a mutual understanding to establish a protective barrier, preventing the energy fluctuations from affecting the surrounding structures. Although they had clearly come to provoke, they still exercised restraint before instigating any real trouble. Watching the battlefield, veiled in smoke and mystery, Leng Zhiying felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly. To be candid, while Na Lan Yin Ran's strength surpassed Xiao Yan significantly. Recalling Xiao Yan's prowess in defeating Yun Ling in the original narrative, it remained uncertain whether she could withstand his explosive power. Reflecting on this, Leng Zhiying scrutinized the materials laid upon the ground, all of which were at least 5th-grade fire-type substances, extremely fire-resistant yet volatile, akin to a powder keg encased in obsidian. If the outer protective layer remained intact, nothing would occur. However, should that barrier be breached, the entire area would ignite instantaneously. This strategy had been formulated during her time in Medusa's lair. If the void-devouring flame were to engulf these materials, the resulting inferno would escalate to a terrifying level, capable of annihilating even the most ordinary Do Huang experts. Even a peak Do Huang, like Medusa, would suffer grievously, and Do Zong experts would be left scrambling for survival. Moreover, Leng Zhiying could manipulate the flames to target enemies while sparing allies, an exceedingly fearsome capability. This was merely her first strategy, designed to minimize losses. Her second plan involved detonating 100 strategic-level fusion warheads buried deeper, obliterating both the adversaries and the entirety of Yunlan Mountain. These 100 strategic fusion warheads had cost Leng Zhiying a staggering 500,000 Wanjia coins, equivalent to 50 million gold coins each, aimed solely at ensuring the complete elimination of her foes on Yunlan Mountain. However, executing such a plan would result in colossal losses for her, prompting her to fervently advocate for a blitz strategy, not for profit, but merely to recoup her investment. Nevertheless, while Leng Zhiying possessed some resistance to nuclear blasts, she could not emerge unscathed, anticipating to endure roughly 1/10 of the damage dealt to her enemies. Yet, this level of damage remained exceedingly terrifying. Until the very last moment, Leng Zhiying was loath to detonate these costly devices that could potentially harm her allies. As her thoughts settled, the smoke on the platform began to dissipate, revealing the figures of Na Lan Yin Ran and Xiao Yan. Na Lan Yin Ran was on one knee, her sword plunged into the ground to support herself, while Xiao Yan stood firm, albeit trembling violently. It was evident that his injuries were far less severe than those of Na Lan Yin Ran. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he raised his Xian Zhong Qi, declaring, "It is over, Na Lan Yin Ran. Should you choose to surrender, I could grant you a modicum of dignity in defeat as a gesture of gratitude for that scoundrel's life-saving intervention." It must be noted that despite Xiao Yan's somewhat lecherous demeanor, he was undeniably a man who distinguished clearly between gratitude and enmity. Previously, during the incident in the desert, he had been inadvertently saved by Leng Zhiying. Otherwise, he would have surely perished beneath Medusa's strike. Now, he was prepared to seize this opportunity to repay that debt. He harbored a premonition that this encounter would not lead to the demise of that scoundrel. Rather, it was conceivable that the latter might even triumph in this contest, albeit at a significant cost. Thus, this debt of gratitude warranted repayment. Deep within, he sensed an ominous threat, a perilous crisis that could prove fatal. Therefore, he resolved to make a swift exit. Otherwise, he risked becoming collateral damage alongside these formidable intruders. Is it over? Na Lan Yin ran, kneeling upon the ground, gazed at her bloodied arms, reflecting in a daze. Suddenly, a hint of a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She discarded the long sword in her hand, slowly moving her right hand towards her waist, where lay the token of love gifted to her by Ying Mei, McCulley's small revolver. Subsequently, Na Lan Yin drew her gun, fixing her unyielding gaze upon Xiao Yin, devoid of any emotion. Almost instantaneously, Xiao Yin sensed something was amiss. It felt as if he had been locked onto by a lethal force. The battle armor, which had previously dissipated in light of his anticipated victory, reattached itself to him. Yet it did not alleviate his current predicament, merely lessening the sense of impending doom slightly. However, a second later, that deadly sensation returned with full force. The hour of noon had arrived. Chapter 235. The Battle of the 100 Sovereigns. Xiao Yin had once heard the words of Yao Lao. In the face of insurmountable odds, one must never persist stubbornly. Instead, one should flee and preserve one's life. Xiao Yin fully agreed with this sentiment. Thus, without hesitation, he turned and fled. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. He understood all too well. The Ziyun wings suddenly unfurled, and Xiao Yin swiftly darted into the distance, a treasure he had once stumbled upon in a cave within the monster beast mountain range. Now, whether he could safeguard his life hinged entirely on it. Within mere seconds, Xiao Yan's figure had dwindled to a mere black dot. However, from Na Lan Yan's perspective, a massive skull seemed to cling resolutely to Xiao Yan's form, prompting her to pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! After the gunfire, Xiao Yan's silhouette in the distant sky wavered a few times before plummeting, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, Long Lao, the leader among the group of black-robed figures, stepped forward, indignantly exclaiming, "You dare? It is merely a contest. Why must you take the life of my old friend's grandson? If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall personally seek justice." Lung Zhiying said nothing further, merely nodding slightly to the surrounding crowd. Following this, Yin Shan, Meidu Sha, and Luo Qianro swiftly appeared behind the throng of black-robed individuals, launching a sudden attack that elicited a cacophony of screams. The group was instantly bewildered. What was this? Normally, wouldn't they engage in verbal sparring first? Instead, they had begun by slaughtering the cannon fodder. Such disregard for martial ethics among the youth. No one had anticipated that the seemingly disadvantaged Lung Zhiying would strike without warning. The coalition from other empires typically placed strong fighters at the forefront and the weak behind. However, this ambush resulted in the immediate demise of several Douhuang, while injuring many others, proving to be extraordinarily effective. Brats, how dare you? Seeing their allies ambushed, several Douzong from the Tianlong Empire erupted in fury, immediately surrounding Yun Shan and the others in a 2-to-1 formation. It seemed that the originally planned preemptive strike had transformed into a rescue mission akin to a fairy tale. Although this large group of Douhuang did not hail from a single faction, they were all essentially subordinate to the Tianlong Empire, which, while appearing sovereign, was merely a vassal state. As such, how could the Douzong of the Tianlong Empire not be enraged? Encircled by powerful adversaries, Yun Shan and Luo Qianro remained unfazed, as though they had anticipated this scenario. Yun Shan unleashed a formation plate, enveloping the three of them in a brilliant blue protective shield, which left the Douzong, who had aimed for a swift resolution, in a predicament of indecision. Unlike Yun Shan, who had only achieved the 4-star Douzong status with Lung Zhiying support, Luo Qianro was a genuine high-level harmonization stage powerhouse, on the verge of reaching the ascendant stage. Her formidable strength translated to an impressive 9-star Douzong, and with the innate power of the cultivation world, she could easily contend with 2 adversaries. However, the Douzong dispatched to besiege the Yunlan sect were no ordinary foes. The 8 Douzong were renowned veterans, each more experienced than Yun Shan, with none below 5 stars. Luo Qianro was acutely aware of this fact and chose not to engage them head-on. Instead, she continuously layered the recently crafted defensive formation plates as if they were of no consequence. The purpose of all this was to draw the fire of these opponents, thereby allowing Leng Jiying to have a more advantageous offensive environment. Everyone, the success or failure rests upon this moment. Charge. Leng Jiying pointed fiercely at the densely packed black-robed figures. She swiftly brought back the panting Na Lan Yen Ran, securing her safely before soaring into the air. Her hands ignited with black flames, seemingly preparing to execute her ultimate plan. Upon hearing Leng Jiying's command, Kong Na and Xiao Zi transformed into their true forms, standing resolutely before the crowd, ready to serve as shields. The members of Shuai Palace formed a grand array behind them, their powers significantly enhanced within the formation, bolstering their defensive capabilities. Kong Na led the charge, her armor rendering her impervious to harm. Despite facing 60 to 70 Do Huang, they were disorganized and lacked cohesion. Perhaps they had not anticipated that the Yunlan sect had concealed so many trump cards, arriving unprepared. It was well known that the bloodline of the beast surpassed that of humans, and Kong Na's appearance undoubtedly caught them off guard. As the tide of battle appeared to shift favorably, Leng Jiying's grave expression showed no signs of easing. She entrusted Na Lan Yen Ran to the uninvolved Yun Yun, saying, "Sister Yun Yun, take Yen Ran back to the underground city. We can hold them off a little longer here." Yun Yun gazed deeply at Leng Jiying, understanding her intentions. Firstly, her own strength was comparatively insignificant among the Do Huang, making her susceptible to injury or even death amidst the chaos. Secondly, her presence would hinder Leng Jiying's capabilities, as there were many tactics she would hesitate to employ to ensure Yun Yun's safety. Thus, she said nothing more, accepting Na Lan Yen Ran with a worried expression. "Sister Ying, take care. Rest assured, Sister Yun Yun. After this ends, I will return to marry you." Leng Jiying patted her chest, uttering a phrase that had likely spelled doom for countless promising youths. To be honest, she didn't genuinely believe that uttering such words would lead to defeat. Yet aside from the curse of returning home, the sentiment was certainly evocative. Upon hearing this, both Yun Yun and Na Lan Yen Ran blushed, nodding softly, "MHM, we await your return." Afterward, the wings on Yun Yun's back unfurled dramatically, and she soon vanished from sight. Initially, the coalition of empires caught between two forces was chaotic, relentlessly attacking Kong Na. However, upon realizing the futility of their efforts, they redirected their focus toward the Zi Jing Wing Lion King, awaiting the arrival of the Do Zone to deal with this unknown dragon species. Though Xiao Zi had made significant strides in power recently, reaching the pinnacle of a 6-tier monster, she ultimately could not transcend her current realm. Thus, under the combined assault of dozens of Do Huang, she began to show signs of retreat and had to fall back behind the members of Shuai Palace to recuperate. Heavenly thunder descends. More ominously, as the Do Zone from the other side regained their composure, they immediately dispatched 3 to besiege Kong Na, previously tough and resilient. Having already taken down several Do Huang, she now found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. Her physical strength far surpassed that of these Do Zone. Yet in terms of skills and tactics, she was at a distinct disadvantage. The combat skills granted by her true form were limited to basic spells like breathing fire and controlling winds, rendering it arduous to inflict meaningful harm on these Do Zone foes. Chapter 236, The Ambush of the Lower Realm Council Extreme Ice Arrow. After the brief advantage had passed, the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy finally manifested. The members of Shuai Palace began to exhaust their energies, causing the formation to operate at an increased frequency. This formation emphasizes the convergence of the strength of 18 individuals to launch an attack against opponents of the same rank. The Do Huang could be said to take a life with every strike. However, now that their formation has been laid bare before the enemy, this formidable single-target assault formation is utterly incapable of countering such a multitude of foes. Not only has the situation on the front line taken a dire turn, but the 3 individuals fighting behind enemy lines are facing a similar predicament. This group of Dozong are seasoned veterans of battle, adopting a strategy of encirclement without direct assault. They simply unleash a barrage of ordinary attacks to harass, while allowing over a dozen Do Huang under their command to wear down Luo Qianrou's barrier, continuously depleting her strength, while the remaining 5 Dozong maintain their positions, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. Lung Jiying observed this scene with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Indeed, absolute power can overshadow all. Before the battle, they had rehearsed their tactics countless times to maximize their effectiveness. Although their actual achievements were not insignificant, having slain nearly 20 Do Huang, the fatigue evident among their ranks, having launched their strongest attack right from the outset, suggested that they might soon face annihilation, and the ultimate outcome would likely remain unchanged. Casting a glance at the void-devouring flame in her hand, Lung Jiying sighed deeply and suddenly hurled the void-devouring flame towards Kanna, shouting, "Kanna, use that move." Upon hearing this, Kanna turned her head, braving the frenzied onslaught of several Dozong, and unleashed a torrent of flame towards the thrown void-devouring flame. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." Dragon Lao, who had been closely observing the battle from the rear, felt an ominous sensation upon seeing the void-devouring flame. Connecting it to the ground they occupied, his face changed dramatically. Others, after a moment of contemplation, also grasped the horror of this situation and ceased their attacks, quickly taking to the air to escape the impending disaster. Boom! Driven by Kanna's dragon flame, the petite void-devouring flame struck the ground, igniting it in an explosive manner reminiscent of a domino effect. A group of unaware Do Huang immediately became ensnared by the flames, their anguished cries abruptly silenced within moments. Fortunately, under Dragon Lao's guidance, most managed to react in time and ascended into the sky, narrowly avoiding calamity. Dragon Lao waved his hand, conjuring a fire attribute barrier to envelop the surviving individuals, gazing silently at the terrifying black sea of flames below. He understood well that using an ice attribute barrier against such exotic fire would be futile. Thus, he opted for a fire attribute barrier, which, while not designed for defense, was ideal for mitigating the horrific heat from below. After surveying the crowd and realizing they had lost over 10 comrades, Dragon Lao understood that they could not afford further delays. He handed the barrier core to another Dozong beside him and calmly instructed, "Continue with the previous battle plan. I shall return shortly." In the next moment, a fissure appeared in the air, and Dragon Lao stepped into it, vanishing from sight. Lung Jiying was struck with horror at this sight. Breaking the void? Wasn't that a technique exclusive to Dozun? Could it be that Dragon Lao was indeed a Dozun? Once they regained their composure, the battle in the skies erupted anew. Although this unexpected ambush had cost them over 10 Do Huang, not a single Dozong had fallen, and they still maintained overwhelming dominance. Aside from a slight increase in their casualty ratio, Lung Jiying's actions seemed to have had no substantial impact. "Young friend, what a clever scheme. It is no wonder you are the target personally named by our Dragon Lord. I fear that any misstep on my part may lead to your machinations succeeding." Just as the battlefield was ablaze with chaos, an aged voice suddenly resonated behind Lung Jiying. There was little anger or hatred in his tone, merely the natural cadence of a conversation between old friends. This person was none other than Dragon Lao, who had vanished from the battlefield. Lung Jiying was not at all surprised. In truth, she had long recognized that the opponent's objective was her, the mastermind behind the chaos. She had no means to resist. However, she had not forgotten that she had buried 100 fusion warheads, with at least 30 in the very spot beneath her, intended to thwart any assassination attempts. But upon hearing his words, she was taken aback, as if he had divulged something of great significance, and she continued, "Dragon Lord? Who is that?" "Who the Dragon Lord is does not matter, nor is it for you to know. What is important is that your actions have drawn his and other notable figures' attention, and thus we must eliminate you," Dragon Lao stated beside Lung Jiying, his tone exceedingly calm as he surveyed the fiercely raging battlefield. "Surely, you do not believe we are here merely for your assets? In truth, All these individuals have relied on the resources bestowed by the Dragon Lord to attain their status as Do Huang or even Do Zone. This is why the Jiamar Empire appears so weak. Even a few of us can easily resolve the situation. Upon hearing this, Lung Ji-ing wore an expression of understanding, showing no surprise. She had long pondered how the Jiamar Empire, with Yunlan Zone, could muster nearly 100 Do Huang from a mere 5 Do Huang and 1 Do Zone. It now seemed evident that some hidden force was orchestrating everything behind the scenes, such as that member of the Lower Realm Council, Mo Chung. It was likely that Dragon Lao was also a member of that Lower Realm Council. So you intend to kill me? To eliminate the threat once and for all? Lung Ji-ing asked calmly, realizing that the absence of an immediate attack suggested he would not choose to kill her. However, if he affirmed her suspicion, she would detonate the nuclear bombs underground in an instant. Of course not, Dragon Lao replied, casting a teasing glance at Lung Ji-ing before elaborating. You are a person of significance to that entity. I will not kill you. Instead, I will strip you of everything you possess, eradicate your powers and memories, and exile you to a safe place to live out the remainder of your days. At this revelation, Lung Ji-ing's expression turned icy. For reasons unknown, she felt as if she had experienced something akin to having her memories erased before. Even after so many years, she could not recall the specifics. Thus, the thought of memory erasure felt far more intolerable than death itself. Chapter 237. The world's nuclear equilibrium. She did not even wish to inquire about the entity Dragon Lao referred to, feeling it unnecessary. Instead, she quietly retrieved a small device with a red button. So that is how it is. However, you cannot possibly believe that I have made no precautions and merely allowed you beasts to enter, Lung Ji-ing remarked, her demeanor becoming audacious as she regarded Dragon Lao, who seemed unconcerned by her subtle movement. Oh, I am quite surprised, considering you were aware of the impending event. Why did you not flee? Though Dragon Lao was knowledgeable, he ultimately did not recognize the purpose of the remote control. In his perspective, the capabilities of an object were determined by the energy it contained, a consensus shared across the continent. Thus, such a small device was evidently not formidable. Even if he had seen it, it would not have elicited concern. In his eyes, the so-called precautionary measures were merely words intended to intimidate. As she gazed at the sky, where the tide of battle was gradually collapsing, Lung Ji-ing's anxious heart began to settle. Turning to Dragon Lao, she smiled and said, I believe you have completely misunderstood, old man. It is evident that my greatest failure lies in not initiating an investigation into the Lower Realm Council after eliminating Mo Chung. Now, I must personally address this matter. At this point, Lung Jing unhesitatingly pressed the button in her hand, her expression transforming into one of fierce intensity. Kill them all. On that day, even the residents of Gamma Shengsheng, situated thousands of miles away, could witness the colossal mushroom cloud rising from Yunlan Mountain. No one comprehended its significance. Yet it was clear that what was once a mountain soaring thousands of zhang high had now morphed into a vast pit of equal depth, rendering it a forbidden zone for the entire Gamma Empire and even the northwestern continent. Congratulations to the host for completing the task line, the 3-year pact. Receiving a reward of 500,000 Wanjia coins, a time-space crystal, a fire attribute 5 spirit stones, a Yamato cannon, a career advancement transfer card, and an 80 discount trade card. Additional rewards for task node completion. Without the assistance of Hai Budong, Xiao Yin has defaulted on the completion of the side node at Yunlan Sect and secured victory in the 3-year pact against Nalin Yinran, earning a perfect task reward of 300,000 Wanjia coins, 2 pieces of 8th grade space steel plates, and 2 9th grade battleship armor upgrade packages. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 3 member of the Lower Realm Council, Long Yud, and receiving a time-space crystal as a reward. The system upgrade has been completed, unlocking the module, Lower Realm Council Member Hunting Directory. Update notes. Due to the host's overly aggressive actions, attention has been drawn from certain powerful entities, leading to a temporary disconnection of remote communication with subordinates. A temporary severance of certain bonds within this world, to be unlocked after the next task is completed, and a halt to activated inter-world teleportation and communication functions. although the choice of a new world remains available. Given the exceptionally high task completion rate, the host has received an additional level increase of 5. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Task update, main task, unique, task objective, eliminate Xiaoyan. Assisting task, 56, objective, within the Canaan Academy and the Black Corner Region dungeon. See Xiaoyan's opportunities and presence to the best of your ability. This task does not have nodes, but only completion rates. Rewards are issued randomly for every 20% increase in completion. Task rewards, a teleportation portal to any world. An omniscient crystal ball, system version update, a substantial amount of Wanjia coins, and 1 random chaos level treasure. Ah, it hurts, where am I? In an unfamiliar area. A young girl slowly rose from what resembled a prison card, gazing bewilderedly at the desolate world beyond the bars. The girl was Lung Jing, and after a brief moment of contemplation and recalling what the system had just communicated to her, she quickly remembered that she had been engaged in battle at Yunlan's sect. All right, I remember detonating a nuclear bomb. Could it be that I was blasted away to another location and picked up by someone? Lung Jing scratched her head, observing the numerous other girls imprisoned alongside her in the convoy, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Have I been abducted by human traffickers? Although she was uncertain about the situation at Yunlan's sect, the fact that she, the weakest among them, had survived suggested that the others were likely fine as well. With the formidable Kana on her side, it was reasonable to assume that her interests would remain safeguarded. As for her few friends, they too likely faced no significant issues. So there was no need for concern. However, she was still unclear about her current location. Based on her knowledge of the Gamma Empire, this barren environment could not possibly exist within its territory. Oh, why am I worrying? Haven't I reached the level of a 2-star, Do Huang? How could I possibly be trapped by something like this? With newfound confidence, Lung Jing stood, delivered a powerful punch, and with a resounding clang, her delicate fist collided with the bars of the prison card. Yet, aside from a painful hand, nothing else occurred. In this desolate expanse, the sharp sound quickly drew the attention of the others, and soon a lecherous man approached, whip in hand, expressing his impatience. What is going on? Trying to escape? It was then that Lung Jing realized the cage's material was far from ordinary. It seemed to absorb the fighting spirit of the imprisoned, a sinister substance indeed. Even a Do Zone would find their abilities sealed within this contraption, and with mere physical strength, which was barely superior to that of an ordinary person, she would have no hope of breaking free. Initially, Lung Jing considered using her substantial stockpile of Wanjia coins to call for external assistance, especially as her previously depleted funds had replenished after the nuclear bomb purchase. However, upon seeing the lecherous man, she abruptly changed her mind, adopting a tearful demeanor. Uncle, I'm so hungry and I want to go home. Can you tell me where this place is? As a trafficker, the man was accustomed to the pleas of the captured girls and detected no hint of deception. He replied, "This is the Black Corner region. We are heading to Black Seal City to sell you all to the Hawan sect as alchemical furnace things, understand? Goodness, the Black Corner region. I really have been blasted away." Rather than pondering how she had been propelled thousands of miles to the Black Corner region, Lung Jing was more intrigued by why the trafficker disclosed so much information to her, a clear breach of professional ethics. Was he perhaps a spy? However, it soon became clear that her suspicion was unfounded. Of course, little sister, if you're willing to come down and cooperate with me, I could secretly sell you elsewhere. After all, once you enter the Hawan sect, it's a one-way street. Lung Jing internally scoffed, recognizing that those who became traffickers were invariably insatiable. Nevertheless, a slight smile graced her lips as she adopted a subtly enticing tone, softly saying, "All right, but uncle, you must take care of me, okay?" The lecherous man eagerly rubbed his hands together, unlocking the prison cart's door with a wicked grin. He, of course, come down, little beauty. A moment later, not a single living man remained in the entire convoy. Huh, you vile creature, do you dare to covet my body with that rat-like appearance? Do you not know that only 6 people in this world can take advantage of me? Lung Jing clapped her hands, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment for having eliminated a blight upon the continent's young women. However, when she mentioned 6 people, she paused, realizing that in her memory, no one had yet reached the level of intimacy required to be considered among them. Furthermore, within the realm of Dopa, she only had 4 close friends. Why had she blurted out 6? Unbeknownst to her, the system had altered her thoughts to prevent her from immediately rushing back to the Gamma Empire to check on her friends upon waking. It redefined her connections, downgrading Nailin Yunran, Yun Yun, Xiao Yixian, and Yefei from the status of close companions, even to the extent of life and death, to merely ordinary friends, rendering them less significant than others like Faraday. Naturally, she wouldn't be concerned about their well-being in the wake of the fierce battle, as if her affinity for them had been modified. How absurd! It was as if she were no longer human. Setting aside these trivial thoughts, Lung Jing began to contemplate the pressing matter at hand. The scale of the traffickers' convoy was not insignificant. Although she had eradicated all the traffickers, she was now left with the daunting task of addressing the plight of the girls who were to be sold. In this desolate desert, the hundreds of girls lacked the strength of ordinary people, making their passage through this wasteland nearly impossible. She alone could not carry so many ordinary individuals, nor could she abandon them here. It was a deeply troubling predicament. Unless she travels with these young ladies, given their pedestrian pace, it seems she will be unable to accomplish anything for the next few months. Unfortunately, her system's marketplace offers no suitable means of transportation for the journey. Instead, it presents a plethora of siege tanks and infernal war vehicles, which, clearly, this group of young ladies would not be able to operate. However, the items from Huangxiangxiang contain various flying apparatuses, but these require a certain level of strength to wield, rendering them inaccessible to mere mortals. Not to mention the items from Dupo that are even more unmanageable. Just as Ling Jing finds herself in a dire predicament, a composed woman emerges from the panicked crowd of young ladies and respectfully addresses her. "Esteemed one, please attend to your matters and depart swiftly. We can fend for ourselves here. Your mercy in allowing us to avoid the degradation and torment at the hands of those wretches is a tremendous kindness. How could we possibly burden you further?" Her words evoke a profound silence among the surrounding girls. Indeed, since their capture or sale by their families, they had foreseen their grim fate. Now, the prospect of dying here without enduring unspeakable torment seems somewhat acceptable. Nevertheless, this declaration only strengthens Lung Jiying's resolve to rescue these young ladies. Alas, there is no choice but to call for external assistance. Glancing at her modest sum of over 1 million won GB, she feels a sense of satisfaction. The system has not wronged her, or she would be in a dire situation now. Skillfully selecting the option to summon from a designated world, she sets her target to Douluo'sDual and spends 800,000 won GB, soon encountering a familiar figure. Alanak, Wanjia level, 97 true strength upon recruitment, 6-star Dozuan with time. Strength will automatically increase until Doshing 7-star. Willingness to be recruited, extremely high. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Gao Jiangwo, Ling Jiying decisively confirms her choice. A familiar black hole materializes, and a tall figure exudes an air of authority, grinning wickedly as he surveys his surroundings. "Keek, I, Tatalin, the High Lord, have returned." Without hesitation, Lung Jiying delivers a sharp reprimand, stating, "What do you mean, Kek? Do you not see all these young ladies? You might frighten them." Gao Jiangwo sheepishly scratches his head. "I was merely trying to appear imposing." Interrupting him, Ling Jiying insists, "There is no time for that. Quickly enlarge yourself and take these young ladies away from this place." Indeed, she remembers that Gao Jiangwo can grow to an immense size, akin to the heavens. So having him escort these hundreds of young ladies should not pose a problem. What? I, Gao Jiangwo, would rather starve or leap to my demise than be treated as a mere tool for carrying passengers. He retorts indignantly, unwilling to be commanded in such a demeaning manner. An hour later, in Heian City, gazing at the vast metropolis before her, Ling Jiying cannot help but exclaim, "Impressive, Brother Jiangwo, you are quite swift." Gao Jiangwo remains silent, resembling a disgruntled spouse. Although they have arrived at Heian City, Ling Jiying remains troubled. In this ruthless domain, her formidable strength allows her to navigate with ease. Yet the lives of these young ladies are still at risk. She is certain that if they slip from her sight, they may well be abducted. After a momentous deliberation, Ling Jing resolutely instructs Gao Jiangwo, Brother Jiangwo, please escort them back to Jiama Empire. After that, assist Faradi and the others for a while. And summon Kana and Xiao Sai to join me. I currently face no significant crises, so there is no need for concern. Gao Jiangwo responds with disbelief. I've barely survived a 1,000-word narrative, and now I must depart again. Ling Jing simply feels that Gao Jiangwo's intimidating presence might complicate matters at Jialan Academy, where blending in would be challenging. However, Gao Jiangwo offers no further objections, adopting an expression that conveys, "You are the boss. Your word is law." Thus, Gao Jiangwo employs the same method, enlarging his form and leading the hundreds of young ladies according to Ling Jing's directions. Watching them depart, Ling Jing shakes her head in resignation. She too longs for a formidable bodyguard by her side. Yet, she suddenly realizes a grave issue. There's a problem with the system. This nagging sensation did not arise suddenly. She had sensed something amiss upon her arrival in this realm. It seems that all her uncertainties stem from this system, as if it has altered many facets of her existence to ensure her compliance. But what can she do? Even aware of the system's potential machinations, how could she resist it? At the very least, she can now relish the experience of solitary action, no longer subject to the system's dictates. Indeed, on the journey ahead, she desires to walk alone. Ultimately, Ling Jing gazes skyward and reflects. Uncertain if we are mad or foolish, we can only charge forward. Chapter 239. The grand plan to exterminate heaven. Uncertain if we are mad or foolish, we can only charge forward. On Douluo'sDual, within the papal palace, a woman clad in exquisite garments, appearing to be in her late 20s, stands atop the building, holding a glass of wine while observing the encroaching gloom of the sky. Uttering these words, behind her, at a tea table, two women of considerable merit sit. The older one is only slightly older than she, while the younger is merely around 16, their convivial atmosphere resembling that of an afternoon tea gathering. Noticing the standing woman lost in thought, the peer of similar age gently advises, "Sister, are you still contemplating that individual? Though she may be somewhat radical, she ultimately cannot breach our defenses. What's there to worry about?" The woman in exquisite attire remains silent, her gaze fixed on the sky as if it could penetrate countless worlds. Observing this, the other two return to their tea, refraining from interrupting her contemplation. However, an unwelcome presence soon intrudes. A strikingly handsome man approaches, bowing before the woman in exquisite garb, and in a high-pitched voice announces, "Your Holiness, the Grand Priest requests your presence." "Understood. You may leave," she replies. In this realm, only Bibidong can be referred to as the Pope, while the striking figure is the elderly eunuch Yue Guan. Upon hearing her words, Yue Guan bows again and takes his leave. The two women at the tea table have vanished, seemingly avoiding the encounter. Bibidong's face betrays no emotion, yet the cup in her hand gradually reshapes, ultimately crumbling to dust. "Bibidong, I grant you one last opportunity. If you allow Hao Tianzong to persist, you can relinquish your position as Pope." The Elder Hall's Grand Priest Qiandoliu admonishes as he gazes down at Bibidong, who kneels before him. "Yes, Father." Bibidong spoke with the demeanor of a marionette, declaring, "I have no daughter. If it were not for you, how could my son have perished? Leave at once." Qiandoliu appeared exceedingly enraged, his aura surging ominously, seemingly on the verge of striking. Despite the scathing rebuke, Bai Dong remained undisturbed within, reflecting, "Father, the power of Hao Tian's sect is formidable. My strength is insufficient to eradicate it. I can only compel it into seclusion." After a moment of silence, Qiandoliu finally replied, "Very well, you may leave." However, Bai Dong disregarded his words, instead broaching another topic. "May I see Ren Shui?" At this, Qiandoliu erupted with fury, violently sweeping his sleeve and casting Bai Dong aside, his voice seething with anger. "Ren Shui is the heir of the divine. She merely descends through your mortal form. Do not delude yourself into thinking you possess the right to be close to her. Depart." Qiandoliu's furious strike was undeniably powerful, propelling Bai Dong hundreds of meters away. Yet, she did not fall in disarray but stood firmly upon the ground. Upon hearing his words, Bai Bai Dong could no longer contain herself. Her expression twisted into a grimace as she drew forth an enormous sword. The blade was peculiar, seemingly imbued with boundless stars, exuding the energy of the entire universe. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of being devoured by a black hole, a terrifying prospect. Undoubtedly, a mere slash from this sword could obliterate Qian Daolu, allowing him to reunite with the deity he served. Just as Bai Bai Dong was poised to return to the Elder Hall with her sword, a fissure abruptly tore through the space, and a stout figure, weighing over 300 pounds, emerged. Upon seeing Bai Bai Dong's grim expression, he was instantly struck with fear, rushing to embrace her and wailing, "Sister, you must not kill him. If you do, our timeline will be reshaped once more." Killing is not permissible. Sudden contact with this rotund individual, combined with his comical utterance, caused Bai Dong's somber countenance to soften, her melancholic heart easing somewhat, realizing that with this man present, she could achieve nothing. Bai Dong sheathed her sword. "Very well, I shall not kill him." The stout man, relieved, released her and grinned. "That is more like it. I understand the timeline has just been reset. Some sacrifices are inevitable. How about I treat you to a meal?" This man, clearly a straightforward individual, seemed oblivious to the custom of offering gifts to women, instead suggesting a meal right off the bat. Bai Dong sighed, disregarding his words, and with a hint of melancholy, stated, "All I desire is to see my daughter. In this world, everything is illusory. Only she is real." Hearing this, the stout man fell silent, clearly unable to grasp the profound value of such maternal bonds. In a sense, Bai Dong's tragedy had led him to forego the continuation of his lineage, despite his numerous consorts. Gently patting her shoulder, he softly urged, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Once we resolve the heavenly laws of the lower realms, everything will improve. Then, nothing will impede your reunion with your daughter." The most ludicrous aspect of their plight was their desire to overthrow the cruel heavenly mandate while simultaneously ensuring the world's stability, allowing it to progress along its predetermined path to prevent collapse. Yet, the so-called heavenly laws incessantly summoned outsiders to vie for the protagonist's fortune, disrupting the existing harmony and steering the world toward a bizarre fate, ensuring they could never achieve their goals. Only when Tang San, the protagonist, ascended to divinity and defeated his own adversary could the world truly close itself off, preventing the heavenly laws from sending more traversers to wreak havoc. If the main storyline of Douluo Realm concluded flawlessly, this place could serve as a stronghold against the encroachment of heavenly laws, focusing on concluding the main narratives of other worlds to weaken the heavenly authority over this universe. In the end, through a process that would likely span millennia, they could strike a decisive blow and emerge victorious. Of course, this was an exceedingly gradual endeavor. Even after hundreds of cycles through Douluo Realm, they had yet to escape the heavenly control entirely. This implied that Bai Dong must act according to the original script, enduring countless tragedies, without utilizing any powers beyond the established limits. At most, she could take on the roles of screenwriter or director, directing others in their tasks. Failure to do so would result in the disruption of the timeline. Noticing Bai Dong was about to speak again, the stout man interjected, decisively stating, "Come on, let's not linger here. Let us go eat. I heard a renowned chef has opened a new establishment in town. Shall we invite Meng Xin and Xiao Wu to join us?" This time, Bai Dong said nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. "You go summon them. I will await you in the square." Subsequently, without any visible action, she vanished into thin air. The stout man gazed after Bai Dong's departing figure before shifting his attention to the elder hall nearby, his playful expression fading to a somber one. "This time, as a reincarnator, I shall personally descend and join you in your endeavors." Chapter 240. The core of all realms, Wanjie City is a wondrous place, reputed to be the trading hub for countless beings from hundreds of star realms across the 10 directions of the universe, where all, from mundane mortals to celestial saints, take pride in acquiring properties here. Although referred to as a city, Wanjie City is, in fact, a multidimensional space where the laws of time and space are nullified, While spatial laws are omnipresent, some structures may appear to be mere shops. Yet they're actually small worlds, including inns, allowing many travelers to visit in groups. Even if a realm permits only one traveler, the traveler can bring along dozens or even hundreds of relatives, with billions of realms in the 10 directions of the universe. Accommodating such a multitude of travelers necessitates this arrangement. The entire urban area is segmented into distinct zones, each with its own unique characteristics. Some are technological districts, others cultivation zones, and still others magical realms, with further subdivisions based on various cultivation systems and races. In summary, within Wanjia City, one can find everything desired. In the outside world, an individual's wealth may not correlate with their strength. However, within these confines, the wealthier one is, the more formidable their power becomes. With sufficient funds, one can procure anything, including longevity, fortune, and time itself. Naturally, these items can also be sold. The origin of this place remains a mystery. It is only known that the current city lord, Xiao Yuhong, possesses unfathomable strength, being the first and only individual to master 11 different systems. Outside of him, all others, even those of chaos-level beings, can only cultivate up to 10 systems with the assistance of Wanjia City. In the myriad realms, the motto is clear: everything has a price. An ordinary individual with immense wealth can effortlessly become a powerful being here, and conversely, a strong individual can easily acquire riches. Currently, Bai Dong sits in the largest square of Wanjia City, having chosen a random spot to wait quietly for the stout man's arrival. In this bustling metropolis, where countless beings converge, Bai Dong's appearance, though pleasing, falls short of the pinnacle of beauty. Not only does the aesthetic appeal of the human race inherently rank lower among the myriad of races, but Bai Dong herself also prefers to maintain a pristine and dignified demeanor without resorting to elaborate adornments or altering her appearance. Consequently, she appears rather unremarkable amidst the diverse races surrounding her. The square is sparsely populated, as all significant public areas in Wanjia City are prioritized under the spatial laws, akin to a gaming server, ensuring that individuals can meet their companions or appointments while automatically directing visitors to relatively vacant spaces. This arrangement provides ample opportunities for numerous vendors, as increased availability signifies more job openings. For reasons unknown, the server she inhabits is significantly underpopulated. Most beings are engrossed in conversation with their companions, oblivious to her presence, which she appreciates, relishing the tranquility. With a casual wave of her hand, she summoned a technologically advanced panel to peruse the information displayed. Name: Bai Dong race. Human female, membership level 10 strength. Level 999. All 10 cultivation systems at level 99. Ranking in Wanjia strength list. 2 account balance. Wanjia coins. 9. 680. 556. 432 origin points. 563. 200. 000. Time and space crystals. 1. 802. 348. 000 chaos stones. 32 chaos stars affiliated power. Lower realm council position. Vice President ranking of affiliated power in Wanjia City. First recent news in Wanjia City. Recently, under the joint recommendation of various powers, the 3rd Culinary Master Competition will be held tomorrow. Competitors include the previous champion, Grey Wolf. Popular contenders from the past 2 competitions, such as Little Fu Gui, Bald Chong, Lu Mongxing, and the renowned Yomu Kampaku, along with the dark horse, Rong Yanbing, competing for the championship. The victor will receive a storefront at 384 Tiandao Street and a legendary artifact, the Golden Shovel, which is said to be compatible with all tools. The betting event has officially commenced. Participation is welcomed. Upon glancing at the news, Bai Dong's interest was piqued. Each visit to Wanjia City, she made a point to catch up on the latest happenings, such as skirmishes between factions, romantic elopements of witches and saints, or the antics of mad scientists whose causal weaponry was suppressed by the saints. Such gossip was undeniably entertaining. Just as Bai Dong continued her browsing, a young human girl, appearing to be merely 14 or 15, approached her with a humble demeanor, cautiously inquiring, Are you the esteemed Bai Bai Dong of the Lower Realm Council? Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong looked at her and asked, And you are? The girl seemed unremarkable, devoid of any significant power. While she had a pleasant appearance, it was nothing extraordinary. Her attire was antiquated, reminiscent of a bygone feudal era. I wish to procure a batch of advanced military equipment. The girl continued, her voice tinged with trepidation. However, many refused to sell to us. So I have come to seek your assistance. Bai Bai Dong quickly grasped the situation. This girl likely sought to acquire weaponry, such as firearms and artillery, far beyond the capabilities of the cold weapon era. Yet, the trading regulations of Wanjie City impose restrictions on such transactions. The more advanced the technology sought, the higher the commission required by the city. Unless the buyer was willing to bear the tax, such transactions were typically conducted on a grand scale, as arms purchases were meant to equip entire nations, and few would entertain small orders. Nevertheless, even with reduced profit margins, there were always individuals willing to engage in such business, unless the venture was entirely devoid of profit. This, however, posed no issue for Bai Bai Dong. With the mindset of being idle, she inquired further, How much do you wish to acquire? The girl beamed with joy, producing a piece of paper and presenting it with both hands. Upon receiving it, Bai Bai Dong was taken aback. Typically, those from the cold weapon era sought simple firearms like flintlocks or smoothbore guns. At most, they might request advanced single-shot rifles. Yet here was a request for a plethora of submachine guns or semi-automatic and even fully automatic rifles. If anyone would sell such items, it would be surprising indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Bai Dong realized that fulfilling such a demand purely for monetary gain would be nearly impossible due to the vast disparity in technological eras. Thus, she replied, I can provide you with these items, but you must establish a location in your world for us to develop. And you must not interfere in our activities. Do you possess the authority for this? This approach was quite common in Wanjie City, implying that she could forego payment. But the world must be open for their exploration. Even a mere mortal planet could yield profits, such as mining deep subterranean resources, though most factions lacked the capability to undertake such endeavors. Generally, feudal-era emperors would accept such terms, as the resources unearthed by outsiders were unattainable for them. If they could exchange this for military power sufficient to dominate the world, it would be a remarkably advantageous trade. However, the young girl hesitated, merely stating, I need to think about it, before hastily departing. Bai Bai Dong shook her head. Typically, few dared to engage her in conversation, and this girl, likely new to the city, had yet to comprehend the intricate power dynamics at play. Once she grasped the reality, she would surely regret her decision. Paying no further mind to the incident, Bai Bai Dong resumed her perusal of gossip news. Just as she opened a new page, a lewd voice interrupted her. Hey there. Sister, have you been waiting long? Upon lifting her gaze, she found Fat Yi accompanied by the two young ladies from their previous tea gathering. Without acknowledging him, Bai Bai Dong stood and walked to her close friends, taking their hands and lightly addressing Fat Yi. Where to? Lead the way. Observing the close bond among the three, Fat Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, remarking, When will you treat me with such warmth like you do with Meng Xin and Xing Ruo? We are sworn siblings, after all. Why so distant? Noticing Bai Bai Dong's expression darkening, Fat Yi quickly fell silent and led the way ahead. Sister, another cycle is about to begin, and I truly do not wish to part with Xiao Wu. The rabbit-eared girl beside Bai Bai Dong lamented, her face devoid of joy, instead clouded with melancholy. In response, Bai Bai Dong released her hand, instinctively reaching up to stroke the girl's large ears, causing her to blush. The previous gloom dissipated significantly, and she finally spoke, Qing Ruo, we are both mothers now, and I understand your feelings. However, it is unavoidable. We, as characters who have been adults since the onset of the timeline, can find ways to escape the cycle, while those who have been woven into the timeline since birth cannot. So we must endure. The girl named Qing Ruo fell silent, yet her worried expression remained unchanged. Bai Bai Dong sighed, opting not to press further. In truth, their fates were nearly indistinguishable. She was the mother of Qian Rinxue and the chief antagonist, while Qing Ruo was the mother of the protagonist, Xiao Wu. After she transcended the cycle of reincarnation, the fates of many beings intertwined with hers also underwent a transformation, including that of Wu Ma. In the ensuing time, she had completely abandoned the cultivation of the soul power, deeming it a worthless system. All the soul rings and aura she displayed were mere simulations, devoid of authenticity. Consequently, without the need to coalesce soul rings, Wu Ma was incapacitated and taken away by her during a certain reincarnation. Unable to bring herself to end Wu Ma's life, she confined her within her own internal space for nurturing. Subsequently, Bai Dong forgot about this incident. It was not until the Douluo continent was once again ravaged by a group of transgressors, leading to a reset of the timeline in accordance with the narrative, that they discovered Wu Ma was missing, prompting a recollection of having confined her. Due to the peculiarities of Bai Dong's internal space, the Douluo realm did not perceive Wu Ma as truly deceased. Thus, no new entity would be generated. Hence, Wu Ma, much like herself, acquired the ability to transcend the cycle of reincarnation, ultimately becoming an actress akin to her. Yes, an actress who met her end at the very beginning. It remains unclear whether Bai Dong persuaded or seduced her, but the two became exceptionally close friends. Alongside the adorably naive Qin Ming Xin, the trio traversed through countless reincarnations, hand in hand, over the span of millennia. However, Bai Dong still had the opportunity to meet Qian Renshui. Although she had to incite animosity in accordance with the original timeline setting, they would ultimately cross paths. In contrast, Wu Qingro had essentially lost all chances of encountering Xiao Wu after her untimely demise, merely catching a distant glimpse. Should they be discovered and their actions disrupt the narrative, they would be met with yet another cycle of reincarnation. Of course, if that were the extent of it, it wouldn't be so bad. The most egregious aspect was that their obedient daughter was treated like a task target by countless transgressors, even becoming infatuated with them, thus becoming part of their harem. Each time the reincarnation was reset, there was a minimum duration that must be adhered to if they prematurely intervened to conclude the narrative. It would lead to the collapse of the heavenly Tao, resulting in the world's annihilation. Thus, they could only watch as their obedient daughter was wooed by a throng of fools. The transgressors, having intertwined their fates with the protagonists, meant that eliminating them would symbolically signify the end of this timeline. Regardless of their efforts to avert this outcome, what was destined to occur would indeed transpire. Much like the last time when a little bat whisked her away. Noticing the gloom hanging over Bai Dong and Wu Qingro, the plump gentleman ahead shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Why fret over such matters? Otherwise, I could deploy a large force to maintain order. I refuse to believe any can slip through the cracks." Hearing this, Bai Dong was left speechless. And then, like last time, you'd mobilize an entire army and still fail to capture the son of a wealthy merchant? Cough, that was an accident. I didn't expect these natives to be so inept. This time, I'll send a few heads of the Eastern Factory to ensure absolute success. The plump gentleman coughed lightly, indicating they need not fixate on such details. Though the plump gentleman spoke with conviction, Bai Dong held little faith in his endeavors. His subordinates were notoriously difficult to keep track of. Even a minor leader in Wanjia City would possess considerable strength. Unfortunately, these individuals could not reveal excessive power during the narrative, and most being able to function as super Douluos. Moreover, the risks of exposure were considerable. If certain individuals caught wind of their shadows and relayed this to key characters, they would likely face yet another reincarnation. Sigh, let us forget it for now. Our immediate concern is to have a meal. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong lifted her head. What had initially appeared to be a spacious street was now teeming with people, all gathered around a single establishment. This place was known as Juxiaolu. Chapter 242, a wasteful thing gazing at the throngs of people ahead. Even Bai Dong felt a tingle of apprehension. Although the line moved swiftly, how long would it take to get through? In this chaotic, multiracial Wanjia city, their presence was remarkably diminished. Just then, amidst the clamor, a particularly loud voice pierced through the noise. "Make way! Make way! The Ming Emperor and the Pope have arrived." This voice seemed to possess a contagious quality. Everyone who heard it paused, then turned to the plump gentleman and Bai Dong's group, quickly stepping back to clear a path. What had been a queue of tens of thousands fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes fixated on the four of them, expressions filled with reverence. The plump gentleman scanned the crowd and spotted the one who had called out. After casting a look of approval, he and the three women proceeded through the path created by the multitude towards the opulent tavern. Upon reaching the entrance, the plump gentleman halted, turned around, and surveyed the gathered beings, then declared loudly, "Today, I am in high spirits. Everyone present shall receive 100,000 Wanjia coins." With that, he and the three women turned and entered Xiaolu. Upon hearing the plump gentleman's seemingly authoritative words and witnessing the sudden influx of 100,000 Wanjia coins on their panels, the tens of thousands present were initially stunned, then erupted into cheers. Woohoo! Long live the Ming Emperor! The Ming Emperor is eternal. Does the Ming Emperor need a leg warmer? Look at me. I want to warm the Ming Emperor's bed. The fox spirit from the demon clan chimed in. The Ming Emperor is the pride of our human race. How dare you covet him? Truly a wasteful thing this is. Bai Dong expressed her dissatisfaction with the plump gentleman's ostentatious behavior. The plump gentleman shot her a glare, his anger flaring. Does he dare? He could try me. Do you believe I want to shatter his rice bowl? Observing the plump gentleman's furious demeanor, Bibi Dong chucked softly. For reasons unknown, she found amusement in his flustered state. To him, nothing was more tragic than being ranked second among their sworn sibling trio, merely due to being born a few days later than the eldest. Thus, any mention of the words eldest or second that pertained to status would inevitably irritate him. In Wanjia City, every building contained a universe within, and this tavern, situated in the city's third ring, was no exception. As soon as they stepped inside, they were transported to a vast tavern constructed in a separate space. Its capacity at least 10 times that of what was visible outside, designed to accommodate more guests. As they conversed and laughed, they had not taken many steps when a young elven girl approached gracefully, bowing in greeting, and softly inquired, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Do you have a reservation?" Upon hearing this, Bai Dong turned to the plump gentleman. He appeared somewhat embarrassed, seemingly not having anticipated that a meal would require a reservation. However, considering it wasn't overly important, he boldly declared, "What is the cost if we don't have a reservation? Name your price. Let us go for the top configuration. Sorry, esteemed guests. But without a reservation, I am unable to make any decisions," the elven girl replied, her face reflecting her dilemma. She was merely responsible for welcoming guests, not for handling payments. Seeing the elven girl's predicament, Bai Dong shot a glare at the plump gentleman. "Why are you putting this poor girl in a difficult position? Don't you think you should inquire about the rules before causing trouble?" Due to the overwhelming influx of visitors in Wanjia City, it has become exceedingly difficult for ordinary chefs to accommodate patrons, resulting in a scarcity of on-site orders. Most diners opt for advance reservations. This, of course, does not apply to the privileged class, such as Pang Yi and Bai Dong. However, this establishment, evidently newly opened, shows no deference to them. "What is the big deal about 4 reservation slots?" Pang Yi scoffed, striding towards the teleportation point from which they had just emerged. Coincidentally, a couple from the Yao tribe had just arrived via teleportation, and Pang Yi approached them, blocking their path and stating bluntly, 1 million. I'll take your reservation slots." The couple, upon hearing this, instantly displayed expressions of wild joy. Being newcomers, they initially did not recognize who Pang Yi was, but having just received a reward of 100,000 from him, they quickly realized that he was one of the wealthiest individuals in the area. With Pang Yi offering a price 1,000 times their reservation value, they found it impossible to refuse. After securing 2 slots, Pang Yi repeated his strategy, using money to procure another 2 slots, and then returned to boast to Bai Dong. "See? Now we have reservations. Sister, you really should learn from my spending style. Isn't life meant for enjoyment? Hoarding those numbers serves no purpose." This time, Bai Dong refrained from retorting. In truth, she too longed for the joy that Pang Yi experienced. Her greatest wish was to bring Qian Rinxue to Wanjia City, utilizing her years of savings to elevate her beloved daughter to the highest level, and then relish all the wonders this world has to offer together. Regrettably, she found herself constrained, despite her formidable strength and exalted status, when it came to safeguarding the Douluo continent. She felt akin to a giant burdened with glass. One misstep could shatter it, all while she fended off those eager to break it. The mounting tension in the atmosphere prompted Pang Yi to hastily inquire of the elven girl before him. "Little sister, can you let us in now?" The elven girl, fully aware of Pang Ye's extravagant behavior, was taken aback. She knew that her monthly wages amounted to only a few hundred, and here was this unassuming figure casually spending $1 million. This was beyond extravagant. "Very well, esteemed guests, please follow me," she stammered after a brief hesitation, ultimately deciding to fulfill her duty as she led them to their reserved location. However, not everyone could afford to be as affluent as Pang Yi. Those he had stopped were scarcely able to afford even a standard reservation, let alone a more luxurious private room. Observing the surrounding noisy environment, Pang Yi felt displeased but chose not to voice his concerns, simply taking a seat. It must be said that the efficiency of the service here was remarkable. Within mere seconds of sitting down, several waitstaff arrived with their dishes. "Esteemed guests, here are the dishes you ordered, all served," the attendant announced with a respectful bow before departing. Bai Dong gazed at the scant few home-style dishes on the table, uncertain of what to say. The only unique aspect was the golden glow emanating from the dishes. Even a simple bowl of fried rice appeared as if crafted from gold. Pang Yi, however, was not picky. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of fish, its flesh still quivering as if alive, with an astonishingly tender texture that almost melted in his mouth. As the guests began their meal, the elven girl explained, "This is flying fish from a culinary planet, a rare species that glides through the air. Its prolonged aerial existence renders its meat far more delectable than ordinary fish." Pang Yi, however, remained unimpressed, commenting, "Mediocre at best. The ingredients are not top tier, and the culinary skills can only be described as ordinary. But I suspect this isn't the true level of the head chef. Perhaps he has learned a duplication technique." The elven girl, astonished, responded yes. Due to the overwhelming number of guests, Boss Liu had to learn the duplication technique to ensure he could accommodate more patrons. Though the quality of the duplicate's cooking is certainly inferior, Pang Yi bore an expression of indifference, but continued to attack the delicacies before him with fervor, resembling a glutton. And soon, little remained on the table. While this meal could not be classified as extravagant, it was certainly satisfactory. Following it, they were presented with an array of exquisite desserts and teas, a time often deemed most suitable for discussions. Speaking of which, the recent universe below has been rather tumultuous. It seems that certain entities have allied with the heavenly Tao of other universes to dispatch several races here, all possessing formidable reproductive capabilities that make complete eradication a daunting task. As he spoke, Pang Ye's demeanor shifted from casual to grave. Bai Dong, however, appeared nonchalant, stating, "If we cannot eradicate them entirely, we should take our time. The immediate priority is to complete the 2 major world lines." Pang Yi sighed, "Ah, sister, you simply do not comprehend the value of resources. Resisting them requires manpower, and money is secondary. My empire boasts a population in the trillions. Once lost, they are gone for good." Pang Yi felt a sense of urgency. As a leader of a vast empire that spanned the universe, he understood all too well what a powerful and prolific race could signify. Upon hearing Pang Ye's words, Bai Dong seemed taken aback, surprised by his thought process, and suggested, "With your wealth, why not recruit mercenaries in Wanjie City to assist?" Pang Yi, visibly startled, seemed to have not considered this angle, and suddenly exclaimed, "Indeed, why not recruit expendable forces in Wanjie City?" With this revelation, he promptly rose and made his way outside, evidently intent on launching a large-scale recruitment for expendable troops. Bai Dong could only shake her head in resignation. While Pang Yi had many admirable qualities, his prolonged existence had not imbued him with maturity or composure. He resembled a child in many respects. After enjoying pastries with her friends, Bai Dong chose not to linger further, and the 3 women ventured onto the streets of Wanjie City, feeling somewhat lost as to what to do next. "Sister, How about we check out Wanji Tower? After a moment of silence, Wu Qingru, observing Bai Bai Dong's pensive expression, offered her suggestion. Bai Bai Dong pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Wanjia Tower serves as the very heart of Wanjia City, located centrally within the urban landscape. From the outside, it appears to be only 12 stories tall. Yet each floor inside reaches hundreds of meters, encompassing countless affairs. This is also the most legitimate trading hub, whether for hiring personnel or trading goods. The official guarantee attracts many to set up stalls and engage in commerce. Transactions outside of Wanjia Tower are permissible but lack official endorsement, leaving those deceived to bear the blame for their own naivety. Pang Ye's efficiency was remarkable. Within moments, he had vanished from sight, leaving Bai Bai Dong's aspirations of targeting the affluent thwarted. Look here, the latest batch of high-grade spiritual flying swords from Xiantai sect. Exceptional quality at a reasonable price. 9th-tier beast mounts for only 998,000. You can't go wrong with this. Friends, do not miss out. Selling notebooks signed by the infamous Conan, imbued with misfortune. A nearly new planetary-class battlecruiser for sale. Purchasing it is a guaranteed profit. Anyone interested in devil fruits? Upon arriving at Wanjialu, surrounded by both familiar and unfamiliar sights, Bai Bai Dong experienced a sense of unreality. This was the first floor of Wanjialu, and truth be told, she could hardly recall the last time she had purchased anything here. She remembered when she first arrived. Wanjia City was merely the size of a village, and at that time, it comprised only 3 individuals and a beast, a rather unremarkable emperor from the mortal realm, a drab wolf, and a young man who, despite appearing aloof and profound, was overly optimistic and cheerful. At that moment, she held the highest power among the 4. Yet under the temptation of revealing celestial secrets, she ended up selling a plethora of items, nearly depleting the resources of the Spirit Hall, ultimately uncovering the truth of the Douluo'sDual world. Taking advantage of the continent-wide Soul Master competition, she eliminated Yu Xiao Gang, who had revealed his vile nature, and led a significant number of strong allies to besiege Tang San. Even when Tang Hao appeared, he was unable to save his son, resulting in Tang San's immediate demise. Regrettably, despite her reckless termination of the protagonist, her own strength was still insufficient to stand alone. Coupled with the division between the Spirit Hall and the Elder Hall, the latter was unwilling to take the blame for Bai Bai Dong, and the Spirit Hall itself could not withstand the combined forces of Xing Luo and Tian Do. Thus, the instigator of the war found herself publicly executed in a moment of peril. The day before her execution, Bai Bai Dong returned to Wanjialu, only to discover that it now brimmed with items that could greatly assist her, extra one activated. Observing the myriad of intriguing yet seemingly unhelpful objects around her, Bai Bai Dong felt a sense of helplessness. These items appeared powerful yet held no value to her, barely qualifying as toys. Let us proceed to the 11th floor. Bai Bai Dong contemplated, feeling the need to examine the latest offerings, albeit with little hope. Chapter 244, The Lowly Sphere. Lord Bibi Dong, please save Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu is in dire straits. Indeed, we are on the verge of starvation. As soon as she ascended to the 11th floor, Bai Bai Dong was immediately surrounded by a swarm of luminous spheres. The 12th floor of Wanjialu was the residence of the city lord and was not open to the public. Thus, the 11th floor was the highest accessible tier, where even the so-called chaos beings lacked the qualification to trade. Those who lingered here were primarily the main god spheres and incarnations of the world's heavenly Tao. Naturally, the heavenly Tao is essentially a source sphere, hence, Bai Bai Dong and her companions were conspicuous among the luminous spheres, being the only humans amidst them. Very well, money is no object. As long as you can assist me in resolving my troubles, I will pay whatever is required. Bai Bai Dong addressed the group of spheres, resembling beggars seeking alms. Upon hearing this, the spheres promptly scattered, for the word of Bai Bai Dong's troubles had spread among them, indicating her intention to challenge a cosmic heavenly Tao. Just as human strength varies, so does that of the heavenly Tao. Generally, the weaker the heavenly Tao of a world, the poorer it is, possessing less source energy. Conversely, affluent heavenly Daos often govern a star system, a star region, or even a star realm. Even the heavenly Daos of some independent planes, having birth chaos beings, enjoy prosperity. The main god spheres operate similarly. If the heavenly Tao is hardware, then the main god spheres are software, not limited to recruiting reincarnators, but also responsible for granting golden fingers to enable worlds to flourish. As a world grows stronger, so does the heavenly Tao, making them the best allies of the heavenly Tao. However, currently, only the 10 directions of the universe are known, encompassing all living beings and thousands of star realms, each with its distinct rules that segregate beings of different systems. Likewise, these 10 directions each possess their own heavenly Tao or cosmic will. This means that the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions serves as the supreme ancestor of these spheres, an existence that is both unattainable and imperceptible. What Bai Dong and her companions are attempting is to overthrow the cosmic will they inhabit. Really, as the spheres dispersed, one particularly small luminous sphere remained, curiously observing Bai Dong and inquiring with longing. This sphere was approximately the size of a basketball, markedly smaller than the others, which exceeded 1 meter in diameter. Its voice was endearingly childish, reminiscent of a little girl. Bai Dong gazed at this diminutive sphere and immediately deduced it to be the newly birthed heavenly Tao of a certain world. However, size does not necessarily denote the strength of a heavenly Tao. Rather, it often indicates the duration of its existence. The true power is measured by the purity of the source energy within the sphere, which determines the magnitude of the world it governs and the rank of its beings. Thus, Bai Dong took a glance at the adorable little sphere, only to be taken aback. "Little sister, are you certain you wish to work for me due to a lack of funds?" "Bibi non est incredulously." The small sphere shook its head and then nodded firmly. "Baby is hungry. There is no food at home, so I must beg in Wanjia Lu for sustenance." Bai Dong found herself at a loss for words. Given the sphere's status, even if all the heavenly Daos present were to starve, she likely would not suffer hunger. However, seeing this not yet fully mature little girl sphere, Bai Dong was struck with an idea and tempted her. "How about this, little sister? Come home with me and become the heavenly Tao of our world. I will provide you with food. What do you say?" Sustaining a heavenly Tao is no simple task, especially for a sphere of such esteemed lineage. Typically, this requires resources measured in planetary units, but for the financially robust Bai Dong, it seemed a trivial matter. "All right." The lowly sphere flickered twice, evidently pleased. Bai Dong had not anticipated encountering such a little girl by chance, and with a gentle smile, she extended her hand toward the lowly sphere. Due to the interference of the heavenly Tao from the lower universe in which Bai Dong resided, neither the Douluo continent nor the worlds of the other council members could independently generate a heavenly Tao. Originally, the rights of these plain heavenly Daos were ruthlessly usurped by the lower universe's heavenly Tao, akin to a dictator assuming the role of a council member, an absurdity. Nevertheless, despite their resistance, the lower universe's heavenly Tao could not directly control the operation of these worlds. It could only dispatch reincarnators, traversers, and resurrected beings to disrupt order. Often without warning, some transformed into mere grass, others into soul beasts, and some into commoners. These were manageable, but difficult to identify. Then there were those who turned into troublesome figures, like the offspring of certain elders. Eliminating them could trigger a series of chain reactions. To alleviate this infiltration, she required a heavenly Tao to oversee the entire world, ensuring no loose ends remained. Unfortunately, while she had previously hired other heavenly Taos, the ultimate outcome was always a large portion being devoured by the lower universe's heavenly Tao, leading to a hasty retreat back to Wanjia City. Although losses were compensated by Bai Dong, such experiences were hardly pleasant memories, and over time, no spheres were willing to be deceived for profit and oppose their ancestors. However, today, this precedent would be broken, for a lowly sphere was about to officially take command of the Douluo continent. Little 11. This will be your home from now on. Do your best. In a realm that appeared extraordinarily mystical, Bai Dong gently patted the lowly sphere's head, taking the opportunity to bestow upon her a name. This place is not merely an abyss, but but rather the dwelling of the heavenly Tao. Due to the absence of the heavenly Tao's presence on the Douluo'sDual for many years, it has fallen into neglect. However, once it welcomes its new master, everything shall be revitalized. This location is profoundly intertwined with the Douluo'sDual, as long as the heavenly Tao resides here. It can effortlessly oversee the movements of the entire planet, akin to an omniscient deity. For instance, it can induce earthquakes, torrential rains, typhoons, and various unforeseen accidents, all within the realm of the heavenly Tao's capabilities. Most importantly, such interventions would appear entirely reasonable. For example, if the heavenly Tao wishes to eliminate a reborn individual, it merely needs to manipulate a madman to commit suicide before them, thereby ensuring their capture before they can flourish. Alternatively, it could cause a tree to collapse while they slumber beneath it, making it seem merely a matter of bad luck. Although Bai Dong can also harness these esoteric principles, the actions taken by humans inevitably leave traces. Once a trace is established, it becomes easier for others to uncover. It is worth noting that each cycle involves handling thousands of reborn individuals. Chapter 245. The director and the actor after placing the lowly ball. Bai Dong generously provided it with a plethora of resources to restore this abyss. Following this, she returned to the Wuhuan Hall. At this moment, the former emperor had only recently passed, and she had just ascended to the throne in this narrative. It was a time of great trepidation, as no one knew the implications of a female popess reign. Consequently, the once bustling Wuhuan Hall now appeared desolate, as few were willing to align themselves with a new emperor while the situation remained uncertain. Many opted to embark on missions instead, unwilling to remain in the Pope's hall and be coerced into choosing sides. As Bai Dong traversed the grand hall of the Pope's palace, her figure exuded a sense of solitude. In the vast expanse of the hall, not a single guard was present. Yet, Bibi Nong seemed unperturbed, perhaps having grown accustomed to such isolation. After progressing through the dimly lit corridor for a while, she abruptly inquired, "What is the situation regarding Tang San?" As her words fell, a shadow of a vase trembled suddenly before detaching from it, descending to the floor and unfolding into a black hole. A girl clad in dark attire emerged gracefully from it, kneeling before Bai Dong and reporting, "Your Holiness, the Jin Huang Wei has thoroughly investigated Shanghan Village, Nuo Ding City, and Suo Tua City. In comparison to the last 10 reincarnation household registries, no new population has been discovered." Upon hearing this, Bai Dong's expression did not improve. She sighed and lamented, "Alas, it would be better if that entity dispatched additional personnel. I fear those causing trouble may stem from among the local residents. Proceed with your investigations and do not reveal any vulnerabilities. Your Holiness regarding the Ming Huang. Let him be. If he wishes to play, let him play. He is not someone who lacks discernment." Understood. 6 years later, in Shanghan Village, a young boy awoke abruptly from his slumber, surveying his surroundings and his own body. Suddenly, he let out a triumphant roar. "Ha! I've been reborn. Tang San, I am here to cling to your leg." However, behind him, a hand wielding a wooden club burst through the wall, aiming directly at the exuberant boy, swinging down with great force. Bang! "How many times has this been this month?" An elderly man, hunched with a cane, asked as he observed a 6-year-old girl enacting violence nearby. Beside him, an unusual quartet diligently carried out their tasks. An old man with spiky white hair was concocting a magical potion. A burly man resembling a sumo wrestler assisted him, while an adult stood guard outside, and the little girl was using magical potions to enact her violent deeds. Upon hearing the old man's inquiry, the girl replied, "Ming Huang, this is the 4th incident in Shanghan Village this month. But do not worry, we are a professional team." With that, the girl set down the club and pulled the boy out as the old man began to chant incantations. "Evil spirits, be gone! Evil spirits, be gone!" Watching the scene, the old man with the cane nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Bringing you all for this task was indeed a wise decision. I did not expect that besides exorcising demons, Old Father could also send these interdimensional beings back to their homeland. Truly impressive. Modesty, modesty. How could this old man dare to show off before the Ming Huang? It is merely a minor skill, The old man humbly replied, his face reddening at the praise. Ah, it is you who have endured hardships. These people are relentless. After today, I shall treat you all to a meal. The elder waved his hand, dismissing the discussion of the matter. The old man wished to say more, but the hunchbacked elder did not allow him to continue, stepping outside with a single phrase. Tang San has arrived. You all must remain discreet. Just as he exited the small courtyard, the elder collided with a 6-year-old boy, who looked at him in surprise. Grandpa Jack, what are you doing here? Ah, little San. Here is the matter. A prominent figure from the Wuhuan Hall has come to grant you your martial soul today. I am currently notifying everyone, the elder Jack replied, beaming at Tang San. Oh, I see. Tang San nodded, having already learned of this from a few days prior, so he felt no surprise. Elder Jack nodded and led Tang San towards the shabby Wuhuan Hall at the center of the village. Upon arrival, they found a group of children and 2 young adults waiting inside. The 2 youths became visibly nervous upon seeing Elder Jack's arrival. All right, I have brought the person. I shall take my leave now. Elder Jack waved his hand and departed. Thank you. You may go now. Just as Su Yuan Tao, dispatched from the Wuhuan Hall, was about to bow, he suddenly remembered something and stated seriously, now that unrelated individuals have departed, let us begin. After exiting the Wuhuan Hall, the formerly hunched elder straightened his posture, his withered skin gradually becoming plump. His frail form expanded, and he abruptly tore off the mask from his face. Who else could it be but Pang Yi? Seeing that no one was around, he abruptly addressed the surroundings. Where is Tang Hao? How goes it? Has he revealed any flaws? As his words fell, the air beside him suddenly tore apart, and a man in a black robe emerged, kneeling and reporting, Your Majesty. The actors you summoned are exceedingly professional. There have been no errors or discrepancies with the original plot. Excellent. My efforts have not been in vain. Now, it is time to conclude matters here. You shall remain here to portray Elder Jack while I take my leave. With that, Pang Yi glanced back at the unremarkable wooden structure of the Wuhuan Hall, where something extraordinary was awakening, causing a stir in the heavens and earth. Noticing this, Pang Yi raised his hand and released a surge of energy that shot into the sky, colliding with the anomaly, causing the celestial disturbance to vanish as if nothing had occurred. Ah, another one has emerged. Go and ascertain who has awakened, capture them, and bring them to the old man. At this moment, the black-robed man had already disguised himself as Elder Jack and, upon receiving Pang Ye's orders, respectfully replied, As you command, Your Majesty. Chapter 246. The Old Dragon and the Young Lowly in the matter of casting actors. Not only is Pang Yi quite adept, but Bai Bai Dong is equally proficient. Generally, she does not need to remain constantly at the Wuhan Hall, as there are numerous individuals in Wan Jiecheng who share her name or are, in fact, the same person from different planes. It is worth noting that many individuals in Wan Jiecheng have identical life experiences yet exist in different dimensions. For instance, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Tang, San and Wan Jiecheng, some merely 6 years old, while others have ascended to become the sea god. Each has encountered various fortunes. Yet the narrative arcs of their respective worlds are indistinguishable. The most abundant is a person named Xiao Yan, whose numbers in Wan Jiecheng have reached tens of thousands. Naturally, Bai Bai Dong has her own substitutes. Often, she need not appear unless the storyline directly concerns her daughter. Truth be told, with her vast experience, she might not perform better than those who have just stepped into Wan Jiecheng and still retain genuine emotions about the main plot. At present, Bai Bai Dong is clad in a black robe, seated in a conference room located at the heart of Origin Star, listening to reports from 2 other figures dressed in black robes. This so-called Origin Star is, in fact, the birthplace of the heavenly path of the lower realm. During their struggle against this heavenly path, they discovered that its origin lies beyond its control, leading them to secure this location as the headquarters of the Lower Realm Council, allowing discussions on significant topics while evading the gaze of the heavenly path. How is the situation with the old dragon, the one from Do-Pa-De-Ji-Jia? Bai Bai Dong inquired, gazing at an elderly man in a black robe adorned with dragon motifs. The situation is dire, Your Holiness. That wretched creature has somehow acquired a cache of devastating weapons and not a single one of my dispatch personnel has returned. Currently, that creature has reached Jialan Academy, and we have lost our opportunity to act, the being referred to as Old Dragon sighed, expressing his helplessness, unless we choose to disrupt the timeline. At these words, Bai Bai Dong furrowed her brow, slowly pacing within the seemingly ethereal conference room, remaining silent. Observing her silence, another figure in black stepped forward, stating, additionally, my swarm has discovered that 2 worlds have suddenly gone missing. One is the Xian Huang Jia, a realm of cultivation, and the other is Earth number 145212, a technologically advanced world focused on mechanized humanity. Shall we continue our search? The black-robed figure's voice was notably youthful, resembling that of a small child, seemingly around 7 or 8 years of age. Bai Bai Dong paused, glancing down at the diminutive lowly who stood half her height. Shaking her head with a hint of resignation, there is no need to search further. It seems that it has appropriated these worlds for the cultivation of its subordinates. Clearly, it is quite invested in this individual. Sealing entire worlds or planets as nourishment for its growth is no trivial feat. Both the old dragon and the young lowly fell silent, unable to fathom such power. Generally, they possess some abilities akin to manipulating space or creating a domain within themselves. However, the notion of encapsulating an entire universe into a singular point, transforming it into someone else's private realm, was undeniably alarming. While creating space may be feasible, birthing intelligent life is a challenge. Even with their strength, they could not manifest a sentient race in their own domain. Only the heavenly path could achieve such a feat, all right. You two need not overthink this. I recall that the storyline involving that individual is nearing its intersection with Ziyin, is it not? Bi Nong, holding a tome titled Do Pa Song Qiong, glanced through its pages before addressing the young lowly. Yes, that wretched creature is soon to encounter me. However, the vicinity of Jianan Academy is intricately linked to the main plot, and we cannot send anyone as we did previously. Any misstep could destabilize the entire world, triggering a collapse of the timeline. The young lowly elaborated after careful consideration. Very well. In that case, let's lend her a hand, Bai Bai Dong mused, stroking her chin before making an astonishing proclamation. At her words, both the old dragon and the young lowly were taken aback. After all, that wretched creature was the representative of the heavenly path, and their objective was to eliminate this destabilizing factor. Abandoning their pursuit of this target would only embolden its arrogance. Observing their reactions, Bai Dong smiled slightly, assuring them, rest assured, you may not have realized it, but the agent and the heavenly path are not akin to 2 sides of the same coin. Division and differentiation are indeed possible. In the past, Bai Bai Dong had been quite concerned about the relationship between the agent and Qin Ming Exant. Subsequent investigations confirmed her suspicions. Regrettably, during those years, she was preoccupied with exploring the outer realms, neglecting her control over this realm. Ultimately, Qin Ming Xin was merely a child. It was hardly surprising that she could be easily abducted. Moreover, there were anomalies occurring within Dopa continent, some of which were closely related to the main storyline. Thus, they were cautious in their actions. The young lowly was entirely obedient to Bai Bai Dong. Once the latter had made up her mind, she simply needed to follow along. Is there a list? Bai Bai Dong raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring. Old Dragon gestured, and a list materialized before Bai Bai Dong. Observing the unfamiliar yet pivotal names within, she felt a dilemma arise. However, as she continued to scroll, she suddenly encountered a name that seemed vaguely familiar. Yeah, Li Qiyun. I recall these 2 were previously travelers from Douluo'sDual, were they not? Bai Bai Dong expressed her astonishment, as she had not known them before. Yet Pang Yi had sent people to hunt them down, and they had miraculously survived. Following the restart of the Douluo timeline, she had not anticipated that these travelers could still be alive, only to discover they had also been sent here by the heavenly path. Yes, these 2 have only recently traversed to Dopa continent. Given the restart of Douluo's timeline occurred a year ago, they arrived at Dopa not long ago and retained their original memories. The young lowly nodded in confirmation. Bibi non began to comprehend. Under her intentional or unintentional manipulation, The flow of time in Luo continent had shifted. During the normal progression of the main storyline, the timeline of Luo remained consistent, yet during periods devoid of significant events, they could accelerate the flow of time in Luo. Thus, it appeared that 6 years had passed in Luo, while for them, it may have only been a matter of days. Do you know what the heavenly path has granted them as a boon? Bai Dong inquired, her gaze fixed on the profiles of Yiya and Le Yun, as a plan began to take shape in her mind. All we know is that the female possesses innate divine strength and can transform into a ferocious beast, exponentially increasing her combat prowess. This hardly constitutes a formidable boon. However, we have no insight into the male's abilities, though he may possess the capacity to replicate others' powers for his own use. Yet it certainly encompasses more than that, the old dragon replied, his expression turning grim. Just like the previous little bat, any gifts directly bestowed by the heavenly path were inscrutable, leaving them only to infer from the actions of the recipients. Is that so? Bai Dong pondered for a moment. Then her eyes brightened as she beckoned them closer. The two leaned in, eager to listen. Bibi Nong feigned mystery, whispering her thoughts to them. Upon hearing her words, both the old dragon and the young lowly were visibly astonished, seemingly taken aback by Dong's plan. Subsequently, they chorused in admiration, "Truly, Your Holiness, it appears that our upcoming tasks will be considerably easier." Surrounded by more than 10 close friends, Master Lung indignantly remarked,